Rebirth. Morning mist rose from the ground. The great Emperor Fuyao said, "This is your 33rd death, each time more tragic than the last. Your heavenly spiritual root has been stolen, and your cultivation is completely gone. You're just an ordinary person now. How could you possibly defeat Lu Yaoji?" He advised, "Even without your heavenly spiritual root, she's still the boss's second genius." Asajiri coldly replied, "I don't need the heavenly spiritual root." Chao Wu was once an unparalleled genius of the Tianyuan continent, a cultivator of all elements who was rare even once in 10,000 years, but he lost everything due to an accident. Her fiancé was severely injured after venturing into the demon realm to save her, so she stopped her advancement to refine pills for him. Just then, her junior sister seized the opportunity to steal her top-grade heavenly spiritual root. 2 months later, the junior sister advanced all the way with her heavenly spiritual root, while Chao Wu lost her spiritual root and her cultivation was completely ruined. She died again and again. 3 months later, Asajiri reattached her severed hands and feet, chased away a stray dog, picked up her scattered intestines, and discovered that half of them were missing. Stuffing her intestines back into her stomach, she asked, "Is there any way to kill Lu Yaoji? Even cultivating a demonic spirit would do." Emperor Fuyao said, "The zombie pill is used up. This time, he's really dead." Chao Wu frowned. A thunderclap sounded, and Chao Wu died. After the second clap of thunder, the iron tree planted by the ancestor blossomed. After the third clap of thunder, the disciples wept bitterly, scrambling for the treasures on Chao Wu's body. "Our ancestor suffered a cultivation mishap and harmed herself. She was our most prized disciple. How could someone with a heavenly spiritual root suffer a cultivation mishap?" Thousands of disciples gathered around Chao Wu's corpse to watch the spectacle, some even looting her treasures. Lu Yaoji stood on the high platform, a smile playing on her lips. "Senior sister, your heavenly spiritual root is very useful. And senior brother Rongqi is also in my possession." Soon, a young man in black walked into the square and said coldly, "Our ancestors secretly colluded with the demon realm, causing the sect leader's life to hang by a thread. Her death was the consequence of her own evil deeds. Anyone who contacts the demon realm again will be killed." All the disciples fled in terror. The young man approached Lu Yaoji. "Junior sister, what should the ancestor do?" Lu Yao sneered. "Since he's a sinner, throw him to the dogs." The boy replied, "Yes." He stood before Chao Wu's mangled corpse and whispered, "I'm sorry." He joined his superior's company to repay a debt of gratitude and would only be loyal to Lu Yao. Lu Yao asked, "Shao Qi, what's wrong?" He Qi lowered his head. "Nothing." He just felt that Chao Wu resembled the figure he had seen before he died. Asajiri is reborn, returning to the body of a useless young lady who has just married a disabled husband. She remembered Lu Yaoji taking away her spiritual root. She closed her eyes and sensed that the spiritual platform of this body was empty, the spiritual power was gone, and the soul power was also weak. "Azure Dragon, roll on," she whispered. Her mind was blank. Her contracted beast and magical artifact had completely vanished. She turned to Emperor Fuyao. "What's going on?" Emperor Fuyao replied, "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen Ihun reborn." After hearing this, Chao Wu fell silent. Lu Yaoji had long coveted her top-grade heavenly spiritual root, and it was likely that even the Azure Dragon would not escape his grasp. "The Azure Dragon is definitely not having an easy time in her hands," the morning mist whispered. Emperor Fuyao sighed. "This is an opportunity given to you by heaven. Continue your cultivation, and you will surely be able to save the Azure Dragon." At this moment, her memories began to return. She was reborn into a small world with sparse spiritual energy, her identity as the young lady of a general's mansion, but it was merely a nominal one. The original owner of this body was switched at birth, and the fake heiress took her place and enjoyed the general's mansion's favor. The truth was revealed when she was 5 years old, and the original owner was taken back, but the fake heiress continued to enjoy everything in the general's mansion. The emperor bestowed a marriage between a general's daughter and the 9th prince. The original owner of this body was sent to replace the fake daughter, but she was the only one who completed the entire wedding. On their wedding night, people from the general's mansion suddenly arrived, claiming that the fake heiress, Chao Yun, was seriously ill and needed her to cut off a piece of her own flesh to heal her relative. In the end, a piece of flesh was forcibly cut off from Asajiri, and then the people from the general's mansion left. Asajiri touched the hollow in her chest. After the original owner of this body died, she was reborn. "Do Lu Yaoji and Chao Yun both like to steal what others have?" she whispered, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Even if it's a useless spiritual root, it's not something she can take. Asajiri sighed softly, the faint spiritual energy at her fingertips flickering. She still has a personal space, but almost all the treasures inside have been stolen. If she wants to regain her former cultivation level, the only way is to cultivate the demon spirit. But this also means that she will become a member of the demon realm. Outside, several palace maids were whispering among themselves. Should we carry her over? I don't want to mess with the ninth prince. I heard he strangled her to death last month when he was in a bad mood. I guess I'll just send her over there. After discussing it, they pushed open the door and went inside. Inside, Asajiri sat on the edge of the bed, her body thin and frail, like a ghost. The two palace maids were startled, and then scolded. Ninth prince's consort. Why didn't you say anything after you woke up? You scared us to death. Their tone was accusatory towards Asajiri. The original owner was not favored in the general's mansion, and the palace maids looked down on her even more after she entered the palace. Get out, Asajiri whispered. The group froze. Her demeanor had completely changed. The head maid exchanged a glance. The ninth prince has returned injured. As his consort, you should be serving him. The maid's face hardened, preparing to act. Asajiri flicked her finger. The palace maid slammed her fist against the door. You wretch, how dare you hit me? The palace maid coughed angrily. Asajiri looked at her coldly. You have a foul mouth. There's no use keeping that voice. At that moment, a cold voice came from outside the door. What are you doing? Several palace maids hurriedly knelt down. Lord One. Chao Wu recognized Wenxi, a capable aide to the ninth prince. Although he was just a guard, he came from a distinguished family and was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. He had arranged the marriage himself and had met the original owner of this body a few times. Wenxi's gaze swept over the morning mist. After not seeing her for a few days, he felt that she seemed to have changed. He coldly glanced at the palace maid beside him. Disrespectful to the princess consort. Go and receive your punishment. The palace maids dared not speak out in anger and hurriedly dragged the maid who was still gagging away. Wenxi walked towards Chao Wu and whispered, Princess consort, you don't need to pay attention to these servants. His Highness isn't as scary as you think. I've already treated His Highness's injuries. Asajiri remained silent. The last time she cared for Master Wu, it should have been a minor illness, but she'd been caring for him for 3 years. Aren't there servants? Let them do it, Asajiri replied coldly. Wenxi insisted, His Highness is your husband. After much deliberation, Wenxi decided to let Chao Wu take care of the ninth prince. After all, palace servants harbor ulterior motives. Although the crown princess seems unreliable, she is honest and straightforward. Asajiri agreed. Understood, I will go. She pushed open the door and stood in the sunlight, absorbing spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Emperor Fuyao sent a message. The southern kingdom, thanks to its geographical advantages, had escaped natural disasters, and its people were living in peace. She absorbed some spiritual energy, but her palms turned bright red from the sun, indicating a minimal effect. The spiritual energy in this world was truly scarce. Asajiri continued towards the bedchamber. Just as she reached the entrance, she sensed something was amiss. Turning around, she saw a furtive figure and was shocked to discover that it looked exactly like her. Realizing he had been discovered, the man hurriedly fled in fright. Emperor Fuyao was also surprised. Beautiful, yes, but ridiculously fake. She's had surgery. A sage said, there are plastic surgeons in this day and age. Emperor Fuyao said, please watch your words. Don't bring your quotes into this civilized world. Asajiri said expressionlessly, virtual world, virtual home, virtual ancestral graves. I'm not afraid of them being dug up. I have a sharp tongue, I love to talk. Asajiri didn't care about the woman who looked exactly like him. As long as she didn't appear in front of him, Asajiri didn't care at all. Wenxi led Chao Wu inside to Sinan Fuyin. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of the young man's chest, Chao Wu would have thought he was dead. She stepped forward and yanked the blanket off him. Your Highness. Wenxi's expression changed, not expecting Chao Wu to do such a thing. Chao Wu spoke up. His father beat him? Wenxi was stunned for a moment before realizing that this father should refer to the emperor. He nodded. It was the emperor who punished him. What did he do that warrants such a severe beating? Chao Wu said calmly. Isn't the emperor his father? How could he bear to treat his own son so severely? A few days ago, someone accused His Highness of having a close relationship with Consort Chiu in the Cold Palace, and that they met frequently. The emperor was furious and struck His Highness's leg again. Asajiri coldly said, the The blood vessels in his leg are ruptured. There's no way to heal him. He's beyond saving. Prepare for the worst. Wen Si's face turned pale. The emperor had completely given up on his highness and refused to allow the imperial physicians to treat him, so he could only give his highness a simple checkup. Asajiri coldly exposed his lie. That's because he's bled out. Nan Fuyin remained silent for a long time, then thought, yes, he's so badly injured. Asajiri was pondering where she would go to cultivate after the 9th prince died. Let's go to the mountains first and catch some magical beasts, then go to the sea, where there are many more magical beasts. Then, Your Highness, if you have any arrangements to make, you can make them in the next 2 days. Otherwise, it will be too late if you are forced to commit suicide. What the heck? Buried alive with the emperor? What burial with the emperor? Chao Wu paused. Wen Si said, His Highness's decree of marriage states that if His Highness passes away, the princess must be buried alive with him. That's why no one wants to marry Nan Fuyin. Just kidding. He's all right. He's alive and kicking. Pretty awesome. Wen Si asked in confusion, What do you mean? It means that you treated the injury very well, and he will be fully healed in a few days. As she spoke, Chao Wu silently channeled a little spiritual energy into Nan Fuyin's body. Damn it. She only had a tiny bit of spiritual energy left, and she still had to save him. Adhering to the principle of not rescuing men on the street, Asajiri decided that this would be the last time she meddle in other people's business and save someone, since her life was now tied to this person. Really? Wen Si immediately perked up. Of course, with the ancestor around, even the dead could be brought back to life. Go and prepare some things for me. Chao Wu gave him a few items, preparing to clean Nan Fuyin's wounds herself. Wen Si hesitated for a moment before going to prepare. He returned shortly after and handed the things to Chao Wu. Wen Si thought the princess consort was a real hero. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. I'll be fine here, Chao Wu said. Wen Si felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly withdrew. Looking at the unconscious young man, Chao Wu thought, to dare to have your superior, the ancestor, take care of you. You are the first person under heaven. After Chao Wu finished, she took out some potions she had previously made from her spatial storage and used them on him. Then she bandaged him up and changed the bloodstained blankets. My fingertips gently touched his pulse. The medicine had begun to take effect, and his pulse was stronger than before. A faint wisp of spiritual energy flowed into his body, like a river flowing into the sea, and was instantly swallowed up. Asajiri sighed. In her previous life, no one had ever been able to take advantage of her in the slightest. This was the first time ever. Having confirmed that her husband was out of danger, Asajiri yawned and returned to her own palace. This body is still too weak. After taking a bath that evening, Chao Wu picked a few herbs from her spiritual medicine space, crushed them with spiritual spring water, and then applied them to the wound. Now she can't even summon her medicine cauldron, and she can't even refine pills. However, after drinking the spiritual spring water, Asajiri felt somewhat better. The spiritual spring water was a treasure for cultivation, and she could feel a faint spiritual energy swirling around her fingertips. On the first night, Asajiri had a dream. In the dream, Rongqi emerged from seclusion, but she was already dead. Rongqi was still her superior, the sect leader. Lu Yaoji, with her top-grade heavenly spiritual root, replaced her and became a genius praised by everyone. Upon hearing of her death, Rongqi showed no grief, but instead became a devoted couple with Lu Yaoji. The two soon announced their marriage. The morning mist in the dream, like a god's eye view, coldly observes. Lu Yaoji said coquettishly, Brother Rong, senior sister didn't mean to lead you into the demon realm. Rongqi asked indifferently, Who is it? Lu Yaoji chuckled. She didn't know, but it seemed that only He Qi was close to her. As the dream ended, Chao Wu awoke. She remained expressionless, gazing at the spiritual energy at her fingertips, her heart undisturbed. He Qi has completely sided with Lu Yaoji. The two boys she once saved are now Lu Yaoji's follower and her bed partner, respectively. Never mind. She stretched. She decided to check on Nan Fuyin's condition. The advanced medicine had begun to repair the tendons in his legs. She summoned 2 palace maids. This sick man is lying here, can't you see him? Do you want him to starve to death? The man hadn't eaten for days, and his stomach was practically empty, yet the palace servants were too lazy to take care of him. 2 palace maids replied hastily, but still with a hint of disdain. Your Highness is too badly injured. Even Consort Lu fell ill from fright at the sight of him. We really dare not. Consort Lu was not Nan Fuyin's biological mother, but she wielded considerable influence in the palace. Chao Wu nodded. I see. Yes, Your Highness is seriously injured. It would be best if you did all the dirty and tiring work yourself. At this moment, Wenxi walked in and looked at Chao Wu. Wenxi, these two are cowardly. Send them to the animal park to toughen them up. In addition, no one in the palace cared for His Highness. Everyone was given 20 strokes of the cane and not allowed to eat for 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, all the servants were stunned, and then they all knelt down and begged for mercy. Wenxi was also slightly taken aback, but immediately carried out the order. If Asajiri continues to tolerate this, these people will become even more unscrupulous. Asajiri continued to treat Nan Fuin's injuries, changing his sheets and applying medicine. Emperor Fuyao sent a message. Just keep him alive. Do you intend to heal him? Asajiri nodded. This person is somewhat useful. Keeping him around will help me establish myself here. If she were reborn into the emperor's position, she could act even more freely. Emperor Fuyao was speechless. You really want to ascend to heaven that badly? Chao Wu ignored him and focused on administering acupuncture to Nan Fuin, causing the atmosphere around them to become heavy. The higher the needle went, the more it got in the way of a certain part, which annoyed Asajiri, and she even considered cutting it off. Nan Fuin's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she sensed her emotions, but Chao Wu still decided not to make a move, finding it dirty. She remained focused and continued to insert the needles precisely, completely unaware of the man's slight, trembling reaction. 2 seconds later, the man slowly opened his eyes. Looking down, he saw the girl staring intently at the base of his legs. What are you doing? When Asajiri met his gaze, he showed no embarrassment, but simply looked at her quietly. Asajiri withdrew her gaze, waved the silver needle in her hand, and said, I'll save your life. Don't move if you don't want your legs to be crippled. Dihan did not respond. From the moment he opened his eyes, he received the memories of this body, being framed and disfigured by his own brother and sister-in-law, having his leg broken and becoming a cripple by his father's order, and now almost losing his life. He was ruthless and cunning, cultivating power with the intention of rebelling, but his crippled leg brought everything to naught. This small world has very little spiritual energy, and its power is almost completely lost. It cannot contact its contracted beasts, and its personal space cannot be opened. Even if it cultivates for a lifetime, it will never be able to return to the Tianyuan continent. The demon lord was reborn, experiencing something similar to Asajiri, except that he was ambushed at a crucial moment, failing to inherit the ancient legacy and being suppressed. After sacrificing his soul, he was reborn into this useless body. Dihan could tell she knew medicine. This body was useless and unable to mobilize spiritual energy, so he could only try to see if she could heal his leg. Asajiri deftly administered the acupuncture, but without using any medicine. After tidying up the needles and bandages, she woke up and ate by herself, calling on the servants for help, but not me. She went to find Wenxi and explain Nan Fuin's situation. Wenxi was overjoyed. His Highness is awake? The situation remains dangerous. At least 2 months of treatment are needed, and he shouldn't get out of bed until he's fully recovered. Wenxi nodded and then asked, Has the Crown Princess cured His Highness? Asajiri coldly replied, No, it's not me. I'm a piece of trash. Asajiri then turned and left with an air of superiority. Wenxi was overjoyed and went to find His Highness. The cold-faced guard also had tears in his eyes when he saw Nan Fuin sitting on the bed. Dihan nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. Wenxi then said, Although the Crown Princess lacks deep affection, she is a good person for stepping forward under these circumstances. Dihan remained silent for a moment, then asked, Has your identity been verified? Wenxi nodded. I personally escorted the bride. There's no mistake. Dihan closed his eyes, his expression unchanged. I understand, leave. Wenxi reminded him. The Crown Princess has asked me to feed you. For the next 2 weeks, Nan Fuin recuperated from his injuries, while Chao Wu cultivated his skills. They occasionally checked on his leg injury, but otherwise had no interaction. One day, as the morning mist absorbed the spiritual energy of the sunlight, a eunuch approached the Nan Fuin palace from afar, announcing, The Empress summons you. Proceed now. Wenxi rushed over. His Highness is unwell, so we can only trouble you to go. Chao Wu nodded and followed the eunuch. Wenxi handed over the jade token. If you need anything related to His Highness, you may consult Consort Lu. Chao Wu accepted it and followed the eunuch into the Empress's palace. The Empress sat high, surrounded by concubines, the arrangement resembling a joint trial. The 5th prince also stood in the main hall, looking slightly surprised to see Chao Wu alone. In the palace, The concubines whispered among themselves. The ninth prince's consort fell seriously ill shortly after marrying into the family. Has she recovered? Why doesn't she even pay her respects to the empress? The empress looked down at Asajiri, who calmly replied, I am not fully recovered and cannot perform the ceremony. Please forgive me, your majesty. Those around her were shocked by her outspokenness. Wasn't she afraid of punishment? The empress silently scrutinized her for a moment. Why isn't the ninth prince here? Asajiri said simply, His Highness is seriously ill and unable to come. She knew that if it weren't for her, he would have already died. The empress knew perfectly well that the fourth prince's death was related to her, but she did not react much to it. The empress said calmly, It's all right. Go back and tell him for me. The tribute matter cannot be delayed. Summon the fifth prince. You can ask him if you have any questions. Asajiri didn't care about these power struggles. She had only one goal in mind, to save Nanfuin's life until she could become independent. The fifth prince smiled as he looked at the morning mist. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Asajiri glanced over and saw nothing. In her eyes, the fifth prince was nothing more than a greasy playboy. Seeing this, the fifth prince smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, Chawu turned around and bid farewell to the empress, leaving without any hesitation. Outside the palace maids were gossiping. This ninth prince's consort really doesn't know any manners. It's normal for her to be uncouth, having grown up in the countryside. The empress's smile remained unchanged as she continued to fiddle with the beads, seemingly unperturbed by Asajiri's disrespect. The cold consort's son and Asajiri were a match made in heaven. As soon as Chawu stepped out of the Golden Phoenix Palace, a young eunuch came up to her. Your Highness, Consort Lu requests your presence. Consort Lu was Nanfuin's mother, but not his biological mother. Chawu followed the young eunuch to Consort Lu's palace. Consort Lu sat gracefully among them, gently inviting Asajiri to dine with her. How is Xiaojiu? She asked with concern. She's fine, Asajiri replied succinctly. Consort Lu showed a hint of suspicion. That's good. I was seriously ill a few days ago, and I heard he was punished. I was really worried, but I haven't been able to visit him. She held Asajiri's hand, and Asajiri looked down at her. Was Consort Lu testing her recovery progress, or was she doubting her ability to cultivate? Chawu remained calm and gently withdrew her hand. Lu Fei maintained her gentle demeanor and personally poured tea for Chawu, saying, It's hot. Have some water. Asajiri took the teacup and brought it to her lips. She caught a faint scent of medicine. She smiled inwardly. This kind of drug posed no threat to her. Consort Lu stared intently at Asajiri, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. Asajiri didn't react immediately, but obediently drank the cup of tea. A few seconds later, she began to shake her head slightly, pretending that the drug was taking effect. Consort Lu asked anxiously, What's wrong? You feel a little dizzy. Consort Lu immediately said gently, Perhaps your body hasn't recovered yet. Go to the inner room and rest for a while. Asajiri obeyed her gesture and went into the inner room, soon emitting soft breathing sounds. Asajiri noticed a gaze on her face, and a moment later, two slightly cool fingers touched her pulse. 2 seconds later, she heard the person let out a sigh of relief. Go and fetch the person. Whom did Consort Lu casually instruct? Chawu wondered. Consort Lu continued. Didn't we receive news that she was dead? How did she come back to life? He whispered, I don't know either. I thought it was all taken care of, but she was standing there completely unharmed. Consort Lu's gaze fell on Chawu Wu's face, scrutinizing the traces of disguise. Could it be an imposter? No, she's still injured, and her personality has changed drastically in the past 2 weeks. Consort Lu pondered. The Lord's plan cannot fail. Let's find someone to clarify things first. Soon, a burly middle-aged man entered, wearing a black cloak. What do you want with me? He asked. Consort Lu said coldly, She is not dead. 15 is unable to move. Find out what happened in the past 2 weeks. The man's expression darkened. You want to kill her? Consort Lu retorted. 15 is in the palace, and there is a risk of being exposed at any time. Do you want others to see that the two of you look alike? Asajiri instantly understood. The woman who looked exactly like her was an imposter sent by Consort Lu to impersonate the original owner. The man took out silver needles and stuck them into Asajiri's body, then took out a small object from his pocket. Asajiri was shocked. This was hypnosis. As he moved, Asajiri slowly opened her eyes and saw the man guiding her to relax with rapture, trusting him completely. The next moment, Asajiri snatched the hypnotic chain. The man was furious, but she fixed him with her cold gaze. making it impossible for him to look away. Asajiri casually toyed with the chain, beginning a counter-hypnotic implantation into her subconscious. I am your father, and your father is me. I am your father, and your father is me. After repeating it 3 times, she asked calmly, Did you remember? The man's eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly and called out, Father. She didn't care about Consort Lu or the imposter. She only cared about her own strength. Go to the general's mansion to find Chao Yun and retrieve the spiritual root. She took out a porcelain bottle from her spatial storage, and the man took it, his eyes still lifeless. Asajiri ordered, Beat her up, tie her up, and throw her into the pigsty for a bath. The man bowed his head and replied, Yes, father. Asajiri waved him away, allowing him to leave so she could continue planning her future cultivation and revenge. Lu Fei stood anxiously outside the door, waiting. The hypnotist was eccentric and wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him. After a moment, the door opened, and Chao Wu walked out calmly. Consort Lu's eyes widened, and she asked, Where is that man? Chao Wu replied calmly, Thank you for your hospitality, Consort Lu. I rested very well. Lu Fei rushed into the room, only to find it completely empty, without a trace. It was as if the hypnotist had never been there. As Chao Wu approached the palace, several old eunuchs suddenly stopped her. One of the eunuchs said coldly, Ninth Prince's consort, private medical practice is forbidden in the palace. Asajiri calmly replied, To be clear, is it punishment or? The old eunuch answered, Punish the Ninth Prince with 20 strokes of the cane. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief and added, I'm not familiar with him, and I knew nothing about the private medical exchanges. If you hit him, you can't hit me too. The old eunuchs were speechless, looking at Chao Wu, who was completely different from what they had imagined. Back in her chambers, Asajiri saw Nan Fuyin walking around coldly. More than half a month had passed since the treatment, and Nan Fuyin was recovering well, but the wound on his leg had not yet fully healed. Nevertheless, looking at his unnatural gait, Asajiri was amazed. This man is truly patient. Suddenly, Nan Fuyin turned to look at her, and at that moment, she felt a sense of threat from him. Asajiri. His voice was cold. Asajiri calmly replied, The Empress summoned me just now, saying that the Emperor wanted you to participate in the tribute ceremony. Nan Fuyin raised his eyebrows slightly. Paying tribute? He has already learned most of the things from Wenxi and knows the significance of paying tribute. The Wujiang Kingdom will bring magical beasts, which can provide valuable cultivation resources. Nan Fuyin is not yet able to cultivate, and he needs these resources. After briefly informing them, Chao Wu returned to his bedchamber. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the general's mansion, Chao Yun was forcibly brought there by a burly man. She asked in terror, What are you going to do? My father is the great general. The man slapped her to the ground. Her vision blurred. The man took out the porcelain bottle that Chao Wu had given him, opened it, and fed the contents into her mouth. Chao Yun felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she saw a glowing spiritual root emerging from her chest. She was horrified, never expecting that she had no spiritual root within her body, and yet at this moment, the spiritual root flew out of her body. She hurriedly shouted, Give it back to me. Ignoring her struggles, the man kicked her in the chest, knocking her to the ground, and coldly put the spiritual root into a porcelain bottle. Finally, following Chao Wu's orders, the man knocked Chao Yun unconscious, tied her up, and threw her into a stinking pigsty. The man returned to the palace with the porcelain bottle and handed the spiritual root to Asajiri. She nodded in satisfaction. He had done a good job. Asajiri looked at the kneeling man. She smiled faintly. You should find a pigsty to sleep in too. The man lowered his head and replied, Father is right. Go. Asajiri waved. After the man left, Asajiri opened the porcelain bottle. The quality of her spiritual root was low. She could only cultivate it to the purple spirit level at most. Emperor Fuyao comforted her. Spiritual roots can be tempered. There will always be a day when you can personally kill Lu Yao. Chao Wu nodded, never giving up. In the side hall, Wenxi knocked and entered, holding a thick envelope. Your Highness, this contains information about the people the Crown Princess has been in contact with over the past month and the basic situation of the Guiwa sect. Dihan calmly accepted it and asked, What happened to your hand? Wenxi explained that he was injured by the vicious dogs of the Guiwa sect. Dihan did not ask any further questions, but calmly flipped through the documents. Wenxi reminded her, The Crown Princess is different from the rumors. She is genuinely good to you. Dihan withdrew his gaze. Better safe than sorry. Wenxi added, Eunuch Fu informed the emperor that you had privately treated your injuries, which angered him. You will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane. The emperor sneered. We'll deal with him after he's healed. Then he went to the small kitchen and ordered Wensi. See how hard she's been working. Cook her a meal. Asajiri sat reading to the side, and in her search for the secrets of cultivation, she asked Ruri to borrow books from Nanfuin's study. Soon after, Liuli returned carrying a large bag, with the 13th prince following behind. Sister-in-law, I have specially brought some rare books. Asajiri opened the book, only to find it filled with strange contents. Drinking with 3,000 beauties in the red chamber, the cold-faced assassin's forced love, lonely red walls high, bed long and wide. She was speechless, and Liuli was also embarrassed. The 13th prince eagerly sought praise. How is it? Do you like it? Asajiri changed the subject. What is the 9th prince doing now? Liuli replied. Your Highness has taken over the small kitchen. Curious, Chaowu went over and saw Wensi, dressed in black, helping Nanfuin cook in the kitchen. His expression was serious, and his movements were efficient. The 13th prince exclaimed in surprise. So 9th brother's leg really is healed. I thought it was fake. Asagami remained silent, knowing that the news had been leaked. The 13th prince turned to warn. Sister-in-law, if he dares to chop vegetables today, he might dare to lay a hand on you tomorrow. You have to be careful. Asajai looked at Dihan and Wensi in the kitchen and nodded silently. Chaowu remained silent. Before the 13th prince could finish speaking, he realized he had spoken ill of Nanfuin, and his face turned pale. Your Majesty, sister-in-law, I'm hungry. I want to eat noodles. Coincidentally, Wensi brought over a bowl of noodles. Wensi said, Your Highness, today is your birthday. This bowl of longevity noodles was specially prepared for you by His Highness. Asajiri exclaimed in realization. So this is a bowl of longevity noodles. Wensi was pleased. Yes, this is His Highness's intention. Asajiri murmured softly. No wonder. Why is my face like a belt? Dihan remained silent, and Chaowu did not move, but he was already on guard. Wah! My daughter doesn't want to live anymore. A sharp cry echoed through the yard, and a couple anxiously opened the door. Chao Yun threw herself into her parents' arms. The whole capital is laughing at me. Father, I've made a fool of myself. Chao Jinghe felt sorry for you. If anyone dares to laugh at you, I'll stand up for you. Lin Xiaoshui comforted her. Yuner, don't be afraid. Your father and mother will find out the real culprit. With tears in her eyes, Chao Yun asked, Really? Her parents nodded repeatedly. She still suspected that Chaowu was retaliating against her for cutting off her own flesh to heal her when she was sick. Lin Xiaoshui reminded her that her sister was timid and wouldn't do such a thing, but Chao Yun's intuition convinced her. After regaining her spiritual root, Asajiri cultivated for several days, but her body was weak and her face was covered in bruises. The 13th prince was shocked upon seeing this. Is 9th brother such a beast? Asajiri said calmly. I fell down by myself. The 13th prince sighed. What a wonderful sister-in-law. Your 9th brother didn't appreciate her and even hit you. Asajiri asked, What brings you here? The 13th prince replied, My 9th brother's old injury flared up and he fainted. The empress said you should take him back. Where is he? In the dungeon. Asajiri rushed to the dungeon and found Dihan half dead, his legs covered in blood. Asajiri glanced at him. As a typical example of a failed prince, you are truly successful. The emperor glared coldly at the jailer. He had once been able to destroy a nation with a wave of his hand, and now, though fallen from grace, he would not allow himself to be bullied. He rebelled during his punishment, but ultimately failed and was imprisoned in the dungeon where his legs were broken. Asajiri sneered. Awesome, you've survived another day. With her crippled husband, honest guard, and mute maid, standing in front of the collapsed mansion in the middle of the night, Chaowu coldly looked at Dihan. Do you like it? Your masterpiece. Wensi comforted him. Your Highness, don't worry, I won't leave. I'll stay by your side. I'll go and get some things to send over tomorrow. Liuli stared silently at the dilapidated walls and leaky roof. The group, carrying lanterns, found a few rooms that were barely adequate for sleeping and spent the night there. The next morning, Wensi went out to buy things, while Liuli stayed in the courtyard to weed. Chaowu was treating Nanfuin's wounds. His leg had just recovered a little, but he had been punished for showing off. Chaowu withdrew the needles and said coldly, From now on, you are not allowed to test me without my permission. Whether you can stand up or not is up to me to decide. Dihan replied calmly, This leg can't stand up. That's the truth. Recovery is almost impossible here unless he returns to the Tianyuan continent. Whether he can stand up or not makes little difference to him. He can make up for it by changing his body when he's strong enough in the future. While Asajiri was bandaging his wounds, she secretly added expired medicine to the dressing. Dihan noticed and questioned her. Asajiri responded calmly. It's nothing, it's medicine prescribed by a doctor I met before. It's very effective for your injuries. Dihan withdrew his gaze and silently assessed the effects of the medicine, discovering that although the medicine was of low grade, it could still slightly restore spiritual power. Just then, the sound of arguing came from outside, the voices of Lioli and a woman. Lioli said urgently, "Second miss, the princess and the prince are resting, and it is inconvenient for them to receive guests." The woman said in a clear voice, "Sister, you just moved in, so you probably didn't prepare anything. I came here specifically to bring you some things." The door was flung open, sending up a cloud of dust. A pretty young woman walked in, her eyes lighting up. "Sister, you're really up? Why didn't you come out to see me?" She is Chao Yun, who has been at odds with the original owner since childhood and has occupied the original owner's identity for many years. Asajiri said coldly, "Who gave you permission to enter my room without knocking?" Chao Yun said nonchalantly, "I missed you so much, sister. I heard that the 9th prince was made a prince, so I came here to congratulate him. I didn't expect the house to be so old, and the door fell off with just a light touch. I hope you won't be angry, sister." She continued, "Although the house is old, it is worthy of you, sister. Knowing that you have no clothes, I had someone bring some clean clothes for the maids and servants to help you in your time of need." Asajiri looked at her coldly and said directly, "Get lost." Pointing to the doorway on the ground, "Damaging an imperial gift, will you lose your head or have your eyes gouged out?" Chao Yun instinctively defended herself. It was bad to begin with. Asajiri ignored her. "These things are registered. How things were before is not up to you to decide. Instead of kicking someone when they're down, why don't you go and talk to the emperor?" Asajiri's attitude was clear. Either pay compensation or report it to the authorities. Chao Yun's eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Chao Wu, are you out of your mind?" Asajiri said seriously, 1,000 taels, or I'll go see the emperor." "Why don't you just rob it?" Chao Yun shrieked. If she had known that the price for showing off would be giving Chao Wu 1,000 taels of silver, she would never have touched that broken door. Asajiri declared righteously, "We are not people without principles." She knew that in this world, without magic crystals, money was the best resource. To cultivate, one needed money. Nan Fuyin had courted disaster, losing their only advantage, their social standing, and now their livelihood depended on money to access better resources. Today, Chao Yun walked right into the trap. Just a few days ago, she cut off her own flesh to heal her relative, nearly causing the original owner's death, and now she dares to boast about it. Chao Wu stepped forward and grabbed Chao Yun's hair, pulling her down. Caught off guard, Chao Yun's head was pulled back, and her waist bent slightly. "Fool, I haven't even settled the score with you about cutting flesh to heal a relative. How dare you come here bragging?" Dihan glanced at it, and coldly uttered 3 words, 10,000 taels. Chao Yun slipped and fell flat on her face in front of everyone. 10,000 taels? That broken door is worth 10,000 taels? Dihan said indifferently. "Do you have any objections to what I have to say?" This was the first time Chao Yun had seen the legendary 9th prince. He was thin but handsome, even more so than the 5th prince. Chao Yun was momentarily stunned, but then she came to her senses and thought with disdain, "What's the use of being good-looking? He's still a useless prince with crippled legs. He'll never be able to stand up again in this lifetime." She raised her hand to protect her hair, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness, I have not seen my sister for a long time, and I miss her terribly. I accidentally damaged the door of the new residence. It was not intentional." Chao Wu and Dian each had their own plans. Chao Wu intended to use the 10,000 taels to purchase cultivation resources, while Dian considered how to use his first pot of gold to expand his power and eventually seize the throne. Chao Wu didn't let go, and Chao Yun felt like her scalp was being ripped off. She looked up at Dihan and asked, "Your Highness?" The emperor coldly said, "Money or your life, the choice is yours." The demon lord's oppressive aura sent chills down Chao Yun's spine. Her legs went weak, and she dared not utter a sound. In the end, Chao Yun ran back to the general's mansion in tears, embellishing the story. Her parents were so angry that their eyes turned red. "That rebellious daughter Chao Wu, how dare she treat you like this?" Chao Yun wiped away her tears. "Father, it's not my sister's fault. It's just that I accidentally broke the door. My intention was to deliver new clothes." Lin Xiaoshui was furious. Who doesn't know that dilapidated house? Even a beggar wouldn't want to live there. This couple only cares about putting on a show. They're deliberately trying to extort you. Chao Jinghe was silent for a moment. The loss of power of the crippled prince is a foregone conclusion, but the emperor still has him to use. He is still a prince, and this 10,000 taels will be sent over later. Yinner should not go to their residence in the future to avoid being implicated. Chao Yin said softly, "Thank you, father." Chao Jinghe affectionately patted her head. "You are your father's daughter, and your father loves you dearly." Lin Xiaoshui watched Chao Yun's retreating figure and sighed. "Why can't Yinner be our own daughter? It has to be Chao Wu. I really dislike her personality, especially after she married the crippled king." Chao Jinghe felt regretful that Chao Yun was not his biological daughter, but as a man and an official in the court, he valued long-term interests more. He couldn't understand why the emperor would bestow the title of king upon the disabled prince at this moment, but he was certain that the disabled prince was a pawn to be discarded and would surely die. After pondering for a moment, Chao Jinghe said, "Xiaoshui, go and summon the clan elders. First, secretly remove Chao Wu from the clan genealogy." Lin Xiaoshui was shocked. Except, no matter what, she is still our biological daughter. Chao Jinghe calmly said, "She has already married the disabled king, and we have raised her for more than 10 years. If she cannot bring glory, she may even bring disaster, which must not be allowed." He added, "It's a secret for now, so that if their fate affects us, we'll have a way out." Lin Xiaoshui remained silent and complied. Chao Wu was completely unaware of this, and even felt that it was better to have fewer entanglements. 10,000 taels of silver were quickly delivered to the prince's residence. When Si, along with craftsmen and servants, carried the mansion full of daily necessities, but it was still not enough to fill the spacious residence. At this moment, Asajiri was lying on a withered tree in the courtyard, basking in the sun, slowly absorbing spiritual energy into her palms. Seeing this, When Si stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I have bought some things and also brought some servants and maids from the slave market. Would you like to choose someone to serve you?" Asajiri didn't even open her eyes. "Let's pack first. I'll choose when I have time." A servant from the general's mansion carried in 10,000 taels of silver. The old steward looked disdainfully at the overgrown courtyard and said, "Your Highness, 10,000 taels of silver has been delivered." Intrigued, Asajiri climbed down from the tree and said, "Leave your things here, you can go." When Si asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what is this silver?" Asajiri said calmly, "It fell from the sky." After saying that, she lifted the huge box with her bare hands and carried it into the room. Everyone stared in disbelief as the giant box moved through the air, revealing Asajiri's slender legs beneath it. The old carpenter exclaimed, "Sir, is this incredibly strong little girl the princess?" When Si was stunned, "No, she is as beautiful as an angel and delicate." He quickly ordered the renovation of the prince's mansion and then ran to report to Emperor Han. "Your Highness, the princess consort is indeed problematic. She is stronger than the strong men at the execution ground." The emperor asked coldly, "You mean she took all the silver?" When Si was stunned, wasn't the key point that she could easily lift things weighing several hundred kilograms? The emperor coldly ordered, "Bring her here to me." When Si was horrified and hurried to find Chao Wu. Chao Wu appeared quickly, still clinging to a sliver of hope that something was wrong with his leg. But Dihan's first words were, "You took all the money?" Asajiri replied calmly, "Yes." Dihan said briefly, "Give it back to me." Asajiri asked, puzzled, "You're bedridden. What do you need money for?" The emperor said coldly, "The money is mine, and I decide how to spend it." Asajiri glared at him and sneered, "Dream on." According to the usual practice of married couples, the man is in charge of external affairs, and the woman is in charge of internal affairs. "I'm in charge of this money. You should focus on recovering from your injuries." With that, she turned and left without looking back. Dihan narrowed his eyes, waved his hand aggressively, and dust flew up in the room, leaving it silent. The demon lord on the bed said coldly, "Get out." When Si secretly realized that the princess consort did not match the investigation results, and the prince was also quite different. Dihan stared at the morning mist in his palm, which had no spiritual energy fluctuations, and was wary. She definitely has a problem. Before he began cultivating, the appearance of a cultivator was extremely disadvantageous. He either had to kill her or use her, otherwise, if she wanted to kill him, he would have no ability to resist. After receiving the 10,000 taels of silver, Asajiri left through the back door, and saw what the world looked like for the first time. Unlike the Tianyuan continent, there are no magical beasts or spiritual power levels here. The strong rely on power, not cultivation. The mundane things on the street held no appeal for her. Her goal was clear: to buy people with innate spiritual bodies. She took out one tael of silver, walked into the tea house, and seeing the owner's shrewd eyes, she stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, where do I go if I want to buy someone?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "Buy people? The slave market. They have all kinds of people there, and the prices are cheap. You can use them however you like." Asajiri pondered. Where are the people with spiritual energy? The boss was taken aback and glanced at her. People with spiritual energy? You can't find them in the slave market. You have to go to Yifeng Pavilion. The people there all have spiritual energy. Chao nodded and asked for directions. How do I get to Yifeng Pavilion? Turn left, cross the largest lake in the city, and the tall building on the other side, is it? Yifeng Pavilion was indeed well chosen, with willows swaying along the lake shore and tall buildings standing on the water. Downstairs, almost all the women covered their faces, while the men did not. Asajiri put on a thin veil and entered, whereupon a busty woman greeted her. Are you alone, young lady? Is this your first time here? Asajiri replied indifferently. Yes, alone. The woman looked her up and down and laughed. What kind of girl are you looking for? Someone pitiful? Or someone domineering? Asajiri frowned. I need several with spiritual energy, the more the better. The woman's eyes widened, but Chao Wu said calmly, Money is not a problem. Go and find it for me. The woman immediately arranged for a maid to serve her while she went to do her errands. Just then, a pair of shoes were thrown onto Chao Wu's table. She looked up and saw a boy on the second floor tugging at the sleeve of the man in black, crying, Master, didn't you say you were going to take me home? The man in black, impatient and angry, demanded of the boy, What did you say to my woman? Now she's threatening to divorce me. Asajiri's gaze was indifferent, but she secretly felt that the people here were strange. Many men sat together laughing and talking, and even more men were leaning on women, creating an eerie atmosphere. The woman who had just returned smiled and handed the door plate to Chao Wu. Miss, the people you requested are ready, 4 in total. Please go in and take a look. Asajiri took the door plate. For aren't enough, find a few more. She needed at least 10 people to attract enough spiritual energy. The woman smiled and agreed, and Asajiri followed her upstairs. The door to the third private room on the 4th floor was opened after the door plate was handed to the doorman. As the morning mist entered, several men, their bodies veiled in thin gauze, appeared, their expressions resembling maggots. Asajiri, Emperor Fuyao also fell silent. This shouldn't be a spirit, right? Asajiri looked at these people and knew in her heart that this was far from enough. Sister, several men greeted Chao Wu with flirtatious glances and soft voices. Asajiri slammed the door shut and went to find the woman with a fierce aura. Finding her, she grabbed her and yelled, I told you to find someone with spiritual power, and what did you find for me? Duck. The woman was startled. This is the person we found according to your requirements. He's intelligent, refined, and a bit quirky. Don't you like him? Asajiri remained silent and shook her head. The spiritual energy I'm talking about is internal. Never mind. She turned to leave, realizing she had mistakenly entered a brothel. Because they are born with few spiritual entities, ordinary people cannot perceive spiritual energy, and their understanding of it is entirely different. The woman suddenly realized and quickly chased after her. Young lady, don't go. We also have men with inner spirituality. They're just unruly and haven't been brought out to serve customers yet. If you'd like, I can let you see them. Chao Wu stopped, sensing a faint flow of spiritual energy. There really was a naturally born spiritual being here. The woman led her to the basement. In the dark and damp dungeon were more than 20 young men, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, but all handsome. Their eyes held hatred and fear, but none of the obsequiousness of the men upstairs. Asajiri's brow relaxed. She saw 3 naturally born spirits, their shallow spiritual energy swirling around them, yet they didn't absorb it. Of the 3, 2 were around 21 or 22, and the other was 17 or 18, still showing signs of youthful immaturity. The woman laughed and said, Young lady, you have excellent taste. This young man is a handsome fellow brought back from the Western Zhou Kingdom. He is unruly and would definitely be a top courtesan otherwise. Asajiri walked up to the boy and reached out to touch him, but without actually touching him, her spiritual energy was absorbed through her fingertips. This was the first time she had replenished herself with genuine spiritual energy, and she felt instantly refreshed. The The boy frowned. Get lost, stay away from me. Asajiri raised an eyebrow, completely absorbing all the spiritual energy around him, and withdrew her hand with a hint of reluctance. Young man, you have quite a temper. She pointed to two other people in the corner. I want these three, I don't want the others. The woman hesitated. Besides the younger one, the other two are older and not very good. I suggest we change them. Asajiri glanced at the man in red and the man in blue. No need, these three are fine. The man in red was wild and wicked, while the man in blue was as calm as still water, remaining unmoved even when the woman spoke. The woman beamed with joy, helped the three men up, and pushed them away, saying, From now on, you belong to the girl. Serve her well. Chapter 17 Sang Jili. The man in red, his hands bound, followed leisurely behind the woman. He glanced at Asajiri and said, One person isn't enough? She wants three. This girl has quite the appetite. The woman tied the three men together with a sturdy rope and made them stand in a line. She smiled and explained to Asajiri, This man has a bit of a temper and a sharp tongue, but don't mind him. Asajiri remained expressionless and silent. She knew what these people were talking about, but had no intention of explaining. The benefits of being born with a spiritual body were obvious. Spiritual energy flowed continuously towards her, and even a tiny bit was enough to satisfy her. The boy's face was pale, his eyes filled with repulsion. Shameless woman, stay away from me. Despite his young age, he showed barely concealed anger, clearly having suffered greatly since being sold here. Asajiri glanced at him, silently deciding not to stoop to his level. She asked, What's your name? The boy ignored her and simply tossed his chin in protest. Asajiri turned to the man in red. And you? You think you're worthy of knowing my name? The man's imposing manner remained undiminished, even as a prisoner. Finally, she looked at the man in blue. His eyes were covered by a white silk veil, and he walked with a restrained and aloof air. Asajiri asked, And you? What's your name? The man in blue was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Sang Jili. Asajiri nodded, without introducing herself. Her face was veiled. Her identity could not be revealed. Back on the upper floor, the woman led the three away and then discussed the price. The three were quite attractive, and the fee was exorbitant, 7,000 taels of silver in one go. Asajiri didn't care, and simply took out silver from her spatial storage and handed it to them. Before leaving, the woman handed Asajiri 2 bottles. The large bottle contains a bone-softening powder, which you should take daily before taming to prevent escape. The small bottle contains the antidote. I've implanted a goo worm in my body, and this antidote is for you. Asajiri glanced at it, and casually accepted it. It turned out that the little worms inside their bodies were actually goo worms, used to trap them and bind them for life. After leaving Yifeng Pavilion, Chaowu felt it was too undignified to lead them by the hand, so she rented a carriage to take them back to the prince's mansion. The closer they got to the mansion, the better Chaowu's mood became. Spiritual energy had begun to condense, and with power by her side, her future seemed bright. The carriage stopped near the prince's mansion, and Chaowu led the three of them out and back to the mansion. The man in red looked up at the plaque above the gate and sneered. So you have some connections too. You're quite the playboy in private. I wonder if the crippled prince knows. Asajiri glanced at him. The crippled king was crippled. Who cared whether he knew or not? Although Sang Jili couldn't see, he could hear her voice and asked softly, Have we arrived? Asajiri nodded and led them into the mansion by the rope. You will live here from now on. We will arrange your accommodations later. Sang Jili responded calmly, while the boy's entire being was filled with resistance, as if Chaowu was about to do something to him at any moment. The prince's mansion was bustling with activity. Craftsmen were repairing the house, and Wenxi was taking care of Dihan. Chaowu held a rope in her hand, and 3 stunningly beautiful men with completely different styles lined up neatly, creating a bizarre and shocking scene. Chapter 18 Donation of Medicine. Wenxi was so surprised that her mouth could practically fit an egg. She ran over and asked, Your Highness, who are they? Asajiri calmly tossed the rope to the boy. I bought it. Wenxi's eyes widened. Servant? Master? Friend? It can't be a male concubine, can it? A few crows flew overhead, indicating their silence. Just treat them as mascots. Go arrange rooms and servants to attend to them. No need to assign them any chores. With that, he turned to cultivate, refining the spiritual energy he had just absorbed. Wenxi watched her retreating figure, cursing inwardly. She's provided with good food and drink, and doesn't have to do any work. What is this if not being kept as a mistress? He casually found a courtyard, settled the 3 of them in, and then ran to Dihan's courtyard to complain as if facing a formidable enemy. Dihan remained calm, and Nan Fuyin didn't even lift his eyelids. You mean, she used that money to buy 3 male concubines? When C stammered, the 3 men we bought, the princess said they weren't male concubines, but mascots. Dihan was furious, but as spiritual energy surged into his body, he immediately closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. With the spiritual energy entering his body, the pain in his legs was relieved somewhat. Let her do whatever she wants, get out. When C was stunned, not understanding what was going on with this couple. Within 2 days, the prince's mansion was completely transformed, with pavilions, terraces, flower corridors, and waterside pavilions displaying their splendor. When C contributed both money and effort, and Xiao Wu was impressed by his loyalty. She plucked a spiritual herb from her spatial storage and handed it to Wen Si. This is for you. Wen Si took it with a puzzled look. What is this? The morning mist didn't reveal that this spiritual herb could slowly heal his old ailment. He didn't understand the wonders of this herb and simply planted it casually in his yard. Only later did he realize it was a spiritual herb, and he was filled with remorse. After days of rain, the sky cleared today, and Xiao Wu took the opportunity to check on the condition of the 3 naturally born spirit beings. She arranged for them to stay in the most remote courtyard of the palace, a world away from her and Dine's courtyard. The 3 sat on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the pavilion, playing chess. The young boy's smile vanished the moment he saw Xiao Wu, and he couldn't put down his chess pieces for a long time. The man in red also noticed something was wrong, and Sang Zhili quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Ignoring the other 2, Asajiri walked to the young boy's side and asked, "How are you doing here?" Her voice was cool, and her tone casual, yet it made the young man feel nervous. Sang Zhili paused for a moment, then replied softly, "Very good. The people here are all very kind to me. This is the best time I've ever had in the south." Asajiri smiled faintly, leaned back, and closed her eyes to rest. Her hand, exposed to the sun, slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of the 3 of them. Sang Zhili couldn't see her actions, but he wasn't blind. He secretly understood that if she had no ulterior motives, she would never have spent so much money to buy them. Chapter 19. Cold and Ruthless. The other 2 looked at each other, neither believing Asajiri's words. Xiao Wu spent the entire afternoon basking in the sun in the courtyard, absorbing enough spiritual energy before returning to her bedchamber. Her body was still full of impurities, she couldn't rush things. As she left, she overheard several maids whispering in a corner. The prince is so pitiful, the princess treats him like this. Half a month passed, and Xiao Wu noticed that the spiritual energy attracted by Sang Zhili and the other 2 was decreasing, sometimes to the point that she couldn't even touch it. After confirming they weren't cultivating, she worried that their spiritual energy loss might be due to insufficient food intake, so she instructed Liuli to prepare a sumptuous feast and personally supervise their eating. Sang Zhili and the other 2 ate until their faces turned pale, even feeling like they might choke to death, but Xiao Wu said seriously, "Another bowl. Every dish is highly nourishing. It'll be good for your health." Inside the room, Dihan slowly opened his eyes, a surge of powerful spiritual energy swirling in his hands, like lightning poised to strike. His strength had recovered as expected, and he withdrew his gaze. Over the past half-month, Xiao Wu had treated his legs several times, with limited success. The tendons and flesh of his leg had been repaired, with only traces of blood remaining on the surface. In the side courtyard, as Xiao Wu was feeding the 3, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in a corner of the mansion, scaling the wall and crashing heavily to the ground. Dihan appeared in the courtyard in the blink of an eye, looking down at the figure on the ground with cold indifference. He crouched down, snatched a secret letter from the bloodied hand, and brazenly opened it. The contents concerned the Guiwe sect, but contained no crucial secrets. He read it calmly and prepared to leave. Asajiri rushed over, frowning, and said, "He's going to die." Dihan's gaze remained calm. "I can see that." Lying on the ground was Wen Si, loyal and utterly wounded, on the verge of death. Xiao Wu was shocked by his indifference. Dihan remained silent. Life and death were of little concern to him. Those around him were discerning enough to ensure he wouldn't witness death, and there was no need to dispose of his body afterward. Asajiri cursed inwardly, realizing this man was even more cold-blooded and ruthless than she was. Wen Si was dying, and he didn't even blink. She busied herself tending to his leg, and he didn't even say thank you. If this was his nature, then feelings and loyalty were meaningless to him. Emperor Fuyao probed her thoughts and said, "Perhaps he has never experienced love." We can teach him. Asajiri ordered. You. Carry him back and find a doctor to treat his illness. Dihan stared at her coldly. Are you ordering me around? Asajiri asked, puzzled. Is there a third person? Dihan suggested. You save yourself. She took a deep breath. If she could do it herself, she would have done it already. But when C was Nan Fuin's man, and she had no right to interfere, she could only force him. She said sternly. First, I healed your leg. Second, I healed your leg. Third, I healed your leg. So hurry up and go save the person. Dihan remained silent, his coldness enveloping him. Chao Wu understood that the only way to force this ruthless person to obey was through authority and reason. Chapter 20 Regret. Dihan scoffed at Chao Wu's threat and was about to turn and leave, but his gaze fell upon the spiritual energy surrounding her, and he paused slightly. Seeing that he did not refute her, Chao Wu left and sent Lu Li to fetch a doctor. After leaving, Dihan stared at Wenxi on the ground for 2 seconds, then waved his hand and took Wenxi away. Once he was certain that Nan Fuin had brought Wenxi back, Chao Wu returned to her palace to cultivate, paying little attention to him. During her cultivation, she discovered that she could barely absorb spiritual energy, which puzzled her. As the night deepened, she stared out the window and softly asked, Fuyao, do you know why I kept Wenxi here? Fuyao remained silent. Asagami chuckled. Seeing Wenxi's disheveled state just now reminded me of the first time I met you. Both of you were on the verge of death. Both of you devoted your lives to your master, and both of you were treated with indifference. Empress Fuyao remained silent, then continued. You were sealed in the magic lamp for tens of thousands of years. When I released you, you still died a miserable death. Your master clearly had the ability to save you, but chose to give up. Emperor Fuyao remained silent for a long time before saying in a low voice, I am different from him, and my master is different from Nan Fuin. Asajiri didn't ask any questions. The two were just friends who helped each other. She saved him, and he temporarily remained within her soul power. However, nightmares followed one after another. She dreamt that the little green dragon was tortured by Lu Yaoji, reduced to a skeleton, and then served as food to the 7-colored divine phoenix. The 7-colored divine phoenix, fearful yet tempted, happily devoured the dragon, while Lu Yaoji wore a victorious smile. Chao Wu awoke with a start, her face icy. Emperor Fuyao spoke. She won't kill Qinglong. She nodded, understanding that Lu Yaoji was greedy and belligerent, and would definitely try every means to contract the Azure Dragon, or use it as bait to lure out other ancient divine beasts. Taking a deep breath, she decided to take good care of Sang Zhili and the others, allowing them to absorb more spiritual energy to aid her cultivation. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes, and she immediately sat up. What are you doing here? Dihan said calmly. Let's see if you're fast asleep. Asajiri looked puzzled. He got up and walked slowly, his leg injury healing too quickly. You've slept for 3 days. Your maid is making a big fuss. You'd better find someone quieter. Asajiri noticed his leg and was shocked. The expired medicine had restored his disability so quickly, as if it were a joke. She withdrew her gaze, sat down quietly, and thought to herself. Cultivation and spiritual energy are the most important things. Everything else can wait. Chapter 21 introduces. Asajiri withdrew her gaze, puzzled but refraining from asking. She was surprised to find she had slept for 3 days. After a quick wash, she planned to go to Sang Zhili's courtyard to absorb spiritual energy, only to find Wenxi wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Your Highness, thank you for saving me. Wenxi said gratefully. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. You're so badly injured. Why aren't you resting? This intervention indeed changed his fate. Wenxi explained, the serious injuries have almost healed, thanks to your Highness's medicine. The rest are just superficial wounds. Chao Wu examined the wound closely and detected a spiritual aura. She asked softly, did Nan Fuin heal you? Wenxi shook his head. I only woke up yesterday. It was your Highness who found the doctor. Asajiri secretly thought, Nan Fuin's medicine is problematic. Perhaps there's a pharmacist here as well. Thinking of the magic crystals inside the magical beasts of the Wuzheng dynasty, she secretly resolved to make a trip there someday. After instructing Wenxi to rest, she went to find Sang Zhili. The boy and the man in red were wary of her, often hiding inside and never seen, but Sang Zhili always greeted them with a smile. At this moment, he had already brewed tea, and Chao Wu sat down, saying calmly, My name is Chao Wu. You can call me by my name. Sang Zhili lowered his eyes. That's against the rules. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. You're neither a male concubine nor a servant. You're just staying for a while. What do rules matter? Sang Zhili remained silent. While Zhao Wu was cultivating and drinking tea, he suddenly sensed an anomaly in the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that had been hovering around Sang Zhili vanished instantly. She grasped Sang Zhili's hand, checking his pulse. His mind was blank. His potential remained untapped. Where had his spiritual energy gone? Asajiri ran to the boy's room, only to find the same thing. All spiritual energy was gone, as if sucked away by a bottomless pit. Her face was grim. Without explaining to Sang Zhili, she ordered Ruri to go and buy a rabbit. Liuli asked anxiously, "Your Highness, what's wrong with this rabbit?" Asajiri said expressionlessly, "Alive." Liuli ran all over the streets and picked out a docile live rabbit. It was a rare breed and looked as cute as a kitten. Xiao Wu brought the rabbit back to the house, used a potion she had made in her space to adjust its physique, and infused it with spiritual power, making it look like a small magical beast. Spiritual energy doesn't disappear without a reason, indicating that someone has absorbed it. With her current cultivation level, she's only at the initial stage of Crimson Spirit, unable to detect the other party's location, but that person's spiritual power far surpasses hers. Directly setting a trap would neither catch the person nor arouse their suspicion. Asajiri decided to use the little magical rabbit to lure the person. In a world where spiritual energy is scarce, magical beasts are a resource that cultivators fight over, and no one can resist the temptation. Even a little rabbit is enough to draw out a potential cultivator. She secretly observed and adjusted the rabbit's spiritual power and aura to ensure it looked attractive enough. Then she released the rabbit into the yard and waited for the results. At this moment, Asajiri's eyes were calm and sharp, as if she had seen through the existence of potential enemies. The disappearance of spiritual energy was not accidental, but rather that another expert was lurking in the shadows. She murmured to herself, "The spiritual energy is dissipating here. The true hunter has appeared." The tiny magical rabbit was her probe, and also a key means for her to lure out the enemy. Now, she only needed to wait patiently and observe the reaction to find the powerful figure hidden in the shadows. Chapter 22 Trap. The levels of spiritual power are, in descending order, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red spiritual power represents the early stages of cultivation, while purple spiritual power is the strongest. However, for Xiao Wu and Fuin's past lives, purple spiritual power is still far from sufficient to rival true, gifted individuals. The higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult the advancement. Dihan calmed the surging yellow spiritual light in his palm, his face expressionless. This body was merely that of an ordinary person born with a spiritual physique, full of impurities, resulting in slow cultivation. He needed to reach at least the purple spirit level to withstand marrow cleansing and begin cultivating demonic spirit again. The demonic realm's spiritual energy was heavy with killing intent, and he still needed to readjust. During this period, he suddenly gained spiritual power, and through cultivation, he has advanced from the crimson spirit to the mid-level yellow spirit at an incredible speed. However, Dihan is still not satisfied. He wants to become a purple spirit as soon as possible and complete the marrow cleansing. When Si, leaning on his cane, knocked on the door and entered. "Your Highness, the people from the Wujiang dynasty will arrive in the capital within 2 days. His Majesty has ordered you to enter the palace." The tribute ceremony was a way for the Wujiang kingdom to intimidate the 4 surrounding states. They would collect their own tribute, which the emperor took very seriously. The impending arrival of the giant horned beast filled the emperor with even greater fear. Dihan smiled slightly. This was a perfect opportunity. Although it was only a low-level magical beast, it was just right for his current strength, and advancing to green spirit wouldn't be a problem. He prepared to enter the palace. When Si hesitated, "Your Highness, your leg has not fully healed, so why don't you go in a wheelchair?" The emperor glanced at them coldly. No need. In the past, he was powerless to resist. Now, though not yet powerful, his life and death are in his own hands, so there's no need for him to hide his strength. When Si said no more. Upon entering the palace, Dihan moved about freely, shocking everyone and sparking much discussion. The title of crippled king, though ironic, could not erase the fact that he had risen from the dead. Inside the council hall, the emperor was solemn. The handsome 5th prince sat in the lower left corner, while the others stood. The emperor's gaze fell on Dihan's leg injury, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes, but he quickly looked away and focused on the 5th prince. "The envoy from Wujiang is arriving soon. How are the tribute preparations going?" The fifth prince reported. The other three kingdoms offered generous tributes, but the giant horned beast still retaliated against Tianlu Kingdom, devouring a prince alive. The following day, demonic insects invaded, destroying crops overnight. Therefore, this year's tribute is even more valuable. In addition to doubling the quantity, we have prepared 20 stunning beauties to cater to their tastes. We have also prepared 50 bolts of ice lotus cloud brocade. The raw materials are scarce, and it will take half a month to complete. The envoys will need to stay in the capital city. The emperor was satisfied. Ice buds and cloud brocades are scarce, but we must appease them. It doesn't matter if it takes manpower. The fifth prince smiled and looked at Emperor Han. The ninth prince has recovered from his injuries, so why don't you take charge of supervising this tribute mission? The emperor turned to Han. You have no experience with tribute missions. Can you handle this well? Han smiled faintly. No. The entire hall fell silent. No one had expected such an answer. The emperor's face darkened. Are you preparing to defy the imperial decree? Ninth prince, who gave you the audacity? Han glanced at the fifth prince, knowing it was a trap, but he was no longer the Nan Fuyin of the past. Although his body was the same as before, his soul came from another world, powerful and calm. He calmly said, I have never been in contact with Bingtin Yunjin and am not familiar with its supervision. I would like to volunteer to receive the envoy from Wujiang when he comes to the court. Chapter 23 Mysterious Force. The fifth prince smiled faintly, seemingly mocking Han. Ninth brother, it's not that your elder brother is preventing you from doing this. Receiving envoys is no easy task. The people of the Wujiang dynasty are cunning and scheming. You have no experience, so naturally you don't understand. I'll handle this. The princes beside him nodded in agreement. Although they did not want the fifth prince to steal the limelight, the tribute was of great importance, and if Wujiang was dissatisfied, the entire country could suffer. Han glanced at the fifth prince and asked coldly, I heard that the Wujiang dynasty will bring a giant horned beast into the city. If they cause trouble, can you handle it? The seventh prince immediately answered for the fifth prince. Ninth brother, you don't need to worry. Just do your job. This year, Father specially asked you to participate in the tribute ceremony to broaden your horizons. Just do as he says, and don't be picky. The fifth prince smiled without speaking, while others whispered among themselves. It was already a favor to allow Nan Fuyin to participate, so how could he dare to claim credit? Han smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, and he no longer insisted. Then we'll wait and see. Ultimately, Han was assigned to oversee the production of the ice lotus cloud brocade. The raw materials for ice lotus cloud brocade were rare. Extracting the silk from the ice lotus insects was nearly impossible by hand, and the finished product possessed the ability to withstand water and fire. The fifth prince, wanting to win over the Wujiang dynasty, was unable to weave a large quantity of brocade, so he shifted the responsibility to Han, placing both the credit and the risks on him. After everyone had left, the emperor kept Han alone and asked coldly, You do indeed have an extraordinary person by your side. Was it left behind by your mother? Han was unaware of this, only knowing that his current mother was not his biological mother, and that the original owner's birth mother was consort Long. His expression remained unchanged. What makes you say that? The emperor retorted, Do you blame me? Your legs were almost crippled. Fortunately, your mother left behind people to take care of you, otherwise it would have been a terrible mistake. Han realized that the emperor was not truly remorseful and speculated that it was related to the original owner's birth mother. His target remained the magical beast brought by the Wujiang envoy. What others feared, he feared not. Nan Fuyin entered the palace, while Chao Wu at home disguised a rabbit and placed it in the courtyard to wait for it to fall into her trap. Liuli ran over to inform her. Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside. Asajiri waved. Busy. Liuli hesitated. Your younger brother is outside. He said he needs to talk to you. After thinking it over, Asajiri instructed. Tell him I'm busy and have something to take care of first. I'll go see him when I'm free. After Ruri left, Asajiri hid in a secluded spot as darkness fell. Having swatted the 88th mosquito, she calmly planned to recover her strength and then refine medicine. Her goal was clear. He stayed in the emperor's palace until late at night before leaving, with countless eyes watching him from the shadows. He recalled how the emperor had initially been gentle and probing, circling around his mother, but when he received no answer, his expression changed instantly, and he sneered. Nan Fuyin's mother is of extraordinary status. The emperor feared the Wujiang dynasty and was unable to retaliate. Dihan speculated that the original owner's birth mother might have been from the Wuzhong dynasty, possessing a mysterious power that disappeared after her death. The emperor had hoped to obtain this power so that the southern kingdom could also tame beasts and possess spiritual cultivation abilities, but to no avail. The emperor suspected that the power was in Nan Fuin's hands and hinted at it many times. He even used the fourth prince and his wife to frame Nan Fuin and cripple his legs, trying to force the power out of him. But Nan Fuin still stood up. Half a month later, his legs were crippled again, but he was able to stand up again. This shows that the mysterious power was indeed in his hands. During this tribute mission, the fifth prince, eager to claim credit, assigned the task of commemorating Bing Tan and Yun Jin to Dihan, attempting to shift blame for the failure. However, Dihan knew in his heart that the opportunity was still in his own hands. Nan Fuin and Chao Wu were each secretly plotting, quietly accumulating power, awaiting the future changes. Chapter 24 proposes cooperation. Today, Dihan was kept in the palace to handle a crucial matter. Unexpectedly, his temperament changed drastically. Facing the emperor's imposing yet stern expression, he showed no fear, calmly meeting the emperor's eyes directly. The emperor, failing in his attempt, angrily dismissed him. Dihan pondered that in a few days, when the people from the Wuzhong dynasty arrived, he would surely find an opportunity to trap Nan Fuin in the giant horned beast's snare, forcing out the mysterious force. Although the emperor didn't say it explicitly, Dihan, being intelligent, had already guessed the general idea. He was surprised to discover that this trip to the palace had unexpectedly revealed the mysterious power of the Wuzhong dynasty. Whether or not he was a cultivator, this was a huge advantage for him. With this power, his subsequent actions would be much smoother. Back at the prince's mansion, Dihan sensed a rich spiritual energy. Strangely, spiritual energy had been inexplicably appearing in the mansion recently, but his leg injury had prevented him from investigating. Taking advantage of a day without absorbing spiritual energy, he followed the trail to a secluded courtyard. The mansion was vast and sparsely populated, with many courtyards neglected. Pushing open the gate of an abandoned courtyard, a gray-white rabbit hopped past in the moonlight, a magical beast. Without hesitation, Dihan released his spiritual power. However, a killing intent surged from behind, and he immediately changed the direction of his spiritual power to counterattack. Huang Ling's aura was overwhelming. If hit, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Chao Wu twisted to dodge, then retrieved an exquisite curved blade from her spatial storage. She flashed forward, the blade pointing directly at Dihan's eyes. Dihan sensed the killing intent and formed hand seals, releasing spiritual power. However, a flash of moonlight revealed her face, and he withdrew his hand, not sheathing the blade. "It's you." The familiar voice made Asajiri stop what she was doing. The flames reflected on Dian's chiseled face, and she frowned. "What bad luck. You've been stealing my things all along." Dihan frowned. "Steal something? Explain yourself." Asajiri scoffed. "What are you pretending for? What did you just release?" "Nan Fuin." She paused, her gaze falling on his face. "Perhaps I shouldn't call you Nan Fuin, right?" Dihan paused for a moment, the yellow spirit in his hand swirling around. "You're right. I'm not Nan Fuin, but you're not necessarily Chao Wu either. We're evenly matched. Stop pretending." Asajiri rolled her eyes and calmly said, "Let's put those aside for now and talk about the matter at hand." Dihan nodded. Okay. She wanted the rabbit, and he wouldn't back down on his spiritual power. If she had other requests, he could also fulfill them. But clearly, this rabbit was a trap she had set, and she wouldn't let it go easily. Asajiri retrieved the curved blade and put it back into her spatial storage. "I set a trap to catch a thief tonight, but I didn't expect it to be you." Dihan shook his head. "I didn't steal it." Asajiri sighed. "Is there a third cultivator in the manor? Didn't you absorb all that spiritual energy?" When he made his move, she saw it clearly, a mid-level yellow spirit. The dazzling light made her heart ache. If it weren't for him, this spiritual power should have belonged to her. Now she was still a crimson spirit, while he was already a yellow spirit. The emperor sneered. "Spiritual power is naturally generated and belongs to everyone. Who decides who owns it? Is your name written on it?" Chao Wu coldly said, "I don't know when you replaced Nan Fuin, but don't you understand the current situation? You know whether the spiritual power existed when you moved to the prince's mansion. It's obvious who has the thickest skin." Dihan remained silent. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was originally zero, and had only recently appeared. Clearly, he was not Nan Fuin, but someone else, possibly from the same origin as Chao Wu, from the Tianyuan continent. Chao Wu didn't want to get involved further, but still decided to explain. There is no spiritual energy here. You can sense it because I bought several naturally born spiritual bodies. They absorb spiritual energy, but the number is limited. I could overlook that you didn't know before, but you can't use them anymore. Dihan flatly refused. Impossible. Asajiri asked coldly, what do you mean? Dihan looked at her. I guess you used the 10,000 taels of silver I swindled to buy the 3 innate spiritual bodies. You can keep the silver, I won't pursue it, but the things you bought should be used together. We should each give up half of the spiritual power. Chawu lowered her head in thought. Dihan didn't trust anyone, but since there was no conflict of interest, the two of them might as well cooperate for a win-win situation. Hearing about innate spiritual bodies, an idea came to him. Taking advantage of her softened expression, he proposed, you want to strengthen your cultivation, and so do I. With our current identities, I'll provide the money, and you provide the effort. At worst, we can raise another 100 or so innate spiritual bodies for both of us to cultivate with. How about a win-win cooperation? Chapter 25, Even the Prince has this taste. Upon hearing his last sentence, Chawu's heart stirred, raising 100 or so naturally born spirit bodies. Absorbing more spiritual energy and cultivating faster, this was indeed a good choice. If she were to return to the Tianyuan continent, she wouldn't be so passive. Spiritual energy was scarce here, and she hadn't even seen a single magical beast. This method was currently the fastest way to cultivate. Chawu looked at Dian. Although you are not the real Nanfuin, you have taken his identity. As a prince, aren't you afraid of gossip? She herself raised 3 naturally born spirit beings, and the servants in the palace were already gossiping about it. If word got out that the disabled king and his wife were actually raising 100 male concubines together, it would be enough to shake the entire country, and the emperor might break their legs again. Dihan remained calm. They're nothing but ants, not worth mentioning. He didn't care about gossip. He only wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible and return to the demon realm. As for the emperor, if he courted death, he could simply sit on the throne and take action. Asajiri did not deny it, and silently nodded in agreement to cooperate. Dihan had anticipated that she was eager to cultivate, as she was in a similar situation to him, both wanting to return to their peak as soon as possible. This rabbit. Dihan lifted the rabbit's ears. Asajiri grabbed it back. It's just a normal rabbit, but I drugged it, and it looks like a monster. Dihan paused for a moment, then asked if there were any spare potions. His strength was too low to ignite a strange fire, and he had neither spiritual herbs nor a pill-refining furnace. Asajiri asked warily, what's the potion for? Dihan said calmly, my body is too weak, and my leg hurts. The people from the Wuzhang dynasty would arrive soon. He had to kill the magical beasts, but his leg hadn't healed, which was a hindrance. He didn't tell Chao with the specifics. Although the two were cooperating, they were also competing. Spiritual energy was limited, and resources were precious. Asajiri glanced at him coldly. Of course, she had the medicine, but she didn't want to give it to him. The old ancestor never spent her energy or money on men. She boasted in a serious tone. That's all. I used it all to treat your leg before. This medicine is very expensive. Remember to pay me back when you become successful. Dihan remained calm, knowing that her medicine was nothing more than a low-grade, expired product. The farce ended, and the two returned to their respective courtyards. Neither questioned the other's background, and they reached a tacit agreement to live under their current identities for the time being, cooperate with each other, and not interfere in each other's private affairs. The next day, Chawu focused on absorbing spiritual energy. On the third day, she absorbed spiritual power. On the fourth day, Dihan appeared in her courtyard for the first time and calmly said, I've come to borrow spiritual energy. The two agreed to cooperate. He would provide the money, she would provide the effort, and they would buy a naturally born spiritual body to use the spiritual energy together. Because he had exhausted his spiritual energy recently, Chawu had been enjoying all the spiritual energy for half a month. He couldn't sit still and said, I've been busy lately, and my leg injury is serious. I need to cultivate. Dihan was close to breaking through the threshold of the green spirit realm. Before the arrival of the Wuzhang dynasty, his strength would be further enhanced, and he would be more confident in killing magical beasts. Asajiri understood that his target was the magical beasts of the Wuzhang dynasty. She remained calm, and was also interested in the magical beasts, so the couple went side by side to the side courtyard to find Sang Zhili and the others. When Si followed behind, finding it all surreal. He hadn't heard their conversation, only that His Highness sat down face to face with his 3 male favorites, their expressions calm. A maid whispered, these two are really something. We originally thought the prince's leg was crippled and the princess was unhappy, so she kept male favorites. But it seems the prince enjoys this kind of thing too. Chapter 26, Turning into a Zombie. In the courtyard, the three men looked at each other. Only Chow Wu and Diane remained calm and composed. One lay leisurely on a soft couch, basking in the sun, while the other cultivated with his eyes closed, exuding a cold aura. Wen-si watched from the corner for a long time before finally speaking slowly. What a harmonious and happy family. After enjoying her carefree life at the prince's mansion for only a few days, Chow Wu was summoned to the palace by Consort Lu. Several days passed, and she still hadn't heard from the man. A few days later, he suddenly appeared, carrying an indelible stench. He claimed he had no idea what had happened and had fallen asleep in the pigsty the moment he opened his eyes. Feeling uneasy, Asajiri finally decided to verify. Whether it's a human or a ghost, we'll know once we see it. Upon seeing Asajiri, Consort Lu felt a sense of unease. The girl before her was completely different from the Asajiri she knew. Her cool gaze made Consort Lu momentarily forget what she was about to say. Is there something you need? Chow Wu asked indifferently, her tone already tinged with coldness. Consort Lu frowned slightly but did not rebuke her. Nothing, just wanted to chat since we haven't spoken in a while. Ninth Prince is busy with tributes, and you must be bored alone in the palace. Why don't you stay in the palace and keep me company? Chow Wu initially didn't want to pay her any attention, but upon hearing the words tribute, her heart stirred. She was aware of Nan Fuin's movements, and he knew what she was thinking. Their outward peace was merely a facade, a result of their lack of spiritual power, leaving them with no choice but to cooperate. Once they had cultivation resources, a direct confrontation would be inevitable, and their target would be the demonic beasts of the Wuzhang dynasty. Taking advantage of their proximity, they would stay in the palace under the influence of Consort Lu, waiting to strike first upon the arrival of the demonic beasts. Little Mist. Consort Lu called out, bringing Chow Mist back to her senses. Consort Lu always felt an indescribable sense of pressure when facing her. What are you thinking about? Consort Lu asked. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. Asajiri replied casually. Lu Fei chatted idly, trying to probe for information, but Asajiri responded with a light laugh, revealing nothing. That day, Consort Lu asked tentatively, after you woke up? I just took a nap, and left as soon as I woke up, Chow Wu said calmly, her expression completely unchanged. Consort Lu breathed a sigh of relief. No, you just complained of a headache, and I sent the imperial physician to see you. Asajiri shook her head. I don't remember. Lu Fei's heart tightened, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at the girl in front of her. Her features were delicate, her eyes were clear and bright, her skin was like white jade, and her cool temperament was so captivating that it was hard to look away. I heard that your unruly sister trusted a charlatan and cut off a piece of your flesh. Consort Lu asked. My heart, Asajiri replied casually. Consort Lu laughed and said, you dare to cut off your own flesh while taking advantage of your status? Do you want me to help you get revenge? No need, Asajiri said calmly. I'll handle it myself. Soon after, the people of the Wuzhang dynasty entered the city. To display their power, they rode magical beasts into the city. Unlike previous years, this time, they brought flying magical beasts. Several white-winged celestial horses galloped through the air, pulling huge carriages around the imperial city several times, drawing gasps of amazement from thousands. The prince and emperor in charge of receiving them stared in disbelief, the emperor's eyes brimming with undisguised jealousy and madness. The flying monsters were nothing more than legends to them, but now their reality was like a trapped bird spotting a distant, soaring airplane. The contrast was so powerful that it melted away their malice. Not only was the emperor jealous, but even the fifth prince, who was invited to ride the heavenly horse into the sky, was shocked. Chapter 27 Slander. The woman in white walked up to the fifth prince and asked with a smile, what is your highness looking at? The carriages of the Wuzhang dynasty were specially designed with an outer platform, resembling a cruise ship flying in the air, offering a better view from the top. The fifth prince snapped out of his reverie, looked at the woman beside him, and said gently, Miss Pei. Like water, that's fine, the woman gently corrected. Like water, my maiden, he called out, then looked down at the imperial city and said slowly, I have never seen the imperial city from this perspective before, and it feels different now. What he had seen before was merely a narrow perspective. Now, standing from the viewpoint of Wuzhang, he realized how insignificant and powerless the southern kingdom was. His original ambition to seize his father's throne now seemed trivial. Even the ruler of a nation had to bow and scrape before the envoys of Wujiang. A new thought arose in the fifth prince's mind. If he could enter the Wujiang dynasty, he could come into contact with the unknown world-destroying power, and terrifying magical beasts. Pei Rushui had met him 2 years ago when she accompanied an envoy to the southern kingdom. Now she had reappeared, her identity mysterious, but clearly beyond the ordinary. The fifth prince thought that perhaps he could use her to get closer to the Wujiang dynasty. At this moment, a man stepped out from behind the two and said arrogantly, "There are things in this world that you have never seen." The immortal said that the teleportation array can instantly send you to another world, to a more vast continent. There are powerful forces there, and they can destroy Wujiang with a wave of their hand. The Pegasus is the lowest level magical beast there. The fifth prince was shocked. Really? The man sneered. Why would I lie to you? But your highness may never witness such a thing in your lifetime. His contemptuous tone caused a sinister glint to flash in the fifth prince's eyes. Once he entered Wujiang and his strength increased, he would definitely make those who looked down on him pay. Pei Rushui glared at the man and advised the fifth prince. Ignore him. That's just how he is. The fifth prince said in a low voice, "It's all right, Miss Rushui." His handsome and gentle appearance made Pei Rushui blush slightly. The people of the Wujiang dynasty were accommodated in the palace, and the emperor hosted a banquet in their honor, which all prominent figures from various factions were required to attend. Qiao Wu also temporarily resided in the palace, while Nanfuyan remained at the royal residence. On the day of the banquet, Qiao Wu was woken up early by Liu Li to get ready. She wasn't very interested in the Wujiang dynasty. She only wanted to observe the level of the magical beasts they brought. Upon entering, she keenly sensed the strange looks and whispers from the crowd, words like shameless and slut. Asajiri remained expressionless as she quietly passed through the crowd. Upon seeing this, the 13th prince roared, "So young and already so talkative? Aren't you afraid your tongue will rot?" Everyone was stunned and fell silent. The 13th prince turned to Qiao Wu and said, "Sister-in-law, I've stood up for you." The morning mist remained indifferent, offering no response. She had her own ways of dealing with these gossipy people. Passing through a door, Qiao Wu heard Qiaoyan anxiously explaining, "I believe my sister, she couldn't possibly be like those male concubines as rumored." Qiao Wu stopped and watched Qiaoyan's performance. Several young ladies nearby, however, questioned, "Qiaoyan, even if she's your sister, she shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? Openly keeping male lovers. What kind of person is she? Do we even need to explain? It's truly pitiful for the 9th prince to marry such a princess." Asajiri remained expressionless, coldly sweeping her gaze over the crowd without offering any response. Chapter 28 Expelled from the Family Tree. How dare she? This is practically humiliating the 9th prince in public. Besides, the 9th prince is a prince. Isn't she afraid of losing face for the royal family and being punished by the emperor for doing this? The people in the garden were buzzing with discussion, centered around Qiao Yun. Half of them pitied Nanfuyan, while the other half were cursing Qiao Wu. Seeing that her plan had worked, Qiao Yun smiled slightly, secretly pleased. The bigger the public opinion, the better, so everyone could see what kind of person Qiao Wu really was. "It's Asajiri," someone suddenly shouted. After a moment of silence, everyone saw Asajiri standing outside. Her face was calm as she coldly surveyed the crowd, without a trace of shame, as if she were not the one who had done the shameless thing. Qiao Yun was stunned for a moment, then ran over and called out obediently, "Sister. You shameless wretch." Lin Xiushui, the original owner's mother, walked over from the side, her face cold and stern. She raised her hand to slap Qiao Wu. "What disgraceful things have you done outside?" At this moment, everyone else completely believed the rumors. The 9th prince's wife kept male lovers, and more than one. Before the slap could land, Qiao Wu grabbed Lin Xiushui's hand and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Lin Xiushui retorted angrily, "Of course I'm going to teach you a lesson. It's all over the capital that you're restless after marriage and keeping male lovers. Isn't that true?" Asajiri denied it expressionlessly. No. Lin Xiushui didn't believe it. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Asajiri added seriously, "He's not a male concubine, he's a mascot." People around laughed. A mascot? The best joke of the year. A young girl in a pale yellow dress, surrounded by the wealthy young lady, walked up to Qiao Wu and said, "You really are shameless, unchaste, keeping male lovers, disgracing my 9th brother, and still have the nerve to show your face." Upon seeing her, everyone bowed and greeted her as princess. Asajiri said calmly, Rumors stop with the wise. If the princess really cares about your ninth brother's reputation, she should find out who is spreading the rumors, or go to the Remnant King's mansion in person to find out the situation. Don't be used as a pawn. The princess glanced at her with disgust. I will not set foot in such a filthy place as yours. A sage eye curled her lips into a cold smile and turned her gaze to Chao Yin. You have 2 eggs under your eyebrows. You can only spin around, but can't see. You know better than I do why you spread rumors. Clarify yourself within 15 minutes, or you'll regret it. Lin Xiaoshui shouted angrily. You're dragging your sister into this again? What are you trying to do? Asajiri coldly surveyed the scene. Does everyone in the entire capital know? The person spreading the rumor can be found out easily. People must always be held accountable for their actions. Chao Yin was slightly flustered, but quickly calmed down and hid behind her mother. Mother! Lin Xiaoshui roared in protectiveness of her son. If you have nothing to hide, are you afraid of what others will say? Besides all this, you also want to drag your sister down with you, Chao Wu. Are you even human? People were already prejudiced, and after hearing the comments and seeing Chao Wu's indifferent attitude, their anger immediately flared up. The princess, in particular, felt that she had not only disgraced her 9th brother, but also herself, and immediately informed the empress of the matter. The empress asked coldly, Is what they said true? Did you really do something that disgraced the royal family? Asajiri continued to deny it. The princess, however, said, Mother, you can send someone to investigate. Her sister admitted it herself, and there were eyewitnesses. The envoy from the Wuzheng dynasty smiled enigmatically. It's been a year since I last saw you. Your country's atmosphere has become much more open. It's quite rare to see a prince's consort keeping male lovers. The emperor's face was ashen. Below the stage, Chao Jinghe trembled with fear. Your Majesty, she cried. It is my fault for failing to properly educate my daughter, but I knew nothing of this matter. She has long been expelled from the family register and has severed ties with us. Please investigate thoroughly. Asajiri's expression remained unchanged. She slightly raised her eyelids and asked, Are you telling the truth? Chao Jinghe couldn't wait to get rid of her. How can this be a game? We can't control you. You're no longer my daughter. Asajiri feigned regret, deliberately saying, Why? Maybe I'll become a big shot someday, and it wouldn't be good if no one offered me any tributes then. Chao Jinghe said with a disdainful look, We should be grateful that you haven't killed the people around you. Chapter 29, Raising many mascots. Someone like her, how could she become a big shot? He had originally planned to wait and see. The emperor needed the couple, and if they were sacrificed, perhaps the emperor would treat him, the father, well, just to make a show of it. But unexpectedly, not long after, Asajiri made such a big joke. He had never been so grateful for the decision he had made. Fortunately, she had already been expelled from the family register. Otherwise, if she had made the emperor lose face today, the emperor would definitely have killed her whole family. Upon hearing this, Asajiri's lips curled into a mocking smile. Parents like that are better off not having. It's better for them to sever ties with her now than for her to figure out how to resolve things later. Getting back to the main point, the empress looked down at Chao Wu coldly. What else do you have to say? Is what they said true? Although she asked that question, she already had the answer in her heart. Even if people just parrot what others say, if she hadn't done that thing, why would anyone target her? Ultimately, it all comes down to his own misconduct. The emperor thought so too. His cold gaze was fixed on Asajiri, like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to kill her on the spot. Asajiri didn't bother to say much more to them, and simply looked at the empress calmly. I have already explained this matter, but it seems that no one believes me. The 9th prince also knows about this matter. If you don't believe me, you can call him to confront me. Even when confronted, Asajiri was not afraid. Not to mention that she had already reached a consensus with Nanfuin, she also didn't care what others said. If reputation is just the kind of reputation that circulates within this circle, then she doesn't think there's anything wrong with being a notorious person. At least she can live freely. As for Nanfuin, after the explanation was made clear that night, Nanfuin not only did not object, but even wholeheartedly agreed. The outbreak of this incident was expected, given the large number of people who gossip. After some time, they will continue to search for naturally born spirits and will raise even more male concubines. Consider this a preventative measure for them. Nanfuin was quickly brought over. He had a cold face, a tall and slender figure, and an indescribable powerful indifference in his every move. Some ministers had not seen Nanfuin in person during this period, but had only heard that his legs had miraculously recovered. They initially thought it was a rumor, since everyone had seen him beaten half to death before, and his legs were almost turned into minced meat. How could they possibly recover? But now, at this palace banquet, they all saw Nan Fuyin standing alive before them. Both legs are intact. Not only that, his demeanor seemed to have suddenly changed as well. Unlike before, Nan Fuyin used to be obsequious and gave the impression of being ambitious but incompetent and a good-for-nothing. And now, he stood there leisurely, and none of the princes around him seemed to have the same imposing presence as him. Even if the emperor and empress were sitting on the stage, as well as the mysterious and terrifying envoys of the Wuzhang dynasty, he was not afraid at all. In a short period of time, a person's completely useless legs suddenly healed, and even their inner temperament underwent a tremendous change. Everyone marveled. I overheard some whispers saying that the crippled prince now seemed to be in no way inferior to the other princes. The empress glanced at Nan Fuyin without leaving a trace. He then sneered inwardly. Such waste? How dare she be compared to her imperial son? A good-for-nothing is still a good-for-nothing. Even if she stands up and pretends to be a decent person, she can never compare to her son. The empress told Dihan about this, and then asked him seriously, Chao Wu said you also knew about this? Dihan's expression remained calm. He didn't even glance at Chao Wu, and simply nodded. Yes. The empress's face was unreadable. She asked again, So, you also agreed to her keeping male lovers? Ninth prince, do you know that now that she's married into the royal family, every word and action represents the face of the entire royal family? You're allowing her to step on your face and keep male lovers. Do you know what you're doing? Have you lost your mind? The envoys from the Wuzhang dynasty, standing nearby, chuckled as if watching a show, then whispered among themselves. Upon seeing this, the emperor's face turned even more ashen, and his gaze toward Dihan and Chao Wu was as if it were poisoned, as if he wished he could devour them alive. Originally, it was thought that Nan Fuyin would be afraid, would tearfully push all the blame onto Chao Wu, and then kneel down to beg the emperor for forgiveness. However, to everyone's surprise, he remained calm as if nothing had happened. His unwavering eyes swept lightly across the empress's face before he spoke. She is right. They were indeed not male concubines. Keeping those people was my idea. I paid for her to buy them back. After he finished speaking, a murmur rippled through the hall. The empress also frowned. Before she could speak, Asajiri spread her hands helplessly. I've already explained it. Why don't you believe me? She turned her head and looked at Chao Yun, whose gloating expression had not yet disappeared. You said someone witnessed me buying them back, so didn't you go and find out what I intended to do with them? Amid everyone's curiosity, she said, the prince has been punished several times and suddenly moved to a new house. We feel that we've been having bad luck lately, so we bought a few lucky charms to put in the new house to bring some life to the place. A mascot. The empress's eyes swept over Chao Wu and Dihan inch by inch, trying to find a panicked expression on their faces. However, no, the couple remained remarkably calm. To some extent, they are not from the same circle. It is true that the emperor and empress are powerful and influential, but Chao Wu and Dian are not afraid of such power. Being able to take the time to sit here and engage in long-winded role-playing with them is already giving them a lot of face. Dihan glanced at the empress, but ignored her. He was calculating in his mind how confident he was of killing everyone present and seizing the throne. Because there are always some ignorant ants who insist on bothering him. Having not yet seen the Warcraft, Dihan was in a bad mood and felt like killing everyone he saw. Asajiri had similar thoughts. She thought that if these people continued to pester her, she didn't need to submit to their fate. Everyone will get a big burglar bag then. Asajiri recalled her previous life. From the moment she transmigrated and began cultivating, she embarked on her path of pretending to be weak while actually being strong, only to be questioned by others who believed that all her strength was built up by her masters using rare and precious treasures. However, they did not know that she had never thought of becoming an apprentice. It was those masters who had insisted on becoming her apprentices. In this life, she no longer intends to hide her strength and play the fool to deceive others. The main point is to be high profile. So Asajiri didn't bother with any pretense and didn't even acknowledge the queen. The empress was furious. The emperor immediately issued an edict expelling Chao Wu and Dian from the banquet. The morning mist is something I cannot obtain. After leaving, she made an excuse to wander around and slipped into the palace where the envoys of the Wuzhang dynasty were temporarily staying when no one was paying attention. Chapter 30. My main account is useless. Let's get started with a new one. Then, she bumped into her cheap husband in the palace, the one who had parted ways with her just before the cup of tea was finished, and who had said that he had drunk too much and was going to sleep. Asajiri fell into deep thought. Dihan paused for a moment, then walked past her expressionlessly, pretending not to see her. Asajiri thought that this person was even more shameless than she was at her peak, and was a good prospect. If he were her superior, she would definitely take him in as an inner disciple and train him to become the #1 Gushin man in the world. So she pretended not to see him, and the two went about their own business without disturbing each other. Of course, since they were both eyeing the treasure, it wasn't long before the two of them found each other. After searching for a long time without success, the two remained silent for a moment before Dihan spoke first. Among those accompanying us this time are experts, at least Qingling. Asajiri nodded in agreement. I never expected that the Wujiang dynasty would have Qingling. Moreover, the fact that they could so easily send Qingling over suggests that the Wujiang dynasty must have even stronger experts. I originally thought that this small world was lacking in spiritual energy and had very few cultivators, so there must be no experts. It now seems that the Wujiang dynasty definitely allows cultivation, and cultivators are not even rare there. With Qingling accompanying them, it wouldn't be so easy for them to get rid of the magical beast, which is why Dihan was willing to take the initiative to discuss it with Chaowu. He looked calmly at Asajiri. Cooperation? Even though his space contains countless rare and precious materials, including ancient artifacts that could destroy the world with just one of them, he is currently limited in his abilities and cannot take them out at all. There are also contracted beasts. My palm was completely still. I couldn't sense the presence of the contracted beast at all, and I didn't even know if it was still there. After thinking about it for a moment, Asajiri readily agreed. Although his background is unclear, for now, they are in cahoots, and cooperation is the only way to achieve a win-win situation. After leaving, Chaowu discussed the matter with Dian. He decided to go back to cultivate and try to break through, while she would stay in the palace to observe the situation of the magical beasts. By the way, let's see how many levels of experts the Wujiang dynasty has sent this time. After the banquet, several young girls strolled together in the imperial garden. Chao Yun was among them. She looked at the others with tears in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry, princess. It's all my fault for not figuring things out and not finding any fault with her." She managed to cover it up this time. The woman in the pale yellow dress was the princess who had previously confronted Chaowu. Her expression was also not very pleasant. She didn't like Chaowu, but she was on good terms with several young ladies, and those young ladies were also on good terms with Chaoyun, so she couldn't lash out at Chaoyun. However, since these two people were related, she felt somewhat displeased with Chaoyun. She's really something else. I've seen it all. She did something so shameful, and she still has the nerve to try and twist the facts. Thinking of Asajiri's aggressive behavior earlier that day, the princess roared, "In time, I'll make her pay." Chao Yun's eyes darted around, her words carrying a hidden meaning. "Princess, why wait until later to vent your anger? You are a princess, a woman of noble birth. If you take a fancy to a few servants from the crippled prince's mansion and want to take them with you, isn't that perfectly natural?" The princess instinctively wanted to retort, but then suddenly realized what she meant and paused. Yes, there are plenty of ways to vent your anger. Even if Asajiri and the others are to be punished, it should be the emperor and empress who do so, not her. But she could have approached it from another angle. Isn't she one of those male lovers? Then let's just take it. Nobody would believe her about that ridiculous mascot. That must be a male concubine. Chao Yun's people have all inquired and found out that Chao Wu really likes those 3 male concubines and spends a long time in their courtyard every day. Since she likes them so much, she's going to destroy them. Let her see with her own eyes how those despicable people are reduced to a pile of minced meat. Thinking of this, she suddenly faced a dilemma. That's not a problem, but where do I get them? I don't want to bring those filthy people into my territory. At this moment, the woman in white, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly spoke up. I have an idea that may solve the princess's troubles. Upon hearing this, the girls all looked over. Pei Rushue, dressed in white, stood there with an ethereal air, like a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. Her tone was gentle and soft. If the princess really dislikes those slaves who use their beauty to serve others, and doesn't know how to deal with them, why not throw them into the arena? Our magical beasts haven't had a chance to roam in a long time, so we would like to invite you all to see the unique features of our Wujiang dynasty. After he finished speaking, the girl's eyes lit up. Really? We can really go see the giant unicorns. And what about flying horses? Oh my god, can I really go see them? But, one of the timid ones said, somewhat frightened, I've heard those magical beasts eat people. I'm too scared. What are you afraid of? With Miss Rushue here, we'll be fine. That's a giant unicorn. Even the emperor has only seen it a few times. Don't you want to broaden your horizons? The arena was built by the emperor himself, who ordered the demolition of several palaces in the imperial palace. Every year when the people of the Wuzhang dynasty came, they would imprison the magical beasts inside and seal them with a barrier. Ordinary people could not enter, and even the emperor could not easily go in to see them. He had to get the consent of the people of the Wuzhang dynasty. The girls had never seen or come into contact with magical beasts before. At most, they had seen a Pegasus soaring in the sky from afar a couple of days ago and were extremely envious. They never expected to have the opportunity to get up close and personal with it. They immediately surrounded Pei Rushui and became very enthusiastic, forgetting about Chao Wu. Unbeknownst to Asajiri, they had their sights set on Sang Zhili and his group. Meanwhile, Emperor Han left the palace. As soon as he stepped outside, a gust of wind stirred, and he squinted. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot. A moment later, outside the imperial city, a dozen or so figures in black cloaks stood there silently, their black attire blending almost seamlessly with the twilight, making them virtually invisible. Seeing that they had been exposed and there was no need to hide anymore, the leader of the men in black knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, young master." Dihan's lips curled into a faint smile, but his eyes were cold and ruthless. "Young master." The man in the black cloak respectfully replied, "Yes, you are our young master." Dihan asked casually, "Who are you people?" The group of men exchanged glances and then replied, "We are the shadow guards left for you by Consort Ling Fei. We are here on her orders to protect you." Dihan guessed this the moment he saw them. He guessed from the emperor's words that the original owner's birth mother must have left him a force to protect his life. "You are from the Wuzhang dynasty," he said. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, but did not immediately reply. Dihan said casually, "If you're not going to talk, then get lost. I don't need mute people around me." "Yes," the leader replied. This was also within Dihan's expectations. Chapter 31 Promotion. The guess came true. It turned out that Consort Lung was indeed from the Wuzhang dynasty. "The Wuzhang dynasty," Dihan said calmly. "Then let's go." Back home, Chao Yun, suppressing her excitement, asked Lin Xiushui, "Mother, is what father said at the banquet true? Did you really expel my sister from the family register?" Lin Xiushui was furious with Chao Wu today, and just hearing about Chao Wu made her even angrier. "It's true, Yun'er, from now on your father and I will only have you as our daughter. You must make us proud and not be like that good-for-nothing who only knows how to do shameful things all day long." Hearing the affirmative answer, Chao Yun was overjoyed. From this day forward, she is the rightful daughter of the general's mansion. So what if we're related by blood? I still can't beat her. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chao Yun wanted to burst into laughter, but she still looked shocked. Wouldn't this be too cruel to my sister? She was already pitiful enough to marry the disabled king. After all, my sister is our parents' own flesh and blood. No matter what, we're family. Isn't it too serious to expel her from the family tree? Mother, please don't do anything you'll regret. Seeing how sensible Chao Yun was, and then thinking about how rebellious and unruly Chao Wu was, Lin Xiushui felt extremely distressed. She snorted coldly. Her pitiful state? She's all high and mighty now, taking advantage of marrying into the royal family to act arrogantly. She even looks down on me, her own mother. This wretched child only cares about herself and doesn't care about us at all. Why should we treat her as family? After chatting with Lin Xiushui for a while, Chao Yun made an excuse to leave. As soon as she left the mansion, her expression changed, and she skipped and hopped around in a great mood. Asajiri has finally been expelled from the family tree. This was the happiest thing she had heard in a long time. Let's see who dares to say she's a fake heiress from now on. Now, she is the only young lady in the general's mansion. Just as she was thinking about something, a little kid suddenly rushed over and knocked Chao Yun straight down. "I'm so sorry." The child's face changed drastically, and he quickly helped her up. Chao Yun fell and hurt her bottom. She stood up with a grimace, looked closely, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Who was I back then? Isn't this Asajiri's good younger brother?" Smack! A heavy slap landed on the little boy's face, leaving a pink handprint on his cheek. Chao Yun said with disgust, "Stay away from me from now on. You filthy beggar." After saying that, she turned and left. The little boy was left standing there, staring intently at her retreating figure, his eyes seemingly filled with venom. When C suddenly burst in, shouting, "It's terrible, Your Highness." His Highness has suddenly disappeared. Asajiri said, "If they're gone, they're gone. Why are you all in such a panic?" Such a big person, it's impossible to lose them. Clearly, when C was afraid that Nan Fuyin had gotten lost, he said anxiously, "His Highness has never left the palace alone before, nor has he ever gone outside the palace. My father spoke to me alone for a couple of minutes, and when I turned around, His Highness was gone." Seeing that Asajiri's expression remained unchanged, he voiced his concerns. "Your Highness does not have a good relationship with the other princes. The Emperor does not like your Highness, and as a result, the other princes also like to tease and torment your Highness. I am afraid that someone may harm your Highness. It could be another prince, or even the Emperor himself. In any case, any of his so-called relatives could potentially kill him." Asajiri looked at Wensi with a complicated expression. Everyone else has woken up, but this idiot is still following the script. She couldn't possibly tell him. "It's all right. Your prince can kill people like chickens now, and no one can touch him." "Your Highness, what should we do?" Wensi asked worriedly. "His Highness does have a secret guard, but those people usually work in the shadows for His Highness, and no one else knows about them." Wensi didn't dare to mention it to Chao Wu. Asajiri hesitated for a moment. Maybe he ate too much and went to the toilet. "You should go back and wait. He'll be fine." Wensi looked at Chao Wu with disapproval, believing that Chao Wu's words clearly showed that she didn't care about His Highness's performance. But Asajiri didn't have time to explain much to him, and sent him away in a few words. Is Nan Fuyin no longer viable? They're probably up to some underhanded tricks again. Asajiri wasn't worried about his safety, but she was a little worried that he might try to take all the magical beasts from the Wuzhang dynasty for himself. After all, if it were her, she would also choose to keep it all to herself. When it comes to cultivation, no one would complain about having too much spiritual energy. The hall fell silent again. He opened his palm, and there lay a small crystal. The crystal-clear green gemstone shimmered in the night, its rich spiritual energy flowing within. "He's stronger than you. If you're up to something under his nose, he might not be unaware," Emperor Fuyao suddenly said. This crystal was discovered by Asajiri and Dian when they were searching the residences of the envoys of the Wuzhang dynasty. She didn't find the monster, but she did see a green crystal. She immediately threw the crystal into her spatial dimension. Upon hearing this, Asajiri replied, "It doesn't matter." She noticed it, and that was that. She never cared what others thought of her or how they perceived her. Asajiri never expected that there would be raw stones in this world. She thought that having magical beasts was already rare enough. Raw stones are a cultivation resource. On the surface, they look no different from ordinary stones, but some raw stones will grow crystals. These crystals contain abundant spiritual energy, which cultivators can directly absorb to increase their cultivation level. Of course, crystals are also graded, just like cultivation, from low to high in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The crystal in my hand had a slight coolness to it. Sensing this, my mind suddenly broke its silence and resonated with the spiritual energy within the crystal. I couldn't wait to absorb it. This crystal came at just the right time. It can completely make up for the spiritual energy depletion that Asajiri has experienced recently. Thinking that there might be Qingling experts in the palace, Chao Wu dared not relax. She put the crystal into her spatial storage, then entered the space with her divine sense and began to cultivate seriously. Throughout the night, Chao Wu did not stop for a moment, absorbing all the spiritual energy inside the green crystal and then transforming it into her own power. Her strength was gradually increasing, from the intermediate level Crimson Spirit to the peak Crimson Spirit, then breaking through to the Orange Spirit, and then rising all the way from the initial level to the intermediate level, and then to the peak. It wasn't until the next morning, when it was fully light, that she slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. With a wave of his hand, pale yellow spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips. Beginner Yellow Spirit. She had already touched the threshold of breakthrough, and with the help of that green crystal, she broke through from the mid-level Crimson Spirit to the initial level Yellow Spirit in one night. Asajiri was very satisfied. Chapter 32 Rescue. Without this green crystal, it would probably take her at least several months or even a year to reach her current level. After all, there's really very little spiritual energy in this place. With the power she now possessed, she finally felt relieved and no longer felt the unease of not having control over her own destiny. However, we still need to keep trying. Qingling might be among the people from the Wuzhang dynasty who came this time. There is absolutely no comparison between Huang Ling and Qingling. After her promotion, Chao Wu concealed her aura and left the palace. Before even returning to the prince's mansion, just as she reached the gate, Chao Wu spotted Wensi pacing back and forth, looking quite anxious. Asajiri walked up to him. "What are you doing?" "Your Highness." Wensi exclaimed in surprise, then said, "I'm waiting for the prince. He hasn't returned yet. I've used everyone I can, but I still haven't found him." Asajiri wasn't worried because she knew that Nanfuin might have already broken through to the green spirit realm. At such a crucial moment of breakthrough, he should have gone to a secluded place to cultivate. After all, with the people from the Wujiang dynasty here, it wasn't safe to cultivate in the imperial city. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Call all your people back. Don't let the news leak out. He'll come back on his own when he's done with his work." "Your Highness, do you know something?" Wensi asked. "To be honest, ever since the princess woke up from her serious illness, she seems to have become a different person. And my prince, it seems, also started to act strangely around those same time." Wensi dared not let his imagination run wild, but sometimes he couldn't help but wonder why the two of them had suddenly become so strange. Asajiri didn't explain anything and prepared to go back to sleep. Upon seeing Chao Wu go inside, Wensi suddenly remembered something and quickly followed after her. "Your Highness, Your Highness, Princess Via came this morning." He had originally planned to go to the palace to tell Asajiri about this matter, but because the prince had not returned, he was too anxious and forgot about it for a while. He only remembered it now. Asajiri's expression remained calm. "Princess Via? Who is she? Never heard of her." This emperor was a real womanizer. He had over a dozen sons and quite a few daughters, maybe a dozen or so. Asajiri only knew the name Nanfuin. She knew nothing else. Wensi said, "It was that princess who made trouble for you at the banquet yesterday. She came to your door early this morning with a large group of people and took away all 3 of your lucky charms." Asajiri stopped abruptly, turned around and looked at him. "Who do you think she took away?" Without exaggeration, Wensi was completely unable to meet Chao Wu's gaze at this moment. It was as cold as a demon crawling out of the 18th level of hell, devoid of any warmth. They took away those 3 young masters you bought." Wensi stammered, then blurted out the whole story. "You and His Highness are not in the manor, and I am of low rank and cannot stop them. Princess Via said that she has taken a liking to those 3 young masters, and that it is a blessing for you and them, so—" Asajiri sneered, then walked back with a murderous look on her face. Wensi hurriedly said, "Your Highness, Princess Via is very much favored by the emperor. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, she would still have to give those 3 people back to me." Asajiri was very angry. Her 6th aunt's matcha udon noodles. That bastard is pretty good at grabbing people. They seized 7,000 taels of silver from her in one go. Asajiri was very fast and returned in no time. She grabbed someone at random and asked them for the location of Princess Via's palace. However, upon arriving there, they discovered that there were only some servants inside. Asajiri had a bad feeling. She coldly grabbed a palace maid by the collar. "Where is Princess Via?" The palace maid was lifted up by Asajiri with one hand, her whole body suspended in midair. Terrified, she hurriedly and tremblingly answered, In the arena. The princess has acquired 3 new slaves, and Miss Rushue said they could watch some new entertainment for them. Many masters have gone." Asajiri coldly threw her to the ground, then turned and walked toward the arena she had mentioned. The arena is a place specifically for housing the magical beasts of the Wujiang dynasty. Because it is designed to avoid frightening people, it is located in a very remote area. Even after Chao Wu used his spiritual power to increase his speed, it still took him quite a while to arrive. Even before entering, one could hear a constant stream of shouts and exclamations from inside. Today, the people of the Wujiang dynasty are holding a beast fighting event as an exception, inviting noble ladies and princes, as well as princesses and concubines to watch. Therefore, there is no barrier around the arena, and anyone can enter and exit. Such a once-in-a-century opportunity meant that the Colosseum was almost completely full. The arena was shaped like a bird's nest, with the audience forming a huge circle around a large open-air platform in the center. On the platform, a hideous wolf, dripping with dark green, foul-smelling saliva, strolled slowly, leisurely toying with the disheveled people in front of it. There were 3 men on the stage. One of them was covered in lacerations and looked very badly injured. However, he was wise and calm in his eyes. He held a long sword in his hand and was in a defensive posture, staring intently at the phantom wolf. On the other side, the handsome and stubborn young man was pale, covered in blood, and had a broken leg. He limped as he tried to find a place to hide. The remaining man lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Seeing that he was no longer able to fight, the wolf swallowed him whole in one gulp. "Ah, This scene was extremely cruel to ordinary people who were pampered and spoiled, and many people were shocked and cried out in surprise. Some of the young masters found it very interesting and exciting, and loudly urged the Phantom Wolf to eat the other two as well. There were many people on the stage, and everyone treated it as a show for everyone to watch. They shouted and yelled, their faces showing excited and wonderful smiles. Phantom Wolf seems to enjoy the thrill of torturing people. It turned around, its hideous, enormous head pointing directly at the boy. The boy was so frightened that his face turned completely pale, and he gripped a branch tightly in his hand. This was his only weapon. Looking at the enormous body of the monster in front of him, a look of despair appeared in the boy's eyes. With such a vast difference in status, he was doomed to die. Roar! The Phantom Wolf roared angrily, and the stench, along with the strong wind, blew the boy up and made him tumble twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha! The people on stage laughed heartily. He's so useless. He can't even handle being yelled at. This pretty boy is really no good, ha ha ha. Asajiri saw this scene as soon as she entered. There were 3 people on the stage, but she had never seen the boy before. She had never seen the other 2 either, including the one who had been eaten. Asajiri immediately began searching for the other 2 people. Fortunately, she soon discovered Sang Jili and the man in red who were tied up in the corner. Clearly, these 2 people had been tortured, their clothes were torn to shreds by the monsters, and they had many injuries. It's good that he's not dead. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to the ring. The enormous Phantom Wolf was striding toward the boy on the ground. His other leg was also broken, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't even crawl. When he saw the monster approaching, he gave a sad smile, and then closed his eyes resignedly. Chapter 33. His name is Suyu. The Phantom Wolf is a second-tier magical beast, equivalent to an orange spirit of a cultivator. If it were yesterday's morning mist, she might have hesitated, but now that she has advanced to a yellow spirit, she can easily defeat a second-tier magical beast without any effort. But for that boy, the second-tier Phantom Wolf could kill him with just a stomp of its foot. On stage, the audience saw Phantom Wolf walk towards the boy and started chanting, "Eat him! Eat him!" Chao Yun was among them. Seeing the boy's pale face, she smiled and said to Princess Via beside her, "Princess, putting everything else aside, my sister's taste is indeed excellent. This pretty boy is outstanding in appearance. I heard that my sister cares a lot about them. Will she hold a grudge against us if we kill her like this?" Upon hearing this, the princess scoffed disdainfully. "Hold a grudge? What right does she have to hold a grudge against me?" With an air of superiority, she said, "Even if she marries my 9th brother, it doesn't change the fact that she comes from a lowly bloodline. She's just an outsider. I'm a princess, and it's an honor for me to take a liking to her 2 slaves." Chao Yun immediately fawned over and echoed her. Princess Via turned her head and continued to enjoy the spectacle on stage, raising her chin. She is indeed quite beautiful, and one would feel pity for her if one saw her. On the stage, the boy stubbornly supported himself, looking utterly miserable. However, she changed the subject, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes. No matter what, she's still a lowly woman who uses her looks to please others. She's already been played with by a slut like Asajiri. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Several other young ladies who were close to him chimed in. Yes, Asajiri did such a shameless thing and disgraced the royal family. Princess Via's actions can be considered as doing a favor for heaven. Exactly. What good is a handsome face if his behavior is so bad? What's the point of keeping someone like that around? Letting the giant horned beast eat him is a blessing for him, since he probably only has this one chance to see a giant horned beast in his life. Beside her, Pei Rushue smiled gently, without saying a word. But when he heard the word giant horned beast, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, carrying a hint of disdain. There are many types and levels of magical beasts. Among them, there are also bloodline suppression. These cultivation beasts, which are different from ordinary animals, are collectively called magical beasts, not the giant horned beasts that these bumpkins talk about. Only country bumpkins like those from the 4 kingdoms, who have never seen the world, would call Warcraft a giant horned beast. These people were smug, thinking they had finally seen the light. Little did they know that in their eyes, it was a truly shameful and embarrassing spectacle, one that no one was even aware of. They're even more pathetic than those few food fodder on stage who were toyed with by Warcraft. At this moment, Princess Via suddenly looked over and said, "Miss Rushue, didn't you say you had more? Are these people not enough? If not, I'll send someone to capture a few more." Pei Rushue nodded. "Yes, there are more, but compared to the one on the stage, It is of a higher level and more ferocious. The ordinary people that the princess found probably wouldn't even have a chance to perform if they went up there. Upon hearing Pei Rushue's words, the crowd became even more excited. It's already amazing to have the chance to see a giant horned beast, but I never expected to have the opportunity to see one that's even more powerful and ferocious than the one on stage. Princess Via's eyes lit up, and she generously said, "It's all right. None of this is a problem. As long as Miss Rushue is willing, I can go and capture a few of my royal brother's secret guards for you. They are specially trained, and it should be quite a sight to see them fight against these magical beasts." Pei Rushue said, "It's just for fun. If too many people die, wouldn't that be a problem?" Princess Via said nonchalantly, "It's their honor to die like this." After thinking for a moment, she added, "As for secret guards, 5th prince is no good, 2nd prince is too fierce. So let's have 2 each from 9th prince and 6th prince. Their secret guards are useless anyway, so if they die, they die. Oh right, there's also 13th prince. He doesn't need any secret guards either." Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to arrest the person. The atmosphere on the stage remained tense. When the man in black saw the phantom wolf walk towards the boy, he had a chance to catch his breath. However, he did not choose to rest. Instead, he secretly walked behind the phantom wolf when it was not paying attention. Because he knew that if this boy died, he would be next. A life-or-death struggle has begun. The battle raged on the field, but in a corner offstage, several men were tied together. The man in red had a bloody mess on his chest, as if he had been torn apart by sharp claws. He stared at the boy on the field, clumsily dodging the monsters with a limp, and his eyes reddened. Just 2 days ago they were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard, but now they're on this arena, battling beasts. The people on the field cheered and shouted enthusiastically, making him feel less like a human being and more like an animal. Perhaps in their eyes, they are not even as good as animals. The man in red spoke with a hint of resentment and bitterness. "What about that woman? She caused all this trouble, yet we have to bear the consequences. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in this situation." Sang Jili remained silent for a moment. Even though he was covered in wounds, his hair was disheveled, and the ribbon covering his eyes was gone, he remained calm, without panic or fear of impending death on his face. "Even if it weren't her, our fate would have been no different, or perhaps even worse. At least because of her, we had a few days of peace." Suddenly, he spoke. He was wary of Chao Wu simply because she had bought him from a place like Yifeng Pavilion. Although he still didn't understand her purpose in buying them, at least until now, she had never mistreated them. It is said that the people of the South are simple and honest, and the emperor is a wise ruler. But in the months he has been trafficked here, he has only seen the dirtiest and most sordid dark side hidden beneath the peace and prosperity of the country. The Southern Kingdom is not much ahead of the Tianlu Kingdom, and may even be worse off. They simply benefited from the natural advantages of their geographical environment. He no longer blames Asajiri. On the contrary, it gives me a sense of relief and pleasure. I'm about to leave this hell on earth. That's great. Upon hearing this, the hatred in the red-clad man's eyes gradually subsided. Yes, what right do you have to blame her? Without her, they might already be lying in Yifeng Pavilion, selling their bodies and serving customers. The duck remains, but the guests come and go. His gaze fell on the stage, and as he saw the phantom wolf rushing towards the boy, he suddenly said calmly, "My name is Shun Xingzhou." Sang Jili smiled and replied, "My name is Sang Jili." Shun Xingzhou replied, "I know." And him. He looked at the boy on the stage. "His name is Suyu." "Suyu." Sang Jili murmured the name for a long time before slowly saying, "Then he must have grown up carrying the love of many people." But at this moment, they were all taken to this godforsaken place and died in such a humiliating way. Chapter 34 Domineering Protection. Shun Xingzhou didn't say anything. He sat below the stage, watching the hideous monster rush towards Suyu with its gaping maw, and suddenly felt calm. It's Suyu now, but later it might be him and Sang Jili. Although the phantom wolf was only a second-tier magical beast, it was a devastating blow to these unarmed, ordinary people. It had been teasing them all along, but now that it had received its master's order to finish the battle quickly, it immediately became much more serious. It didn't need to gather its strength at all. It swooped down with unstoppable momentum and pounced on Suyu, who had just gotten up, and knocked him to the ground. The phantom wolf was enormous. Although it only had 2 paws pressing down on him, Suyu felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The wolf's paws even went through his skin and flesh, crushing his shoulder blade and creating a large hole. Ugh! Suyu groaned in pain. The phantom wolf growled, its foul-smelling saliva dripping onto his face, almost suffocating him. Then, he saw a mouth with several huge fangs approaching him, and the aura of death rushed towards him. The people on stage stared at the scene without blinking. Just then, when the phantom wolf's mouth was only 2 centimeters away from Suyu's head, there was a whooshing sound as a long spear shot straight through the audience area at great speed, piercing through the phantom wolf's stomach. The force was so great that the phantom wolf's massive body was carried several meters away by the inertia of the spear, crashing to the ground with a thud. The sudden change startled the audience on stage, and even Pei Rushui, who had always remained calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, stood up instantly. The weight on his body disappeared, and Suyu opened his eyes in a daze. The next moment, a figure flew onto the arena. Her long dress fluttered, her back was straight, and she was neither humble nor arrogant. Asajiri. Upon seeing the person's face, Asajiri exclaimed in surprise, "How can she fly?" It wasn't that she was making a fuss. Everyone was just an ordinary person, not some immortal being from the Wuzhong dynasty. Supernatural beings and strange phenomena only existed in storybooks. Who the hell knew that there were actually people who could fly? Chow Yun's words awakened everyone, and in an instant, everyone recognized that the person on the stage was Chow Wu, the country bumpkin princess who recently married the disabled king. Pei Rushui's face turned ugly. "You're saying she's your older sister?" She knew about what happened at yesterday's banquet, but she wasn't interested in the petty squabbles of these country bumpkins, so she hadn't met Asajiri. Princess Via looked at the monster on the stage, which was writhing in pain, and her face turned pale. She carefully examined it, and said, It is Asajiri, but she may have helpers. She is just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person possibly severely damage a monster, or even fly?" Watching the phantom wolf writhe in pain, Chow Wu turned her head, glanced at the terrified Suyu, and looked him up and down. "I was too far away to see clearly before, but now I can see how badly he was injured. This level of injury is almost comparable to the one she saw on Nan Fuin's body when she was reborn. He's just clinging to life." Asajiri squatted down, reached out, and pinched his chin to look him over from side to side. Only after confirming that the blood on his chest was not from a ruptured artery in his neck did she breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing him staring at her blankly, she said coldly, "What? Have you lost your mind?" Hearing her voice, Suyu finally came to his senses, exclaiming in disbelief, "You? How did you get here?" Asajiri didn't answer her, but helped him up before walking towards Jinru. Princess Via on the stage snapped out of her daze and shouted, "Asajiri, what are you doing?" Asajiri stopped and looked up at her. "What are you doing?" she asked expressionlessly, her voice soft, before walking over to the phantom wolf and giving it a cold kick. Yes, it was just a seemingly ordinary kick. The next moment, the phantom wolf flew out and landed on the ground with a loud thud. This time, they smashed a huge crater into the ring. "Stop!" Seeing the monster being tortured like this in front of her, Pei Rushui felt her heart breaking. The next moment, she flew forward and onto the arena. Without thinking, she sent a burst of spiritual energy directly towards Chow Wu. Chow Wu didn't recognize Pei Rushui, but she knew that this person was in cahoots with Princess Weiya and the others, so she didn't hold back. She slammed her palm on the ground, and a dense spiritual energy swept outwards from her. Sensing the intense spiritual energy that carried away the killing intent, Pei Rushui reacted quickly, rolling over. However, she underestimated Asajiri's strength. She was just a novice red spirit, while Asajiri was far stronger than her. She couldn't even tell what level Asajiri was, and was instantly knocked far away. Puff! His soft body crashed to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The first one to get restless was the 5th prince. He was counting on Pei Rushui as a stepping stone to enter the Wuzhong dynasty, so how could he let her get hurt on his territory? He immediately rushed to the arena and picked up Pei Rushui. He stared intently at Asajiri. "Asajiri, do you know who she is? You dare to lay a hand on her." The incident happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to think about how Asajiri could have such an incredible ability. "You ignorant brat." At this moment, a middle-aged man with shifty eyes suddenly flew down and landed opposite Chow Wu. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Pei Rushui's mouth, then turned his head and looked at Chow Wu coldly, as if he were looking at a corpse. "Rushui is a member of our Wuzhong dynasty. Do you know that by hurting her, you are going against our entire Wuzhong dynasty? What's more?" His gaze swept over the dying phantom wolf. "This phantom wolf is one of the most precious magical beasts of my Wuzhong dynasty. Even if you used all the resources of your country, you couldn't afford to compensate for one. Now that you've injured it to this extent, do you not want to live anymore? Those on the stage were startled upon hearing this. The audience members present were all people of high status. They were just enjoying a show, but who knew that such a big thing would happen? Asajiri actually attacked the monster. Does she know how terrifying these magical beasts are? A single magical beast can easily destroy a city. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced indifferently at the phantom wolf. Then he slowly curled his lips into a smile. It's just a second-tier magical beast. Even if I kill it today, so what? The one who starts it is the one who's wicked. What? You're allowed to bully my people, but I can't fight back. Princess Vaya, known for her outspokenness, immediately rebuked. Fight back? Who are you and who are they? I ordered those vile women to be arrested. What? Do you have a problem with that? As soon as she finished speaking, Asajiri's eyes turned cold. She looked at Princess Vaya, a cold smile curving her lips. Who am I? I'll tell you right now who I am. Suddenly, his figure transformed into a blur, rushing straight towards Princess Vaya. The next moment, Princess Vaya was lifted directly to the center of the arena by Asajiri. Grabbing her by the collar, Asajiri said, word by word, remember this. I, Asajiri, am the grandfather you can never afford to offend in this lifetime. Chapter 35 Teaching You How to Be a Person. The middle-aged man with shifty eyes looked at Asajiri and sneered. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge, even knowing about second-tier magical beasts. No matter who told you, you injured my magical beast today, and you'll have to pay the price. After looking Xiaowu up and down, he couldn't see any spiritual power surging around her, so he didn't know how strong she was. But she is definitely not an ordinary person. She is a cultivator, without a doubt. A glint of light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He never expected to encounter a cultivator in such a barren place as the South, and one who seemed to have considerable talent. He is at least stronger than a novice cultivator like Pei Rushue. Because just now, Pei Rushue hadn't even made a single move against her. The girl looked even younger than Pei Rushue. Such talent is indeed a promising prospect. If we could extract her spiritual root and use secret techniques to seize all her spiritual power for ourselves. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes shone even brighter, and his gaze toward Asajiri began to become urgent and restless. Asajiri met his gaze without flinching, her tone flat and indifferent. I know more than you think. Ignoring these irrelevant people, Asajiri lowered her eyes and coldly looked at Princess Vaya in her hand. Who gave you permission to touch my people? Before Asajiri could even exert any force, Princess Vaya felt as if her throat was about to be choked. Her face turned bright red, and although she opened her mouth, she couldn't utter a single word. She could only frantically slap Asajiri's hands, trying to get her to let go of her. Seeing this, many people on the stage stood up in surprise, especially Chao Yun, who rushed down without thinking and exclaimed in shock. Chao Wu, let her go. She's a princess. Are you out of your mind? She was one of the emperor's most beloved princesses. Disrespecting her could result in the execution of the entire family. Moreover, Asajiri now intends to kill the princess. Although Asajiri has been expelled from the family register, she was the one who brought up the matter, so if a thorough investigation is conducted, she will inevitably be dragged into it. Chao Yun was afraid that if something happened to Princess Vaya, it would definitely involve her. Upon hearing this, Asajiri turned her head and glanced at her lightly before remembering her presence. Yes, she was not familiar with this so-called Princess Vaya, and there was no conflict between them. Yesterday's unpleasantness was entirely caused by Chao Yun, that troublemaker. If she hadn't inexplicably ruined her reputation, she wouldn't have argued with the princess yesterday. Chao Yun must have contributed a lot to this matter. With a gentle wave, Princess Vaya was tossed aside by Chao Wu, where she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Asajiri lifted her foot and walked up to Asai. Oh right, and you too. Chao Yun had a bad feeling. She took 2 steps back, her face wary. What? What do you want to do? Let me tell you, even if you've learned some sorcery, you can't do anything to me. This is the palace. If you hurt anyone here, the emperor will definitely issue an order to kill you. Chao Yun's words awakened Princess Vaya. She came to her senses, immediately stood up, and shouted loudly for the guards to come in and arrest Chao Wu. Asajiri, however, didn't take it to heart at all. She looked at Chao Yun. You're the strategist behind this stupid princess's scheme, aren't you? You're the one who suggested she go and capture my people. Upon hearing Asajiri's insults, Princess Vaya was so angry she nearly choked and died on the spot. She roared angrily, "Guards, kill this vixen for me. Slash her to death, chop her into mincemeat, and feed her to the dogs." Immediately, the guards, having received their orders, filed in and began to surround and attack Asajiri, carrying long spears and swords. However, they couldn't even get close to Asajiri. When they were still several meters away from her, Asajiri waved her hand lightly, and these people immediately exploded in a radial pattern as if they had been hit by a tremendous force. Princess Via was dumbfounded. Asajiri smiled faintly. "Look carefully, I'm not someone to be trifled with." Chao Yun demonstrated what it means to be tough even when you're dead. When she saw this scene, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, but she still stubbornly raised her chin and kept calling her a witch. Asajiri grabbed her by the neck. "Speak. Whose idea was it? Was it yours?" He then looked at Princess Via, his voice growing colder. "Still you?" Pei Rushue had already been helped up. She was clutching her stomach, her face still very pale. Her gaze toward Chao Wu was like that of a venomous snake. Then she whispered to the people next to her to go and get reinforcements. She wasn't entirely stupid. She immediately realized that Asajiri was far stronger than her, and that Asajiri's intentions were hostile, and she didn't know what kind of trouble Asajiri might cause. So, she quickly sent someone to find someone who could deal with Asajiri. The sharp-eyed princess did not miss this scene, and her fear instantly vanished. Right. Even if Chao Wu becomes more powerful, can he be more powerful than the adults of the Wujiang dynasty? Those people could strangle her with a wave of their hand. She immediately straightened her back. So what if it was Chao Yun's suggestion? I think her suggestion is excellent. They are just a few lowly slaves. I can take them away if I want. Do you have any objections? Feeding them to the monsters is their honor. Upon hearing this, Chao Yun cursed inwardly as an idiot. If you're going to show off, then so be it. Why bring her along? Although what she said was true, she didn't want to be resented by Asajiri. But now, even if the sky falls, the princess and the people of the Wujiang dynasty are holding it up. They also have powerful magical beasts. Asajiri has offended the princess. Today is her death day. Thinking this way, she felt much more at ease and said, "Yes, they are just a few slaves. Even if you like them, you can just buy a few more." The princess has taken a liking to these slaves, and now that this show is being held, their performance can make so many people happy. Isn't that an honor for them? Upon hearing this, Su Yu, standing behind Chao Wu, had a shadow fall over his delicate features. He had never known before that, in the face of so-called power, human life was divided into different classes. In the Southern Kingdom, for people like them who have no status, even being eaten by magical beasts in exchange for a smile from the nobles is considered an honor. He looked coldly at Chao Yun, deeply engraving her contemptuous expression in his heart. Hearing their admission, Asajiri nodded. "Okay." Chao Yun had a bad feeling. "What do you want to do?" Asajiri calmly said, "I'll teach you how to be human." As she spoke, Asajiri formed a hand seal, and a surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped her entire body. The middle-aged man standing nearby looked startled. Huang Ling. As a cultivator who had been stuck at the yellow spirit stage for nearly 10 years, no one was more familiar with that aura than him. Unexpectedly, this young girl was a fellow yellow spirit like him, and she seemed to know how to hide her strength. Without her spiritual power, he couldn't even tell how strong she was. Chapter 36: The First Move of Slapping Face. However, to his relief, the girl was only a beginner-level yellow spirit, while he was a mid-level one. Although there is only a one-level difference, in the matter of cultivation, a one-level difference is worlds apart. As Chao Wu channeled her spiritual power, everyone on the arena felt the pressure emanating from Huang Ling, except for Su Yu. They bent their knees, almost kneeling, feeling as if a heavy weight had suddenly been placed on their backs, about to crush them. The middle-aged man's face darkened. "Young lady, it's better to be more low-key. A genius who stands out too much is easily brought down." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, and an energy shield instantly isolated Pei Rushue and the others, removing the oppressive aura emanating from them. Upon hearing this, Asajiri raised her eyes. Who said she used all her strength? If this were on the Tianyuan continent, everyone would know. In her past life, her favorite thing was to play dumb to fool others. No one knows better than her how to hide her shortcomings. No matter where she goes, she will always keep some trump cards up her sleeve. So you couldn't understand the spiritual energy battle between them, but he could sense that this man was a formidable opponent of Chao Wu. The disdain in his eyes suggested that he was even more powerful than Chao Wu. He was somewhat worried, and limped closer to Asajiri, gently tugging at her sleeve. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to approach Chaowu. Before, he always felt that this woman was just like the other women he had met at Yifeng Pavilion. They were all stinky. Surprisingly, he realized that she wasn't as bad as he had imagined, and he no longer felt any aversion to being near her. Go back. Everyone here is someone important. It's not worth offending them for my sake. Even though she was a princess, in this circle of power, she was nothing. During this period, so you learned about the position of the crippled king in the Southern Kingdom. In short, apart from having a title, no one respected him. He was already deeply moved that Asajiri could descend from the sky to save him, and he no longer dared to hope that he could leave this arena alive today. Upon hearing this, Asajiri turned around and glanced at him, her expression somewhat cold. Who told you to come here? Go find a place to rest. Damn it. None of these piles of clubs are as important as her innate spiritual body. Seeing her three little darlings covered in injuries, Asajiri's heart bled. The constitution of naturally spiritual beings affects their ability to attract spiritual energy. She was worried that they were too thin and weak and would attract less spiritual energy, so she spent a lot of effort to nourish them. Now that they are seriously injured, she can no longer see the spiritual energy they attract. Asajiri suffered a major blow. Suyu pursed his lips after being scolded by Chaowu. Even though I know she meant well, I still couldn't help feeling a little wronged. Perhaps because he was too young and too sensitive and fragile, he limped toward Xinxingzhou. Seeing that he had left the battlefield, Chaowu withdrew her gaze and then turned her attention back to Chaoyun and the others. Quickly deal with these idiots, then go back and nurture her innate spiritual body. Once Chaoyun and her companions received protection from the envoys of the Wuzhong dynasty, they immediately became arrogant and began to mock Chaowu. Morning Mist paid no attention. She said she wanted to teach them how to be good people. No sooner said than done. With his eyes closed, he formed a strange hand seal. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the huge arena was enveloped by a massive and ancient spirit array. She smiled. With a flick of the fingertip, the phantom wolf, who had fainted from the pain at the bottom of the pit, suddenly twitched. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately summoned it. However, Phantom Wolf ignored him and used his mouth to pull out the spear stuck in his stomach, causing blood to gush out. Then, with heavy steps, it walked towards the morning mist, one pit after another. The middle-aged man's brow twitched, realizing that things were out of his control. What did you do to it? Of course, it's puppetry. Like the soul-capturing technique, Asajiri only learned the puppet technique when she was interested. This technique, combined with spirit arrays and soul power, allows her to control enemies as long as they are within her defensive range. Asajiri looked at him. Let it tell you about this in a dream tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man was sent flying and immobilized on the ground. The man who had fought with the Phantom Wolf and the fifth prince were also sent flying, leaving only Chaoyun, Princess Weiya, and Pei Rushui. Suddenly, the Phantom Wolf roared, and its body began to swell and grow larger. In the blink of an eye, its size doubled. The Phantom Wolf angrily shook its head, its dark green pupils reflecting the figures of Chaoyun and the other two. Seeing the Phantom Wolf suddenly pounce on them, Chaoyun screamed in fright, rolled over without being affected, and escaped unharmed. Pei Rushui was a cultivator with some strength, and she quickly dodged as the demonic beast charged at her. However, she was only a crimson spirit, while the Phantom Wolf was a second-tier magical beast, so she had no chance of winning against a second-tier magical beast. Undeterred, Phantom Wolf turned around and attacked the three of them once more. Pei Rushui dodged awkwardly, but she was injured before long, and her hair and clothes were also torn to shreds. Unable to dodge in time, out of instinct, Chaoyun subconsciously pushed Princess Weiya forward to block her way. Below the stage, the middle-aged man frantically summoned the Phantom Wolf. Although the Phantom Wolf was not his contracted beast, it had been tamed and could understand summoning commands. Now, he didn't know what Chaowu had done to it, but it seemed to have gone mad, ignoring him completely and attacking its own people. What the middle-aged man didn't know was that on the same stage, in the same scene, what they saw was Huanlong attacking Pei Rushui and the others like a madman. But in Asajiri's eyes, she saw a battlefield that she had created for herself. A completely new battlefield. She said she wanted to teach them how to be human, which naturally meant letting them experience the feeling of fighting to the death with monsters. However, she currently does not have a contracted beast. So I thought of using this method. I'm once again glad that I'm interested in everything. The more I learn, the more I can use. At this moment, Princess Weiya already had several deep, bone-revealing scratches on her back, with blood flowing freely. Just as the phantom wolf opened its blood-red maw to swallow her whole, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Pei Ruxue wasn't much better off. She broke her leg, and Huanlong ripped off a piece of her long black hair along with her scalp, leaving her head covered in blood. Chao Yun's situation was much the same. A fishy, pungent smell wafted over, and those with sharp eyes noticed that her skirt was wet. Oh, I was so scared I peed my pants. Asajiri didn't intend to kill them. Seeing that the situation was about right, she waved her hand. It would be too easy for them to get themselves killed so easily. The phantom wolf paused for a moment, then collapsed with a thud. Chapter 37 exploded. The phantom wolf, now free from the puppetry technique, collapsed back to the ground. However, it was clear that it had regained its senses after the earlier activity and was now glaring fiercely at Asajiri, as if it wanted nothing more than to devour her whole. Asajiri glanced at it, then slowly walked up to Asahi. Seeing the suspicious puddle of water under her skirt, she clicked her tongue twice and said in a cold voice, "How embarrassing." Chao Yun was so ashamed and indignant that she wanted to die. She no longer dared to look up at the people on the stage. She knew without even thinking what those people's expressions were like. A young lady from a wealthy family, the daughter of a high-ranking official, was so frightened in such a situation that she wet herself. He was so scared that he wet himself in public. What could be more shameful than this? This incident, coupled with the previous incident of being thrown into the pigsty, may be a stain that she can never wash away in her life. Her parents always doted on her, treating her far better than their own daughter, Chao Wu. They even considered her marriage carefully, wanting to find her the most distinguished and outstanding man in the Southern Kingdom. But now that this has happened, it's questionable whether anyone will be willing to marry her in the future, let alone choose the best one. Thinking of this, Chao Yun wished she could tear Chao Wu to pieces. That bitch. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have done such a shameful thing. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Compared to Chao Yun, Pei Ruxue and Princess Weiya felt more fear towards Chao Wu. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as they were genuinely frightened by the monster they had just encountered. While sitting on the stage as spectators, they only felt that the game was exciting and interesting. But when they actually stood on the stage and became the ones battling against the monsters, they realized how terrifying this life or death struggle was. If you're not careful, you'll be torn apart and swallowed by a monster. What? Don't you have anything to say? Asajiri glanced at them and asked calmly. Princess Via shrank back as soon as she heard her voice. All she wanted to do now was get away from this devil. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle now. She could settle any scores later. Pei Ruxue, however, raised her chin defiantly and said in a cold tone, "You bitch, I will make you pay 100-fold for what you did today." So what if she is a cultivator? The Wujiang dynasty has no shortage of cultivators and strong people. She could kill Asajiri with just a few calls. When the time comes, she will make her wish she were dead to vent her hatred. Pei Ruxue was a favored daughter of heaven. Even in the Wujiang dynasty, she had never suffered such humiliation. Everyone doted on her. This was the first time she had ever suffered such a huge setback. Asajiri's expression remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever at being threatened. "Is that so? Then I'll be waiting for you." She's not afraid. Calmly squatting in front of Chao Yun, looking at the face that bore a slight resemblance to hers, Chao Wu smiled faintly. At first, she was somewhat puzzled when she first met Chao Yun, thinking to herself that this person was clearly switched at birth with the original owner, and that the two should have no relation at all. How could they look somewhat alike? But then, he suddenly remembered the imposter he had seen at Consort Lu's place. She looks almost exactly like her. She was quite shocked at the time that there were people in the world who could actually alter their faces. Later, when she saw Chao Yun's face, which resembled hers, she suddenly understood. After all, Chao Yun had no blood relation to the couple. No matter how much they loved her, the moment they saw that face that bore no resemblance to theirs, they would realize that she was not related to them by blood. To solidify her position, Chao Yun must have also undergone surgery to make herself look somewhat like her. Without leaving a trace, Asajiri took out a bottle of potion from her spatial storage, and with a thought, applied the potion to her fingertips. Asajiri pinched Asahi's chin, her voice slightly cold, and said in a tone only the two of them could hear, "Learning everything will only harm you. You know that?" Chao Yun felt as if Chao Wu had smeared something on her face, leaving it slightly damp. But when she looked down, she saw that there was nothing in her hands and thought it was just her imagination. Her attention was focused on Asajiri's words, and thinking of her own face, she panicked a little. "What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying." Asajiri smiled but didn't say anything. After applying the medicine, Asajiri wiped her hands before calmly standing up and looking down at her. I'm not informing you. I'm warning you. Remember, from today onwards, if you see my things or my people, go around them. Don't even think about them, or else. He was speaking to Chao Yun, but his eyes swept over everyone present. She opened her hands. Her pale palms were empty. The next moment, he said softly, "This is how it ends." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his palm. With a loud bang, a crimson explosion erupted on the stage. Putting aside the facts, passers-by in the audience were more likely to feel the visual impact, like fireworks exploding, dazzling, and magnificent. Those who were close by, including Princess Vaya and Pei Rushue, were not spared. The steaming flesh and blood exploded all over them, turning them red from head to toe. Aowa. Yes, Phantom Wolf exploded. The moment Asajiri calmly withdrew, it inexplicably exploded like fireworks, leaving not even a complete skeleton behind. Gushing blood splattered everywhere, and apart from Asajiri, no one survived. As for Asajiri, she still wore her plain-colored long dress and stood there indifferently, as if the accident had nothing to do with her. Satisfied to see everyone on stage go crazy, Asajiri finally smiled and said, "I've remembered it clearly. This was just a warning. She didn't cause any deaths. But if there is a next time, and these people challenge her bottom line again, she will not show any mercy." Asajiri is not the original owner of this body. She has no ties in this world, and can live freely and unrestrainedly without fear of offending anyone. Even if the emperor were sitting on the stage right now, she wouldn't take him seriously. Leaving them with a very cold and aloof back view, Chao Wu turned around and walked towards Sang Jili and the other two. Of course, taking advantage of the chaos, she also took away the Phantom Wolf's magic crystal. That's actually the key point. Otherwise, why would she go to all that trouble to make it explode? If we blow her up, she won't have to squat on the ground and dig for magic crystals in full view of everyone without any consequences, which doesn't fit her aloof image. Unaware of Asajiri's inner thoughts, Suyu felt that Asajiri at this moment was like a god descending to earth, incredibly cool. Chapter 38 Courting Death. Sang Jili couldn't see, but he could roughly guess what was going on from the sounds he heard. Hearing the chaos around him, he guessed that something big must have happened. He asked softly, "Is it her?" Shen Xingzhou looked at the slender figure walking towards them, his eyes filled with complex emotions. In the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea or two, it felt like an eternity to him. In this century, he watched a play, a drama with a very big transformation. The wicked woman they believed had dragged them down suddenly appeared in hell and pulled them out. They also punished those who were arrogant and haughty. Sang Jili breathed a sigh of relief, and his clenched fist suddenly loosened. As they were talking, Asajiri had already walked up to them. Suyu endured the pain and stood up. He moved his lips, about to speak to Chao Wu, when he saw Chao Wu walk past him, squat down in front of Sang Jili, and ask, "How are you?" Her tone was calm, just like her personality, calm, composed, and indifferent, but he could still sense the concern beneath that calmness. Sang Jili smiled and said, "It's all right." Asajiri looked at the person in front of her. Almost no part of their bodies was unscathed. They were toyed with by the monsters. To the monsters, it might just be kicking and tossing them around like toys, but to them, every blow was a tearing pain through their flesh and bones. Every wound on his body was so deep that bone was visible, and Asajiri could tell at a glance what kind of magical beast had inflicted them. Before she arrived, Sang Jili and the others had already endured a long period of torment. But it's not the Phantom Wolf. Instead, it's other magical beasts. It seems the Wujiang dynasty brought quite a few magical beasts this time. Morning Mist lowered her eyes. She wanted all of these magical beasts. As if by magic, she flicked her wrist, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She cut the ropes binding them, and asked Wu, "Can we leave?" Sang Jili stood up, touching the wall, and limped. "Okay." Asajiri nodded, then prepared to lead them away. At that moment, the middle-aged man, his face covered in blood, suddenly blocked Asajiri's path. "You can't leave." Asajiri asked, "Did you own this road?" A sinister glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Stop spouting nonsense, you little brat. You killed our magical beast, and you think you can just walk away? Who gave you the courage?" Asajiri subconsciously replied, "Fish Liang. We should settle her advertising fees right now. Put it in her account. We can even burn some money for her." The middle-aged man was furious. It was as if he and Asajiri were not on the same wavelength. He was so angry that his nostrils flared up. "I don't care who you're talking about. I've never heard of them. Let me tell you, you killed my magical beast, and you'll have to pay with your life. Magical beasts are incredibly precious. Even a second-tier magical beast is extremely rare. Now, one of them has been killed right under his nose. If he can't give the higher-ups an explanation when he gets back, he'll probably be the one paying with his life. A ruthless glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. So this blonde girl can't leave. He wanted to take her to the Wujiang dynasty and let the people there make the decision. Asajiri earnestly reasoned with him. If your monster hadn't hurt me first, why would I have attacked? This was self-defense. The man sneered, and your people? Your tiny southern kingdom. Even your princes are not 1/10,000th as noble as magical beasts. We, a rare and exotic beast. What's wrong with playing with two people for amusement? Let alone injuring them. Even if we play with them to death, so what? How can an ordinary person be compared to a rare magical beast? The middle-aged man's words immediately caused many people present to frown. Although it's common knowledge that the people of the Wujiang dynasty don't take the Four Kingdoms seriously, that's only in private. On the surface, everyone still puts on a good show. Upon hearing this, Asajiri also said, a beast is a beast. How can it be compared to a human? Of all things, humans are the greatest. How can I, a dignified and noble person, not be able to kill an ugly thing to have some fun? You? The middle-aged man was speechless after being rebuked by her. Asajiri doesn't believe in the idea that Warcraft is inferior to humans. It can only be said that the monsters and the people who made contracts with them are closely related. If a person like this brings out monsters that enjoy killing humans, it wouldn't be too much for her to kill 100 of them. The man waved his hand angrily and said ruthlessly, you can't escape what's going on today. Choose between your life or your escape. If she insisted on leaving, he killed her on the spot. If it were a matter of life and death, he would spare her life and take her to the Wujiang dynasty to be punished. But in that case, he'd probably only live a few more days. Upon hearing this, Asajiri actually made a serious selection. Go then, I already have my life, she said. Then he prepared to leave with Sang Zhili and the others. The middle-aged man watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowed. You said it yourself, so you might as well die. As he spoke, a powerful wave of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. The next moment, it forcefully swept towards the morning mist. Chao Yun excitedly whispered, kill her quickly. Kill her. However, the spiritual energy did not hit Asajiri. Instead, it stopped a short distance away from her. After hovering in the air for a second or two, it suddenly swept back with lightning speed. The man was caught off guard and struck by his own force, his body flying a great distance before crashing into the stands, creating a large crater. Hearing the noise, Asajiri turned around and met the man's shocked eyes. She smiled. My life is not something anyone can take. A decisive goal. Watching Asajiri's calm departing figure, the man stared wide-eyed, then slowly breathed his last. He died just like that, without any warning. As they drove away, hearing screams rising and falling behind them, Sang Zhili asked anxiously, what happened to that person? He's dead, Asajiri said calmly. Upon hearing this, Sang Zhili immediately fell silent. That person was an envoy from the Wujiang dynasty, and now that he's dead, neither the Southern Kingdom nor the Wujiang dynasty will likely let it go. Then she, Asajiri, however, was not so worried. She'll meet force with force and water with earth. What is she afraid of? To be fair, his death was quite hasty. She never did anything without being sure of success. The moment the man attacked her, Chao Wu subtly twitched her fingertips and activated the spirit array she had already set up. She guessed correctly. This continent is very primitive. Currently, the only professions that exist are probably beast tamers and apothecaries. These people probably don't even know what a spirit array master is. So when he first encountered the spirit array, he didn't even realize that he had automatically entered her deadly spirit array. Of course, ordinary spirit array masters are not this powerful. Unfortunately, she was a cultivator of all four elements in her previous life. Chapter 39. Preparing to leave. Ignoring the shocked looks of the crowd, Asajiri led her people back to the palace. When Si has disappeared, and no one knows where he has gone, Nanfuyin has not returned either. As soon as Asajiri returned, she instructed Ruri to fetch a doctor for them. Suyu watched Chao Wu's retreating figure, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the opportunity. Seeing this, a shadow of sadness crossed his eyes. Asajiri didn't see them. After settling them in, she returned to her courtyard and continued her cultivation. The magic crystal of the second-tier phantom wolf is a good thing. It can make up for the spiritual energy she lost today. At the same time, Asajiri was also silently thinking about how to take over the remaining magical beasts brought by the Wujung dynasty. It's still unknown what the highest level of the magical beasts they brought is. If it's above level 4, it might not be so easy for her to hunt them with her current abilities. After an unknown amount of time, Asajiri slowly opened her eyes. I calmed down and carefully sensed the dormant spiritual platform. The spiritual energy within was still quite abundant. Moreover, after absorbing the magic crystal of the phantom wolf, she vaguely felt that she had broken through again. It's just waiting for the right opportunity. It was quiet outside, and I felt like something was wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. So I stopped worrying about it and got up to go to Sang Jili's courtyard. The courtyard was a bit far away, and as soon as Chao Wu stepped out, she saw Fiancé with a worried look on his face. Asajiri felt that ever since they were reborn and took over the bodies of the original Asajiri and Nanfuin, Fiancé had changed a lot as well. The once cold-blooded guard now walks around with a furrowed brow, deep in thought, and no one knows what's bothering him. Thinking it over, Asajiri said, "What's wrong? What's bothering you? Tell me so I can cheer you up." Fiancé, "Your Highness, I heard that you killed a high-ranking official of the Wujung dynasty," he suddenly said casually. Asajiri said seriously, "It wasn't me, don't talk nonsense." Fiancé, "Many people have seen it. There's no way to deny it now. He killed himself. I didn't touch him." Asajiri was very meticulous. She would deny it if she could, and deny it even if she couldn't. She's not very strong right now and doesn't really want to provoke the Wujung dynasty. Otherwise, if the other party retaliates, it might be by deep-frying or stir-frying the asajiri, a type of Japanese herbal jelly. Anything is possible. Fiancé seemed not to hear her words, and was in a very low mood. He lowered his head, and after a long while, he finally spoke. "Your Highness, why don't you go find His Highness and flee to the ends of the earth together?" Asajiri, ? "His Highness is gone. He won't be coming back." Fiancé said, "Actually, I should have thought of it last night. After the banquet yesterday, the prince suddenly became strange. He suddenly said he was going to look for something. I actually found him once last night. At that time, the prince was surrounded by a group of people. They looked similar to the immortals of the Wujung dynasty. They were very powerful. After that, the prince left with them and hasn't returned since. I think he probably won't come back." After saying that, he looked up at Chao Wu and said, "Your Highness, you have committed a terrible crime. I'm afraid the people of the Wujung dynasty will soon make trouble and the emperor will issue an order to arrest you. So you should leave quickly and go to find the prince. You can stay away from the troubles of this world and become a perfect couple." Asajiri's attention, however, was focused on the sentence he had just uttered. Damn it. So, they agreed to help each other and achieve mutual benefit. But now that he's climbed the social ladder, he's abandoned her? If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Why did she cause such a scene at the palace? Because she has teammates. Because she was confident that if the two of them cooperated, they could disregard the emperor and simply replace him with another emperor. So, while I was being attacked by your relatives, you also abandoned me from behind? We've gone off on a tangent. Asajiri sneered. He's certainly fast. Fiancé was also very sad. It seems they are still reeling from that huge blow. His Highness is gone. He has other dogs now and doesn't want him anymore. As Chao Wu turned to leave, Fiancé said, "Your Highness, you've gone the wrong way. The three young masters' courtyards are over here." Without even turning his head, Chao Wu said, "They've all run off with their buckets. You should pack your things too. Let's just pretend Nanfuin is dead." Anyway, the original owner's biological parents had already abandoned her, which was perfect. Now that her husband had run away, she didn't have to be buried alive with him or be controlled by anyone. Suddenly, Chao Wu felt a sense of light in her life. If not now, when? It's just a pity about that dog Nanfuin. He freeloaded so much of her spiritual power and even said he wanted to cooperate with her, saying he would provide the money. What a load of rubbish. In an instant, Chao Wu had already made up her mind. She would earn money to buy a big house, and then buy 100 or so naturally born spirit bodies. You can cultivate yourself while lying down every day. Isn't that wonderful? When one's strength reaches a level sufficient to undergo marrow cleansing and reach the next level, that is when true cultivation begins. Getting back to my boss's position is a long and arduous journey. After a cup of tea, Fiancé looked at the empty, ruined prince's mansion and fell into deep thought. If you're going to leave, why take everything, from large items like tables, beds, and cabinets to small items like chamber pots? It felt like we were back to how we were when we first moved here. The servants and maids who had been bought were all dismissed. They came in bewildered and left bewildered. Only in the main courtyard does that huge, withered tree still stand tall. The princess loved to lie on that tree and sunbathe, so when the palace was renovated, the tree was not cut down. He didn't understand the princess's peculiar taste, but the prince simply said, "What is the most common natural resource to ordinary people is priceless to her." One day, Dihan saw Chao Wu absorbing spiritual energy under the scorching sun and realized that only superiors knew this method of cultivation. Although he did not know her specific identity, it was not difficult to guess that only superiors knew this method of cultivation. Therefore, this woman is the boss's person and is his adversary. After sitting quietly on the bluestone steps for a long time, Wen Si finally sighed deeply. Looking at the empty mansion, he couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. Presumably, if the prince were to suddenly return one day, he would feel the same way. He went out for a while, and the house was gone, his wife ran away, and even the dog he kept in the backyard was taken away. Meanwhile, the palace was in an uproar. Princess Via was terrified, especially by the last blow from the morning mist. Even now, when she opens her eyes, she feels like the whole world is red. Pei Rushui remained relatively calm, but insisted that the emperor provide an explanation. While Pei Rushui was on the arena, he sent his men to fetch reinforcements. The reinforcements arrived late, after everything was over. Seeing the stiff corpse of the middle-aged man and the injured Pei Rushui, Lei Ling was furious and immediately confronted the emperor. The emperor was nearly scared to death. However, she was also puzzled as to how Asajiri could possess spiritual power. Why hadn't she shown it before? Chapter 40 Picking Up a Boy. The matter of the morning mist stirred something in the emperor's mind. Does this mean that a powerful figure with earth-shattering strength has emerged in the southern kingdom? Suppressing my excitement, the first thing I had to do was to calm the messenger in front of me. The emperor was pondering how to save Chao Wu's life. After all, she can now cultivate, which might be a turning point that could lead the entire southern kingdom to become stronger and more prosperous. However, the people of the Wujiang dynasty pressed them relentlessly, demanding that they hand over Chao Wu, or else they would let the demonic beasts raze the imperial city to the ground. The monster actually managed to destroy 2 palaces. The emperor was so frightened that he immediately ordered his men to capture Chao Wu. However, by the time their men arrived, the place was already deserted. The prince's mansion was completely emptied, not even a single chair remained. When the news reached back, Pei Rushui was so angry that she smashed everything she could in the palace. Her eyes flashed with venom. You bitch, weren't you so arrogant? You said you'd wait for me, and you actually did. Now you're running away so fast. Where's your shame? Shameless bitch. She was beaten like that in front of so many people, and she suffered such a great humiliation. If she doesn't avenge this, she will never be happy for the rest of her life. When the 5th prince entered, Pei Rushui was still insane. It was the first time he had ever seen this gentle woman so frantic when she went mad, and he was stunned for a moment. Pei Rushui gave him a cold look, her eyes lacking their usual cool gentleness. This time, her gaze was more like that of someone looking at an enemy. The 5th prince's brow twitched, and he quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Miss Rushui, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I failed to protect you. I didn't know that Chao Wu had mastered such demonic arts. He first took all the blame upon himself, but in reality, he completely absolved himself of responsibility. As expected, Pei Rushui's gaze turned cold upon hearing this. It has nothing to do with you. It's all that bitch's fault. The 5th prince echoed his agreement. Also, that's not some kind of sorcery. She's a cultivator. Only those with spiritual roots are qualified to cultivate. Such people are 1 in a million. I was careless. I didn't expect that there would be a cultivator in a remote and impoverished place like yours. The 5th prince was displeased. What did he mean by a remote and impoverished place? He dared not refute Pei Rushui's words, as this was the first time he had heard the term spiritual root, and he couldn't help but ask, what is a cultivator? And what is a spiritual root? Pei Rushui didn't know much about cultivation. She had only heard the mysterious national advisor say that beyond this continent, there was a larger and more expansive world. On that continent, spiritual energy was abundant, and cultivators were everywhere. Not only were there cultivators, but people also had different talents and professions. Some were alchemists, and some were weapon refiners. Only those with spiritual roots can absorb spiritual energy, begin cultivation, and become cultivators. You wouldn't understand even if I told you these things, so don't ask so many questions. I'm asking you, where did Chao Wu go? The 5th prince said, we have already sent people to look for them. Not only Chao Wu, but even my 9th prince is missing. Father has issued an order to capture them both, to find them alive or dead. Don't worry, Miss Rushue, I will definitely give you an explanation. Pei Rushue was not satisfied. Does no one know that Xiaowu is a cultivator? Where are her parents? Arrest her parents and torture them to extract a confession. I don't believe she won't come out. The fifth prince thought for a moment and decided that this method was not feasible. According to the information my people found out, Xiaowu was adopted by farmers when she was a child and has no affection for her parents. Some time ago, her parents even expelled her from the family genealogy. It probably won't work if we use her parents to blackmail her. However, I heard that she has a foster mother. The fifth prince comforted her, saying, after she turned 5, Xiaowu returned to the minister's residence and was given to a widow to raise. She seems to have a very good relationship with that family. Pei Rushue immediately said, go and capture her. Xiaowu made me suffer so much. I will make her pay for it all. Everyone connected to her. I will make them wish they were dead. Startled by the vicious glint in Pei Rushue's eyes, the fifth prince comforted her before going to take care of the matter. On the other side, Asajiri rented a courtyard and settled down simply. The incident happened suddenly, and she hadn't decided where to settle down next. Moreover, she had her eye on the magical beasts of the Wujiang dynasty, but hadn't gotten her hands on them yet. So naturally, she wouldn't leave so soon. Just thinking about how easily she had broken free from the shackles of the original owner's identity made her feel much better. If you want someone else to transmigrate and take on the original owner's identity, you naturally have to complete the things the original owner didn't finish, take revenge for what she didn't get, and woo the men she couldn't get before. She had it much easier. She didn't need to seek revenge or support her family. She was truly the most worry-free original owner of the year. Asajiri only brought Ruri with her. Liuli was her maid who had been with her for several years. She didn't have a deep affection for the original owner, but she was loyal to her. Asajiri gave her a choice, leave or stay with her. Liuli chose the latter. Asajiri patted her shoulder earnestly. Good brother, I will take responsibility for the rest of your life, so just stay with me. Liuli, ? Actually, it's also because Asajiri is lazy. She has several naturally born spirits, so someone has to take care of them. It couldn't possibly be her. After all, she's the type who wouldn't even bother to pick up a chair if it fell over at her feet. She simply couldn't take care of it. On her first day of settling in, Asajiri was assigned a daunting task. Just passing by, Liuli looked very serious. Miss, the 3 young masters are seriously ill and bedridden, unable to move. There are still dishes cooking in the kitchen, and I can't leave. I'll trouble you to go and buy them. Then he slipped a few pieces of silver into Asajiri's hand. As an aside, the silver was also entrusted to Liuli for safekeeping. When they moved, Xiaowu, who had no concept of money, spent 100 taels to buy a string of candied hawthorns and was severely criticized. No scolding is ever for nothing. Then Asajiri gloriously took on the task and went off to do nothing. Despite being afraid of being recognized, Asajiri is not worried about being recognized. He casually pulled out 2 disguise pills from his spatial storage, and after swallowing them, his face changed. He quickly bought soy sauce and watched the soldiers running around the streets conducting thorough checks, but Asajiri remained expressionless. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like I used to? Then he swaggered past them. On the way back, as they passed through an alley, Asajiri heard a faint sound coming from inside. The sound was very soft, almost imperceptible, but she still heard it. Someone is saying, help me. I walked past the morning mist. It was pitch black. She snapped her fingers, and a wisp of flame ignited at her fingertips. Then they saw a man in black, covered in wounds and filth, lying in a pile of garbage. He saw the morning mist, opened his lips, and looked very weak. Asajiri recognized him. The cold, aloof young man in black, who was with Su Yu in the arena. They probably saw that he was useless and badly injured, so they were unwilling to treat him and dragged out a tattered mat and threw it away. He could feel a faint spiritual energy swirling around him. So, Asajiri casually picked up a boy from the garbage dump and took him home. Chapter 41 Telekinesis. The boy didn't look very old, probably around the same age as Suyu. Xiaowu didn't know whose people he had worked for before, but judging from his clothes, he was probably one of the secret guards of a princess or prince. The emperor had a group of secret guards under his command, and each of his children would be assigned a certain number of secret guards to protect them. The boy was badly injured. Asajiri placed her fingertips on his pulse, but withdrew them after a moment. If it weren't for the fact that he was a born spirit, she wouldn't have been so kind as to save him. She tossed the soy sauce into her spatial storage bent down on Chao Wu, easily scooped him up in a princess carry, and then took him back. When she got home, Lily opened the door to greet her upon hearing the noise, and then screamed, "Miss, why did you bring another man home?" The emphasis is on the word again. They really know how to grasp the key points. One sentence immediately made the three men who were recuperating inside the house perk up their ears. Asajiri said, "Quickly prepare water for my bath." Then they hurriedly found a place to put the boy down. The boy wasn't quite dead yet when he was thrown into a garbage dump. He was covered in filth, and on the way back, Asajiri almost vomited. Luckily, I had practiced ninjutsu. After quickly washing herself clean, Chao went outside. Lily had already cleaned up the boy's body, but dared not move him too much because his injuries were too severe. "It's him." Suyu recognized the boy at a glance as the one who had fought to the death with him on the ring. Sang Jili, who couldn't see, sat to the side and asked, "Do you know him?" Suyu nodded, then suddenly realized that Sang Jili couldn't see his body language, so he said, "Today, he fought against the monsters with me on the arena, and he saved me several times." Asajai walked over and heard this. She glanced at him, but didn't say anything. She turned to Sang Jili and said, "Who let you out? You're so badly injured. Don't you know how to take care of your injuries? Are you planning to stay in bed and have Ruri take care of you for the rest of your lives?" Liuli. "However, how come you're the one showing off, while I'm the one suffering?" Sang Jili paused for a moment, then quickly apologized. "Sorry, we were just a little curious." Asajiri waved her hand. "Go back and rest. This has nothing to do with you." Suyu's eyes dimmed. He had been looking for an opportunity to speak with Asajiri, but he never had the chance. She only spoke to Sang Jili, and didn't even glance at him and Shin Xingzhou. Now, there's another man in the family. Before leaving, Suyu glanced at the boy lying on the soft couch. Young, yet aloof. Will she keep him here? The boy's internal organs were shattered and displaced. Such an injury was beyond repair. Asajiri struggled with her thoughts for a long time. Emperor Fuyao noticed her hesitation. "You want to save me?" Morning Mist nodded. Emperor Fuyao said, "He is already in his final moments. With your current strength, you cannot save him unless you have a supreme grade elixir. If you want to save him, I can help you retrieve it remotely." As a former ruler of a region, he could retrieve objects remotely, but it was very energy-consuming. Asajiri hesitated for a moment. "I don't really want to." The Emperor Fuyao once performed telekinesis, but it was extremely energy-consuming, and once used, it could not be used again for a long time. Furthermore, what she wanted was a supreme-grade elixir. It's not worth spending so much money on a complete stranger. Not everyone is like Ron Kiheki, Emperor Fuyao said, noticing her concerns. Moreover, you can keep a supreme-grade pill for emergencies. After all, she has no treasures left in her space, so it would be very troublesome if she encountered an emergency. After hearing what he said, Asajiri thought about it and agreed. Retrieving objects remotely requires a great deal of Emperor Fuyao's mental energy. While chanting the incantation, one must be able to think about what one wants to retrieve and where it is, and must be completely focused. Asajiri pondered for a long time. She's been dead for so long now. I wonder if all her treasures are still there. There's a high probability they're all gone. Lu Yaoji has definitely taken them all for herself. She only had this one chance, and she didn't want to gamble on whether her treasures were still there. If you can't take your own things, then whose are you going to take? By the way, Old Gray is a medicine fanatic. He has an endless supply of precious pills. You can't go wrong getting them from him. Besides, she and he had a good relationship, so taking 2 pills from him was only rightfully hers. Thinking this, Asajiri told Emperor Fuyao. Emperor Fuyao began his incantation, silently chanting in his mind. Old Man Danking Thing, Supreme 9-turn rejuvenating pill. Elixirs are graded, with the most common grades ranging from 1st to 9th grade. Above that are rare elixirs that cannot be bought even with a price, and only advanced pharmacists can refine them. The Supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill is a very rare elixir. Old Gray had been refining it for 3 years, failing countless times, but he always said, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I'll definitely succeed next time. It's been 3 years. I suppose he should have succeeded by now. After all, given his expertise as a pharmacist, he shouldn't be stuck for too long. Of course, the most talented apothecary is Asajiri. He silently repeated it 3 times in his mind, and suddenly his hand felt heavy. Emperor Fuyao opened his eyes and saw that there was a small, exquisitely carved wooden box in his hand. When he opened it, he found 2 plump, white pills inside. Supreme 9-turn rejuvenating pill. Seeing this, Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. She made the right bet. The old gray man was indeed successfully created. Asajiri quickly took out a pill and gave it to the boy. She put the other one into her spatial storage, just in case. Tianyuan Continent, boss. Danxing Feng. As soon as the alchemy furnace was opened, the ragged old man burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. The supreme, 9-turn, rejuvenating pill. I've been refining it for a full 10 years, even outliving that dog Chaowu, and I've finally succeeded. Who else can compare? Who else under heaven can compare? His excitement was palpable. However, just as he excitedly put the pills into the exquisitely carved wooden box, the entire box vanished without a trace. It vanished directly from his hand. The old man has gone mad. The next day, a torrential downpour began in the capital, and the temperature started to drop. For 3 days in a row, the torrential rain did not stop. Perhaps because of the rain, no news came out of the palace. The streets began to flood, and even the courtyard that Chaowu and her friends rented was covered in water. Not only was it inconvenient to get around, but the torrential rain that had lasted for several days also made people feel rather depressed. Especially those old men in the house. All of them are delicate and frail. They suffered such minor injuries, and even after several days of recuperation, they still haven't recovered, which has resulted in Chaowu not absorbing any spiritual energy these past few days. When I'm bored, all I can do is sit by the window and pluck rabbit fur. When they ran away, because there was space, Chaowu waved his hand and emptied the entire palace, including the rabbit. She originally intended to use this rabbit as a trap to catch a thief, but little did she know that the thief would turn out to be Nanfuyin. Later, she gave the rabbit to Liuli, who then kept it as a pet. 2 days later, the boy that Asajiri had found in the garbage dump finally woke up. He looked at Asajiri and said, "Thank you for saving me." It was too dark that night for him to see clearly, but he remembered the man's figure. He knew how badly he was injured. He never expected that his instinct for survival, which led him to call for help, would actually get someone to help him. Chapter 42, Unfailing. When Asajiri saw that he was awake, she turned her head to look him over, and then hummed in agreement. "Looks like you're recovering quite well." The boy paused. He still felt some dull pain in his body, but it wasn't very noticeable anymore. The fact that the 9th prince's consort could bring him back from the brink of death and restore him to this state in such a short time was truly miraculous. Asajiri sighed. He really is skilled in martial arts. He's different from the others in the room. Look how quickly he's recovered. Lily finished cooking and came over to call Chaowu to eat. When she saw the young man, she was surprised for a moment. "This young master is awake too? Miss, it's time to go eat." Asajiri nodded, then gestured for him to follow. When they sat down at the dining table, Sang Jili and the other two were already seated. The aloof boy had woken up, so Liuli added a seat for him next to Chaowu. Seeing the cleaned-up boy, Suyu tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Asajiri didn't ask how they were recovering. It had been like this for the past few days, with almost no communication. Before, she would go to their courtyard to sit for a while and talk to Sang Jili. But these past few days, with the rain, everyone was in a bad mood, and she hadn't contacted them even once. So you didn't understand why. However, today, during dinner, Asajiri suddenly said to the person next to her, "I saved you. Do you know what you should do?" Suyu immediately perked up his ears to listen. "Does this mean you want to take this person in? Will I end up like them?" Upon hearing this, the young man paused for a moment, then put down his chopsticks and knelt down. "Your subordinate is willing to follow the 9th prince's consort, even if it means going through fire and water and dying 10,000 times over." Asajiri waved her hand, and a surge of spiritual energy lifted him up. She said calmly, "I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. Just stay by my side from now on. I'll let you know if I need anything. Don't be too reserved when you're not busy. Also, I am no longer the 9th prince's consort. You can just call me Mississippi." "Yes, Mississippi." After a moment's hesitation, the young man replied. "The 9th prince's wife has a bad reputation lately. People say she's lecherous, obsessed with men, and likes to keep male concubines. He doesn't know if staying behind will make him one of those legendary male concubines. But he would repay the life-saving grace with all his might, and if he could, he would give up his own life to protect her." Asajiri rummaged through her rice bowl and asked, as if it were a formality, "What's your name?" The boy said, "I don't have a name. My old code name was Urki." Upon hearing this, Asajiri looked at him and asked, "Who were you with before?" "Princess Via." As expected, Asajiri had guessed it beforehand. Without asking how he had offended Princess Via, Asajiri nodded and said, From now on, you will be called Busai. Since it's a code name, it's inconvenient to continue using that code name now that we're far away from that person. Busai replied, Yes, Monsieur, please name it. Asajiri silently munched on a steamed bun as big as her face, glancing leisurely at Ruri. Receiving the mournful sound of the morning mist, Ruri silently lowered her head. It's been raining heavily these past few days, and we don't have much food left at home. We're already lucky to have this much to eat. 2 days later, the rain finally stopped, and Lioli was finally able to go out to buy groceries. Meanwhile, the imperial city, which had been cut off from news, suddenly began to come alive again. When Lioli returned, she was in a great hurry, holding a huge portrait of herself in her hand. Her voice was anxious. Miss, it's terrible, miss. You're wanted by the police. Asajiri sat up with a jolt, took the thing from her hand, and glanced at it. With just 2 eyes and a mouth, it's a miracle that this painting even resembles a person. It completely misses the mark. It turned out that the emperor could not withstand the pressure from the envoys of the Wuzhang dynasty, so he began to issue a warrant for the arrest of Chao Wu. Asajiri is not surprising. But what the hell is written on this paper? Shameless. Damaging the royal family's reputation? Killing the 9th prince for some random man, and then fleeing to escape punishment? Asajiri fell silent. Seeing Chao Wu remain silent, Lioli dropped another bombshell. Also, Miss, I heard that Lady Yun and your brother have been captured. The people of the Wuzhang dynasty couldn't find you, so they sent people to arrest them. It's been several days now. A few days ago, they already said that if you don't show up soon, they'll kill them. The news was released on the very day Asajiri left, but it rained heavily ever since, and none of them went out, so no one knew about it. So many days have passed now. I wonder how Lady Yun and that little bean sprout are doing. Lady Yun was a widow who lived next door to the general's mansion. She wasn't very old. Her husband had died long ago, and her beloved daughter had also died. Later, after Chao Wu was recognized by her ancestors, Chao Jinghe and his wife didn't like her very much, so they left her with the neighbor, Yin Yangzi, to raise. The younger brother that Lioli mentioned was someone that Yin Yangzi picked up from outside. Her own daughter died, so she gave all her maternal love to other people's children. The morning mist was like that, and so was that little child. I heard that she picked up the child from a group of beggars. Like Asajiri, she likes to pick up random people. That child is only 5 or 6 years old now. Asajiri found him in her memories. There aren't many shared memories with him. All I can recall is that this child wasn't exactly easy to deal with. He was always getting into fights, and once he even beat another child so badly that his head was bleeding and the child almost died. But Lady Yun treated him very well. Several days have passed, and I really don't know what kind of life they've had under the care of people like Pei Rushui. Perhaps it's still unknown whether it's still around. Asajiri's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who leaked the information? She asked. Lioli shook her head. I don't know. I just overheard someone mentioning it when I went to buy groceries. The news was only released that day, and no one has mentioned Lady Yun and the others since. I don't know what the situation is now. This is to force Asajiri to show herself. Asajiri wasn't afraid of them, but if they appeared like that, she would be at a disadvantage. Because she doesn't have any teammates right now, and that bastard Nanfuin has disappeared somewhere. She's just a yellow spirit, while the Wuzhang dynasty might have a green spirit expert. If she faces them, she has no chance of winning. Asajiri originally planned to observe from the shadows and wait for the right opportunity to wipe out their magical beasts in one fell swoop. Then, she would take these people far away to find a place where it would be easier to cultivate spiritual energy. At that time, however, they completely forgot about Yin Yangzi's weakness. Asajiri remained silent for a moment. Seeing this, Busai, who was standing nearby, said, Miss, why don't I go and find out some information for you? After thinking about it for a moment, Asajiri agreed. He was originally a royal bodyguard and had been by Princess Via's side for a long time, so he must have his own channels of information about what was happening in the palace. He'll be much faster at gathering information. Chapter 43 Heading to the Rescue. Busai returned shortly afterward and said, Miss, it was Miss Pei from the Wuzhang dynasty who captured Lady Yun and your brother. They are currently imprisoned in a dungeon and guarded by people from the Wuzhang dynasty. I have no way to get close to them. Even a lowly Qi Ling from the Wuzhang dynasty is far more powerful than him. However, I've heard that Lady Yun and the young master seem to be in bad shape. When Pei Rushui can't find you, she takes her anger out on them. Asajiri had also considered this point. Pei Rushui was a person with the face of Guanyin but the heart of a serpent. Having suffered such a great loss, she would definitely not let it go. Asajiri nodded, then calmly instructed Ruri to take care of her several innate spirits on time. So you couldn't help but ask, are you going to save them? Asajiri looked up. Otherwise what? So you said in disbelief, you know perfectly well that there's a trap waiting for you, and that going there would be like walking into a snare. And you still want to go? With a calm expression, Asajiri pulled out a curved sword, and then, as if by magic, produced a whetstone and began to sharpen the sword. His expression was calm, but his hands moved with remarkable precision. Suyu and Shun Xingzhou couldn't help but take 2 steps back upon seeing it, feeling a chill run down their spines. As if she hadn't seen their actions, Asajiri calmly said, if you mess with me, you should be prepared to pay the price. The scimitar creaked as it was sharpened, and coupled with Asaji's indifferent expression, Suyu and Shun Xingzhou felt a chill run down their spines. However, Suyu was more afraid that Xiaowu would get hurt. He had witnessed her strength and knew that she was extraordinary, but she might not be able to get away with it in the hands of someone like the Wuzheng dynasty. In addition, the other party came prepared this time. He worriedly said, we should think of another way. They definitely won't let you go easily this time. Going there would be like walking into a trap. Don't fall into their trap. Morning Mist ignored it. After sharpening the knife, I quietly waited for night to fall. She's not stupid. Of course she wouldn't attempt a prison break in broad daylight. Nighttime is the best camouflage. The group sat quietly at the table. After a long silence, Suyu suddenly said to Sang Zhili, are you just going to watch her go and save people? Sang Zhili paused for a moment, realizing that the question was directed at him, and replied, the people who were taken away were her relatives. How could we stop them? But you know perfectly well that this trip is fraught with danger, and she might not come back. It goes without saying what those people's purpose was in capturing Yun Yangzi and the others. They would definitely have laid a trap and be waiting for the morning mist to pass. Sang Zhili asked, didn't you hate her? Why are you so concerned about her safety now? Upon hearing this, Suyu fell silent. Who cares? He retorted stubbornly. Yes, he really dislikes her. That's because they met in that place. Before, they always thought that Asajiri was just like those other women, only interested in his appearance and wanting to possess his body. But ever since that day she descended from the sky and saved him from dire straits, he has never been able to feel any hatred towards her again. But it seems she doesn't really like him yet. Seeing this, Sang Zhili simply smiled. Those are the family she considers her relatives. It's understandable that she wants to save them. I support her, he said. Shun Xingzhou, who was standing to the side, didn't say a word, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Bucei also remained silent. He couldn't sense the awkwardness in Su Yu's heart. He was just calmly thinking that Xiao Wu was in trouble, and she was his benefactor, so he had to help her out of this predicament. So that evening, just as Xiao Wu was about to take action, Bucei appeared before her, dressed in black and masked, saying, Miss, I will accompany you. Asajiri, I don't really want to complain, but to be honest, she really didn't go to steal. She just want to beat someone up and show off. Why are they even using night clothes? She rubbed her forehead and said, no need. You just need to stay home and protect their safety. This family will fall apart without you. They're all so delicate that they can't even beat a petty thief. Protecting them is a relief for me. After a long silence, Bucei said, that Pei Rushue has a very close relationship with Princess Vaya. Princess Vaya is cunning and treacherous, and is most skilled at tormenting people. If you are not prepared, you may suffer. Asajiri waved. Why are they all afraid that she'll suffer a loss? Is she the kind of person who would let herself be taken advantage of? He was nicknamed Old Six, and that wasn't for nothing. Just listen to me. I'll come back alive, she said, then vanished in a flash. Upon once again coming into close contact with this mysterious power, Bucei was momentarily stunned. After a long while, he slowly sat on the threshold, holding his long sword, and began to guard the house attentively. Sang Zhili is right. What are their meager strengths compared to someone as powerful as her? All I can do is try my best not to hold her back and silently support her. That's all they can do. The palace remained as solemn and dignified as ever, with tight security. Asajiri found the legendary dungeon where Pei Rushue was imprisoning people. She originally planned to pick up the person and leave immediately, but she didn't expect that the dungeon was empty. I've been tricked. Asajiri's expression was cold. Come to think of it, no matter how skilled Bucei is, he is still just an ordinary person. How could he possibly escape the eyes of a cultivator? It's likely that Bucei never escaped these people's eyes once she appeared in the palace. They deliberately spread false information to lure her here. At that moment, a murderous aura suddenly came from behind. Asajiri turned around, and the next moment she saw a huge tiger standing where she had just been standing. If Asajiri hadn't dodged in time, she would probably be crushed into mincemeat by now. I didn't expect you to have some skills. In such a barren place, without a trace of spiritual energy, a cultivator has actually appeared. It's truly unprecedented. A voice came, and then a young man dressed in fine clothes walked out. Asajiri couldn't discern the man's strength, but he was controlling the behavior of the magical beast in front of him, suggesting that he must be a powerful being no less than Green Spirit. Perhaps it was the Qingling expert she and Nanfuin had guessed about. Asajiri curled her lips into a smile. I have more than just 2 skills. The man's expression remained unchanged, his smile as venomous as a snake's. I like your arrogant attitude. I hope you can maintain it later. After saying that, he calmly ordered, eat her limbs, but don't kill her. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiger-like monster went berserk, its size swelled, and it let out a low warning growl from its throat. It approached Chaowu with one deep pit after another, and the ground trembled with each step it took. Roar! It roared angrily, leaped into the air at great speed, and the sound of the wind seemed to be heard wherever it passed. Chapter 44 Perfume doesn't mix with toilet cleaner. If it were the previous morning mist, she would surely be dead. But the body before her was now occupied by a wisp of a lonely soul from another world. Her drooping fingertips twitched slightly, and a faint wisp of spiritual energy flowed through them. In an instant, the scimitar in her hand seemed to come alive, radiating a different kind of light, its tip flashing with a cold glint. The monster paid her no heed and charged toward the morning mist, its mind preoccupied with only one command: eat her limbs. However, the attack that was supposed to be a sure thing failed to knock down Asajiri, and she dodged it instead. The next moment, a tremendous pain shot through the sole of my foot. On its enormous paw, a small foot wearing an exquisitely embroidered shoe was stepping on its claw, and the spot she stepped on actually got through it. Warcraft. Damn, this is like a cow sitting on an electric wire, so awesome it's like it has a flash effect. Is this woman's foot made of titanium alloy? Asajiri preemptively retorted. Are you trying to stage an accident? I'll sue you for defamation. She clearly didn't use much force. Warcraft. Without giving it a chance to catch its breath, Chaowu kicked it. The mighty third-tier magical beast was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The young man's arrogance froze, as if he couldn't believe that Asajiri could so easily kill a third-tier magical beast. Isn't she Huangling? Huangling is about the same level as a third-tier magical beast. How could she be killed so easily? He immediately asked, who exactly are you? Asajiri didn't answer him. Suddenly, she flashed out and came back carrying someone in her hand. It was none other than Pei Rushue, who was hiding in the shadows and spying. Seeing Pei Rushue wrapped up like a mummy, Chaowu sighed. Why bother? Our perfume doesn't interfere with toilet cleaner. Why did you have to provoke me? When it comes to Chaowu, she has a mouth that speaks of manners, a mouth that speaks of morality, and a mouth that speaks of strength. He's never lost a verbal battle. The specific reason is that during that long cultivation journey, she suddenly went crazy one day, got the hang of crazy literature, and from then on, her mind was free and unrestrained, her mouth flew in front and her brain chased behind. Pei Rushue couldn't understand, but she knew that Chaowu wasn't saying anything nice. She struggled for a moment but couldn't break free, and cried out for help. Lord Shangguan, save me. The young man frowned, waved his hand, and a dense spiritual energy immediately rushed towards Chaowu. As expected, he is a powerful expert from the Azure Spirit realm. Without a second thought, Asajiri threw Pei Rushue over. Seeing this, the young man realized it was too late to stop. Instantly, powerful spiritual energy struck Pei Rushue's soft body. Pei Rushue was sent flying, crashing into the dungeon wall and breaking through it. She fell to the ground, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. Asajiri. Upon seeing this, the young man angrily shouted her name. Asajiri picked at her ear. Noisy. Under the man's angry glare, Asajiri suddenly walked to the side of the monster and then lightly stepped on it. A scream was heard from the monster, and the entire palace trembled. Asajiri said calmly, I'm only giving you one chance. Release the person you captured, or I'll kill Pei Rushue and your demonic beasts. The king of hell is enraged, unleashing his full power. The young man formed hand seals, and an extremely powerful pressure swept over Chaowu. You think you can threaten me? Asajiri said calmly. You can give it a try. The man snorted coldly, and a wave of spiritual energy suddenly swept across the morning mist. The next moment, Chao Wu suddenly lifted the monster, which weighed several thousand kilograms, with one hand, and raised his hand to block it. The monster was instantly cleaved in two. Ay. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Asajiri turned her head and saw a little boy in the next dungeon, his face pale with fright, and a blade of grass stuck in his hair. Asajiri knew him. The 13th Prince. The Chinibyu, middle school syndrome. Boy who lent her those inappropriate books and liked shipping couples. The young man stared in horror at the monster's body, now broken in two. Demon Tiger. How could this be? How could this be? Taking this opportunity, Chao Wu walked over and released the 13th Prince, saying, "What are you doing here?" The 13th Prince said, "Sister-in-law, I offended Pei Rushui and was captured by her." "You were arrested in your own home?" Asajiri exclaimed in shock. "And your father doesn't care? What kind of justice is this?" The 13th Prince said, "It was an imperial decree issued by father. This emperor only knows how to bully the weak, and this can already be seen in Nan Fuin's case." To this, Asajiri could only say awesome. "How did you offend her?" she asked, pointing to Pei Rushui, who was lying on the ground like a lump of mud. The 13th Prince and she didn't have much of a relationship, but precisely because the two didn't interact much, the boy treated her quite well, and that alone was enough for Asajiri to save him. The 13th Prince said, "She and my elder sister conscripted our secret guards, saying they were going to fight beasts. I knew those were magical beasts and didn't want to give them to them, so she got angry and sent people to arrest me." Asajiri was truly an eye-opener. Even bandits aren't this awesome, okay? She's right here. Go ahead and take your revenge if you want. I have other things to do, so I won't bother you, she said. Pei Rushui struggled to sit up, blood still gushing from his mouth. He looked at Chao Wu, his expression cold. "Chao Wu, you'll regret this. Lord Shangwan will kill you, he definitely will. Aren't you afraid?" Asajiri thought this person was talking nonsense. "Why aren't you going yet? She has no ability to resist now. You can hit her or kill her as you please. Put the blame on me. Go ahead and do it without worry." The 13th Prince asked smugly, Really? Morning Mist nodded. The 13th Prince immediately picked up a red-hot branding iron from the corner and slowly approached Pei Rushui. He suffered a lot of torture in the dungeon these past few days. Even as a prince, if he offended someone from the Wuzheng dynasty, he would be beaten quite often here. A gentleman would not leave this grudge unavenged. Upon seeing what the 13th Prince was holding, Pei Rushui's expression changed, and she glared at Chao Wu with resentment. "Chao Wu, how dare you? Don't think I don't know you've bullied him too. Why don't you just die yourself, instead of letting him treat me like this now?" Pei Rushui was referring to the time before Chao Wu married into the family. In fact, the 13th Prince was very curious about what she looked like, so he secretly went to the general's mansion to see her. However, at that time, Asajiri didn't know him and mistook him for a flower thief, so she beat him up. It's likely that Pei Rushui heard it from someone else. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at her slowly, her voice indifferent. "So what? You think you're worthy of bullying the same person as me?" Chapter 45 Finding a Bargain. Pei Rushui was choked with anger. At this moment, the young man was no longer dwelling on the death of the third-tier magical beast. With a gloomy face, he flashed behind Chao Wu. Asajiri dropped her nonchalant expression and said, "Wait for me here." Then she turned around and started wrestling with the young man. The man was indeed a powerful Qingling expert. In terms of strength, Chao Wu was no match for him. The man sneered. "You have injured someone from my Wuzheng dynasty and killed 2 of our precious magical beasts. Today you will die." Asajiri quickly dodged his fatal blow and replied in a moment. "You're really ignorant, arguing over 2 magical beasts. Here's what we'll do. You work for me, and I'll buy you the biggest house and collect the most awesome magical beasts." Extremely arrogant. Seeing that he was already so serious, but the other party was still laughing and joking without any sense of reason, the man became even angrier and doubled the speed of his attack on Asajiri. "Life is tough," the old man sighed. "She used to lie countless times, and now that she's finally told the truth, nobody believes her." While dodging his attacks, Asajiri took out a potion from her spatial storage. "The potions in the space are running out. It's really a bargain for him." She opened the bottle and sprayed the medicine directly onto him. The bright red substance was quite noticeable. Looking at the red stain on his skin that he couldn't rub off, the man angrily demanded, "What did you spray on me?" Asajiri said coldly, "Good stuff." The moment she finished speaking, the entire dungeon seemed to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone except Chao Wu lost their footing, and even the 13th Prince sat down on the ground with a thud, blinking blankly before belatedly exclaiming, "That the earth shook?" Looking at Asajiri's calm expression, the man felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. His intuition told him that she was the one who made the commotion. Before he could figure out what was going on, the dark dungeon suddenly became bright. When everyone looked up, they saw a large hole in the ceiling, and several huge magical beasts were fighting to stuff their heads in. The dungeon's ceiling and floor were actually ripped off by the monster. There were also many guards surrounding the monsters, trying to subdue these huge monsters with their harmless cold weapons. The young man's expression changed drastically when he saw the monsters. Who put them out? Who did it? No one answered him, and several magical beasts pounced on him like wolves and tigers. The man's expression changed drastically. The 13th prince was not even as big as one of the monster's eyes. Suddenly faced with several enormous creatures, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. Asajiri took a look and thought, wow, this little white rabbit's way of taking revenge is quite unique. He swaggered off with a red-hot branding iron to seek revenge, but all he dared to do was burn a few holes in the other man's clothes. Asajiri walked over, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and lifted him up, sending him flying to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After all, this battlefield belongs to the Azure Spirit experts and 4th or 5th tier magical beasts. Anyone who doesn't have the ability to protect themselves and just watches is just throwing their life away. Asajiri flew to a distant rooftop to watch this scene of mutual slaughter. The potions she used on men had a strong attraction to magical beasts. They contained spiritual spring water from her spatial realm, enough to drive any magical beast mad. It's such a waste to keep such precious things here all the time. This time, the situation forced me to use it here. This medicine can directly cause them to betray their master. The man was so busy he barely had time to breathe. He had no time to think about what Chaowu had used on him that caused these magical beasts to suddenly attack him. All he knew was that if he didn't put in his best effort to deal with these magical beasts, he would be the next one to die. He was a powerful Qingling expert, but this time, in order to have a better deterrent effect on the 4 kingdoms, the magical beasts they brought were not just simple low-level magical beasts, but also several precious 4th and 5th level magical beasts. Within the same rank, magical beasts are generally more powerful than humans, so he was already struggling against just one 5th tier magical beast, while 2 peak 4th tier magical beasts were relentlessly attacking him. The man was so angry he vomited blood. That damned Asajiri. He can't win, so he resorts to such underhanded tactics, even sending monsters to fight him. How on earth did she control these magical beasts? These magical beasts have all been tamed, which took them a lot of effort to achieve. They have also formed contracts with some adults. As long as the contracts are still in effect, they will never betray their masters. But she did it. A mere yellow spirit possesses such great abilities. One person against 3 magical beasts. The battle was a fierce one, with swords flashing and cannons roaring. Unfortunately, those who were just watching the drama unfold didn't escape either. They all became victims of this struggle. However, men don't care about any of this. In his eyes, the small southern kingdom was nothing more than a matter of destruction, and the deaths of a few people were not worth mentioning. Many palaces were also destroyed. The 13th prince, who was afraid of heights, clung to Chaowu's feet, but his face showed an expression of admiration. Little sister-in-law, you were truly prescient. You are my god. Asajiri, seeing that many people had died accidentally below, the 13th prince asked again, is my father going to come and join the fun too? Asajiri, being a cultivator, had excellent eyesight and could clearly see the battle situation in the distance. She calmly said, don't worry, he's safer than anyone else. As soon as the monster was released, the emperor immediately hid in the safe house he had built for himself. A post-apocalyptic safe house crafted from pure millennial-old black iron, impervious to water and fire. The 13th prince, unaware of the situation, simply breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Asajiri said, what's so good about him? He treats you badly, so why do you still hope for his safety? The 13th prince thought for a moment and said, because Father Emperor said that an heir will be established next year. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. Is this something I can listen to? Is he planning to make you his heir? She asked. The 13th prince shook his head. I don't know, but I am full of hope for next year. Asajiri, it's unbelievable that in this godforsaken place I can still see that kind of clear-eyed stupidity that only college students, a special group, possess. After watching for an unknown amount of time, the man was clearly no match for them, and soon he would die at the hands of those magical beasts. The man clearly understood this as well. Today, either he dies, or the monster perishes. Every man for himself, the man thought, pulling out a black orb of light and channeling all his spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the black sphere exploded, and the enormous energy blasted the three demonic beasts to pieces, leaving them lying on the ground. The man was also affected. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Asagiri's eyes lit up. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She lifted her foot to leave, but the 13th prince immediately grabbed her foot tightly. Sister-in-law, where are you going? If you leave, will you still care about me? Will I be able to live? Will I ever see you again? Don't you want me anymore? Am I not obedient enough? Asagiri kicked him away. Chapter 46 is a real show-off. Asagiri happily went to find some bargains. Pei Rushue and the man were both stunned. The magical beasts were also powerless to resist. Chao Wu took out a pair of gloves from his space, and then his ruthless iron hand directly pierced into the flesh of the magical beasts and pulled out their magic crystals. Monsters that lose their magic crystals will die immediately. The sight of such a massive body lying there in the palace was rather terrifying. With 3 magic crystals in hand, 1 at the 5th rank and 2 at the peak of the 4th rank, she would have enough time to break through to the Azure Spirit Realm. Even if her few naturally born spirit bodies were not physically strong enough to attract spiritual energy, she wouldn't have to worry about it. Asagi casually tossed the magic crystal into her spatial storage to prevent other cultivators from coveting it. After doing all this, Chao Wu walked up to Pei Rushue, put 1 foot on her shoulder, and looked at her coldly. Wake up. If you were to say she was obedient, Chao Wu would only utter a single, light word. After a moment, Pei Rushue's eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Asagiri looking down at her, her eyes filled with disdain. Where are the people you captured? Pei Rushue was about to scold her when the pain in her shoulder made her realize her current situation. The image of her stomping through the monster's foot in the dungeon is still vivid in my mind. Thinking of the magical beasts, she turned her head and saw a young man lying not far away and the corpses of 3 magical beasts. Pei Rushue's pupils dilated in shock as she stared at Chao Wu in disbelief. You killed them. Asagiri denied it. It wasn't me. It was him. She pointed to the man lying on the ground, dressed in tattered clothes. In other words, the expert was invited by Pei Rushue. Asagiri wasn't lying. Those magical beasts were indeed killed by that man. She simply added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, the 13th prince, who arrived slowly, couldn't help but sigh. I envy the Empress Dowager for having such a thick skin, denying things so calmly, as if it were the truth. Pei Rushue naturally didn't believe it and was terrified. Wasn't she just an ordinary woman from the south? Isn't she a Huangling? Why can they easily defeat 4th and 5th tier magical beasts and Qingling experts? That's a powerful Qingling expert, a highly respected figure even in the Wujiang dynasty. In a place like theirs, they could easily wipe out an entire country. How did she manage to do that? Asagiri, not wanting to listen to her nonsense, increased the pressure on her foot. Answer my question. Pei Rushue's face was contorted in pain. I'll talk. I locked them in the water dungeon. At this moment, the emperor, realizing that the battle had stopped, hurriedly led his men to the scene. When the emperor saw that the entire palace was almost reduced to ruins, he was heartbroken and gasped for breath. But he still ordered the imperial physicians to quickly carry the man surnamed Shangwan to be treated. He spotted Asagiri at a glance, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Asagiri, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to treat Miss Pei like this? Asagiri glanced at him coldly, then withdrew her foot, her figure disappearing in an instant as fast as the wind. The emperor was furious and immediately ordered his men to bring Chao Wu back. At this moment, the 13th prince suddenly spoke up. Father, my sister-in-law is not what she used to be. Are you sure you want to offend her? She was able to easily provoke and escape unscathed from this massive battle today, which is enough to show that the envoys of the Wujiang dynasty are far inferior to her. You should see what the consequences of offending her will be. Upon hearing this, the emperor's face stiffened. What will happen next? He looked down. Envoy Shangwan was covered in wounds, a far cry from his initial cold and powerful aura. Now he looked like a tattered rag. Pei Rushue fainted from the pain, her body wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Those 3 magical beasts that gave him nightmares for days after just one glance are now dead. He opened his mouth, then stammered, But I am the ruler, and she is the commoner. The 13th prince was unusually serious. In the face of absolute power, Anyone who wants to live must submit. She is no longer the pampered young lady she once was, but a fearsome top expert. The distinction between ruler and subject no longer applies to her. After saying that, the 13th prince chased after Chao Wu in the direction she had left. After running 2 steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground, knocking out a front tooth. He stood up, cursing and swearing. Damn, once this image is established, the emperor will definitely treat him differently. But the next moment, his true nature will be revealed. He really will be grateful. Your Majesty, you've gone to the wrong place. The water prison is behind us. When Asajiri found Yun Yangzi and her so-called younger brother, and saw their condition, Asajiri almost went back to kill them. Fortunately, Emperor Fuyao stopped her in time. Pei Rushui and that scoundrel Shangwan are not yet dead. She cannot just kill them like this. Asajiri had no choice but to take the 2 of them back with her. The shameless 13th prince offered to help carry the little boy on his back. Pei Rushui is indeed ruthless. When Asajiri arrived at the scene, she realized that it was not a water dungeon in the literal sense at all. In that dark and sunless water dungeon, Pei Rushui put in many horrifying creatures such as scorpions, centipedes, and spiders, and there were also many snakes in the water. Of course, she wanted to use these 2 people to keep Chao Wu in check, so she didn't intend to kill them so quickly and fed them pills. Even if one is poisoned by these substances, the onset of the poison can be slowed down, and there will be no immediate danger to one's life. They were chained to the water, and spiders and centipedes would crawl up their bodies, their cheeks and hair. A sage eye even discovered that several spiders and centipedes had crawled into Yun Yangzi's ears. There were also snakes in the water, frantically coiling around them and biting them, leaving many wounds on their bodies. When she went in, the little boy was in slightly better condition. This could be a shadow that they will never be able to shake off for the rest of their lives. Chao Wu suddenly felt that she had been too lenient with Pei Rushui. But right now, we need to save their lives quickly. The poison itself isn't the problem. The most important issue is that some spiders and centipedes have burrowed into their ears and noses, damaging their eardrums and causing irreversible damage to their hearing. Carrying the 2 wounded, the 2 hurried back. On the way, a spider even crawled out of the child's ear and onto the 13th prince's arm, scaring the prince so much that he screamed. The 2 arrived shortly afterward, and to everyone's surprise, it was Su Yu who opened the door. He saw Asajiri and visibly relaxed, saying obediently, "You're back." Then he looked at the 13th prince, somewhat wary. "And who is this?" The 13th prince looked at Asajiri with excitement. "Quickly tell him that we are my comrades in arms through thick and thin. Tell me quickly." Receiving his gaze, Asajiri hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "Yes." The 13th prince was filled with anticipation. Is she a show-off? Chapter 47 Rescuing People Again. 13th prince. Well, it's only right that 9th prince was able to marry this sister-in-law. 2 oddballs should be a couple. After clearing his throat, the 13th prince introduced himself. "She is my sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Su Yu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't just picking up random people off the street again. His gaze fell on the person they were carrying back, and realizing that this was the person Chao Wu had rescued, Su Yu quickly stepped aside to let them in. Asajiri didn't say anything and let the little white rabbit, the 13th prince, put the person into her room. There were originally 2 guest rooms next to her, but she recently wanted Sang Zhili to have his eyes checked, so she had him move in. But Su Yu, for some unknown reason, also inexplicably moved in. Their original room is now filled with clutter. The 13th prince shuddered at the thought of the palm-sized centipede. "Sister-in-law, should I go and help you get a doctor? I'm very familiar with Imperial Physician Zhang from the Imperial Hospital. I can trick him into coming over." Looking at the 2 people on the soft couch, barely breathing, Chao Wu shook her head. "No need. Both of you, get out." So you wanted to stay and help, but Chao Wu simply closed the door. Then it began a race against death. Yun Yangzi's condition was more serious. When Chao Wu arrived, she was still tightly protecting the child in her arms. Chao Wu took her pulse and discovered that no less than 20 centipedes had burrowed into her body. "It's even in my mind." After a moment of silence, Asajiri formed hand seals and began to transfer spiritual energy to her to prolong her life. At the same time, she began to try to summon her medicine cauldron. A deathly silence. There was no response. Like her contracted beast, all her former contracted partners have vanished without a trace since her rebirth. Unable to summon the medicine cauldron, Chao Wu searched through her spatial storage to see if she had casually left any life-saving potions there before. However, it didn't happen. In her previous life, Asajiri had already reached the level of a top-tier pharmacist, and she rarely concocted medicine anymore. In exceptional circumstances, she would usually summon a cauldron to concoct medicine on the spot and not keep any stock. For the first time, I realized that showing off isn't necessarily a good thing. Now there's only one option left. Supreme 9-turn Rejuvenating Pill. I swiped it from the old man in gray a few days ago. I originally kept this one for myself in case of emergency. But this Lady Yun is essentially the original owner's second parent. Chao Wu calmly took out the Supreme 9-turn Rejuvenation Pill, and then pried open Yun Yangzi's mouth. At this moment, Lady Yun slowly opened her eyes. Lady Yun was born with a delicate and refined appearance. Even though she had long been married and experienced many hardships, the years had not left heavy marks on her face. She was still a beauty. She was thrilled when she opened her eyes and saw Asajiri. Realizing that Asajiri was trying to save her, she took Asajiri's hand, signaling Asajiri not to waste her time on her. Asajiri looked at her and said, "Don't be afraid, I will save you." Yin Yangzi was deaf and couldn't hear what Chao Wu was saying, but she could roughly understand what Chao Wu meant. She forced a smile and shook her head. The girl in front of me had a cool and aloof demeanor, a stark contrast to my own Chao Wu. From the moment she was taken to the palace, she guessed that something must have happened to Asajiri. The girl who saved her at that moment was probably just a stranger with the same face as Asajiri. She said to herself, "I'm so tired, girl. I need to find my daughter. This thing must be very precious. Don't use something so precious to save my worthless life." Asajiri said, "Life has no inherent value. You raised me, so it's only right that I save you." Yun Yangzi was very weak, but she still tried her best to decipher the shape of her lips. The centipede in her mind was frantically threatening her life, causing her unbearable pain. Yin Yangzi's face was pale. I didn't raise you. I raised Chao Wu. I know you're not her." Asajiri paused. Apart from Nan Fuyin, who was also reborn like her, no one else ever doubted that she was not the real person. Even the original owner's biological parents were missing. But Lady Yun was so certain. Lady Yun lay on her back on the soft couch, her breath weak. "Miss, you don't need to feel that you should do anything for her, or for me. Everything I did for Chao Wu was voluntary. It was just to make up for the hurdle in my heart that I couldn't get over. If you really want to do something for her, then please, show her brother a way out." After saying this, Lady Yun died. Perhaps fearing that Asajiri wouldn't want to raise the child, she didn't dare entrust him to her. She only hoped that Asajiri could show him a way to survive, so that he wouldn't become a beggar on the street like before, leaving his life to fate. Holding the Supreme 9-turn Rejuvenation Pill, Chao Wu remained silent for a long time before asking Emperor Fuyao, why did she choose not to live when she clearly had the chance? Moreover, consuming this Supreme 9-turn Rejuvenation Pill will directly change her entire life. She will no longer be just an ordinary member of the masses. She can also cultivate and have the opportunity to defy fate. She knew all along, so why didn't she seize the opportunity? Fuyao said, "Everyone's pursuits are different." She poured all her love for her biological daughter into the original owner. Now that she has seen you, she has confirmed her suspicions, so she has probably given up. Asajiri didn't say anything. She did not approve of such behavior. For her, life always comes first. She would fight with all her might for a chance to survive and never give up. Nothing is more important than life and death. Therefore, she didn't quite understand Yin Yangzi's actions. If it were her, she would crawl to kill the person who harmed her before dying herself. Unable to save Yin Yangzi, Chao Wu turned her attention to the child. His condition was relatively mild, mainly because Lady Yun protected him well. He wasn't in mortal danger, and was too young to take the Supreme 9-turn Rejuvenation Pill, so Chao Wu sent the 13th prince to buy some precious medicinal herbs. It didn't matter that she couldn't summon the medicine cauldron. She could summon a different kind of fire. It's still possible to refine some simple, common pills. Moreover, its efficacy is hundreds of times better than the medicines prescribed by ordinary doctors. The 13th prince also did his best. Even though the prescription Chao Wu gave him contained many rare and priceless medicinal herbs, he was eventually able to obtain them. Then, looking pitiful, he said to Chao Wu, "Sister-in-law, I stole all of these from the Imperial Hospital. The envoys from the Wujiang dynasty are seriously injured and are all in the Imperial Hospital for emergency treatment. Father is so worried that his hair has turned white. If father catches me, you have to protect my life." Asajiri. The pills were quickly refined, but they were just ordinary pills with no spiritual energy at all. After feeding the little boy 2 pills, Chao Wu waited quietly. Chapter 48 Accusation. He woke up soon after, and the worms that had crawled into his body came out. However, his hearing is still somewhat impaired, and we can only treat this by refining pills for him after Chao Wu's strength gradually increases. The little prickly boy stared blankly at the motionless Lady Yun for a long time, but he didn't cry. His calmness was somewhat beyond what one would expect from someone his age. When Chao Wu walked in, she saw him staring blankly at Yun Yangzi's corpse. Asajiri walked over. From now on, you will follow me. Anyway, we have to raise a lot of naturally born spirits, so one more child won't make a difference. The problem is money. It's worth mentioning that when Chao Wu left, he emptied the remnant prince's mansion. Although Nan Fuyin was useless, he was still a prince, and some of his possessions, which represented his status, were still quite valuable. Selling it on the black market, Asajiri earned another 9,000 taels, tears welling in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the little troublemaker looked up at Chao Wu before calling out, "Sister." Asajiri asked, "What's your name?" Indeed, the original owner spent too little time with him and couldn't find his name in her memories. "Iron Bucket," little troublemaker replied. Asajiri, "What?" "Iron Bucket," the little troublemaker answered again. Asajiri, 6. "Okay, little Iron Bucket," said Asajiri. "Let's go eat." Then Chao Wu asked the 13th prince to arrange Yun Yangzi's funeral. After all, Asajiri has never organized or even participated in such an event, so they don't know the process. There is an unwritten rule in the Tianyuan continent. For major events such as funerals and weddings, it is fundamentally unacceptable to invite Chao Wu, the morning mist, to the ceremony. Because of her, even when she attends a funeral, she manages to strip the coffin lid clean. The boss, Chao Wu, and the demon lord of the demon realm were 2 great scourges of the cultivation world. This is no exaggeration. Fortunately, both of them are now dead. Tai Xiaodong settled down there, and no news came out of the palace. This is the principle of prioritizing strength. Even though Asajiri made such a big fuss, no one dared to arrest her. Doesn't the emperor hate her? Doesn't the emperor envy her? Doesn't the emperor want to capture her? He just didn't dare to. After life returned to normal, Asajiri began searching for new innate spiritual beings. We currently only have 4 naturally born spirits. How is that enough? Her goal is a vast ocean of stars. However, after running around tirelessly for several days, they still couldn't find a single naturally born spirit, which made Asajiri a little frustrated. Busi couldn't discern her criteria for choosing a partner, assuming she was simply looking for handsome men, since Sang Jili and the other 2 were indeed beautiful in their own unique ways. Back home, Asajiri was in a bad mood and could only channel her grief and anger into strength, starting to cultivate in preparation for breaking through the threshold of advancement. Sang Jili noticed that Asajiri was in a bad mood, so she took the initiative to chat with her. "Have you been having any worries lately?" Asajiri said, "It's just that things haven't gone smoothly." Sang Jili had heard Siyu talk so much these past 2 days that his ears were practically calloused. He roughly knew what she was busy with, so he said, "My Tianlu kingdom may not be known for its beautiful women, but decades ago it was famous for its outstanding people and abundant handsome men. If you really pursue beauty, you can consider it." Previously, the 4 kingdoms were in a state of tripartite balance, but then the behemoth that was the Wujiang dynasty suddenly appeared. Those fearsome magical beasts disrupted the land balance of their country, causing the people to live in misery. That is why the southern kingdom rose to become the leader of the 4 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Asajiri looked at him and asked, "You want me to go to the kingdom of Tenryu?" Sang Jili paused, then readily admitted, "Yes." After a moment of silence, he continued, "I'm sorry, I admit I have ulterior motives. Tianlu Kingdom is facing a crisis of national annihilation, and I just want to do something. But what can a blind man do?" However, during this time, he met a different person. She was so powerful that it was unimaginable. She was fearless of the Wujiang dynasty and could kill its magical beasts without hesitation. Asajiri wasn't displeased. She was just thinking about how bad the situation was in Tianlu Kingdom and what the chances were of finding a naturally born spirit there. But it's worth a try. Go out and explore. You might just find some opportunities. After thinking for a moment, Asajiri agreed. "Okay, I'll pack up in a couple of days and head to Tenryu." Upon hearing this, Sang Jili asked in surprise, "You really agreed?" Asajiri raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise what?" Sang Jili was somewhat excited. Thank you so much." Asajiri went to Tenryu Kingdom with a purpose, and he had his own selfish motives. He hoped that Asajiri could help Tenryu Kingdom. But it doesn't matter if Asajiri doesn't help him. That's understandable since it's not her country. The fact that she agreed to take him to Tianlu Kingdom was enough to move him. Having experienced so much despair since arriving in the south, I hardly dare to imagine that I will ever have the chance to go back. When the news of their trip to Tianlu Kingdom spread a few days later, Su Yu and Shin Xingzhou looked at Sang Zhili with great envy. Not only did she envy Sang Zhili for being able to return to his own country, she also envied how good Asajiri was to him. The three of them were bought together. Now, Asajiri hardly speaks to them, and is only close to Sang Zhili. Su Yu has tried to talk to Asajiri many times, but has not been able to find an opportunity. Aside from Sang Zhili, Chaowu was particularly kind to the newcomer, Busai, taking him along every time they went out, claiming that he was physically fit and could do hard labor. She would occasionally say a few words to them, but she acted as if they were strangers, though it wasn't passive-aggressive behavior. This sense of distance annoyed Su Yu. At night, after refining a 4th-tier magical beast crystal, Asajiri was about to rest when she saw a shadow hesitating on the windowsill. Walking to the windowsill, I opened the carved and open-work window and saw the boy standing under the peach tree in front of the window. The night was cool, and since he wasn't wearing a cloak, he kept hunching his shoulders. Upon seeing Asajiri, he bit his lower lip, wanting to go forward but not daring to, and just stood there, feeling a little wronged. Asajiri, now I think I know why men like delicate, beautiful women. Unfortunately, her mind had already been occupied by the light of righteousness. He firmly believes that, if one has no man in one's heart, one will naturally be a god when drawing a sword. Composing herself, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Yu asked, "Do you really hate me?" With her brows furrowed in the morning mist, what could have caused her beloved innate spiritual being to harbor such doubts? "No. You're lying," Su Yu said aggrievedly. "If you don't like me, then why did you save me? You could have just let me die on that stage." Asajiri, after holding it in for a while, he said dryly, "Don't talk nonsense." It's no wonder those scumbags all have the same lines. If the scene were changed, she wouldn't be able to think of any other lines to say. Su Yu said, "You never talked to me. You only talked to Sang Zhili. I know I was wrong before. Can you forgive me?" Asajiri thought to herself, this is a huge blunder. She wasn't angry. She just didn't know their names, which was why she didn't talk to them. Chapter 49 Reconciliation. Seeing that she did not answer immediately, Su Yu looked somewhat dejected. Actually, upon closer reflection, we realized that we brought this situation upon ourselves. When Asajiri first brought him home, he only thought of her as the same kind of woman who frequented such places as Yifeng Pavilion, and he felt nothing but disgust. But after spending so much time together, he gradually came to understand Asajiri's character. She was different from others. She was aloof and reserved, and always very polite and respectful to people and things. Although she always had a cold expression, there was no denying that she was extremely kind to them. Especially the image of Asajiri descending from the sky to save him in the Colosseum remained vivid in his mind. During this time, he always wanted to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Asajiri, but unfortunately, he never found the opportunity. Today, when he heard from Sang Zhili that Asajiri was going to take them to Sang Zhili's country, he was filled with mixed emotions. Unable to sleep that night, after much hesitation, I finally came over. I didn't mean anything by it. I just want to apologize to you properly. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Su Yu lowered his eyes, his long black eyelashes obscuring the expression in them. He said, "If you really don't like it, I won't say these things again." After saying that, he turned and left dejectedly. "Wait a minute," Asajiri called out to him. Su Yu turned around. Asajiri said calmly, "I'm not angry. Don't overthink it. I only spoke to Sang Zhili because I only knew his name." Upon hearing this, Su Yu realized that he had misunderstood her. Then she realized that it was all her own doing. Asajiri had asked her their names before, but he refused to tell her. At that time, only Sang Zhili had spoken to her. Even though she was the one who rescued them from the fire, he still treated her with disdain. Su Yu felt increasingly guilty. "My name is Su Yu," he said quickly. Then he told Asajiri the name of Shin Xingzhou. Asajiri thought to herself, these people's names are quite nice. Seeing Su Yu still standing by the window, she asked, "Is there anything else? Why aren't you asleep so late?" Su Yu shook his head. "I can't sleep. Can I talk to you?" After thinking for a moment, Asajiri agreed. Their spirits are naturally delicate and need to be well cared for. It's best to make them happy and meet their basic needs. When Su Yu first entered Asajiri's room, he was a little reserved and nervous. He found a place to sit down, and then his eyes followed Asajiri. Asajiri poured him a cup of tea before sitting down opposite him, looking serious and earnest. What do you want to talk about? Suyu. It was just casual conversation. How did it turn into a meeting between two countries? After thinking for a moment, he asked, are we really going to Tianlu Kingdom? I heard that Tianlu Kingdom is in a bad situation recently, beset by internal and external troubles. They did not prepare enough tribute for the Wujiang dynasty a while ago, and the Wujiang dynasty's monsters have trampled several cities and mountains. While Tianlu Kingdom is busy recovering, some small tribes in the surrounding area have started to rebel, and there has been constant warfare recently. In fact, none of the four kingdoms are having an easy time right now. Don't be fooled by the fact that the southern kingdom is still very prosperous. This time, the people and monsters of the Wujiang dynasty have all died here. It is estimated that the Wujiang dynasty's reinforcements will arrive soon to take revenge. At that point, it's not impossible that they might just raze the entire southern country to the ground. Asajiri nodded. Yes, we are going. Suyu paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, is it because of Sangjili? Or because of that thing you've been busy with these past few days? He was referring to Asajiri's recent flurry of activity as she searched the entire imperial city for a naturally born spirit. Like Busi, he also thought that Chao Wu was collecting handsome men. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. Both, half and half. In a daze, Suyu seemed to hear his heart shatter into two pieces. He paused for 2 seconds, then picked it up and pieced it back together. It was still usable. Forcing a smile, the boy's innocent and well-behaved face was so handsome it was almost unfair. He said, then you must remember my name from now on. My name is Suyu. Morning Mist nodded. She has a bad memory, but not Alzheimer's. He said it twice already. How could she not remember? Then Suyu stopped talking about those topics and gradually started talking about the people of the Wujiang dynasty. He asked curiously, by the way, why do you have the same abilities as them? Do you have any connection with the Wujiang dynasty? In most people's stereotypes, only the Wujiang dynasty possessed such a special kind of powerful figure. They possess powerful abilities like those of gods and folk tales, capable of destroying the world at will, inspiring awe and fear in all who behold them. Asajiri shook his head, also out of boredom, and began to explain the nature of cultivators to him. Whether it's me or those so-called immortals of the Wujiang dynasty, we're just ordinary people. There is a special ability in this world that we call spiritual power. People who can absorb and cultivate spiritual power are called spiritual practitioners. I am just one of them, as are they. This was the first time Suyu had heard this, and his face was full of curiosity. Then who can cultivate spiritual power? Where does spiritual power exist? How can one find it? Asajiri calmly said, spiritual energy is everywhere. You can think of it as being like air, ethereal and intangible, impossible to grasp or hold. Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate it. This is a kind of talent threshold. Spirit practitioners are also divided into talents. Some people have no other additional talents and are simply martial artists, while others have a high talent for spiritual herbs and can become apothecaries. Still others are born with a special talent for forging spiritual weapons and will become weapon refiners. There is another profession called beast tamer, which is exactly what it sounds like. They specialize in taming magical beasts. Those immortals who are praised to the heavens in the Wujiang dynasty are beast tamers. Suyu became increasingly curious as he listened, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. It turns out that this world has such a wonderful and powerful side. Compared to this, he was really just a frog in a well before. From Asajiri's perspective, the Wujiang dynasty wasn't exactly a particularly formidable force. Do I have spiritual roots? How can I cultivate? Can I do it? He asked. Asajiri did not answer. As a born spirit, he must have spiritual roots. However, since his spiritual platform is not yet open, he cannot cultivate even if he is immersed in spiritual energy. As for his talents, those require specialized testing to determine. She couldn't see them with the naked eye. Asajiri is raising them, and in exchange, she uses them to absorb spiritual energy. It's a mutually beneficial partnership, and she doesn't have any other ideas yet. I have absolutely no intention of guiding them in their cultivation right now. Seeing that Chao Wu remained silent, Suyu assumed that he lacked talent and couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. If given the opportunity to become a strong person, he would also like to see a bigger and wider world. They also wanted to use that powerful force to protect their country. But these are just dreams. I might never have the chance to go home again in my lifetime. Chapter 50, Putting in an Awkward Situation. After that night, Suyu seemed like a completely different person. He would always go to Asajiri. He would ask Asajiri for everything. He would ask her 800 times a day, which made Asajiri feel numb. They're even harder to raise than children. Tai Xiaotong wasn't bothered by her much, but Suyu, for some reason, started bothering her every day after that night. He would sit next to Asajiri during meals, and whenever Asajiri picked up a dish, he would frantically pile more food onto her plate. Shin Xingzhou. It's great to be young. You can be so shameless. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. He really wanted to have a good talk with Asajiri, but he just didn't know how to start, so he decided against it. These past 2 days, Bu Xi and Lu Li have started shopping on the street, preparing to go to Tianlu Kingdom. Chao Wu refined a few ordinary pills and casually tossed them to Sang Zhili, which should improve his occasional eye pain. It was a pity that she couldn't escape the medicine cauldron and couldn't find any spiritual medicine, otherwise she could have cured Sang Zhili's eyes immediately. After taking the medicine, Sang Zhili has been resting in bed for the past few days, while the 13th prince has been visiting her frequently. Your Majesty, Envoy Shangwan has woken up and left with Pei Rushui and the others. However, he looked strange when he left. Could it be that they are going to take revenge? The 13th prince asked worriedly. If they really wanted to retaliate, the entire southern kingdom wouldn't even be enough for those magical beasts to kick. They didn't even take the tribute gifts, but it said that it was because my 9th brother ruined the tribute gifts that my 5th brother had carefully prepared. As he continued speaking, the 13th prince paused, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, sister-in-law. Where is my 9th brother? Where is he? It really was like being slashed on the butt with a knife. It was an eye-opener. Nan Fuyin had been missing for so long that it was only now that the 13th prince realized he was gone. Asajiri said, she's probably dead. Also, I'm no longer your sister-in-law, so don't call me that. The 13th prince nodded as if he understood. Yes, sister-in-law. Asajiri was too lazy to talk to this idiot, so she waved her hand and put everything into her spatial storage. If the house hadn't been rented, Asajiri might have moved the house away too. However, when checking the space, Chao Wu had a headache. There was a small empty space in the area she had designated for her luggage, and as someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she inexplicably wanted to fill it up. But what should we put in it? She didn't leave the landlord even a foot basin. She really had nothing left to put. Asajiri was in a dilemma. The 13th prince was eager to try. Sister-in-law, you can release an awkward person, like me, and I can get a 2-bedroom apartment. He also wanted to go to Tianlu Kingdom with his sister-in-law to find handsome men, sob. He wanted to witness firsthand the birth of the 108 male concubines behind the Empress Dowager's sister-in-law. Such a historic moment was one he was determined to record in a storybook. Its sales would surely be far ahead of the competition. Asajiri fell silent. The 13th prince clung to Chao Wu's arm affectionately, saying, Sister-in-law, please take me with you. Otherwise, when Pei Rushui and the others come back, they'll kill me. They all saw you save me. What are you doing? A voice came from behind. When Asajiri turned around, she saw that Suyu had appeared behind her at some point, his eyes fixed on her arm, which was being held tightly by the 13th prince, as if he had caught her in adultery. Sensing Suyu's hostility, the 13th prince said, I'm talking to my sister-in-law. What's it to you? My brother, the empress, hasn't even spoken yet. Suyu asked, then where is your elder brother? I heard he's dead. Suyu felt a shameful little thrill inside, even though he knew it was wrong. The 13th prince was furious. Asajiri said coldly, all right, you can go back now. I have something to take care of, and it's inconvenient to bring too many people. If Pei Rushui comes back to cause trouble for you, just light it, and I'll rush back. She handed the 13th prince a small origami crane. The 13th prince examined it carefully. Is this thing useful? Asajiri remained silent. Without a magical beast as a means of communication, this little origami crane would certainly be useless, so she added a mark to the origami crane. She will naturally feel it when the origami cranes are lit. 1,000 paper cranes. You think you're so high and mighty? You're using my ass to seduce men. After doing all that, Asajiri led them on their journey to the kingdom of Tianlu. Since the journey was long, and there were no magical beasts to travel with, Asajiri specially commissioned the construction of a large carriage. Several people could sleep inside without any problem. The main problem is that these silly girls don't want to go to another carriage. They all want to squeeze into the same carriage with her. Sang Zhili is alright, but he is injured, so Asajiri has to take care of him. As she was leaving, Asajiri thought of the vanished Nan Fuyin again. I wonder how he is doing now. However, Asajiri didn't pay much attention to him. Asajiri always remained somewhat wary of such a dangerous person. She just wanted to see where he went this time, and if she had the chance, she wanted to go too. When they passed through a small town, Busi and Luli got off the bus and bought some food. Asajai and his companions stopped their carriage by the river to rest for a while. However, before they had rested for long, they heard Suyu exclaim in surprise from not far away. Asajiri was talking to Sangjili. Suyu was washing his face with the cool river water when he discovered a person lying in the bushes by the river. A young man. To be precise, he was a very handsome young man. Crippled king? Suyu's expression changed immediately when he saw the man's face. He reached out and turned him over, finally confirming the man's identity. He had seen Nan Fuyin when he was at the prince's residence and remembered his appearance, so he recognized him immediately. Suyu hurriedly called out to Chao Wu. The crippled king is here, your husband, the 9th prince. Asajiri immediately withdrew the large teeth she had just bared and walked over with an indifferent expression. Upon seeing the person lying in the grass, Asajiri exclaimed that it was bad luck. Did this person run away to a distant land? Ignoring the deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body, Asajiri coldly raised her chin and said, Dead? Fine, bury him. So you said, I just checked on him. He's still alive, but he's badly injured. Judging from the injuries, it must have been caused by a magical beast. Asajiri had no intention of saving him. Just bury him. After not seeing him for a few days, she could no longer discern the man's true strength. She's made rapid progress these past few days, and she's almost at the green spirit level, but she still lags behind him. Her trip to the south was over. She was no longer confined to the palace. They had met by chance, and she didn't need to have any further interaction with him. The main problem is that Nan Fuyin got so much of her spiritual energy for free, but then he messed up at the crucial moment. If he's going to die, he should at least try to die somewhere far away. She won't save him. Half an hour later, Asajiri stared blankly at the half-naked man being placed on the carriage. Sangjili was somewhat embarrassed. I just felt that he is your husband and a prince. His status is extraordinary, so it would be better not to leave him to die. Chapter 51 Trading. Asajiri originally didn't intend to save him, telling him to go back to where he came from and die. But Sangjili had good hearing and somehow overheard it, so he begged Asajiri to bring him back. No matter what, it's still a human life. Asajiri, this is not a charity, it really isn't. Sangjili's thoughts were simple. He just felt that Nan Fuyin and Chao Wu were husband and wife, and there was no such thing as a grudge that would last overnight between them. Although he didn't know what had happened between Nan Fuyin and Zhao Gu, it didn't matter. The important thing is that Asajiri has been kind to him, and he wants to be good to her. Because there was another wounded person in the carriage, and it wouldn't be good to have too many people, Shen Xingzhou and Suyu went to the carriage behind them. Behind them was a smaller, ordinary carriage, filled with food and daily necessities. Busi and Luli had been in that carriage before. After the space was cleared, Chao Wu began to treat Dian. She could tell from the gruesome wounds on his body that they were inflicted by a magical beast. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. It seems he did indeed have other opportunities during this period. None of the magical beasts brought by the Wujiang dynasty could inflict such wounds. In such a barren little world, how could he possibly find other magical beasts? It seems this person is really dishonest. On the surface, he said he wanted to cooperate with her for mutual benefit, but in reality, when a new opportunity arose, he ran away without looking back, without thinking about her at all. Given that, Asajiri certainly wouldn't do her best for him. Asajiri had the ability to heal him, but she didn't intend to do so. Instead, she slowly took out a needle from her space, threaded it, and then slowly stitched up his wound as if she were sewing clothes. He had countless lacerations on his body. When they saw him, he was covered in blood, and it would take a long time to stitch him up completely. Moreover, Asajiri did not give him any anesthetic drugs. Dihan was abruptly awakened by the pain. He felt a sharp object piercing his flesh, repeatedly stabbing him, the excruciating pain stimulating his nerves again, and he slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes calmly gazed at the woman before him. This was the second time in my life I had been so humiliated, and I encountered the same person, only the scene was different. Just like the first time she met him, Asajiri was no different now. Last time she was tearing the rotten flesh off his leg, and this time she was coldly and ruthlessly stabbing a needle into his chest. Looking down, well, there were several ugly centipedes crawling on his fair chest. Noticing the movement, Chao Wu looked up, met his eyes, and then sneered. You're awake. Where is this? Dihan asked calmly. Naturally, this is my territory, Asajiri replied. Upon hearing this, Dihan did not ask any further questions. He wasn't curious about what she had gone through during his absence. That wasn't within his area of interest. Her gaze swept toward him, and suddenly she smelled a familiar fragrance emanating from Asajiri. Dihan paused, then suddenly said, "How about we make a deal?" Asajiri glanced at him indifferently. "I never do business at a loss. Now that you've lost even your only advantage, your identity, what kind of deal can you possibly make with me?" Seeing that he had already stitched up his wound and didn't care that his chest was covered in blood, Dihan sat up calmly, his posture languid and composed, and slowly said, "Of course I have something that will interest you." The two exchanged words back and forth, while Sang Jili sat silently to the side. He didn't interrupt, instead trying to minimize his presence. But I had some doubts in my heart. Why was the way this couple got along so strange? They not only seemed unfamiliar with each other, but also appeared to be at odds. Asajiri thought for a moment, then asked, "Tell me your thoughts." Dihan went straight to the point. "I want the supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill that you have." Asajiri's voice was cold and clear. "Dream on. Dogs have a pretty good nose." She put the supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill in her spatial storage, so he could smell it. What else could he be but a dog's nose? Dihan wasn't annoyed. A smile curved his lips. "Don't rush. Why don't you hear my terms first?" Asajiri gave him a look that said, "Go ahead and say whatever you want, and see if I believe your nonsense." "During the time I suddenly disappeared, I went to the Wuzhong dynasty," he said calmly, not caring that there was an outsider beside him, and showing no intention of concealing anything. Asajiri had thought about this before. Not to mention him, even she herself is now quite interested in going to the Wuzhong dynasty. After all, there must be magical beasts and cultivators in that place. Since they are of the same kind, they must have their own source of spiritual power. Going to the Wuzhong dynasty would be much better than staying in these four countries. However, her current strength is too low, and she is not clear about the situation of the Wuzhong dynasty. If she goes there rashly and encounters someone much stronger than her, she will be in danger. Therefore, Chaowu wants to cultivate for a period of time before going. "Do you know why this little world has no spiritual energy?" he suddenly asked. Asajiri calmly said, "There are thousands of small worlds in this world, and not every small world is covered with spiritual energy. It is quite normal that spiritual energy is scarce here." Back in the Tianyuan continent, when they went on training trips, they would often activate spatial teleportation arrays, which would sometimes send them to different small worlds. Back then, Asajiri had seen many backward little worlds, without spiritual energy or magical beasts, just like the ancient lives recorded in ordinary history books, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Dihan scoffed lightly, as if mocking her ignorance. "No, this world does have spiritual energy, although it's not that concentrated. It's still enough for basic cultivation." Sang Jili, standing to the side, was completely confused. What spiritual power? What small world? These were all things he had never heard of before. However, he did not interrupt them, but chose to continue listening. These past 2 days, Suyu has been saying strange things in front of them, and they know that it was Chao Wu who told him those things. Suyu didn't share it with them, as if he were keeping a secret that belonged only to the two of them. Actually, he also really wanted to know the secret that Suyu was so proudly guarding. Upon hearing Dihan's words, Chao Wu paused for a moment. "But I have already observed that this small world has no source of spiritual energy at all. There are no raw stones, spiritual veins, magical beasts, or even spiritual herbs. How could there be spiritual energy?" Seeing that her curiosity had been piqued, Dihan leaned back leisurely with his arms crossed. "The following content will require payment to listen to. If you want to know, give me a spirit pill." He knew exactly how alluring spiritual power was to a cultivator. Cultivating in this place, spiritual energy becomes the biggest obstacle, so once he brings up this topic, Asajiri will definitely take the bait. Sure enough, Asajiri's face showed some hesitation. She only has this one supreme 9-turn rejuvenating pill left, and she's saving it for emergencies. However, if we can figure out where all the spiritual energy in this world has gone, the future direction of development will be determined. When our cultivation level increases, we will be able to summon her medicine cauldron, and then she will be able to refine the supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill herself. Chapter 52 Cruel. Dihan did not disturb her and waited quietly. If he could get the supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill from her, that would be best. His injuries this time were too severe, no less than when he first arrived in this small world. If this body hadn't already been inhabited by a different soul, it would probably be dead by now. Asajiri said, I need time to think about it. This Supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill is arguably the most precious thing on her body right now, and Asagi is actually unwilling to give it away. Upon hearing this, Dihan nodded. Then he turned to look at the scenery rushing past the window and asked, "Where are you going?" "Tenryu country," Asagi said. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at Sang Jili, who was sitting next to Chao Wu, and said with an ambiguous expression, "You treat him quite well." Sang Jili was on edge. Even if he couldn't see it, he knew they were talking about him. There was a strange sense of shame, like the prima dowager looking at her concubines with a critical eye. Sang Jili pursed his lips and said, "The princess consort has given me a second life. There is no messy relationship between the princess consort and me. Your Highness, please don't overthink it." Dihan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Asagi asked, "So you're not planning to get off? You're also going?" Dihan closed his eyes and began to rest. Let's go take a look." Her relaxed yet dignified demeanor made Chao Wu seem like a little eunuch serving at the king's side. Asagi wished she could slap him to death. For the sake of the information he mentioned, Asagi decided to take him along for the time being. After several more days of staggering and swaying, the group finally entered the territory of Tianlu Kingdom. Asagi also saw what the current situation was like in Tianlu Kingdom. Upon entering the territory of Tianlu Kingdom, one could clearly feel what the phrase broken walls and ruins meant. The border town of Tianlu Kingdom has almost become a ruin. Standing on the city gate and looking into the distance, there is no good land anywhere in sight, no mountains or plains. It's like land that's been plowed by oxen. Everywhere you look there are signs of tilling and cracking. People had lost their crops, and almost all the vegetation on the ground had been destroyed. Before they even entered the city, Chao Wu heard cries rising and falling. Sang Jili's hands clenched tightly. After entering the small town, they did not attract much attention. Asagi noticed that the town seemed quite normal, with vendors selling things and people bustling about on the streets. These vendors must have come from elsewhere. Tianlu Kingdom currently has no self-production capacity. The homes of the people here have been destroyed, and the vast majority of them have no money and live worse than beggars, so of course they can't buy anything. People were starving to death every now and then, and the cries of the dying were heard all over the streets. Everyone had gotten used to it. Perhaps out of compassion, Lily took a cake from her bosom and handed it to a woman by the roadside. The woman was so hungry that she was unrecognizable, looking like a walking skeleton. She knelt by the roadside, constantly begging passers-by for food, a sight that would break anyone's heart. However, such situations were all too common in this place. Everyone was too busy taking care of themselves to help her, so she begged for a long time but couldn't even get a single soybean. Lily couldn't bear it, so she gave her a pancake. She knew she couldn't appear too wealthy in a place like this, or she might get herself into trouble, so instead of taking food from her luggage, she pulled out a half-eaten pancake from her pocket. Nevertheless, the woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and with a mixture of surprise and joy, she frantically kowtowed and thanked the group. They were speaking in a language they couldn't understand. Lily appeared somewhat cramped. Asagi turned to Sang Jili and asked, "What is he saying?" Sang Jili couldn't see, so he stood there listening for a while, then spoke softly. She said that her daughter hadn't eaten for many days and was about to starve to death. All her family members were gone, leaving only this daughter to depend on her for survival. She was very grateful, and this pancake was enough to save her daughter's life. It turns out it wasn't for myself. Such a small piece of bread wouldn't even fill a child's stomach. In such circumstances, a life could be saved. Asagi felt a mix of emotions. The southern land, thousands of miles away, is peaceful and prosperous. Although not everyone is well off, at least everyone has enough to eat and wear. The Tianlu Kingdom suffered such a devastating blow simply because its tribute to the Wujiang dynasty failed to satisfy the people. In essence, the Wujiang dynasty and the Four Kingdoms are of equal status, only the latter has a larger territory. However, just because the former has cultivators and magical beasts, it completely surpasses the Four Kingdoms and is superior to them. Asagi couldn't understand the local dialect of this remote town, so Sang Jili spoke on her behalf, saying a string of gibberish to the woman. Then, the woman thanked him profusely and ran off in another direction with the cake in her arms. Asagi and the others also prepared to turn around and find an inn or something to rest for the night. After sitting in the carriage for several days, I was completely exhausted. However, after turning around and taking only a couple of steps, he suddenly heard a shrill scream from the woman he had just seen. Everyone turned around and saw the woman slumped on the ground, screaming and crying as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She dropped the pancake on the ground without even noticing. Someone saw the pancake, and a bunch of people started scrambling to get it. As Chow Wu and the others approached, they saw a bloody skeleton lying where the group of people had just surrounded them. The small skeleton suggests that the deceased must have been extremely thin in life. So you only glanced at it, but suddenly felt incredibly sad. It was as if they couldn't believe it. He whispered, "Why?" The woman's daughter was eaten alive. A living, breathing person has been eaten like this, and he simply cannot understand why. That was a human being, not some cat, dog, or animal. It was one of their own kind. How could they possibly do that? Suyu couldn't understand, and neither could Shin Xingzhou and Busi Lioli. Sang Zhili's face was pale, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but his hands, hanging at his sides, were clenched tightly. He was shocked and saddened. He had heard and thought before that the situation in Tianlu Kingdom might be very bad, but he never imagined it would be this bad. It had almost reached the point of cannibalism. Only Chow Wu and Dian had calm expressions. They've seen far more horrific and bloody scenes than this, and far more inhumane ones. Asajiri once visited a small world inhabited entirely by mutated people who were used for drug testing and experiments, and the vast majority of them underwent mutations. She had seen too much cannibalism there, and could even be said to be immune to it. Chapter 53 Artifact. Dihan remained expressionless because he didn't think it was anything particularly terrifying. As the demon lord, he had witnessed far too much of the filth and evil in humanity. Is it scary? It's not scary. That's just how the world is. When people are driven to the brink, there's nothing they won't do. The woman's eyes were filled with a deathly aura. Even without looking at the morning mist, one could tell she was doomed to die today. She turned away and asked, "Have you found an inn?" He stepped forward without hesitation. "I've found it. It's up ahead." Busi was only slightly shocked before he came to his senses. As royal bodyguards, their private training was very strict and brutal, which made his mental fortitude slightly higher than others. Suddenly, a hand with distinct knuckles grabbed Chow Wu's sleeve. The morning mist turns back. Sang Zhili's expression shifted, and he moved his lips, whispering, "Please save her, okay?" The woman's hysterical cries filled the air, heartbreaking to hear. Apart from the perpetrators and the numb locals, many spectators were deeply moved. One can imagine what awaits the woman who has lost her emotional support and then half a pancake. It will just be the same tragic end as her daughters. Asajiri said calmly, "There is no solution to this problem. As a mere bystander, she cannot save this poor man." Judging from the situation from one person's perspective, in other words, almost the entire Tianlu Kingdom is in such a dire state. How can saving just one person alleviate the suffering? Even if one person is saved, there are still millions of others suffering the same pain. Sang Zhili's fingers tightened, and his voice was somewhat pale. "How could that be? If you lend a little help, she can have a way to survive." Asajiri didn't want to talk to him too much nonsense. He was from the Tianlu Kingdom, and being involved in something, he was blinded by his own situation and couldn't see the bigger picture at all. If this is true even in a small border town, what about other parts of Tianlu Kingdom? Moreover, they didn't bring much food, just enough for themselves, so how could they help others? After a 2-second silence, she still chose to turn and leave without any hesitation. Sang Zhili stood there, stunned. He had assumed that if he asked her for help, she would agree. Shin Xingzhou stepped forward from behind. She's not a heartless person. She must have her reasons for doing this. Even if it were him, he would have made the same choice as Asajiri. Sang Zhili is blind and cannot see how miserable the city is now. There is no way to save the people. What use is it to have compassion, but not the power to pull them out of hell if you are not strong enough yourself? The inn we found was quite simple, but it was already considered very good under the current circumstances. There weren't many rooms, and the morning mist was chilly. She had asked for a room herself, but then Dihan squeezed into the same room with her without saying a word. The others looked at each other, and in the end, no one said anything. They silently assigned rooms, and then went to rest. Before entering the city, Asajiri put the carriage into his spatial storage, and entrusted the horse to the innkeeper for temporary care. Sang Zhili and Busi were assigned to the same room. Busi was busy exploring the surroundings, while Sang Zhili stood alone for a long time before finally groping his way back to the room. "You heartless bastard. You treat your little male concubine so coldly. Aren't you afraid he'll be angry with you?" After returning to the room, Dihan took the bed first, lay down lazily, and then said to Chow Wu. Asajiri said, "Who are you calling heartless?" Dihan wasn't fooled. "You're so cold-blooded, You deserve that title. Asajiri sneered. Naturally, I can't compare to a cunning man like you. To be honest, after spending so much time together, she still didn't know how many of Nan Fuin's words were true and how many were false. However, it's clear that this person is the same type of person as her. Selfish people who only believe in themselves. Because, like him, she had never considered a win-win situation deep down. She also wanted to maximize her own interests by following his lead. Now it seems he's just like her. The goal is to quickly escape this barren little world. Dihan raised an eyebrow, neither denying nor denying, and readily accepted. Asajiri added, if you're angry, then be angry. It's him who's getting wrinkles, not me. Besides, he's not some male concubine. Do you think you don't know their identities? Asajiri looked at him with disdain. Don't think she can't see it. During the past few days on the road, he has been secretly absorbing the spiritual energy that Sang Zhili and the others have attracted. I've never seen anyone with such thick skin. They could be cut off and sent to the battlefield to make bulletproof vests, making them impervious to swords and bullets. Dihan showed no embarrassment. He calmly said, don't worry, I'll return what I used to you. Asajiri's expression was indifferent. Then pay it back first. Don't just make empty promises. And another thing, she said blankly, go book your own room and get out of my room. Dihan dropped his carefree expression and said, no, we have to share a room. Asajiri frowned. Why? However, the next moment, Emperor Fuyao, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Little Chaowu, something bad has happened. There is a problem with this city. Emperor Fuyao's voice was somewhat serious. I just sensed something moving underground in this city, and it's very powerful. It doesn't seem to belong to this continent. It must have come from another continent. Chaowu can't sense anything right now, which only shows that what Emperor Fuyao mentioned is far more powerful than her. She asked, what is it? A magical beast? A magical artifact? It seems like they are both, said Emperor Fuyao. And it seems like they are fighting. It's also possible that I'm misperceiving things. I can't sense any specific information. Anyway, their strength is very high, and their spiritual artifacts are at least Earth rank. Asajiri paused for a moment. Spiritual artifacts are ranked from 1 to 9, with Earth rank and Heaven rank above that. These two ranks of spiritual artifacts are then called divine artifacts. Earth rank artifacts are extremely rare even in the Tianyuan continent. How did I end up in this little world? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Emperor Fuyao said solemnly, I can't be mistaken. I can't sense what the other one is, but the spiritual weapon is definitely of the Earth rank. Seeing the slight change in Chaowu's expression, Dihan said calmly, it seems you already know. He noticed it as soon as he entered the city. The entire city is within the range of that magical artifact's activity. As soon as the magical artifacts start fighting that demonic beast, the entire city will be reduced to ruins. At that time, it was a true ruin and no one survived. However, it's too late to leave now. This city is their battlefield. It has been designated as their territory. Getting in is easy, but getting out is absolutely impossible. In the past, a low-level divine artifact like Fuin would not have been a concern at all. Unfortunately, he is currently only a mere Qingling. Even 100 more of them couldn't withstand the power of a single divine artifact. There is only one cultivator here, Asajiri. Although she was weaker than him, the two of them working together would at least give them a better chance of success. So he squeezed into a room with Asajiri to avoid being caught off guard in case of an emergency. Chapter 54. The spiritual energy of the entire world is monopolized. Asajiri didn't want to be with this cunning man, but it was true that it would be safer to be with him. At least we have an extra bit of strength. It's just a bit of a pity. She had already touched the threshold of breaking through to the green spirit realm while on her way, so she was preparing to find a place to break through, but she never expected to send herself into the tiger's den. So she is still at her peak as a Huangling. If the magical artifact were to activate, all of them could potentially be killed. Only with overwhelming force can there be a glimmer of hope. She looked at Dihan on the bed and asked, what is your strength now? This time, Dihan didn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, a pale blue spiritual energy appeared in his palm, mid-level azure spirit. Asajiri also frankly revealed his strength. I am at the peak of the yellow spirit realm, but it seems that I cannot break through to the next level now. Breaking through now would simply expose her to the sunlight, and that magical artifact would kill her instantly. Dihan commented, you're cultivating quite quickly. While it might not seem impressive on the Tianyuan continent, it's an incredibly fast speed here. Asajiri glanced at him, seriously suspecting he was still in Versailles. How can anyone be faster than you? You became a Qingling in such a short time. It's quite remarkable that you would run back after having the opportunity. Of course, Asajiri was mocking him, not praising him. After all, anyone could see that he didn't come back specifically, but rather that he had encountered some misfortune. Dihan sighed, pinched his brow, and said in a low voice, "The spiritual energy of this continent has been monopolized by the Wuzhang dynasty." What? Asajiri was taken aback. Dihan's voice was calm as he parted his thin lips slightly. The spiritual energy on this continent is not as thin as you imagine, but it is not much either. Very few people have awakened their spiritual roots in the past 100 years, so there are no experts, not even high-level magical beasts. It was the people of the Wuzhang dynasty who used a secret technique to monopolize the spiritual energy of the entire small world, which is why we couldn't sense this spiritual energy before, making cultivation so difficult. He said, "I went to the Wuzhang dynasty during this period, but I didn't have any opportunities. I just absorbed some spiritual energy, which was discovered by those people, and they started to hunt me down. Of course, that's not all. He also set his sights on the nation's treasure, a mythical beast. If he could obtain the magic crystal of a divine beast, it would greatly help his cultivation. He simply forgot that he was no longer the all-powerful demon lord he once was, but merely a lowly azure spirit. Then he was brutally beaten and scrambled out of the arena in an extremely disheveled state." Asajiri couldn't help but want to applaud him. This is the kind of person who quietly accomplishes great things. Without saying a word, he went out and experienced a life-or-death ordeal. How come they didn't die outside? It's a bit of a shame. Having finished speaking, Dihan looked at Chao Wu with his dark eyes and extended a long, slender hand with distinct knuckles towards her. Asajiri asked warily, "What?" "The supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill." He said calmly, "I've answered your questions, and in exchange, you have to give me the rejuvenation pill." Asajiri laughed. "I said I'd think about it, but I didn't agree. You said that yourself." Dihan's eyes were deep and unfathomable. "I am seriously injured right now, and we are surrounded by dangers. Only if I recover will our chances of survival be much greater." Qingling's strength was indeed insufficient in the face of a rank 1 divine artifact. But neither Chaowu nor Dian are ordinary people. If they think of a way, they might be able to turn the danger into safety. However, this time the main force will undoubtedly be Dihan. Asajiri knew he was right. Just as she was about to find another place to take the 9-turn rejuvenation pill out of her space, Dihan looked at her and said in an extremely lazy voice, "No need to hide anymore. I won't covet your personal space." Asajiri paused for a moment. "How did you know?" "In the Tianyuan continent, apart from the extinct space masters, almost no one possesses a personal space anymore. Asajiri is an exception. She already had a space and a system when she transmigrated to the Tianyuan continent. Apart from that, most people only wear spatial rings or spatial bags." Unexpectedly, he could tell that she had a personal space, not a spatial ring. Dihan waved his hand, and the 9-turn rejuvenation pill in Chao Wu's hand automatically flew into his palm. He glanced at Chao Wu and said calmly, "Because I have one too." Asajiri. Dihan's words were so direct that they caught Chao Wu off guard. Personal space is an extremely precious thing, and some people always hide it away, including her, who would openly tell others about it like this. Meeting Chao Wu's gaze, Dihan said, "Stop looking, you're not strong enough to open it." The morning mist was silent. "It seems we are both in the same boat. Her contracted beast, her divine artifact, her medicine cauldron, all of them had lost contact with her. It's probably because they lack the strength. For now, we can only take it one step at a time and deal with the immediate problems first. Once things are resolved here, we'll go to the Wuzhang dynasty to cultivate properly. When we reach a certain level, we should be able to summon them. I'm just a little confused. You can't even open it now that you've reached the Azure Spirit level? What about your previous contracted beast?" Instead of consuming the supreme 9-turn rejuvenation pill, he placed it in his palm, clenched his fist, and crushed it. The elixir turned to dust and flowed from between his slender fingers, while the rich spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body, nourishing his wounds. Dihan raised his eyes. "This has nothing to do with strength. I have already tried it. If you were a pharmacist before, you did not need to reach a certain strength level to unlock your former abilities. Our bodies are too useless, that is a fact. If you want to continue your former profession, you still need to undergo a talent test. In other words, she will not automatically regain her previous abilities once she reaches a certain level of cultivation. What's lost is lost. This body is still a novice in cultivation. Everything has to start over. All she possessed was theoretical knowledge. I still need to retest my talent and break through each level one by one. Upon hearing this, Asajiri frowned. However, the annoyance only lasted for a moment. She possesses top-tier alchemy skills, so starting over wouldn't be a problem for her. It's just a bit troublesome. You need to break through the level again, otherwise you won't be able to unlock the alchemist badge. Each profession has its own badge, and a badge will light up in the cultivator's spiritual imprint every time they break through a level. This is a symbol of status and ability. Previously, the alchemists in Chaowu had almost reached the top level, and the weapon refiners had also reached the master level. And her medicine cauldron. Her contracted beast, and the medicine cauldron all have soul contracts. Logically speaking, even if she changes bodies, the soul contract should still exist. She just couldn't feel it anymore. Dihan was also one of them. So she doesn't know if those contracts she made are still valid. It would be so unlucky if he were gone. Those who not only contributed to her strength, but also shared life and death with her for many years, have simply disappeared, which is quite hard to accept. Chapter 55 Sang Jili's Identity. The night passed quickly, and apart from the occasional pitiful cries that could be heard from the streets outside, nothing else happened. During the meal the next day, everyone noticed Sang Jili's exhaustion. Because he is blind, his hearing is actually better, and he was probably kept awake all night by those noises. We might have to stay here for a while. Nobody is allowed to wander around or go anywhere else. You have to report to me and get my permission before you can go anywhere, Asajiri said suddenly after taking a sip of soup. As soon as he said that, everyone at the table turned to look at him. Sang Jili remained silent, presumably still harboring resentment over Asajiri's refusal to save the woman yesterday. He wasn't blaming Asajiri. He blamed himself more. Since Asajiri has no connection with the people here, he has no reason to stand by and watch them die. When Dihan was around, Suyu clearly and deliberately kept his distance from Chaowu, but he seemed a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask, why? Is there some danger? Ever since he learned that spiritual power existed in this world, Suyu's imagination has been like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins, running wild and impossible to restrain. Asajiri didn't tell the truth, but simply said, just listen to me. Busai, keep an eye on them. Busai nodded silently and drank the porridge in his bowl. Just then, a group of people suddenly rushed into the inn. They were all dressed the same and looked like soldiers. The leader was a big-bellied man whose fat jiggled as he ran. Sixth Prince, it really is the Sixth Prince. The fat, big-eared man yelled and pounced on Sang Jili as soon as he saw him. Fortunately, Sang Jili had a conflict and didn't sit next to Chaowu today, otherwise Chaowu could have kicked that man into outer space the moment he pounced on her. Sixth Prince? Asajiri gulped down a mouthful of soup, her gaze fixed on Sang Jili's gentle face. Pause for a second, then turn back to drink your soup. So he's a prince of Tianlu Kingdom. No wonder he wanted to bring her to Tianlu Kingdom so much. Most ordinary people in Tianlu Kingdom are probably desperately trying to escape this hell on earth. Suyu and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Brother Sang Jili lowered his eyes, which remained lifeless. He said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you before. I was in such a predicament, with no hope of survival, and I just wanted to avoid causing trouble for my family, so I didn't tell them. He also openly and frankly admitted his identity. The innkeeper was overjoyed to see such a grand display, and to hear that the unseen young man was actually the Sixth Prince. Sixth Prince. Is it really the Sixth Prince? Sixth Prince, have you come to save us? These words caused an uproar among the crowd. The Sixth Prince has arrived. They have hope. The royal family wouldn't just abandon their people, right? Sixth Prince, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let anyone know? I could have sent someone to receive you. The fat, middle-aged man said excitedly. Sang Jili said gently, Lord Jiang, there's no need to be so polite. I was passing through here with a friend and only arrived yesterday. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. Asajiri silently ate her porridge. It turns out he was a city lord. I really didn't see that coming. She thought it was a butler or something. It's also because this city lord is dressed in coarse linen clothes and has no air of authority whatsoever. He looks more like a farmer. Dihan watched the farce unfold with indifference, adopting a detached and aloof attitude. He calmly sipped his tea, resolutely refusing to touch any of this simple food. Upon hearing this, the city lord seemed to only then notice Asajiri and the others, and quickly greeted them again. The city lord had a keen eye, and spotted the powerful Dihan at a glance. Then it was automatically assumed that Dihan was the backbone of this group. The city lord invited them to stay at the city lord's mansion. Now that Sang Zhili, the dignified sixth prince, has had his identity exposed, the unnaturally dared not let him stay any longer, for fear that if they were not taken care of properly, it would bring them utter disaster. Dihan agreed. The reason is simple. The bed here hurts his neck. So the group turned their attention to Asajiri. Only they themselves knew that the power of speech lay with Asajiri. The city lord maintained his please gesture, looking at them with a puzzled expression. A group of people sat at a table watching the morning mist. Asajiri calmly finished her bowl of soup, then wiped her hands and said, "Why are you looking at me? Haven't you all already made your decisions?" Then, escorted by the city lord, the group set off in a grand procession to the city lord's mansion. The news of the sixth prince's arrival in Yinxing spread throughout the city in an instant, and the people's arrogance soared. Countless people surrounded the city lord's mansion seeking help. Under the bright sunshine, Chao Wu lay comfortably on the swing, basking in the sun with one palm. Sang Zhili stood in the courtyard, quietly listening to the increasingly loud cries for help outside. It was the height of summer, and it was midday. He had only stood there for a short while when he felt as if his skin was being burned. The people outside, however, remained steadfast, kneeling for hours on end. He was like a cowardly mouse, hiding in a dark corner, afraid to face the responsibility on his shoulders, and afraid to push open the door to feel the despair and fear of the people up close. Sang Zhili pursed her lips and groped her way to sit down at the stone table under the tree. Asajiri closed her eyes and said, "Since you wanted to save them so badly, why did you back down? You are now the sixth prince. You don't need to rely on me or be at my beck and call. You can save them on your own." She could certainly see Sang Zhili's distance from her these past 2 days, and she knew that he resented her. Asajiri did not feel heartbroken or sad. She has no heart. She is a complete egoist. She doesn't care at all about what others do. Asajiri had no expectations of anyone, so no matter how the people around her changed, she remained completely unmoved. The most reliable thing in this world is yourself, and the thing you should hold on to most is real, tangible strength. Everything else is illusory. Otherwise, if she were to have a dream like this, start all over again, and lose everything, she would be heartbroken and have to go through a lot of emotional turmoil. Sang Zhili remained silent. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." He also knew that he had acted too wildly yesterday. She had nothing to do with this suffering, so he had no reason to blame her for not helping her. Asajiri didn't care. "Don't tell me all this nonsense. I don't care about these things, nor do I care about the lives of those people outside. You'll never truly understand how insignificant humans are in the face of destiny and power unless you experience it firsthand. I'll only say one thing to you," she said calmly. "I brought you back, not to send you home. I have no objection to you being your savior, but I will still take you with me when I leave. You don't belong to yourself now, nor to this country." Chapter 56 Food Shortage. Sang Zhili remained silent. Asajiri thought he was a very magical species. He can keep any emotion inside, and the key is that he can really hold it in. She just can't do it. When her masters were alive, they always said that she was not calm enough and would suffer when she fought against the demon lord. And what did she say? She said she was a child prodigy and would outlive that old demon lord until he died. Thinking of this, Asajiri felt a pang of shame. The demon lord has indeed passed away, but she also died. After saying that, Asajiri ignored him and focused on absorbing the barely perceptible power in the air. The spiritual energy in the Lingtai was surging, and Chao Wu could hardly suppress the urge to advance. After calming down, Asajiri opened her eyes and slowly sighed. She had a strong urge to advance this time, and she had already absorbed 2 4th-tier magic crystals, with 1 5th-tier magic crystal still to be absorbed. It's estimated that this promotion will be more than just a promotion to the first rank. Sang Zhili had already gone to find the city lord by this time. He couldn't bear to watch these poor people die in front of him. We must save them, no matter what it takes. This is what he should do as a prince. However, the city lord was in a dilemma after hearing his words. "To be honest, Your Highness, I have considered this before, but as you have seen, the situation in the city is hopeless. The entire country's crops have been destroyed, and people are living off the meager remaining grain. People are starving to death every day. Even if we were to save them, it would only be robbing Peter to pay Paul. We do have some grain in our mansion, but it is absolutely impossible to save them. At most, we can only sustain them for 3 days. 3 days later, not only would the people in the city have nothing to eat, but they too would go hungry." Sang Zhili said, "Can't we ask for help from other places? There are always some places that are in a slightly better situation. We can borrow some money from them and pay them back later when we think of a solution, right? The city lord sighed deeply, his voice filled with melancholy. Borrowing grain? We have to get out of the city first, Your Highness. In truth, everyone knows that continuing to live like this in the city is a dead end. Everyone wants to escape to the southern kingdom. But now Yin City is a dead city. Sang Zhili was stunned. What do you mean? The city lord wiped away his tears and said, half a month ago, after an earthquake, this city seemed to be encircled by something strange. None of us were able to get out. We were all trapped inside. What is that? A person? Or a magical beast from the Wujiang dynasty? Neither. The city lord shook his head. We can't see it. There's just something invisible that's appeared out of nowhere and blocked our way out of the city. We've tried from all directions. This place has become a dead city. We can get in, but we can't get out. Nobody knows when it will end. Sang Zhili thought of the conversation between Chao Wu and Nan Fuyin in the carriage. Is it that strange power they were talking about? Is it that powerful force that he cannot access? He wanted to ask Asajiri, but in the end he didn't. The next day, Sang Zhili, sporting dark circles under his eyes, still went to the city lord and insisted, distribute the grain. The city lord remained silent for a long time before slowly making his move. That's all. In reality, death is inevitable. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Before the emperor, he finally fulfilled his duty as a subject. To prevent fighting and looting after the grain was distributed, Sang Zhili ordered his men to cook the grain into porridge and set up a relief area outside the city lord's mansion. Sang Zhili is very frugal. He even eats only a little bit each day when he eats alone. He managed to sustain himself for 7 days on a food supply that would normally run out in 3 days. On the 8th day, the city lord, who was starving and looked like he had been drained of his life force by a female ghost, calmly reported, "Sixth Prince, there is no food left, not a single grain. We have tried many methods, but no message can be sent out of Yinqing. With no rescue in sight, this is a true dead city. Their burial place." Sang Zhili looked visibly haggard. He was worried about treating refugees and also about rebuilding Yinqing. But if we can't even solve the basic problem of food, everything else is just empty talk. Sang Zhili held his head in his hands. Let me think about it some more. Think about it some more. There must be a way. There must be. The city lord did not urge him and quietly returned home. At night, a group of people gathered around the dining table, and the city lord, with pale lips, walked in carrying a large pot. Eat up, this is the last bit of meat. Your Highness, you've been working very hard lately, so take some to nourish your body. To reduce food supplies, everyone has been drinking porridge for several days in a row. How could they possibly wait until now if there was meat? Upon seeing the city lord's pale lips, Suyu seemed to realize something and exclaimed in alarm, "You." The city lord laughed heartily. "What are you worried about, young master? Don't worry, I'm not so righteous as to cut off my own flesh to feed you." Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until the next day that everyone learned that the city lord had killed his beloved dog and made a pot of meat soup for them. His beloved dog had been with him for over a decade and had saved his life 3 times. He valued that dog more than his own life. Everyone felt indescribably sad when they heard the news. There are still many merchants in the city with grain, but the city lord's mansion has no rice left. Now, with this situation where only food can be brought in but not out, the merchants no longer sell grain. And even with money, you can't buy a single bite to eat. The door was being pounded on loudly, and there was a chorus of curses outside. What sixth prince? What savior? They're all idiots. If you don't have the skills, why are you taking on a job you're not qualified for? Exactly. You're living the high life, and last night the city lord's mansion smelled wonderfully of meat. Can't you see your people are starving? Without the support of the common people, what kind of nobles or royalty are you, surnamed Sang? Having benefited from the people's wealth, you should do things that are good for them. Now that the country is on the verge of collapse, we don't blame you for your poor governance. We just want food to eat. We just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Go to hell with you, Sang dogs. Your whole family are dogs. You've been bullied like this by a lousy Wujiang dynasty and you don't even dare to utter a sound. You don't even know how to protect your own people. You must be blind to have become citizens of Tianlu Kingdom. I curse your whole family, so that every son you have will be born without an anus. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. With each curse, Sang Zhili's face grew paler. Just 2 days ago, when he distributed porridge to relieve the disaster, everyone praised him as a good ruler. This was the first time Sang Zhili had experienced that for a royal monarch, success or failure both depend on the people. That night, a servant suddenly ran in, shouting in a panic. The city lord has starved to death. So you vaguely thought that it seemed like he hadn't seen the city lord eat for many days. The obese city lord wasn't unwilling to help. He simply lacked the courage. After Sang Jili chose to save the city, he quietly supported Sang Jili's actions in his own way. Although foolish, it was an indelible sense of responsibility etched into the hearts of those in positions of power. Chapter 57 Apology. Asajiri was not surprised. This outcome was inevitable. She had already foreseen it. The result was even a few days late. In truth, given the city lord's physique, he could fatten himself up for 1,000 days and use that fat for a single day. He wouldn't starve to death in just a few days. But the city lord was actually not much more relaxed than Sang Jili these past 2 days. He was even more tired than Sang Jili, with more worries. In addition, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice these past few days in order to save Sang Jili's burden, so he aged a lot in just a few days, leading to such serious consequences. In fact, if he hadn't met Sang Jili, the city lord would very likely have survived. The city lord's mansion has enough food to last him about a year. If I hadn't acknowledged Sang Jili, I might have had a chance to wait for the barrier of the Earth rank artifact to be removed. After learning the news, Sang Jili stood there stunned for a long time. How could that be? He seems perfectly fine, doesn't he? Isn't he always full of energy? He asked me with a smile this morning if we could go up the mountain at noon to see if there was any wild game. How could someone who was clearly alive and well just suddenly disappear? He didn't understand. However, what truly dealt a blow to Sang Jili was what happened next. Sang Jili arranged for the burial of the city lord. But this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Since that day, the number of people starving to death in the city has been doubling every day. In just a few days, more than half of the refugees in the city had starved to death. Sang Jili was greatly shocked. He didn't understand. Why? Why is it that he is working so hard, trying his best to save every refugee and to ensure that every person he sees has a meal? Even if I'm so hungry my stomach is growling and screaming. Even if we do this, is there no way to change it? It was only at this moment that he truly understood why the city lord called this city a dead city. Yes, this is a dead city, and there's no way to change that. Overnight, Sang Jili became completely despondent. Just like when Asajiri first saw him, his eyes were empty, as if he had seen through everything. Now, I hope that there is no light in those dark eyes. Behind them, a figure dressed in fiery red walked over. He looked at Sang Jili quietly, his expression calm. I know your position doesn't allow you to stand idly by, and I know you're sulking and blaming her, but I don't think she's such a cold-blooded person. She told you that this problem has no solution, and I didn't understand it then, but now I think I understand. Yes, there is no solution to this problem. So what if Asajiri is powerful? No matter how powerful she is, she cannot defy fate. The Wujiang dynasty was, after all, a behemoth, and Chaowu alone could not possibly shake it. Therefore, there was no way to change the fate of Yinqing. Sang Jili listened to Shun Xingzhou's words in silence. Reason told him to refute, but he knew that deep down he actually agreed with those words. Yes, how could he doubt her? She overcame countless difficulties and rescued them from the jaws of the monsters like a savior. He should have understood from that moment on that there was no one else in the world, besides her, who had both the ability and the action to do these things for him. Even among his so-called relatives, who would go to such lengths for him without considering the consequences. Sang Jili wasn't the type to assume the worst about others, but he knew very well that none of his family members would go to such lengths for him. Because he was trafficked to the south for several months, if they really wanted to find him, there would have been some news about him. But that's just how it is. He was abandoned. A prince who vanished into thin air was no longer of any value. He was abandoned. Although I hate to admit it, it's true. And her, he asked. This person was naturally asking about Asajiri. Thinking about it carefully, he hadn't actually seen the morning mist for 2 or 3 days. That night, the city lord stewed his beloved dog and invited them all to dinner. After Asajiri left, he never saw Asajiri again. Perhaps at that time, no, perhaps from the very first day she entered the city, Asajiri already knew the current outcome. He recalled Asajiri's indifferent tone that day. At that time, he had blamed Asajiri in his heart, blaming her for being cold-blooded and ruthless, and also blaming himself for misjudging her. But looking back now, it was all because I hadn't considered things properly. Shun Xingzhou originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but he couldn't bear to see the man so dejected, as if his soul had been taken away, so he said disdainfully, in her own courtyard. As soon as he said this, Sang Jili stumbled and ran to Chao's courtyard. Shun Xingzhou. Although I didn't really want these people to get closer to Asajiri, I figured it didn't have to be that bad. Perhaps that person never belonged to him in the first place. Because they were just entertainment items she bought from that kind of place. Shinshingzhou is different from Suyu. Perhaps it's due to his personality, but he sees things much more clearly than Suyu. He knew perfectly well that Asajiri's eyes were clear and she had no other intentions towards them. Perhaps they have other motives, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are different from Sangjili now. Apart from the Southern Kingdom, the other three kingdoms have all been annihilated. Even if they were once of noble status, so what? His former status can't give Chaowu any benefit. So even if Chaowu has ulterior motives towards him, he doesn't care. Asajiri didn't like them, and consequently, even though he was somewhat attracted to them, he didn't have high expectations for Asajiri. On the other side, Sangjili stumbled and groped his way to Asajiri's room. At that time, Asajiri once again tried to summon the Azure Dragon and the Rolling Dragon. However, her summons seemed to sink without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. With her superior Asajiri dead, the contract between her and Qinglong should automatically break. However, she was able to summon a strange fire, which was her natal strange fire from her previous life. Now that she is dead, her new body has such a weak spiritual root that it is impossible for her to have a strange fire. But she can summon the strange fire from her past life. This gave Asajiri a glimmer of hope. Since she can summon a different kind of fire, perhaps the contract between her and Qinglong and the others has not been broken? However, despite trying many times, there was no response at all. Emperor Fuyao said, "It's probably because your current strength is too low. You've only just begun, so don't rush." Morning Mist nodded. Just then, footsteps sounded. Looking at Sangjili's pale face, Chaowu calmly asked, "What brings you here?" Sangjili's expression darkened. "I'm sorry." Asajiri said, "You haven't done anything to wrong me." Sangjili said, "I know my distrust hurt you, and it's normal that you don't want to forgive me. I was indeed overly naive and childish a few days ago. I always thought that just because I took on this role, I had to do things worthy of it. I always thought that I had to be worthy of everyone and save everyone. I didn't understand what you meant at the time, nor did I understand your feelings. I'm sorry." Chapter 58 Plans. 1,000 words cannot compare to a simple, "I'm sorry." However, Asajiri's expression did not change much. Her expression remained calm, and she simply said, "I understand." Asajiri wasn't just being perfunctory, she genuinely didn't care. She wasn't upset by Sangjili's attitude, so Sangjili's behavior didn't hurt her. So there's no need to apologize at all. As for the rest, Asajiri didn't care at all. Upon hearing this, Sangjili's lips turned pale. After a moment of silence, he said, "You should get some rest." Then he went down. He knew he was in the wrong this time, and wanted to make amends, but he had no idea where to start. What can a blind man do? Moreover, the identity of the sixth prince is practically non-existent. He can't even save the common people, so how can he possibly compensate her? Sangjili hated his blind eyes. He felt helpless and wished he could end his life on the spot. So after he got back, he even forgot to take the medicine that Asajiri had given him. Asajiri, so, are all kids these days so prone to overthinking? What are they thinking about all day long? She tried her best to heal his eyes and make him happy so that he could absorb more spiritual energy. But he became increasingly depressed, to the point that he lost all hope of living. Is this trivial matter really worth him giving up? Emperor Fuyao. Perhaps for them, this is the most important event in their lives. Yes, from the height of Asajiri, even life and death are not a big deal. But for you Sangjili, the people and the country are the inescapable responsibilities he bears. The ever-increasing death toll became the final straw that broke his back. Sangjili fell ill in just one day. Illness strikes like a landslide. Perhaps it was due to the increasing number of deaths in the city, or perhaps it was blaming himself for not handling the matter better. Sangjili suddenly became so ill that he couldn't even get out of bed. As if things weren't going to go wrong, there wasn't even a single grain of rice left in the city lord's mansion. The servants who used to serve them had all run away long ago. So you didn't say a word, but somehow caught 2 rats, started a fire, and began to stew them. Asajiri, look how hungry the child is. Everyone's ambitions were low, except for that old man, Dihan. He calmly approached Asajiri and said quietly, "I'm hungry." Asajiri, so? "We need to eat," Dihan said. Asajiri didn't want to pay attention to him. However, Dihan looked at her calmly. The earthquakes have been frequent these past few days. The battle between that earth-rank artifact and that magical beast has begun. If I don't eat, I won't be able to store up energy. Good grief, they've started openly threatening her. He is now the main fighting force in their group. If even he starves to death, then all of them will probably die in this city. After mentally reciting classical Chinese sayings 180 times, Xiao Wu finally took out some food from her spatial storage and handed it to Lioli. Now, the huge city lord's mansion is basically empty except for their group, and among them, only Lioli knows how to cook. In just a few days, Lioli had become very thin from hunger, and her cheeks were somewhat sunken. When she saw the long-awaited food, she was quite excited. "Miss, with this, we can live a few more days." Asajiri, have some ambition. Her goal wasn't just to live a few more days. However, to Asajiri's surprise, after the meal was prepared, Sangjili, that coward, actually fell ill. The kind of person who can't get out of bed. After taking his pulse, Asajiri asked, "Where is his medicine?" During this time, she prepared medicine for Sangjili, specifically to treat his eyes and body. When Sangjili was trafficked to the southern kingdom, his health was very poor, and he was abused. His eyes were also damaged, so he attracted the least spiritual energy among the three people. However, Asajiri had seen his spiritual root. He has great talent. If he cultivates, he could become a powerful figure. So she came up with the idea of repairing his body. As a top-notch pharmacist, Asajiri's prescriptions are naturally of high quality. After using it for a period of time, his eyes were basically cured. However, for some reason, he has been acting strangely lately and has not been taking the medication as prescribed by her doctor. His health has been deteriorating recently since he stopped taking the medication midway. Asajiri wished she could kick him into the Ganges. Lioli replied, "Young Master Sang has been very busy lately and hasn't been in a good mood. I reminded him to take his medicine, but he was in a bad mood and told me to leave it, saying he would take it himself." Asajiri sighed. It can only be said that young people today have a very poor ability to withstand pressure. Even such a small thing can overwhelm him. She had already warned him that there was no solution to this problem. Whether it was that woman or most of the people in this city, everyone was filled with a strong aura of death, which even the king of hell himself could not help. No one can save them. In the face of absolute power, all of this is illusory. Looking at Sangjili lying on the bed, barely breathing, Asajiri remained silent for a moment. In this situation, the only way to save him from death is to refine some elixirs. However, the spiritual energy in this world is monopolized by the Wuzhong dynasty. Without spiritual energy, this small world naturally has no spiritual medicines and cannot refine pills with spiritual energy. But recently, something unexpected happened. For the first time ever, a level 1 divine artifact and a magical beast of unknown level appeared in Yanqing. In any case, they were both very powerful. The clash between these two powerful beings greatly affected Yanqing. She could already faintly sense the budding of some spiritual herbs. Asajiri had a new idea. If we could find some medicinal herbs, perhaps we could save him. Thinking this, Asajiri instructed them to take good care of Sangjili, and then went to the back mountain alone. According to her observation, the terrain behind the mountain was the most severely damaged, with a huge, bottomless black hole appearing there. It seemed that this was the commotion caused by that Earth-rank artifact. She might find what she's looking for around there. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw a cold figure standing there. "What are you doing here?" Asajiri asked. Standing before her was none other than Dihan, who should have been inside the city lord's mansion. This man's usual behavior is erratic, and Asajiri usually doesn't want to think too much about it. But if he runs around like this now, wouldn't that be suicide? Asajiri wasn't worried that he would have designs on this Earth-rank artifact, since she herself had actually considered taking it over. But their current capabilities are too low. A divine artifact recognizes its master. It wouldn't recognize someone of such low status. Cultivators at the Crimson Spirit to Purple Spirit levels are only beginners. Their strength is too low for divine artifacts to even consider. They can't even bear the mark of the contract artifact. Dihan looked at her and said, "If I were you, I would stop here. A natural spiritual body is important, but one's own life is more important. This place is about to become a battlefield." He is Qing Ling, whose strength is much higher than Qiao Wu's, and his perception is naturally much broader. Chapter 59 Don't Poop. An explosion is about to erupt here, and it will gradually spread outwards from here. Before long, the entire city may be swept into a huge crater. He considered it foolish to risk everything for a tiny, naturally born spirit. Upon hearing this, Asajiri replied indifferently, "Sitting and waiting to die is not my style." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and two hands reached out. Those hands, entwined with white vines, were somewhat eerie, and they grabbed Asagiri's ankles the moment they appeared. Asagiri's lips twitched, and she changed her words, saying, "Just kidding, I prefer to die lying down." With a whoosh, Asagiri was instantly dragged down by those hands, without giving her any chance to react. Dihan looked at the spot where she had just stood, now only a hole remained, and pondered for a moment. Then he turned around, lifted his foot, and left in one smooth motion. Once they reached a safe place, Dihan's eyes remained indifferent. Staring at the slowly expanding black hole, Dihan said in a low voice, "That kid Di-chun is wrong. Who says he'll never experience the love between husband and wife in his life? The saying, husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately, perfectly describes this situation. What the book says is indeed true. The love between husband and wife is not always one of deep affection. It can also be one of them going their separate ways." Finally, he commented, "So this is what it's like to be a husband." Asagiri. Morning mist was swept into an underground space. It turns out that the underground of the city has been almost completely hollowed out, and the whole place is burning with fire. Morning mist hangs on the cliff face, and below is molten lava surging with heat. The space below stretched out endlessly, all a crimson expanse. A wave surged in, sending up sparks that scalded Asagiri's bottom. "Asagiri!" Exclamation point. Hee hee. As if finding it amusing, a burst of cheerful laughter rang out. Looking down, Chao Wu saw that the splashing lava droplets actually had shapes, and even mouths and eyes. They leaped up, giggling, and judging from their posture, they seemed to want to scald Asagiri's backside. Asagiri's face darkened. "Uncle can tolerate this, Aunt can't," she shouted. "Spirit of Xianyuan." Pop. With her call, a small, dim flame ignited at her fingertips. "Whoosh, master." The little flame's voice was soft and small, as faint as its body, almost invisible. "Hee hee. So she also has a strange fire, but I wonder where she picked up this country bumpkin from. It's so weak and not bright at all. How embarrassing, hee hee. Burn her ass, roast her ass." The strange fire inside the magma seemed to have a million mouths, each chiming in with its own, showing no fear whatsoever at the sight of the fire that Chao Wu had unleashed. Before they could react, Asagiri asked with concern, "Why are you so weak?" The spirit of the profound abyss is her natal flame. Although she is a cultivator of all elements, her talent as a pharmacist is even higher. She was at the maximum level when she was tested, and later she directly awakened her natal flame. Her natal flame is bound to her soul power, so she can summon it even after being reborn. Different flames are very precious and rare. The profound abyss spirit of morning mist is one of the purest flames among different flames. If it comes to a battle of fire, it has almost no rivals. That's why she summoned the spirit of the abyss at this moment. But she racked her brains and still couldn't figure out why the spirit of Xianyuan was so weak that it could only summon a small flame. Even a random candle flame is bigger than that. Beneath their feet lay a patch of fiery lava. How can you compare these two? He died before achieving his goal. Xianyuan's spirit jumped twice with effort. "My strength is closely related to the soul power of my master. The soul power of my master's body is almost zero, so I am also very weak." Is it related to her soul power? Asagami lowered her eyes, pondering how to break this situation. He jumped down and shouted, "Old Sun is here. Scare them away? Emperor Fuyao. You understand tactics. Little Chao Wu, let the spirit of Xianyuan protect you. The spirit of Xuanyuan's fire is pure, and there is bloodline suppression between the different fires, so they cannot harm you," said Emperor Fuyao. Upon hearing this, Asagiri covered her bottom with her little hand. "This isn't enough to hurt you?" Her buttocks were almost burned through. The spirit of Xianyuan leaped twice and softly spoke. "Master, I will protect you. Hanging on the cliff like this isn't a solution. One wrong move, and you could lose your bottom." So Asagiri had no choice but to give it a try. Whoosh! The spirit of Xianyuan cried out in a cute yet fierce voice. "Ah!" Then it turned into a small spark and landed on the top of Asagiri's head. The flower stems and leaves were entirely transformed by fire. "Asagiri, don't poop. The rest is up to you to live comfortably." After receiving confirmation from the spirit of Xianyuan, Chao Wu lightly touched the ground with her toes and landed steadily. The instant she landed, she was completely engulfed by the flames. The overwhelming pain she had imagined did not occur. Instead, the sparks that touched her instantly began to howl and scream in agony. "Ugh, this woman has thorns. They're burning me to death. Whoosh, 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 it's so hot. Her strange fire is amazing. It's hotter and more powerful than ours. Then they began to retreat frantically, instantly clearing a space for Asakura. As the morning mist took a step forward, the lava retreated a step. What was originally surging magma strangely surged out a path, automatically avoiding the morning mist. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it worked, otherwise we might have ended up having hot pot here. What was originally just a smug, sarcastic remark after surviving a near-death experience was overheard by the nearby lava, which instantly stopped hurting and started chattering. Vinda asked, "How did you know my name is Hot Pot?" "Hot Pot is a name my father gave me, and only he knows it. Are you my dad's new little good-for-nothing?" After saying that, he denied it again. "Impossible. Father said he would only raise me, this good-for-nothing, in his entire life. I'm the loser, you can't be loser." Asajiri, Fine, you're all trash, you're the biggest trash. She doesn't argue with these useless things. Upon hearing what Asajiri said, the eager sparks gradually subsided. However, they no longer tried to tease Asajiri as they had at the beginning. More than anything, it was curiosity. Because Asajiri possesses a strange fire, it's fair to say that it's somewhat related to them. Asajiri also had some doubts. From their words, it was clear that they should have an owner, but as far as she could see, they had no contract marks, so they didn't have an owner at all. Who was the father they are talking about? Asajiri didn't ask, because it had nothing to do with her. All she wanted to know now was how to get up there. Although the strange fires couldn't hurt her now, staying here amidst all this lava wasn't a solution. Also, what was that hand that grabbed her and brought her in? Chapter 60 Strange Fire. It happened so fast that she didn't see it clearly at all. All she knew was that it was a pair of pale hands. She didn't look human, and she didn't sense any magical beasts or ghosts. Enveloped in lava, surrounded by lava on all sides, unable to see anything, Asajiri climbed up a cliff where there was a platform offering a great view. After careful observation, Asajiri indeed did not see anything else. "What are you looking for?" the little sparks asked, hopping and skipping as they emerged from the lava surface. Asajiri pondered that this strange fire seemed to have the mind of a child, and might like to play tricks on people, but it was not malicious. It should not be the main culprit that caused the disaster in Smoke City. After thinking for a moment, he began to describe his experience briefly, and then asked, "Do you know what that thing is?" The incessant chattering around me fell silent for a moment. Asajiri was puzzled. Don't they know either? Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, all the little sparks fell down and merged back into the lava. The next moment, a bright flame suddenly flew up and drifted to the front of the morning mist. "I've seen what you're talking about before, but it runs incredibly fast. I don't know what it is. All I know is that it suddenly appeared here recently." After finishing its sentence, it changed the subject and asked, "Have you seen my father? He told me to wait for him here, but he hasn't come back for a very, very long time. You are the first person we have waited for here." So this was the seed of that strange fire. This magma is its body, while the countless sparks are merely its clones. Asajiri shook her head. "I've never seen him, and I don't know who you're talking about, but you don't have a contract mark." She didn't say anything more, but presumably it understood. There are only two possibilities for not having a contract mark on one's body. The first is that there was never a contract to begin with. This situation is also complicated because in this case, the strange fire cannot sense where the person it is waiting for is, or whether they are still alive based on the contract relationship. Secondly, the contract has already been made, but now that the contract mark has disappeared, it can only mean that the person it was waiting for is no longer alive. Asajiri didn't know if there had ever been a contract between them. After hearing Asajiri's words, Little Flame was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into tears. There's a contract. How could it disappear? Daddy told me to wait here. It might take a little while, but he'll definitely come back for the hot pot." As soon as the spark ignited, the magma surged like a tidal wave, scorching hot lava crashing against the cliff face, sending sparks flying that landed on Chaowu. Asajiri, damn it. Seeing that her perfectly good little dress was instantly burned into a sieve, leaving her barely clothed, Chaowu decisively turned around and walked deeper into the cliff. "There's a small path there, but I don't know where it leads." After taking a couple of steps, she felt a chill on her bottom, and Asajiri's aloof demeanor instantly crumbled. She expressionlessly took out a clean set of clothes from her spatial storage and changed back into them. Since arriving in this small world, the ancestor's aloof and mighty image has vanished forever. What to do if your public image collapses? The morning fog was thick. After becoming the new ancestor, She resolved to be the youngest and most aloof ancestor. However, his lofty ambitions were ultimately unfulfilled. He was killed by Liu Yaoji and then ended up in this godforsaken place. Every step felt so fantastical. Asajiri suspected that someone had stolen her luck. Otherwise, she wouldn't believe how she could have gradually become a comedic actress. After walking a few steps, the little flame called Hot Pot suddenly caught up from behind. It ran very fast, flew to Chao Wu's side, and jumped around, its light flickering. "Can you take me out? I want to find my father." "Sure," Asajiri replied. The Hot Pot, however, was skeptical. It asked warily, "You don't actually want to possess me, do you? Let me tell you, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take me in." The voice from the Hot Pot restaurant swept Chao Wu up and down, a hint of disdain in its tone. "What kind of family dares to pick me up?" Asajiri sneered. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me." Hot Pot hesitated a bit. After all, Chao Wu was the first person it had met here. "Don't be angry. After all, I am so precious, it is normal for you to be interested in me. I am just a little wary." Asajiri gave a cold laugh. "I've seen people put bricks on their faces, but I've never seen anyone put ceramic tiles on their face. They artificially inflated their value. No matter how precious it is, can it be as precious as her Xian Yuan spirit?" Asajiri already possessed a strange flame. To be honest, when she saw this strange flame, she didn't have any other thoughts at all. Asajiri said in a languid voice, "It's not impossible for me to help you, but you have to do a few things for me first." "What's the matter?" "I won't do murder or arson. At most I'll help you burn your butt." Hot Pot was wary, afraid that Chao Wu would make it do something immoral. "We're principled little flames." Asajiri watched it quietly, her eyes dark and deep, her expression calm. "You keep a close eye on it. If a man falls from up there like me, you burn him alive. Burn his buttocks until they're rotten, burned through, and reduced to ashes." His expression was so peaceful, but his tone was chilling, making Hot Pot shiver. Indeed, women should not be offended. It asked, "There are so many men, which one are you going to burn? If a lot of men fall down, wouldn't I have to burn their butts? I'm not a pervert. While we enjoy burning our butts, not everyone's, but gets burned." "Exactly, some people like to fart. It smells awful. We don't like burning those asses. We like braised pork belly, like your white, soft ass." The Mars Gate sprang out, chattering away. "Asajiri, he wanted to kill someone. Fools. Fools. They're all fools. I want to kill them all one by one. Seriously, I can't control my hands. Just keep an eye out for him. If a guy is somewhat good-looking but looks like he deserves a beating and acts like a complete idiot, and you see him and burn him to death, and he makes me happy, then I'll take you out." Asajiri was seething with hatred. Nanfuin always does this. They clearly agreed to cooperate for mutual benefit, but at the crucial moment, they ran away faster than rabbits. Does this man really have a heart? Chapter 61: The Transformation of Iron Bucket. "Okay," the Hot Pot restaurant agreed. Following the path deeper into the area, after walking for a while, she arrived at a space where Asajiri realized she was lost. The space that path led to is a giant version of a hornet's nest. The holes are densely packed in all directions, all leading to different parts of the mountain. Moreover, these holes are quite small and dark, which makes them look very oppressive. Once inside, if there's any danger, you won't be able to move freely or even escape. Asajiri decisively chose to turn around and go back. However, when I turned around, wow, these roads were actually moving. The road she had just walked on was instantly submerged among these hundreds of roads. Chao Wu was silent. Emperor Fuyao said, "It is truly rare to encounter such a situation on a continent of this level. Chao Wu, the earthquake is very severe. It is about to erupt." Asajiri frowned. "An earth-rank divine artifact." "It should be," said Emperor Fuyao. "Your strength is too low right now, you can't sense it yet. You'd better find a safe place to take shelter quickly. This place might collapse." As soon as he finished speaking, the world spun around him. Hot Pot exclaimed anxiously, "Oh no, someone fell in and burned to death." Asajiri paused upon hearing this. There are Hot Pot restaurants, and more than one. Without a second thought, Asajiri grabbed it and said, "Take me back right now." The tiny flame was almost crushed in two, making the Hot Pot roll its eyes back. It struggled to spit out its bloody tongue, guiding the morning mist. Although the paths had been disrupted, the Hot Pot could draw in large amounts of lava to directly flood these paths, and the correct path was found in no time. When Asajiri arrived at the spot where she had fallen, it had become a living hell. It was already bright here, and you could even see the sky. The entire city of Yin had fallen down. The ruins of the houses were completely swallowed by the lava, and countless people fell in and were burned to ashes before they even touched the lava. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The collapsed cliff face was not smooth, so many people were still hanging on it. Asajiri quickly found Busi's whereabouts. However, their situation is not optimistic. It was a huge, teetering rock with dozens of people standing on it. Their faces were filled with fear and uncertainty. Everyone was crying, and their skin was almost peeling off from the intense heat emanating from below. However, no one dared to make a move, because that rock had already started to shake and tilt. A figure was hanging from the edge of the rock, with someone clinging to him and holding on tightly. The one that fell there was Tai Xiaodong, and the one who risked his life to grab him was Busi. Tai Xiaodong cried so hard that snot and tears were all over his face, and he held on tightly to Busi, not daring to let go. Someone nearby exclaimed, "These two troublemakers. We can't move them anymore. This rock won't hold up. Let go. If he falls, he falls. We can't sacrifice so many of us for his life." Upon hearing this, Tai Xiaodong was terrified. No, Busi, don't forget that you were rescued by my sister, and I am also your master. You can't let go of me. He could already feel the rocks beneath him tilting little by little. He gritted his teeth, tried his best to balance his body, and pulled the iron bucket up. The support point under the rock is no longer stable because too many people are standing on it. They all better remain still now. However, to everyone's surprise, the first thing Tai Xiaodong did after coming up was to kick the unsuspecting Busi down. Tai Xiaodong's blue eyes were filled with indifference. "You're just a dog my sister raised. It's an honor for you to die for me." During the fall, Busi looked completely incredulous. Tai Xiaodong attacked him from behind, catching him completely off guard. Asajiri rushed over and saw this scene. Her expression was indifferent, and she leaped up. Just before Butchie was about to be swallowed by the lava, Asajiri successfully rescued him, placed him on a safe platform, and asked, "Are you all right?" Busi had multiple burn marks on his body. He looked at Chao Wu and replied with pale lips, "I'm fine." Chao Wu turned her head and met Tai Xiaodong's gaze from afar. Even from that distance, she could see Tai Xiaodong's pale expression. Asajiri withdrew her gaze and asked, "Where are Sang Zhili and the others?" "I saw a young Master Sang and the ninth prince together before they fell, and I haven't seen them since," Busi replied. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although Nanfuin is extremely unreliable, at least Sang Zhili and the others have a way to survive if they stay with him. Taking advantage of the moment, the hot pot slipped out of Chao Wu's hands, leaping and bounding, its small flame flickering. "Grandpa's suffocating. Let me tell you, if you can't give me a happy life, don't hold me back from going to a rich family. I'll strangle you and see what you do then." Asajiri didn't argue with it and said, "Collect all the lava. No more people can die here. If he dies again, the entire city of Yin will perish." She estimates that there are only 100 or 200 survivors left. Hot Pot said, No. "Why?" Asajiri's voice was slightly cold. Hot Pot said aggrievedly, "I'm not that kind of unreasonable strange fire. I don't have many lives on my hands. It was some bad thing that used me to temper itself. Now all this magma has been tempered by it, and is already half separated from me. It's poisonous to me, and I can't take it back." Asajiri noticed that the tip of its flame was indeed somewhat blackened. Without the ability to control the strange fire, these people hanging on the cliff to bake themselves simply cannot last long. Just as Asajiri was pondering what to do, some people had already given up and started falling like dumplings. At this moment, the rock on which Tai Xiaodong and his group were standing finally gave way and tilted completely. A group of people fell vertically downwards. Without a second thought, Asajiri formed a hand seal, and a surge of pure spiritual energy enveloped her completely. The surging spiritual energy converged and swirled in the air before shooting straight towards the group of people. The immense spiritual power held them back, delaying their descent. Asajiri immediately searched through the space. "Tiger skin? Don't want. Disguise pill? It's no use. Dragon scale armor? No need for it." The next moment, I casually grabbed a handful of small, transparent glass beads. Asajiri's eyes lit up. In the nick of time, Chao Wu threw a handful of glass beads at them and chanted a spell while forming a hand seal. "So what if you're a little pig? You can fart every day for me to suck up." As soon as the incantation was uttered, the tiny glass beads instantly transformed into large, glowing spheres, enveloping those about to be swallowed by the lava without leaving a single one behind. The next moment, Asajiri withdrew her spiritual power. Large, transparent spheres rolled onto the surface of the lava like bubbles, swirling everywhere. Chapter 62 Rare Spiritual Plants. As they fell, everyone screamed, thinking they were about to die. However, the next moment, the excruciating pain did not come. When people opened their eyes, they found themselves floating on the surface of the lava. They were inside bubble-like things, and they didn't die? In an instant, everyone burst into tears of joy. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, I found that Busiai had already fainted. He was almost pushed off by Tai Xiaodong just now, and his body was burned badly by the sparks that flew up. Asajiri immediately asked, "Do you know where there are any medicinal herbs?" The hot pot, its light flickering, hovered beside Chaowu. Hearing this, he looked at her with surprise. "Didn't you sense it?" Asajiri asked, "What?" "The thing you asked me about back then, the thing that grabbed you. That was a spirit plant." Hot pot was dumbfounded. "You didn't sense it, did you?" Spiritual plants. Morning mist made it hard to breathe. No matter where you are, spiritual plants are the rarest of all. Of all professions, apart from the extinct space master, the alchemist is the most respected. And which alchemist with talent doesn't wish to be able to contract a spiritual plant? With spiritual plants and exotic flames, the success rate of alchemy is almost 99%. Asajiri had long wanted to form a contract with a spirit plant, but unfortunately, she had never encountered one. Ironically, when she was training in Tianyuan continent, she had visited many small worlds, large and small, and none of them were less spiritually rich than this small world. However, she had never actually encountered a spiritual plant. In this godforsaken little world, she actually encountered a spiritual plant. "Where is it?" Asajiri asked. "Right now, immediately, she has to go and collect this spiritual plant." Asajiri knew very well that if she missed this opportunity, it would be gone forever. The hot pot sizzled twice. "How would I know? It's always running around everywhere. It's turned this whole mountain into a hole. And that damned rotten sword that used me to temper itself, those two are always chasing each other. It can't escape, it runs around everywhere. Who knows where it's run off to this time?" The morning mist suddenly cleared. It turns out that the danger that Emperor Fuyao sensed was the spiritual plant and the Earth rank artifact. Neither of these are ordinary items, especially the Earth rank artifact, which is incredibly powerful, and its killing intent alone is enough to intimidate cultivators within 100 miles. However, spiritual plants were so rare that Emperor Fuyao did not immediately realize what it was. After a 2-second silence, Hot Pot continued. "However, if you want spiritual herbs, go further in along that path. They are more active deeper into the mountain. There seem to be spiritual herbs there, but they shouldn't be anything particularly precious, since they've just grown. No, even newly grown medicinal herbs are precious. After all, there are no miracle cures in this world. Anyway, saving these people's lives is enough, given Asajiri's skills." After thanking him, Asajiri asked Hot Pot to stay and look after it, and then turned and left without hesitation. As for those people floating on the lava, let them drift for now. Those large glass beads were something Asajiri accidentally collected when she subdued a wild boar monster. Wild boars are relatively low-level magical beasts, and their cultivation can generally only reach the 4th or 5th level at most. However, the one that Asajiri encountered had cultivated to the 7th level. These large glass beads are its life-saving skill. Although it's fart, it's impervious to water and fire, and can be a lifesaver in a critical moment. The slogans are a bit embarrassing, and the smell is somewhat unpleasant. So after confiscating them, Asajiri never used them once. She put them in her spatial storage and forgot about them. If she hadn't just grabbed them by chance, she really wouldn't have remembered that she even had them. Using this opportunity to save people now would be considered to have come at the right time. Chaowu didn't let Hogwa come along because it wasn't needed for finding spiritual herbs. Its way of scouting wasn't suitable for this time, lest the newly grown spiritual herbs be burned to ashes, which would make her cry her heart out. Following that path, I arrived at that place that looked like a hornet's nest again. This time, Asajiri calmed down and began to carefully experience it. Even though her talent as a pharmacist isn't as high as before, she still has all the experience she gained in her previous life. Finding the right path is not difficult. After all, it was a rare spiritual plant, and she had to get it. Even if she couldn't form a contract with it, just seeing it once and taking a bite would be good enough. Just as Asajiri was thinking this, suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps rang out. Asajiri slowly opened her eyes, and the next moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Dihan looked at her and calmly said, "You're lucky to be alive." Asajiri sneered, "If you're not dead, Of course I won't be. Dihan didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he sent a burst of spiritual energy towards the cave entrance from which he had just emerged. Asajiri glanced inside and asked, "What's inside?" Upon hearing this, he replied indifferently, "Your 3 male concubines who are dragging your team down." Asajiri, knowing that Dihan had saved the lives of Sang Jili and the other 2, Chao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and only then could she go about her business with peace of mind. "How are they?" she asked casually. "It's all right. I'm just a little injured. I won't die." Dihan replied calmly while probing his surroundings with his spiritual power. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "You should know what's in here by now." Asajiri nodded. "Yes." Dihan raised his chin and pointed in a direction. The power of the Earth rank artifact finally disappeared in that direction. Since it's a war between divine artifacts and spiritual plants, they're very likely to end up together. Finding one means finding the other. Asajiri didn't know which one Nanfuin was interested in, but if it were her, she would definitely want both of them. Asajiri pondered whether to go with him or go alone. There's no doubt that it's safer for 2 people to travel together. After all, it's a rank 1 earthly artifact, so it has gained sentience. However, if Nanfuin's goal is to possess both of them, she is no match for him with her current abilities. Dihan didn't give Chao Wu much time to consider. He took a step forward and said, "It's up to each of us to rely on our own abilities. Making a contract with a top-tier artifact and a spiritual plant is no easy task. Both of these things possess sentience and their own thoughts. Moreover, he and Chao Wu are currently too weak to force a contract. To contract with them, you need to find a way, and luck plays a big part as well." Upon hearing this, Asajiri stopped thinking about it and quickly followed. Indeed, whether or not a contract can be signed depends on each person's own abilities. As they continued their pursuit, the deeper they went, the more cliffs and precipices they encountered. A moment's carelessness could send them tumbling into an abyss. And among those cliffs and precipices, Chao Wu gradually began to spot some medicinal herbs. The spiritual plant was indeed extraordinary. Wherever it went, even barren cliffs could sprout some spiritual herbs. Chapter 63 Embrace. Heart-protecting grass. Asajiri exclaimed in surprise. "There is no spiritual energy here, yet I can still find such a rare and high-level spiritual herb. I thought I would only be able to encounter some low-grade spiritual herbs at most, but even in many small worlds with abundant spiritual energy, you might not be able to find a single one of the heart-protecting grass." However, there was a small patch of mist in front of the morning fog. Heart-protecting grass is a high-grade spiritual herb, and it is needed in the refining of many high-level pills. Without thinking, Chao Wu stopped and carefully pulled the heart-protecting grass up by the roots, and then transplanted it into her space. Upon seeing this, Dihan's expression turned indifferent. "You actually find something like this appealing?" Asajiri's voice was calm. "I hope that if you get hurt in the future, you won't ask me for heart-protecting herbs." Dihan remained silent, clearly disagreeing with her words, but he did not step forward alone. Instead, he stood still and waited for Chao Wu for a while. The heart-protecting grass has very strict requirements for its growing environment. Fortunately, morning mist has a spiritual herb space where the soil is very attractive to these plants. Otherwise, the heart-protecting grass might not have been able to survive. Since being reborn into this small world, all the rare treasures that Asajiri originally planted in the space have disappeared, and no one knows why. This continent was so barren that there was nothing there, so much so that whenever Chao Wu saw a spiritual herb, she couldn't help but transplant it into her space. "I never expected this spiritual plant to be so powerful. It can grow so many spiritual herbs unconditionally wherever it is." Dragon scale grass. Asajiri's eyes lit up when she saw a shimmering plant on the cliff not far away. Just as they were about to go forward to pick it, Dihan opened his dark eyes and suddenly said, "Something has arrived." As he spoke, he flashed away, his figure quickly transforming into a blur, and flew away in a cloud of morning mist. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arrived at a small cave in a cliff face 100 miles away. The space in the hole was very small. Fortunately, Asajiri was petite and could almost be hidden in his arms. However, Asajiri didn't have time to think about anything else. The 2 of them stared intently at the spot where they had just stood. A gentle breeze blew by, and a piece of wood, shrouded in thick black mist, floated in midair. What alarmed Asajiri was that the piece of wood actually had 2 eyes growing out of it. Those 2 eyes were beautiful, with a sinister and unrestrained charm, and an extremely strong aura. They were currently looking around, and thick black mist overflowed from their eye sockets, creating a strange and eerie beauty. Just as its gaze was about to sweep over, Emperor Fuyao moved his mind, and Chaowu and Dian instantly became invisible, holding their breath at the same time. If one is strong enough, becoming invisible is not difficult. However, Chaowu's strength is currently too low, and only Emperor Fuyao can do this. Invisibility is also very energy-consuming. Even Emperor Fuyao could only maintain it for a short while. This kind of thing should really only be used in life-or-death situations. For example, right now. Upon seeing this, Dihan paused, lowered his eyes, and focused his gaze on Chao Wu's hair, his eyes dark and deep. Asajiri immediately recognized that the strange piece of wood was the Earth Rank artifact they were talking about. But didn't that strange fire say that the Earth Rank artifact was a sword? Asajiri raised her eyes and glanced at Dihan. Dihan understood what she meant, pursed his lips, and indicated that he didn't know either. He genuinely didn't know what that Earth Rank artifact was. This was the first time he had ever seen it. The Earth Rank artifact had clearly sensed the intruders, Chao Wu and Dian, long ago. Its aura surged, seemingly in an attempt to exert pressure and drive them away. However, when it came over, it didn't see a single person. It couldn't be wrong. The auras of the two intruders still lingered in the air, and were quite strong, so they must be nearby. The Earth Rank artifact trembled twice, and the black mist emanating from its body began to overflow exponentially, causing its size to increase several times over. This is bad. Upon seeing this, Asajiri's expression changed. Before Asajiri could finish speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly swept over them like a tidal wave, making Asajiri feel as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his shoulders in an instant. Asajiri's legs involuntarily bent twice, and a little cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. She was about to collapse. It was that Earth Rank artifact that was exerting frantic pressure, trying to force out Chao Wu and Dian. Although Dihan's strength was slightly higher than Chao Wu's, how could a mere beginner cultivator like them contend with a powerful Earth Rank artifact? His lips were also somewhat pale, though not as pale as Chao Wu's. Close your five senses, activate your spiritual platform, and concentrate your mental power, he suddenly said in Chao Wu's ear. Chao Wu was not in good condition at the moment. Even though Dian's voice was very soft and faint, it sounded like thunder to her. Her throat hurt, and warm blood spilled from the corner of her lips, dripping onto Fuin's chest. The mere release of a little pressure was enough to severely injure Chao Wu. Emperor Fuyao could only watch helplessly, and couldn't help but regret not being able to stop Chao Wu from making this trip. The power of a rank 1 artifact is indeed not something that just anyone can challenge. Wake up. Dihan looked down at Chao Wu in his arms, his indifferent voice ringing out at the right moment. You are someone who has had the same experience as me. If you were to die in this obscure little world in this life, don't ask me to look down on you. Generally speaking, few people can catch Dihan's eye, but Chao Wu is different. Ever since he learned that Chao Wu was a reborn person like him, he has paid more attention to her. However, it only garnered a little more attention. I just felt that she must not be an ordinary person. Feeling the person in his arms gradually fading away, showing no sign of waking up, Dihan remained silent for a moment. However, just a second before he was about to make a move, a cold voice rang out from the person in his arms. If you dare to throw me away, I'll show you why flowers are so red. Dihan paused for a moment and looked down. Asajiri had woken up sometime earlier, clearly provoked by his words. Wanting to prove she wasn't so weak, she casually wiped the blood from her face and sneered. What do you have to look down on me for? Don't forget who saved you when you almost died on this godforsaken continent the last 2 times. Is it shameful to die on this continent? Of course it's shameful. After all, they were once powerful figures who dominated their respective regions. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at her indifferently. He's a perfectly good person, it's just a pity he has a mouth. What do we do now? Asajiri whispered. Their conversation was conducted in extremely low voices, almost inaudible, so the Earth Rank artifact 100 meters away did not detect their presence. Presumably unable to find Chao Wu and the others, and not wanting to waste too much time on them, the Earth Rank artifact left after searching unsuccessfully. After it left, Dihan said, let's go out first. It's in its strongest period now, so it's not advisable to make a move. Chapter 64 Changing One's Mind. Morning Mist nodded. At this juncture, this is the only way to proceed. Otherwise, given their combined strength, they would probably only die here. Chao Wu still wanted to return to Tianyuan continent, take Lu Yaoji's head, and make up for the damage Xiao Qinglong suffered at her hands 100-fold. It would be such a waste to die here like this. Emperor Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of Asagiri's retreat, he said, "Little Asagiri, don't be so impulsive in the future. We still need to go back and tear apart those green tea bitches and return to our peak." Asagiri asked, "What green tea?" Emperor Fuyao coughed and said, "Spending too much time with Asagiri has made me unconsciously pick up some random nicknames." Asagiri chose to listen to him. Emperor Fuyao is one with her and would not do anything to harm her. She had complete confidence in Emperor Fuyao. Because Asagi was injured, Dian took the initiative to leave with her. Asagiri was somewhat puzzled that someone who was usually selfish would actually help others. Meeting her suspicious gaze, Dihan's lips twitched. "Don't worry, it's free." Asagiri breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that the man would turn around and try to extort millions from her. The two quickly returned to the hornet's nest-like spot, where Sang Jili and the other two were searching for a way out. However, it was clear that they hesitated when faced with hundreds of roads, all of which were almost identical in length, and did not attempt them lightly. There were only 3 of them. Even if each of them tried one, it wouldn't be enough to cover all the distances. Moreover, no one can guarantee what they will encounter next. Along the way, they followed Dihan and encountered things that were quite unconventional to them. Only then did they realize that not only Chaowu, but Nan Fuyin was also a cultivator. Both he and his wife are experts. No wonder Nan Fuyin was unwilling to return to the Southern Kingdom. The South was not kind to him. And how could a man born to be a king be willing to return to such a place to suffer? Hearing the noise, the 3 of them immediately turned around and saw Chaowu being supported by Dihan. There was still a trace of blood on Dihan's chest, the blood that Chaowu had coughed up when she couldn't withstand the pressure of the Earth Rank artifact. Suyu's expression changed drastically when he saw it, and he took 2 steps forward. "Are you injured?" Although they said it was, "you guys," their tense eyes were fixed on Asagiri, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Asagiri calmed her internal injuries and then shook her head. "First, go out and find the surviving civilians, then figure out a way to get them out of here," she told Dihan. Dihan's expression remained calm. "Whatever you say." He had no compassion. Whether these people lived or died was none of his concern, and he wouldn't take the initiative to save them. The reason they were willing to save Sang Jili and the other 2 was because they were born as spirits. Asagiri is right. With naturally born spirits around them, their cultivation speed will double. He has already benefited from this, so it is only right that he saves them. The path that Strange Fire had previously followed was marked by Chaowu, and she quickly found the correct path among hundreds of paths. Then Asagiri led them away from there. Back in that huge pit, lava filled the sky and the ground, with only one platform to stand on, upon which lay a dark figure. Suyu recognized it immediately as Busiai. However, he didn't dare to go forward because it was fucking hot. This platform is quite high, probably 20 or 30 meters above the magma surface. Even at such a height, they still felt very hot, so hot that their skin quickly began to peel and crack. "I wonder if Brother Busai is familiar with me now." Suyue observed 2 seconds of silence. At the same time, they also saw some surviving civilians. After so long, the people who have survived to this day have basically found a place to stand and are huddled up waiting for their chance. However, there are very few such people. In such a large city as Yantai, there are probably only a little over 100 people who can be seen now. Thinking back to when they were still in the city lord's mansion not long ago, although there was no food, at least they had a solid foundation and a sense of security. Now, everything has changed, and the end of the world seems like nothing more than this. Hot Pot, upon seeing Morning Mist, fluttered over and asked, "How's it going? Did you find it?" After saying that, he saw the bloodstains on Dihan's chest and Chao Wu's pale face, and immediately understood. His tone carried a hint of regret. "That bastard actually didn't kill you." Asagiri's eyes turned cold. Hot Pot laughed it off. Just kidding, don't be angry. I just think that the evil thing was so powerful, and you guys managed to escape from it. That's really amazing." "Really?" Asagiri asked. "Didn't you say that Earth Rank artifact was a sword? But what we just saw wasn't a sword. That's clearly a piece of wood." The hot pot flickered, its small flames flashing on and off. It drifted to Chao Wu's face and said, "That's why I call it abnormal. You haven't seen how it tempers itself, but I have. Its true form is a wooden sword. A wooden sword, you know? A wooden sword actually dares to temper itself with a strange fire. If it's not abnormal, then who is?" It's said to be a tertiary grade artifact, but the concentration of spiritual energy in it is already much higher. It has been exploiting me here for a long time, using me to refine itself. Recently, it has also been frantically hunting that spiritual plant. I estimate that it is about to advance and wants to break through to the tertiary grade artifact in one fell swoop. Celestial grade artifact. Asajiri frowned. Has this mainland gone mad? Divine artifacts are not commonplace items. They are extremely rare even in the Tianyuan continent. For a weapon refiner to reach the top level, it might take hundreds of years to refine even one Earth-rank divine weapon. Because divine artifacts generally acquire their own sentience once they reach the Earth rank. Why didn't you say so sooner? Asajiri asked. If she had known earlier that it was a high-level artifact about to be upgraded, she would never have risked coming here. She loves treasures, but she loves life even more. For a mere yellow spirit and green spirit to face a divine artifact is like throwing an egg against a rock. They have no chance of winning. But you didn't ask. How could I say anything? Hot Pot said, sounding a little aggrieved. Besides, I didn't expect you guys to dare to make a move on it. I thought you were just going to collect some medicinal herbs. By the way, did you get the elixir? Ignoring it, Chao Wu summoned her strange fire, selected some spiritual herbs from her spatial storage, and began refining pills on the spot. They didn't think it was a big deal, but Sang Zhili and the others were just ordinary people. Staying in this kind of environment for too long would definitely cause problems. And then there are the people who have already been burned. Asajiri was refining medicine very quickly, so fast that the others didn't even blink. Only Dihan remained relatively calm. He looked at Asajiri. This woman's talent for alchemy was actually stronger than he had imagined. In today's isolated and helpless situation, having a pharmacist by your side can save you a lot of trouble. Emperor decided to temporarily include her in their camp. Chapter 65 Second Grade Chi Replenishing Pill. Asajiri had no idea what Dian was thinking. If she knew what he was thinking, she would probably call him an idiot. Asajiri was refining a second-grade Chi Replenishing Pill. This grade of pill had a very low barrier to entry for refining. She didn't need a cauldron at all and could refine dozens of pills at a time. After refining it 3 times, the quantity was more than enough. After thinking for a moment, Asajiri gave one to Dian. Have eaten. I did help her earlier, after all. Asajiri is the kind of person who repays kindness. Dihan gave a faint So you also took one and curiously put it in his mouth. The next moment, a soothing coolness swept over him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. What is this? It's amazing. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. He gave all the Chi Replenishing pills to Suyu, and then with a wave of his hand, the transparent bubbles that had been floating on the lava for half a day automatically flew over. The people inside went from being terrified at the beginning to now being able to accept these things that overturned their understanding. The transparent bubble burst, releasing the people inside. The feeling of having their feet firmly on the ground immediately brought tears to their eyes. Chao Wu instructed Suyu to distribute the pills to these people, 1 pill per person, without giving more or missing any. Suyu, as if he had received some great honor, winked at Shun Xingzhou defiantly, and then began to do his work with an air of superiority. Shun Xingzhou. I have no idea what he's so smug about. No matter how hard she tries, she still has a husband. The Empress is still alive, so why bother trying so hard? Wouldn't it be better to just give up? Shun Xingzhou decided to stay away from Suyu, that idiot, from now on, lest he lower his IQ as well. Buxi's condition was serious, so Chao Wu prepared medicine for him alone, and then asked Dihan to bring over all the people who had taken refuge elsewhere. First, gather everyone together, then send them all up. To avoid the disaster that would occur if the Earth-rank artifacts were to be upgraded, causing the heavens and Earth to collapse and the Earth to split open, and if these people were too close, they would all be affected. Looking up, I realized that the sky above was now covered with dark clouds, making me feel inexplicably depressed. Dihan, unusually, was not overly indifferent. Instead, he listened to Chao Wu's words and brought all the people over. Suyu distributed a Chi Replenishing pill to everyone. They had been exposed to the scorching heat of the lava for too long, and their bodies were already dehydrated and cracked, making them extremely uncomfortable. After taking a pill, their skin recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were no longer uncomfortable. The people were overjoyed and knelt on the ground, calling Chao Wu a living bodhisattva. Everyone received a pill, and there was one left over. Suyu walked over holding the plump, white pill, his dark eyes shining brightly. Here you go. Asajiri was sitting in the corner with her eyes closed, resting and using her spiritual energy to repair her internal injuries. Upon hearing this, she opened her eyes, glanced at him, and then said, Here you go. Suyu shook his head. You saved everyone here, but you haven't eaten anything yourself. Eating this will make you feel a little better. Hot pot. Oh, my younger brother really knows how to take care of people. Asajiri. Hot pot. No wonder so many rich women throughout history and across the world love to find younger brothers. It's not their fault. This isn't a green tea bitch. This is clearly a caring and understanding older sister. Asajiri Mo thought to herself, this hot pot has been seriously poisoned. Asajiri said, just keep it. I don't need it. As a pharmacist, the process of refining medicine is very beneficial to her. This little second-grade pill is of no use to her at all, just like eating a piece of candy. Before Suyu could say anything more, Chao Wu had already closed her eyes and was cultivating. He looked around again, and everyone had found a place to sit down and rest. Across the morning mist, a detached figure sat in a corner, emanating a chilling aura that deterred anyone from approaching. That person was none other than Dihan. Suyu sat on the ground next to Chao Wu with a somewhat aggrieved expression, looking up at her with pleading eyes. They need to rest here for a while. Once Chao Wu and Dian have rested, they will work together to send everyone up at once. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the tip of Asajiri's nose. The pressure released by that Earth-rank artifact was too strong. In just a short while, her spiritual platform showed faint cracks. The spiritual platform is no small matter. For a cultivator, the spiritual root is the mark of a cultivator, and the spiritual platform is the place that bears the fruits of the cultivator's labor. If the spiritual platform is destroyed, and there is no place to contain spiritual energy, the cultivator will explode and die. Fortunately, Dihan blocked some of the oppressive force for her earlier, otherwise she might already be dead. The people around whispered among themselves, not daring to speak loudly, for fear of disturbing Chao Wu and Dian. Most of them were seeing cultivators for the first time and were terrified of offending Emperor Chao Wu Han, fearing they would die here. At that moment, Asajiri heard a familiar voice. Give me the jerky, or I won't take you up here. I'll let you die here and become roasted human jerky. I'm not kidding, she's my sister. The tone was arrogant, as if he was showing off something extraordinary. Asajiri opened her eyes. Over there, Tai Xiaotong hadn't realized that Chao Wu, as a cultivator, had extraordinary hearing. He thought he was speaking very softly and was still threatening the young man sitting next to him. The young man dared not speak out against his anger. Although his stomach was growling with hunger, he dared not offend Tai Xiaotong. With red eyes, he handed the last piece of jerky in his arms to Tai Xiaotong. Tai Xiaotong smiled with satisfaction, then said, What are you staring at me for? You're not convinced. The man immediately looked away and lowered his head, saying, No. Tai Xiaotong sneered, He's just a dog. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a foot slammed into his back, sending Tai Xiaotong sprawling to the ground. Who? Tai Xiaotong roared, his eyes red as he got up from the ground. However, the next moment he saw Asajiri standing expressionlessly behind him. Tai Xiaotong's face paled, and he stammered, Sister, how come it's you? Asajiri bent down and approached him. She had such a beautiful face, and she was someone who always wore an it's none of my business attitude on her face. But at this moment, she was like a cold-blooded demon. Her approach made Tai Xiaotong feel inexplicably afraid. Tai Xiaotong shrank back a little. The next moment, Asajiri reached out, took the jerky he was holding but hadn't had time to eat, and returned it to the young man. Looking down at Tai Xiaotong, he said to Wu, Do you know how I usually deal with ungrateful people? Tai Xiaotong had never seen Chao Wu kill anyone, but he knew that Chao Wu was different from others. She was so powerful that she could easily torture and kill everyone here, and could crush someone with just a flick of her finger. Tai Xiaotong's face turned pale instantly, and he cried, Sister, I'm sorry, I was just too hungry. I didn't mean to steal his jerky. Chapter 66 Born a Bad Seed. Asajiri looked at him coldly, her long eyelashes unable to conceal the indifference in her eyes. I'm not stupid. You know what you did to Busai. She spoke, her voice languid. I've heard a term called born bad, meaning that even the most sincere feelings from those around them can't change their nature. What do you think? Tai Xiaotong's expression changed. Asajiri curled her lips and took out a bundle of rope from her spatial storage, instructing the person next to her to tie up the small iron bucket. Tai Xiaotong struggled, crying out, Why? Why are you doing this to me? I just want to live. What have I done wrong? So you also stood beside Chao Wu, feeling somewhat sorry for him. He's just a child. He was just craving something. It can't be that bad. So you thought that Chao Wu was simply angry that Tai Xiaotong had stolen someone else's jerky. Asajiri sneered, pointed at the weak Busai beside him, and said, Just a short while ago, Busai saved his life, and he turned around and kicked Busai into the lava. Suyu. Upon hearing this, Busiai simply pursed his lips and said nothing more. Without looking at Su Yu's expression, Chao Wu turned to look at Tai Xiaodong. It's fine that you want to live, but you shouldn't live by stepping on other people's lives. She said, do you know why I'm keeping you alive? It was Yun Yangzi's request. Tai Xiaodong's eyes were sinister. Why are you talking about her? I didn't kill her. It's you, Asajiri said calmly. The moment she saw Tai Xiaodong kick Busiai, who had just saved her life, down, she understood the strangeness of Yun Yangzi back then. The antidote that Pei Rushui gave them was swallowed up by Tai Xiaotong alone. While they were in the water dungeon, it was Tai Xiaotong who pulled Yun Yangzi in front of him to shield her from most of the snakes, insects, and rodents. Yun Yangzi refused her treatment and died on the spot. After she opened her clothes, her abdomen and chest were riddled with holes from insects. Tai Xiaotong denied it, shaking his head. It wasn't me, I didn't. Sister, you have to believe me. Asajiri calmly said, I'm not your sister. Then he added, don't worry, I'll take you up there. After all, this is what Lady Yun instructed me to do. Of course, it's not as simple as just sending him up there. Asajiri will not let him continue to do evil. Even Yun Yangzi, who pulled him out of hell, couldn't warm his heart. Such a person simply cannot be kept by one's side. Tai Xiaotong realized the underlying meaning in Chao Wu's words and immediately became anxious. He didn't want to die. Tai Xiaotong started playing the emotional card with Chao Wu again, apologizing to her. Chao Wu ignored him and walked up to Dian. Is it all right now? Dihan said casually. Just kill him, why bother? He was referring to the small iron bucket. As a demon lord, Dihan cultivates dark spiritual energy, and his perception of evil and resentment is stronger than that of Chao Wu. He had long since realized that the child was no good. If it were him, he wouldn't be given a second chance to say a word. He won't even be left with a body. I will do my duty to those who have entrusted me with this task, Asajiri said calmly. Then, he and Dihan began to set up an array and send these people up. An ancient and mysterious formation encircled everyone, and a dazzling golden light shone in everyone's eyes. Suyu belatedly realized what was happening. After that, he placed his hand on the array, looked pitifully at Chao Wu, and lowered his eyes slightly. Please leave me here. I want to stay with you too. I won't hold you back. Asajiri, goodbye. The entire territory of Yinxing is now surrounded by a barrier created by a rank 1 divine artifact, and even with Chao Wu and Dian working together, they are unable to send them out of Yinxing. The only option is to get them out of this deep pit. Busiai would lead these people to hide far away, so Chao Wu wasn't worried. Of course, worrying is useless. After all, this is a level 1 artifact, and all of them are still within the territory of Yinxing. Whether they can survive depends on luck. After seeing them all off, Dihan said, it seems you are a multi-element cultivator, and you know quite a lot. He's both a pharmacist and a spirit array master. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him. Now, dressed in a long robe with python patterns and gold lettering, he leans against the stone wall with his arms crossed, exuding an aura of asceticism. To be honest, he looks quite pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Asajiri is not interested in male beauty. She withdrew her gaze and said calmly, aren't you the same? Asajiri even speculated that he might have been a cultivator of all elements in his previous life. She was too. The requirements for all types of cultivators are extremely high. It is extremely rare, with only 1 in 10,000 people being able to find one. Asajiri asked him to help send the people up, only wanting to use his spiritual power. She had a way to handle the spirit array, but she didn't expect to find out that he was also a spirit array master at the beginning. In addition, there was his calm and composed demeanor when he watched her concoct medicines. That's why Asajiri suspected that he was a genius in all aspects of cultivation in the past. Thinking about this, Asajiri had some unknown thoughts in her mind. I just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The same rebirth, the same all-around cultivators. In his previous life, there were probably no more than 5 cultivators of all cultivation methods in the entire Tianyuan continent. Chao Wu pondered his identity in his previous life. But I couldn't figure it out. After all, besides her, she didn't know who else was a cultivator who could master all elements. Upon hearing this, Dihan said nothing. Yes and no. The demon lord of the demon realm can solve all problems with his powerful dark spiritual energy, and these support classes offer him no advantage. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became denser and the light became dimmer. Dihan glanced at it and said calmly, it's about to advance. This means they are preparing to take action. Morning Mist nodded. The two never explicitly stated the purpose or plan of their trip, yet they both knew it perfectly well. People who value strength will not remain indifferent to such a great opportunity. If you miss this gift and continue your ordinary cultivation in this small world, returning to the Tianyuan continent will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So they have to take a gamble. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the deep pit. With a creak, a large crack appeared on the platform beneath Chaowu and the other's feet. The hot pot flew over, its small flame somewhat dim. It flickered and said, "Oh no, the spiritual plant is trapped. It wants to fuse with the spiritual plant and then use my purest fire to temper it, hoping it will break through to the heavenly rank." As soon as he finished speaking, the seemingly endless lava below began to recede rapidly, disappearing completely in just over 10 seconds. It seems that they are about to obtain the Earth Rank artifact, which is why they are so eager to summon the strange fire. "Let's go over there too," Asajiri said. They were already struggling with just one Earth Rank artifact, let alone waiting for it to successfully advance to the Heaven Rank. That's utter nonsense. Moreover, Chaowu had her eye on that spiritual plant, and she was determined to get her money's worth by taking a bite. She couldn't just let this Earth Rank artifact absorb it all. Chapter 67, The Invisibility Potion, was diluted. Dihan didn't say anything, but his actions spoke for themselves. He and Chaowu transformed into a blur and, guided by Huogua, headed straight for the Earth Rank artifact. Once inside, Chaowu realized that the lair of this Earth Rank artifact was a hidden paradise. Unlike the magma that filled the sky outside, the lair of the Earth Rank artifact was in a sealed space. The surrounding stone walls were covered with runes engraved with bloodstains, making it look extremely eerie. Above their heads, a huge black iron umbrella floated in the air, made of exquisitely crafted iron arrows. Beneath that iron umbrella, a piece of driftwood floated silently in mid-air, black mist constantly emanating from it. Dihan said in a deep voice, "The splitting technique, this is not its true form. It can only be considered a split. Its true form should have gone to chase after that spiritual plant." Asajiri noticed this as well, and felt a growing anxiety in her heart. I wonder what that Earth Rank artifact will do. If it fuses with the spiritual plant on the spot, wouldn't she have made a wasted trip? Dihan saw through her thoughts and calmly said, "Its formation is set up here, so it can only advance here. If it's set up elsewhere, it will be easily detected and it will come back. So all they need to do is wait quietly here. Of course, this place is quite dangerous." He asked, "Do you still have that invisibility device you used last time?" He assumed that Asajiri was the one who had gone invisible earlier. Asajiri shook her head. The invisibility technique requires a high level of soul power, and her current body is not yet capable of releasing such a high-level spell. Moreover, Emperor Fuyao is only a soul body, so she cannot use the invisibility technique for a short period of time. At that moment, it was as if I sensed something. She suddenly looked up. A faint black mist began to seep in from the entrance not far away, and a sense of danger was quietly approaching. The Earth Rank Divine Artifact is back. At the same time, Chaowu and Dian's figures became transparent and instantly disappeared. She turned to look at Dihan. As if he understood the meaning in her eyes, Dihan explained calmly, "I took it from the Wujiang dynasty last time. He's not like her at all. He can't take out any of the treasures from his spatial storage, and he can't even open the space itself. Having been reborn, I truly understand what it means to go back to square one. He does have some trinkets on him now, but they were all things he picked up casually in the Wujiang dynasty some time ago. If these were before, they wouldn't even be worthy of his attention. It was precisely because of these things that he was killed by the people of the Wujiang dynasty from the east to the west." Dihan scoffed at this. A bunch of useless people. If these people were willing to willingly offer all of this to him, he would be fully capable of leading this continent to a greater world in one fell swoop. At that time, these people would no longer need to fight to the death over such a small amount of spiritual energy. But these people didn't believe him. Instead, they hunted him down. A bunch of idiots. Since the two of them had already become invisible and concealed their spiritual energy, the Earth Rank artifact did not detect their presence and simply flew towards the giant iron umbrella on its own. Suddenly, streaks of white light flashed, emitting a dazzling and brilliant divine light. The strange runes engraved on the surrounding stone walls lit up and even began to move, as if they were alive. The enormous iron umbrella began to slowly rotate, and streams of blood mist poured down from it like a waterfall, magnificent and beautiful. However, Asajiri knew that beneath that beautiful surface lay countless lives lost. This Earth Rank artifact feeds on fresh blood. Countless lives have been taken by its sword. Of course, these lives do not refer to ordinary people, but to cultivators or magical beasts. Neither Chaowu nor Dian made any rash moves, quietly hiding in a corner and watching the Earth Rank artifact. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Rank artifact's main body and its split body merged into one, and a black wooden sword appeared in front of the two. It was a wooden sword engraved with intricate and ancient patterns, entirely black. After it was transformed into the shape of a long sword, the pair of eyes disappeared. They look very powerful and not to be trifled with. These kinds of artifacts are all like this. Once they gain sentience, just one glance is enough to feel an endless pressure that makes it hard to breathe. In her previous life, Asajiri was also a weapon refiner, but her weapon refining skills were not particularly high because she spent most of her time studying other things and was not particularly interested in weapon refining. All the divine artifacts she had come into contact with were crafted by weapon refiners. She had never seen one that was cultivated on its own. As a result, when she saw this Earth-ranked divine artifact being promoted, Chaowu didn't know which step to take next. However, judging from the calm and collected look in the dark eyes of the man beside her, he must be very knowledgeable and should know something. Asajiri decided to wait with him. However, what Chaowu and Dian didn't notice was that after their bodies came into contact with the rising blood mist, they began to slowly materialize. As their auras gradually became exposed in the space, an unfamiliar presence appeared. The Earth-rank artifact immediately stopped catalyzing the formation and instead flashed to the front of Chaowu and the others. Asajiri looked completely bewildered. It was Di-Han who pulled her aside, and with a roll, the two of them narrowly avoided having their heads sliced off by a single sword strike from a rank 1 artifact. Asajiri was shocked. Weren't you supposed to be invisible? What did you just use? Di-Han pursed his lips, his expression somewhat unpleasant. I lifted my long sleeves and smelled my body. It's very light. Invisibility potion mixed with water. Who would have thought that the people of the Wujiang dynasty would add water to the invisibility potion in order to make it more potent? Asajiri wanted to curse. However, there was no time to think about those things at the moment, as the Earth-rank artifact had already discovered them and released its clones to deal with them. It really made me cry. They didn't even give Asajiri a chance to slack off. Puff! Asajiri was thrown into the air, her back slamming heavily against the rock wall. She rolled down and rolled twice on the ground before spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, before she could catch her breath, the attack from the Earth-rank artifact came down again, with even more gorgeous moves and more powerful force. Morning mist is like a pancake on a frying pan, being flipped over and over again. My butt is practically split open. Looking at Di-Han, his situation wasn't much better. He wasn't as aggrieved as Chaowu. He hadn't been spanked, but he already had several holes in his chest, with blood constantly oozing out. Even wearing black couldn't hide the severity of his injuries, showing just how badly he was hurt. Asajiri gritted her teeth. They can't just die here like this. Asajiri reached her hand into the space again. The all-powerful space rummaged through it. This was all thanks to Asajiri's strange habit from before. In his previous life, he was a highly respected ancestor. But she has a strange habit. She likes to hoard things, like a hamster. The more she hoards, the more secure she feels. Therefore, she has stockpiled many rare and precious treasures in her space. Even small trinkets, not high-level magical artifacts, she would casually toss into her spatial storage. Chapter 68, They've been caught. There were many messy things in the space. In the emergency, Asajiri didn't look at them much and just threw away whatever she could grab. They're all magical artifacts anyway. What made Asajiri despair was that although these were spiritual artifacts, they were all low-grade spiritual artifacts, the kind that she would have looked down on in her previous life. What about her advanced magical artifact? What happened to her vast fortune? Fortunately, although these things were not very powerful, they were numerous. Chaowu took them out of the space like they were free and threw them at the Earth-rank artifacts. 1 minute it's exploding, the next it's immobilizing, then it suddenly starts defecating, leaving the Earth-rank artifact helplessly furious, wishing it could tear the morning mist apart. However, this is a critical period for its advancement. The magic array has already been activated, and during the advancement, the combat capabilities of the Earth-rank artifact are weakened considerably. Otherwise, Asajiri wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow from it. It is precisely for this reason that her low-level magical artifacts can play a little role. The Earth-rank artifact originally thought that these things wouldn't cause it any real harm, and even if they were annoying, it should be used up in no time. But he saw this girl in front of him frantically rummaging through her hands, then throwing things away without stopping. Even the donkeys in the production team couldn't keep up with her speed. Finally, an incense stick's time passed, and seeing that she showed no sign of stopping and unable to get close, after being blasted with excrement again, the Earth rank artifact finally lost its temper. This foolish human is challenging its bottom line. Damn it, I've abandoned this bottom line. Enraged, the Earth rank artifact disregarded Di-Han and merged its main body and its clone into one, charging straight into the morning mist, exuding murderous intent. Asajiri, wasn't everything harmonious just now? Enough said. He pulled out a handful of Gale pills, popped them into his mouth, then covered his backside and ran. Asajiri swore that she had pushed her speed to its absolute limit. But what grudge does this silly, Earth rank artifact hold against her? Why can't it spare her? Because she ate too much Gale pill, Asajiri was very fast. Even Earth rank artifacts couldn't keep up with her, but sometimes, with a speed boost, they could catch up. Then, with its incredibly sharp tip, it stabbed her in the buttocks. Asajiri really wanted to curse. She was burned and stabbed with a sword. Her buttocks were definitely not made of steel. Before long, the effects of the Gale pill wore off, and Asajiri's speed began to slow down. A flash of cold light, and a murderous aura silently arrived. The Earth rank artifact was truly going to take her life. Just as Asajiri was about to die in front of it, suddenly, her clothes fluttered before her eyes, her waist tightened, and Asajiri was pulled into an embrace. It was Di-Han. Chaowu was so busy running that she didn't notice what Di-Han was doing. She thought that he would leave her and run away after they were out of danger, but she didn't expect that he would save her life at the critical moment. Asajiri said, "Thank you, my good brother." Having dodged the fatal blow with Chaowu, the two landed steadily. He released Chaowu, then flew forward, his figure turning into a blur, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with the Earth rank artifact. They were moving so fast that Asajiri could barely see them. It seems he still has some trump cards up his sleeve. Asajiri knew that with his Qingling strength, he wouldn't last more than a few moves against a level 1 divine artifact. It's clear that he's at a disadvantage. In addition, he was already seriously injured. The situation was very unfavorable for them. With a soft thud, Chaowu looked up and saw that his entire chest had been pierced through by a level 1 divine artifact. However, he didn't even flinch and continued to confront it. The surging, powerful spiritual energy, carrying an aura of world destruction, continuously slashed at the surrounding rock walls. Seeing a powerful spiritual force heading straight for her forehead, Chaowu quickly crouched down. One tuft of hair was not spared. It was successfully severed by that force, swung twice in the air, and landed gently. Emperor Fuyao shouted, "Run. If you don't run, this tuft of hair's fate today will be your fate tomorrow." Asajiri stared at the indifferent figure in the air, her gaze resolute. "I am not the kind of ungrateful person." The next moment, something suddenly flashed past and darted into Asajiri's arms. Soft and white. Morning Mist looked down. A small ginseng root was clinging tightly to her clothes. Its little arms and legs were chubby, and it blinked 2 round eyes. It was very small, about as thick as Asajiri's arm and as long as her palm. It had human-like features, but also retained some of the characteristics of a ginseng. There were still a few tufts of hair sticking up on his head. Its large, watery eyes met the morning mist. Asajiri paused for a moment. Just then, Di-Han, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Earth rank artifact, suddenly spoke in a cold voice. "Now that its strength has weakened, it is the perfect time to kill it. You don't need to worry about me. I will fight to the death. Get out." Di-Han couldn't bear to live a life of mediocrity, just drifting through life. He preferred to control the world, just as he had in his previous life. So even though he knew there was a huge difference in their strength, he still wanted to give it his all. If he could subdue this Earth rank artifact, he could return to the demon realm sooner. Without a second thought, Asajiri nodded and ran out quickly, clutching what she was holding. Di-Han. Emperor Fuyao. They run really fast. The next moment, wouldn't they still be so kind and righteous, saying that they weren't ungrateful people? They'd struck gold and ran faster than anyone else. Yes, Asajiri has struck gold. She never expected that the spirit plant, which she hadn't even met on this trip, would actually fly into her arms on its own initiative. She was just wondering why the Earth rank artifact had already started activating the formation and was preparing to break through, but she still hadn't seen any spiritual plants. She thought it was a level 8 artifact that had absorbed the spiritual plant. Unexpectedly, the spiritual plant was captured by a tertiary grade divine artifact, but it has not yet been absorbed. Taking advantage of the fact that the Earth rank artifact and Fuin were at war and had no time to attend to other matters, the spiritual plants finally came out. Unlike Earth rank artifacts, spiritual plants have no offensive capabilities, nor do they have the ability to protect themselves. Their only advantage, besides being able to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, is probably their speed. That's why they haven't been able to catch the Earth rank artifact even after trying for so long. It probably thought that it had no ability to protect itself and was afraid that if it ran away it would be caught again, and then it would really be a matter of life and death. So it resolutely ran into the arms of the morning mist. At least this person looks like a cultivator. Cultivators are extremely rare on this continent. It can at least protect it somewhat. Asajiri was overjoyed inside, but on the surface she maintained a very aloof and composed expression, holding the little baby in her arms and running away frantically. I always feel like I haven't run far enough. Finally, she ran to a place she thought was safe for the time being. After stopping, she held the spiritual plant in her hand, afraid it would run away, and then carefully observed it, wondering where she should start eating it. Chapter 69 Contracted Spirit Pet. Perhaps it was the blatant look in Asajiri's eyes that made the little ginseng shiver twice, and it couldn't help but stretch out its chubby little white arm to hug its chest. You mustn't eat me, I don't taste good, wha? Never before had it seen such a filthy, even ferocious, expression in a person's eyes. It thought it had escaped a deep pit, but unexpectedly, it had turned around and fallen into the arms of a demon. Asajiri held it in her hand. The tiny ginseng doll was like a small toy, soft, white, and chubby. Just by touching it, she could feel the spiritual herbs she had just transplanted growing wildly in the space. Spirit plants have the function of catalyzing the rapid growth of spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, spirit plants are extremely rare and very delicate. If forced into a contract, they will die of anger. The medicinal effects of plants that have died from anger are not as good. So even though Asajiri really wanted to contract it, she didn't have much hope. She thought to herself, why don't I take a few more bites while it's still alive? With just a couple of bites, her injuries would heal instantly, and the spiritual herbs in her space would mature completely in a flash. But the little guy's teary eyes and aggrieved look made it hard for Asajiri to bite him. She felt like she was gnawing on a flesh-and-blood child, which was not a pleasant feeling. Asajiri tried to negotiate. How about you close your eyes first, and I'll bite you gently? Wow! The little ginseng cried very loudly. Asajiri was dumbfounded. It hasn't even been bitten yet. Why is it crying? Asajiri, with a cold face, said curtly, if you cry again, I'll knock your head off. Well, she was used to being decisive and efficient back in Tianyuan continent and had never coaxed anyone before, so she didn't know how to coax anyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the little ginseng blinked and then suddenly started panting heavily. Emperor Fuyao exclaimed, oh no, you've scared it to death. Asajiri, in a flurry of activity, Chaowu didn't know what to do and could only throw it into her spatial storage. Her space is a medicinal herb space, which is very good for plants. Putting it in should alleviate the problem, right? Asajiri was genuinely afraid it would die. After all, she hasn't even started eating it yet. We can't just make a wasted trip. After putting it in, Asajiri still felt uneasy and a little worried. Why are you so timid? I just said something casually. Emperor Fuyao said, I've heard that spiritual plants have peculiar personalities, and this one might just happen to be a bit timid. The morning mist condensed. What incredible luck she has. She had finally encountered a spiritual plant, and before she even thought about the contract, she just wanted to take a couple of bites, but she almost scared it to death. Thinking this, Chaowu entered the space with her divine sense, preparing to check if its condition had improved at all. However, as soon as she entered, she discovered that the spiritual herb she had planted in the space had grown quite a bit taller. So fast. Asajiri was surprised. He immediately realized that this ginseng doll must be one of the more powerful spiritual plants, with a stronger effect on accelerating the ripening of other plants. However, when I turned my head, I saw that the ginseng baby had planted itself entirely in the soil, leaving only a few tendrils. The few remaining tendrils outside were still trembling, indicating that Asajiri's words had truly frightened it. This was the first time in Asajiri's life that she had seen someone so timid, even more timid than the little rabbit that Ruri had asked her to raise. Sensing the approaching mist, it trembled even more violently, its few whiskers seeming to silently say, you can't see me, you can't see me. Asajiri's lips twitched. She stepped forward and pulled it straight out of the soil. The little creature cried out in fright, its large, grape-like eyes brimming with tears as it looked at Asajiri and pleaded. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. My flesh is rotten. It really doesn't taste good. After saying that, as if it was really afraid that Asajiri would cruelly eat it in a few bites, it suddenly made up its mind, turned its head, and bit Asajiri's finger. A slight stinging sensation instantly brought Asajiri back to her senses. The next moment, an ancient and intricate pattern suddenly appeared before my eyes. Did you make a contract with her? The morning mist paused. While she was still in a daze, the little guy had already completed half of the contract. It murmured, I can help you farm. I'm very hardworking. Please don't eat me. Who could resist a baby ginseng that knows how to farm? Asajiri, of course, would not refuse. She dreamed of forming a contract with a spiritual plant. She just never had that opportunity before. It was a pity that she, a pharmacist with full talent, had never encountered a single spiritual plant in her entire life. This was something she regretted until her death in her previous life. The little guy looked at Asajiri with expectant eyes. Asajiri snapped out of her daze and, without hesitation, chose to complete the other half of the contract. The ginseng baby signed an equal contract with her, which requires both parties to sign it, rather than a master-servant contract. Among contractual relationships, the most unfair is the master-servant contract, in which if the master dies, the contracted beast will also die immediately. An equal contract will not work. If one party dies, it will not affect the other. The contract was completed quickly, and soon after, a small mark appeared on Asajiri's forehead. In just a moment, the mark disappeared. Then Asajiri discovered that she could use her mental powers to hear the little guy's thoughts. Wah, I will definitely work hard to plant all these 100 acres of land neatly. Please don't eat me, Master. Why isn't Master speaking yet? Is he dissatisfied with me? Master doesn't still want me, does he? If he really does, then I can only reluctantly let him take a bite. Really, just a tiny bite. Just bite my butt. It's got a lot of flesh on it, so it won't hurt too much. The other places are going to hurt like hell. Asajiri, drama queen. It was unexpected that she could form a contract with the spirit plant so easily. However, now that she had formed a contract with the spirit plant, she naturally didn't need to eat it anymore. The spiritual plant is now her contracted spirit pet, one with her, and can help her absorb spiritual energy. Fortunately, this spiritual plant was still young, hadn't seen much of the world, and was timid. It was frightened by the morning mist, and actually came up with a way to make a contract with her to save its life. This is the complete opposite of those spiritual plants that would rather die of anger even if they were forced into a contract. A man of noble character who would rather die than submit. Another one. Well, a wise person knows when to yield. Asajiri patted its head, greatly appreciating its actions. The ginseng baby was still a little afraid of the morning mist, but the morning mist pointed boldly at the huge space and said, These are all the lands I built for you. You can plant as much as you want. Don't worry about me not needing them. The baby ginseng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at its fingers, and cautiously glanced up at the morning mist. But Master, you don't have any seeds. Asajiri's face stiffened. Chapter 70. He didn't die. The baby ginseng cautiously observed the morning mist. What it actually meant was that the owner looked really poor. There was a huge empty space, overgrown with weeds and filled with a pile of useless scrap metal. There was nothing there. It doesn't really meet its criteria for choosing a master. But it dared not say it. It's afraid of being eaten. Asajiri understood what it was trying to say, and felt a rare pang of sadness. After a moment, she said, These hard times are only temporary. From now on, if you follow me, I'll provide you with a meal, and you'll have a dish to wash. Don't worry too much. Upon hearing this, the baby ginseng pouted and looked like it was about to cry. Asajiri took a deep breath and said, All right, you can stay in the space as long as I'm alive. I'll protect you. After saying that, Asajiri left the space and immediately found a place to sit cross-legged. Her inner energy surged, and she could no longer suppress it. The desire to break through, which had been suppressed for so many days, suddenly reached its peak at this moment. It's probably because of the contract with the spirit plant. The spiritual plant was rare and precious, belonging to the category of high-level spiritual pets. Suddenly contracting a high-level spiritual pet would greatly benefit her. Moreover, this spiritual plant was a ginseng, which constantly emitted alluring spiritual energy, repairing Chowu's depleted spiritual platform. Therefore, the morning mist could no longer be suppressed. Chowu no longer had the capacity to consider whether the Earth rank artifact might kill Nan Fuyin and then come out to kill her. She couldn't suppress her feelings and could only hope that this advancement would be faster, so that she could complete it before the Earth rank artifact appeared. This advancement came extremely suddenly. A huge amount of spiritual energy completely enveloped her, swirling wildly around her like a vortex. As she advanced, the pale yellow spiritual energy began to gradually change color. It first slowly turned into a light green, then gradually deepened in color, eventually becoming a dark green. In the final crucial seconds of the advancement, the color of the spiritual energy barely turned cyan. Beginner Azure Spirit. After a long while, Asajiri slowly opened her eyes. I felt full of power, and the injuries I had just sustained from the Earth rank artifact had completely healed. Qingling is indeed much more powerful than Huangling. She had a premonition that she might not only advance one level this time, but she didn't expect to advance directly from the intermediate yellow spirit to the initial green spirit. A complete leapfrog promotion, advancing 5 levels at once. Asajiri was fairly satisfied with this rate of promotion. Such a cultivation speed is definitely top tier on this continent. This all stems from her understanding of cultivation in her previous life. All of this is based on experience. Promotion complete, Asajiri stands up. It was quiet over there, without a sound. Asajiri had already managed to secure a contract with the spirit plant, so she could have easily turned around and left this dangerous place right now. But after thinking about it, I decided to go back and take a look. On the way back, there was an endless expanse of lava. The Earth rank artifact has brought all this magma here, and now it's a huge underground black hole, like an egg, filled with scalding magma. Only in the very center is there a small stone chamber. That's where the Earth rank divine artifact is set up. From a distance, there was no movement inside. Morning mist furrowed her brow. Could he have been beaten to death? Emperor Fuyao also said, Qingling has less than a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning against a powerful Earth rank artifact. This is like the difference between a sesame seed and an elephant. Asajiri was aware of this, so even though she was somewhat tempted by the Earth rank artifact from the very beginning, she never thought of trying to subdue it. It wasn't just because of the disparity in strength, but also because a powerful Earth rank artifact could not possibly submit to a mere beginner cultivator. But she couldn't help but wonder, maybe he wasn't dead? I want to go in and take a look, but I'm afraid the Earth rank artifact is still there. She crouched in the corner, nervously biting her hand. At that moment, the strange fire suddenly flickered and flew to Chao Wu's side, saying, he's not dead yet. Asajiri asked, how did you know? Hot Pot rolled its eyes. So what if Hot Pot is everywhere and knows a tiny bit of news? As it spoke, it even experienced the battle situation inside firsthand. Asajiri asked, how's the battle going? Do you need me to provide support? Although she values her life, it depends on the situation. Asajiri isn't the kind of person who would abandon the person who saved her just to save her own life. If 2 people come together, they should go out together. After carefully examining the hot pot for a while, it suddenly slapped its thigh and exclaimed excitedly, I hereby announce that this is my new daddy. Asajiri. Hot Pot flew away madly, shouting daddy, in a frenzy, and then went inside to find Nanfuin. Asajiri fell silent. However, judging from the attitude of the Hot Pot restaurant, the situation inside should be quite good, and Nanfuin should be able to handle it. Asajiri felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he, a mere Qingling cultivator, was able to withstand an Earth rank artifact for so long. If it were her, she couldn't guarantee she could have persevered. This doesn't even include the many trump cards he has up his sleeve. Chao Wu had to think more highly of Nanfuin. It seems that this person's status in his previous life must have been quite high. He must be some kind of big shot in the area. Asajiri wondered to herself who he might be. During the period around her death, I hadn't heard of any other big shots suddenly dying unexpectedly. That's really strange. She asked Emperor Fuyao, who do you think he should be? In fact, there are only a handful of top experts in the Tianyuan continent, and after the 7 masters perished, there are very few left. Judging from Nanfuin's current cultivation speed and control over spiritual power, his cultivation level in his previous life should not be lower than hers. So who exactly is he? Upon hearing this, Emperor Fuyao said, I don't know either. But after spending more time with him in the future, I might be able to guess his identity. There are only a few truly top experts in the Tianyuan continent. Besides those we know, there are also the ancestors of a few hidden families, and then there are the demon realm experts. If he makes any mistake, it's not hard to guess. Asajiri thought for a moment. It shouldn't be the demon realm. The demon realm is fragmented, and the only truly powerful one is that demon lord. But how could that legendary, mysterious demon lord have died? The Demon Lord is virtually unmatched on the Tianyuan continent. Emperor Fuyao thought about it and realized that made sense. Even though Asagi was as powerful as her ancestor in her previous life and was revered by thousands, her strength was still somewhat inferior to that of the legendary Demon Lord. There's no other reason than that the Demon Lord has lived for far too many years. After thinking of a few more people, I still felt something was off, so I simply stopped thinking about them. Never mind. Whatever his identity was in his past life. For now, they are allies. We'll talk about the future later. Asagiri squatted there and waited for a long time. It wasn't until the third day, when Asagiri was almost a fossil, that the fighting inside finally subsided completely. It's over. Asagiri stood up. Chapter 71 Adventure. After waiting for a while, I saw a tall, slender figure slowly walk out from inside. He was still wearing that black robe, but from a distance, he looked like a completely different person. Asagiri had a vague feeling that something was wrong. An inexplicably powerful pressure enveloped Asagiri. A moment later, Dihan walked up to her and stood in front of her. What about the Earth Rank artifact? Chao asked Dian. Dihan gracefully wiped the blood from his lips and slowly said, I thought you could guess what would happen when I came out of there. This life or death struggle will either result in his death or the loss of the Earth Rank divine artifact. Asagiri said, You destroyed it? Can a Qingling really defeat a D-rank artifact? Dihan shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, a small wooden sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. Asagiri paused for a moment. You made a contract with it? It can make a contract with you. Earth-rank artifacts, like spiritual plants, are not ordinary things. Unless one is a cultivator with a higher level of strength than them, ordinary people cannot force them to form a contract. Spiritual plants are a bit better, as they generally have no offensive capabilities. Earth-rank artifacts are different. Anyone who forces a contract with one might be killed on the spot. Dihan sheathed the small wooden sword, his expression calm. Without elaborating, I used a little trick. Asagiri nodded. Then, the next moment, she asked, Where are you going? Dihan glanced at her. This place is about to collapse. Are you staying here for the new year instead of leaving? As soon as he finished speaking, a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground beneath Chaowu's feet. Before she could react, the crack in the ground suddenly widened, and Asagiri almost made herself disappear on the spot. Dihan immediately reached out and grabbed her. In an instant, the entire space seemed to collapse and shatter, with huge rocks falling wildly. Chaowu and Dian quickly retreated. However, just a second before leaving, Asagiri suddenly noticed with her sharp eyes that, under the chaotic gravity, an ancient parchment scroll was floating in the air along with the broken stones. Just as Asagi hesitated whether to take it, a huge rock suddenly fell down in front of her, knocking the ancient sheepskin scroll down with it, and it fell into a crevice in the rocky ravine more than 10 meters below. The lighting here is poor. All you can see down is the pitch-black ravine below, and who knows what unknown dangers might lurk within. However, that ancient sheepskin scroll was clearly not ordinary. In that fleeting glimpse, just now, Asagiri even saw something recorded on it. Dihan also saw it. While dodging the falling rocks with Chao Wu, he said, That ancient sheepskin scroll has the aura of another continent. Perhaps it records something useful. Asagiri thought the same thing, but the situation was urgent. The place was about to collapse. Dihan quickly made a choice. I'll hold it up there, you go down and get it. The ravine below must be over 10 meters deep, and the ancient sheepskin scroll was buried under that huge rock. Fallen rocks blocked the path, so she was a suitable candidate, given her petite stature. Asagiri agreed. So Asagiri released him, steadied herself, and leaped down. Dihan then used his spiritual energy to create a barrier above, ensuring that the falling rocks wouldn't bury the morning mist. Asagiri moved quickly. After arriving at the location, she quickly surveyed her surroundings and, finding no danger, slipped into the crevice between the boulders. It was pitch black inside, and at that moment, the Xianyuan spirit above her head emitted a faint light. Asagiri spotted the location of the parchment scroll at a glance, and immediately went to retrieve it. The stone pressing down on the parchment scroll was simply too large. Even if it could be pulled out directly, the parchment scroll would be useless. Asagiri then tried to use her spiritual power to lift the boulder. But it still didn't work. Each of these boulders is firmly in place, so moving one would cause all the other stones to fall down. Just when she was at her wit's end, a soft voice rang in her mind. Master, let me do it. Perhaps I can. Ginseng baby? The morning mist paused for a moment, then released it. Now that the Earth Rank artifact has been contracted, She no longer needs to worry about the ginseng baby's aura being leaked when she releases it. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly as she asked, "Can you take it out?" The ginseng baby nodded, then walked with its two chubby little legs to the place where the ancient sheepskin scroll was. The next moment, its whiskers suddenly grew longer and then went deep into the ground. In the blink of an eye, it dug a hole there and then easily took out the ancient parchment scroll. "Master." It presented the ancient sheepskin scroll to Chaowu, as if it were a treasure. The ginseng baby had no other purpose than to hope that Asajiri would stop bothering it, so it took the initiative to see if it could find a place to use its abilities and immediately came out to curry favor with Asajiri. Asajiri was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you," before quickly putting both items into her spatial storage and rushing back as fast as she could. As I was leaving, I suddenly tripped over something and fell, immediately raising a large bump on my head. Asajiri glanced back. The spirit of Xianyuan is currently too weak, and the light from the flames is barely visible. Under these limited conditions, all that can be seen is a huge piece of white bone. The reason it's described as bones rather than stone is because Asajiri has encountered too many magical beasts, so she could tell at a glance that they were the bones of a magical beast. Looking further up, there were long, thick sections connected one after another, like snake bones. However, this is only one side of the story. Just as I was about to continue watching, a huge rock blocked my view. She couldn't see what the other half of the skeleton looked like. However, Asajiri vaguely felt that these white bones did not resemble ordinary snake bones. It looks more like the tail of a giant monster. Seeing a crack in the corner of the huge rock next to her, Chaowu hesitated for a moment before crawling into the crack. All that could be seen was pitch blackness. The Xianyuan spirit above could not illuminate much of the space. This is a very open and large space. Asajiri crouched down and looked towards the tailbone. Sure enough, on the other side of the boulder was the other half of the monster's corpse. A giant rock fell from the sky and broke the skeleton in two. Only, this skeleton is way too big. Asajiri couldn't see exactly how big it was. Standing there, she wasn't even as thick as a person's skeleton. The enormous monster skeleton stretched as far as the eye could see, and her Xianyuan spirit could only illuminate the area in front of her, while the rest of her body remained hidden in the darkness. Morning Mist felt like she couldn't breathe. She explored for a while and walked to the center of the skeleton, which was roughly where the monster's belly was. Although it has become a skeleton, one can still sense its power and mystery in life. Perhaps it was once an invincible overlord, but later, for reasons unknown, it perished in this obscure little world. Asajiri felt a pang of indescribable sorrow. Time waits for no one, and she was about to turn and leave. Just then, a faint light suddenly appeared deep within the monster skeleton. Chapter 72: The Secret of the Fragment. The light was extremely faint, almost invisible unless you looked closely, like a tiny firefly in endless darkness. After hesitating for a moment, Chaowu still walked inside. The monster skeleton was huge. It took about 100 meters to finally reach the glowing spot. I squatted down and took a closer look. It turned out to be a tiny bead. This bead doesn't look special at all. When Asajiri picked it up, she couldn't sense any spiritual energy at all. Using the power of the Xianyuan spirit to illuminate her surroundings, she roughly determined, based on the shape of the skeleton, that her current location was likely the heart of a magical beast. Nothing unusual happened after the bead was taken away, so it seemed to be just an ordinary bead. As for why there was such a large monster skeleton here, Asajiri was too lazy to investigate. He casually tossed the bead into the space, and then Chaowu crawled out through the crack and returned to the top. Upon reaching the top, one would see that the enormous pit from before had completely collapsed. In that collapsed world, Nan Fuyin stood alone, single-handedly supporting the barrier and leaving her a way out. Asajiri suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He fought against the Earth-rank artifact for days and nights, sustaining serious injuries, and is still risking his life to maintain the barrier, while she wasted so much time down there. Morning Mist flew to his side. Just as she was about to explain herself, Dihan spoke first, calmly. "Let's go." I didn't even ask her why she had been gone for so long. On the way out, Chaowu encountered many medicinal herbs. Of course, I was running and pulling at the same time. My hands never stopped the whole way, and I kept pulling as I ran. Finally, just a second before the entire ground completely collapsed, Asajiri and Fuyin flew out from the ruins. Turning my head, I saw that the original location of Yinqing had now become a huge pit. When the collapse began inside, the surrounding rocks were affected, and several mountains fell down to fill the abyss. Now, from a distance, the mountains are gone, and it has become flat land. Yinqing has now completely disappeared. Its original location is now a basin. It turns out that the disappearance of a huge city can happen in the blink of an eye. Asajiri looked around. The people they had sent out were nowhere to be found. Since the Earth-rank artifact was contracted by Nan Fuyin, its barrier naturally dissipated, and these people should have left the area of Yinqing. Otherwise, they might have been swept into the ruins. Standing atop the mountain, looking down towards Yinqing, Di-Han turned to look at her after a moment. Where's the parchment scroll? Then Asajiri remembered it, and took it out of her spatial storage. I paused for a moment when I took it out. However, she still chose to take it out after only a moment. In the current situation, having an ally is clearly better than having an adversary. Di-Han took it without saying a word, his gaze fixed on the parchment scroll. Asajiri glanced at it, but didn't say a word. But Di-Han watched it intently. Asajiri, what is this? She clearly picked it up, so why are you being wary of her? Not knowing what he was so engrossed in, Asajiri didn't say much. My gaze fell on his hands. His slender fingers had distinct knuckles, but they were pale and bloodless. Asajiri felt something was off. What exactly did he do inside? How could a mere Qingling possibly defeat a D-rank artifact? That's like an egg hitting a rock. But he did it, and he came out alive. He wanted to ask, but then he remembered that they were still just ordinary allies who were wary of each other, just as she also had many secrets she hadn't told him. After thinking about it, I decided to refrain from asking. The parchment scroll wasn't long, and Di-Han finished reading it in no time. He closed the parchment and returned it to Asajiri. She couldn't help but ask, why can't I see anything? Is there something written on it? He said, I happen to have studied the secret language. Asajiri knew that in the Tianyuan continent, some secret codes were engraved into mental imprints, and once learned, they could be activated within those mental imprints. Just like this secret language, those who haven't learned it can't even see it. Only those who have learned it can. Asajiri was depressed. I just happened to have learned one of those sentences, but I skipped over too many others. It seems that his identity in his previous life was indeed extraordinary. Ignoring Asajiri's sullen expression, Di-Han said, this is just a fragment of a scroll, and the contents recorded inside are incomplete. Asajiri didn't know if he was lying to her. After all, she can't see anything. If this contains some incredible treasure, it's possible that he might want to keep it all for himself without telling her. Asajiri said, oh, and then asked, what's recorded in there? Di-Han turned around, met her eyes, and said in a slightly cool voice, a place called the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm. Asajiri paused for a moment. Is this tattered scroll a record of the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm? Upon seeing Xiaowu's reaction, Di-Han knew that Xiaowu also knew about the existence of this place. At the same time, he roughly guessed Asajiri's identity. Although it's not very specific, the peerless masters of Tianyuan continent all come and go in a small circle, and Xiaowu must be one of them. It seems you know where there. His voice was languid, devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Asajiri suppressed her shock and calmly met his gaze. Yes, aren't you the same? Asajiri realized that this person must have been of similar status to her in their past life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have so many similarities with her. If the entire cultivation world were to be divided into 3 levels, then the cultivation paradise that all cultivators yearn for on Tianyuan continent would only be considered a middle level one. Only the top experts and some reclusive families on the Tianyuan continent know that there is actually a cultivation world on the Tianyuan continent. That is the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm, a world that has vanished. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm was the ultimate goal and the most coveted sacred place for all cultivators. But then, something happened, and overnight, this most powerful plane suddenly disappeared. In her previous life, Asajiri also longed to find out exactly where the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm was, because once she reached her level of cultivation, there was no way to break through in the Tianyuan continent. Unfortunately, he never found it before he died. Di-Han remained non-committal in response to her question. Asajiri didn't pry into his personal affairs, but simply held the tattered scroll and asked, what does this record about the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm? Does it explain why it disappeared and where it is now? Di-Han said, this is just a fragment. It doesn't record those details. It only records the division of power in the Nine Heavens Spirit Realm and the legendary fall of the Creator God. After saying that, he glanced at Asajiri. Don't let this thing see the light of day again, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. The Nine Heavens Spirit Realm alone is enough to drive all the top big shots crazy, not to mention that it also mentions the creator god. Chapter 73 Form a team. Either of these two things could cause countless top experts to suffer serious injuries. This little world doesn't seem as ordinary as they thought. Just looking at these rare spiritual plants and earth-rank artifacts tells you the truth, not to mention that they actually discovered ancient fragments in this small world. It is still a fragment containing information about the Nine Heavens spirit realm and the creator god. The Nine Heavens spirit realm disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Few people in the world know of it now, and those who do are all desperately trying to find it. Asajiri understood this principle well and nodded. I know. Dihan then said nothing. Asajiri was somewhat surprised. You're really comfortable in trusting something so important to me? Don't you have any interest in it? She would never believe that Dihan had no interest in this. No cultivator does not yearn for the Nine Heavens spirit realm. That was the highest level of all the planes created by the creator god, and the place closest to the legendary fairyland. The advanced planes like Tianyuan continent were created casually by the creator god, and it is said that there are several of these planes. However, there are countless planes in this world, and in her previous life she did not know where the other advanced planes were. Dihan remained calm and said indifferently, My space is inaccessible, so it's not safe for this to be kept here. He certainly knew how precious this thing was. Although it was just a fragment, its value was no less than that of the earth-rank artifact he had just acquired. Seeing Asajiri put the items into his spatial storage, he remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, I don't know how big the complete parchment scroll is. If we want to know what important information is written on the back, we'll have to go and find it. Let's try to do things together in the future. Morning mist also has this meaning. In other words, we'll temporarily form a team, regardless of identity or stance. They are both too weak right now, and they have suddenly obtained such a treasure. If the news gets out, it will be a disaster for both of them. Moreover, this thing was discovered by the two of them together, and now that it's been handed over to her for safekeeping, it belongs to both of them. Ideally, we could search for the remaining fragments together, and perhaps find the lost Nine Heavens spirit realm. After discussing it for a while and reaching a consensus, the two decided to leave for the time being. Of course, the next destination is the Yuzhang dynasty. Previously, I didn't know, but now that I know, the spiritual energy of this small world has been monopolized by the Wuzhang dynasty, so Chaowu can no longer stay here and be a sucker. As for Sang Jili and the others, Asajiri remained silent, pondering for a while. If the spiritual energy of the Wuzhang dynasty is sufficient for cultivation, then she wouldn't need to carry around several naturally born spiritual bodies. These few naturally born spiritual beings have not yet opened their spiritual platforms and are not cultivators. They are just ordinary people. The spiritual energy they can attract is too little, so it is not of much help to the two of them at present, because she is already a beginner-level Azure spirit. As for Nanfuin, Asajiri glanced at the person next to her. I can't tell his strength. This already demonstrates that his strength is definitely far superior to hers. Asajiri casually asked, How strong are you now? Dihan did not hide anything. Early-stage blue spirit. Asajiri, it's true that one wrong step can lead to eternal regret. This person was ahead of her for a time, but now he has become someone she can hardly surpass. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. However, she still congratulated him, since the two were no longer as hostile as before and were now allies. His improvement in strength means that the overall strength of the two of them has improved. This will provide an extra layer of security in the future. Upon hearing Chaowu's congratulations, Dihan remained expressionless. You were put in a life or death situation, and then you found the threshold for advancement by chance. Didn't you also achieve your goal? He was referring to the contract with the spirit plant in Asajiri. Although the battle was urgent at the time, he still did not miss the scene of the spiritual plant automatically flying into Chaowu's arms. Moreover, he could also see that Asajiri's strength had now advanced to the Azure spirit level. Upon hearing this, Asajiri humbly replied, I'm still no match for you. He was undoubtedly the one who gained the most from this trip. A low-level divine artifact suddenly advanced to the blue spirit level. It's important to know that promotions become increasingly difficult as you progress. The stronger you are, the more important it is to advance in the next level than just relying on spiritual energy. It also depends on the right opportunity. Some people may have accumulated spiritual energy for decades, and their spiritual platform may be full, but if they haven't reached the threshold for advancement, they will never be able to break through that step. And how long did it take him to become a blue spirit? Even Chaowu wasn't sure how long it would take her to advance to blue spirit. The emperor remained silent. He gained a lot from this trip, more than he had from a trip to the Wuzhong dynasty. However, all of this comes at a price. He paid a heavy price for just one Earth rank artifact, almost risking his life. If he fails, he will be forever buried in this little world. However, it's not as good as Asajiri sees it now, because it is a forced contract Earth rank artifact, and this Earth rank artifact is very dissatisfied. It's not available for the time being. He didn't tell Asajiri about this. The two walked towards the outskirts of the city. I just had the ginseng babies search inside, but they didn't find any trace of any living people. Therefore, if Sang Zhili and the others are still alive, they must have already left the area of Yinqing. Otherwise, they would have been swept into the collapsed pit and would be dead now. I've decided to go find them anyway, no matter what. After all, they were the people she trained. Dihan had no objections. As they walked, Chaowu discussed with him that once they found these people, they would go to the Wuzhong dynasty. She needs to start cultivating quickly. The main problem is that there's nothing here. The Wuzhong dynasty should have something to test talent, so she'll go test this body's talent first and see how good it is. She definitely has the talent to be a pharmacist, and she wants to cultivate quickly and light up the pharmacist badge. Only by accumulating metals can she truly become a pharmacist. Otherwise, it would be illegitimate and the pills produced would be counterfeit products. As Chaowu was making plans, Emperor Fuyao suddenly spoke up. No, little Chaowu, you can't abandon them. Asajiri asked why. She bought these people because she had no source of spiritual energy for a while. The meager spiritual energy from sunlight was not enough to sustain her cultivation, so she needed a naturally born spiritual body to provide her with spiritual energy. Since we're already heading to the Wuzhong dynasty, there's no need to bring them along. Moreover, they had no intention of staying by her side at all. Asajiri could still sense this. From the very beginning, she could sense that the men were reluctant to stay by her side. Chapter 74: The Method to Restore the Heavenly Spiritual Root. Now that they can be set free, why won't Emperor Fuyao allow it? Emperor Fuyao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Do you still remember the iron tree you planted in the Tianyuan continent? Asajiri paused for a moment. I remember. Wasn't that the gift you gave me after I successfully completed the mission? At that time, Asajiri had just emerged from a secret realm where a great chaos had broken out, throwing the entire plane into turmoil. She nearly died in that plane, but in the end, she turned the tide and saved the entire plane's inhabitants. After she emerged, Emperor Fuyao immediately rewarded her with a significant gift. As she eagerly awaited his gift, he presented her with an ironwood tree. Yes, that's right, an iron tree. It's completely useless. At that time, Asajiri was extremely shocked. She had known Emperor Fuyao for so long, and had never seen him mock people like this. He's a real miser, not giving a penny. However, since it was Emperor Fuyao's kind gesture, she accepted it even though it was just an iron tree and planted it in her backyard's herb garden. Thinking of this, she asked, What does this have to do with that iron tree? Emperor Fuyao said, That iron tree has blossomed. Asajiri, it's become a spirit? She asked. No, Emperor Fuyao said expressionlessly. That iron tree is actually the second spiritual root I gave you. The morning mist was completely confused. An iron tree? Is it her spiritual root? Doesn't my body have a useless spiritual root? She was speechless. So you now have two spiritual roots, Emperor Fuyao said. That spiritual root is fused with your soul power. It has only blossomed now, but it has not yet awakened. You must wait until this body has undergone marrow cleansing to fully awaken it. Asajiri paused for a moment. Was that iron tree the second spiritual root that Emperor Fuyao gave her? But why did she never say that when she was reborn? Seemingly sensing her confusion, Emperor Fuyao explained, Little Chaowu, spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivators, and even I cannot control them. That was the second spiritual root I gave you, but you didn't fuse with it before. Instead, I noticed something unusual about your soul power recently, and that's when I discovered that it has now fused with you. Whether or not his spiritual root merges with hers is not something he can control. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat when Lu Yaoji seized her top-grade heavenly spiritual root. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing that things are only starting to blend in now. At least there's hope. If you awaken that spiritual root, you will have dual spiritual roots, which won't be too bad. However, to awaken it, besides yourself, you must also have someone willing to die for you, said Emperor Fuyao. Asajiri frowned. Are we going to kill them to sacrifice their spiritual roots? Emperor Fuyao. That's not necessary. They are born with spiritual bodies and can become cultivators. To awaken your spiritual root, You need to gather 6 cultivators of different professions and burn their spiritual roots before you can fully awaken your spiritual root. There are 6 professions in this world: apothecary, beast tamer, weapon refiner, spirit array master, space master, and combat master. Only by gathering these 6 professions and igniting their spiritual roots can the spiritual root he gave to Chaowu be awakened. However, spiritual roots are more important than life itself to cultivators. How can it be burned? That's why she said she needed someone willing to die for her. Burning their spiritual roots won't kill them, but it will damage them. Her current spiritual root isn't unusable, but it's very poor. The talent tested using this spiritual root probably won't be very good either. At most, she'll just be a pharmacist. The spiritual root he gave to Asajiri would be of excellent quality if it was offered as a sacrifice to the spiritual roots of those 6 professions, and would become a top-grade celestial spiritual root from her previous life. But space masters have long been extinct, and even if they don't exist, there won't be any space masters in a place like this. Asajiri frowned. She had never seen a space master in a place like the Tianyuan continent, except for herself. Moreover, she didn't know if she could be considered a space master. Space masters could construct spaces, but she couldn't. But if she wasn't, she had a personal space that she could move around at will. She can't just burn herself, can she? Emperor Fuyao remained silent for a moment. Who said there aren't any left? Isn't this the person next to you? Then Fuin? Upon hearing this, Asajiri paused, stopped in her tracks, and looked at him. The man had exquisite features and a noble air. Noticing her gaze, he stopped, remained silent, and returned a cold, indifferent look. Asajiri glanced up, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. But I don't know anything about him right now. Emperor Fuyao said, at worst, he's from the demon realm. But even if he is from the demon realm, so what? Didn't you say that as long as you can regain your former strength, you'd be willing to cultivate a demonic spirit? Upon hearing this, Asajiri was momentarily stunned. Yes. So what if they're from the demon realm? Lu Yaoji, and her superiors and those who betrayed and abandoned her, are all more cold-blooded and ruthless than the people of the demon realm. Her primary concern now is to regain her strength. She is no longer under her superior's control and is now a free person, with no reason to stand against the demon realm. Seeing that Asajiri's expression softened, he continued, don't overthink it. Things will work themselves out. You two don't have any conflict of interest right now, and he's willing to cooperate with you, so it's just as well. Besides, those people are already grateful to you. Take them to the Wujiang dynasty to cultivate. By the time they open their spiritual platforms, you should have already become a purple spirit. After the marrow cleansing, you can tell them about this. If they agree, that's even better. If they don't agree, just find someone else. However, he knew that the vast majority of cultivators would not agree to this regarding his future cultivation. Therefore, it is necessary to bring Sang Zhili and the others along. They are now grateful to Chaowu, who is a rare, innate spirit. They will test their talents when they go to the Wujiang dynasty to see what talents they have. Once they have all 6 professions, they can awaken Chaowu's spiritual root. At that time, with the restoration of the supreme heavenly spiritual root, the once peerless genius who amazed the world will return. Not everyone with good spiritual roots can become a peerless master. Even if Lu Yaoji, that idiot, possessed a top-grade heavenly spiritual root, she would not surpass Chaowu. Good. Asajiri took a deep breath. She thought this was how her life would end, but who knew that a careless act by Emperor Fuyao would actually help her so much here? She certainly wouldn't give up the chance to regain a top-grade celestial spiritual root. However, everyone has different talents, so their professions will also be different. Most cultivators are just ordinary spiritual practitioners without any additional professions. As for Sang Zhili and the others, we don't even know if they have any attribute talents, or what those talents are. As Emperor Fuyao said, we can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 75, All Burned Down. Noticing that Chaowu's expression was off, Dihan asked, what's wrong? His expression changed faster than the sky, alternating between shock and excitement. Chaowu snapped out of her daze, glanced at him, and shook her head. It's probably not possible to go to the Wujiang dynasty for the time being. We need to find them first. Dihan had no objection. His voice was indifferent. Whatever you say. Anyway, there are people everywhere in the Wujiang dynasty who are wanted and hunting him down. There's no need to go so early. Asajiri nodded. Then the two of them began searching for Sang Zhili and the others. Perhaps due to good luck, it wasn't long before Chaowu and his group found Sang Zhili and his companions at a farmer's house not far away. When they were found, they were sitting in the courtyard, all looking dejected, seemingly lost in thought. Chao Wu led Dian to knock on the door. The farmer's courtyard gate was surrounded by a fence, offering little privacy. Upon hearing the sound, the group immediately turned around and spotted Chao Wu standing outside the gate. Su Yu was overjoyed and immediately ran over to open the door for Chao Wu and the others. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come out? Do you know how anxious we were waiting?" As soon as he saw Chao Wu, Su Yu immediately started to scold her. They had no idea why Chao Wu and Dian were risking their lives to return to that abyss. They thought they would see them soon, but they waited for them for 2 or 3 days near Yinqing without seeing them. In the past few days, for some unknown reason, there have been frequent earthquakes underground in Yinqing. Finally, it became too dangerous, so they evacuated. They had been waiting for Chao Wu and Dian for days, and were almost in despair. They were just discussing whether to continue waiting or break up. After all, without Asajiri, there was no necessary connection between these people. If Asajiri were gone, they would definitely go their separate ways. In the past, freedom might have been what they wanted most, but now, for some reason, everyone becomes very somber when this topic is brought up. Undeniably, after spending some time together, their impression of the girl has changed significantly. Asajiri lowered her eyes and spoke calmly. They were trapped underground and only came out today. Su Yu and the others also heard a loud noise, like thunder, suddenly coming from the direction of Yinqing today. However, it was too far away and too dangerous for them to look in, so they didn't know what was going on. Now, seeing Asajiri speak of it so calmly, it's as if she experienced something trivial. But they knew that what Chao Wu had experienced these past few days was something they could never have imagined, and that a slight misstep could have resulted in them being smashed to pieces. Bu Xi silently made room for Chao Wu and Dihan, and then poured them 2 cups of tea. Asajiri sat down, looked around, and asked, "Where's Ruri? Have you found her?" The incident happened suddenly that day. No one expected that the entire city of Yin would suddenly fall, and most of the people in Yin perished in that disaster. But on that day, Chao Wu did not see Liuli. Su Yu shook his head. "After you brought us up, we found some more surviving villagers, but Liuli was not among them. In such circumstances, the chances of survival are extremely slim." Asajiri understood this principle well, and remained silent for a moment without saying anything. At this moment, Dihan, who was usually indifferent, suddenly spoke up. "Where are those villagers?" Upon hearing this, Asajiri remembered the villagers and looked up at them, asking, "Right? Where are the villagers?" When this topic came up, Su Yu's face stiffened, and then he reluctantly shut his mouth, sat down to the side, and remained silent. Sang Jili was pale, and Shin Xingzhou also looked quite haggard. They leaned against each other without saying a word. Asajiri turned her gaze to Fuchi's face. "You speak." He paused for a moment before telling the truth. "They're all dead." "They're all dead?" They rescued over 100 people, not to mention the other survivors they encountered after they came ashore, so there should be at least 200 or 300 people in total. "So many people all dead?" Asajiri's voice was slightly cold. "The reason?" Bu Xi replied, "It's Tai Xiaotong. We always kept your instructions in mind, and kept Tai Xiaotong tied up, even when we slept. One day, while we were waiting for you, our group of more than 200 people were staying in a dilapidated temple outside the city. Tai Xiaotong somehow got hold of a tinderbox and set everyone on fire, burning them to death. While we were putting out the fire, he took advantage of the chaos and ran away." Bu Xi lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Mississippi." Asajiri pursed her lips. Seeing this, Bu Xi assumed that Chao Wu didn't believe him and immediately said, "The 4 of us are fine because we were waiting for you. We agreed to take turns guarding Tai Xiaotong, so we slept in the yard." Unexpectedly, what they did to wait for Asajiri ended up saving their lives. He pointed at Shin Xingzhou. Young Master Shin was quite close and was hit by the collapsed beam. His injuries are still very serious. When Shin Xingzhou saw her looking at him, he immediately said, "I'm fine. I'm almost better." As soon as she finished speaking, Asajiri felt his pulse. "Where is it almost healed?" The internal injuries are severe, and the patient is still running a high fever. Morning Mist remained silent for a moment. After a long silence, she finally said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought him along." It's her fault for discovering it too late. Tai Xiaotong, such a cancer, had been by her side all along, following them all the way. She didn't even realize everything until Tai Xiaotong was about to kill Bu Xi. Sang Jili suddenly spoke up, his voice cold. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Perhaps this is fate, destined to destroy Tianlu. Even if it weren't for Tai Xiaotong, those survivors wouldn't have been able to get out of this desolate wasteland for hundreds of miles. They had already seen it all along the way. Occasionally, you can find farmhouses like the ones they live in now. However, there wasn't a single grain of rice inside. They were able to hold on for a few days only, because Siyu caught a few birds. Even without the fire set by Tai Xiaodong, those people would have starved to death. It only took Sang Zhili half a month to go from initially refusing to accept her fate to becoming numb. Only now does he truly understand why Asajiri said that this problem has no solution. Yes, in Yinxing's current situation, who has the ability to turn the tide? Even Asajiri couldn't do that. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at Sang Zhili. His face was devoid of any life, as if he had become numb to life and death. Asajiri sighed. This trip to Yinxing completely changed Sang Zhili's outlook on life. This child was originally a very responsible person. He watched as everyone in the city died in front of him, and although he had tried his best, he had no ability to turn the situation around. So this is how things turned out. Chapter 76 Alchemy. Dihan calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and made no comment. He couldn't empathize with the life and death of ants. He lowered his eyes, pondering how to cultivate quickly. Asajiri did not comfort Sang Zhili. He needed to figure this out himself. Looking into his unfocused eyes, she asked, "Where's the medicine I gave you? You haven't taken it again." If he had continued to take his medicine as she instructed, he wouldn't have had time to be sad right now. He would probably be rolling on the floor writhing in pain from his eyes. Curing his eyes was not difficult for Asajiri. It was just that she was unwilling to undergo treatment at first. Later, I finally decided to treat him and prescribe some common medicine, but I didn't expect him to not take it seriously. Thinking of this, Asajiri's voice turned cold. If you're willing to wallow in depravity and don't want to see the light again, you can tell me as soon as possible, so I don't have to waste my energy trying to make you see this world. Noticing that Asajiri was angry, Sang Zhili's pale face paled even more, and his eyes dimmed. "I'm sorry. I'm so useless. I stubbornly refuse to save anyone, not even myself." The morning mist is silent. She selected a few medicinal herbs from her spatial storage, and then pulled the baby ginseng with only its bottom sticking out of the ground out of the soil. She asked, "Could you help me ripen these medicinal herbs?" The baby ginseng nodded blankly. "These are all ordinary medicinal herbs. That's fine. If it's a very rare and high-grade elixir, it's not so easy to accelerate its ripening. But for this kind of ordinary elixir, morning mist barely waited. The ginseng babies accelerated its ripening in just a few seconds. The medicinal herbs that had been ripened by the ginseng baby were no different from ordinary medicinal herbs that grew on their own. When Xiaowu took a look at them, she realized that the medicinal effects of these herbs had lasted for several years. It's more than enough to treat Sang Zhili's eyes. Asajiri took out the spiritual medicine and then began refining pills on the spot. To show his gentle and considerate side, Siyu took the initiative to cook for Chao Wu and Dihan. He did not refuse to light the fire. Sang Zhili couldn't see it. Only Dihan and Shun Xingzhou were watching Chao Wu refine pills. After watching her skillful movements for a while, Dihan slowly said, "Your alchemist talent is at its maximum level." It's not a question, it's a statement of certainty. Because apart from top-tier pharmacists, no one can refine pills by hand, and they don't even need a cauldron. Asajiri did not deny it. "We don't know yet. We haven't tested it." She was referring to the body's talent as a pharmacist, since now that she had a different body, her talent was definitely different from before. Dihan said, "Refine some for me." Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him. Dihan rarely spoke up to explain. "I still have injuries, and they are difficult to heal." Asajiri refused. "I can see your injury. I can only refine third-grade pills at most right now. They're useless to you." If she had a medicine cauldron, she should be able to refine pills of grade 4 or higher, but unfortunately, she can't summon her medicine cauldron. Ordinary medicine cauldron? She didn't even have a regular medicine cauldron. Upon hearing this, Dihan did not insist. While refining pills, Chao suddenly remembered something and asked again, "Didn't you contract that Earth-rank divine artifact and already break through?" Advancement occurs when spiritual power is at its maximum, and injuries will automatically heal. When she advanced, her injuries were already healed. So how come he still has such serious injuries even though he has already advanced to blue spirit? Dihan glanced at her and said slowly, "I used a special method to force the contract, so this injury can't be repaired." He didn't specify how he forced the contract with the Earth rank artifact, but it's easy to guess that it must have been some secret technique that couldn't be easily passed on. And using such a method to force a contract would cause great harm to oneself. Asajiri didn't ask any more questions. Before long, 3 plump white pills were refined, and Chao gave them all to Sang Zhili. Eat them and your eyes will get better. Whether you eat them or not is up to you. Anyway, you only have this one chance. If you really feel guilty towards the people of the city and feel so guilty that you want to die with them, you don't have to eat them. I won't stop you. Isn't that exactly what Sang Zhili is in right now? To die or not to live. The deaths of the people in this city were not caused by him, but judging from his current state, he is now like a walking corpse. Asajiri isn't good at comforting people. Give him the opportunity, and it's up to him to choose. After giving him the pill, Chao Wu ignored him and then showed Shun Xingzhou his injuries. Shun Xingzhou's injury was on his chest. The burning roof beam had pressed down on his chest, leaving a large, bloody burn on his chest. At first, he was embarrassed to let Asajiri see it, but since he was injured, he couldn't argue with Asajiri at all. Before long, Asajiri unbuttoned his clothes and looked at him repeatedly. Shun Xingzhou sat stiffly in place, his ears slightly red, his gaze secretly drifting towards Dihan. But Dihan's expression remained calm, revealing nothing about his demeanor. Feeling the intense gaze that Chao Wu was giving him, Shun Xingzhou felt his face burning. Afraid that Dihan would notice, he couldn't help but steal glances at Dihan. However, this couple is quite eccentric. When Chao Wu looked closely at Shun Xingzhou's chest, she didn't seem embarrassed at all. Dihan was the same. He didn't react at all to his wife behaving intimately with another man. Shun Xingzhou found the two people really strange. At the same time, he wondered if his thoughts were too despicable. The two of them looked completely at ease, unlike him, who had so much inner monologue and didn't even know what he was shy about. After Asajiri confirmed his injuries, she took out some pills from her spatial storage. These were all things she had refined a long time ago and had kept in her spatial storage. They weren't precious elixirs, but rather some elixirs for treating basic external injuries. As cultivators, fighting and killing are very normal, and injuries are common. Therefore, a relatively large amount was placed. When I took it out, Asajiri specifically checked it, and yes, it wasn't expired. Shun Xingzhou is different from Nan Fuyin. Nan Fuyin won't die even if he uses expired medicine. Shun Xingzhou doesn't have that much immunity. If she dies, her heavenly spiritual root won't be able to recover, right? Therefore, Asajiri was exceptionally serious when facing Shun Xingzhou. They treated him like a porcelain doll, afraid that if they weren't careful, they would give him expired medicine and he would die. After the medicine was administered, Shun Xingzhou's complexion improved considerably. These days, they haven't even had food to eat, let alone medicine. There was nothing we could do but watch the injury worsen step by step. Before long, Suyu also brought over his work. Here you are. It's time to eat. You two have been down there for so long. You must be starving. He carried 2 plates of dark, unappetizing things, placing one in front of Chao Wu and the other in front of Dian. No one else was given any. Then he sat down opposite Chao Wu, looking at her expectantly. Try it. Asajiri stared silently at the roasted rat on the plate. Chapter 77 Rescue. If it weren't for that tail, Asajiri really wouldn't have recognized what this blackened blob was. Perhaps because Asajiri's gaze was so unexpectedly shocked, Suyu was unusually embarrassed and scratched his ear. Sorry, I didn't control the heat well and accidentally overcooked it, but actually it still tastes very good. I found the seasoning in this farmer's kitchen, and it tastes alright. The family members are nowhere to be found. They may have already perished. That's why they were able to settle down here safely. Asajiri didn't know what they had been through during this time, but seeing how much these pampered young masters were now tolerant of food, it wasn't hard to guess that they must have been starving. Only when you're starving will you stop caring about so many things. When Asajiri was starving, she tried using pills to stave off hunger, but she really couldn't bring herself to eat rats. Looking at Dihan again, his expression was indifferent, and he was so aloof that he didn't even glance at the food on the plate. Seeing that the two of them were motionless, Suyu said with a long face, I'm sorry, we couldn't find anything else to eat, so we could only catch these things. Asajiri said expressionlessly, you can catch and eat anything that flies in the sky, swims in the water, even snakes, but eating these things will cause you to get a strange disease. It's not that you'll definitely get a strange disease, but the chances are very high. After all, rats live in all sorts of dark corners, grow up eating garbage, and carry countless viruses. Eating this kind of meat carries a high risk of disease. Suyu lowered his head. I know, but Tianlu Kingdom has been completely destroyed by the Wuzhang dynasty. Forget about fish, you can't even find a clean river now. He would not have resorted to such a desperate measure unless he was driven to the brink. He was pampered from childhood, always surrounded by servants, and ate only the finest delicacies. Even during his most destitute period at Yifeng Pavilion, He ate only leftovers and never had to resort to eating rats. So you thought that he had really paid too much for this trip to Tianlu Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Asajiri remained silent for a while, saying nothing. Having arrived in Tianlu Kingdom, she hadn't yet had a chance to properly observe the country, so she didn't know what the situation was like outside. However, given that even a small border town has become like this, other places probably aren't much better off. The Wujiang dynasty has truly committed numerous evils. They destroyed the Tianlu Kingdom simply because the tribute and gifts from the Tianlu Kingdom did not satisfy them. With such a swift and decisive approach, it's no wonder that the other three kingdoms had to devote all their national resources to preparing tribute gifts. Asajiri took out some food directly from her spatial storage. When she left the southern kingdom, she had Liu Li buy a lot of food, originally thinking that it would be useful on the road, but unexpectedly it came in handy at this time. The grain was handed over to Bu Ci, and Xiao Wu strictly forbade Su Yu from coming into contact with these things. There's nothing else to it. It's just that the thought of that charred rat gives me the creeps. Bu Ci's cooking skills were mediocre, but this was the first proper meal everyone had eaten in so many days. Who would have thought that not long ago, when they came to Yinqing, they had hardly had a full meal since then? As he picked at the food in his bowl, Su Yu was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Asajiri wasn't very hungry. After eating a little something, she took some furniture and other items from her spatial storage. However, the various exquisite and high-end furniture seemed particularly out of place with this dilapidated farmhouse. Facing the cold look in God's eyes, Xiao Wu said, "What are you looking at? You disappeared without a word back then, causing me to be accused of murdering a prince and wanted by the emperor. What's wrong with taking a little of your furniture?" Dihan looked at the pile of furniture in front of him, which was like a mountain. Is this a point? She probably emptied the entire prince's mansion. However, Dihan didn't say anything. He didn't care about those things. The group rested there for 2 days. The main problem is that Dihan and Shun Xingzhou's injuries are too severe, especially Dihan, who suffered serious injuries in the battle with the Earth Rank artifact. Xiao Wu is currently unable to refine pills of grade 4 or higher, so he can only rely on himself to cultivate slowly. Shun Xingzhou didn't know what was going on. His injuries had been healed by Xiao Wu, but his fever hadn't subsided, and he had been experiencing intermittent low-grade fever. This can't go on. Their group was mostly injured or crippled, and there was no point in staying there any longer. There was no spiritual energy at all, and they had attracted very little spiritual energy in the past few days. Because Dihan was seriously injured, Xiao Wu had not absorbed the spiritual energy attracted by them in the past few days, giving it all to Dihan. Return the way you came, or go to the Wujiang dynasty. Asajiri explained her plan, and none of them objected. But when she was resting that night, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground instantly woke Asajiri's eyes. It was quiet outside. There wasn't a sound at all, as if the sound she had just heard was just her imagination. However, Xiao Wu is a light sleeper, and even the slightest noise can wake her up. She couldn't possibly have misheard. Turning my head, I saw that Dihan, who was in the next bed, had already opened his eyes. The two exchanged a glance, and then Xiao Wu slipped away into the courtyard. Lying in the yard was a blood-soaked figure. He lay face down on the ground, his body reeking of blood, and remained motionless. Asajiri took a stick and turned him over. When she saw the man's face, her brows furrowed slightly. Mississippi. Bu Ci also heard the voice. When he came out, he saw Xiao Wu already standing there. He glanced at the people at Asajiri's feet and called out. Asajiri grunted in agreement, then said to him, "Go and wake Sang Zhili up." Not long after, Sang Zhili followed Bu Ci out, still looking bewildered and not fully awake. "What's wrong?" he asked Asajiri. Asajiri said calmly, "Someone broke in. Judging from his clothes, he should be a government officer or soldier. I'd like you to come out and identify him." Sang Zhili paused for a moment, her eyes still unfocused. He has already taken the 2 pills, but it won't be that quick. According to Asajiri, it should take him 2 more days to regain his sight. He groped his way down and crouched down, reaching out to touch the person, his first touch being the person's face. The area was pitted and mangled, a bloody mess. The 2 eyes were now empty, 2 bloody holes, with something wriggling inside. Sang Zhili touched his hand with blood. He could smell it and had a bad feeling. "What's wrong with him?" he asked. Asajiri replied, "Something has entered his body. He's completely parasitized and is doomed to die." Chapter 78, Eye Recovery. Sang Zhili swayed for a moment, then finally moved away from his face and started touching him. A moment later, he touched the token worn on the man's waist. They are soldiers of my Tianlu army, and also my father's personal guards. The personal guards are different from ordinary soldiers. They are dedicated to protecting the emperor's safety. The emperor's personal guards, who were specifically tasked with protecting him, were now here, and in such a miserable state. Sang Zhili couldn't imagine what the capital of Tianlu Kingdom had become. Perhaps the situation is similar to this place, or even worse. Under the moonlight, his face was somewhat pale. He said softly, "Back in the southern kingdom, I heard from others that the Wujiang dynasty was dissatisfied with the tribute and gifts from the Tianlu kingdom, so it put pressure on them, released demonic beasts that trampled many cities of the Tianlu kingdom, killed many innocent people, and also released a kind of demonic beast that resembled locusts. Those creatures reproduce incredibly fast and are virtually everywhere. Wherever they go, they devour all crops, even trees and weeds on mountains. These insects can even burrow into people's bodies." Asajiri nodded, her tone flat. Yes, this person was parasitized by that kind of magical beast. Sang Zhili couldn't see it, but the others could. The soldier's eyes were now completely filled with these monsters, and it was unknown how many more were inside his body. These monsters would slowly gnaw at the host's body from the inside, not killing them immediately. Once the host died, they would quickly detach from the host and go to find the next target. These magical beasts are the lowest level, not even tier 1. They are like mosquitoes in summer, weak yet numerous and annoying. This kind of thing is nothing to Asajiri and his group. But for ordinary people, even just one of these animals can be overwhelming. Moreover, the entire Tianlu kingdom has now been completely invaded by this kind of magical beast. This soldier was on his last legs. Even if Asajiri removed the demonic beast from his body, he wouldn't survive. Sang Zhili ended his life personally. He then buried him himself. After what had happened, none of them wanted to sleep anymore. Watching Sang Zhili digging a hole in the distance, Chao Wu said to Su Yu, "I'm planning to go to the capital of Tianlu Kingdom. What do you think?" Finally, she added, "If you don't want to go, I can send you back to the southern kingdom first, and then I'll come find you after I've finished my business here." Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then said firmly to Chao Wu, "I'll go with you." Bu Si's expression was also very firm. "I will go with Mississippi wherever Miss goes. I will go." Shin Xingzhou had no objections. He knew what Chao Wu wanted to do. "Please help Sang Zhili save this country from extinction. I just don't know if, given how things have turned out, she can single-handedly turn the tide." The next day, the group began their journey. Sang Zhili was naturally aloof and cold, and this trip to Tianlu Kingdom made him even more taciturn. He didn't say a word the whole way. Inside the carriage, Su Yu was the one who talked the most, while the others didn't say much. He wasn't embarrassed at all, and kept trying to liven up the atmosphere. He was completely different from how Asajiri had first met him. When I first met him, the boy was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone and ignoring me when I spoke to him. Now she's become a chatterbox. Under Su Yu's persistent questioning, Asajiri briefly explained the basics of cultivation to him. Su Yu listened with a look of longing on his face. "I used to think that the immortals of the Wujiang dynasty were real gods. When I was little, my father and others often mentioned them to me. I even bought a small Buddha statue of an immortal from the Wujiang dynasty and would pray to it whenever I had time, hoping that they would bless me. Now I realize that they were just cultivators and not gods at all." Asajiri nodded. "It's just one more power. The process of birth, aging, sickness, and death is the same." Su Yu immediately pressed on. "Are cultivators also life forms like us, living for a few decades before dying?" Asajiri shook his head. The higher a cultivator's strength, the longer their lifespan. Some people live for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Su Yu sighed. "That's great. If that were the case, let alone 4 generations living under one roof, 10 generations, even 100 generations living under one roof would be no problem." "Asajiri, you have a really good focus, kid." Although what he said was indeed correct, Asajiri rarely saw that kind of thing in her previous life. Most cultivators don't easily form contracts because their minds are primarily focused on cultivation. Su Yu asked many more questions, and Chao Wudu answered them simply in a few words. However, the group listened attentively. It's clear they also yearn for cultivation. Although Asajiri couldn't discern their talents, he was certain that they all possessed spiritual roots. It is entirely possible to cultivate. However, none of them have yet reached the threshold of cultivation. Of course, Asajiri can help them. There's no need for that right now. She's not raising children. She just needs to keep them alive, not their future. There is no spiritual energy here now, so even if I open my spiritual platform, I can't cultivate. Suddenly, Sang Jili covered her eyes in discomfort. Suyu, with his sharp eyes, noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. My eyes just hurt a little," Sang Jili replied, covering her eyes and trying to remain calm. In fact, he was in so much pain that he wished he could gouge out his eyes. "It's been hurting all the way here, but now the pain has reached its peak and I can't really bear it anymore." Asajiri glanced at him, then took out a white silk ribbon from her spatial storage. "This is normal. Your eye condition is congenital, and it's not easy to cure. You'll have to suffer a bit. The pain means you're already recovering. Once you get through this pain, you'll be able to see again soon. However, you've never seen such a strong light before, so you might not be able to adapt for a while. Put this on." Sang Jili took it. "Thank you." "Then tie it on. Will we be able to see it in a little while?" Although he tried to keep his tone calm, his slightly trembling voice betrayed his excitement. How could he not be excited? He had never seen this world since he was born. His world was nothing but darkness, and now he was finally about to see it again. How could he not be excited? Suyu and the others were also very happy for Sang Jili. Looking out the window at the scenery and at the capital city that was getting closer and closer to them, he mysteriously kept them in suspense. "Brother Sang, you'll see it soon, and we'll give you a surprise. You'll definitely be very happy when you see it." Sang Jili pursed her lips and said reservedly, "Being able to see the light again is already the greatest surprise." So you didn't say anything. "It's not good to say it now. The surprise won't be there later." Sang Jili still doesn't know that they are not returning to the south, but heading to the capital. Chapter 79 Spirit Artifact. Because of Sang Jili, the conversation among the others mainly revolved around his eyes. Suyu was the only one who could talk a lot, so he did most of the talking. From his words, the others could tell that Suyu's status in their Shichi kingdom was at least not low. He must be at least a young nobleman or something. The various precious antiques and delicacies he mentioned are not something ordinary people can afford. Sang Jili listened with a hint of longing in his eyes. "When I was little, I ate whatever people gave me. The imperial physician said that eating those things was good for my eyes and might even allow me to see again. So, from a young age, I ate all sorts of medicinal herbs as food. I only know that they tasted all sorts of strange things. I have never eaten the ones you mentioned, and I can't even imagine what they look like," he said. Upon hearing this, Suyu thought for a moment and said, "This world is wonderful, full of vibrant colors. It has everything you can imagine and everything you can't imagine. You'll know once your eyes recover." Asajiri sat beside him, quietly closing her eyes to cultivate, without saying a word. Is this world a beautiful place? No. For some reason, all she saw was the cruel side, especially in her past life. During her trials, she visited many small worlds and experienced a lot, but she only saw the tragic side of this world. Truth, goodness, and beauty are almost non-existent. Thinking about this, Asajiri couldn't help but wonder if the legendary creator god knew what the millions of worlds he created were like. And where did he go? In this world where strength reigns supreme, without the constraints of law, countless people fight tooth and nail for a single treasure, and Asajiri has witnessed far too many cases of people killing their wives, children, and relatives. Therefore, she doesn't think the world is a beautiful place. Perhaps there are, but they are far too few. She has encountered far too few. Finally, as night fell, the group could vaguely see the outline of the capital city in the distance. This time, they traveled for several days. Because the people of the Wujiang dynasty had caused such severe damage to the land of Tianlu Kingdom, even leveling many mountains, they had to take a detour. "We should be able to enter the city by tomorrow morning." Not wanting to travel late at night, Asajiri instructed the group to stop and rest for the night. They've been sleeping in tents every night for the past few days. They brought a lot of things into the Chaowu space, so they can just set up a few tents. They don't have to worry about furniture or anything else. Everything is provided. However, Dihan insisted on sleeping in the same tent as Chao Wu. At first, Chao Wu didn't know what was wrong with this person. Later, Dian explained to her that he had forcibly contracted the Earth Rank artifact, but the Earth Rank artifact was arrogant and did not obey him. He was afraid that the Earth Rank artifact would cause some trouble. For his own safety and the safety of others, it would be better for Chao Wu to stay by his side. Dihan is currently just a minor blue spirit, so it's normal that the Earth Rank artifact doesn't want to recognize him. After learning the reason, Asajiri agreed. That night, Dihan's face was pale, and the small wooden sword next to him suddenly hummed and flew up on its own. Asajiri was stunned for a moment, and then, the sinister eye she had seen on the driftwood appeared on the small wooden sword. It looked down at Dihan with a disdainful expression, floating in the air. "I advise you, If you know what's good for you, you will automatically terminate the contract with me, and I may consider not killing you. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. The little wooden sword looks very miniature, like a tiny toy dagger, only about 20 or 30 centimeters long. But what it said was anything but cute. Looking at Dihan again, although he looked weak and powerless, his aura was still not to be underestimated. If you're really capable, then kill me directly, instead of spouting nonsense here. Dihan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke coldly. He knew that the Earth rank artifact was not convinced by him, but after all, he and it had already formed a contract, and he had interrupted the Earth rank artifact's advancement. It had not yet become a Heaven rank artifact, and was still an Earth rank artifact, with its strength greatly reduced. Now that there was this contractual relationship between the two, if the Earth rank artifact killed him, it would be tantamount to delivering a fatal blow to himself. Therefore, it dares not. However, he wasn't sure if the Earth rank artifact would do anything else, since he was still very weak. Upon hearing this, the Earth rank artifact flew into a rage. You despicable person, I will definitely kill you. Dihan ignored it and turned to look at Chao Wu. I'll cultivate for a while first. Asajiri nodded, then lifted the tent flap and went outside. Watching him interact with the Earth rank artifact, I always get the feeling that they could fight at any moment. In comparison, Asajiri suddenly felt that the silly and timid ginseng baby was actually quite easy to get along with. At least it won't threaten her life, right? Asajiri found a spot to sit down next to the fire. Now that everyone else has rested, only Asajiri is sitting there, taking a moment to check on the situation inside the space. Very good. Ginseng baby, having nothing better to do, has already planted and accelerated the ripening of all the spiritual herbs she picked. Now there is a large patch of low-grade spiritual herbs in the space. Although it's not a precious high-grade spiritual medicine, it's more than enough to refine some low-grade pills. It's perfect for this continent. Moreover, the space was no longer as bare as before, which gave her some confidence. In the period immediately following my rebirth, I had nothing and felt completely insecure. After thinking for a moment, Asajiri pulled the baby ginseng out of the soil. The baby ginseng was still completely bewildered, blinking its eyes and then wiping its drool. Master? Looking at it, Asajiri felt a little relieved. She said, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? The ginseng baby asked in confusion, name? After thinking for a moment, it shook its head, I don't have a name. Master, you can give me one, then I'll have a name. Emperor Fuyao interjected at this opportune moment. Oh, I suddenly think it would be nice to call it ginseng baby. Don't come up with any random names. Asajiri, actually, the name she chose is quite good. It's not as bad as it sounds. Emperor Fuyao, do you even believe that yourself? He vividly remembered that in his previous life, a little spirit pet was so fond of the scent of the spiritual medicine space on Chao Wu's body that it stubbornly followed Chao Wu around and wouldn't leave no matter how hard he tried to get rid of it. Helpless, Chao Wu had no choice but to form a contract with it. Is that little spirit pet just a kitten? Because it always got its face covered in snot while eating, Asajiri named it Little Snot Mixed with Rice. Listen to this. Is this a name that a human being could come up with? Chapter 80 Full Recovery. Moreover, after that, it was as if Asajiri had suddenly gained extraordinary abilities, and the name she chose became more and more outrageous. Some people appear aloof and dignified on the surface, but their private personas are completely different, something he doesn't even know what to say about. In any case, Emperor Fuyao disagreed with Chao Wu's ability to name things. Ginseng baby sounds so cute. If Asajiri were to name it, I wonder how many ridiculous things like snotty rice would come up. Upon hearing this, Asajiri gave up as well. Alright, let's call him Ginseng baby then. Upon hearing this, the Ginseng baby showed no emotion, but looked weakly at Asajiri. Master, then can I go to sleep? Asajiri. I waved my hand dismissively and put it in. Other people's spirit pets are either cultivating or striving for improvement, while hers are either just eating or sleeping. I don't know who I learned it from. Asajiri couldn't sleep. She sat there alone, poking at the campfire and watching the sparks fly. Suddenly, she asked in a low voice, what's the situation on Tianyuan continent now? Emperor Fuyao replied, I don't know. Now that Lu Yaoji has obtained her top-grade heavenly spiritual root and taken everything from her, she should have already replaced her in her position. Even Asajiri herself feels lost right now. She had no idea what kind of small world she had been reborn into, how far it was from the Tianyuan continent, or how long she would need to cultivate to find the correct teleportation array to return to the Tianyuan continent. Actually, upon closer reflection, there wasn't anything or anyone in that world that she was overly attached to, since her masters were no longer around. She was just unwilling to hand over the position she had worked so hard for to someone else. Upon hearing this, Asajiri said nothing. Inside the tent, Sang-jili slowly raised his hand and removed the white blindfold from his eyes. He struggled to open his eyes. Flickering firelight streamed through the tent, reducing visibility to very low levels. This was the first time he had seen such light in over 20 years, and he was very uncomfortable. He closed his eyes again and rested for a while before tentatively opening them slowly. The furnishings inside the tent came into view one by one. He can see now. A feeling of joy instantly filled my chest. So this is what the world is like. I couldn't wait to go out and see what was going on when I suddenly saw someone sleeping soundly next to me. Is this Suyu? He paused for a moment, then carefully examined Suyu in the dim light. Because Shin Xingzhou still had a fever, Suyu was carefree, and Sang-jili was blind. Suyu and Sang-jili were assigned to the same tent when they were being assigned tents, and Suyu went to take care of Shin Xingzhou without saying goodbye. That's how he realized the person next to him was Suyu. So this is what he looks like. He still looked like a young boy, his childishness undiminished. With red lips and white teeth, she flaunted her beauty with unrestrained arrogance. Suyu was the first person Sang-jili had ever met in his life. He didn't even know what he looked like. Suddenly I wanted to know what Chaowu, Shin Xingzhou, and Busai looked like. But it's already very late. They should be asleep by now, right? Suppressing her excitement, Sang-jili pursed her lips, got up, lifted the tent flap, and walked outside. He saw light outside and couldn't wait to see what the outside world was like. However, as soon as he lifted the tent flap, he saw a figure not far away with its back to him. The person had long hair draped behind them and a slender figure. Just looking at their back, one could sense a certain aloofness about them. He paused for a moment and realized that this person must be Asajiri. After all, Asajiri was the only woman in their group. Sang-jili stood there stunned, a little timid, and hesitant to step forward. While he was hesitating, Asajiri had already noticed someone behind her. She turned around and saw Sang-jili standing there blankly. Asajiri habitually went over to help him up because Sang-jili was blind, and they would usually help him up whenever they saw what he was doing. However, when she got to him, she noticed that Sang-jili's expression was unusual. Meeting his eyes, Chaowu raised an eyebrow. Are your eyes better? Sang-jili stared into Chaowu's eyes, and after a moment responded softly, Sang-jili's eyes were extremely complicated. He had to admit, he never expected to see Asajiri in such a setting. He had fantasized about her appearance more than once. Perhaps it was a preconceived notion, but when Chaowu first went to Yifeng Pavilion to buy them, the image he had of Chaowu in his mind was that of a lewd, old woman. Later, as he spent more time with Chaowu, although his impression of her changed, that image remained unchanged, as if it were deeply ingrained. He never imagined that she would be so beautiful. Her face was small and fair, with skin as smooth as fine mutton fat jade, without a single flaw. She had beautiful eyes with long, thick, curled eyelashes and naturally red lips. Her exquisite features were like Nuwa's most outstanding creation. Moreover, he was aloof and otherworldly, with indifferent eyes and an extremely cold voice. I don't know what words to use to describe his state of mind at this moment. It was as if it overturned his understanding. The image of Asajiri is completely opposite to the one he imagines in his mind. Sang-jili stared at him blankly for a long time, unable to come to her senses. Seeing that his eyes had recovered, Asajiri stopped helping him and returned to her seat. After a moment, he turned around and saw that he was still standing there in a daze, so he asked Wu, "What are you doing standing there?" These words jolted Sang-jili out of his reverie. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face as he awkwardly walked to the fire. He found a spot to sit down opposite the morning mist. The intense firelight made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, so he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Asajiri took out a bottle of pills from her spatial storage and tossed it to him. "Take this internally, every day, until it's all gone." "This is a pill that will help your eyes recover," Asajiri replied. Sang-jili accepted the gift, deeply moved. "Thank you." Asajiri didn't say anything. Sang-jili suddenly remembered that when he first met Chaowu, he was just like Suyu, always on guard against Chaowu, afraid that she would do something outrageous to him. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't been blind back then, seeing Asajiri's appearance, he certainly wouldn't have felt such an unbearable longing for her. After all, Asajiri seems to be someone who doesn't get close to men. The two sat around the campfire. Asajiri didn't speak first. When Sang Jili saw the bare trees around them with almost no leaves, he paused and asked, "Are we still in Tianlu Kingdom?" Although he was blind, he knew that only Tianlu Kingdom was in this state, invaded by a large number of magical beasts, and now it was difficult for Tianlu Kingdom to even find a green tree. Asajiri hummed in agreement. Sang Jili immediately realized what the surprise Suyu had mentioned was. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say to express the emotion in his heart. Chapter 81, Entering the Heavenly Kingdom. He didn't say those mushy words in the end. Under the moonlight, he looked into the distance and suddenly said, "I've always been quite curious about what the place where I was born and raised is like, but now that the moment has come, I don't want to see it. Even the night cannot hide the dilapidated state of Tianlu Kingdom today. Tomorrow at dawn, who knows how much suffering we will witness." Asajiri's expression remained calm and composed. Avoidance won't solve the problem. Sang Jili looked at her curiously. "You look like you've been through a lot." But she looked younger than him. When he was with Asajiri, he could always sense that she had an extraordinary calmness and composure, as if she had been through countless trials and tribulations and had finally disguised herself. But she doesn't look very old, probably only a year or two older than Suyu. Yet, for some reason, I felt a sense of security that I could rely on. Upon hearing this, Asajiri said nothing. The next morning, Suyu saw Sang Jili walking with a surprised expression, no longer feeling his way slowly. "Brother Sang, are your eyes better?" Sang Jili nodded, looked at him, and said in a gentle voice, "Yes, you could see it last night." Suyu was genuinely happy for him. "That's good. Now you can travel around. I'll take you to Shichi sometime." Shichi is spring-like all year round, and its beautiful scenery is famous among the four kingdoms. You'll definitely love it when you see it. Sang Jili smiled and said, "Okay." At this moment, Bu Xi led Shen Xingzhou out of the tent. Upon seeing everyone, he first greeted Chao Wu. Asajiri gently raised her chin, her voice carrying the coolness of the early morning. "Pack your things, let's go into town." Sang Jili scrutinized Bu Xi and the other two, recognizing their identities by their voices. "Brother Shen, Brother Bu Xi," he called out. Shen Xingzhou looked at him with surprise. "Are your eyes better?" Because Sang Jili's eyes were different from before, they were focused. Sang Jili nodded, and then explained what he had said earlier to them. Everyone was happy for him. An hour later, the group stood together under the tall city gate. Looking at the desolate scene in the city, the group remained silent for a moment. So you couldn't help but ask, "Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't have come, but I just wanted to ask, what can we do in the capital?" Although she knew that Asajiri was coming to help Tianlu Kingdom out of respect for Sang Jili, she still couldn't help but feel confused when she saw the capital city, which was an enlarged version of Yinqing, up close. Such a large country has become like this. Can she really help it? And where should we begin to help? Sang Jili remained silent. This was the first time he had seen the place where he had lived for 20 years, but he never expected it to be in such a scene. The capital city was now devoid of laughter and joy. A deep gloom hung over everyone's face. The shouts of vendors were no longer heard on the streets, because the land of Tianlu Kingdom had been almost entirely destroyed, and merchants from other countries could no longer enter. Without crops, the whole country seemed to have stopped functioning. The dark clouds overhead seemed to be silently proclaiming the fate of this country. Chao Wu entered the city without changing his expression. Is this really that bad? She had personally witnessed the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the annihilation of the entire continent. It's tantamount to the end of the world. Therefore, in her eyes, Tianlu Kingdom was not in such a terrible state at this time. She has many ways to turn things around. Therefore, strength is the most important thing. "Let's find a place to rest," Dihan said. Then, in a voice only the two of them could hear, he said calmly, "There are magical beasts of the 5th rank or higher here." Asajiri paused for a moment, then nodded indifferently. She turned her head to look at Dihan and met his cold, dark eyes. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt that he seemed to have changed slightly. "But since I couldn't explain it, I stopped thinking about it." Sang Jili said, "Now that we've arrived at Tianlu, it's only right that I host you. Besides, my eyes are healed now. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me to the palace? We've been away for so long. It's time to go back and visit." "Is it convenient?" Asajiri asked. "She doesn't care where she goes, as long as she has a place to rest. I don't plan to stay here for long anyway." Sang Jili knew what she was asking and nodded, saying, "It's convenient. The palace is not a place that just anyone can enter, let alone Sang Jili, who is a prince who has been missing for several months. It is still a question whether he has any say in the palace now. Leading the group toward the palace, Sang Jili said, "The situation in Tianlu Kingdom is very bad right now, but it should be better in the palace. Take a good bath and rest first, and we can talk about anything else after you've rested." Soon, the group arrived at the palace. The situation in Tianlu Kingdom can be seen from the lax security at the palace gates. They were startled to see Sang Jili appear, and then hurriedly went to the palace to report. Before long, someone led them into the palace and into a magnificent, golden palace. In the main hall, a cold and aloof man dressed in a dragon robe sat quietly. Only when he saw them enter did his sharp eyes finally show a flicker of emotion. "You are polite." He suddenly opened his mouth, his voice mellow and captivating, like a cello. Upon hearing his voice, Sang Jili's eyes widened in disbelief. "Royal brother?" Noticing something amiss, the person on stage stared intently at Sang Jili. "Are your eyes better?" Sang Jili pursed his lips, nodded, and then asked, "Your Majesty, what's going on? How did you become father?" "Just a few months ago, the king of Tianlu Kingdom was his father." Sang Yin said, "My father passed away a month and a half ago and passed the throne to me." Sang Jili was shocked. "What happened? Wasn't father always in good health?" Sang Yin calmly replied, "That was before." Sang Jili remained silent for a while before asking, "Is it related to the people of the Wujiang dynasty?" Upon hearing the words Wujiang dynasty, Sang Yin raised an eyelid and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to worry about these things." Then he turned his attention to Asajiri and the others. "Are these people all your friends?" Sang Jili paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, they are all my friends. This young lady cured my eyes." Upon hearing the last sentence, Sang Yin paused for a moment before carefully examining them. Seeing that the people had extraordinary bearing, especially Chao Wu and Dian, who were young but had a powerful aura, he noticed that they hadn't even bent over once since they came in, let alone bowed to him. He nodded, keeping it in mind, and said, "Since he's your friend, make proper arrangements and don't neglect him. Go and rest." Chapter 82 Sang Banquet. Sang Jili wanted to say something more, but Sang Yin had already waved his hand wearily and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Sang Jili could only suppress his doubts and decided to come back and ask later. He knew that what he saw today was not the actual situation in Tianlu Kingdom, and there were certainly many cruel problems he had not yet seen. Also, how could Father Emperor have passed away? He desperately wanted to know the answer. Turning to look at Chao Wu, Sang Jili said, "Let me take you down to rest first. You've had a long journey, so you should get some rest." Emperor Fuyao then spoke up, "Little Chao Wu, Sang Yin is also a born spiritual body. If you handle things well, he can also help you restore your spiritual root." Asajiri replied in her mind, "I felt it." She sensed it as soon as she came in. Sang Yin was also a born spirit. The spiritual energy it attracts is also more concentrated. This was something that hadn't happened when they encountered Sang Jili and the others before. This is enough to show that Sang Yan's talent is better, and the benefit she receives in repairing her spiritual root is even greater than that of Sang Jili and the others. But such people are the most difficult to control. While they were talking, she was also secretly observing Sang Yin and found that he was very shrewd and his emotions were not revealed on his face. She guessed that he was not easy to deal with. Sang Jili led Chao Wu and the others to the palace where he used to live. "This is my palace. When my father was alive, he always said that I was blind and suffered because of it. So he always gave us double the amount of anything. The palace is quite large, so it's more convenient for everyone to live together. Everyone here is my person. You can give me any orders." He quickly summoned servants to arrange accommodations for Asajiri and the others. After taking a thorough bath and eating something, as night fell, Chao Wu and Dian went back to their rooms to rest. Only then did Sang Jili go out to find out what was going on. Upon arriving at the palace where Sang Yin conducted his business, Sang Jili waited for the messenger to come out and tell him that he could enter before going in. "Royal brother, why are you here so late instead of resting?" Sang Yin asked him wearily, rubbing her temples. Sang Jili said, "You haven't answered my question yet. Was Father Emperor's death related to the people of the Wujiang dynasty?" Sang Yin paused for a moment, then looked at him and said, "I already said, these things have nothing to do with you. It wasn't easy for your eyes to recover, so don't worry about too many things. I can handle these matters." Sang Jili already had the answer in his mind, and said angrily, "Solve it? What do you have to solve it with? Do you know what the outside world is like now? Do you know that the people are starving? I have personally witnessed Yinqing being driven to the brink of despair, and even the horrific scene of people eating each other has appeared." Sang Jili, Sang Yin kicked over, knocking down the entire dragon desk and scattering a pile of memorials on the ground. He licked his back teeth, his voice authoritative without being angry. Don't think that what you've seen represents the entire Tianlu. I am the emperor. I know what you know, and I also know what you don't know. I've said it before, you don't need to worry about these things. I will handle them very soon. Just relax and be your carefree prince. I will give you whatever you want, understand? Cannibalism. What does that count for? Have you ever seen an entire city's inhabitants trampled to death by a giant monster in an instant, leaving behind a field of minced meat? Have you ever seen people infected with a strange disease, turning the whole city into a place of walking corpses? He's become numb. Sang Zhili paused for a moment, seemingly stunned. He opened his mouth, but finally said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I know you're under a lot of pressure. My words were inappropriate. Seeing him apologize, Sang Yan's expression softened a bit. After calming himself down, he said, It's nothing. He paused for a moment, then said, By the way, where have you been these past few months? Father has never given up looking for you. Upon hearing his father's name, Sang Zhili's eyes darkened, and sadness welled up from the bottom of his heart. I don't know who took me away. After several transfers, I was finally sold to the south, he said. The southern kingdom? Sang Yan frowned. Sang Zhili hurriedly said, It shouldn't have been done by the southern kingdom. I met many people in the southern kingdom who had the same experience, and they all came from the other two countries, as well as some of the southern kingdom's own people. Moreover, from my observation, most of them were of considerable status. I suspect that a third-party force may have intervened. The purpose of this third-party force is to provoke a war between the four countries. You mean the Wujiang dynasty? Sang Yan asked. Currently, apart from the four kingdoms, there is only the Wujiang dynasty. The others have little power, and the small tribes on the borders of the other kingdoms were all conquered by the four kingdoms long ago when the Wujiang dynasty grew stronger. Sang Zhili shook his head. The Wujiang dynasty is a behemoth. They don't need to be so secretive. Tianlu Kingdom is a good example. For the people of the Wujiang dynasty, destroying a country is as easy as eating and drinking. There's absolutely no need for that. Sang Yan agreed with his statement. In other words, this third-party force exists within these four countries. It's truly a situation where internal and external troubles converge. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, he said. If there really is such a traitor, then the four countries must gather together to discuss their next steps. But there's no rush. The most urgent task is to solve the immediate problem. Once that matter is settled, he can save Tianlu Kingdom. Only success is allowed. Failure is not an option. Royal brother? Sang Zhili spoke after seeing him remain silent for a long time. Sang Yan snapped out of her reverie and changed the subject. You just said you went to Yinqing this time? Sang Zhili nodded. I was sold to the southern kingdom and rescued by Chao Wu. Later, I heard that Tianlu was being targeted by the Wujiang dynasty, so he came back with me. We passed through Yinqing and personally witnessed the destruction of the city. At this point, his voice became hoarse. For the first time, I realized how insignificant our power is. We can only watch as an entire city's population dies before our eyes, and we can do nothing about it. Sang Yan remained noncommittal. That girl's name is Chao Wu. Sang Zhili nodded. Sang Yan spoke up. Those people must be quite extraordinary, right? It was immediately apparent that these individuals possessed an air of nobility. Upon entering the palace and arriving at this magnificent, golden palace, they showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever, as if it were commonplace. Sang Zhili hesitated for a moment before giving his instructions. Upon hearing this, Sang Yan's eyes were deep and unfathomable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Sang Zhili couldn't figure out what Sang Yan was thinking. After all, bringing an ordinary person to the palace is a completely different matter from bringing a member of a foreign royal family. The latter is very serious. Fortunately, Sang Yan didn't say much, his expression remaining calm, and told Sang Zhili to do his best to be a good host and entertain them. Sang Zhili always felt that his elder brother was hiding something important from him, so he couldn't help but say, Brother, actually we came back this time to help. Chao Wu and Nan Fuyin are very capable. With them, Tianlu will not perish. Chapter 83 No Help Needed. Upon hearing this, Sang Yan let out a cold laugh. I don't need their help, and I'm telling you very clearly, Zhili, Tianlu wouldn't have perished without them. He will protect Tianlu and its countless people. Even if it means making a deal with the devil, even if it means sacrificing oneself. Sang Yan's brows were filled with an intense, unyielding ferocity, a stark contrast to the image of his elder brother that he had previously held of him. In an instant, Sang Jili suddenly felt that his elder brother was very unfamiliar. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Sang Yin pinched his temples wearily and said, Jili, I know you consider them friends, but their identities are extraordinary after all. Given the current special circumstances in Tianlu Kingdom, we cannot guarantee their safety. After they have rested, please arrange for someone to send them back. Sang Jili grew anxious. Brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Sang Yin didn't tell him, but said earnestly, I'm doing this for your own good. You should go with them. I'll send someone to accompany you and protect you. Just think of it as a trip. Try not to come back for the next 2 months. Sang Jili said, Brother, I'm not lying to you. Chaowu is really powerful. She is also a cultivator and has the same abilities as those people from the Wujiang dynasty. She came here to help us. We can discuss anything together. Don't shoulder this burden alone. He didn't know what Sang Yin was planning to do, but from his attitude, he could tell that Sang Yin was prepared to fight against the Wujiang dynasty to the end. But how could he, with only flesh and blood, possibly contend with the mighty Wujiang dynasty? Upon hearing Sang Jili's words, Sang Yan's indifferent expression finally wavered, and he lifted his eyelids slightly. A cultivator? Yes. Sang Jili then told him what he knew about cultivation, all of which he had learned from Chaowu. It was because of Asajiri that he realized that this power was not far removed from them, was quite common, and was not even a secret. So it's fine to tell Sang Yan. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin remained silent for a long while. His long eyelashes cast a shadow, obscuring the expression in his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. After a long while, he chuckled softly. I see. Brother Emperor. Sang Jili was somewhat worried. Sang Yin had already composed himself. Whether they are cultivators or ordinary people, I trust your judgment and believe they are all good people. However, this is an internal matter of my Tianlu kingdom. They are not martial arts heroes. Their identities determine their respective positions, and it is inconvenient for them to interfere in our affairs. As I said before, you will take them away in the next 2 days. Sang Yan's stubbornness made Sang Jili somewhat anxious. He had thought that by explaining Chaowu and the others' identities, his elder brother would see hope, just like him. Unexpectedly, Sang Yin had this attitude. He refused Asajiri and the others' help. When Asajiri heard Sang Jili's message, there was no surprise on his face. She had already expected this. So you couldn't keep anything to himself, and at this moment he was completely on Chaowu's side. After hearing Sang Jili's words, he immediately pouted. What does your brother mean by this? Does he not trust my sister? Because Suyu was younger than Chaowu, he didn't know how to address her. Calling her princess felt a bit distant, and calling her by her name felt strange. So he simply called her Sister Chaowu. From initially resisting and being arrogant, to now having his heart and eyes filled with morning mist, wishing that the first thing he sees when he wakes up every day is morning mist, Suyu's transformation can be described as earth-shattering. Upon hearing this, Sang Jili looked at Chaowu apologetically. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my brother. He's busy every day, so busy that he doesn't even get enough sleep. I can tell he's very anxious, but I don't know why he's unwilling to accept your help. Perhaps it's because they don't believe it. He thought. After all, even he didn't think Asajiri was that powerful from the beginning. It was only through getting to know each other better that I realized how much power was contained within this petite girl's body. Upon hearing this, Asajiri replied calmly. What else did he say? He said, he wants me to go back with you, and he can handle things here. Sang Jili said hesitantly, afraid that Chaowu would get angry and turn away. It wasn't that he didn't trust his elder brother, but he still felt that only Asajiri had the ability to resolve this matter. Besides Asajiri and his group, who else could deal with those swarms of locust-like monsters? Moreover, Asajiri knows a lot about this, and might be able to offer them solutions to make life a little better for the people. Before Asajiri could say anything, Suyu became a little angry. However, seeing that Asajiri didn't say anything, he didn't know what to say either. After all, he was Sang Jili's brother. They couldn't embarrass him. Sang Jili waited for a while, but Chaowu didn't speak. He asked cautiously, are you leaving? Actually, my brother is a very good person. He's just too tired. The entire Tianlu kingdom is pressing down on him, and he's feeling suffocated by it, so he looks a bit cold. Asajiri said calmly, I'm not leaving. Sang Jili was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. Really? Thank you. I will definitely persuade my brother. You can stay here in peace. Asajiri shook her head. No need. I will go to him myself. I will go and check on the situation in the city in the next 2 days. Asajiri has no interest in waiting for someone's opinion of her to slowly change. She didn't care whether Sang Yin approved of her or not. She came here for a reason. Solving the Tianlu kingdom's affairs will allow Sang Jili to have no worries and then take him to the Wujiang dynasty. Moreover, now that she knows Sang Yin can also help her restore her heavenly spiritual root, she must help Tianlu kingdom. Having helped Tianlu kingdom revive, Sang Yin's impression of her will surely change. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Therefore, resolving the Tianlu kingdom issue as quickly as possible is what she needs to do now. Asajiri plans to spend the next few days checking out the situation inside the imperial city and addressing each issue one by one. Upon hearing this, Suyu looked at Chao Wu like a pitiful puppy. Did you come to help Tianlu kingdom because of Brother Sang? You don't have any other motives, do you? It wasn't that he wanted to cause trouble, but he felt that Chao Wu seemed to care more about Sang Jili than about him and Xin Xingzhou. In the past, he would have been happy for a Seijai to ignore him, but now, the thought that he had come to Tianlu kingdom for Sang Jili made him feel a little emotional. Although he himself did not know where this emotion came from. Sang Jili pricked up his ears. Then Asajiri said calmly, "Yes." Suyu immediately became wary. "What's your purpose?" Asajiri thought for a moment, realizing that they probably wouldn't understand the term innate spirit body, so she simply said, "Find someone you click with." Suyu had an expression that looked like the sky was falling. Looking for a man. He really was looking for a random man. He wasn't wrong. Chapter 84 Awakening. WH. What kind of person is compatible? Is it someone like us? Suyu asked. Asajiri thought for a moment. He nodded. Yes. The more people there are, the easier it is to gather cultivators of all 6 professions. Hopefully, this trip to the kingdom of Tianlu will allow me to find other naturally born spiritual beings. Even after Chao Wu left, Suyu was still in a daze, standing there looking utterly devastated. Xin Xingzhou, clutching his chest, weakly walked out from inside. Seeing Suyu's condition, he asked, "What's wrong?" Sang Jili stood silently to the side, lost in thought. Once Suyu came to his senses, he told Xin Xingzhou and Bu Ci what had just happened. Seeing that the two of them looked the same, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Wait, why aren't you two reacting? She's going to find someone else. Someone just like us." Is this what they mean by only hearing the laughter of the new lover and not seeing the tears of the old? Who knows how many people like us she'll find in the future? Although he knew from the beginning that Asajiri had come to Tianlu kingdom to find male concubines, the journey had been extremely dangerous, and he had long forgotten about it. Now that it's been brought up again, he suddenly feels a little unable to accept it. It felt like someone who belonged to you was about to be taken away. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingzhou remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do you know what you're saying?" Suyu, ? Xin Xingzhou. In other words, perhaps you should re-examine her place in your heart. What do you consider her to be? You need to understand that she is married. Her husband is in this palace, not far from you. You can't just pretend she doesn't exist just because she has been keeping a low profile. She has a husband, so what are you still agonizing over? Besides, where do you see yourself? A member of her harem? With each sentence he spoke, Suyu's face stiffened. Yes, how could he forget? Asajiri is a married woman. People say they are male concubines kept by Asajiri. But they themselves know that this is not the kind of relationship they have. Even now, we still don't know why Asajiri bought them, why she saved them, or why she treated them so well. In short, it is they who owe Asajiri, not the other way around. Asajiri can do whatever she wants without considering their feelings at all. It's Asajiri's own choice to find a few more people like them. Her husband hasn't said anything, so why is he worrying about it? Xin Xingzhou's sober remarks directly pierced through the confusion and strangeness in Suyu's heart. He might have feelings for Asajiri, but he never had a clear understanding of it. Nor did he consider what kind of relationship he had with Asajiri, nor did he think about breaking the ice. He opened his mouth and looked at Sang Jili. Clearly, Sang Jili is the same as him. The difference is that Sang Jili knows how to restrain himself, while he is young and can't hide anything, showing his ugly possessiveness on the surface. What about Xin Xingzhou? Why not resign? The way they usually look at Asajiri isn't exactly innocent, so don't they have any good feelings towards her? When they hear that Asajiri is looking for more men, don't they feel jealous? Xin Xingzhou's words directly exposed Suyu's self-deceptive pretense of ignorance. He had to confront the fact that he did have some feelings for Asajiri and a possessive desire towards her. But unfortunately, this person was very far away from him. She was indifferent. Despite spending so much time together, and despite his growing interest in her during that time, he could still clearly sense that he hadn't entered her heart. To her, they were just passersby. She is powerful. In this world full of ordinary people, she doesn't even put the vast Wujiang dynasty in her eyes. No one knows how high her potential is. She is mysterious. Despite her simple and ordinary background, she is still very mysterious. She knows everything and has the demeanor of a big shot. His affections probably mean nothing to Asajiri. He had been letting his feelings of affection grow unchecked, and he didn't care about these issues at all, nor did he want to think about them. Now that Shun Xingzhou has laid it out in front of him, he has no choice but to take it seriously. So you felt very sad. His feelings for her were nipped in the bud before he could even express them. And this assassin was Shun Xingzhou. He glared at Shun Xingzhou indignantly. Shun Xingzhou's expression remained calm. Suyu was young, and this was the first time he had ever liked someone. He felt happy, and nothing could stop this feeling from growing, so he didn't think about anything else. He's different. Although he usually has a low profile, he has never missed a single time showing kindness to Asajiri. He truly benefited from Asajiri's kindness towards them. Just like Suyu, when that figure descended from the sky in the Southern Kingdom's palace and the arena, it struck his heart deeply. Perhaps it was from that time that his opinion of Asajiri completely changed. However, he was very clear-headed and had long ago realized that this person didn't care about them. Her goals are bigger and farther. She is a fledgling eagle soaring in the sky. While they are small birds confined to a small world, they cannot be compared. The only thing I can do is to turn my affection into loyalty and keep it in my heart, and try my best to follow in her footsteps. However, he also understood that Asajiri's pace was not something he could catch up with at will. It's very likely that their journey will end at the Wujiang dynasty. So you turn to look at Busi. Don't you really care at all? Busi's expression remained calm. Whatever Miss wants to do, I will follow and support her unconditionally. My life was given to me by Miss, and I respect any decision she makes. Suyu. You idiot, don't talk to him. Suyu, devastated, ran to the side and squatted in a corner. He still couldn't accept it. Judging from the expressions of Sang Zhili and the others, they had already thought it through. Even if they weren't members of the Chaowu harem, they wouldn't say anything more. At this moment, Asajiri had no idea what these people were talking about. After taking a walk around the palace, I found that the people inside were slightly better off. At least they could still get food. However, just like outside, there was no greenery inside the palace. All the trees had been eaten bare, and all the flowers and plants had been devoured. Asajiri also discovered that some palace maids and eunuchs had been parasitized by that kind of monster. The sky was covered with dark clouds, creating a suffocating atmosphere. After quietly gazing at the dark clouds overhead for a while, Chaowu turned and went to Diane's room. He knocked on the door, and after a moment a deep voice came from inside. Come in. Asajiri pushed open the door and went inside. Dihan was cultivating in the room, while the small wooden sword remained floating in the air, as if confronting him. Chapter 85 Revealing Identity. Upon seeing Chaowu enter, the Earth Rank artifact, likely sensing the aura of the spiritual plants emanating from her, immediately emitted a low, buzzing sound. He seemed extremely angry. But thinking about it, it makes sense. It had been trying to capture that spiritual plant for a long time, and it finally managed to get it into its possession. But at the most crucial moment of its advancement, Chaowu and Dihan rushed over and interrupted its good deed. Not only did they steal the spiritual plant from it, but they also forcibly made it a contract. It would be a miracle if it could coexist peacefully with Dihan after that. However, despite its anger, it was very weak and could only appear as a small wooden sword. It couldn't unleash most of its power and was helpless against Asajiri. The moment she entered, Dihan withdrew the surging spiritual energy around him and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Asajiri. The aura of that magical beast is not far from us, and it is most likely inside the palace. If I'm not mistaken, the Emperor of Tianlu Kingdom must be no ordinary person either. When they entered the city, Chaowu and Dian sensed the aura of the magical beast, but they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Now that they were inside the palace, they could sense it. The more they looked at it, the more extraordinary it seemed. This continent, which they had initially taken for granted, had repeatedly surprised them. In this continent, even finding a magical beast is difficult, but recently, high-level spirit beasts have been appearing one after another. First came the Earth Rank artifact, then the spiritual plant, and now there's a magical beast of at least the 5th rank in the Tianlu Kingdom's palace. Dihan said calmly. Not only that, the entire palace has been set up with a formation. If I'm not mistaken, Sang Yin should be planning something big. In other words, there is a spirit array master in this palace. If that person wasn't Sang Yin, it means that Sang Yin has someone behind her, and that person is a spirit array master. No wonder he didn't want Asajiri and the others to get involved. However, it's clear that this spirit array master isn't of a high level. The formation was crudely made and incomplete. Asajiri nodded. If we can lure all the magical beasts in Tianlu Kingdom here, this formation will indeed be enough to wipe them out, but it won't be enough to completely solve the problem. Because those magical beasts have an extremely strong reproductive capacity, they are like swarms of locusts, flying wherever they go and laying eggs everywhere. Now the entire Tianlu Kingdom is infested with those magical beasts, and one spirit array cannot solve the problem. Dihan stood up, picked up the small wooden sword, ignored its anger and resistance, and calmly used the small wooden sword to kill a flying fly. He said calmly, "There's another formation covering this formation." "What?" Asajiri frowned. She only saw a formation. "A sacrificial formation," Dihan said. "This kind of formation uses ancient secret techniques. It is usually used by ferocious beasts that have died tragically and lost their bodies in order to find a new body. Of course, people can use it too. However, this kind of sacrificial formation requires the consent of both parties to succeed, and generally no cultivator is willing to offer their body to another soul. And powerful souls that lack a physical body simply won't seek out a body with poor talent." Upon hearing this, Asajiri immediately knew what Sang Yin was planning to do. It must be that some ferocious beast lost its body and took a liking to Sang Yin, who was trapped in this predicament with no way out. The two hit it off immediately, with the beast helping him get through this ordeal and him offering his body in return. What a naive person. He never considered that even if he dealt with this batch of magical beasts in the days to come, without a king, the people of Tianlu Kingdom would be able to live well under the rule of a magical beast. The gap between Warcraft and human players is indeed a huge chasm. That ferocious beast could never put itself in the shoes of a good ruler, serving the country and its people. "Do you need this ferocious beast?" she asked. Upon hearing this, Dihan raised an eyebrow. This statement was tantamount to breaking through the unspoken barrier between the two of them. Even if the two of them didn't reveal their identities from their previous lives, they probably had some guesses in their hearts. Asajiri could roughly guess that he might be related to the demon realm, but it was just a guess, and there was no substantial evidence. He could guess that in his previous life, Asajiri must have been a member of one of those powerful forces and of a high status. If Asajiri were to ask this question and he were to say yes, it would be an admission of his identity. Because only the people of the demon realm know how to absorb the power of ferocious beasts. He didn't deny it, but instead asked, "Do you need it?" Asajiri replied, "If you don't want it, I'll use it as medicine." Ferocious beasts may be of little use to ordinary cultivators, but they are of great use to an apothecary. She could concoct at least hundreds of poisons from a single ferocious beast. Dihan thought for a moment, then replied, "Since it's a collaboration, let's split it equally." Asajiri had no objection. "Okay." Then she went out. "Little Chaowu, he's from the demon realm. Do you still want to cooperate with him?" Emperor Fuyao asked with some concern. After all, in her previous life, Asajiri's identity destined her to fight against the people of the demon realm to the very end. Because both sides are actually vying for dominance over the Tianyuan continent. To put it bluntly, they are competing for resources. Neither side was willing to back down. Therefore, over tens of thousands of years, the two sides fought countless wars, and countless lives and bloodshed stood between the two races. Why not cooperate? Asajiri countered. For some reason, her eyes turned slightly cold. After a moment, she came to her senses and said, "I said before that I don't care if it's a demonic cultivation." The next day, the sky above the palace remained overcast, and the imperial advisor prophesied that the fate of the Tianlu kingdom was sealed, and there was no way to reverse it. The imperial advisor's words caused widespread panic throughout the palace. You could hear palace maids and eunuchs discussing the matter every few steps you took. Some of the concubines are even said to have secretly packed up their valuables and run away. As for where he ran off to, no one knows. After hearing the news, Sang Yin didn't even bother to investigate. After having breakfast, Asajiri left the palace with Sang Zhili and the others. "I also went to the morning court today. There were basically only some civil officials left in the court. Almost all the military generals have been killed. Now more and more people in the city are infected with the strange disease, and no minister is willing to take on this task." Sang Zhili whispered everything he knew to Asajiri. The general in charge of this matter in the city is surnamed Li. His solution is to gather all the infected people together and burned them in flames. Burned alive? Suyu asked in shock. After yesterday's conversation, he felt very awkward and didn't even go to eat dinner. However, after waking up from a nap, he still came over to find Asajiri. He didn't care about any of that nonsense about liking or disliking. As long as Asajiri was good to him and he enjoyed being with her, that was enough for him. There's nothing wrong with calling someone sister your whole life. Chapter 86 Burning in Flames. Sang Jili looked dejected. Yes. He never expected the solution to be like this. Burned alive. Those people parasitized by the monsters will not die in a short time, because the monsters will not want their hosts to die so quickly. Although they won't die, they have to endure endless torment every day and every hour. Moreover, given their current circumstances, they simply cannot find a way to treat these people. Both the Imperial Medical Academy and folk doctors were at a loss. The inevitable outcome for these infected people was death, so General Li's solution was to have them burned alive in a concentrated manner. This will reduce the risk of infection. But that's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Right now, there might be dozens or even hundreds of insect eggs about to hatch on a single withered blade of grass by the roadside. If no solution is found, more people will become victims. He recalled the shock he had shown when he heard the news. After court, he angrily questioned his elder brother, but his brother remained calm, saying, "You may be reluctant, you may feel sorry for them, but what can you do? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later." Sang Jili suddenly felt a deep sense of frustration. Sang Yin showed him the memorial, which clearly stated the requests for help from various cities, as well as the number of people who contracted the disease and died each day. That's a truly terrifying number. His eyes were healed, but it was as if they weren't, because he couldn't see those terrible things. If this continues, Tianlu Kingdom will be completely lost in less than a month. Can they really turn the tide? He suddenly started to lose confidence. The Wujiang dynasty's move truly left them no way out. Suyu also showed a pitiful expression. Shin Xingzhou still had a high fever every day, and no one knew what was wrong. Chao Wu had changed his medicine several times. He should have gotten better, but no one knew what was wrong. Asajiri let Busi take care of him in the palace. This time, he only took Sang Jili and Suyu with him when he left the palace. The situation in the city was not good. People were avoiding each other for fear of contracting the disease. Those who were wandering around outside were either infected or starving and driven to desperation. Some officers and soldiers were also patrolling from time to time, arresting people who were infected. I asked, and they said that anyone caught will be taken to Taipei and burned, Sang Jili said. Asajiri raised her chin, her voice cool and clear. Lead the way. The awkward thing is, Sang Jili doesn't know the way either. For the first 20 years or so, he had never even left the palace. Fortunately, a few patrolling soldiers came over at that moment, saw the group, and shouted, "What are you doing here? What are you doing loitering around here? Come over here for inspection." Sang Jili silently took out his token. The men, their faces pale, knelt down one after another. Sixth Prince. In fact, Sang Yin has now ascended the throne as emperor, and Sang Jili is his younger brother, so he can no longer be called His Highness the Prince. However, due to the many things that have happened recently, and the fact that Sang Jili has not yet been granted the title of king, they can only call him by his old title. Sang Jili didn't care about these trivial matters and accepted the token. "Take us to Beishur." The leader looked somewhat worried. "Is your highness going to the North Market to see General Li? I can go and inform him, but the North Market, your highness would be better off not going there. It's not a good place." That place was simply hell on earth. During this period, countless people have died from the fires. Even before reaching Taipei, the stench of burning could be smelled from several streets away. When the weather gets hot, the smell is even more nauseating than that of a slaughterhouse. He went there a few times, but when he came back, he couldn't even eat. It left me with a psychological scar. Sang Jili's expression remained unchanged. "No need, just lead the way." The man hesitated for a moment, glanced at Asajiri, and finally obeyed and led the way. Aside from the sixth prince, he had never met the other two, but judging from their clothes, they were of noble birth and pampered, especially the little girl among them. Hopefully, they won't take their anger out on him after they go to Taipei. He had given them a heads up beforehand. Feeling uneasy, the group rode their horses and soon arrived in Beishur. Vomit. Before even reaching Taipei, Suyu could smell the nauseating odor, and his stomach immediately churned. Sang Jili also frowned. Looking at Chao Wu again, his expression remained unchanged, unusually indifferent. Sang Jili took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Chao Wu. Use this to cover your face. It will make you feel better. Asajiri took it, glanced at it, and then turned to give it to Suyu. Sangjili paused for a moment. Even while Suyu was vomiting, she still managed to smile like a flower. Thank you, sister, you're so kind to me. Sangjili. Chao didn't pay much attention and went into Taipei first. Taipei has a simple gate. Push it open and you'll find yourself in a large, empty square. This used to be a large market with many different kinds of vendors. At that moment, what came into view was a field of bones. The burned bodies were not buried. They were all simply left lying around. Unlike cremation, they only need to burn people and monsters to death, not burn them to ashes. Most people are dragged out as bloody corpses after they are burned to death and left to rot. When Asajiri and the others entered, there was almost nowhere to put their feet. Suyu was so scared that his face turned pale. He had thought this place would be terrible, but he hadn't imagined it would be this terrible. The horrific state of each of the decaying corpses here varies. They weren't skeletons at all. They still had flesh and blood on them, and many of them were already infested with maggots. In a huge cage in the corner, some civilians who were about to be burned were still being held. Hearing his voice, Chao turned around and glanced back. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back, she said. Suyu's hands were trembling, but he still shook his head. I'm not scared, I just feel a little nauseous. The impact was too great. I've never seen such a horrific scene in my entire life. Asajiri glanced at the soldier who had led the way for them. Take him and wait outside the door. Suyu panicked, eager to prove himself. I'm not afraid, really, I just want to follow you. Asajiri looked at him and said, listen to me, just wait outside, or go back. If this little brat is scared to death, won't her innate spirit be one less? She wouldn't dare gamble on something that would result in a loss. Suyu felt a little wronged, but dared not disobey Chao Wu's words, and left with many glances back. Asajiri turned to look at Sangjili. If you're afraid, you can wait here. We don't need you. Sangjili shook her head. I want to see. Asagami let him be. Soon, General Li walked over aggressively. His gaze fell on Chao Wu and Sangjili, his eyes not exactly respectful. Sixth Prince, what brings you here? Chapter 87. Why don't you just die? If the late emperor were still alive, General Li might have shown more respect to Sangjili. Because the late emperor loved this son who was born blind very much. Sangjili is indeed very outstanding. Apart from being blind, he has almost no other shortcomings. Many ministers in the court respected him. But things are different now. The late emperor is no longer here, and dealing with this mess in such a place for so long would drive anyone crazy. General Li is numb. Sangjili did not blame him for his negligence, but calmly said, let's come and see the sick person. Upon hearing this, General Li frowned slightly. Sixth Prince, this matter is no child's play. If you are not careful, you may contract this disease. You should not have come here. Sangjili nodded. I know, this is my friend. She has superb medical skills. We came here to see if there is any possibility of curing this disease. He introduced the morning mist beside him to General Li. Upon hearing this, General Li glanced at Chao Wu. Because he hadn't washed himself properly in a long time, his stubble-covered face carried a fierce and murderous look, and his gaze toward Asajiri was not very friendly. This one? Your Highness, are you joking? This young girl looks younger than the sixth prince, yet she possesses extraordinary medical skills. I believe there may be young geniuses in this world, but these insects were brought here by the people of the Wuzhong dynasty. There is no solution except for them, he said in a deep voice. I know you mean well, sixth prince, but this disease has a very high mortality rate. It's almost certain to die if you get it. You should take your friend back as soon as possible. Even those around him died one after another. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but he wished to do his best to fulfill his responsibilities while he was still alive. Asajiri didn't look at him. Her gaze fell on the cage in the corner, where several people were loosely locked up. Some leaned against the cage in despair, some rolled on the ground in pain, and some wept and begged them to spare their lives. Cover your mouth and nose, Chao Wu said to Sangjili, then walked towards the cage. Sangjili quickly covered his mouth and nose with something, and then followed Chao Wu's footsteps. Sixth Prince, General Li frowned upon seeing this and shouted, this is not a place for you to show off your power. If you value your lives, leave now. He was genuinely angry. Why was he working so diligently on the front lines, teetering on the brink of death every day? In order to buy Tianlu Kingdom more time, we hope that Sang Yin and his group can come up with a solution. So he didn't hesitate to bear the infamy and cruelly burn the sick alive, hoping that the disease wouldn't spread so quickly. He tried his best to save the country and the royal bloodline, but who knew that Sang Jili would be so careless about his own life? He actually came to a place like this. In this place, anyone can fall ill. Even he, beneath his armor, had long been riddled with holes by parasites. However, time was of the essence, and Asajiri and Sang Jili ignored him. As she walked up to the cage, Asajiri immediately spotted the few people huddled inside. A shadow fell upon them, and they opened their eyes to see Chaowu and Sang Jili. They immediately became agitated. Sixth Prince, save me. Save us. We don't want to die. We really don't want to die. Please save us. At this moment, Sang Jili was like their only lifeline. A man was lying on the ground, shirtless. His entire belly had been eaten, and you could see that his belly was filled with those kinds of monsters. A huge, densely packed mass. People with trypophobia would probably die on the spot if they saw this. He was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it any longer. He stretched his hand out of the cage and cried out, "Save me, Sixth Prince. Look at us, ordinary people. The higher-ups don't care. When we get sick, they just abandon us and try to burn us alive. We are human beings. We are citizens of Tianlu Kingdom. We are living, breathing people." He reached out, attempting to grab Sang Jili's sleeve. Upon seeing this, General Li, who had followed from behind, was greatly alarmed and drew his sword without hesitation. A flash of cold light appeared, and blood gushed out as the man was severed at the elbow. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. Sang Jili was also startled. After realizing what was happening, he looked at General Li and said, "Li Shengning, what are you doing?" Li Shengning's voice was hoarse. "Your Highness, he is infected with the disease. If he comes into contact with you, you will also be infected. Even if you are standing here now, the chances of being infected are very high. Do you know that? I am doing this for your safety, for the sake of our Tianlu Kingdom. Please go back. There are not many royal bloodlines left now." His voice was tinged with sorrow as he knelt on the ground, begging Sang Jili to go back. "No, I promise you it won't happen." Sang Jili shook her head. He trusted Asajiri. With Asajiri around, at least he could guarantee his safety. He was about to help Li Shengning up when, unexpectedly, just as his hand was about to touch Li Shengning, the other party stood up and dodged it, as if he had seen a germ. "General Li?" he asked, puzzled. Asajiri said calmly, "He's also sick." These words shocked not only Sang Jili, but also General Li, who stared at Chaowu with a pale face. "How did you know?" Asajiri did not answer. The patients locked in the cages were the first to start a commotion. "General Li is infected too? Ha ha ha, the god of slaughter is infected too. Why don't you burn yourself to death? Didn't you say that all infected people should be burned to death as soon as they are discovered? So you are infected too. How can you stand here with a clear conscience after burning so many people to death? Why don't you just die?" Li Shengning's face was pale. He muttered to himself, "I'm not just clinging to life. I can still hold on. I haven't done anything wrong. As long as I don't die, I must control this illness." After saying that, he clutched his head in extreme pain and said, "I am not a god of death, and I don't want to burn you all to death. But there is no other way. There really is no other way." The burly man immediately burst into tears, clutching his head in his hands. Just 2 days ago, he personally sent his already sick parents into the fire. Thinking of the despair in his parents' eyes before they died, Li Shengning felt like he couldn't breathe. These days, he is engaged in a fierce internal struggle almost every moment. Now he no longer knows whether he was right or wrong. "I'm numb to it all." Seeing General Li's seemingly mad appearance, Sang Jili felt a pang of pity, but said nothing more. He knew that if he spoke to him now, the man might not listen. With a single squeeze of her hand, Asajiri instantly reduced the massive iron chains on the cage to dust. She opened the cage. A creak brought General Li back to reality. Chapter 88 Slap in the Face 1. "Get out." He lunged forward, blocking her with his body, his eyes bloodshot as if he wanted to devour her. "Sixth Prince, this is not a place for your childish games. Can you please take her away? We can't let the sick person escape, or the entire capital will die." He glared at Asajiri, wishing he could tear her apart. However, Asajiri glanced at him lightly, then stretched out 2 fingers, pinched his collar, and tossed him away gently. The next moment, the 200-pound giant was thrown several meters away. Sang Jili blinked. Then, belatedly, I went to help him up. General Li was so badly injured from the fall that he was grimacing in pain, but he didn't forget to keep his distance from Sang Jili. When he saw Sang Jili coming over to help him, he rolled away to the side, and then slowly climbed up while holding onto the cage. He never expected that the girl was so strong. After regaining her footing, She saw that Asajiri had already reached out and felt the pulse of a small child. "No," he shouted. However, it was too late. Those fair, jade-like fingertips had already touched the child. The child was in a terrible state. All 10 of his fingers had been chewed off, and his fingers were full of those worms. She looked weakly at Asajiri. "Pretty sister, did you come to save me?" Asajiri, who wasn't good at comforting children, calmly said, "I'll do my best." The child paused for a moment, then said, "It's okay." Asajiri lifted her eyelids again to take a look. The child cooperated well with the examination and suddenly said, "My mother used to say that I would be a beauty when I grew up. I think I would be as beautiful as you." Asajiri withdrew her hand. "How is it?" Sang Jili immediately stepped forward and asked nervously. Asajiri said, "It's not a big problem, but some people here are too badly injured to be saved. Some people have had their internal organs eaten, and even if they are still alive, they are just hanging on by a thread, hovering on the edge of death." She didn't have any high-grade spiritual herbs, so she couldn't refine any higher-grade pills. Her injuries were too severe for her to handle at the moment. Deworming is not difficult. Upon hearing this, Sang Jili breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that it can be cured. Please let me know if you need any help." General Li also leaned closer, his expression strange, and said, "Can it be cured? Do you know what you're saying? Can this strange disease be cured? Who has this ability? Her? Even the most renowned imperial physicians couldn't do it. So how could a teenage girl like her?" Asajiri gave him a cold look. "Don't use your narrow-minded understanding to measure other people's potential." General Li was angered by her words and was about to speak when Sang Jili said, "General Li, leave the rest to Commander Chaowu. Just follow her orders, or else you will be punished for disobeying orders." General Li asked incredulously, "Sixth Prince? Follow her orders? A teenage girl with blonde hair? She doesn't understand anything. What can she command? Didn't you hear her just now shamelessly saying that this disease can be cured? Isn't this just blatant pretense?" What chilled him even more was that Sang Jili actually asked him to hand over his power and take orders from this young girl. He felt that Sang Jili was possessed. "My eyes are fine, but my brain is damaged." Indeed, beautiful women have always been a source of trouble. Sang Jili didn't want to talk to him too much and asked Asajiri, "What's next?" Asajiri glanced at the man on the ground whose hand had been severed. "Of course we need to find a doctor to treat all the external injuries on these people. Otherwise, in this hot weather, they will fester in no time." To put it more politely, the external wounds on these people were already festering, all of them rotting flesh emitting a foul stench. If this rotten flesh isn't cleaned up, maggots will grow in it in a couple of days. Maggots growing on living people are not much different from how they are now covered in countless parasites. Upon hearing this, Sang Jili nodded and then asked General Li to find some doctors. The more the better. General Li was furious. Isn't this just blatant arguing? It's one thing to make a fuss yourself, but to go see a doctor is just asking for trouble. Aren't there enough sick people already? That will only create more panic among people. However, there was nothing that could be done. Sang Jili pulled out a gold medal from somewhere. Seeing the gold medal was like seeing the emperor. Imperial orders could not be disobeyed. General Li could only go to the doctor with a belly full of curses. Not long after General Li left, Suyu dawdled in. Although he still found it hard to endure the hellish environment, he persevered, obediently following behind Asajiri like a little puppy. Asajiri glanced at him and said the same thing again. "If you're scared, go outside." Suyu raised his head, like a determined little puppy. "I'm not afraid. I'll protect you." If he stays with Asajiri in the future, he will inevitably encounter even more terrifying scenes than this. If he is so fragile, he will eventually fall behind Asajiri. He had a premonition that Asajiri would soon leave this place. Where to go? He didn't know either. "I just hope I can still be with her then." Asajiri hummed in agreement, her expression remaining calm as she fiddled with the things in her hands. These were all things she took out of her spatial storage, which Suyu couldn't understand. "Do you need my help?" he asked the morning mist. Sang Jili endured the discomfort as she removed the rotten flesh from those who were infected. "Suyu definitely can't do this job. He's careless. It would be a miracle if he didn't hurt someone to death." Asajiri thought for a moment, then pulled out a large pile of spiritual herbs from her spatial storage. "Crush all of these into juice." At the same time, Chaowu pulled out the baby ginseng buried in the sacred soil. The baby ginseng looked completely bewildered, with a suspicious mark still hanging at the corner of its mouth. "Master?" The ginseng baby is no longer as wary and afraid of the morning mist as before. because over time it has discovered that this medicinal space is just perfect for it to sleep in. How bad can someone who possesses a magical elixir space really be? This is its view of good and evil. So now I speak to Asajiri in a much softer and cuter tone. After all, it now feels that it is not Asajiri that has taken advantage of it, but rather that it has taken advantage of Asajiri. Asajiri said, "Ginseng baby, could you transplant all the spiritual herbs in your space to the vicinity of the spiritual spring? I want to enhance the spiritual energy of the spring water." Getting rid of these low-level magical beasts is simple. Chao only needs to refine a pill that counters them. However, because of the large number of them, she can't refine a pill for everyone in Tianlu Kingdom, so she thought of using spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was a treasure in her spatial storage. Even a small bottle of it would cause experts to fight tooth and nail for it if it were outside. Her space, however, was inexhaustible. However, she used it so much that the effect was no longer very noticeable, so Asajiri sometimes just used it for bathing. Upon hearing this, the baby ginseng blinked. No need for that. If Master wants to temporarily enhance the spiritual energy of the spring water, I can just soak in it for a while. Chapter 89 Slap in the Face, 2. Is this okay? She asked in surprise. Ginseng baby nodded. That's possible, but if you want to improve the quality of the spiritual spring water, this probably won't work. Asajiri shook her head. No need. The spiritual spring water is a priceless treasure for everyone, and it can only benefit their bodies without causing any harm. If she adds medicine to the spiritual spring water, it can not only expel the parasitic demons from their bodies, but also heal their injuries. Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby obediently went to take a bath. Not long after, General Li returned, with more than a dozen people behind him, some old and some young, who appeared to be the doctor he had gone to find. Asajiri doesn't care how many people there are. Since she's only providing the medicine and doesn't care about anything else, they can distribute it themselves later. After all, there are so many people in the entire Tianlu Kingdom, she can't possibly treat them one by one. The doctors were also seeing such a terrifying scene for the first time. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale, some vomited, and others fainted. General Li's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He walked up to Sang Zhili and said, "Sixth Prince, I have brought you the person you wanted." Sang Zhili stood up, nodded, and then asked Asajiri, "What's next?" Asajiri didn't even lift her eyelids. "Of course we should bury all the corpses here. Otherwise, are we going to keep them for a New Year's feast?" Upon hearing this, General Li patiently said, "Young lady, you make it sound so easy. Transporting so many corpses out of the city is no small undertaking. How many people would that require? Moreover, have you considered how many people might contract diseases during the journey?" Asajiri has never paid attention to idiots. Sang Zhili nodded. "I understand. I will instruct them to clean up Beishur." General Li was so angry that his beard was trembling. I wish I could crack open Sang Zhili's skull on the spot and see what kind of romance is inside. He didn't take what he said to heart at all, but there was nothing he could do. Once Sang Zhili made a decision, he would immediately get to it without delay. Asajiri continued preparing the elixir. Inside the space, the baby ginseng frolics happily in the spiritual spring water. These elixirs don't need to be refined. Some can be added directly, while others need to be crushed into juice. In any case, it's very simple. Before long, the first bucket of prepared spiritual spring water was ready. Asajiri didn't hide anything. With a wave of her hand, a large bucket of water appeared out of thin air. Those watching were so astonished that their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg. "A demoness?" someone stammered. "What kind of sorcery is this? No one but the people of the Wujiang dynasty could do it." Upon hearing this, Suyu rolled his eyes dramatically. "What kind of sorcery? A bunch of bumpkins." He ran up to Asajiri, holding up what he was carrying like a treasure. "I've done everything you asked me to do. Is there anything else?" Asajiri's gaze swept over the patients locked in cages. Those she saw all shrank back in fear, as if afraid that Asajiri would use them for experiments. "Here it is." She slightly raised her chin, her gaze falling on the child whose pulse she had just taken. One of the child's eyes had become a bloody hole, the eyeball nowhere to be seen, while the other eye stared intently at Asajiri, showing no fear. Suyu nodded, then prepared to bring the child out. Before he could even get close, a couple next to the child lunged at him like madmen, their expressions fierce. "Stay away from my daughter. Get away from me. You're not allowed to hurt my daughter." Suyu explained, "Auntie, we're not trying to hurt your daughter. We're trying to save her. That young lady can save her." The couple, however, did not believe it. Perhaps their defenses had been completely shattered by the harsh reality of this period. They were now sensitive and suspicious, trusting no one. They simply held the child tightly in their arms like a mother protecting her child, saying, "You are all useless. You have no way to solve this disaster. You are going to burn us all to death." When Sang Jili returned at this moment and saw the scene, he stepped forward and persuaded her. "No, she really can cure this disease. Please believe us." What she received in return was a heavy slap from the woman's husband. Smack! Sang Jili's head was knocked to the side. He lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see the expression in them. "Are you all sick?" Seeing this, Su Yu's fiery temper couldn't be contained. "Do you think people are stupid just because they don't get angry? He speaks to you in a good mood because he cares about you ordinary people, not because he's eager to be your punching bag and be questioned and denied by you." Asajiri pinched her brow, feeling a slight headache. "Such a simple thing, I don't know how it became so complicated. So what if these people don't believe it? There's no need to waste words with them. Strength is the only true measure of success." With a wave of her hand, light as a feather, the woman was suddenly pushed away as if by an invisible force and sat down on the ground with a thud, while the child stood there blankly. Asajiri beckoned to her. "Come here. Don't go. Yin Yin. Don't go over there. They are bad people." The woman was in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up, but she still immediately stopped the little girl. Someone nearby chimed in. "Yeah, there's no cure. Everyone who gets this disease will die. No matter what they do, it's just a waste of time and energy. It's only us who suffer. How could there possibly be a cure? If there were, they would have already come up with it." "That's right. If there was a way, why didn't they do it sooner? So many people were burned to death." The little girl hesitated for 2 seconds, then resolutely walked towards the morning mist. "Yin Yin," her parents shouted. "So you quickly closed the cage to prevent them from rushing out." The little girl raised her head and looked at Asajiri with one eye. "Pretty sister, I believe in you. I want to live." One sentence was enough to make Sang Jili feel particularly uneasy. He didn't blame the man for slapping him. He knew that this was because they were incapable of protecting the people who placed their hopes on them and had all their hopes on them. Their behavior was also due to their deep disappointment. Who doesn't want to live? Everyone wants to live. It's all because the people of the Wujiang dynasty are such scoundrels. Asajiri looked into the little girl's eyes and said softly, "I won't let you die." The little girl nodded obediently. "I believe you." Finding an empty spot, she placed the little girl there, and Asajiri began to remove the rotten flesh from her body. Considering her young age, Chaowu took out 2 bottles of pills from her spatial storage, which could alleviate her pain. After a thorough examination, Asajiri was able to see the specific condition of her body. Not only did one of his eyes fall out, but several of his fingers were also eaten. Parting the messy hair, there was a large hole at the back of the head, filled with wriggling worms. Chapter 90 Slap in the Face 3. The situation was not optimistic. Even Sang Jili and Su Yu, who were watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but wonder if someone whose brain was full of these worms could be saved. General Li stood to the side, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He wanted to see what this arrogant woman would do. If someone like that can be saved, then he should just call her dad. However, throughout, Asajiri's expression remained calm and composed, and her hands never stopped moving so fast that it was almost dazzling. They removed the rotten flesh from her body, and then gave her 2 sips of the prepared spiritual spring water. The medicinal effects of the spiritual spring water take effect very quickly. As soon as she drank it, the monster inside the little girl's body began to gather rapidly, because they all felt the allure of the sacred spring water. Nothing can resist the water of the spiritual spring, because it is a treasure in itself. Cultivators, magical beasts, and even rare spiritual plants like ginseng babies love spiritual spring water. However, as these magical beasts gathered, the medicinal herbs mixed in the spiritual spring water also took effect. In an instant, all the magical beasts seemed to be scorched and began to flee frantically. Monsters began to burrow into her wound. The little girl was in so much pain that she was practically rolling on the ground, with veins bulging on her neck. This scene terrified everyone. They didn't get close. They only saw the little girl's miserable state from afar, and their faces immediately turned pale. The couple, in particular, immediately knelt on the ground, wailing and shouting, spewing out a torrent of profanities. May Asajiri suffer a terrible death. Enraged, Su Yu forgot all about being scared and grabbed a handful of insects from the ground. Without thinking, he shoved them into the mouths of the 2 men, saying, "Here's some meat for you. Have some decency." They really treated my good intentions like dirt. They had no idea that a Sageai was able to come to Tianlu Kingdom because of Sangjili. If it weren't for Sangjili, a Sageai might not have even bothered to come and see Tianlu Kingdom after its fall. This was their only chance of survival, yet not a single person believed it. Even that dog Emperor Sang Yin didn't believe it. They're so nice, even though Asajiri is so beautiful. So you also considered things from their perspective. If he were in their shoes, he might also be just as afraid and hesitant to trust others. But the situation is different now. They have already been pulled into the fire and are doomed to die. The appearance of a Sageai is the only chance of survival in front of them. Even so, these people still couldn't understand and even cursed Asajiri to die. He's so angry. Su Yu's behavior terrified the couple so much that they almost died on the spot. They no longer cared about cursing Chao Wu and frantically reached into their throats to dig out the worms. The little girl's wailing lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Sang Jili moved closer to Chao Wu. He had silently memorized every step Jiang Chao Wu had taken, preparing to teach it to others. "What was that pill you just gave her?" he asked softly. Asajiri replied, "It's for pain relief." Upon hearing this, Sang Jili paused for a moment. Then "I've taken all the painkillers, but I'm still writhing in pain on the floor. Is this treatment process really that painful?" He was a little worried that some people might not be able to handle it. Asajiri remained expressionless and did not speak again. She couldn't very well say that she forgot that many of the pills she kept in her spatial storage were expired. Expired painkillers have no pain relief effect. At this moment, the little girl weakly opened her eyes. Asajiri glanced at her and saw that hundreds of insects had crawled out of her body. This is only what crawled out of her body. The little girl also saw the insects, her voice trembling. "Pretty sister, did they all crawl out of my body?" Asajiri said, "They won't parasitize your body anymore." She had drunk the spiritual spring water, but she was just an ordinary person and didn't know how to refine the power of the spiritual spring water, so the scent would remain in her body forever. "I will never be parasitized by this kind of monster again." "Really?" The little girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. Asajiri stared into her eyes for 2 seconds, then softly hummed in agreement. She was then seated, and Asajiri took out silver needles from her spatial storage and began to administer acupuncture. There was no need for this. Her life was no longer in danger, and the healing spring water would slowly heal her wounds. There was no need for her to take any more medicine. But she realized that the nerves in her only remaining eye were also damaged, and that the damage was irreversible. The nerve was compressed, and over time, she will slowly lose sight in that eye. At that time, this little girl will be just like Sang Jili before. Her whole life will be plunged into darkness. So after hesitating for 2 seconds, Asajiri decided to meddle in this matter. The little girl cooperated well, neither crying nor making a fuss, and remained completely still. Not long after, the morning mist calmly put away the needle. Looking at the insects covering the ground, Suyu felt goosebumps rise all over his body and shivered. "How is she? Is she better?" Asajiri nodded. "I will no longer be parasitized by this monster, and my wounds will heal quickly." Sang Jili almost cried with joy. "What did she say?" "Healed." Several folk doctors nearby stared blankly, whispering to each other in disbelief. "No, what did she do?" "She didn't do anything, did she? And she was cured just like that." "I don't know. What was that bucket of water?" "I saw the child drink a couple of sips, and then the worms inside his body started crawling out." "Don't they usually burrow deeper?" They couldn't believe it. It seemed like they had only witnessed an insignificant acupuncture treatment, but in just a short while, the major problem that had troubled them for so long was resolved. It can't be real. How could it be cured so easily? Those were insects sent by the people of the Wujiang dynasty. Their bodies were completely eaten away. There's no way they could have survived. Do you think the shit of the Wujiang dynasty tastes better? You think other people's stinky feet smell good? What's wrong with the Wujiang dynasty? Does that mean their stuff is the best in the world and no one can cure it? Regardless of whether she cured it or not, the fact that she could get rid of these insects is amazing, someone retorted. Yes. This statement perfectly captured the feelings of every sick person present. In fact, many of them are not that afraid of death. They were simply terrified, looking at the dense swarms of parasites inside their bodies, feeling like they had become inhuman monsters. The pain was bearable, but the fear in my heart was insurmountable. Regardless of whether this girl can cure them or not, she can definitely remove the worms from their bodies that are not afraid of being burned or scalded by water. Immediately, everyone erupted in excitement. Especially General Li. His gaze towards Asajiri was unusually fervent, and he knelt down with a thud, crying out, "Father! My dear father!" Chapter 91 Exposure. Chao Wu dodged away, avoiding General Li's passionate embrace. So you stood in front of Chao Wu, looking wary. General Li was so excited that his face turned red, and the disdainful look he had shown when he looked at the morning mist was completely gone. You really have a way. You really can get rid of these bugs from the body. No one knows how excited he was at that moment. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Suyu raised his chin proudly. Of course, I already told you. It's just that you didn't believe me. General Li felt extremely ashamed. Thinking about his actions just now, he wished he could disappear into the ground. Asajiri's expression didn't change much as she turned to look at the patients in the cage who were staring blankly at her. Asajiri had no doubt that if they weren't in cages, they would have pounced on them immediately. After a 2-second silence, it finally erupted. Divine Doctor, please save me. I beg you. I can give you 10,000 taels of gold. Please save me. Help me. These bugs are eating me alive. Please, they've eaten my guts out. Wah, save me first. Save me first. If you can save me, I'll do anything for you, even be your slave. I have elderly parents and young children to care for, and my whole family has been infected. Asajiri turned to look at Sang Zhili. I will provide you with the medicine, but you must personally supervise it, strictly regulate the dosage for each person, and do not allow it to be leaked out. The preciousness of the spiritual spring water is self-evident. It is an extremely heaven-defying existence for every cultivator. Although she has an inexhaustible supply, it doesn't mean she doesn't care about it. Morning mist can save lives, but it absolutely forbids anyone from harboring malicious intentions or engaging in private corruption. Whether you take the spiritual spring water to sell or to cultivate, she wouldn't allow it. Sang Zhili nodded. I will take it seriously. Thank you. Asajiri didn't say anything. She ignored the others and used General Li as an example to show Sang Zhili how she cured him. There were also a dozen or so doctors. They witnessed hundreds of insects crawling out of a living person's body. Although everyone felt a chill, they watched with utmost seriousness. Until there wasn't a single worm left in General Li's body. He took off his armor, and everyone saw that his chest, riddled with holes, was slowly healing. Instantly, everyone looked at Asajiri with the same awe and reverence one would show to a deity. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, the morning mist is more beautiful than a fairy. If they weren't gods, how could they possibly produce magic water to save their lives? Everyone knelt on the ground and worshipped the morning mist. What should we do with these bugs? Suyu raised his hand, his face not looking good. Nothing else. It's just that seeing all those insects crawling frantically all over the ground, so densely packed, makes my scalp tingle. This insect reproduces extremely quickly, laying eggs everywhere. Although those who have been cured will not be reinfected, a large number of people have not yet been infected. We can't possibly let everyone get infected, can we? Moreover, if these insects are not eradicated, Tianlu Kingdom will never be able to grow food, and it will not even be able to grow a single green plant. Asajiri raised her hand, her fingertips swirling with rich spiritual energy. The next moment, a flash of light, and all the densely packed insects were strangled. She said, I'll give you 3 days to find out who's sick and get the antidote based on the number of people. After 3 days, I'll lure all the monsters together and wipe them out. Sang Yan's spirit array had a flaw, only able to kill a magical beast once, but hers was different. She can repair the spirit array and permanently kill those magical beasts. At the same time, she lifted the baby ginseng, who was soaking comfortably in the spiritual spring water and almost falling asleep. Wake up! Do me a favor. Young master, it's time for your meal. The voice of a palace maid came from outside the door, but Dihan remained sitting there quietly with his eyes closed, ignoring her. After waiting for a while without hearing any sound, the door creaked open and someone pushed it open and entered. The young palace maid tiptoed in, peering around with her head craning her neck. She breathed a sigh of relief once she confirmed that no one was in the hall. What's going on? Does he think he's some kind of VIP? He has to be begged and pleaded with every time he wants to do anything. What kind of friend is the 6th prince? Tianlu Kingdom is about to perish. You can only blame your bad luck. People like you who are so arrogant should die here. While muttering to herself, she deftly took out a bundle and stuffed all the valuables in the room into it. Suddenly, something fell down, startling her. Looking down, I saw a small wooden sword. She picked it up and examined it closely, then scoffed dismissively. It looks quite professional, but I didn't expect it to be something a fool would do. How old is he? still playing with this kind of childish stuff. As he spoke, he casually tossed the small wooden sword aside. But to her surprise, the small wooden sword did not fall to the ground. Instead, it flew up on its own and returned to her. Oh. The palace maid's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and she covered her lips tightly with both hands. She had probably never seen such a bizarre scene before. Her legs were trembling. But fearing that it would attract attention, she covered her lips tightly, afraid to make a sound, despite her fear. The next moment, the eyes on the little wooden sword suddenly opened. His dark red eyes, radiating a captivating allure, gazed down at her from above. Aya! She couldn't take it anymore and ran away frantically, but her legs were so weak that she collapsed to the ground after only 2 steps. She dragged her already weak body frantically, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't crawl out. A ghost, a ghost. The palace maid stared in terror at the eyes on the small wooden sword, too frightened to speak properly. TSK. A soft sigh came from inside the room. The next moment, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared in front of her. He was tall and looked down at her. Useless. His tone was cold, and his demeanor was aloof. You a ghost. The little palace maid screamed in fright as she looked at the person who appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing Dihan's face clearly, she was even more terrified. It turns out this person had been in the hall the whole time. He's a ghost, he's not a human. Ghost. He opened his mouth as if he found the word novel, his voice deep and magnetic. You'll find out if I'm a ghost once you go down there. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and made a pinch in the air. Before the man could even scream, he instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. Dihan remained indifferent, saying casually, "That thing is not as scary as me." As if sensing that the air was polluted, he gently waved his hand, and the windows in the hall opened automatically. The next moment, they met a pair of cool, aloof eyes. Dihan paused. He withdrew the spiritual energy from his hand and asked, "What are you doing standing outside? Do you need me for something?" Chapter 92 The Attic. Asajiri smoothed her skirt and walked in. As soon as she returned to the palace, she heard the screams of the little palace maid from earlier. Her intuition told her that something had happened, so she came over. Sure enough, I saw what had just happened. Asajiri asked, "What did she do? Why did you kill her?" "These people are ordinary people. Cultivators generally don't kill ordinary people who are powerless to even kill a chicken without a reason," Dihan said calmly. "She deserves to die." Asajiri fell silent upon hearing this. A glance at the gold and silver jewelry scattered on the ground told me what had happened. But Asajiri did not agree with his approach. Dihan didn't continue the topic. "Is the matter settled?" Asajiri nodded. "It's nothing serious. It won't be long." Dihan rested his chin on his hand, his face noble. "It seems you must have been a renowned top-tier pharmacist in your past life." No ordinary pharmacist would dare to say something like that so casually. Only a top-tier pharmacist, after being thrown back to square one, can remain calm and easily resolve this situation. If he were to handle this matter, he would probably just set the entire country on fire. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him and said coldly, "Naturally, I am not as good as you. The people of the demon realm are powerful and can completely crush ordinary cultivators of the same level." After he finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. Asajiri directly identified him without any attempt to conceal it, indicating that she had just witnessed his actions. Dihan's dark eyes stared at her, and an overwhelming killing intent instantly engulfed Chao Wu. Asajiri was not afraid at all and met his gaze. A moment later, the invisible force suddenly withdrew. He chuckled lightly. "You seem to know quite a lot." Asajiri did not deny it. Dihan asked, "You're not one of your superior's people, are you?" Asajiri asked, "Why do you think that?" "Those idiots above me have always disliked people from the demon realm. If you encounter anyone from the demon realm, kill them without mercy." Although her identity was suspicious and she looked like a superior, she didn't seem to hate the people of the demon realm that much. Foolish Asajiri. Seeing her expression, he paused for a moment. "No, you really are my boss?" Asajiri looked at him expressionlessly. "Dihan, never mind what I said." Asajiri was speechless. There are hundreds of powerful forces of varying sizes on the Tianyuan continent. The demon realm occupies half of the Tianyuan continent, while the other half is divided among hundreds of other forces. The most powerful force among them is the One Office, 3 palaces, 6 halls, and 12 peaks, with the Supreme Office being the head of all the forces. She never expected that among the people of the demon realm, they would actually call their most capable superiors idiots. Idiot. Our ancestor was wise and powerful throughout her life, and her reputation was renowned far and wide. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to her. Instantly, Asagiri's gaze towards him turned extremely hostile. Dihan remained silent for a moment, pretending that nothing had happened. He cleared his throat and asked, "Is there something you need?" Asagiri snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head. "No." After saying that, she turned and left. On the way back, Asagiri lowered her eyes and thought. Yes, within the same class, the people of the demon realm completely outclass normal cultivators like them. Cultivating demonic spirits is risky and unconventional, but it is indeed powerful. She wanted to quickly regain the strength she had gained in her previous life, and there was actually another way, to cultivate demonic spirits. But the risk was too great, and demonic spirits were even rarer than ordinary spiritual energy. She couldn't find them at all, and didn't know how to cultivate them. Seeing the spiritual power he used just now, she suddenly had that idea. What if she cultivates both magic and spirit? Legend has it that the creator goddess of the nine heavens spirit realm was a dual cultivator of demonic and spiritual power, reaching the highest level in both ordinary spiritual power and demonic power. But that would be too risky. She needs to think it over carefully. Lost in her thoughts, Chaowu didn't realize that she had unknowingly left Sang Zhili's palace and gone to a desolate, cold palace. I turned around and looked around. There was no one there. I don't know where I am, and I can't even find anyone to ask for directions. Just as they were about to leave, the ginseng baby inside the space suddenly started to flutter. Because it was making such a big and unusual noise, Asagiri had no choice but to take it out. What's wrong? However, before anyone could reply, the ginseng baby darted away in a flash, its movement so fast that only a blur remained. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Asagiri paused for a moment, then chased after it in the direction it disappeared. The baby ginseng left in a very remote direction. There was no one around, but it ran deeper into the area, completely disregarding whether the morning mist could catch up. If it weren't for the contractual relationship between Asagiri and it, which allowed Asagiri to sense its direction, it would most likely have lost track of it. After chasing for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, we finally stopped in front of a tall building. The building's architecture is completely different from the low-rise palaces of the royal palace. It is very tall, and its architectural style is somewhat eerie. Despite the fact that the surrounding area is full of abandoned palaces, this pavilion is brand new, looking as if it was just built recently. Be careful, it's a bit dangerous here, Emperor Fuyao warned. Now there's nothing he can do to help Asagiri, so he can only try his best to warn her, lest she encounter any real danger. If something unexpected really happens this time, then there will truly be no way out. Asagiri nodded. I know. Even without Emperor Fuyao saying anything, Chaowu sensed the danger here. There's something inside this attic. Not human. Asagiri tries to summon the ginseng baby back, but all you could hear was its whimpering. There was no other reaction. It seemed to be trapped by something. Asagiri knew inwardly that something was wrong. I looked into the attic. The door was tightly shut, and it was quiet inside. But if you look closely, you'll find that there's a formation set up on the gate. It wasn't a high-level spirit array. In fact, it was riddled with flaws. But something else was added to it. Anyone who gets close will immediately disturb what's inside. Since the ginseng baby was still inside, Chaowu didn't want to make any rash moves. She quietly circled around the outside and found that the entire pavilion was surrounded by a spirit array. It's like it's preventing the things inside from coming out. This Tianlu kingdom is truly extraordinary. Even a tiny country like Tianlu has a spirit array master. However, she did not sense any other cultivators in the palace. And what about Nanfuin? If there really were other cultivators, did he not sense them either? If you sensed it, why didn't you say anything? Several questions simultaneously appeared in Asagiri's mind. But this is not the time to think about these things. This spirit array can be broken by the morning mist. However, she did not do that, because she didn't know what was trapped inside, or why a spirit array was used to trap it. If there were any danger, she would release the thing by breaking the spirit array. Not sure if she had the ability to deal with it, Asagiri did not take that risk. Chapter 93 Crimson Dragon. Finally, Asagiri found the weakest point in the spirit array, broke it open, concealed her tracks, and sneaked inside. There were no lights on in the attic, but Chaowu dared not relax her vigilance for a moment, because she sensed that the ginseng baby was nearby. But it made no sound. Suddenly, something brushed past her cheek. Asagiri caught it with lightning speed. A glimmer of light appeared between her fingers. In the darkness, Asagiri could see what it was. A butterfly that glows. Asagiri's expression hardened. The next moment, the space in front of them suddenly lit up with starlight. Like the faint light between her fingers, it was a convergence of countless tiny starlight. From faint to radiant, magnificent and dazzling. After recognizing what it was, Asajiri immediately softened her breathing, trying not to disturb it. How could such a thing exist in this place? She thought to herself as she spoke to Emperor Fuyao. Standing before her was a huge, bewitching vine. The vines were covered with countless glowing butterflies, the same species as the one in her hand. These butterflies are not aggressive, but the powdery scales on their bodies are flammable. If startled, they will accelerate their flight and spontaneously combust without a flame. There were at least tens of thousands of butterflies covering this vine, so densely packed that it looked a bit eerie. Emperor Fuyao was also puzzled. I don't know, little Chaowu. Look, there's a figure up there. Asajiri said. I saw it. She saw it when the huge vine lit up. A person was hanging from one of the branches of a vine. The man was wearing a large robe and had his back to her, so she couldn't see his face. Asajiri did not make any rash moves. After careful observation, she discovered the baby ginseng hanging on the other side. Seemingly noticing her, the baby ginseng's dark eyes welled up with pitiful tears, as if it were about to burst into tears at any moment. Unfortunately, its mouth was blocked by vines, which were tightly wrapped around it, and it couldn't break free. It could only place its hopes on the morning mist. It took all her strength to twitch one finger, and she pointed pitifully to the spot next to her. Asajiri looked in the direction it was pointing. Something glittering was stuck in the vine. Looking at the ginseng baby's splayed front teeth, Chao Wu's lips twitched. It turns out it was gluttony that caused the trouble. This vine is not yet tall enough to be considered a spiritual plant. It is merely a spiritual herb that is relatively old. It was impossible to tell what it was because it was completely enveloped by the butterfly. The scales on a butterfly can not only spontaneously combust, but also have hallucinogenic effects. It was dangerous to others, but Asajiri's eyes lit up when she saw them. This is a good thing. It would be very useful for making poison. Asajiri took out a medicine bottle from her spatial storage. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual power, the vine seemed to sense his presence and suddenly retracted. In less than 2 seconds, it shrank underground, and all the butterflies disappeared along with it. With a thud, the baby ginseng sat down on the ground. It blinked its eyes, realizing it was safe, and then buried its head in Asajiri's arms, crying pitifully. Wah, master, it's so hard, I can't bite it. Asajiri. She scooped up the ginseng baby, which was wriggling like a maggot, from her arms and asked, What did you sense just now? Why did you run so fast? The baby ginseng let out a big burp. Very nourishing. Asajiri frowned. You mean the vines from earlier? The ginseng baby nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That's it. It's incredibly nourishing. After saying that, she touched her stomach with a very aggrieved expression. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything in so long. Asajiri then realized that spiritual plants also need to eat, but she had nothing in her space. It's also her fault for being so busy with her own things after signing the contract that she didn't notice the ginseng baby. Although her elixir space greatly benefits with spirits, it ultimately cannot replace everything. Was it running so fast just now? Asajiri pursed her lips, looking at the spot where the giant vine had appeared. Now, there was nothing but a pile of dirt. Even the person hanging on it was gone. I'm sorry, it got away, Asajiri said. I'll find you some food. The food for spiritual plants is nothing more than various spiritual herbs, but ordinary spiritual herbs cannot meet their needs, so Chaowu has to find a way. We must resolve this matter here quickly and head to the Wuzhong dynasty. Then Asajiri put it back into the space. After taking another look at the pavilion filled with spirit arrays, Chaowu finally withdrew a moment later. It took a long time to finally return to Sang Zhili's palace. At that time, a large group of people were sitting at the table. Except for Di Han, who was calmly eating, no one else moved. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they finally saw her. Sang Zhili asked, Did something happen? I've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't find you. If Nan Fuyin hadn't been sitting there calmly, he would have thought she had left without saying goodbye. We really searched everywhere. Asajiri said calmly, I'm lost. Sang Zhili paused, then said, Because I prefer quiet. This place is secluded. There are many abandoned palaces nearby, and generally no palace maids go there. If you don't know the way, you can bring a palace maid with you next time. Asajiri shook her head, took a couple of bites, and then asked, How's the task I assigned you going? When it came to business, Sang Zhili straightened his expression and replied, The entire capital has been investigated, and all infected and potentially infected people have been found. Other places are reporting numbers every day. I need to go see my imperial brother about these. Asajiri nodded. Come to me for the antidote according to the number of people, and get it done as soon as possible. Sang Jili nodded, then asked, Are you getting ready to leave? Asajiri nodded. Leave immediately after you've finished, so please be as quick as possible. Sang Jili nodded absent-mindedly. Chawu didn't think much of it, and went to find Dian after eating. Even after his identity was exposed, he remained as indifferent as ever, though Asajiri could tell that he wasn't as wary of her as before. Have you found the monster? He asked. Asajiri paused for a moment. He said calmly, Getting lost is something that actually happens to you? Even if they got lost, they could just fly to any palace, find the right direction, and leave. It wouldn't have taken this long. The only option is to go and investigate. Only a few idiots would believe an excuse like getting lost. Asajiri nodded. Yes, we found it. Dihan waited for her to continue. Chawu said, It's a crimson demon dragon, at the peak of the 6th rank. Go and catch it. Upon hearing this, Dihan looked at her with a half-smile. Me? Asajiri nodded. Go. He laughed. As expected, the most poisonous heart is that of a woman. The crimson demon dragon is the most cunning of all ferocious beasts. To fight it, you must use the power of your soul. You want me to deal with it? Can you give up half of it? The two had agreed beforehand that they would split the demon equally. Chapter 94 Shin Shingzhou awakens his talent. Asajiri replied coldly, No? He laughed. Then how can you be so sure I'll make a move? The crimson demon dragon is extremely cunning, and even at only the 6th rank, it is not easy to deal with. Because it is extremely cunning. For cultivators, spiritual roots and soul power are the most vulnerable to damage. It would be a huge waste for him to damage his soul power in order to deal with a mere crimson demon dragon. Asajiri said expressionlessly, My soul power is too weak right now. Only you can help me. Otherwise, we'll have to give up. But Asajiri knew that neither she nor he should give up resources that were offered to them. The allure of a 6th-tier magical beast is still quite strong. For example, he is currently a low-level blue spirit. If he can absorb the power of this 6th-level magical beast, he will definitely advance a little. As for the extent of the promotion, that remains to be seen. Anyway, there will definitely be some gains. And her too. Without saying anything more, Asajiri took out a delicate little medicine bottle from her spatial storage and placed it on the table. He then left his room. Emperor Fuyao asked with some concern, Will he do it? Yes. Chawu said. Emperor Fuyao said with some concern. But I feel that his identity is not as simple as we imagine. Such people are the most difficult to fathom. Asajiri was not worried. Regardless of his identity, he and I are now the same people. Not to mention, thinking of what she had just taken out, Asajiri curled her lips into a smile. She suddenly thought of it just now. The spiritual spring water was such an important thing. Although it didn't benefit her much anymore, it was still a priceless treasure to others. To successfully contract a rank 1 artifact, Nanfuin must have used several secret techniques from their demon realm. Asajiri didn't know much about those secret techniques, only that they were methods that could only be used in critical moments, burning one's own soul power to gain a temporary surge in strength. He is now not only seriously injured, but his soul power is also severely damaged, which is why he has been unable to tame the Earth rank artifact. He must be desperately trying to restore his soul power right now. What a coincidence. Her spiritual spring water happens to have this effect. She wanted the Crimson Dragon's magic crystal, because she wanted to cultivate demonic spirits. However, demonic cultivation is not so easy. Before that, she needs to find a way to cleanse her marrow. After Chawu left, a cold light flashed, and Dihan was the first to take the small medicine bottle in his hand. His well-defined fingers gently rubbed the small medicine bottle, and after a moment, he opened it. A pure and rich spiritual energy immediately filled my nostrils. Just smelling it made my blood flow smoothly. The small wooden sword emitted a buzzing sound, and then flew swiftly towards the spirit spring. Unfortunately, before they could get very close, he slapped them away without hesitation. Dihan glanced at him coldly. The little wooden sword grew anxious, seemingly very angry, but undeterred, it flew back to try and wrestle the tempting spiritual spring water from him. Every time, there's simply no way to get close. After a short while, the little wooden sword was bound in midair by a spiritual force, its eyes fixed on the aloof and cold man in front of it. Dihan seemed oblivious to its fiery gaze, leisurely leaning back in its original spot, its long, slender fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, only one person possesses an inexhaustible supply of spiritual spring water. The boss, the most prized genius apprentice of those old fogies, the newly appointed genius patriarch. Heh. After an unknown amount of time, he chuckled softly. I originally thought she was just an ordinary disciple of her superior. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be the gold nugget that those old folks had been protecting for hundreds of years. He and Asajiri didn't have much interaction in their previous lives. When Asajiri took office as the ancestor of his superiors, he was still in seclusion in the demon realm. All that is known is that she is a renowned genius, a rare and exceptional celestial spiritual root, a cultivator of all elements, and the beloved disciple whom her superiors, those old fogies, vied to pamper when they were alive. He suddenly became curious about how she died. A peerless genius who could rival him actually perished, and ended up in this godforsaken place, just like him? He was betrayed and failed to inherit the power of the legacy, but what about her? Suddenly, I felt interested in staying by her side. Thinking of this, he changed to a more comfortable position, stared at the spiritual spring water for 2 seconds, and then drank it all in one gulp. Little wooden sword. What the hell? How can a master be so selfish? Little wooden sword almost died of anger on the spot. It was once a powerful earth rank artifact, but now it's weakened to the point of being just a toy wooden sword, all thanks to him. But this man didn't feel embarrassed at all. The spiritual spring water was such a nourishing thing, and instead of using it to heal his wounds, he actually kept it all for himself. Selfish jerk. The earth rank artifact suddenly felt very frustrated. Why? That chubby radish made a contract with that woman, living a life of luxury and enjoying the freedom to drink from the spiritual spring, while it followed this man, spending every day either clashing or endlessly being hung up and tortured. These rare and superior spirit pets are usually treated like royalty wherever they go. It has never suffered such humiliation before. Ignoring the frantic little wooden sword, Di-Han drank the spiritual spring water and then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the world of cultivation. Admittedly, as a demon lord, he was not lacking in spiritual spring water. He has plenty of men to find him the spiritual spring water. However, the spiritual spring water he used this time was purer and more concentrated than any spiritual spring water he had ever used before. This further confirmed his guess. She's the new boss's ancestor. However, she didn't give a large amount of the spiritual spring water. It cannot fully restore his damaged soul power, but the effect is still very significant. Asajiri was unaware that her identity had been exposed. Once she was certain that Di-Han would deal with the magical beast, she had nothing to worry about. Now it's up to Sangjili. After he finishes dealing with all the infected, she will draw a spirit array to lure all the magical beasts over and eliminate them all at once. This includes unhatched insect eggs. However, this kind of spirit array is quite advanced, and Asajiri still needs to practice it. As for the plants and crops in Tianlu Kingdom that have been destroyed by monsters, Ginseng Baby can take care of them. Although it cannot immediately return to its previous state, the recovery speed is definitely dozens of times faster than normal. You just need to persevere for a few days, and you'll recover. This is the effect of high-grade spiritual plants. It is not only a ripening agent, but also effective on ordinary plants, and even more effective. Everything is in the planning stage and proceeding in an orderly manner. However, what Chao didn't expect was that after a few days of not paying attention, Shen Xingzhou suddenly ran into trouble. Suddenly, Busiai found her, his expression unusually anxious. Miss, young Master Shun has a persistent high fever and has lost consciousness. Chapter 95 Top Talent. Asajiri frowned. His fever hasn't broken yet. I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot to pay attention to Shun Xingzhou's situation. Busiai nodded. I've had a high fever ever since I was injured in Yinqing. I took the medicine you prescribed a while ago, and it helped a little, but the fever never went down. I've had a low-grade fever on and off for the past few days, and today it suddenly got worse for some reason. Asajiri didn't say anything, and turned to walk towards Shun Xingzhou's room. As she approached the doorway, her steps suddenly slowed. Miss? Busiai called out. Asajiri pushed open the door and went inside. Shun Xingzhou lay on the bed, his face pale and his forehead covered in sweat, clearly in extreme pain. Asajiri remained calm and didn't even take his pulse. Busiai was a little puzzled, not understanding why Chao Wu didn't seem worried at all when Shun Xingzhou looked so seriously ill. Asajiri was indeed not worried, and was even a little surprised. Because Shun Xingzhou wasn't sick or suffering a relapse of his injuries, He had awakened his spiritual root. He was able to awaken his spiritual root on his own, even without any help or spiritual energy around him, which really surprised her. At this moment, probably hearing their voices, Shun Xingzhou opened his eyes with difficulty, and the figure of Chao Wu was reflected in his dark pupils. You? He opened his mouth, but was in too much pain to utter a complete sentence. She stepped forward slowly and gently, her voice soft. Concentrate. Don't think about anything else. Feel it carefully. Shun Xingzhou didn't understand why, but he still nodded with difficulty. Asajiri glanced at him again, then left the room. I will not hesitate to follow in her footsteps. Once outside, he asked, What's wrong with young Master Shun? He's fine. Asajiri took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Give this to him when he comes out. He accepted it without hesitation and nodded. Asajiri asked, Where is Suyu? He went to help young Master Sang. The time allotted by Chao Wu was limited, and the spiritual spring water required Sang Zhili's personal supervision. He was too busy to handle everything at once, so he asked Suyu for help. Morning Mist nodded. It's good that Suyu has something to do, so he won't be too idle and spend all day by her side. He has changed drastically ever since he rescued them from the Southern Kingdom's palace. Sometimes, even the morning mist gives me a headache. Nodding, Asajiri didn't ask any more questions. After cultivating in her room for a while, someone outside suddenly called out, Miss, the Emperor has ordered you to come. Asajiri withdrew the pervasive spiritual energy and slowly opened her eyes. Understood. His voice was slightly cold, carrying a chilling undertone. The people outside paused for a moment, exchanged glances, and then waited quietly. This girl seems to have an unusual background. He remained so calm even when summoned by the Emperor, showing no signs of nervousness or fear. It's said that he's a friend of the sixth prince, and because of this friend, the sixth prince and the Emperor, who are very close brothers, have had several arguments in the past few days. I really don't know what magic she has. The palace doors creaked open, and a figure gracefully stepped out. The messengers all secretly sized up Asajiri. When they saw Asajiri's face, they exchanged a glance, and a knowing look appeared in each other's eyes. Sure enough, she looks like a vixen. No wonder she could bewitch the sixth prince so much that he was willing to break with the Emperor. The group of people were disdainful, but they kept their heads down and didn't show it. Asajiri glanced at them, her face calm as if nothing had happened. She certainly sensed the disdain in their expressions. However, this has nothing to do with her. As they walked toward the palace where the Emperor was, Chao Wu glanced at the sky above. The dark clouds did not dissipate. They remained looming over the area, and several flashes of lightning were hidden in the long darkness. Asajiri withdrew her gaze. Before long, they stopped in front of a palace. Several palace maids stopped and looked at Chao Wu. Miss, the Emperor is inside. Please go in. This wasn't the palace where he last met Sang Yen. It was clear he had deliberately chosen this place to meet her. As for why it was her, Asajiri thought it was probably related to Sang Zhili. After the palace maids finished leading the way, they turned and left, leaving Asajiri alone. The lingering aura of the monsters still lingered in the air. Asajiri squinted. Crimson Demon Dragon. It seems that the one making the deal with Sang Yen is the Crimson Demon Dragon. However, the Crimson Dragon's aura has faded and it is no longer around, so this place is safe for the time being. After pausing for a moment, Asajiri pushed open the door and went inside. Although it was daytime, the hall was not brightly lit, relying entirely on the illumination of red candles throughout the room. Asajiri glanced at it and noticed that the palace had no windows. She paused for a moment as soon as her foot touched the ground after pushing the door open. There is a large spirit array inside this palace. In other words, this palace is located inside the spirit array. This is a level 3 spirit array. However, the killing moves within the spirit array were not very powerful, as if the person who set up the array did not have enough spiritual energy. Asajiri's calm eyes swept indifferently over the figure on the stage with his back to her. In an instant, all the suspicions were explained. The figure she saw hanging from the vines, and then disappearing in the attic was Sang Yen. The attic was designed to restrict the vine, so the entire attic was covered with spirit arrays. The mastermind behind all of this was the Crimson Dragon. This Crimson Demon Dragon is definitely not just at the 6th rank. It may have lost its physical body, and its strength plummeted to the 6th rank. Therefore, she realized from the attic that the Crimson Demon Dragon's strength was only at the 6th rank. The Crimson Dragon wanted a body to help it be reborn. It set its sights on Sang Yen, who happened to be in trouble at the time, so it made a deal with the dragon. As for why she could see the spirit array but didn't sense any other cultivators present, that's another story. That's because the spirit array master is Sang Yin. Sang Yin has spiritual roots, but they haven't been awakened yet. Some unknown accident happened, but he awakened his water-based abilities first and became a spirit array master. Therefore, he can draw spirit arrays, but because he has not yet awakened his spiritual root and does not know how to absorb spiritual power, the destructive power of his spirit arrays is very low. It has to be said that even Chao Wu, who has been called a genius all his life, couldn't help but look at Sang Yin with more respect when he saw this situation. He awakened his talent before he even had a spiritual root or knew how to cultivate. Moreover, a level 3 spirit array can be drawn in a short time. Some novice spirit array masters may not be able to advance to the 3rd level spirit array master even after several years. He hasn't even entered the door yet. It seems that his talent in the profession of spirit array master must be exceptionally high. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for a long time, Sang Yin couldn't help but turn around, his imperial gaze landing lightly on her face. Chapter 96 Summoning. Asajiri, he began, his deep voice slowly uttering the 2 words. Asajiri looked at him. It's me. The flickering candlelight reflected on his face, and the tranquility of the morning mist surprised him. After a moment, a cold smile curved his thin lips, and he spoke in a low voice. Do you know why I've summoned you? Asajiri's gaze fell on his hands, which were clasped behind his back. A faint smell of blood lingered around my nose from time to time. Their deal is nearing completion. The spirit array drawn by Sang Jili will be activated soon. The Crimson Demon Dragon will provide him with spiritual power to help him activate the spirit array once to kill those demonic beasts. After the killing, he will die, and from then on, his body will completely belong to the Crimson Demon Dragon. Even though he could barely stand, he still put on a cold and authoritative attitude to scare her. But she wasn't easily intimidated. Sang Yin looked at her coldly. Whatever your purpose in approaching Jili, I do not wish to delve into it. I already spoke with him a few days ago, ordering you to leave Tianlu Kingdom immediately. Why do you not leave? What is your purpose in insisting on staying in Tianlu? His voice was cold, filled with a chilling aura. Asajiri glanced at him expressionlessly. Sang Jili has already told you. Why ask any more questions? Sang Yan's eyes turned cold. The next moment, a sharp blade sliced through the air, a flash of cold light, and a long sword was held against Chao Wu's fair neck. Sang Yan's sharp, eagle-like eyes stared at Chao Wu. I trust Ji Li's judgment in making friends, so I won't kill you. But if you insist on staying here, I don't mind making you the 1,000th soul to fall under my sword. Emperor Fu Yao shook his head. He's talking nonsense. He hasn't taken any lives. Asajiri. She could tell whether someone had killed anyone or not. Asajiri slowly raised her hand and pinched 2 fingers together. With a snap, the gleaming sword broke in 2. Sang Yan's pupils contracted, and she froze on the spot. Asajiri said indifferently, You don't need to be wary of me. I have no interest in anything here. I'm sure Sang Jili has already made my intentions very clear to you. Don't doubt the truth of her words. In this disaster, no one but me can help you get through it safely. Her voice was very soft, just like her personality. She seemed cold and aloof, making her difficult to talk to. Soon, the mulberry banquet began. He stared blankly at the broken sword in his hand. This is the precious sword that my imperial grandfather left me. Asajiri, how to make someone unable to sleep at night with just one sentence. That damn guilt is back again. However, Asajiri really couldn't see how this thing could be called a precious sword. She didn't really use any force. Not knowing what to say, Asajiri simply remained silent and stood there watching Sang Yin. Sang Yin didn't speak, but slowly squatted down, picked up the other half of the broken sword, and held it in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he still didn't make any move or even get angry, and a crack appeared on Asajiri's usually indifferent face. That's just how she's always been. When dealing with shameless people who stubbornly oppose her, Asajiri has no qualms about taking action. Her aura is so powerful it could freeze them to death. But the more the other party acted like this, the more Asajiri felt like she was bullying the weak. The guilt was overwhelming. He licked his lips and said to Wu, Don't cry, I'll give you a new one. Sang Yin didn't speak. Asajiri added, I've done you a huge favor by helping you with the monster issue. You can make any request you may have. Now, Sang Yin finally made a move. He stood up and looked at Chao Wu, his eyes devoid of sadness, his gaze calm and indifferent, regaining his previous aura of unapproachability as an emperor. I don't need your help. Pack your things now, and leave with your people and Sang Jili. Sang Jili wasn't deceiving Asajiri. The momentary feeling of desolation just now was a genuine expression of emotion. His grandfather was the kindest person in the world to him. Many people wanted this sword, including his father, but his grandfather gave it to him. My grandfather said that when the sword breaks, it means that he no longer needs his protection, and that is when his destined benefactor will appear. What kind of benefactor? Grandfather will never know. He has no future. Asajiri rejected him without hesitation. Impossible. Sang Yan's eyes seemed to hold a raging storm as he stared dangerously at Xiao Wu. Don't think that just because Sang Jili likes you, you have my life in your hands. Upon hearing this, Asajiri looked at him as if he were a fool. I have a husband, she said calmly. Sang Yan countered. So what? He could tell that Sang Jili treated her very differently. She even argued with him several times in the past few days because of her. He had never been so disobedient before. Having learned of his purpose and identity, Asajiri didn't want to explain too much to him. She simply looked at him calmly and said, Don't believe the Crimson Dragon's words. What you've given it is completely unequal. Sang Yan paused, then asked, What do you know? Did Sang Jili tell you? No one in the palace knew about these things except him. He didn't even tell Sang Jili. How did she know? Asajiri's voice was flat. Is it so hard to know this? If you'd rather trust your own flesh and blood than a ferocious beast of unknown origin, then just wait until the Tianlu kingdom is destroyed after you die. Sang Yan was shocked and shook his head, muttering, No, it promised me it would deal with these demonic beasts. As long as we can get through this crisis, Tianlu will not perish. Even if he dies, he still has other brothers and many relatives who can inherit the throne. How could Tianlu possibly perish? Asajiri coldly said, Don't you have your own doubts? Even if you can kill this wave of demonic beasts by activating the spirit array, what about those that have already parasitized the people's bodies? What about those that are attached to plants and haven't hatched yet? Sooner or later, the second wave of disaster will still come. With each word Xiao Wu uttered, Sanjian's face grew paler. He had actually thought about these issues, but he had been driven to a dead end and had no other choice. Only the appearance of the Crimson Demon Dragon gave him a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope led him to choose to blind himself to the harsh realities of life. But at this moment, all of this was ruthlessly exposed by Asajiri. Asajiri looked at him. He deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all vitality in an instant. After a pause, Xiao Wu spoke. If you want to live, stop cooperating with the Crimson Demon Dragon. I said I can handle this. The patients in the capital have all been cured. In a couple of days, I will deal with all the demonic beasts. If you want Tianlu Kingdom to be plunged into turmoil and lose a monarch, you can disobey me. After saying that, Asajiri pushed open the door and went out. The indifference wasn't feigned, but of course, Asajiri wouldn't let him die. Nan Fuyin will likely make a move soon. The Crimson Demon Dragon won't be able to cause trouble for long. Chapter 97 Secretly Sneaking Us. After Xiao Wu left, Sang Yan stood there for a long time, until a servant came to report that Sang Jili was requesting an audience. Sang Yan snapped out of his daze, looked at the broken sword in his hand, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly threw the broken sword away and walked out. Sang Jili waited for a while before Sang Yan finally appeared. When he saw Sang Yan, his eyes lit up, but he didn't notice Sang Yan's dejected expression. Brother, do you have any information about the number of infected people in Pingzhou? We only have Pingzhou left. Sang Yan looked up at him. Several days of non-stop work transformed the gentle and refined Sang Jili into a somewhat unkempt and slovenly person. My stubble has started to grow. He remembered that a few days ago, Sang Jili came over and told him that they had a way to treat the disease, but the medication had to be strictly controlled. At that time, he was busy with the most crucial cooperation with the Crimson Dragon and did not take his words to heart. He still doesn't know what the situation is like outside. But when he thought of the girl's cold and clear eyes just now, his heart seemed to be suddenly stirred. Could it be that she really has the ability to turn the tide? After all, there are always people more capable than you in this world. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have believed that he could actually draw a spirit array. Isn't this the same thing? Royal brother? Seeing Sang Yan staring at his face, Sang Jili was a little puzzled and called out. Sang Yan snapped out of her daze. I remember you said a few days ago that you had a way to deal with these magical beasts. Sang Jili nodded subconsciously, but then shook his head as if he had thought of something. Sang Yan's eyes darkened. Really? It wasn't us, it was Asajiri. She can heal the infected people and also eliminate these monsters. Sang Jili didn't want to take credit, especially since Asajiri had single-handedly taken care of this matter. Without Asajiri, the situation would be very different now. Thinking of Sang Yan's previous attitude, Sang Jili softened his tone. Brother, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, but please believe me, okay? Xiao Wu is really not a fraud, and I'm not joking. She truly has the ability to turn the tide. Go out and see how people outside are evaluating her. Don't deny her, okay? If we miss out on her, no one else will be able to do so much for us unconditionally. Now, everyone in the capital is grateful for the morning mist. General Li is a grateful person. In the course of his tireless efforts these past few days, he would talk about Xiao Wu whenever he had a spare moment. Now everyone knows that they were cured because of Xiao Wu. Outsiders called her a living bodhisattva, but her elder brother refused to believe it, stubbornly thinking that Asajiri was a fraud. Sang Jili felt helpless. However, this time, to everyone's surprise, Sang Yin listened to him calmly and didn't kick him out. Only after he finished speaking did Sang Yin ask, "What exactly is her identity? Have you truly understood her? Why did she help you unconditionally?" Now, he may have come to believe that Asajiri is indeed capable, but he has also begun to doubt Asajiri's origins. Cultivators. To date, apart from the Wujiang dynasty, none of the four kingdoms have ever produced a cultivator. Could she also be a member of the Wujiang dynasty? Moreover, according to Sang Jili, they hadn't known each other for very long. So why would she offend the powerful Wujiang dynasty to help someone she had only known for a short time? Perhaps Asajiri really is their only chance for Tianlu Kingdom to turn things around. He shouldn't doubt her like this, but these things are indeed very strange and can't be ignored. Upon hearing this, Sang Jili fell silent. Just as Sang Yin was about to say something, Sang Jili suddenly looked up. Brother, if I told you that I know nothing about her, but still believe her unconditionally, you might think I'm crazy. But that's the truth. I know nothing about her. Actually, what I didn't tell you before is that we were sold to a brothel, and she rescued us from there. Brothels? Sang Yin looked at him with a hint of shock in his dark eyes. Sang Jili's expression remained unchanged. He hadn't spoken up before because he felt ashamed, but now he suddenly felt there was nothing he couldn't say. He said frankly, "But don't overthink it. She didn't do anything to us or make any demands. Just like what the servants told her, she just treated us like mascots." With her eyes lowered, she said, "I don't know what her purpose is in doing this, but the fact that she pulled me back from the brink of death several times is enough for us to go through fire and water for her. People like them, who are troublesome from head to toe, are usually not even worth a second glance, let alone someone who has saved them time and time again, and is now saving the entire Tianlu Kingdom for him. Therefore, even if Asajiri had ulterior motives for approaching him, he would only willingly be used by her." Sang Jili spoke calmly, but Sang Yin was deeply moved. For the first time, he felt that Sang Jili had grown up. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't utter a single word. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, "I understand. You can go now." Sang Jili nodded, then paused before leaving. "Brother, what about Pingzhou? Memorials are sent to Pingzhou every day. I'll have someone deliver them to you later," Sang Yin said. Sang Jili was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." This time, they didn't urge them to leave, and even took the initiative to give him the data. Does this mean that the Emperor also trusts Asajiri? Sang Jili thought it was very likely. He was very happy. She happily returned to her palace, only to bump into Su Yu, who had a worried look on his face, as soon as she entered. He paused for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yu looked at him and gave a smile that was more like a grimace. "It's over. From now on, the only ones who will be abandoned are the two of us." Sang Jili, ? Su Yu said, "Do you know what I saw when I came back?" Sang Jili shook his head. Su Yu spoke up. "Shen Xingzhou's hand is breathing fire. My sister said she awakened some kind of spiritual root. In short, he's a cultivator now." After saying that, Su Yu felt as if the sky had fallen. He had just returned from outside when he saw Shen Xingzhou holding a large, uncontrollable ball of flames, and then Xiao Wu leading him into the house. He immediately decided not to take a shower. He stood outside for as long as they stayed inside. Upon hearing this, Sang Jili paused for a moment. "A cultivator? Ugh!" Su Yu exclaimed. "We agreed to be burdens together, but he secretly dragged us into this mess. From now on, only he will be able to catch up with my sister." Sang Jili, mentally challenged. Su Yu nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing. "Exactly." Sang Jili glanced at him with a look of sympathy in her eyes. But Su Yu's words still touched him. Cultivators. It turned out that Asajiri hadn't lied to him. Ordinary people could also become cultivators. but such people are probably 1 in 10,000. But he wasn't 1 in 10,000. Chapter 98 The Incident. Sang Jiji was somewhat agitated. Could it be, as Suyu said, that Chaowu will abandon them in the future? At that time, the two of them were ordinary people, and they couldn't even catch up with them. If it were before, they might not have thought much of it, but now, Shun Xingzhou's awakening of his spiritual root has greatly shocked them. After a moment of silence, Sang Jili returned to his palace. He still has a lot of things to finish. While the morning mist was certainly important to him, his country and its people were even more important. So you stood there and waited for a long time. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Asajiri pushed open the door and came out. Shun Xingzhou followed quietly behind. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Suyu standing in the center of the courtyard. He looked like a little dog, his eyes drooping, looking pitifully at Chaowu. When he saw Asajiri come out, he gave her a look that suggested he was a heartless man, and then walked over sullenly. Congratulations, he said reluctantly as he walked up to Shun Xingzhou. Shun Xingzhou paused for a moment, then chuckled. Suyu is young and can't hide his feelings, nor does he bother to. He wears his heart on his sleeve, which makes him quite comfortable to be around. Thank you, he said, then turned to look at Asajiri. I've remembered everything you just said. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you again. Morning Mist nodded. Shun Xingzhou then left. Once his figure had completely disappeared, Suyu looked at Chaowu with a resentful expression. What did you just say to him? There's something you can't tell him, but you insist on discussing it behind closed doors. Basic knowledge of cultivation, Asajiri replied. Suyu said indignantly. You didn't even tell me, so why should I tell him? Aren't I your closest friend? You either treat everyone equally, or you only favor me. You haven't mentioned a single word about that knowledge to me. At that moment, one of those parasitic monsters suddenly flew in front of him. Suyu didn't even blink before he crushed him to death. Normally, if this thing gets within half a meter of him, he'll jump in fright. The morning mist was silent. She interrupted him expressionlessly. He awakened his spiritual root, but you didn't. So why should I explain knowledge that you, an ordinary person, can't access right now? Suyu, she cried even louder. You look down on me because I'm just an ordinary person, he accused. You never looked down on me before, but now that Shun Xingzhou isn't an ordinary person, you start complaining that we're not talented enough and are holding you back. Asajiri, no. Suyu didn't believe it, so he threw a tantrum to make Chaowu treat him the same as everyone else and also talk to him about cultivation. But if he hasn't awakened his spiritual root, he simply can't understand this kind of thing. Just like when Asajiri talks to him about the spiritual platform, he can only sense his own stomach at most. Moreover, the knowledge is too broad to be explained in just a few words. It would take 2 or 3 hours to finish, and Asajiri didn't want to waste her breath. Suyu loudly accused her of favoritism. Just as they were about to say something, a loud bang suddenly came from the distant palace. The sound was so loud that it was likely not only those inside the palace who could hear it, but also those outside the palace. At the same time, everyone came out to see what was going on. Asajiri and his group were relatively close by, and some palaces there had cracked and collapsed. Suyu was startled. What's wrong? He asked, hiding behind Asajiri. Asajiri left with the words, find an open space and stay there. Don't go back. Then, in a flash, his figure was so fast that he was almost just a blur, and he disappeared in an instant. Sang Jili ran out and saw all the palace maids gathered together, whispering among themselves. He asked, what happened? Suyu shook his head. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, there was another loud bang. This time, a mushroom cloud could even be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Sang Jili looked up, and upon seeing that direction, his expression immediately changed. Royal brother. Sang Jili then rushed over there. Seeing this, Suyu became a little anxious. He looked left and right, but finally followed after them. Although he is currently terrified of spiritual power, he can't just watch Sang Jili and the others being all lovey-dovey with Chaowu while he hides behind them, twisting and crawling in the shadows in envy. He can't do it. By the time Sang Jili and Suyu arrived, Shun Xingzhou had already arrived. Besides Shun Xingzhou, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered there. Suyu was shocked. When did you get here? I didn't see you. Shun Xingzhou said. I saw you coming, so I came over. Suyu. Versailles? That's infuriating. This person was definitely trying to stab him in the heart on purpose. But then again, being a cultivator is really great. He's only just started learning, yet his speed is already miles ahead of theirs. What if he becomes more capable in the future? Suyu secretly thought that he would pester Chaowu later on. She must have a way to awaken his spiritual root. It must be said that Su Yu's intuition in this regard is quite accurate. They precisely grabbed the largest leg. Sang Jili ignored them. Without even having to push through the crowd, he spotted the alluring vines that were taller than a century-old tree. The purplish-red vines seemed to come alive, emitting wisps of mist, and behind the vines was a huge six-legged dragon. The dragon was enormous, and its dark green eyes were like two giant luminous pearls. Anyone whose eyes swept over it instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. Suyu's face was pale. He was left with a deep psychological scar ever since that incident at the Colosseum in the Southern Kingdom's palace. I'm terrified of these enormous monsters. Because they are all ordinary people, while these magical beasts could crush 1,000 of them with a single stomp. Meanwhile, the palace maids and eunuchs who had never seen such a scene before were still making sounds of surprise. A dragon? Is that a dragon? The late emperor has appeared. Our Tianlu kingdom's late emperor has appeared. So the concept of the son of heaven is real. I always thought it was a myth. If the dragon hangs the emperor up, does that mean the emperor isn't the true son of heaven? That must be it. If he really is the son of heaven, then why can't he lead our Tianlu to prosperity? What kind of life have we been living these past few months? That's it. Kill this fake emperor quickly. These sounds came in an endless stream. With the phrase true dragon son of heaven attached, the number of people discussing it only increased, and these people even subconsciously chose to ignore those who crowded in the front row and were turned into smoke by the crimson demon dragon's eyes. Shut up, Sang Jili snapped. He looked up at Sang Yan, who was entangled in huge vines and suspended in midair, his eyes red-rimmed. Chapter 99 The Incident, 2. Upon hearing Sang Jili's voice, everyone noticed his presence and quickly shut their mouths. However, their inquisitive gazes revealed their level of curiosity about the matter. Once imperial power becomes associated with feudal superstition, no one can help but be curious about what will happen next. In this change of imperial power, who will be the next to replace Sang Yan? Could it be the sixth Prince Sang Jili, whom he has always cherished and protected? A large crowd is waiting to see what happens. However, Sang Jili had no time to pay attention to any of this. Seeing Sang Yan hanging in midair, he was extremely anxious. Brother. Amidst the chaos of war, Sang Yan heard a sound, opened her eyes, and glanced at it. His blood-stained face was exposed to everyone, causing them all to gasp in shock. It was as if only then did the palace maids and eunuchs who were watching realize how dangerous their situation was. The monarch was left hanging helplessly in midair, his face covered in blood, his injuries unclear, but appearing to be quite severe. And the giant dragon, which in their eyes symbolized imperial and divine power, also let out a huge roar and flew into the sky. The enormous purple vines instantly transformed into a dragon, swiftly binding every palace maid and eunuch present. Ah, help! What is this? The palace maids scattered and fled, but how could they outrun the vines? Before long, everyone was arrested. Only a few people remained standing there unharmed. With a solemn expression, Shun Xingzhou shielded Sang Jili and Suyu behind him, and tried his best to mobilize the meager spiritual power in his mind according to the method that Chao Wu had told him. Shun Xingzhou is a fire-type cultivator. Fire overcomes wood, which in turn suppresses vines. With fire protecting him, the vines dare not approach him. Seeing this, all the palace maids and eunuchs shouted for help. Shun Xingzhou remained silent. It's not that we don't want to save him, but because he has only just awakened his talent and is still just a small crimson spirit. The spiritual platform was completely empty, without any spiritual energy. How to save him? It's good enough if you can even protect yourself. The dragon roared, and instantly, as if receiving some command, the vines began to grow wildly, causing those hanging on them to be pricked painfully by the thorns. The vines continued to attack Shun Xingzhou, probably realizing that he wasn't very strong. A mere crimson spirit is nothing to fear. Shun Xingzhou's face turned pale from the attack. He was about to give up. With a whoosh, the vine, as agile as a water snake, burst forth from the ground and rushed straight at the three of them. Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Shun Xingzhou waved his hand, and a flame shot out. The vine was instantly ignited, causing it to immediately shrink back. Seeing this, Suyu exclaimed admiringly, so amazing. Shun Xingzhou pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I can't beat him. You guys need to find a chance to run away quickly. Suyu's face paled. Even you can't beat him? Aren't you a cultivator? Shun Xingzhou explained. I'm a beginner, and my level is still very low. Not to mention this vine. That dragon is even more powerful. 10 of me wouldn't be enough to defeat it. Sang Jili said in a low voice. You should leave. My brother is still in their hands. I need to save him. Just as Shin Xingzhou was about to say something, a voice came from behind him. Save him? What will you use to save him? As the group turned around, they saw an extremely aloof and tall figure standing behind them. Nan Fuyin. Suyu paused for a moment. Why is he here? Nan Fuyin's whereabouts have always been a mystery. Even though he had been with them all the way, he had a very low profile, which made Nan Fuyin feel very dangerous. Therefore, Nan Fuyin rarely came into contact with him. He was taken aback when he suddenly saw him. However, now was clearly not the time to think about these things. He looked behind Nan Fuyin and found that Chao was not there. Where is my sister? He asked. Dihan did not answer him. With a wave of his hand, the three of them flew away far, far away like kites with broken strings. With a thud, it fell into a pile of ruins. After a while, a hand reached out from the ruins. Then a head popped out. Spitting out the ash from his mouth, Suyu said indignantly, I'm going to tell on him. I'm going to tell my sister. Whose side is he on? And he even came to hit us. Dihan couldn't be bothered with them. They were only willing to help them because of Asajiri's influence. At this moment, the Crimson Demon Dragon noticed Dihan's presence. Its eyes narrowed, and then it manipulated the vines to attack Dihan. Seeing this, the Emperor let out a cold snort. The little wooden sword was swung gently. In an instant, amidst the flashing blades and the clash of swords, the enormous vine was cleaved into countless pieces. The blood splattered everywhere from the vines, soaking everyone present. Over there, Suyu was still cursing as he crawled out. I had just stood still when I saw this scene. Immediately, he exclaimed, fuck. That's amazing. It's also because Dihan's presence is usually so low. Even though he knows Dihan is dangerous, he has never seen Dihan make a move, so he has never known his strength. Only now do I realize that this person is even more terrifying than Asajiri. Asajiri is powerful and formidable, but he is not afraid of Asajiri. But Dihan was different. He would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Look, the vines didn't even have a chance to attack him before they were chopped into pieces in an instant. They died a truly tragic death. That's terrifying. The vines were instantly killed, and all those hanging in the air were freed. They screamed and fled in all directions. Sang Jili quickly ran over and helped Sang Yin up. Brother, how are you? Sang Jili asked with concern. Sang Yin shook her head. I'm fine. At this moment, Dihan also leaped up and wrestled with the Crimson Demon Dragon. Swords flashed, spiritual energy clashed, and the scene was magnificent. Sang Jili looked him up and down, not believing he was all right. Because he was covered in blood. What exactly is going on? He asked. Sang Yin looked up at the person and beast in the air, but did not answer. He was just a little worried. Seeing his worry, Sang Jili comforted him. They are very capable, don't worry. Sang Yin didn't say anything. What happened today was quite unexpected. The most important time for their cooperation is approaching. Because of the appearance of Asajiri, he wavered. He thought he had hidden himself well enough, but he did not expect that the Crimson Dragon would still find out. Realizing that things had changed, the Crimson Dragon was furious and immediately wanted to force their plan to begin ahead of schedule. So this series of events happened. Even if Dihan is weak now, he is already a blue spirit powerhouse. Blue spirits are extremely rare and powerful beings in this continent. A wave of the hand can make this little world tremble. Therefore, when he fought the Crimson Demon Dragon, it was the people below who suffered. The palaces collapsed just like toy models. End of chapter 100. At that moment, everyone experienced what it meant for the sky to fall and the earth to crack. They were even more frightening than the people from the Wujiang dynasty. Where did this thing come from? Isn't a dragon a sacred object? Why did it destroy our Tianlu kingdom? Someone asked in despair. Their Tianlu kingdom was already in dire straits, and things had only recently started to improve. How could something like this happen now? Unlike their initial reaction upon first encountering the Crimson Dragon, everyone was now filled with fear. Because this dragon doesn't care about the lives or deaths of others at all. Its power is specifically directed at crowds. They specifically target areas with large crowds for attack. These ordinary people, who were powerless to even kill a chicken, had no ability to resist and could not escape. They could only resign themselves to being beaten to death. This is neither a manifestation of the late emperor nor a sacred object. It is a demonic dragon, a monster that specializes in taking human lives. Only after suffering the consequences did those people finally stop watching the spectacle. Run as far as you can. However, in the eyes of the Crimson Dragon, their speed was slower than a snail. While fighting Dihan, it saw the fleeing people and immediately let out a cold laugh. Gathering spiritual power, a burst of dragon flame erupted from its mouth. A scream rang out, and dozens more people instantly turned into wisps of smoke. Not even bones were left behind. This place has been completely turned into the exclusive slaughterhouse of the Crimson Dragon. Looking at the powerful and aloof man before it, it sneered and said mockingly, You dare to oppose me? The man opposite slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, like a cello, captivating and enchanting, yet carrying an arrogant indifference and power. His aura made him look like an unparalleled powerhouse. The Crimson Dragon was momentarily stunned. Then he started making fun of himself. A strong person? How could there be any strong individuals on this continent? It's all just garbage. He admitted that this man with a powerful aura was indeed quite talented, having already reached the blue spirit level at such a young age. The Crimson Dragon was instantly tempted. This man's talent seems far superior to Sang Yan's. Sang Yan has decent talent, but he hasn't awakened his spiritual root yet. If it could possess this body, a return to the top is just around the corner. A pair of enormous eyes revealed endless greed. Dihan merely glanced at it indifferently. He certainly didn't miss the look in the Crimson Dragon's eyes. Someone like him, coveting his body. It's more realistic to dream of being reborn as soon as possible. What kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to call themselves the Venerable One, he sneered. Despite holding a small wooden sword that completely ruined the atmosphere, his aura remained unaffected. The Crimson Dragon was immediately enraged. Its true form is also a very powerful being, but it has temporarily fallen into a slump. Despite this, its existence still drives many people to fight tooth and nail to seize it. But this man was so disdainful. It spoke, its voice eerie. Whether you're worthy or not, you'll know once I switch bodies with you. It is now eager to possess Dihan's body. After saying that, it instantly rushed towards Dihan at an extreme speed. Without saying a word, Dihan drew his sword and began to fight. The previous judgment was wrong. The Crimson Demon Dragon is not a sixth-order magical beast. Its strength has just been temporarily suppressed to the sixth order because it has lost its body. Dihan's current strength is still somewhat insufficient to deal with the Crimson Demon Dragon, but he is not at a disadvantage. Among the onlookers below, Suyu shook his head as he watched. He's such a show-off, actually provoking someone with a little wooden sword. If I were that dragon, I would have smashed him into mincemeat. Suyu had no idea that the small wooden sword was a powerful Earth-rank divine artifact. Anyway, it looks similar to the toys that kids play with. I felt that this kind of confrontation was extremely insulting. When the morning mist came over, that was the sentence I heard. Upon hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. Showing off? You're quite the smooth talker. She wanted to show off like that too, but she didn't have enough Earth-rank artifacts to do so. Morning mist. Shin Xingzhou was the first to spot the morning mist, and his eyes lit up immediately. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately turned around, and the smile on his face vanished the moment he saw Chao Wu. He demonstrated to everyone what it means to change one's expression in an instant. He ran over, looking aggrieved, and accused us. Where have you been? Didn't you leave before us? Why haven't you come back yet? Do you know what we just went through? If I hadn't run fast, I'd be dead by now. Asajiri looked at him expressionlessly. He has all his arms and legs intact. He doesn't look like he's about to die. So you felt wronged. I was so scared just now. That vine was so ugly, and it even tried to grab me. I'm so beautiful. If it takes me away, you'll never see me again. Thinking back to what had just happened, he still felt a little scared. If it weren't for Shin Xingzhou and Nan Fuyin, would he be like those palace maids and eunuchs now? Gone after just one glance from that demonic dragon. He was afraid at the thought that he might never see Asajiri again. Chao Wu glanced at the sky above. Dian was not at a disadvantage. He explained as he looked at it. I was busy with something else just now. She realized just now that something might have happened on the Crimson Dragon's side, so she rushed over immediately. She was aware of the situation here, but the Crimson Demon Dragon had already activated the Spirit Array. If the Spirit Array wasn't dealt with, it would soon be able to complete the body swap with Sang Yan. At that time, Sang Yan will surely die. So Asajiri went to resolve that Spirit Array. She trusted Nan Fuyin to handle things here, and sure enough, he arrived just in time after resolving his own issues. So you wanted to say something, but when he thought that Chao Wu couldn't possibly be the kind of person who would disregard their safety, he immediately shut his mouth. After a moment, he couldn't help but mutter, then you can't run so fast next time, at least take me with you. They all have the ability to protect themselves, but I don't. Asajiri nodded, understood. So he was finally satisfied. Sang Yan, clutching his chest, walked over and looked at Chao Wu. It activated the spirit array, and I couldn't stop it. Moreover, that spirit array was enhanced by the Crimson Demon Dragon, and he had no idea how to break it. Asajiri glanced at him, noticing that he didn't have any fatal injuries, before replying, I've already taken care of it. Resolved, Sang Yin opened her eyes wide, somewhat incredulous. She solved such a powerful spirit array. He didn't know about other things, but he knew how strange and complex spirit arrays were. Drawing a spirit array was very difficult, let alone a high-level one. It takes him a long time to draw each spirit array. End of chapter 1012. Chao Wu didn't answer him, but turned to look at Shen Xingzhou. Take them to a safe place. I'm not leaving, Suyu said immediately. Unexpectedly, Asajiri did not object. Instead, she nodded and said calmly, Okay. Can. Suyu was suspicious. Then I heard Asajiri say the second half of her sentence. I won't protect your safety. Suyu. Obediently, she left with Shen Xingzhou. After everyone left, Asajiri's spiritual power surged, and she flew into the battle. Since Asajiri no longer has her magical artifacts and contracted beasts, she can only fight with her bare hands. But fortunately, she still has the spirit of the profound abyss. The strange fire is still very powerful. Centered on the Crimson Dragon, massive waves of spiritual energy swept outwards, turning any palaces it touched into dust and ruins. Seeing Asajiri join the battle, and upon recognizing the pale blue power on her body that symbolized the azure spirit, it sneered, Another one coming to die. Well then, I'll grant your wish. Boom. The immense, surging power, like a wide river, roared and surged into the sky, while the bolts of lightning hidden in the dark clouds overhead were also quickly guided and amplified. The heavens and earth changed color. Those who witnessed this scene were terrified and quickly sought places to hide. Roar. As soon as the voice fell, lightning transformed into a ferocious and terrifying phantom dragon, converging towards Chao Wu and Dian. Faced with that immense power, the two figures standing between heaven and earth appeared exceptionally frail and small. However, upon closer inspection, the two individuals remained calm and composed, their clothes fluttering in the wind, their backs straight, showing no sign of fear. What terrifying power! Even if the people of the Wujiang dynasty came, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Will they be in danger? In the distance, Su Yu and the others hid but kept a close eye on the situation. Seeing this scene, his heart clenched. The others remained silent, staring intently at Asajiri. At the same time, Asajiri opened her palm, and a small flame appeared in her hand. With a flick of his finger, the tiny flame instantly transformed into a raging inferno, sweeping towards the Crimson Demon Dragon. Upon seeing this, Dihan's eyes deepened, and he raised his small wooden sword to meet the enemy. Unfortunately, the Earth rank artifact was unwilling to cooperate with him and refused to revert to its original form. Dihan didn't care. His speed was so fast that even his afterimage was hard to catch. Seeing this scene, Asajiri felt somewhat moved. She never imagined that one day she would envy a little blue spirit. As expected, each level is a world in itself. The blue spirit and the azure spirit are completely opposite. She can't reach his speed right now. A moment later, Asajiri found an opportunity and began to draw the spirit array. The complex spirit array emitted a dazzling golden light, instantly encircling the man and the beast within it. Sensing something was wrong, the Crimson Demon Dragon went berserk, frantically crashing into the spirit array. Asajiri had no choice but to continue maintaining and repairing the spirit array from the outside, with a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing into it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dihan mobilized his soul power and pulled the Crimson Demon Dragon inside. The scene fell silent immediately. Dihan and the Crimson Demon Dragon had both disappeared, leaving only Chao Wu on the field to continue maintaining the spirit array. In the distance, Sang Yin quietly watched the morning mist. He now completely believes in Asajiri's abilities. Her skillful drawing of the spirit array alone was enough to prove her strength. Only a spirit array master knows how difficult it is to draw a spirit array on the spot. After watching for a long time without any movement, Suyu asked, Is it over? Can we go over now? Others couldn't understand it either, since they were all just ordinary people. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xingzhou shook his head. She hasn't called us yet. To be on the safe side, let's wait a little longer. Sang Zhili, who had always been taciturn, raised his head, looked at Sang Yin, and asked with bloodshot eyes, Brother, did you summon that dragon? If he still can't see anything, he's a fool. He could now figure out what his elder brother had been hiding from him. Meeting Sang Jili's eyes, Sang Yin remained silent for a moment before humming in agreement. Do you know how dangerous it is? What deal did you make with it? I know, Sang Yin said in a low voice. Under those circumstances, this was the only path I could take. Otherwise I would face the destruction of my country and the loss of my family. He had been in contact with people from the Wujiang dynasty and knew how powerful these magical beasts were. It was precisely because of their power that he was willing to agree to their unreasonable demands. He sacrificed his body to give the entire country a chance to survive. It was worth it. He just didn't expect that the Crimson Demon Dragon would lie to him. After a brief stalemate, suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a huge bolt of lightning struck the spirit array drawn by Chao Wu with a crack. If Asajiri hadn't dodged quickly, she would probably have been blasted into an afro by now. Her level 6 spirit array was destroyed on the spot. He was blasted more than 10 meters away, spat out a mouthful of blood, then wiped his lips and stood up. Master, Xian Yuan's spirit called out. I'm fine, Asajiri said, squinting. The spirit array was destroyed. I wonder how Nan Fuyin is doing now. She had already sensed from her fight with the Crimson Demon Dragon that its strength was definitely more than just a 6th-tier dragon. It could even rise further. In his heart, Asajiri didn't want Nan Fuyin to get into trouble, since they were now in the same boat. But there's nothing else we can do but wait. Nan Fuyin pulled the Crimson Demon Dragon into her soul power. There was nothing she could do except for him. On the other side, seeing Chao Wu cough up blood, the group could no longer hold back, especially Su Yu, who disregarded everything and immediately took off running towards Chao Wu. He rushed to Asajiri's side and asked anxiously, How are you? Are you badly hurt? Asajiri glanced at Shin Xingzhou. Shin Xingzhou helplessly shrugged. I can't keep an eye on him. Su Yu has always been hot-tempered and unrestrained. It's estimated that apart from Chao Wu, no one can control him now. Asajiri's expression remained calm. Go back. Go back, Asajiri said coldly. Realizing that Asajiri was genuinely angry, Su Yu remained silent for a few seconds before turning and leaving. Before long, a torrential downpour began. Little morning mist, Emperor Fuyao suddenly spoke. A sage eye could sense that Emperor Fuyao had been appearing less and less frequently during this period. She didn't know what this meant, but it was definitely not a good sign. He immediately replied, You're awake. Emperor Fuyao said, Su Yu and the others can help you restore your heavenly spiritual root, so don't let things sour between you. Asajiri remained silent for a moment before speaking. I don't want to speculate about things that haven't happened yet. It's uncertain whether they can help her. Even if she could, she wouldn't indulge them or fawn over them without any limits. Do it the way it should. Don't feel guilty, said Emperor Fuyao. Upon hearing this, Asajiri hummed in agreement. Just as he was about to ask something else, Emperor Fuyao fell silent once again. End of chapter 102-3. A sage eye vaguely sensed that Emperor Fuyao had something he hadn't told her. And it's a very important matter. She didn't know exactly what it was. She met Emperor Fuyao by chance. Then, during that long journey of cultivation, Emperor Fuyao accompanied her and provided her with a great deal of help. This rebirth made her feel vaguely that something was strange. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I always feel like Emperor Fuyao knows something. However, whenever she tried to ask, Emperor Fuyao would always remain silent. He's been going into hibernation more and more often lately, and several times she's called him for ages without getting a response. Lost in thought, Asajiri didn't notice that a torrential downpour had begun. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura suddenly swept over. Asajiri instinctively launched a counterattack. The next moment, her hand was gently enveloped by a large hand, and an invisible force instantly separated her from her position. The rain continued to fall, but no longer fell on her. Morning Mist looked up. The first thing you notice is the delicate chin. I wonder if it's just my imagination, but Nan Fuyin in front of me seems to have grown taller after a battle. Before this, his physique was not particularly outstanding. He was about the same size as Sang Jili and the others, somewhat thin and looking frail with a youthful air about him. At this moment, she noticed that he needed to look up. He was tall and had a cold demeanor. The changes are significant. Asajiri was certain that he had grown taller. I couldn't even see his face when I looked up. Asajiri silently took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. Looking up again, she finally met his cold, indifferent eyes. Is it resolved? She asked. Dihan responded in a low voice, looking at Chao Wu who was soaked to the bone. He paused for a moment, then asked, Waiting for me? Otherwise what? Asajiri retorted. Looking at Di-han, I noticed that he had no wounds on his body, but his aura had become even more mysterious and powerful. Asajiri had a bad feeling. Could this guy have gotten another bargain? So she asked, "You got promoted?" Di-han nodded, not intending to hide it from her. "That beast was accidentally absorbed by me." Asajiri, what happened to the agreement of splitting it 50/50ths? She's been waiting outside for so long. Perhaps understanding the meaning in Chaowu's eyes, Di-han rarely apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened either. It's probably because this body is too weak to withstand his powerful soul, so when it encounters cultivation resources, it will frantically devour them. Since things have come to this, there's nothing we can do but accept it. There's nothing Asajiri can do about it." He sighed. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Why does it seem like his promotion was so easy? She was the one who started cultivating first. "Are you xyling now?" she asked. Di-han shook his head. "I haven't broken through yet. I'm at the peak of the blue spirit realm. I need a catalyst." "That's still pretty impressive," Asajiri said. "In this continent, Lan Ling is already an unparalleled powerhouse." Di-han replied, "That's not enough." His expression was indifferent as he calmly stated, "The Wujiang dynasty has more than one person who has broken through to the purple spirit level. It surpasses Ziling. That's reaching another level. It is of no benefit for such people to remain at this level of resources. In other words, if they stay here and don't break through any further, what's their purpose in staying here? Why don't they go to other continents?" As Chaowu lowered her eyes in thought, Di-han spoke calmly. "It's raining heavily. How much longer are you going to stay here?" Then he took Asajiri with him back. Fortunately, when Asajiri left, she casually set up a barrier around Sang-Jili's palace, so the palace is still standing there safely. When they returned to their sleeping quarters, they saw several people waiting outside before they even went inside. Seeing Asajiri and the others return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when their gazes fell on the two people's clasped hands, they both fell silent. Upon seeing this, Asajiri looked down and realized that they were still holding hands. He looked at Di-han as if he had seen a ghost. Asajiri had mixed feelings. Her hands have killed people and cut flesh, but they have never held a man's hand. Di-han calmly released Chaowu's hand. "You go ahead with your work," he said, then walked through the morning mist back to his room. Asajiri glanced at Suyu and the others who were still standing there, and raised an eyebrow. Suyu remained silent. It was unclear whether he was throwing a tantrum because she had just scolded him, or if he was still reeling from the shock of seeing Chaowu and Di-han holding hands. After all, since he met them, he had never seen Chaowu and Dian do anything intimate. So much so that he forgot that the two were actually husband and wife. Finally, Sang-Yin spoke up, asking, "That magical beast. Dead?" Asajiri said succinctly. Sang-Yin gasped for breath. "Dead? Did such a powerful monster just die like that?" Not long ago, his life was in the hands of that enormous monster. He still hasn't come to his senses. Unable to bear the sticky feeling on her body, Asajiri casually said, "The Crimson Demon Dragon has been dealt with. You're no longer in danger. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, think carefully about how to restore Tianlu Kingdom to its former glory." Afterwards, Asajiri went back to rest. "The first thing I did upon returning to my room was to take out a huge bucket of spiritual spring water from my spatial storage. She wants to take a bath. I was completely soaked just now, and my clothes are all wet and sticking to my body, which is very uncomfortable. With such a big incident happening tonight, all the palace maids and eunuchs are in a state of panic and have disappeared without a trace, leaving no one to prepare bath water." After testing the water temperature, Chaowu released Xuanyuan's spirit to heat the spring water again. After doing all this, Asajiri finally took off her clothes and soaked in the water. A dense flow of spiritual energy penetrated her entire body, making every pore of her skin feel comfortable and relaxed. It truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred spring water. It's just like ordinary water. No wonder it's so hard to find. Chaowu hadn't been this extravagant in a long time. If it weren't for the unexpected incident today, and seeing that Nan Fuyin had actually been promoted again by chance, she wouldn't have thought of taking a bath in the spiritual spring water. After all, she doesn't have many treasures on her right now. Although the spiritual spring water is inexhaustible, she still wants to use it sparingly. However, after soaking for a short while, Asajiri suddenly sensed a familiar presence. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was no one inside the house, but there was a dark figure outside the window. Her voice was slightly indifferent. "What are you doing here?" Besides Di-han, there was naturally no one else. Chapter 103, I'll leave you behind as Empress. The voice outside was calm and indifferent. I need to talk to you. Just as Asajiri was about to say something, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The next moment, the window was blasted open by a force, and she met the eyes of the person outside. With a splash, something fell into her bathtub. You. Dihan's forehead veins bulged, as if he had nothing to say. Asajiri remained expressionless, reached into the water, and caught a small creature in the next moment. Upon picking it up, I saw it was a small wooden sword. Dihan's expression turned even uglier. Chaowu was silent. Fortunately, there was a thin mist on the surface of the spiritual spring water, so she couldn't see anything while soaking in it. Dihan could only see her from the collarbone upwards. Composing herself, she looked at him and asked, "What do you need me for?" Now that things have come to this, there's no use in Dihan being angry anymore. He coldly glanced at the small wooden sword she was holding and said, "It wasn't me, it was this. A divine artifact of the Earth rank." Chaowu raised an eyebrow. She has no connection with this Earth rank artifact, so why is it looking for her? Emperor Han gave a cold hum. It sensed the scent of the spiritual spring water and insisted on coming over. If it weren't for the small wooden sword in his hand vibrating wildly as if it were about to be submerged in water, Asajiri might not have believed his story. She paused for a moment, then stared at the small wooden sword in her hand, wide-eyed. "Would you like to take a bath with me?" The little wooden sword remained silent, its one bewitching eye exuding a cold and aloof air, revealing nobility and disdain. It seems to be saying, "You mortals, do you even deserve to speak to me?" Upon seeing this, Asajiri scoffed and then threw it away without any mercy. With a snap, the small wooden sword gleamed and stuck into the ground. The Earth-rank divine artifact snapped out of its daze and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It seemed that it hadn't expected the woman to be so rude to it. Chaowu's expression remained unchanged as she glanced indifferently at Dihan by the window. "Is there anything else?" Without, Dihan glanced calmly at the Earth-rank artifact, then waved his hand, and the window closed automatically. He turned and left, but the little wooden sword was unwilling to give up and still wanted to fly into the bathtub. But this time it didn't work out. It couldn't even get into Asajiri's room. It crashed into an unknown force with a bang. Little wooden sword glared hatefully at Dihan's retreating figure, then reluctantly followed. Back in the palace, it began to frantically jump and leap around in front of Dihan. Dihan's voice was indifferent. "No." The little wooden sword continued to jump around. He said expressionlessly, "I've already given you one chance. I didn't know she was taking a bath before I agreed to go over with the Earth rank artifact." After all, the Earth rank artifact had played a significant role in today's battle against the Crimson Demon Dragon, so he agreed to it. Who knew that this idiot would completely disregard him and rush straight into the bathtub? The little wooden sword panicked and tried to struggle again, but Dihan glanced at it coldly and then put it away. The dampness on his fingertips made him a little distracted. He paused for a moment, thinking about everything he had just witnessed. She actually used such precious spiritual spring water for bathing. It would be a waste to put it anywhere. Early the next morning, Asajiri found Sang Jili and Sang Yen. The two were still discussing how to rebuild the palace. After all, last night's battle came at a great cost, with nearly half of the entire palace destroyed. "Leave." Hearing her words, Sang Jili paused for a moment. "Why so suddenly?" Asajiri calmly said, "The matter has been resolved. The Crimson Demon Dragon is dead, and yesterday I also drew a spirit array to eliminate all the demonic beasts. Now there are no infected people in the Heavenly Flow Kingdom. It's time to leave." Sang Jili lowered his eyes and remained silent. He believed that Asajiri had said what she meant and done it. She had calmly accomplished all the difficult tasks in a place where no one else could see. It was just too sudden. This left him somewhat confused. Asajiri glanced at Sang Yen. "The greenery and crops in Tianlu Kingdom will recover quickly, so you don't need to worry." Sang Yen remained silent for a moment, then suddenly uttered a startling statement. "Would Miss Chaowu be willing to stay in Tianlu Kingdom? I would gladly offer her my vast empire." Asajiri wondered if she was deaf. What? Sang Jili also looked up at Sang Yen. Sang Yen's expression was very calm. "Literally, if you are willing to stay in Tianlu Kingdom, I am willing to make you empress, and from then on, you will be the only one in the harem." His voice was deep and slow, his eyes profound, and there was no hint of joking in his expression. "Brother, what are you saying?" Sang Jili was stunned and questioned. Sang Yen ignored him and just looked at Chaowu. This was the first time in his life that he had ever wanted to bravely pursue someone. Because he knew that if he backed down this time because of cowardice, there would be no hope left. 100 crows flew through Asajiri's mind. Is he out of his mind? I don't know what he went through. He was ignoring her yesterday, but today he wants to make her his empress. Unfortunately, Asajiri's heart wasn't set on that. She shook her head and refused. I don't want to. Why? Sang Yin stared intently at her. Is it because of the crippled king of the southern kingdom? I've inquired, and it turns out that only you performed the wedding ceremony when you got married. He didn't attend, so strictly speaking, you didn't actually have a wedding ceremony and aren't considered husband and wife. Chao Wu was silent. He even found out about this. It seems that although Tianlu Kingdom is facing the threat of national annihilation, its emperor still has some trump cards up his sleeve. It has nothing to do with him, she said. There's nothing wrong with Nan Fuyin. She didn't care that her husband wasn't her husband. The two are now allies. Furthermore, now that she knows Nan Fuyin's past life was that of a person from the demon realm, she likes him even more. That way, when she practices both demonic and spiritual cultivation later, she'll have someone knowledgeable to ask her. Sang Yin was disappointed, but he didn't want to give up. He pressed on, saying, if you're with me, you can enjoy the highest honor. I can give you anything you want. I couldn't sleep at all last night. He had expected Asajiri to leave, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The fleeting spark of attraction I felt yesterday has been completely extinguished. He didn't want to give up, whether it was for personal reasons or for the sake of Tianlu Kingdom. Because Chao Wu was indeed very powerful, the deadly trap that the Wujiang dynasty had set for them was so easily broken by her. Moreover, she is also a spirit array master. So he wanted to keep her. It's so lively. A detached and languid voice rang out. The next moment, the man appeared silently beside Asajiri. His height of 1.89 meters contrasted sharply with Asajiri's, making the girl appear exceptionally slender and frail. His features were exquisitely sculpted, with clear contours and a powerful yet aloof aura. Standing side by side with Chao Wu, they seemed like a match made in heaven, even though they hadn't done anything. Chao Wu didn't even glance at him, shook her head at Sang Yin, and said righteously, no, you deserve someone better, not someone like me who is the best. Chapter 104 Initial Cultivation of Demonic Spirit. Sang Yin. After finishing speaking, just before leaving, Asajiri thought of something and glanced at Sang Zhili. I'll give you 1 day. Although she gained a lot from this trip to Tianlu Kingdom, Chao Wu's heart was still with the Wujiang dynasty. Only by hurrying to the Wujiang dynasty and gaining access to more cultivation resources can one advance faster. Also, she needs to go to the Wujiang dynasty to have her talent tested. This body has not yet had its talents tested, so she doesn't know what her talents are or what professions she can pursue. They definitely have the talent for pharmacists and spirit array masters, but we don't know about the others yet. And Xinxingzhou. He has now awakened his spiritual root, but staying in this place means he can hardly absorb any spiritual energy, which greatly hinders his cultivation. Asajiri was now certain that Xinxingzhou was a fire-type cultivator and would follow the path of a weapon refiner. Whatever it is, we should always strive for something better. After Chao Wu and the other person left, Sang Yin and Sang Zhili remained silent for a long time. Finally, Sang Zhili spoke first. Brother, what did you mean by that just now? Sang Yin's lowered eyes revealed no emotion. He said, the literal meaning. Sang Zhili found it hard to accept. Did you really like her, or did you say those things just to get her help? But no matter what, it was still quite difficult for him to accept. He didn't want to believe that his elder brother was the kind of person who would be willing to cling to others, especially a woman, and he was even less willing to believe that his elder brother liked Asajiri. Sang Yin looked up, her expression unreadable, and said calmly, both. He knew that Sang Zhili had feelings for Asajiri and was probably torn between them, so he didn't bring up the topic again. Instead, he asked, what did she mean by what she just said? What did she mean by giving you another day? Sang Zhili replied, we were originally bought by her, so of course we'll go with her. We were originally going to the Wujiang dynasty, but we only made this trip because we heard that Tianliu's situation was not good. So you're going to leave with her? Sang Yin understood. Sang Zhili nodded. I should have left with her in the first place, but she suddenly decided to help me out, so she came back to the capital with me. So no matter what, he was going to leave with Asajiri, and the departure was delayed for a long time. Although I still don't know why Asajiri helped him, that doesn't matter anymore. He is now willingly going with her. Sang Yin paused for a moment. If that's the case, then this might be the last time we meet in this lifetime. Although it's cruel, this statement could very well be the reality. There was no peaceful and prosperous era under the rule of the Wujiang dynasty. One of the brothers was going to the Wuzhang dynasty, while the other was facing the Wuzhang dynasty's targeting and difficulties all by himself. Perhaps we'll never see each other again in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Sang Zhili's throat moved. Your Majesty. All right, go then. Sang Yin suddenly sighed. Actually, it would be good to go with her. But he had heavy responsibilities on his shoulders and could not afford to abandon them to go with her. Thinking about it, he was actually quite envious of Sang Zhili. Even this time, when she descended from the sky to save the entire Tianlu kingdom, it was all for Sang Zhili. But there is no one in this world who came specifically for him. Before leaving, he patted Sang Zhili on the shoulder. Bring her over here before you leave tomorrow. Come over and let the people see what the living bodhisattva they think day and night looks like. She has done so much. She deserves the love and respect of the people. This was all he could do. For the 101st time, the little wooden sword poked its head out from Di-han's wide sleeves, only to be ruthlessly pressed back down. Asajiri's lips twitched. He took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water from his spatial storage and tossed it to Di-han. Di-han subconsciously took it, and even without opening it, he could feel the pure spiritual spring water inside. He smiled and said, For me? Asajiri glanced at him. You need this thing too? Of course. He walked beside her without glancing at her. Which cultivator wouldn't want this spiritual spring water? Asajiri paused for a moment. I thought you people from the demon realm didn't need it. She knew a moderate amount about the people of the demon realm, but she had never seen anyone from the demon realm absorb spiritual spring water. Because the people of the demon realm cultivate demonic spirits, not the pure spiritual power that they possess. The spiritual spring water contains the spiritual energy they cultivate. But the spiritual spring water is a treasure, that's common knowledge, and people in the demon realm will fight over it even if they can't absorb it. Di-han said, That's because you haven't seen enough. The people of the demon realm cannot be absorbed, so what does that have to do with the demon lord? The spiritual spring water was also a very important cultivation resource for him. Chaowu nodded, thought for a moment, and then took out a medicine bottle from her space that was slightly larger than the previous ceramic bottle. She filled the bottle with spiritual spring water and handed it to him. Di-han didn't take it, but just looked at her. For me? Asajiri raised an eyebrow. Otherwise what? You're being so nice to me? Aren't you going to tell me what your intentions are? After all, she had always disliked him before. Asajiri rolled her eyes at him. Don't you have any idea what he did when you first met him? He perfectly embodied the words selfish, stingy, and petty to the extreme. It's a little better now. Although he hasn't done anything yet, she's come to like him. No intention, take it or leave it. With that, she prepared to take back the bottle of spiritual spring water. However, Di-han quickly grabbed it. Your Highness is being a bit hypocritical. If you want my help, just say so. Secretly cultivating demonic spirits is a very dangerous thing. His fingertips brushed against Asajiri's palm unintentionally, burning her and causing her to wince. Looking down, I saw that my palm was still a little red. Those were burns she sustained when she got stuck while cultivating her demonic spirit. Asajiri was surprised that he could so easily detect her cultivation of demonic spirits. However, she is not in a superior position now, nor is she an ancestor. There is no conflict between the two races here. There are only two souls who want to return to their former peak. She did not deny it, saying, It is somewhat dangerous. Di-han curled his lips and asked calmly, Why? Cultivating demon spirits. I wonder what those old guys would think if they knew their precious disciple was actually cultivating demonic spirits. He suddenly developed a strong interest in her. How did a peerless genius, admired by everyone, die so quietly, and why did he choose to cultivate demonic spirits after being reborn? You should know that the boss and the demon realm have always been at odds. In fact, as soon as he got to her side, he sensed a faint demonic aura emanating from her. She had just begun her cultivation and had become tainted with demonic energy, but she didn't know how to hide it. If there were other people from the Tianyuan continent in this small world, they could all come over and kill her, mistaking her for someone from the demon realm. Chapter 105 Ascending the City Tower. Asajiri's eyes were pale, revealing no emotion. Looking down at his fingertips, he paused for a moment, composed himself, and said, It's nothing. I just want to improve my strength. Dual cultivation can kill people, he warned calmly. Throughout history, it is said that apart from the legendary creator god, no one has ever succeeded. So what? Her eyelashes obscured half of her eyes, her voice clear and melodious. How will you know if you'll succeed if you don't try? After that, Asajiri stopped talking to him. Back in her dormitory, she began her cultivation practice. A surge of vibrant spiritual energy gathered around. Soon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Chao Wu's forehead. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. No, she was able to glean a little demonic energy from Nan Fuyin, but she couldn't absorb it at all. This demonic spirit lingered outside her mind, neither rising nor falling, causing her great distress. After a long silence, she slowly sighed. It can only be said that cultivation is a completely different field, like a mountain to climb. However, she also knew that this couldn't be rushed, so there was no need to be in a hurry. She didn't need to explicitly say that she wanted to go back, so you could guess just by looking at Sang Jili's expression. Compared to Sang Jili's absent-mindedness, Suyu seemed exceptionally happy. Being young is an advantage. He had long since forgotten the unpleasantness of that night. He goes about his daily routine as usual, still bothering Asajiri as ever. Asajiri didn't find him annoying. But recently, for some reason, this guy suddenly changed his strategy. He stopped talking and started following Asajiri around. He openly and secretly asked Asajiri to help him awaken his spiritual root. Asajiri, it's already this amazing even without awakening its talent. Imagine how incredible it would be once it does. He's probably better than any monkey that can run around the world. Asajiri did not agree. The next day, just before she was about to leave, Sang Jili suddenly found her. Asajiri, my brother said he'd like to ask you to come over before he leaves. Where are you going? Asajiri frowned. She had already packed her luggage. I put everything in the space, just waiting to leave. Sang Jili shook her head. I don't know. He also wanted to know why his elder brother had called Chao Wu over. He still hasn't recovered from the shocking words his elder brother uttered yesterday. When exactly did my elder brother set his sights on Asamori? She secretly glanced at Di Han, who was standing next to Chao Wu. The man stood there indifferently, dressed in all black. He didn't say a word, but his powerful aura was impossible to ignore. He just suddenly felt it from the bottom of his heart. Of all of them, none were more qualified to stand beside Chao Wu than Nan Fuyin. Because of his power and his mystery, he and Asajiri are from the same world. Although my elder brother is the ruler of a country, he cannot control the Morning Mist. Morning Mist remained silent for a moment. To be honest, she didn't want to go. Especially after Sang Yin said those things to her yesterday. Let's go take a look. It's not far anyway, Sang Jili said. Thinking about it, my brother is actually quite pitiful. It's the first time he's liked someone, and he's just starting to experience love, but he doesn't even have the chance to stand with her. He confessed his feelings, and the next day she was leaving. It's a bit pitiful. So he decided to try to help his elder brother. Asajiri thought for a moment, then said, okay. The group followed Chao Wu to the palace where Sang Yin temporarily handled state affairs. Upon arriving there, however, they did not see Sang Yin, only a cold-faced guard quietly standing guard. Upon seeing Chao Wu, he didn't even glance at Sang Jili, but instead gave Chao Wu a respectful bow and said, Miss, the emperor is waiting for you at the south gate. City gate. They're so far away. Are we going to give them a send-off ceremony? Filled with doubt, Chao Wu and the others boarded a carriage again, swaying and bumping all the way out of the palace, through the streets that had just begun to be rebuilt, and headed towards the south gate. Weren't the monsters dealt with? Why is everyone still afraid to go out? There's not a soul on the streets. Sitting in the carriage, Suyu lifted the curtain and muttered to himself as he looked at the deserted streets. Upon seeing this, Sang Jili also frowned. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming that everyone had just suffered a great loss of energy and hadn't recovered yet. The carriage was large enough that even with their group of people inside, it didn't feel crowded at all. Chao Wu and Dian remained silent throughout. Dian was cultivating, while Chao Wu was secretly taking advantage of him. There's no way around it. Even ordinary spiritual energy is scarce here, let alone demonic energy. She could only secretly steal a little bit when Di Han was cultivating. I don't know how he found all this spiritual energy. Thinking this, Asajiri sighed. As expected, fortunes change. Back in the Southern Kingdom, he was the one who took advantage of her and stole her spiritual energy. I never expected there would be such a turn of events. What's wrong? Hearing her sigh, Sang Jili asked. Asajiri opened her eyes, glanced at him, and then asked, have you arranged everything here since you left with me? After all, she probably won't release Sang Jili anytime soon. Therefore, he must make sure to take good care of his personal affairs. She didn't want to travel all that way back for Sang Jili again. Sang Jili nodded. I've already spoken to my elder brother. Upon hearing this, Asajiri said nothing more. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the south gate, swaying and rattling. Beneath the city gate, some soldiers stood guard. The cold-faced guard who led the way to Asadori said respectfully, "Miss, please ascend the city wall." "Is the mulberry banquet up there?" she asked. The cold-faced guard's brow twitched. He knew Asajiri's identity and that this seemingly young woman had saved their Tianlu kingdom, so he respected her. However, they couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Asajiri address their king in that way. As expected, the big shots are different. She's not afraid of the emperor at all. Listen to that. She calls the emperor by his name directly. Who else in the world is like her? Thinking this to himself, he showed even more respect on his face. Yes, His Majesty is waiting for you upstairs. Gazing at the long staircase before him, Asajiri remained expressionless. You little bastard. Ungrateful. She's so old, yet she still has to climb stairs. He sighed. Since we've already agreed to come, there's no need to worry about the distance. After thinking about it, I still climbed the city wall. Sang Zhili and his companions wanted to go up, but the cold-faced guard stopped them, saying, His Majesty only invited this young lady. Suyu exploded. Who do you think you are? I'm her brother. The cold-faced guard said expressionlessly, You gentlemen may watch from here at the city gate. What are we watching? Before the group could voice their questions, the city gates opened. What comes into view is a vast, densely packed crowd outside. Dihan glanced at it expressionlessly. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared directly on the city wall. Chapter 106 Popular Support. The cold-faced guard was taken aback and tried to stop him. But by the time he reacted, the other person had already collapsed beside Asajiri. Realizing the vast difference between them, he sighed. That's all. He simply couldn't stop this kind of person. The emperor should be able to understand, right? Seeing the guard's differential treatment, Sang Zhili jumped up and down in a panic, like a helpless, furious little lion, all her grief and indignation culminating in one sentence. I will cultivate too. I will become stronger too. However, as soon as Chao Wu's figure was revealed on the city wall, the bustling crowd below suddenly fell silent for a moment. A moment later, a series of exclamations erupted, one after another. A living Buddha. A living Buddha has arrived. You are a fairy. You must be a fairy sent by heaven to save us. She's beautiful inside and out. Grandpa, can you see this from heaven? We've really waited for this moment. We've met a living Buddha. What living Bodhisattva? He's Hua Tuo reincarnated. Oh my God, goddess, look at me. I love you. All the admiring, envious, and amazed gazes fell upon Asajiri. There was nothing unsettling about it. Everyone's eyes were so pure and innocent. They were genuinely grateful and supportive of Asajiri. Asajiri saw this scene as soon as she came up. Outside the city gate, tens of thousands of people crowded together. They were densely packed, like a nest of ants. They shouted in unison, as if afraid she wouldn't hear them. She paused for a moment. Dihan appeared beside her, saw this scene, raised an eyebrow, and said nothing. In his eyes, such behavior was completely useless. However, he did not say anything to disrupt the atmosphere. Sang Yin stood there quietly, looking down, her eyes deep and unfathomable, lost in thought. Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw the two people standing side by side. He remained silent for a moment. After a moment, he spoke, I know you are willing to help us because of your courtesy. Thank you. Since you do not want to stay in Tianlu Kingdom, I can't think of anything to give you. It just so happens that the people are very grateful to you and want to see you. I think their blessings and support are the best gift I can give you. After a moment, he said, From now on, you can fly freely in the vast sky and sea, but you can believe that after this, the thousands of people of Tianlu Kingdom will always be your support. Asajiri never expected him to say such a thing. Yesterday, when he said he would give her the entire country, she wondered if he had lost his mind. I never expected that he would say such a thing while he was sober today. Her support? For a moment, the morning mist was in a daze. She once had a very strong and reliable support system. But later, from the moment she died, those things no longer belonged to her. No, perhaps it wasn't just the moment she died, but perhaps it started when her 7 masters fell. She had no support. He was alone from beginning to end. But now, someone actually told her, these are all your support. Asajiri didn't know how to describe her current state of mind. I wasn't particularly moved, nor was I particularly excited. But it was like a calm lake suddenly being rippled, spreading outwards and lingering for a long time. Although she is not very powerful now, Tianlu Kingdom is just a small country that she can destroy with a wave of her hand. The support of these ordinary people does not actually benefit Chao Wu. But at this moment, facing each sincere face below the city gate, she suddenly found herself unable to refuse. It's as if she's gotten used to doing things for certain people unconditionally, and she's gotten used to others taking it for granted that it's what she should do. Then one day, someone said thank you to her, and someone saw her efforts. Suddenly, a sentence came to mind. Sincerity is the ultimate, lasting weapon. Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, Sang Yin also fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he raised his head. I know that our Tianlu kingdom may not mean much to you, and I am not seeking your protection. From now on, I will work hard to protect every citizen. This is because you helped us, and they are not ungrateful people. We just want to do our part to tell you that you have been kind to us, and we will always be grateful to you, and always be your support. If you ever need my help, I will do my best. The implications of a monarch's promise are self-evident. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed like quite a few people below heard him. Upon seeing this, they shouted loudly. Yes, Divine Doctor, you are our benefactor, the benefactor of our entire Tianlu kingdom. Not only me, but my children and grandchildren will also be grateful to you for generations to come. You are the god of our Tianlu kingdom. That's right. If it weren't for you, we would have been dead long ago. If you need any help in the future, we will definitely do our best to help. If you need anything, just shout it out, and we'll go through fire and water for you. We will always support the miraculous healer. We will always support the fairy. We are your followers. Yes, we are your diehard fans. If anyone opposes you in the future, they are opposing the entire Tianlu kingdom. The roar of tens of thousands of people. The scene was spectacular. So much so that Su Yu and the others below the city gate were stunned. Although they weren't involved, why did they still feel a vague sense of excitement upon seeing such a scene? I feel my blood is boiling. Holy crap, why am I so excited? It feels like I'm the one they're supporting. Su Yu exclaimed with teary eyes, so touching. So touching. I used to look down on Tianlu Kingdom, thinking, what a terrible country. They don't have a single capable person, and my sister has to worry about everything. Now I apologize for my thoughts. They are all so sincere. I'm so touched. Shen Xingzhou rolled his eyes at him. That idiot. Su Yu is indeed foolish, but he is simple-minded and says whatever comes to mind. Even without him saying it, it's clear that each of them was deeply moved. Who would have thought that Asajiri's efforts weren't one-sided? Everyone has seen her efforts. There were no dramatic misunderstandings, and no ungrateful wretches. Although Asajiri didn't rush around to treat everyone in Tianlu Kingdom knew her. They were clear-headed and knew exactly who had saved them. They were grateful for the morning mist. And Sang Yin just happened to give them such an opportunity. And they said such harsh things. The weight of a monarch's promise is self-evident. From now on, Tianlu Kingdom will truly be the power behind Chaowu. Even if she doesn't need it. But they have always existed. Chapter 107, Leaving Tianlu Kingdom. Asajiri looked calmly at Sang Yin. You don't need to go to this lengths for me. She's not a good person either. She has her own motives for everything she does. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin remained silent for a moment. They all acted spontaneously. No one was forced. Perhaps you don't know what you mean to us, but please believe that every word we just said came from the bottom of our hearts. Don't feel guilty. I told you, I'm not seeking your protection, and you don't need to do anything. She deserved the enthusiasm of the people. A moment of silence. Asajiri looked at the unfamiliar yet excited faces below the city wall, feeling somewhat dazed. This feeling was like a past life, when she once went to a secret realm for training. She also entered a strange continent, where she saved many people. Everyone was grateful to her. The difference is that she hasn't reached the same level in this life as she did in the previous one. But it saved even more people. Turning her gaze away, Chaowu took a book out of her spatial storage and handed it to Sang Yin. Sang Yin subconsciously took it. What is this? I've read it. You have a high talent for spirit array masters, but you haven't awakened your spiritual root yet. This book will be helpful to you. Upon hearing this, Sang Yan's lips moved slightly, her excitement beyond words. Interrupting his impending expression of gratitude, Asajiri said calmly, I appreciate their kindness, so in return, I'm giving you this book. I believe you will be a wise ruler and protect your people well. Sang Yin nodded solemnly. I will. This experience made him fully understand the importance of strength. In this kind of world, only strength can determine everything. If you remain an ordinary, unremarkable person forever, you'll only end up like them, completely at the mercy of others. They were bullied by the Wuzheng dynasty and had no power to fight back. Surrounded by the crowd, the figures of the group walked further and further away, their figures growing smaller and smaller until they finally disappeared into the horizon. Sang Yin stood atop the city wall, watching their departing figures from afar, gripping the small book in his hand tightly, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. On their way out of Tianlu Kingdom, the group was filled with deep emotion. When they arrived, everyone they encountered wore a deep sense of despair, and cries of despair filled the air. But when they left, although the place hadn't changed much, the air of death no longer permeated the people. And all of this happened in just a few days. Suyu was still enthusiastically putting his arm around Sang Jili's shoulder. How about it? I told you, the outside world is beautiful. Your Tianlu Kingdom is nothing. Even in its heyday, it wasn't anything special. The group had just left Tianlu Kingdom and were now at the crossroads of several countries. People from these countries had gathered here, and the cultures were very diverse, which was dazzling to behold. Sang Jili was stunned for a moment, and didn't even notice Suyu's hand on his shoulder. Since his eyesight was restored, he has been busy saving lives as soon as he opens his eyes every day. He is so busy that he has no time to rest, and has not had time to really look at the world. This was the first time he had ever felt it so carefully. It is indeed very beautiful. However, he did not agree with what Suyu said. Admittedly, Tianlu Kingdom is in a bad state now, but that is definitely because of this incident, which was destroyed by the Wuzhong dynasty. Before, their Tianlu Kingdom would definitely have been a beautiful place. Suyu turned to look at Chao Wu. Where are we going now? Straight to the Wuzhong dynasty. Asajiri, sparing with words, simply replied, Suyu bit her nails. But do you have a token? Or a pass? Asajiri. What the hell? A pass. Suyu was dumbfounded, looking at Asajiri. You don't have one, do you? Although it was phrased as an inquiry, he could tell from the clear, innocent look in Asajiri's eyes that she definitely didn't know what a travel permit was. Asajiri replied expressionlessly, No. So what is that? She turned to look at Dihan. Dihan shrugged. I robbed a token that time. It had been so long, and coupled with the lack of communication between him and Asajiri, he had forgotten to tell her such an important thing. You need a pass to go to the Ukrainian Empire. Asajiri definitely didn't have a pass. She had never even seen one. She never imagined that she would need a pass to go to the Wuzhong dynasty. Did they have spiritual veins there? Since there was no pass, this route was abandoned. Asajiri asked, What is that token? I know. Suyu raised his hand, eager to answer. The token is the identity token of important figures in the Wuzhong dynasty. The borders of the Wuzhong dynasty are heavily guarded by soldiers and magical beasts. Only by showing the token or pass can people pass through. Therefore, people from our 4 countries can never enter the Wuzhong dynasty, but they can come to our 4 countries at will. This is so unfair. But there was nothing we could do. They couldn't afford to mess with those magical beasts guarding the border of the Wuzhong dynasty. They were huge creatures that could easily crush them into mincemeat with a single stomp. All right, not a single one. Asajiri pursed her lips. A silence hung in the air among them. Apart from Dihan, who remained indifferent, the others were all pondering what to do. They hadn't known that Asajiri didn't even know such important information, so they hadn't told her. I thought she had a token or pass. We were all set off and ready to go, but then we found out that we hadn't found anything at all. I can't think of any solution. Asajiri could force her way in, but she had these guys with her. If they are discovered, their fate will likely be similar to that of Nan Fuyin, whom we found on the road recently. He should have already been at Qingling by then. However, he was almost besieged and killed by the people of the Wuzhong dynasty. This is enough to prove that the Wuzhong dynasty did have some ability. They cannot yet engage in a direct confrontation with the Wuzhong dynasty. Turning her head, she focused her gaze on Dihan, who was engrossed in cultivation, and asked in a calm voice, Where is your token? Unfortunately, it was thrown away when we were being chased, Dihan replied, but there was no trace of regret in his tone. Those people were chasing him because he had taken some of their things. During the chase, those things were really affecting his performance, so he absorbed everything he could and threw away everything he couldn't absorb. Most of them were broken. Therefore, the people of the Wuzhong dynasty were so angry that their eyes turned red, and they were determined to kill him. Asajiri. So right now, we have no way to obtain tokens or passes, she concluded coldly. Suyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. No, not exactly. At this moment, Dihan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Asajiri looked at him. His voice was languid. I overheard them talking when I was in the Wuzhong dynasty. It seems there's a force down here that's opposing them and threatening their position. They've decided to investigate thoroughly and eliminate that force, so they've already sent people down. After thinking for a moment, he said, It seems like we went to some Yin kingdom. Chapter 108 Helping to Eliminate the Demon Spirit. Yin Kingdom. Shin Xingzhou, who had been mostly silent, narrowed his eyes. Asajiri asked, "Are you sure?" Dihan glanced at her indifferently. "You don't have to believe me." Yin Kingdom. Morning Mist lowered her eyes. "The Yin Kingdom isn't very far from here. Then I'll go to Yin Kingdom to get the token, and you can go back to Nan Kingdom." Dihan shifted his position, leaning lazily against the carriage. "I'll go with you." Asajiri said, "I can do it all by myself." "There are quite a few of them, including a blue spirit expert," Dihan said calmly. She could definitely do it alone, but this time they came with a purpose, and there were many of them, so the danger was naturally greater. Upon hearing this, Asajiri thought for a moment and then agreed. "Okay, then the two of us will go. I'll go too." At this moment, Shen Xingzhou, who was in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at him, his eyes solemn. "Yin Kingdom is my country. The Wujiang dynasty will definitely not have a good time going there this time. I want to do my best to lend a hand." Su Yu also joined in the fun. "If you guys are going, then I'm going too. I won't hold you back," Chao Wu said expressionlessly. "Shen Xingzhou can go, but you can't. Busai, you take the two of them back to the southern kingdom." Su Yu panicked. "Why? I'm not going. I'm not going back to the south. I want to go with you." "Why bring Shen Xingzhou along, and not him?" Chao Wu didn't give him a chance to discuss it. She took some luggage and money from her spatial storage and handed it to Busai, then told him that he had to keep a close eye on the two people. "Sang Jili is alright, but Su Yu is too unruly. When we first met, he was clearly a proud and aloof young man, but after we got to know each other, he became like an enthusiastic husky that you couldn't tame." Busai accepted the items and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, miss. I will find a place to stay in the south and wait for you to return." Indeed, there was nothing wrong with Asajiri's decision. For these three ordinary people, the south is the best place to go right now. Tianlu Kingdom is already in such a state, while Yin Kingdom is currently in an unknown state of turmoil. Only Nin Kingdom is peaceful and harmonious, with no major incidents occurring. After they left, the three of them, including Asajiri, set off for Yin Kingdom. She did have her own reasons for keeping Shen Xingzhou. They had never been to Yin country and didn't know anything about it, so they didn't know what the situation was like. In addition, since Shen Xingzhou is a citizen of Yin, it would put my mind at ease to let him go back and see his own country. The carriage was given to Su Yu and his group, and Chao Wu and the others did not rent another one, but continued on their way. Cultivators are naturally much faster than ordinary people, so they can easily travel this distance even without a contracted beast. Chao Wu and Dian were almost neck and neck. Their speeds were comparable. It was Shen Xingzhou, the novice, who was in a tough spot. He was still a beginner cultivator and didn't know anything. He could only try his best to increase his speed so that he wouldn't lose them. Even though he had pushed his speed to the limit, he still couldn't keep up with Asajiri and the others. Looking at the two small black dots in the distance, Shen Xingzhou took a deep breath. His current speed is faster than a horse-drawn carriage, which is already an incredible feat among ordinary people. But compared to Asajiri and the others, his speed was like that of a snail. It was only when he was with Asajiri that he realized there really are worlds beyond worlds. He must cultivate himself to be as powerful as them. As they approached the borders of Yin Kingdom, Chao Wu and Dian slowed down and concealed their auras. After all, there are still people from the Wujiang dynasty in Yin Kingdom, and we don't know where they are, so it's better to be careful. Otherwise, if they discover that there are other cultivators besides those from their Wujiang dynasty, then they will likely face endless pursuit and killing. This can be inferred from the fact that Dihan was previously hunted down and that Dihan had told her that the Wujiang dynasty monopolized spiritual energy. The Wujiang dynasty did not want cultivators to appear in other places, so it began to monopolize the spiritual energy of the entire continent 100 years ago. The two slowed down, walking and waiting for Shen Xingzhou. As if by chance, Dihan suddenly asked, "Why are you cultivating so diligently?" Instead of asking, Asajiri replied, "If you were to return to your peak one day, what would be the first thing you would do?" Upon hearing this, Dihan narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he let out a soft chuckle. "Naturally, we killed those arrogant fools. I'll let you see it for yourself when the opportunity arises." "I won't tell you now," he replied, without asking any further questions about Asajiri. Even without asking, it's obvious that Asajiri's situation is probably not good either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here. The fact that those 7 old guys' pampered little disciple had actually perished indicates that something significant must have happened on the Tianyuan continent during his seclusion. Unfortunately, he was in seclusion at the time and was unaware of the situation outside. Asajiri replied, "I hope so." The two walked side by side. the sunlight shining on them, and they surprisingly looked quite well matched. Surprisingly, even Asajiri herself never imagined that one day she would walk side by side with the people of the demon realm so calmly. Just as she was thinking this, the person beside her suddenly stopped, waved his hand, and a black mist swept over her. A moment later, he withdrew the black mist as if nothing had happened. Asajiri asked, "What are you doing?" "You still have residual demonic energy on you," he said calmly, then glanced at Chaowu. "Why bother practicing it if you can't absorb it?" She stole a tiny bit of demonic energy from him, but didn't absorb any of it. It all scattered outside her spiritual platform. Ordinary people can't sense it or see it, but those with high cultivation can sense it at a glance. If there happens to be a cultivator who knows about demonic spirits, then she will be in danger. Asajiri paused for a moment, not expecting that he had just been expelling the demonic aura from her body. Coming to her senses, she was suddenly startled. She didn't even fight back. When Dihan made his move, she didn't know what he was going to do, but subconsciously she didn't seem to have thought he would attack her. So she didn't even mobilize her spiritual power and had no awareness of defense at all. If he had ulterior motives, she would have died 1,000 times over. Asajiri frowned, blaming herself for her carelessness. Dihan had no idea what Chaowu was thinking, and seeing her silence, he said nothing. The tranquility between the two was broken by Shun Xingzhou, who rushed over. He was clearly working very hard, and was already out of breath. Finally made it. Asajiri glanced at him. "From now on, don't reveal that you have spiritual power. Go back to being an ordinary person." Shun Xingzhou thought for a moment, and then nodded with a serious expression. However, considering that he had just started cultivating and did not yet know how to conceal his aura, just to be on the safe side, Chaowu took out a pill from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Chapter 109 First Visit to Yin Kingdom. Shun Xingzhou took it, but did not eat it immediately. He hesitated, holding the pill in his hand. Asajiri glanced at him. "What is it?" After a moment's internal struggle, Shun Xingzhou decided to tell the truth. "Well, my identity is actually a bit complicated, and I haven't told you before. I might not be able to take you with me. After we enter the city, we might have to part ways." After all, he and his brother had a pretty ugly falling out when he left. It is still unknown whether he will have a place in the clan if he returns now. Moreover, due to his special status, it was not appropriate for him to take Asajiri and the others there, unless he gets his brother's permission. Asajiri had no objections. "We'll take care of things ourselves, but we probably won't be here for long. We need to finish this quickly. If you have any family matters to attend to, take care of them as soon as possible." She didn't want to waste as much time as she had in Tianlu Kingdom. In fact, most of his time in Tianlu Kingdom was wasted in Yinqing. Otherwise, they should have finished dealing with it long ago. Shun Xingzhou knew, and he nodded. "I will." Before, he might have thought about leaving Chaowu and how to return to Yin Kingdom. But now, he has awakened his spiritual root and become a formal cultivator. He knew that he could not confine himself to the small Yin Kingdom in his life. There is a wider world out there, and he always wants to see it. Only by following Asajiri could he go outside. Otherwise, one might only be able to look up to the Wujiang dynasty for the rest of one's life. Before entering the city, Shun Xingzhou swallowed the pill that Chaowu had just given him. Instantly, his aura was concealed. The pills refined by Chaowu were naturally of excellent quality. Even though they were expired, at least those below the purple spirit level still couldn't discern Shun Xingzhou's exact level through them. Only those who have reached the purple spirit level or above can possibly discern his true strength. Surprisingly, after entering the city, Yin Kingdom appeared to be completely normal on the surface. Upon entering the imperial city, the streets were bustling with people, and apart from being a bit hotter, it looked almost no different from the imperial city in the south. There was no sign of panic from the arrival of people from the Wujiang dynasty. That's a bit strange. Logically speaking, whichever country the Wujiang dynasty goes to, that country will be on edge for a while. This is inevitable. Just look at the south. Before the tribute missions, the common people dared not say anything on the surface, but in reality, during the time when the people of the Wujiang dynasty went to the southern kingdom, the common people were not very willing to go out to do business. They feared that the people of the Wujiang dynasty might release magical beasts to kill them at the slightest provocation. However, at this moment, it seemed as if no one from the Wujiang dynasty had come to Yin Kingdom. Not knowing where the people of the Wujiang dynasty were currently staying, Chaowu decided to find an inn to stay in first. Shun Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "If you want to go to a more lively place, then go to the city center. It's more bustling there. But if you want to gather information in a quieter place, you can go to the underground shopping mall." Underground street. Shin Xingzhou nodded. Have you heard of the ghost market in the Wujiang dynasty? Our Yin kingdom has a street similar to that, but it's an underground street, right down there. He looked at the ground beneath his feet. Down there? Asajiri asked, somewhat surprised. Does this kind of technology still exist in this day and age? Digging underground tunnels isn't difficult, but repairing an entire street is still a significant challenge with current technology. Shin Xingzhou nodded. Yes, it's down there. The merchants down there usually do some shady business, and the security down there is not very good. Every year, the imperial court has to spend a lot of money and manpower to quell the riots down there. As for why it wasn't cleared, that's because the benefits this underground street brings to Yin Kingdom far outweigh the drawbacks. Therefore, the royal family turned a blind eye. Even many high-ranking officials and nobles enjoyed conducting transactions in the underground streets. The underground street is a gathering place for all sorts of people, so it's easier to gather information there. And I'm guessing that if they really come, they're either staying in the palace or in the underground street, Shin Xingzhou said gravely. If what Nan Fuyin said is true, and the people of the Wujiang dynasty have really come, no matter what their purpose is, the Yin kingdom will not be at peace for some time to come. Upon hearing this, Asajiri immediately decided to go to the underground shopping mall. After confirming the entrance to the underground street with Shin Xingzhou, they prepared to split up. Before leaving, Shin Xingzhou said, there is an inn in the underground street called the 18-story inn. It's the only one in the underground street, and it's the largest inn. You'd better stay there. I'll come and find you when I have time tomorrow. Asajiri nodded without asking why. Shin Xingzhou then turned and left. After parting ways with Asajiri, he first wandered around to a shop, and only came out after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. When she came out again, she had changed into a more formal outfit, the red one flamboyant and passionate, the black and gold cloud patterns shimmering in the sunlight. They boarded a sedan chair and proceeded in a grand procession toward the magnificent imperial palace. May His Highness the Wing King enjoy boundless blessings and peace. Along the way, whenever the palace maids and eunuchs encountered the sedan chair, they would all kneel down and pay their respects. The person inside the sedan chair did not utter a sound. He leaned back in his chair, propping his head up with one hand, while playing with a crystal-clear bead in his other hand. His posture was leisurely and languid, exuding a carefree and unrestrained air. Her exquisite features surpassed those of a woman, yet she possessed no gentleness whatsoever. A faint smile played at the corners of her pale lips, a smile that was neither a smile nor a laugh. Her narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes were slightly raised, yet contained a hint of coldness, exuding an air of wicked arrogance. He gazed silently at the palace he had not seen for so long. If Asajiri were here, she would have noticed that Shin Xingzhou's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation after she left. When he was with her, Shin Xingzhou was mostly silent. Although he was dressed in red, his presence was even less noticeable than that of Sang Jili, who had a cold and aloof personality. He doesn't compete or fight, and he almost never speaks to Asajiri unless she asks him something. At this moment, although Shin Xingzhou was still the same person, his temperament had changed significantly. She exudes a lazy yet mysterious charm. A gentle breeze lifted the light veil on the sedan chair, partially revealing the person inside, causing the palace maids who witnessed this scene to blush and their hearts to race. After the sedan chair left, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. His Highness Prince E is back. He hasn't been to the palace in so long. I wonder what he's been busy with all this time. Who cares what he's busy with? At least I've finally seen him again. Now I can die without regrets. Yes, I wonder who in the whole world has such an honor as to win His Highness's favor. I don't care about anything else. If I could stay and serve by the Wing King's side, I would be content. Chapter 1, 10 Twin Emperors. Shin Xingzhou's appearance caused a stir among all the palace maids. However, he didn't pay attention to these things. His expression remained calm as he looked at the sky outside, lost in thought. It wasn't until someone outside called out twice, "Your Highness, Prince E?" He looked away. "What's wrong?" "We've arrived," the person outside replied. Upon hearing this, he straightened up and then got out of the sedan chair. The first thing you see is that solemn and majestic palace. It has been more than half a year since I last came here. He has spent the last 6 months in the south and doesn't know how his brother is doing now. But judging from this, it should be all right. Yin Kingdom was well managed by him, and it didn't seem like anything had happened. Putting aside his thoughts, he walked straight over. The guards at the gates saw him and bowed respectfully without blinking. Nothing unusual. It's like they think it's not surprising that he disappeared for more than half a year. "Oh my, what brings Your Highness the Wing King here today?" As soon as the shrill voice rang out, an old man carrying a whisk swayed his hips and walked over. Shin Xingzhou glanced at him and said indifferently, "Eunuch Chun, it's been a long time." Eunuch Chun covered his lips and laughed. "Indeed, it's kind of your highness Prince E to still remember me. It's been more than half a year since I last entered the palace. What brings you here today?" Shin Xingzhou said indifferently. "If you have something to say, consult the emperor." Eunuch Chun smiled and said, "Your highness Prince E, the emperor is currently discussing important matters with several ministers inside, so it may not be convenient for him to see you. Why don't you come back later?" Shin Xingzhou remained standing there, not moving. "No, I'll wait here. You can go in and let them know." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Chun gave a stiff smile. "Yes." He then flicked his whisk and left. Under the blazing sun, the floor tiles outside the vast palace seemed to be scorching hot, but Shin Xingzhou seemed oblivious, standing there motionless. After a long while, a joyful voice suddenly came from behind, growing louder as it approached. Brother Zhou, you're finally back." Upon hearing this voice, Shin Xingzhou subconsciously frowned, his impatience barely concealed. He didn't turn around. The next moment, a little girl in a pale yellow dress ran over like a butterfly. Just as she was about to pounce on Shin Xingzhou, he took a step to the left. The little girl stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Brother Zhou," she glared at him playfully. Shin Xingzhou didn't even glance at her. "Miss Yun, please have some self-respect." "What Miss Yun? Call me Kur. I've said it so many times." The little girl complained, hopping and skipping closer to his eyes. Looking at the face in front of her that even women couldn't compare to, she couldn't hide her infatuation. "Brother Zhou, where have you been all this time? I went to look for you outside the palace, but your people said you went on a journey and haven't come back for more than half a year. I've been waiting for you for so long." Shin Xingzhou only said 4 words, no comment. Yin Kur was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, the palace doors suddenly opened, and several ministers came out. They were taken aback when they saw Shin Xingzhou, but quickly realized what was happening and bowed to him. Shin Xingzhou responded with a faint yes. Then the eunuch Qin walked up to him and said, "Your Highness Prince Yi, His Majesty invites you in." Shin Xingzhou said to Yun Kur, "Excuse me." He then strode inside. Upon entering the palace and seeing the bright yellow figure on the high hall, he paused for a moment, then bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The man looked up from the memorial and placed his gaze on him. He wore a mask that barely covered the upper half of his face. The eyes behind the mask were like an inky pool, unfathomable. A moment later, he removed the mask from his face. "You've arrived." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shin Xingzhou's throat tightened, and he felt a surge of excitement in his chest. He probably hadn't seen his brother in a long time. Shin Xingzhou nodded. Yan Huang casually placed the mask on the table, then went down the steps and walked to Shin Xingzhou. If there were other people around, they would notice that the two brothers have almost identical faces. The difference is that Yan Huang's skin is whiter, with a sickly whiteness, and his pupils are darker, as if they are filled with endless storms, and he can see through people's hearts at a glance. Shin Xingzhou appears to be a leisurely person. They look the same, but their temperaments are two extremes. Here we are brothers, not ruler and subject. There's no need for so much formality, Emperor Yin said. He then found a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and pushed it towards Shin Xingzhou with slow, elegant movements. Looking at the person who looked exactly like him, Shin Xingzhou's eyes welled up with tears. He once thought he would never come back and would never see his brother again in his life. He nodded, then sat down next to Yin Huang. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then asked, "Brother, how have you been lately?" The Emperor Yan's expression remained calm. "It's fine." He glanced at Shin Xingzhou and asked, "What about you? Why have you disappeared for so long? Where have you been for the past 6 months?" Shin Xingzhou thought to himself, "It's not half a year, it's more than half a year." He has been captured and taken to the southern country for more than half a year. However, he naturally didn't take this minor issue to heart. After thinking for a moment, I realized there was no need to go into too much detail, lest I worry him unnecessarily, so I just said, "Something happened, and I went to the south." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin nodded and did not ask any further questions. Shin Xingzhou inexplicably felt that his brother seemed a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. After finishing his tea, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, brother, I heard that people from the Wuzhang dynasty have arrived. Where are they now? Are they staying in the palace?" Yan Huang paused for a moment, then met his eyes. "Who told you that?" To be honest, at this moment, Shen Xingzhou suddenly felt like he didn't recognize his brother anymore. At this moment, Yan Huang's eyes suddenly became very unfamiliar, and this unfamiliarity gave him a chill down his spine. He was puzzled, but didn't think much of it, simply replying, "I heard it from others on the way. What's wrong? Didn't they come over?" Emperor Yin suddenly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to take a sip of tea. "Yes, I'm here," he replied calmly. When she looked up at Shen Xingzhou again, his gaze had become more ordinary, just like before. It was as if the feeling that something was off just a moment ago was merely his imagination. "Where are they now?" "In the palace." Shen Xingzhou pressed. Emperor Yin did not answer, but instead asked, "Why are you suddenly asking these questions? Are they important?" "Of course it's important," Shen Xingzhou said. "Do you know what state Tianlu Kingdom is in now? The people of the Wujiang dynasty want to destroy Tianlu Kingdom. Do you think they'll show any mercy when they come to our Yin Kingdom?" Chapter 111 Crystal Core. They did not live in the palace. After Shen Xingzhou finished speaking, Yan Huang replied casually. Shen Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, what Yan Huang said next made him even stranger. The Emperor Yin looked at him calmly. "The Yin Kingdom is different from the Tianlu Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom will not follow their old path, so you don't need to worry too much." Shen Xingzhou stared blankly at Yan Huang. "Brother." The Flame Emperor lifted his eyelids, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "What?" Suppressing his wildly beating heart, Shen Xingzhou tried his best to appear calm on his face. What happened? His brother would never have said such things before. Because his brother hated the Wujiang dynasty to the core and avoided it like the plague. No one feared the Wujiang dynasty more than his brother. How could he say something like that? Nodding in agreement, Shen Xingzhou then casually added, "By the way, brother, I brought back 2 friends this time. I have a life or death bond with them. Can I bring them into the palace?" Upon hearing his words, Yan Huang smiled faintly, though not obviously. "Of course, since we've shared a life or death bond, I trust your judgment." Shen Xingzhou stood up abruptly, seemingly a little excited. "Okay, thank you, brother. I'll go find them now." Emperor Yan nodded and did not try to stop him. As Shen Xingzhou turned around, a sinister glint instantly appeared in his smiling eyes. This is not his brother. His brother never allowed him to bring outsiders back to the palace, even those who had a life or death bond with him. Because of their secret, there were very few concubines in the harem, and his brother could not allow any accident to happen. As he stepped out of the palace gates, Yun Kuer was still waiting for him. Under the scorching sun, she looked like a delicate flower that had been wilted. When she saw Shen Xingzhou, her eyes immediately lit up, and she ran over from the shade. "Brother Zhou." Shen Xingzhou initially didn't want to pay attention to her, but suddenly something occurred to him. He stopped and looked into her eyes. "Have you been in the palace all this time?" Seeing Shen Xingzhou take the initiative to talk to her, Yun Kuer was extremely excited. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Just as she was about to say something, she seemed to feel that it was inappropriate and shook her head. "No, it's just that my aunt, the Empress Dowager, felt bored, so she kept me in the palace to keep her company. I'm not in the palace every day. Sometimes I go back to stay for a few days." At this point, she fiddled with her fingers shyly, saying, "I come to see you whenever I have time, but the shopkeeper keeps saying you've gone traveling and won't give me any news about you." Once outside the palace and seeing that no one was around, Shen Xingzhou probed indirectly. "During my absence, did anything major happen in the palace? For example, how is my brother's health?" "Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Yun Kuer frowned, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. "No, I haven't heard anything about my cousin the Emperor being sick in the past 6 months. Everything is normal. My cousin the Emperor attends the morning court every day without fail. He's very diligent." "You work every day, don't you get any days off?" he asked casually. Yun Kuer replied, "How could we dare? When the tribute missions came, not only our Yin Kingdom, but all the other 4 kingdoms were working tirelessly. Then, with Tianlu Kingdom being punished and that incident happening, no one dared to relax. For the past 6 months, my cousin the Emperor has been busy handling state affairs every day. It's said he hasn't even visited the harem much. Just today, the Empress was complaining to her aunt, the Empress Dowager, saying that the Emperor hasn't entered the harem even once in over 2 months." "I understand, thank you," Shen Xingzhou said, then strode away, leaving her behind. Yun Kuer was dumbfounded. "Brother Zhou? Wait for me." Shen Xingzhou left the palace quickly, almost without stopping. Although his brother never indulged in women, he would still visit the harem. He could be described as a tool. His greatest wish in life was to be a good ruler. He strictly followed the rules and regulations in everything he did. He never did what he was supposed to eat, drink, or wear every day according to his own mood. Even the number of times he went to the harem was strictly regulated. He would not go more or less than once. It's simply impossible that he hasn't entered the harem for 2 months. Unless something particularly significant has happened in the last few months that has changed his brother. Or perhaps the emperor sitting in the palace isn't his brother at all. For some reason, Shun Xingzhou inexplicably leaned towards the latter guess. The look in his eyes during their conversation still sent chills down his spine, giving him a sinister and terrifying feeling. On the other side, the underground street. After finding the entrance, Asajiri and Diane went inside. It was a gloomy and narrow staircase that seemed to stretch endlessly, its oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Dihan walked behind her, holding a small section of candle in his long, slender hand with distinct knuckles. The candlelight had very low visibility. Apart from the path beneath my feet, I couldn't see anything around me, as if shrouded in a thin mist. However, Asajiri clearly sensed that many eyes were watching them. Asajiri sensed it, and Diane naturally sensed it too. Neither of them spoke, and they continued walking down without changing their expressions. The downward steps are steep, and it's unclear how deep they extend. The further down the mountain she went, the more surprised Asajiri became. The steps they had climbed were at least 10 meters high, but looking down now, they still couldn't see the end of the steps. It's not easy to dig such a deep pit underground, let alone build a huge underground street. Moreover, the geographical environment of Yin Kingdom is different from that of the Southern Kingdom. There is less vegetation here, and the underground is mostly hard and huge rocks. Just as I was thinking this, a red light suddenly flashed in front of me, which had a somewhat eerie feel to it. Asajiri looked closely and saw what appeared to be a stone door not far away. Above the door, there was a red stone-like object that was glittering. The red light wasn't intense, but the familiar aura made Asajiri raise an eyebrow. Crystal. It seems that the Yin Kingdom is not an ordinary country either. Could it be that there is a spiritual vein here? Crystals are things that can only be produced from raw stones containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Simply put, they are like magic crystals in monsters. The difference is that the magic crystals of monsters are obtained through the monster's arduous cultivation, while the crystals are usually buried underground, hidden inside hard raw rocks. The growth of crystals generally requires very strict environmental conditions. Raw stones only grow in places with exceptionally abundant spiritual energy. Even better ones might have spiritual veins, which are like gold mines discovered by ordinary people. For cultivators, that's material only found in their dreams. Asajiri never imagined that she would see crystals on such a continent, because such high-level cultivation resources are usually only found on continents with abundant spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she also noticed the obvious chisel marks next to the crystal. Chapter 112 Currency. The crystal wasn't inlaid. It was chiseled out from here, and there's also the peeled-off outer layer of the original stone next to it. There are raw stones in this place. I thought that encountering a tertiary artifact and spiritual plants in Tianlu Kingdom was already incredibly extraordinary, but who would have thought that a small country like Yin Kingdom would also have something extraordinary? Dihan also saw it, exchanged a glance with Chao Wu, and neither of them touched the crystal. The two pushed open the door and went inside. Only after the stone door behind him closed did the piercing gazes from behind disappear. She was certain that if they had touched that crystal just now, countless creatures would have jumped out and torn them to pieces. Although we don't know what's hiding in the shadows, we can guess that it must be something good to be left to guard a place like this. The underground street was much as Asajiri had imagined. It was dimly lit, and everyone acted suspiciously and furtively. Most people wore black cloaks to hide themselves completely. Not only that, they must have eaten something special that changed their voices. Everyone's voice became coarse and unpleasant, like a male duck. It was all to conceal their identities. It's probably rare to encounter someone like Asajiri who walks in so swaggeringly, without even trying to hide it. From the moment they entered, countless eyes were fixed on them, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Sirs, I have masks here, as well as small pills that can change your voice. Would you like some? A short man wearing a clown mask walked over and stopped them, with several small gourd bottles hanging from his waist. Asajiri glanced at the small pill in his hand. It was a black blob, like a chocolate bean. No need. She refused, and then walked past him. She recognized the formula for the little pill at a glance. They are all made from some common medicinal herbs. The difference is that it contains live goo worms. After being ingested, the worms can attach themselves to a person's vocal cords, thereby altering their voice. To recover, one must consume another type of goo worm to kill it. Asajiri had seen this kind of goo worm before. The living conditions were disgusting. Moreover, she had no intention of hiding herself. They were newcomers in Yin Kingdom, with no real status. The two quickly found the 18 story in that Shun Xingzhou had mentioned, which appeared to be quite ordinary on the surface. It was a seemingly normal thatched hut with a canvas shoe hanging at the door that read 18 story in. The thatched hut was very small. You could see the whole layout at a glance as soon as you walked in. The total area was only about 10 square meters. In the center of the hut, a black man sat at a table with a pen and a notebook in his hand. He was called Black not because he wore one of those ubiquitous black cloaks, but because he was indeed black, with dark skin and an afro that gave Asajiri the feeling of having traveled to Africa. Hearing the noise, the black man looked up, his white eyes gleaming, and darted around. "Are you two here for a meal, or to stay the night?" Asajiri took out 2 silver ingots from her spatial storage, to stay at an inn. Seeing the silver coins that Asajiri had placed on the table, the black man reached out and pushed them towards him. "Are you two newcomers? Is this your first time here?" Asajiri looked at him. The black man smiled and said, "Our underground street rules don't accept real gold or silver. We have our own currency here. If you two don't have our currency, you can go to the end of the street and exchange some." Chao Wu and Diane exchanged a glance. I didn't expect there to be so many rules here. The place felt eerie. Perhaps the people from the Wuzhong dynasty were here. Without saying anything, the two turned and walked towards the end of the street. However, when they reached the end of the street, Asajiri saw a large group of shirtless people scooping something out of the water. I looked around, but couldn't find the place the black man had mentioned for exchanging money. It must be some kind of money exchange or something. Asajiri casually pulled someone over and asked, "Excuse me, where can I exchange money around here?" The child being held back by Asajiri was a kid who looked to be about 10 years old. It was a mystery how such a young child ended up in a place like this. He looked at Asajiri, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. "Exchange money? Right here. Here." Asajiri paused upon hearing this. The kid nodded and gestured with his chin in that direction. "See this pool? You have to jump in and fish out these little stones. Only these little stones can be exchanged for money in our underground market." Asajiri looked at what he was holding. The small stones, which look like the black and white pieces of Gamoku, are also black and white. They look ordinary and have no special qualities. Can you make money by collecting these stones? What is the use of this stone? However, looking around, dozens of people were gathered here, all trying to retrieve these stones. There are also many in the water. Those who go into the water have taken off their clothes to some extent, so it's inevitable that you'll see some things that are hard to look at. Asajiri only glanced at it before her view was blocked by a figure. "It is Nanfuin." Asajiri glanced at him, and Dihan calmly asked the kid, "Are you a farmhand here?" The little devil, feeling intimidated by God, nodded, as if he couldn't breathe in front of such a powerful figure. Dihan said, "How many do you have? We'll buy them." Upon hearing this, Asajiri noticed that there was a pile of stones like a small mountain on the ground behind the kid, and a sign next to it that read Injia. That should be the kid's name. She hadn't noticed it at all. Most of these people are probably long-term laborers here. They dredge stones and sell them to those who have just arrived and don't have access to currency in the underground shopping mall in order to make a living. Upon hearing Dihan's words, the little devil's face showed a mixture of surprise and joy. He looked at Dihan as if he were looking at a god of wealth. "Really? You too, that's great. I have plenty here. You can buy as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll go down and get some more." He was so excited that he became incoherent. Beside him, another boy who looked a few years older than him saw that he had actually taken on such a big order, and his eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. He walked over and looked at Chao Wu and Diane. "Gentlemen, you two must not be fooled by this Ijia. The things he fished out are all defective products and cannot be sold at all. Generally, no customer who comes here is willing to buy his stones. Would you like to take a look at mine? They're all top quality goods. I guarantee you'll like them." After saying that, he started promoting his own products. "What are you doing?" In Jia roared angrily. "We've already divided the business. Why are you ruining my business? What right do you have to take my customers? You should be reasonable." "What? You can't even let others criticize your own goods," the man said provocatively. Chapter 113 Strange Stones. Upon hearing this, In Jia's eyes turned red with anger. He glanced anxiously at Dihan and Chao Wu, fearing they might change their minds after hearing this. He lowered his voice. "Pang Xiaomai, don't go too far. We agreed to keep to ourselves." Pang Xiaomai rolled her eyes. "How did I go too far?" I just didn't want these two guests to be deceived by you. So what? Seeing that Chao Wu and Dian did not speak, he thought that his words had worked. After all, this kind of thing had happened many times before. And he wasn't lying. The stones Jia pulled out were indeed substandard. He didn't dare go into deep water himself, only daring to retrieve them from the diving area. So the stones he pulled out were naturally small and rough. To them, this kind of stone is a defective product. A smile returned to his face, and he said obsequiously, "Why don't you two gentlemen take a look at my place? My stones are large and smooth, and of much better quality." Chao Wu wasn't particularly interested in the tension between them, and walked past Dian toward the pool. Dihan glanced at it, but said nothing. Fortunately, Asajiri didn't look at those horrible scenes again. Instead, she walked to the edge of the pond and looked down at it carefully. The light here is dim, and the pool is pitch black, so it's not very clear what you're looking at. However, it is still clear that something is moving in the water. Later, Pang Xiaomai continued to enthusiastically promote her stone, almost claiming it was the best stone of the night. In contrast, Jia suddenly looked like a rooster that had lost its fighting spirit, standing dejectedly to the side. Yes, he's used to it. Every time I meet a customer, someone else pulls me away. It was only because the stones he had picked up were small and uneven. Since they're spending money anyway, customers naturally want to make their money more worthwhile. That's normal. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, he heard a clattering sound, and the next moment, a money bag was thrown into his arms. Jia took it instinctively, looking completely bewildered. The money bag wasn't sealed properly, and a few gold coins rolled out of it. Jia paused for a moment, then quickly squatted down to pick up the fallen gold coins. He looked up and met Dihan's cold expression. He opened his mouth. "This young master." Dihan's face was cold, and he seemed very impatient. "Are we even doing business? It's so slow, wrap them all up for me." "What?" Jia was stunned, as if he had been hit by a sudden good thing, and was dizzy and unable to react for a moment. "This young master chose him? You chose him? Instead of Pang Xiaomai next to him?" Not only Jia, but even Pang Xiaomai next to him froze instantly. He looked at Dihan in disbelief, then at the heavy money bag in Jia's hand. "Those are gold coins. Gleaming gold coins. If it were full of gold coins, how much money would it cost? He could dredge stones here for a year and still not earn that much money." These long-term laborers couldn't find any other work, so they came to the underground street to do this kind of hard labor, specifically shoveling stones. After all, those who come here to do business can't possibly spend a lot of time going into the water to fish for it themselves. Those people need the currency from the underground streets, while they need the currency from the surface world. They can exchange them. I just don't understand what the underground shopping mall needs so many of these stones for. We've gone off on a tangent. Pang Xiaomai was extremely envious, and practically wanted to snatch the money bag from Jia's hand. At the same time, he realized just how big a deal he had missed this time. He immediately spoke up. "Young master, are you really not going to look at mine?" Jia is a coward who's afraid of death. The stones he collects are all small and rough ones from the edges, which can be exchanged for less money. The ones we collect are big and smooth, which can be exchanged for more money. You'll lose money if you buy his. Damn it, that's a bag of gold coins. A bag of gold coins. If he had that bag of gold coins, he wouldn't have to work so hard every day digging for stones here. Upon hearing this, Jia glanced nervously at Dihan and unconsciously clenched the money pouch in his hands. He was afraid that Dihan might really change his mind. He had just secretly opened the bag full of money and checked it. It was all gold coins, genuine gold. He had never seen so much money in his life. Perhaps finding it noisy, Dihan frowned unhappily. His features were naturally noble and aloof, and his aura was exceptionally powerful. When he frowned, people several meters away immediately felt an inexplicable pressure. Jia's heart skipped a beat, and he was immediately filled with fear. The next moment, a deep, indifferent voice, like that of a demon, could be heard. "Hurry up and pretend. Are you not going to do business?" "Huh." Jia snapped out of his daze. "Does he mean, don't change it?" His eyes widened slightly, meeting the man's deep gaze. He immediately shivered, then stuffed the money bag into his pocket and quickly ran over to fill their bags with stones. The boss said he wouldn't switch. That's great. In that case, he can make a graceful exit after completing this transaction. Jia has never felt so full of energy as he does now. He quickly picked up the huge sack and shovel and began stuffing the pile of stones, which formed a small mountain, into the sack with swift and efficient movements. This made Pang Xiaomai, who was standing next to her, feel extremely embarrassed. He stood there, as if petrified, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, he spoke up. Young master. Roll. One word, a decisive victory. The man's cold gaze didn't even fall on him. Just one word seemed to freeze the blood in his body instantly. Pang Xiaomai could no longer hold back and ran away as fast as she could. Meanwhile, things weren't peaceful on Asajiri's side either. She squatted quietly by the pool, trying to see what was in the water, when suddenly a handful of water was splashed at her. Just as the water was about to hit Asajiri, she didn't even raise her head, but as if she had eyes on the top of her head, she dodged it. She raised her head, her eyes icy cold, and looked at a shirtless man in the water. The man, who had initially been watching with amusement, realized he'd been exposed when he saw this scene. His face immediately fell, and he nervously apologized. I'm so sorry, young lady. I just accidentally spilled water on you. I'm really sorry. It was supposed to be an apology, but there was no remorse in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a hint of regret. What's there to regret? It was a pity that Asajiri had managed to avoid it. The water was sprinkled in a very peculiar way. If the mist didn't dodge it, the clothes on her most sensitive areas would get wet, and her graceful figure would be exposed naked to everyone as if she weren't wearing any clothes. Chapter 114, The Second Brother is Gone. The man was quite handsome, with red lips and white teeth, unlike the other rough men around him. His feigned apology actually made him look rather dashing. He was certain that Asajiri would forgive him if he apologized in that tone. After all, the water didn't splash on her, did it? She didn't suffer any loss. And generally no one will cause trouble in the underground street. Even when a princess from the royal family comes, she will obediently hide and dare not show her true face. He was certain that the matter wouldn't escalate, so he pretended to be relaxed. However, what he hadn't expected was that Asajiri simply stood there looking down at him with a gaze as if a ruler were looking at a lowly ant. Unintentionally, she asked slowly, her voice both cool and melodious. Hearing her voice, the man's eyes lit up again, and he quickly nodded. Yes, I just didn't mean to. At this point, he changed his tone and decided to change his strategy, but in the end, it was my fault. The young lady was frightened, and I am willing to compensate her. Since you seem to be a newcomer, how about I accompany you for a walk and show you around this underground street? He had never seen a woman in the underground city who wasn't masked. This was the first time. They're obviously newcomers from somewhere else. And this woman is just too beautiful. Her figure, her temperament, her face, she's better than many rich girls. She's a real gem. He had initially regretted not getting water on her, but now it seemed all right. He now had a reason to get closer to her, and perhaps even take things further. What's the use of just looking? Upon hearing the man's words, many onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. It was obvious that they all knew what kind of person this man was, and they were all used to his methods. However, no one stopped them, and no one exposed them. After all, this is an underground street, so it's better to avoid trouble. If you die here, no one will care. It's just a pity for this girl. This Mr. Luo, relying on the fact that he had read a few books and was rather handsome, liked to do some heinous things. He has bullied dozens, if not hundreds, of girls. Compensation. Asajiri looked at him, her thin lips parted slightly, and she slowly uttered those two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng thought there was a chance and nodded excitedly. Yes, I'm willing to accompany you around, young lady. You probably don't know much about this underground shopping mall yet. At this moment, Dihan stepped forward and walked to Chao Wu's side. The commotion here naturally did not escape his notice. She glanced coldly at the man in the water, her gaze as if she were looking at a dead man. He raised his well-defined fingers with a relaxed and elegant air, and a faint black mist spread from his fingertips, visible only to himself. I can do it myself. Suddenly, Asajiri turned her head and glanced at him. In an instant, the murderous intent in the air vanished completely. He completely withdrew the demonic aura from his fingertips. Okay, he replied, then stood with his hands behind his back, ready to watch the show. That makes sense when you think about it. No matter what, there's no need for him to take action here. How dare you mess with someone like that? Even he couldn't see through Asajiri, and he didn't dare to provoke her easily. He probably doesn't even know how he died. Sure enough, the next moment, a smile appeared on the girl's lips. If it weren't for the overwhelmingly cold, killing intent in that smile, everyone would have been drowned in her breathtakingly beautiful face. Compensation? In my domain, how to compensate is determined by my rules. Then, the girl swept her cold gaze across the room, and no one saw how she moved. A pebble instantly entered the water and shot towards Luo Sheng's navel at an extremely fast speed. Luo Sheng's face turned pale, and he clutched his crotch in pain. Before anyone knew what had happened, they saw Luo Sheng painfully fall into the water. They were startled. Looking at Asajiri again, his expression remained calm and composed, as if he had done nothing. Only Di-Han could see it clearly. That man is finished. He didn't feel any empathy for the pain or anything like that below. He stared at the splashing figure in the water for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. That's pretty ruthless. They are vengeful, like a cat with sharp claws. Suddenly, he remembered that back in the Southern Kingdom, before he and Asajiri reached an agreement, although they weren't directly confronting each other, if he had done anything excessive then, Asajiri probably wouldn't have shown him any mercy. What are you laughing at? Asajiri turned around and saw the smile on the man's lips. She thought the man was crazy. Nothing, I just saw a cat, he replied. Asajiri immediately thought that this person must be sick. What's so interesting about cats? They watched the show for quite a while before someone finally realized what was happening and went to rescue the person. My penis, my penis. Luo Sheng, who had been rescued, clutched his crotch in pain, his face ashen. The person next to him was struggling to suppress a laugh. Brother Luo? What's wrong with you? Luo Sheng didn't even have the courage to look down. He pointed to his crotch, his face pale. Seeing that he didn't seem to be acting, everyone looked down. It couldn't have been something that the girl threw a stone at, and it broke, could it? That little girl wouldn't have that kind of ability, would she? However, the next moment, something was seen moving in his crotch. Everyone. The man holding Luo Sheng's face changed, and he angrily shoved Luo Sheng to the ground. What the hell do you mean by this, Luo Sheng? I'm a decent man, and you can get hard with me too? Don't be disgusting. Luo Sheng shook his head. No. Some people scoffed. So he doesn't even spare men, huh? He's bisexual, a toad pretending to be a frog, ugly but charming. Luo Sheng collapsed to the ground, shaking his head frantically. No. It hurts so much, help me. What's that? Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes noticed that Luo Sheng's pants seemed to have a hole in the crotch, and something was moving inside. Perhaps because they saw something familiar, everyone stopped smiling and became serious. Upon seeing this, the man who had pushed Luo Sheng away earlier immediately walked over and, without thinking, tore Luo Sheng's crotch open with one hand. Several screams rose and fell. Nothing is more terrifying to men than what they are seeing now. Luo Sheng's little brother is gone, someone said in horror. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng nearly fainted from fright. Despite the pain, he looked down. However, after just one glance, his eyelids rolled back, and he completely fainted. Below him, there was a black, hedgehog-like thing that was constantly gnawing at his penis. His second child is gone. Chapter 115 Red Thread Spider. Yes, it's gone, not a single bit left. It was completely devoured. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively covered their genitals. That thing actually eats this stuff, someone exclaimed in disbelief, then immediately jumped out of the water. This had never happened before, so they didn't know that the thing in the water actually ate men's penises. If they had known earlier, they certainly wouldn't have dared to take the risk. Money is important, but health is more important. What kind of man is he if he doesn't have that thing? Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that the thing was still gnawing at Luo Sheng's genitals, someone couldn't stand it anymore and picked it up with a twig. However, to his surprise, the thing was very strong, and several of its tentacles had already pierced into Luo Sheng's flesh, making it impossible for him to remove. On the contrary, it woke Luo Sheng up in pain. After Luo Sheng woke up, he could feel something burrowing into his flesh below. It's heart-wrenching. He wept and pleaded, "Save me, save me." Luo Sheng, it's not that we don't want to save you. It's just that this thing is biting too hard. There's no way to get help. They didn't dare to touch it. Luo Sheng was in so much pain that he almost fainted, screaming incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and reached out to pull the thing off. With a splash, it was thrown into the water. There were originally more than a dozen people standing in the water, but after this incident, there was no one left in the water. People were whispering among themselves. Luo Sheng couldn't accept the fact that he was no longer able to have sex. He also hadn't forgotten who the culprit was. Like a dog, he lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chao Wu, gritting out 2 words through gritted teeth. Bitch. That gaze seemed to want to devour Asajiri whole. Asajiri looked at him coldly. Even when death is imminent, a person remains defiant. However, Dehan's gaze was unusually cold. Just then, a trembling voice sounded from the side. Two guests. All the stones you requested have been packed up for you. Upon hearing this, Asajiri withdrew her gaze. In-jie stood beside them with his head hunched over, looking somewhat fearful. How could he not be afraid? Although Luo Sheng's manhood wasn't aborted by this girl, he still felt extremely terrified. That's what they deal with day and night. The thought that such a creature could eat human flesh sent a chill down his spine. I am incredibly grateful to have obtained such a bag of gold coins. From now on, I won't have to do hard labor here anymore. Otherwise, they might not have the chance to carry on the family line in the future. Lead the way. After just one glance, Asajiri lost interest in staying there any longer. She felt nauseous just from seeing all those offensive and disturbing images everywhere. In-jie's pile of stones filled 7 large bags, which looked quite a lot. Chao Wu casually wanted to pick up 2 bags, since the weight was negligible for her and could be easily lifted with a single finger. However, upon seeing her actions, In-jie rushed over without thinking, hoisting the heavy bag onto his back. No need, gentlemen. How can you lay a hand on me? I have a car, you can just watch. As he spoke, he pushed a cart out from the dark corner. Seeing this, Asajiri gave up. Next, In-jie pushed the cart to take Chao Wu and Dehan to exchange money, and then swaggered away in front of everyone. Luo Sheng was still lying on the ground, cursing and screaming in pain. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. So what? Just as they chose to stand by when Rashomon stirred up trouble, they still won't meddle now that things have happened. Just treat it as a joke. In places like underground shopping malls, the worst thing you can do is meddle in other people's business and get yourself into trouble. In-jie led them not to a bustling street, but to a more secluded and dark place. I didn't encounter a single person on the road. Such people deserve to die. Why not just kill them? Suddenly, Dehan's voice rang out in the darkness. Upon hearing this, In-jie was startled and immediately began to breathe softly. Kill. Is this something he can hear? Will I be silenced? Who would dare to kill someone in the underground arcade? Do they have a death wish? He silently prayed that his trip would go smoothly, and that he would get out of there as soon as he finished. He just hoped that these 2 rich men wouldn't kill him to silence him. He hunched his head, slowed his breathing, and subtly diminished his presence. The next moment, Asajiri replied, he was destined to die anyway, so I don't need to do anything. How so? Upon hearing this, Asajiri thought for a moment and then explained simply, the thing in that water is poisonous. She had seen a dense mass of black shadows in the water earlier, but she couldn't make out what they were. It wasn't until later, when Luo Sheng recklessly splashed water on her, that she saw them clearly through a flash of light. The water was teeming with tiny red-spined spiders. These red-line spiders are low-level Tier 1 magical beasts with weak attack power, but they are numerous and poisonous. They often live in groups, and the female spiders prefer to lay their eggs in water. The stones these people picked up were the eggs of the female red thread spider. Red-line spiders are venomous, but not with an immediate, deadly venom. The toxin remains in the body and slowly kills the person. It's worth mentioning that these female spiders are mostly in a dormant state when laying eggs, much like snakes hibernate. They are very weak and slow in their movements, which is why these people rarely get attacked by spiders when they are collecting stones here. That's too good for him, Dehan said calmly. If it were him, anyone who dared to curse him would have their tongue chopped off and fed to the dogs, and his eggs would be shaken to pieces. They wouldn't get away with it. Poisoned? So what if I'm poisoned? I'll still get beaten up even if I'm poisoned. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him indifferently and said only 4 words, don't cause trouble. She is certainly not that saintly. Otherwise, how could he have thought that just by throwing a stone down, she could have caused the dormant red thread spider to attack the man? She smeared something on the stone. Her true nature is that she is vindictive and vengeful. Thump. A heavy thud interrupted Chao Wu and Diane's conversation. A sage eye snapped her fingers, and a small flame appeared at her fingertip, illuminating In-jie's panicked face. He was so frightened by what he saw that he trembled. Asajiri stared calmly for 2 seconds, then spoke. What are you afraid of? In-jie's gaze fell on her fingers, his voice trembling slightly. I'm afraid what you just said. That kind of spider is poisonous. He didn't know whether he should be terrified of the spider or afraid of the 2 strange people in front of him. She can start a fire with her fingers. How is this any different from him bragging to others that his cat can do backflips? The only difference might be that her fingers can actually start a fire, while his cat's ability to do backflips is just a hoax. Chapter 116, The Touch of Human Skin. Asajiri could tell what he was afraid of, but she didn't expose him. Her calm gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds before she waved her hand and continued on her way. You did the right thing. Her voice came from the front, cold and indifferent. The animals you encountered in the shallow water were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled, and their toxins were very weak. The animals with stronger toxins were in the deep water, and you shouldn't have been bitten. Injia, who was still feeling sorry for himself, immediately scrambled to his feet upon hearing this, and followed Chao Wu. Yes, I've never been bitten. They all say that the thing doesn't hurt when it bites, and there's nothing wrong afterward. But I'm afraid of water, so I don't dare go into deep water. Originally, he was simply afraid of water. If what the girl said is true, then didn't his actions save his own life? Injia felt both surprised and delighted, as if he had survived a disaster. Asajiri killed his gloating with a blank expression. Even if you weren't bitten, it doesn't mean you're not poisonous. Redline spiders have trace amounts of toxins that can be directly released into the water. So even if Injia wasn't bitten, there was still a small amount of toxin in his body. Upon hearing this, Injia's expression immediately turned as if struck by lightning. Sir, oh no, fairy sister, how can I get the antidote? How can I save my dog's life? Do you have the antidote? I can trade with you. I can buy it from you. He immediately ran to Asajiri's side and said urgently, thinking about how careful he had been, not even daring to go into the water, only scooping up pebbles one by the pool, and how he still got poisoned despite all that. He couldn't help but want to cry. The boy had a vivid imagination. In just a few seconds, he had already thought about everything that would happen to him after he was poisoned and died. The final conclusion is that without me, what kind of perfect world would it be? He immediately shook his head. No, he doesn't want to die. He placed all his hopes on Asajiri. Since this older sister knows all this, she should also know how to detoxify herself. As expected, Asajiri sparingly gave only one word. However, it was this one word that instantly made Injia's eyes light up. Really? That's great. Can you save me? I can buy the antidote. Compared to his excitement, Asajiri appeared much more indifferent. She suddenly stopped, and Injia almost bumped into his back. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side and blocked him. Asajiri glanced at him and said, Things. Huh? Injia asked, puzzled. Asajiri glanced behind her. Stone. Injia suddenly realized. I was so excited just now that I didn't even pull the card I was holding. He immediately ran back and pushed the card over, following closely behind Chawo. Elder sister, I can give you the antidote for free, but you have to exchange it for something, Asajiri said calmly. Sure. You can have anything you want. Injia quickly pledged his loyalty. It was a matter of life and death. Nothing was more important than his life. Asajiri then said nothing more. After a moment, not hearing Chawu speak, Injia, a little uneasy, tentatively asked, Sister, what do you want me to exchange for? I'll prepare something. I'll contact you if I need anything, she said. Sensing that she was aloof and didn't seem to like talking much, Injia wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Although he was worried about the poison in his body, these 2 customers had helped him so much today and given him so much money. No matter who they were, he now believed they were good people. Surely the fairy sister wouldn't let him die from the poison. As they were secretly thinking about this, the 3 of them arrived in front of a mansion. Yes, it is a mansion, and it is quite grand in appearance. The gate was tightly shut, the plaque was blank, and 2 huge green lanterns hung at the entrance, giving it a somewhat eerie look. We're here. Injia stopped and said to Chao Wu, the money in the underground mall is exchanged here, but only one person can go in at a time. Should you go or should I go? Go, Asajiri said. Injia had no objections. He rubbed his hands together, took a few steps forward, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. A moment later, someone opened the door. Because the door was half open and no one came out, Asajiri couldn't see the person's face. However, judging from the way Injia spoke to the man, one could tell that the man was very short. Because Injia was completely bowing his head and bending over while communicating with that person. The 2 exchanged a few more words, and after a while, Injia returned and moved all the stones from the cart inside. The gate remained closed for a moment, and Chawu and Dian waited outside. She glanced at the silent man beside her and asked in a low voice, What is it? Dihan spoke, his voice languid. There is the aura of a demonic spirit inside. Upon hearing this, Asajiri also took the initiative to exchange information with him. There are still people making medicine. Because she felt it. Not to mention that she is a pharmacist herself, now that she has formed a contract with a ginseng baby. No spiritual herb within a few miles can escape her discerning eyes. It seems that Yin Kingdom and Tianlu Kingdom are similar. Neither of them are ordinary places. Asajiri thought to herself that perhaps her previous understanding was wrong. When she was first reborn, she thought she had been reborn into a continent with no spiritual energy at all, and she even felt that it was a complete ripoff. However, everything that has happened during this period has completely changed her perception. Especially after finding that ancient scroll beneath the city of Yin, she became increasingly certain that there might be a reason she was reborn in this place. This place is not as ordinary as it appears on the surface. Otherwise, how could such a small and insignificant continent contain ancient fragments that record the Creator God and the Nine Heavens spirit realm? Also, what about the monster corpse she saw when she went to pick up the parchment? Now, she was completely certain. She didn't know if the Southern Kingdom and the Western Kingdom had anything else, but the Tianlu Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom were definitely not ordinary. It may be of great help to her recovery from cultivation. With a creak, the door opened. At the same time, Asajiri and Tihan stopped talking. It was Jia who came out, carrying a thick stack of papers. He handed the item to Asajiri. Here you go. Asajiri took it and flipped through it a couple of times. Is this the money in the underground mall? Jia nodded. Yes, this is the currency used in the underground shopping mall. Asajiri quickly returned it to him, saying, wrap it up. Jia was puzzled, but he obediently did as he was told, took a tattered cloth, wrapped up the thick wad of cash, and handed it back to Chaowu. Asajiri then took it. The moment she held it in her hand, she felt an unusual sensation. That's the kind of feel you get from human skin. She said, so that's why the money in this underground shopping mall is so special. The difference lies here. Chapter 117, the 18-story inn. To avoid causing Jia to panic, she did not say this. Upon returning to the 18-story inn, Jia's expression changed when he saw the thatched hut in front of him. Seeing that he stopped walking, Asajiri turned back and glanced at him. What's wrong? Jia scratched his head. Sister, this place is not something people like us can afford. It's very expensive to stay here for one night. I think I'll pass. I'll still come to the underground street to wait for you these days. I'll be there whenever you need me. Just let me know if you need anything. Just kidding. The price of one night's stay here is enough for him to fish for stones for 7 or 8 days over there. He was able to acquire so many stones thanks to the fact that few people had bought from him before, which allowed him to accumulate such a large stockpile. Upon hearing this, Asajiri did not insist on keeping him and nodded. Jia handed the wrapped money to Chaowu in one gulp, then turned and left. He needs to find a bank on the ground to deposit the gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe carrying such a large sum of money on him. Jia ran out quickly, and as he went up the steps, he caught a glimpse of a red figure. He paused for a moment. He stopped, turned around suspiciously, and looked behind him. That person who just passed by looked so familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wasn't that person one of the corpses that were transported out of the city more than half a year ago? How is he still alive? Has it come back to life? Filled with doubt, he still left the underground mall. When Chaowu and Diane returned to the 18th floor inn and saw the black man again, her lips twitched. It's so distracting. On the contrary, others seemed unsurprised. 2 men in black were registering ahead of Asajiri and Tihan. All right, room number 3 on the 7th floor, the black man said, then handed a sign to the 2 men in black. Then Asajiri saw the 2 people holding a black sign and standing in a designated spot. The black man walked over, flashed them a professional fake smile, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Have a pleasant stay, both of you. After saying that, he pulled down the gate. In an instant, the 2 men in black fell down. It was undoubtedly something like a modern elevator, but much faster. After the gate was pulled down, the floor beneath their feet began to descend, taking them down with it. Asajiri is a modern person who has seen elevators before and is very accepting of this kind of thing. She didn't show any surprise when she saw this scene. Looking at Dihan, it was clear that this was also his first time meeting him, but he did not show any surprise or fear on his face. The 2 were so calm that the black man couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. He walked back and sat down. Would you 2 like a meal or a stay at the inn? Check in. Asajiri placed the thick wad of money on the table. The man picked it up, counted it carefully, and finally asked, how long are you staying? Asajiri, unaware of the prices here, asked, how long can I stay? The black man replied, if we book 2 rooms, we can stay for 7 days. If we book 1 room, we can stay for half a month. Meals are not included. You will have to pay for your own food. Even Asajiri doubted whether this was truly a time traveler from the present. The dialogue is so modern. She resolutely chose to book 2 rooms. This time, Dihan didn't say anything either. The registration was completed quickly, and the black man handed them 2 black name tags. 13th floor, room 7, room 8. After leading Chao Wu and Dian to their designated spot, he once again flashed a professional fake smile. I hope you two have a pleasant time. After saying that, he pulled the gate. The wind whistled past her ears, and the intense feeling of weightlessness made her dizzy. All the floors in front of her seemed to be rushing upwards, and her hair seemed to be flying upwards as well. It moved very quickly and stopped in just a few seconds. Chao Wu and Dian saw a sign hanging in front of them that read 13th floor. The entire inn was built underground. The further down you go, the higher the floors become. If we assume each floor is 3 meters high, the total height of this inn is at least several tens of meters. In addition, the underground street is more than 10 meters vertically downward from the ground. If an ordinary person wanted to build such a large project, it would not be a simple matter. They started looking for their rooms. Asajiri glanced around and saw that there were a total of 10 rooms on the 13th floor. Besides her and Dihan, there were 2 other people on this floor. Having found his room, before entering, he said to Wu, "Don't make any rash moves." The purpose of this trip was to find the people of the Wujiang dynasty, seize the token, and go to the Wujiang dynasty. Chao Wu did not want to stay any longer, so as soon as he entered the room, he immediately began to think of ways to find the people of the Wujiang dynasty. I can't use spiritual power for fear of being detected. But she has spiritual plants. What knows the soil better than plants? They dug the baby ginseng out, patted the dirt off it, and it rubbed its sleepy eyes, looking at Asajiri with an adorable expression, its still dormant little voice asking, "Master?" Asajiri was surprised to find that the baby ginseng's skin seemed to have become even whiter. When I first saw it, it looked quite normal, but after being nurtured in her elixir space for so long, the ginseng baby now looks more like a plump, white radish. They look so fresh and juicy, you can't help but want to take a bite. Asajiri, as if discovering a new continent, pinched its soft arm. Giggle. The ginseng baby laughed because it was ticklish. Not only did it become whiter, it also became softer. The texture is even softer than a baby's skin. Like a marshmallow. You got promoted? She asked. Speaking of this, ginseng baby is no longer sleepy. It beamed with excitement. No, but the baby's strength has greatly improved, and it's about to advance to the next level. With that, it let out a soft yelp and happily nestled into Chao Wu's arms. Master Silver's space is so comfortable, the soil is so comfortable, and the spiritual spring water is so comfortable. The spiritual spring water is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it is very useful to humans, magical beasts, and plants. It bathes in the spiritual spring water every day. It would be a waste to use such a precious thing for bathing without improving its strength. Asajiri was also very happy to hear the news. After all, the ginseng baby is now bound to her by a contract. Their fates are intertwined. The ginseng baby suddenly raised its head from Asajiri's chest, its 2 black grape-like eyes looking at Asajiri. By the way, Master, is there something you need from me? It now calls out Master with complete conviction. It had only submitted to the tyranny of the morning mist to escape the brutal Earth-rank artifact. It had given up hope that its life would just be like that. But now it seems that it has clearly found a great treasure. How many people in this world have their own personal space? Not to mention the spiritual spring water, which is sold for hundreds of thousands of crystals per drop. Chapter 1:18 Jealousy and Rivalry. The ginseng baby, who unexpectedly discovered that it had found a treasure, naturally stopped complaining. It is now extremely satisfied with its owner. It thought, maybe it is the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune, otherwise how could it have such incredible luck? You can pick up any owner, and they'll become a big shot. Hearing its words, Asajiri finally came to her senses. Yes, I called you out this time because I want you to do me a favor. The baby ginseng spoke softly. Master, just tell me what you need. There's no need to be so polite. Asajiri said, go down and help me see how tall and deep this building is, how many floors are below, and if there are any other people down there. The main thing is to see if there are any cultivators. She had already checked the floors above the 13th floor while riding the elevator and found no cultivators there. She couldn't sense how many more floors were below, or if there were other cultivators. Whether the inn actually has 18 floors or not, she didn't know. Fortunately, there's a ginseng baby as an assistant. Open the window, and all you see outside is a dark, muddy wall. The baby ginseng listened attentively and nodded solemnly afterward. Okay, I'll go see right away. Asajiri cautioned. Be careful not to be noticed. The baby ginseng nodded, then plunged headfirst into the soil, disappearing in an instant like a loach. Morning mist closed the window again. The ginseng baby returned not long after. There are 5 more floors below. The middle 3 floors are mostly deserted, and the bottom 2 floors are shrouded in a strange aura, so we can't sense anything there, it reported. However, I dug through their floor and found that there were people on the last floor, and there were cultivators among them. Upon hearing this, Asajiri understood. Without even asking, it's clear that the cultivator must be from the Wuzhang dynasty. So they really made the right choice coming here. The people from the Wuzhang dynasty were staying on the bottom 2 floors of the 18-story inn. At this point, Ginseng Baby thought of something else. I saw them kill a few people. Those people had a strange aura, and their blood smelled terrible. I felt they were a bit dangerous. Master, who were they? The baby ginseng was very small. Standing there, it really looked like a big radish. It tilted its head and looked at the pensive morning mist. They look excessively cute. Asajiri pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know either. We'll have to see it before we can say anything. Ginseng Baby nodded. Yes, but master, you must be careful. Those people don't look ordinary at all, and they seem somewhat out of place on this continent. It can sense that this continent lacks spiritual energy. Asajiri nodded, then put it into her spatial storage. He killed someone. The blood of the murdered person smelled terrible and had a strange odor. Chao suddenly remembered what Fuyin had said. He overheard a conversation within the Wuzhang dynasty, where people said that a strange force outside the 4 kingdoms was targeting them. If that's the case, then the people killed by the Wuzhang dynasty must belong to that unknown force. If even Ginseng Baby feels somewhat wary, then the other party must be someone of considerable importance. Asajiri decided to observe from the sidelines for the time being. It has been confirmed that the people on the lower 2 floors are from the Wuzhang dynasty, so this inn is not safe. Asajiri thought for a moment, then raised her hand, her slender fingertips drawing several intricate patterns in the air. After a cup of tea, she finished drawing the spirit array. Fearing to attract the attention of the Wuzhang dynasty, Chao did not activate the spirit array by drawing spiritual energy. Instead, she cut her finger, and scarlet blood flowed out. She whispered the incantation. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge golden light flashed from the ground, enveloping the entire floor. Asajiri incorporated the secret technique and modified the spirit array. It became a purely offensive spirit array, using her blood as a catalyst and requiring her blood to activate. Without the addition of spiritual power, it cannot be considered a true spirit array, so the people of the Wuzhang dynasty did not notice it. Looking at the completed spirit array, Asajiri was momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps she was never a pure cultivator by nature. She didn't like to take sides, and in her heart, there wasn't a clear dividing line between good and evil, because she used a secret technique from the demon realm. In her past life, as a superior, she should have cultivated diligently to fight against the demonic realm. However, her goals were not so lofty. She only admired strength and was interested in all kinds of power, having a wide range of interests. She didn't cultivate demonic spirits, but she read quite a few books about the demon realm, including this secret technique, which I learned by stealth. Since she sided with her superiors, became their apprentice, and was hailed as a genius by everyone, she has never shown these things in public again. So much so that she forgot for a very long time that long ago, she simply admired strength and did not distinguish between factions. A sudden, icy sensation came from the wound on my fingertip. Asajiri came to her senses. Looking down, she saw a short wooden sword gently touching her wound. This body has a slight blood clotting disorder. I didn't notice it before, but now I see that such a small wound has bled so much. And this little wooden sword is like a kitten licking her wounds. The morning mist suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost. Doesn't this earth-rank artifact really dislike them? Even its master, Nanfuyin, was not treated with respect. After looking down for a while, the little wooden sword did not notice that she was looking at it and touching the morning mist's blood with its body. Blood quickly covered its entire body. A small wooden sword was instantly transformed into a blood-stained, deadly weapon. Just as Asajiri was about to speak, a disdainful voice came from the space. Head green tea sword. It's a ginseng baby. Upon hearing this, Asajiri fell silent. The ginseng baby suddenly appeared in front of Chao, angrily kicking away the small wooden sword that was the same length as itself. It was no longer afraid of this earth-rank artifact that had once frantically chased after it. At this moment, its heart and eyes were only on its master. Clutching Asajiri's wrist angrily, she said, "Master, don't pay any attention to this green tea sword. It's just trying to seduce you. You are my master alone." Just as Asajiri was wondering why it would say that, the ginseng baby turned around and glared at the little wooden sword. "Give up. I'd rather use my master's spiritual spring water for a bath than let you drink it. You damn green tea." Instantly, the eye on the small wooden sword flashed with a cold light, becoming extremely murderous. Asajiri suddenly came to her senses. So that's how it is. So it wasn't licking her blood just now, but rather absorbing the spiritual spring water in her blood that hadn't been fully metabolized yet? After all, she had always drunk the spiritual spring water like water. So in the eyes of these spiritual artifacts and medicines, her whole body was probably permeated with a rich spiritual spring water aura. Upon learning the truth, Asajiri was speechless with emotion. It turns out that even Earth-ranked divine artifacts like spiritual spring water. Just as I was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. "Is that morning mist?" Shin Xingzhou's voice came from outside. Asajiri paused for a moment. He said he would come to find them tomorrow. How come it's so soon? Chapter 119 Doubt. Asajiri snapped out of her daze and said, "Go in." Hearing her voice, Shin Xingzhou pushed the door open and came in. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Asajiri's figure. Asajiri glanced at him. "How did you find me?" She didn't leave any information. Shin Xingzhou didn't hide anything. "The waiter is one of my men." Asajiri was a little surprised. "You're the owner here?" Shin Xingzhou was a little embarrassed. "No." When asked about the reason, Shin Xingzhou only said 4 words. "A coincidence." Asajiri didn't ask any more questions. "Oh right." Shin Xingzhou suddenly remembered something important he hadn't told Chaowu. "The people from the Wujiang dynasty are staying in this inn, on the bottom 2 floors. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Seeing that Asajiri didn't look surprised, he paused. "You knew?" Asajiri nodded. "I just found out not long ago." Given her abilities, finding out all this shouldn't be difficult. Shin Xingzhou nodded, his expression somewhat grave. "They have quite a few people. I'm afraid they'll be making a big move this time." The sheer number of people isn't the most frightening thing. What he fears most is that they still don't know each other's intentions. No one has ever seen or heard of that mysterious force, and who knows if it was fabricated by the people of the Wujiang dynasty. After all, they are currently in Yin country and can do whatever they want. Asajiri didn't say anything. She was pondering how to take the tokens from them without them noticing. Stealing would be ideal, but killing someone is too risky. Among their group were blue spirit experts. Although Nanfuin was also a blue spirit, there were many of them. They don't even know if they have any backup. Isn't this Nanfuin's wooden sword? You were attacked." Shin Xingzhou's expression suddenly changed. A sage eye snapped out of her daze and saw him pointing at the small wooden sword next to her, which was covered in blood. Asajiri showed the small cut on her finger. "No, he's next door." Shin Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Morning mist remained the same. "Go." The door opened, and a figure stood in the doorway, holding a small wine jar in his hand. The intoxicating aroma of the wine immediately filled the room, and just smelling it was enough to make one feel drunk. "You went to buy wine?" Asajiri sniffed. Surprisingly, the aroma of the wine was exceptionally unique. The rich scent entered her nostrils, and a warm feeling began to spread throughout her body. Her pores seemed to feel exceptionally comfortable under the nourishing warmth. Dihan's gaze lingered on Shin Xingzhou for half a second. Then he lazily glanced at the small wooden sword floating in the air and casually said, "Disgraceful thing. Who let you come here? Go back." The little wooden sword jumped up and down frantically in protest. He walked in a few steps, found a seat and sat down, answering Asajiri's question, "I guess so." He then turned his gaze to Shin Xingzhou and raised an eyebrow. Shin Xingzhou had come openly and honestly, but for some reason, he felt a little guilty under the cold gaze of God. It's like trying to seduce someone's wife when the wife isn't around. Coming to his senses, he cursed inwardly twice. What seduction? What guilty conscience? He clearly came to talk to Asajiri about serious business. However, he still explained, "I was going to come back to see you tomorrow, but things happened suddenly." Chaowu found a seat opposite Dian and gestured for Shin Xingzhou to sit down as well before asking, "What happened?" Shin Xingzhou considered how to explain. After a moment, he looked up and decided to present the tray. "To be honest, my identity is somewhat complicated. The Emperor of Yin is my twin brother." Asajiri showed no surprise. She had long guessed that Shin Xingzhou's status in Yin Kingdom must be quite high. She had noticed his extraordinary demeanor before, and it was normal for him to be the emperor's younger brother. Due to certain special reasons, only my brother and I remain in the royal family. My brother is very wary of others, so I cannot bring you into the palace without permission. I originally planned to go back to the palace first to persuade my brother before taking you to see him. Asajiri asked, has something happened in the palace? Shin Xingzhou nodded, and then shook his head. Nothing's wrong in the palace. He's managing it very well. The people from the Wujiang dynasty haven't come to cause trouble during this time either. But I feel like he's not my brother. Upon hearing this, Asajiri lifted her eyelids. What do you mean by it seems like he's not his brother? Dihan acted as if it were none of his business, and it was unclear whether he was even listening. He inexplicably opened the jar of wine, poured himself a cup, and pushed it in front of Chao Wu. The small bottle was probably only enough for 2 cups. After pouring 1 cup for Asajiri, he didn't do anything else. He didn't pour it for himself, nor for Shin Xingzhou. Asajiri paused for a moment. Shin Xingzhou saw it too, but didn't pay attention. He nodded. His appearance hasn't changed at all. He remembers everything about us. His behavior is fine, so there shouldn't be any suspicion of him being impersonated. But I always feel like something happened that I don't know about during the half year I was away. Anyway, this brother feels very unfamiliar to me. I don't feel any sense of familiarity when I'm with him. The emperor in the palace was acting strangely in many ways. He couldn't put it into words or explain it in detail. Even if they gave many examples, Asajiri and the others couldn't possibly perceive it so directly. After all, they had never met his brother before. Just as Shin Xingzhou thought, Chao really couldn't give him much advice or ideas, because she didn't know what kind of person the former Yin emperor was. At that moment, the exquisite white porcelain wine glass was brought to her lips. Following the distinct knuckles of those fingers, my gaze instantly met a pair of beautiful, indifferent eyes. His eyes were deep and dark, like whirlpools containing storms. He had a cold and noble air about him, with a smile at the corners of his eyes, as if he were doing something he did often, something very ordinary. Asajiri had only one thought in her mind. Another one has gone mad. Asajiri paused for half a second, then reached out and took the wine glass. Dihan failed to feed her wine, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply sat there, not interrupting their conversation, as if he were uninterested. Ignoring the gaze fixed on her face, Asajiri was about to taste the rich and fragrant wine in her hand when she suddenly paused as she brought the glass to her lips. He lifted his eyelashes. Your appearance hasn't changed? Shin Xingzhou was stunned for a moment before he realized that Chao was talking to him. He nodded. Yes, when I noticed something was wrong, I wondered if he was someone else impersonating me, but he had almost no flaws. Besides, even if 2 people look very similar, they can't be exactly the same. Just like him and his brother, they are twins who look almost identical, but you can still see the differences if you look closely. Chapter 1, 20 Demon Lord. Why is it impossible? Asajiri's calm eyes fell on his face. Shin Xingzhou replied, my brother and I are twins. We look exactly alike. There's no way anyone could look more like him than me. He paused for a moment. The world is vast and full of wonders. What if it really exists? The events that have occurred recently have been constantly challenging his worldview, and he has even been unable to consistently stick to his own opinions. When Asajiri asked him that question, he instantly lost his confidence. Asajiri put down her wine glass, paused for a moment, and then said, a few months ago, in the Southern Kingdom, I saw someone who looked exactly like me. Just now, in that instant, she suddenly thought of that matter. When she was first reborn, didn't she encounter someone who looked almost exactly like her? The imposter that Consort Lu brought in. There was no conflict between that woman and her. Even though they had the same face, as long as she didn't offend her, she wouldn't care. So she stopped paying attention to it afterward. If these 2 things are related, then this is not a simple matter. This is a large, organized, and premeditated network. Perhaps what they should be thinking about now is how many people in this world have actually had cosmetic surgery. Did they swap faces with these people in an attempt to replace their identities? If her suspicions are correct, and these 2 are indeed imposters who have undergone plastic surgery, then what exactly is their intention in taking their identities? Forget about the Emperor Yan. Her body's identity is just that of a simple princess, married to an unfavored prince. Why would she need someone to impersonate her? If she hadn't been reborn into this body, then perhaps the Asajiri who exists now would be a completely different person. Hearing her words, Shin Xingzhou was startled. What? How is that possible? You have a twin sister. Asajiri glanced at him, her contempt evident in her eyes. That person's face is fake. It must have been surgically altered to look like me. Shin Xingzhou had never heard of such a thing before. Face swapping? How could that be done? He had heard of human skin masks, but those things were ultimately fake and very different from a real face. When he had doubts earlier, he carefully observed Yan Huang's face, and it was clearly real, not a human skin mask at all. How do we do this? Can we replicate someone else's face? It's not like we're molding clay. Asajiri thought for a moment. Why not? It's almost like sculpting clay. With surgery on the face, you can do microsculpting and adjust the proportions of the substitute's facial features according to the template. An experienced doctor can make it so realistic that it's indistinguishable from the real thing. Asajiri suddenly became interested. Suddenly, I wanted to see who the plastic surgeon behind that was. Even she couldn't do that. Asajiri doesn't have much research in that area. She is a pharmacist, but her main expertise is in medicine and poison. She can make high-level shape-changing potions, but those potions have a certain duration of effect, and after a while, they will revert to their original form. Cosmetic surgery is different. It's permanent. After listening to Chao Wu's words, Shen Xingzhou remained silent for a long time. These things were still too extraordinary for him. He had never even thought about them before, but now he had encountered them. It might seem like a fantasy to him, but for some reason, he believed it. It was precisely because he knew his brother so well that he was able to detect something unusual about the person in the palace immediately. If the person in the palace is truly an imposter, then what about his real brother? How would the imposter know about the relationship between him and his brother? And how could he impersonate his brother so flawlessly? What was originally thought to be a peaceful Yin kingdom was actually a turbulent and unpredictable place, with the situation not much better than that of Tianlu Kingdom. After a long silence, Shen Xingzhou said, I'll go get a room and also go out to gather some information. You guys should get some rest now that we've settled in. Morning Mist nodded. Shen Xingzhou left without waiting. He didn't believe any of this. He wanted to go to the palace again. What is this? After Shen Xingzhou left, Chao Wu looked at the fragrant substance in the wine glass and asked. This wasn't just ordinary wine. Although it had a wine aroma, she could smell it the moment she put it to her lips. The essence of heaven and earth contained within it is no less than that of her spiritual spring water. But she had never seen it before. Moreover, can you really buy something like this in a place like this? Tears of death. Dihan smiled slightly as he answered her question. Tears of death. Asajiri's pupils contracted. That is an even rarer treasure than the spirit spring water. The spirit spring water is the essence of heaven and earth, which is of great benefit to cultivators. The tears of death are the same, but the tears of death are the tears of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, and it is said that they are almost extinct in this world. After all, obtaining the tears of ancient ferocious beasts is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I've only ever heard it said that the Tao Tai sheds a tear only once in its life, and all the tears of death in this world are that one tear. The Tao Tai is a ferocious beast. Its entire body is filled with extreme poison, and only the tears of death are the purest and cleanest thing. Tears of death are harder to find than spring water. Asajiri still remembers that when her master was on his deathbed in her previous life, she wanted to refine the most top-grade elixir to save him, even though she had searched for all the rarest treasures in the world, except for one ingredient, the tears of death, which she could not find no matter what she tried. They failed to refine that top-grade elixir, and they were also unable to save their master. For a long time, her cultivation seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and she was unable to break through. Asajiri's fingers, holding the wine glass, slowly tightened, her knuckles turning white. Noticing her unusual behavior, Dihan asked, What's wrong? Asajiri looked up at him. How did you get it? Dihan replied, I took it from my spatial storage. Asajiri pursed her lips. You are the demon lord. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. The air was silent for a moment. Then a low laugh suddenly came from beside me, the voice deep and elegant. How did you guess? Dihan did not deny it. He didn't want to deny it either. If you know, it's no big deal. Even if this person was his adversary in a past life. We used to be on the opposite side, but who knows what will happen in the future. At this moment, Chao Wu had already suppressed her emotions and calmly replied, Only the demon Lord Dihan possesses the tears of death. In her previous life, Asajiri had heard that the demon lord had collected all the few remaining tears of death in the world. When she couldn't find the tears of death, she also considered going to challenge the demon lord to steal some of the tears of death for her medicine. But at that inexplicable time, the demon lord had to go into seclusion, and nobody knew where he was. It almost made her furious. Dihan smiled and said, "You're quite clever." Asajiri looked at the man before her and found it hard to reconcile this person with the powerful and mysterious demon lord she remembered. All she could remember was the scene of him lying half-dead in bed a few months ago. Also, how come the demon lord is dead too? And he ended up here just like her. Chapter 121 Spatial Fusion. In the past, if she saw people from the demon realm with her, she would definitely be on high alert. But for some reason, Asajiri doesn't feel anything at all right now. She remained silent for a moment, then said nothing. Dihan pushed the wine glass away. "What? Are you afraid I'll put something in it?" Asajiri shook her head. In fact, Asajiri herself couldn't understand why she felt a strange sense of trust in him. Upon careful consideration, the only conclusion that can be drawn is that the two of them worked together to obtain that ancient scroll when they were in Yinqing. He was seriously injured at the time, but shouldered all the pressure alone. Perhaps from that moment on, she recognized him as her ally. So I subconsciously trusted him and wasn't so wary of him. "Why are you giving me something so precious? I have spiritual spring water." Upon hearing this, Dihan curled his lips into a smile. Precious. Perhaps it is somewhat precious. But it didn't mean much to him. Seeing that Asajiri probably thought that such precious things should be saved for when needed in the future, he said, "Don't worry, I have quite a few of these." The morning mist paused. But then I remembered hearing that people in the demon realm had spent a lot of effort searching for the tears of death, so he probably started accumulating them around that time. No wonder she couldn't find the tears of death no matter what she tried, and couldn't even buy them. He has monopolized everything. How could you possibly buy it? You still haven't answered me. Why did you give it to me? Asajiri looked into his eyes. Tears of death are no ordinary treasure. This kind of thing is rare and scarce. It's a case of the less you use, the less there is. And once it's gone forever. Moreover, given their relationship, it's not good enough for him to give her something so precious right now. "I'll give it if I wanna. What reason do I need?" Dihan's voice was languid, and he didn't deliberately make up any reason. "Didn't you want to cultivate demonic spirits?" Not just anyone can cultivate demonic spirits. Your current body simply can't cultivate demonic spirits. Asajiri, that's not entirely unreasonable. In fact, she herself knew that her current body's spiritual root was too weak, with too many impurities, and it had not yet undergone marrow cleansing. The threshold for demonic spirits was relatively high, and both she and he needed to reach the purple spirit level to withstand the marrow cleansing process. Therefore, she is indeed not very suitable for cultivating demonic spirits right now. That's why she was in a hurry to go to the Wuzhang dynasty. Perhaps there are medicinal herbs there that she can use, so that she can refine the marrow cleansing pill. After undergoing marrow cleansing, cultivation speed can also be increased. "Nothing in this world can cleanse the marrow better than the tears of death," Dihan said to Chao Wu. Asajiri was instantly tempted, but then she shook her head. Now is not the time. Before reaching Ziling, she would be in excruciating pain. Dihan also thought of this. He reached out and pushed the tears of death a little further away. "Sorry, I forgot." Since he had already given it to her, there was no reason to take it back. Besides, she was genuinely tempted, so there was no reason for her to be coy and refuse. With a wave of her hand, Chao Wu put the cup of tears of death into her spatial storage. As soon as it was put in, the baby ginseng that was originally planted in the ground reacted violently, jumping up and down. It smelled a very foul odor. Seeing this, Asajiri had no choice but to release it. "Master, why did you put such a smelly thing in the space? It's suffocating me," baby ginseng complained, sounding a little aggrieved. The Taotai is an ancient ferocious beast, and its tears naturally carry its aura. For spiritual plants and the like, the Taotai is a natural enemy, and they naturally dislike its aura. Asajiri said, "That thing is very precious, and I have a use for it." Dihan pushed the small wine jar over. "Let's put it in together." Asajiri looked at him in surprise. "Give me everything?" "It's not much, is there a problem?" Dihan asked back. Asajiri paused for a moment. "Not much. Even a single drop of this tear of death is enough to cause the most skilled martial artists outside to fight tooth and nail. This is a whole small jar. As expected of the demon lord, the ruler of a region, he is incredibly wealthy and powerful. After calming the ginseng baby down, Asajiri replanted it. The two sat there in silence for a moment, when suddenly Chao Wu remembered something. "By the way, your space can be open now." Instead of answering, Dihan asked, "Didn't you feel it?" "What did you feel?" Asajiri asked, completely bewildered. "Your space." Upon hearing Dihan's words, Chao Wu paused for a moment before using her divine sense to enter the space and check it out. However, you won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Her original paradise-like space had somehow expanded into a much larger area. That space seemed to merge and juxtapose with her space, forming a completely different style with a strong visual impact. On the left is her space, a paradise like a secluded haven, filled with flowers, birds, fish, and insects, exuding an ethereal aura. In the distance was a dark, oppressive world, with dark clouds overhead and black fog filling the air, making the light extremely dim. Only when she went to investigate did she realize that the space was much larger than her own. The two worlds have completely different styles, but they blend together seamlessly. There is no clear dividing line in the middle. Asajiri, a strange guess inexplicably popped into her mind. She immediately went outside. Is that your space? Her space had been with her for so many years, and she was extremely familiar with every place in it. She never knew that there was such a world at the end of that corner of the world within that space. It was obvious that this had suddenly appeared at a time when she hadn't noticed it recently. Based on what he had just said, Asajiri guessed that it was his personal space. But how did their spaces merge together? Isn't that ridiculous? Asajiri was slightly taken aback, but maintained a calm expression on her face. If their spaces truly merge, it means that one of them will inevitably be devoured. Her master had told her before that every cultivator in this world must protect their soul power. When a cultivator is in an extremely weak situation, they can use their soul power to pull the enemy into their soul power to fight. However, in doing so, the cultivator gains control of the battlefield but also becomes extremely dangerous. Once two soul forces collide, a winner must be determined, and only one person can remain, while the other person's soul force will inevitably be merged. Besides the power of the soul, the same applies to personal space. Their spaces have now merged, and like the power of souls, only by choosing to devour each other can one's own space be preserved. Dihan knew what she was thinking just by looking at her, and he didn't hide it from her. Yes, I accidentally broke through the space while cultivating just now and found that I could open it, but it merged with your space. Why? Asajiri found this very strange. She had thought it was an exaggeration when she heard the master chef talk about it before, and never imagined it would happen to her. Dihan thought for a moment and gave her 3 words, spiritual spring water. Chapter 122 The Abnormality of Emperor Fuyao. If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual spring water comes from your own space? He asked. Asajiri had nothing to hide, since their spaces had already merged and he could enter her space at any time. There was no way to hide it, so he nodded and said, yes. I used the spiritual spring water you gave me. He guessed that this might be the reason why he accidentally merged with her space. After all, they didn't have any other interaction besides that. After a moment of silence, Chao Wu suddenly said softly, that spirit spring water was given to the earth-rank divine artifact by me. Dihan. The little wooden sword beside him seemed to have finally received such affirmation, and it jumped up and down excitedly, as if saying, did you hear me? Give it to me. Give it to me. It was only when the earth-rank artifact suddenly entered her bathtub that Chao Wu guessed that it might like the spiritual spring water. Unexpectedly, even though they gave him only a small amount, Dihan ate it all. Dihan remained silent for a moment, pretending not to hear, and continued, don't worry about the space, I'll take care of it. After all, he is a space master. Asajiri nodded, After a moment of silence, as if he had nothing more to say, Dihan suddenly spoke up again. I also have quite a few trinkets stored in my space. You can tell me what you need. Of course, he had even more treasures stored in his space. However, they can't produce it now. Although his space can be opened up, it is being opened up gradually, and right now he can only go to the edge. There wasn't anything important placed on the edge. Even into the night, Asajiri was still thinking about it. The two people's spaces are connected, and the happiest one is actually the earth-rank artifact. It has changed its usual aloof attitude and suddenly stays in the space of the morning mist and refuses to leave. Ginseng Baby, who usually loves to sleep in, is no longer sleeping at this time, chasing little wooden sword around the space, jumping up and down. A chaotic scene erupted in the space. After noticing it, Asajiri glanced over and saw that the roles in this chase game had been completely reversed. Asajiri fell silent. Something feels off. Little morning mist. The sudden call startled Asajiri. You're awake? Asajiri asked, somewhat surprised. For some reason, Emperor Fuyao has been appearing less and less lately, and sometimes even when Chao Wu needs to find him, she can't. Emperor Fuyao has been with Chaowu for much longer than her previous contracted beasts. He is not Chaowu's cheat code, nor is he her pet. To Chaowu, he is more like family and friend. He was the only friend who stayed by her side in this unfamiliar world. I'm a little tired because my soul power is a bit depleted. Don't worry, Asajiri, Yin Kingdom. We need to leave Yin Kingdom quickly. We can't stay here any longer. As if affected by something, Emperor Fuyao's voice was intermittent and sounded very weak. Before he could even finish his sentence, he fell into hibernation again, remaining unresponsive no matter how much Asajiri called out to him. After a moment, Asajiri fell silent. What exactly happened to Emperor Fuyao? Every time he appears, he only says a few words before going into hibernation for a long time. He said he had used up a lot of his soul power. What exactly had he been doing all this time? The last time he used his soul power on her was in Yinqing, but he was perfectly fine then. Why did she become weaker with each passing episode? But every time he woke up, his only concern was the safety of Asajiri. She never doubted Emperor Fuyao's feelings for her. But are we leaving so soon after arriving in Yin? Asajiri couldn't understand it, and when she tried to ask him, she got no answer. Feeling a bit annoyed, Asajiri decided to go for a walk outside. She would leave Yin Kingdom at the behest of Emperor Fuyao, so she had to quickly find a way to get the token from the people of the Wuzhong dynasty. Emperor Fuyao must have had a reason for asking her to leave Yin Kingdom. She took the elevator up, and the black man was still sitting there. But this time, when he saw Asajiri, he even flashed his big white teeth and greeted her. It seems they already know that Asajiri is Shun Xingzhou's friend, one of their own. Does the young lady want to go out or stroll around the underground mall? He asked. Asajiri didn't know much about this place, and thinking that there might be some other hidden rules, she thought it would be good if someone who knew could tell her a few things, so she replied, just wandering around. The black man said, it's fine to just wander around, but girl, whatever you do, don't go near that house where you exchange money, not even in the vicinity. Asajiri couldn't resist asking, why? Who lives there? The master of the underground street, the black man said in a low voice. Anyway, don't wander around. There are eyes everywhere in this underground street. Chaowu suddenly remembered that when they came down the stairs, thousands of pairs of eyes on both sides of the stairs had been staring at her and Diane. After a moment of silence, he nodded. The black man added, also, try not to eat just anything here. As for why, he didn't elaborate. Asajiri said softly, thank you. The black man continued to write and draw on the ledger in his hand, as if he wasn't the one who had spoken those words to Asajiri earlier. Asajiri then went outside. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw that the whole street was bustling with activity. She estimated that it must be evening outside by now. I didn't expect the underground shopping mall to be so lively at night. It was a bit eerie. Both sides of the street were covered with bright green lanterns, making everyone's face glow green. The underground street was indeed a place for underground transactions. The most bustling places were actually the gambling dens and brothels. There was a gambling den or brothel almost every 3 to 5 meters. The people inside were bustling and very lively. As she was walking, Asajiri suddenly felt a venomous gaze fall upon her. She caught that gaze immediately. Looking up, she immediately saw a bewitching woman staring intently at her from a building across the street. The woman was dressed in extremely revealing clothes, with a slender waist and a very alluring face. Her eyes were upturned at the corners, making her very seductive, but the resentment in her eyes was as if she were seeing a sworn enemy. Asajiri looked at her expressionlessly. She was certain she didn't know this person. She didn't understand why she was looking at her like that. Asajiri lifted her foot to leave, but then there was a loud thud. A wine glass suddenly shattered in front of her, shards of porcelain flying everywhere, nearly cutting Asajiri's face. She stopped. Asajiri slightly raised her eyes, her cool gaze slowly falling on the woman. Seeing Asajiri looking at her, she showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, she picked up another wine glass from the side and gave a cold, curt smile. Just when she thought Asajiri would swallow her anger, Asajiri suddenly lightly touched the ground with her toes and flew up. The woman was slightly startled and instinctively tried to close the window. But it was too late. Asajiri's figure had already appeared in front of her. A pair of icy little hands pinched her chin, and in the woman's terrified gaze, Asajiri casually picked up a jug of sake from the side and gracefully poured it over her head. Chapter 123 Night Visit to the Doghouse. Oh. The woman gasped in surprise, seemingly not expecting Asajiri to make a move so directly. The makeup on her face was instantly ruined after being smeared with wine, looking like a palette of colors. Asajiri glanced down at her. Cheap. Shoo. Asajiri leaned closer to her, pinching her chin with her fingertips. The last person to say that to me is completely unable to speak anymore. If you still want this voice, you'd better watch your mouth. Whether intimidated by her cold tone or not, the woman indeed dared not utter the next curse. Asajiri released her, casually wiped her hands with her clothes, and glanced at her with a calm gaze. No matter where your hostility towards me comes from, I don't know you, stay away from me. After coldly saying that, Asajiri left. Watching Asajiri's retreating figure, the woman wiped the wine stains from her face, her eyes filled with venom. You slut, you seduced the Wing King. You'll suffer the consequences. On the other hand, Asajiri didn't take that woman seriously either. The underground street was indeed lively at night, and it was not uncommon for murder and robbery to take place there. Asajiri encountered quite a few assassins along the way. As she wandered around, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be almost no one around. Looking up, I suddenly felt that this place was somewhat familiar. Isn't this the same road that Injia led them on back then? This passage is like a mine tunnel with no blind spots, and you can see at a glance whether there are people around. She knew that at the end of that dark road lay that mysterious mansion. Normally, Asajiri would definitely choose to investigate, since being so passive is not in her nature. But at this moment, remembering what Emperor Fuyao had told her to leave Yin Kingdom as soon as possible, Xiaowu thought for a moment and decided to go back first. The situation in the underground street is unclear, so she'd better not venture there alone. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I suddenly heard a soft footstep from around the corner behind me. Asajiri's brow twitched, and she reacted swiftly in the next moment. However, after running a few steps, they found that there were no forks in the road, and they could only go deeper into the road, otherwise they would run into those people directly. With a heavy heart, she had no choice but to go inside. As a powerful Qingling expert, her speed was naturally very fast. Her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving only a breeze. Almost the instant she left, several figures appeared in the tunnel at the same time. Etc. The leader spoke, his voice hoarse, his wary eyes slowly sweeping around. What's wrong? The person behind asked. The man in the lead did not answer. He was wearing a common black cloak, with only half of his face showing. A hideous scar ran from his left brow bone to below his right eye. She glanced down at her slightly fluttering robes. After a brief pause, he suddenly spoke. Withdraw. Withdraw. The people behind him looked at him in disbelief. General Nayland, are you crazy? We've planned this operation for so long and finalized the time, and now you. I said go back. General Nayland turned his head, his sinister eyes slowly sweeping over them. Several people paused in their breathing. Someone has already been here. General Nayland led the way and left, leaving behind only this sentence. Asajiri, hiding in the shadows, was secretly alarmed. There are definitely talented people in the underground shopping mall. She had completely concealed her aura, but he still managed to detect it. The leader, General Nayland, had astonishing insight. He was also the strongest among their group. Although she didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations, she was certain that the group of people they had just met were all cultivators. Moreover, their strength is not low, because ordinary people simply cannot reach that speed. The pedestrians came and went in a hurry, disappearing in an instant as if they had never been there at all. Asajiri saw them leave. She prepared to emerge from the shadows. However, at that moment, another series of footsteps sounded from the end of the road. Could it be that those people have returned? Asajiri had no choice but to hide again. To be honest, her current position wasn't very good, because the entire area inside could be seen at a glance, leaving her nowhere to hide. So she walked to the end of the road, which was in front of the mansion. To make matters worse, there was nowhere to hide in front of the mansion, only a large flat area. The only place to hide was probably the big tree planted in the corner. Don't ask her why there's such a big tree so deep underground. She didn't know how these people did it. Asajiri hid in the tree, where she could see both the scene on the road and what was happening inside the house. A moment later, the second group of people came out. Judging from their clothes, they were still wearing the same common black cloaks that covered their entire bodies. However, Asajiri could tell that this was obviously not the same group as before. In other words, there was a second group of people. And judging from the furtive way their dogs were acting, they probably weren't the owners of this mansion. In other words, they came for this mansion. Thinking about this, Asajiri suddenly found it quite interesting. So they quietly stayed in the tree, ready to watch the show. Sure enough, the group of people quietly moved to a corner and, one by one, scaled the walls and entered the mansion. They all seemed to be quite skilled. Asajiri also saw them scattering something in the air as they walked, something like white powder. She was too far away to smell anything, so she didn't know what it was. Fearing exposure, Asajiri did not follow. A moment later, those figures completely disappeared. The house remained quiet, without a sound, as if no one was there. But Asajiri knew that this was all just a facade. After waiting a while, her legs went numb from squatting. Just as Asajiri was about to change her posture, she glanced around and suddenly saw something. Upon closer inspection, I realized that a dog had somehow appeared in the yard. The dog had been squatting there for who knows how long, baring its teeth and watching her warily. I just don't know why it didn't call for so long. Seeing Chaowu looking at it, it bent its front legs halfway, eager to try, as if a loud cry would resound throughout the entire mansion at any moment. A split second before it opened its mouth, Asajiri reacted swiftly, flicking her fingertip and sending a silver needle flying. The dog's body immediately went limp and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Woof! Suddenly, 2 dog barks came from not far away. Then dozens of dog barks suddenly came from different parts of the mansion, as if in response. Asajiri tightened her grip on the tree branch. She had no idea that there were at least 100 dogs living in this seemingly peaceful mansion. If she makes even the slightest movement, those hundreds of dogs would probably rush out and bark incessantly. Even if she could easily deal with those dogs, it would be inevitable that her location would be exposed. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly saw all the dogs appear. Contrary to her expectations, what she had assumed were just ordinary dogs came from afar, as if summoning them. The next moment, all the dogs swarmed out. Although they are called dogs, they look more like wolves. It was a large animal with glossy fur, clearly defined muscles, sharp teeth, and a face radiating murderous intent. They were all wolfhounds. Chapter 124 Cruelty. After waiting a while, a series of fighting sounds suddenly came from afar. The sound wasn't loud, but you could tell it was intense. Looking in the direction of the sound, we can roughly determine that it was in the direction those people had gone. Asajiri leaped down and entered the mansion. She may not have any other skills, but she's exceptional at finding bargains. She hadn't planned to come here to investigate today, but unexpectedly, she actually had the opportunity. With someone drawing fire, she naturally wouldn't waste the opportunity. So Asajiri walked directly in the opposite direction from them. The mansion was much larger than she had imagined, and strangely, there wasn't a single person in it. This is not normal. The people inside this mansion oversee the entire underground street. According to Yin Jie and Shin Xingzhou, anyone can come here to exchange money at any time, which means that there are people in this mansion all day long. But even though she's been here for quite some time now, she hasn't met a single person. Did they go over there to watch them fight with the dog? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Anyway, Asajiri didn't let her guard down. Creak. It seemed like I stepped on something, and I looked down into the fog. A piece of white bone suddenly came into her view. She frowned and looked to the side. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the person had lost quite a few bones in the grass. Moreover, judging from the shape of the bones, they should be human bones. The light here is dim, and the grass is quite tall, so you can't see it at all unless you look carefully. She squatted there and stared at the bones for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up. There were faint flickering lights inside the house in front of her, and she could roughly guess what kind of room it was. After pausing for a moment, Asajiri still walked over. Then, when they got to the door, they found that it was locked, and there was an inconspicuous hair stuck in the door. She curled her lips into a cold laugh, took a minimalist silver hairpin from her hair, and slipped it into the lock. Less than 2 seconds later, there was a click, and the lock opened. Asajiri pushed open the door and went inside. A nauseating, fishy stench assaulted his senses, a double shock to both his sight and smell, leaving Asajiri stunned for several seconds. It is no exaggeration to say that the scene before her was no less tragic than any she had ever witnessed in her previous life. Her life spanned a war between humans and animals, witnessing the cruelty and ugliness of humanity. She protected friendly creatures while also slaughtering countless lives, seeing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. She also witnessed the world's most agonizing tortures and entered the largest slaughterhouse. She had seen all sorts of grand occasions, but seeing this scene before her still deeply impacted her understanding of human nature. Inside the dark, workshop-like room, the wall directly opposite the entrance was piled high with human heads. It's no exaggeration to say that it looked like a stack of wine jars, with an entire wall neatly piled up there. These heads, whether old or young, male or female, all stared at her with wide-open eyes, their deaths filled with unresolved grievances. Moreover, judging from their state of decay, they were all killed recently. Inside the house, it was everywhere, on the table, on the floor, and even soaking in water. The blood seemed to have congealed into a river, and there was hardly a piece of human skin on the flesh. The human skin was completely peeled off. Asajiri took a deep breath. It seems she guessed correctly. The money in this underground shopping mall is made of human skin. Oh. A low, hoarse voice came from beside me. The sound was very faint. I looked up into the morning mist. The next moment, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped them. She felt a tightness around her waist and was pulled back 2 steps. You told me not to act on my own, but you're running around like that yourself. Suddenly, a deep, melodious voice, like that of a cello, reached my ears. As soon as that aura appeared, Chao knew who it was. Aside from that mysterious and powerful demon lord, she wouldn't be completely oblivious to the presence of others. I turned my head and saw a smooth chin. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it seems like he's grown taller again. However, this was not the time to talk about these things. She pursed her lips and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm coming out with you to broaden my horizons," he said with a smile, though it was hard to tell how much of his tone was genuine. Asajiri's small face was indifferent. This is not funny at all. As she pushed away his hand that was around her waist, Asajiri walked around where they were standing and went inside from the other side. Even if he didn't show up, she knew that someone had tampered with the room. If she walked straight over there, those large buckets of poisoned blood above her would be poured directly over her head. Seeing her action, Dihan raised an eyebrow. I let her be. But he wasn't lying. After noticing that Asajiri was gone, he guessed that she might have come here. There was no other purpose. He simply wanted to come and follow her. His gaze slowly swept over the wall of heads, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a soft scoff. He had never realized before how far those people's reach had extended. They even have manpower on such a remote, small continent. It seems that his accident was not an accident, but rather something that had been planned in advance. The workshop was quite large. It took Asajiri a while to walk deeper into the workshop before she found a person in a corner. A living person. But there's no difference between being alive and being dead. The place was dimly lit, with only one candle lit. There were many crosses, presumably used for binding people. The other crosses were stained with blood. In the corner, a thin person was bound to a cross with thick iron chains. Half of the skin on his face had been peeled off, a large piece of flesh was missing from his right cheek, and you could even see his teeth inside. He was also missing one eye, and the other one was about to fall off, with only a thin strip of flesh connecting it, hanging precariously in its socket. All 4 of his limbs had been cut off, but the skin on his body was still in pretty good condition, except for a very obvious scar on his waist. He's about to die. Hearing footsteps, the boy weakly raised his head and opened his mouth. Asajiri then realized that half of his tongue was missing, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. It let out a series of screams. I don't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. I just want to say that even if this person is a bad person, it doesn't deserve to be dealt with in such an extreme way. The boy must have overheard their conversation at the door and realized they were outsiders. He became very excited and started talking to Asajiri. Because he was missing half a tongue, his speech was very unclear, so Asajiri had to get closer. After getting closer, she listened several times before she could barely understand what he was trying to say. However, he wasn't sending out a distress signal like, "Help me." Instead, "They killed me." Chapter 1, 25-Year Lover. As the girl approached, a fragrance that didn't belong here swept over, instantly making the boy feel an urge to cry. He didn't hear a sound for a while, but he could feel the girl's distant and indifferent gaze on him, light and detached, as if she were looking at something completely unrelated. "Please, kill me," he pleaded once more. Given this person's current condition, if Chao has enough spiritual medicine and tries her best, she might be able to save her. The problem is that all the potions she stored in her space were expired. This boy is doomed. That humble tone, almost pleading, left Asajiri silent for a long time. "May I have your name?" Suddenly, she asked. Upon hearing her voice, the boy paused but did not answer. "Kill me and run away. This place is too dangerous." Judging from her voice, she is not very old. It is too dangerous for her to go to such a place alone. As if she hadn't heard him, Asajiri scanned the room one by one, and finally walked to a table in the corner where torture instruments were placed. She paused for a few seconds on the dozens of instruments that looked terrifying, and then pulled out a short and exquisite dagger. He returned to the boy's side. He seemed to have heard the sound, or perhaps he had guessed it, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. "Thank you," he said with difficulty, his tone unusually cheerful. Uff. The dagger plunged into his heart without hesitation. Blood streamed down the hilt of the sword, staining Asajiri's entire hand, but she didn't even blink. The boy was already on his last breath. This would kill him instantly. But he had a smile on his lips until he died, as if he was glad to finally be free. "Let's go, some beasts are coming," Dihan warned. Seeing Asajiri staring blankly at the boy's corpse, he said, "There's no need to blame yourself. He was going to die anyway. Your choice actually gave him the best ending." Without turning his head, Chao Wu took out a sealed porcelain bottle from his spatial storage. She spoke coldly and calmly. "I never blame myself." Seeing the boy's miserable state suddenly reminded her of some unbearable past events. She had been a prisoner in such a wretched state during many major battles. But no one ever saved her, or even gave her a quick death. She had also found boys in similar tragic circumstances among piles of corpses. However, times have changed, and things have changed. She probably doesn't even have the right to see them anymore. They opened the porcelain bottle and poured the liquid inside onto the boy's body. The boy's corpse immediately began to dissolve rapidly, disappearing without a trace in a short time. The iron chain slumped limply over the cross. She snapped her fingers, and a tiny flame appeared at her fingertips. Asajiri casually lit the straw on the ground that was used to absorb blood. Such illegal workshops truly have no reason to exist. With a casual gesture, she erased all traces of the place. Asajiri's actions were not aimed at clearing away evidence for the perpetrators behind the scenes, but rather at preventing the victims' remains from being processed again. Besides, even if we kept this place, it wouldn't serve any purpose. As Shin Xingzhou has already said, this underground street involves far-reaching issues, and even the royal family cannot control it. In an instant, as the morning mist turned around, flames shot into the sky. The entire house was burning at an extremely fast speed. Almost as soon as Chao Wu and Dian stepped out, the house behind them collapsed. Woof! A dog barked as it approached from afar. Dihan raised his hand, and a wisp of black mist appeared in his palm. Asajiri raised her hand to stop her. "Don't make a move now, Dihan. Only now you're thinking about not being exposed. You've made quite a commotion." Even so, he still put his hand down. Asajiri did not deny it, and walked with him in another direction. Killing the dog was easy enough, but now she wanted to draw the fire away from there. "I'll go check it out, and see what those men in black were doing over there." She didn't find anything worthwhile on this trip. We can't just make a wasted trip. Sure enough, with that dog setting the stage, the hundreds of wolfhounds soon came running over menacingly. Even the people from the mansion who had never shown themselves came over. Chao glanced at the man from afar, and saw only a head of white hair and a hunched back. He was a little old man with white hair and a youthful face, and he was less than 1.2 meters tall. Yet this same person was also such a cruel person who used chopsticks. If Asajiri hadn't witnessed the horrific scene inside the house with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that such an elderly man, who seemed unable to even take care of himself, would be a deranged serial killer. Of course, her intuition told her that this old man was probably not the owner of the underground street. Perhaps he was just a stand-in or a servant. The two quickly arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. The courtyard here looks much more complicated than the one there. There are very few rooms, and most of the space is garden. Moreover, the garden is very complex, with a lot of greenery, like a maze. "Let's split up and meet up at that tree outside the door," Asajiri said. Dihan didn't say anything. After Chao Wu chose a direction, he automatically chose the road next to him. He probably already knew who was behind this underground street. The old man from earlier didn't have any demonic aura, so he must have just been a scapegoat, and the person behind him hadn't actually appeared. There's definitely nothing of particular value to be found in this house. However, there is still a faint demonic aura here, which must be something from another demonic realm. Since it belongs to his demon realm, he naturally wants to take it back. After parting ways with Dihan, Chao Wu began to wander through the maze-like garden. It was so dark that almost nothing could be seen. Then, around a corner, a large spider web suddenly wrapped around Chao Wu's hand. Almost instantly, Chao Wu flipped her wrist, and several silver needles shot out. The next moment, she pinned a giant spider, the size of a fist, to the ground with silver needles. "Spirit of the profound abyss," she cried out. "Hey, I'm here." The spirit of Xinyuan did not appear, but another Chinibu-esque voice rang out, followed by a very bright little flame that flew to Chao Wu's side, illuminating the entire area around her. Hot pot. Upon seeing it, Asajiri was somewhat surprised. After their last meeting in Yinqing, they never saw each other again, to the point that she eventually forgot about it. He chuckled as he ate the hot pot. How about it, woman? Aren't you captivated by my charming demeanor? Asajiri. She turned around immediately to check on the spider that had attacked her earlier. Seeing this, the hot pot quickly flew over, not wanting to be too eager. Don't be like that, he said, that your little flame has damaged your core and you're a bit weak, so he asked me to help you. Hearing this, Asajiri finally gave it a look. Him? It's your lover. Hot pot said matter-of-factly. I only got out because I clung to his coattails. Don't tell me you didn't know. Chapter 126 Live Victims. Asajiri wanted to slide over and take it to Africa to train monkeys. Mistress, can't you speak properly? Upon meeting her extremely cold gaze, Hot Pot realized that it had gone a bit too far. After all, Asagami was still its provider, so it stuck out its tongue and said, My fault, my fault. He sent me to help you. Look at your little flame. It's really weak and useless. Why don't I, the Great One, light your way forward? Its face was full of fervor and passion. Asajiri felt her palms getting warmer. It was as if the spirit of Xianyuan was scoffing at the hot pot's words. With a whoosh, the usually low-profile spirit of Xianyuan suddenly appeared, and this time in its true form. An extremely beautiful and delicate little flame. No matter how similar dragons and jiaos are, they are ultimately two different species, and there is bound to be a barrier between them. Suddenly, a clear and cool voice from a young boy rang out. Asajiri glanced at it in surprise. The spirit of Xianyuan actually spoke. In the past, she would communicate with it directly using her mental power, because it was now seriously injured and somewhat weak, and it was not suitable to waste her energy on it. You? Hot Pot jumped up in anger. What's the difference? Does it make you seem superior? The words of the spirit of the profound abyss hit its sore spot. Every race is divided into different classes, including humans, plants, and even their strange fire. Just as there is a natural bloodline suppression among magical beasts, it sensed the pure aura emanating from the spirit of the abyss the moment it saw it. The spirit of the profound abyss is a type of celestial fire, the finest among all kinds of strange fires. It is only a medium-sized variety. Although it is powerful, it is still not as precious and powerful as the spirit of the profound abyss. It was furious. What is this thing? It helped its owner for free, without charging a penny, yet it still personally stepped in to criticize its low status. Compared to the exasperated Hot Pot, the spirit of Xianyuan appeared much calmer. As if it had inherited its master's temperament, it was also aloof and self-possessed, and said indifferently, That's just how it is. Seeing that Huoguo was so angry he could rush up and fight Xuanyuan's spirit, Chao Wu grabbed Xuanyuan's spirit into his palm. Don't waste your energy now that you're feeling a little better. Focus on your cultivation. Xianyuan's spirit looked at Chao Wu with a gentle expression. Master, I'm fine. Asajiri took it back. It's also good for hot pot, and the same applies to using a hot pot. Xianyuan's spirit wasn't one to show off, but perhaps seeing her being teased by Huoguo earlier, and thinking of her once powerful and invincible ancestor now in such a state, she felt sorry for her, and couldn't help but retort a couple of times to Huoguo. Alright, let's get down to business, she said. She's led the people and dogs over there, so they can't take care of things here for the time being. But they will soon realize that this is a diversionary tactic. Before that, she wanted to see what treasures were in the area, which attracted those men in black to risk breaking in. The hot pot illuminated the area, and Asajiri glanced at it, realizing that this garden must have been specifically used to raise poisonous creatures. The fist-sized spiders that she had pinned to the ground were everywhere, and what she found most unacceptable was that her skirt was covered with spider webs along the way. Asajiri walked over, squatted down, and took a closer look. This spider is not a magical beast, but just an ordinary insect. However, this species is very rare, and some people specifically raise them in this environment. 2 silver needles pinned the spider to the ground. It thrashed its legs, trying to break free, but was firmly nailed down. This spider is highly venomous. An ordinary person bitten by it will die instantly. Oh my god, why is this thing spitting blood? Hot Pot flew to Asajiri's side and also saw the spider. Although it wasn't afraid of these insects as a flame, it still looked rather creepy. This thing was never popular to begin with. It's just venom, Asajiri said dismissively. She was all too familiar with that scent. She was an excellent pharmacist and a skilled poison maker. She could tell just by smelling it. The green liquid that the spider spews is highly toxic, smelling like a rotting corpse. This toxin is a favorite raw material for many toxicologists. Burn it. Asajiri stood up. Upon hearing this, Hot Pot spat out a mouthful of lava-like saliva that shot towards the spider. There was a sizzling sound, followed by a burnt smell. With the hot pot providing light, Asajiri managed to avoid the mess of spiders and spider webs this time. At the same time, we also saw giant centipedes and venomous snakes that were everywhere in the garden. This is indeed a garden specifically for raising poisonous plants. If an ordinary person entered this place, they would surely turn pale with fright. Unfortunately, it was Asajiri who came in. She wasn't afraid of these things at all. Finally, after walking for a while, she saw two corpses lying on the ground. Based on their clothing and the time of their deaths, it can be determined that they were the same group of people who had just come in. Asajiri walked over and picked up a branch to lift the cloaks off their heads. Instantly, the venomous snakes wrapped around their necks flew directly into the morning mist. She stomped him to death. Without changing his expression, he continued to use the branch to pry open their cloaks. However, nothing resembling a token was found. There was nothing that could prove their identity. Asajiri was somewhat disappointed. She didn't know which faction they belonged to, but if they were from the Wuzhang dynasty, then it would be an easy task for her to obtain them. Unfortunately, they didn't have the token of the Wuzhang dynasty. After flipping through them again and confirming that he hadn't found anything useful, Asajiri stepped over them. The traces of the fight were still visible, and Asajiri glanced at them and felt that the group of people from before had been incredibly foolish. This garden is a small maze, and it's full of countless poisonous creatures. They actually got into a fight here. Who else but them is going to die? He died a truly deserved death. Asajiri originally wanted to put two poisonous creatures into her space so she could make poison later, but the ginseng baby nipped her idea in the bud. The ginseng baby clung pitifully to Asajiri's leg like a leg ornament. Master, can we please not make those disgusting things mess up your space? I really don't like it. Asajiri paused for 2 seconds. Okay. The old ancestor, who is easily swayed by gentle persuasion but not by force, has always been powerless against the coquettishness of girls and cute creatures. Realizing what was happening, Asajiri pinched the bridge of her nose. Never mind. These things are indeed disgusting. Let's go see if there are any other treasures here. These people couldn't possibly be here to steal spiders, could they? As soon as she turned the corner, Asajiri saw another man in black. However, she keenly noticed the man in black's trembling eyelashes. There was still one survivor. But no matter how well he pretended, she still found out. Chapter 127. Handsome man emerging from bath. Wake up, Asajiri said directly. The man remained motionless. However, Asajiri was certain that he had heard what she said. This person is faking death. He glanced around and saw that everyone he was with was dead, so it was no wonder he was pretending to be dead. But this has nothing to do with her. Asajiri stood up abruptly and stepped on his hand. With a crack, the bone broke. The man's forehead veins bulged with pain, but he still stubbornly refused to open his eyes. Asajiri moved her foot onto his chest, pressing down slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the man couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly opened his eyes and used his other, undamaged hand to strike at Asajiri. He held an extremely sharp blade in his palm. Chawu didn't dodge. With a flick of her finger, a silver needle gleaming with cold light shot out. The next moment, the man seemed to be struck by a tremendous force, collapsing to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. Who are you people, and what is your purpose in coming here? She asked. The man looked at Asajiri with hostility. Don't you know who we are? Kill me or torture me as you please. Anyway, I'm already poisoned, so there's no need to humiliate me like this. The morning mist was silent. It seems this person considers her to be one of the people in this house. She didn't offer any explanation, but simply looked down at him. That unusually cold and aloof gaze inexplicably made the man feel uneasy. Strange, this woman doesn't look very old, so why does she give him a feeling of unease? Just then, the hot pot flew over, looking at the man with a sinister gaze. Why waste your breath talking to him? Why not just burn this place down? If there really is any treasure here, they'll definitely move it in the chaos, and then you'll understand, won't you? Upon hearing this, Asajiri seemed to ponder. That is indeed a possible solution. Hearing their conversation, the man's eyes widened slightly. This woman isn't from the underground shopping district. So who is she? Could it be that they, like them, come from another force? Thinking this through, he suddenly had an idea. He licked his lips and said, Girl, you saved my life, so I'll tell you everything I know. There really is treasure here. You saved me, and I'll tell you what the treasure is. How about it? Seeing the cunning glint in the man's eyes, Chawu curled her lips into a smile and slightly pushed off with her feet. With a crack, the man's eyes widened instantly, and blood slowly trickled from the corner of his lips. You. As he stared in shock, Asajiri indifferently stepped over him. Really? But I've never been one to enjoy making deals. Just a moment ago, she heard some noise from the other side. After saying that, Asajiri left without even glancing at him. After wandering through the maze-like garden, she stopped in front of a bathtub after a while. The entire bath was constructed from the finest mutton fat jade, and even the floor beside the bath was paved with rare warm jade. Inside the bath, amidst swirling mist and ethereal beauty, a figure could be faintly seen. Yo yo yo, a handsome man emerging from the bath. You've really struck it lucky. Hot Pot, always eager for a good show, shouted loudly, his childish voice standing out in the quiet space. Asajiri gave it a cold glance. The Hot Pot immediately hid. They weren't far apart, so the people in the bath should have been able to hear the sizzling of the hot pot, but he didn't react at all and remained motionless while soaking in the water. It was indeed a sight of a handsome man emerging from a bath. Asajiri watched calmly, and even though she couldn't see his face, her first instinct was that this person couldn't be too bad-looking. After lingering on the person for 2 seconds, Asajiri finally spoke. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. After all, it was inappropriate to trespass on someone's private property and catch them taking a bath, so Asajiri apologized immediately. However, the other party did not respond, as if they had not heard. The atmosphere was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Asajiri didn't know if the person was angry or not, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to leave first. However, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed that the water in the pool was black. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Ouch! Hot Pot, caught off guard, bumped into Asajiri's back, almost burning her hair. Why didn't you say anything before stopping? Asajiri didn't answer it. Her sharp gaze went straight to the figure behind her. Seeing this, Hot Pot exclaimed in surprise, still looking? Aren't you afraid your man will get angry? If you ask me, your man's physique is much better than his. What's so interesting about this boiled chicken? Just as she was complaining, she saw Asajiri walk past her towards the bathhouse. Hot Pot quickly followed, muttering shameless. As he approached, he gazed at the churning black water in the pool and remained silent for a moment. She was right. The water in the bathtub wasn't black at all. Instead, it was a whole pool of poisonous insects. In other words, perhaps this isn't a bathhouse at all, but a giant cauldron. Someone boiled this man in a pot with those poisonous substances from outside. I saw the hot pot too, and exclaimed, holy crap, what's this? What? Are you cooking hot pot here? I've never seen anyone put a person in a pot to boil, and the water looks very hot. The fact that so many poisonous substances were cooked inside shows just how toxic it was. I wonder if that man is dead or not. Asajiri glanced at him and said, he's not dead yet. If it were a normal person, they would either be poisoned to death or scared to death, but she could clearly sense that although this person's breath was weak, he was still alive. Therefore, this is not an ordinary person. He is a poisonous person. Many drug manufacturers are not satisfied with using animals for experiments and instead choose to use living people. If she's not mistaken, this man is probably a guinea pig used for testing poison. Chao flew up and brought the person out directly. Fortunately, he was wearing clothes. He hadn't woken up even after being brought out by Asajiri, so he was probably in a coma. In that case, she won't be able to get any information. She placed her fingers on his pulse and felt it. She was a little surprised. This person soaked in it for so long, yet showed no signs of poisoning and remained perfectly healthy. He was drugged and hasn't woken up yet. Chao searched the space and finally found a small porcelain bottle in a corner. This is it. As soon as it was opened, a thriving little blade of grass sprouted out, and Chao Wu's expression froze instantly. Master, the baby ginseng tilted its head. What do you need this for? Asajiri took a deep breath. Where are the pills inside me? Whether it's expired or not is another matter, but where are the pills inside? There's not even a trace of them left. And a blade of grass inexplicably sprouted. The baby ginseng pointed at its finger. A pill? But it's already rotten, so I threw it away. Chapter 128, The Poison Tester. Asajiri, the ginseng baby belatedly realized and felt a little guilty. Did I get into trouble? But those things are no longer useful. Putting them in those porcelain vases is simply a waste. Asajiri snapped out of her daze and sighed. No. Indeed, most of the potions and pills in the space had expired. She just wanted to try and see if there were any exceptions. Since it's broken, let it go. If it's lost, so be it. Asajiri took out several silver needles from her spatial storage and began to administer acupuncture to the man. As the silver needles slowly pierced his hair, the man's brows furrowed tightly. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Hearing the noise, Asajiri stopped what she was doing. "You're awake." "Who are you?" Asagami was behind him, and he couldn't see her. Seeing that he was awake, Asajiri pulled out all the silver needles. Only then did the man turn around and see Asajiri's face. He paused for a moment. Asajiri asked, "Were you captured?" Hearing her voice, the man snapped out of his daze, glanced around at the scene, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Yeah, I'm not really sure either. I just took a nap and woke up here." Asajiri walked over and kicked the man's corpse towards her, asking, "Is this your man?" Upon seeing the dead body on the ground, he remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No." Asajiri didn't miss the look in his eyes and immediately understood. Even if they aren't his people, he must know them or know who they are. "They're here to see you?" This time the man didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, they're probably here to kill me." Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him. The man spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking about something insignificant, and he had not shown any sign of panic since he woke up. But he didn't seem to be lying. It seems that he was the target of those men in black. Whether she saves him or kills him, it has nothing to do with her. It seems this trip was indeed a waste of time. Nodding, she said, "It's a bit dangerous here. Now that you're awake, you should leave quickly." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to go find Di-Han to meet up. Judging by the time, the people over there should have realized what was happening by now. He should be here soon. They had only taken a couple of steps when the man suddenly caught up with them. His body looked frail, his lips were pale, and his wet hair almost covered half of his face, making him look quite disheveled. "What's your name?" he asked. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. "We've only met by chance. There's no need for us to get to know each other." "No," the man explained. "Thank you for saving me. I think I will do my best to help you if you need anything in the future." "No need." Asajiri politely declined, then left with the hot pot. "Hey, aren't you going to take him away? You've already saved him. Why not finish the job? Such a delicate beauty probably can't leave this den of wolves, right?" Hot Pot said as it followed closely behind Chowil. "Who gave you the illusion that I'm a good person?" Asajiri asked calmly without even glancing at it. Saving the man wasn't her intention. She just wanted to see if she could get any useful clues. There was nothing. If that's the case, why should she waste her energy on a stranger? Saving his life is enough. She has no obligation to do anything else. Moreover, even though this garden is teeming with poisonous creatures, he is no ordinary person. He is not afraid of those books at all, and those poisonous creatures cannot harm him. Whether he can succeed depends on his own abilities. Upon hearing this, the hot pot choked for a moment. "I thought you would at least take him with you when you left. After all, she always has a few burdens with her, so bringing one more wouldn't make much difference." Hot Pot muttered quietly, but Asajiri ignored it. Sure enough, as soon as she left, the sound of dogs barking came from not far away. The wolfhounds came back. Asajiri flew away quickly. "I wonder if Di-Han is waiting for her by that tree outside." "What's that?" Hot Pot suddenly exclaimed. A sage eye looked in the direction it indicated and saw a courtyard next to her with a tall mountain in the center. Yes, it is a mountain. It's not very big, but it's bigger than any of the houses here. And it looks a bit strange. As Chao approached, he realized that what he saw was not a mountain at all, but simply the stones they used to exchange for money. These are the eggs of the red-line spider. Goodness, there must be at least several 100,000 of them here. So many. They're all eggs of the red-line spider. Getting closer, the sheer number of them gave me goosebumps. A hell for people with trypophobia. Why are they storing so many red-line spider eggs? Are they planning to hatch a spider army for some big project? Hot Pot asked in surprise. At this point, it suddenly added, if all of them were to hatch, the entire Yin kingdom would surely be destroyed, and the situation would be even worse than that of the Tianlu kingdom before. It's important to know that red-line spiders are venomous. Previously in Tianlu kingdom, those magical beasts were not poisonous, and they parasitized human bodies, seeking to obtain nutrients from their hosts without intending to kill them. Red-line spiders are different. If they all hatched, it would be terrifying to even think about. Asajiri shook her head. No. When she saw so many red spider eggs, her first reaction was exactly what Hot Pot had just said. But after realizing it, I felt it was unlikely. There were just too many of them, and none of the eggs looked unusual. None of them seemed to be about to hatch. The quantity piled up here must have been collected over a long period of time. According to Shin Xingzhou, the underground street has a long history, so these eggs have been collected for a long time. What are they going to do with collecting so many red-line spider eggs? It certainly wasn't meant to hatch them all to deal with the small Yin kingdom. The morning mist was silent, but I can't think of any reason. Seeing that she was silent, the hot pot didn't bother her. But now is not the time to think about these things. After a moment of silence, Hot Pot suggested, "Who cares what they're up to? It's definitely not good. I think we should just burn it down. Let's see what their plans are." They laughed as they talked about Hot Pot. It has never tried baking so many eggs at once before. It might even smell delicious. Asajiri rejected its idea. No. A moment later, she made a decision that shocked even the Hot Pot restaurant. With a wave of his hand, Chow Wu caused the small hill in front of him to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Disappear? The hot pot opened its eyes wide. Suddenly realizing something, it looked at Asajiri in surprise. "You put it in your spatial storage? What do you need that thing for?" Chapter 129. This talent is absolutely unique. Only after storing the last red spider egg in her spatial storage did Asajiri speak. "They went to so much trouble to get so many. They must have some purpose. Maybe we'll be able to use them in the future." Although taking things without asking is immoral, she didn't care about morality here. The thought of that entire room full of dead people still makes her feel very depressed. Hot Pot thought about it and nodded. Yeah, who cares what it's good for? Even if it's completely useless, if you can't beat someone in a fight, you can still smash them to death with a rock. Asajiri. With their minds full of thoughts, Asajiri and Hot Pot quickly left the mansion. After the entire trip, all they gained was this pile of useless broken stones. They hadn't found anything else. As soon as I went outside, I saw a figure that was almost invisible, hidden in the tree. If she hadn't arranged to meet him in the tree beforehand, she probably wouldn't have even sensed his presence. Asajiri walked over. When Dihan saw her come out, he flashed down and got down. The hot pot flew to his side on its own, and he put it away with a wave of his sleeve. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. "You made a contract with it?" He looked at his palm. "You mean this little flame?" "No. So how did you subdue it?" She wasn't surprised that he didn't have a contract with Hot Pot. After all, Hot Pot had an owner before and had been waiting for its owner. However, it is not easy to keep it by your side and make it obediently follow your lead without contracting it. Dihan seemed unable to understand and asked matter-of-factly, "Does this thing need to be subdued? Won't it come to you on its own?" The morning mist was silent. "Okay, it seems like the Hot Pot restaurant stubbornly stuck to it. I don't know what it saw in him." Dihan glanced at her, and seeing that she was covered in blood, he frowned. "Go back and take a bath first." Although it wasn't her blood, it looked quite offensive. Asajiri glanced down and then agreed. These scattered bloodstains were mostly from that illegal workshop, and some were accidentally picked up from the dead people in the maze garden. She is very sensitive to the smell of blood. It was already quite late when they got back, so Dihan didn't look for her again. Chow Wu checked the situation inside the space one last time before finally falling asleep peacefully. However, what annoyed her was that Emperor Fuyao still did not respond. The Wujiang dynasty. A girl in a white dress sat on a lotus throne, surrounded by several green magic crystals. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed into her body at a visible speed. Her eyes were tightly closed, beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly began to surge violently, then swirled and rushed wildly toward the girl. A low humming sound. The spiritual energy, symbolizing her green spirit level, swirled around her, lingering for a long time. The girl opened her eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Sensing the powerful energy within her spiritual platform, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Beginner green spirit. In less than 2 months, she had become a green spirit. Who else in the world could achieve such speed? Morning mist. Her eyes were like those of a venomous snake. "This time, I will personally tear you to pieces." I pushed open the courtyard gate and went outside, just in time to find a large crowd gathered there. Upon seeing one of the men, she softened her expression and called out gently, "Father." Rushuet. Hearing the voice, the man turned around, his face full of surprise. "My dear daughter, you've finally come out." His words immediately drew everyone's attention. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the courtyard fell on Pei Rushue. Standing at the doorway was a girl in a white dress, seemingly detached from the world. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She had a small, oval face and gentle, well-behaved features, and looked as pure and beautiful as a fairy. Immediately, All the school-aged children in the courtyard were stunned. However, what is most eye-catching is the pale green light surrounding the girl. Green spirit? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone immediately came to their senses. Yes, that light, that aura, isn't that green spirit? The next moment, Pei Rushue felt that the gazes directed at her were filled with all sorts of emotions. There was jealousy, envy, appreciation, and even admiration. Suddenly, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is the honor that comes with strength. Faced with absolute power, those noble ladies who used to enjoy scheming against her can hardly hide their jealousy anymore. Not to mention the admiring glances from the men, which greatly satisfied her vanity. A feeling of fullness and satisfaction filled my chest, and my whole body felt light and airy, as if I could fly away at any moment. For the first time, she realized the importance of power in this world. Old Pei, your daughter is amazing. It hasn't been long since she came back, and I heard she was seriously injured. How did she advance to green spirit in such a short time? Yes, if we're talking about talent, your daughter's talent is probably extraordinary. 17-year-old green spirit. There aren't many like her in the entire Wujiang dynasty. How did they do that? Such a rapid advancement in such a short time is unbelievable. In an instant, some offered compliments, while others expressed envy. Hearing their praise, the middle-aged man's face crinkled with a smile. Well, this kid has never suffered much hardship since he was little. It seems he was bullied by some ignorant people down there. Now that he's back, he started working hard to cultivate. Who knew he'd make such great progress in less than 2 months? I'm quite surprised myself. Upon hearing his words, some people couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, those 4 small countries down there. They actually bullied Rushue? Who is this blind fool? Doesn't he know Rushue's identity? In their minds, the following 4 countries are like dogs they can summon and dismiss at will, utterly insignificant. They never even paid them any attention. The reason they didn't destroy those 4 kingdoms was because if they had, there would have been too many refugees, and they were unwilling to bring those civilians to the Wujiang dynasty to share their resources. Furthermore, by keeping those few small countries around, they can still receive a considerable amount of tribute every year. Most of the gold and silver jewelry in their Wujiang dynasty comes from those 4 countries. Therefore, the Wujiang dynasty has always regarded the 4 kingdoms as storage bags. If you want to make a living under their control, you have to show sincerity and hand over a large amount of valuable items every year. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. It must be some blind fool who hurt my precious daughter so badly. I will make him pay 100-fold. Those around him echoed his sentiments. Yes, we must get justice for Miss Rushue. Who are they? Who is Miss Rushue? They really don't know their place. Upon hearing this, Pei Rushue tugged at the man's arm and said coquettishly, Father, I want to handle this matter myself. Please don't interfere, okay? Chapter 130 Holy Son. Upon hearing this, the man frowned. Why would you need to personally deal with such a lowly thing? You are a green spirit now. You can kill her with the flick of your finger. Pei Rushue shook her head. Father, you don't know. The person who injured me was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator, and her strength was not low. That's why I didn't notice and was seriously injured by her. Are you serious? There are cultivators down there too. He frowned. Could you be mistaken? How could there be cultivators down there? There's clearly no spiritual energy down there at all. Pei Rushue said firmly. No, I didn't see wrong. She is a cultivator, and a yellow spirit at that. Upon hearing this, not only Pei Rushue's father, but also several older people nearby couldn't help but change their expressions. Are there cultivators below as well? How is that possible? There's clearly no spiritual energy below, so how did she cultivate? Also, if there are cultivators below, how come they haven't received any news? Is it because the people below are deliberately hiding it? Every year, people from the 4 kingdoms try to send people of high status to the Wujiang dynasty, ostensibly to study, but in reality, they want them to become cultivators. For the past few centuries, the 4 countries have been too passive, suppressed by them without any power to fight back. Therefore, the 4 countries had long harbored the idea of cultivating cultivators. Once cultivators appear, they will cultivate them extensively, and then rise up to resist them and fight against their Wujiang. Were these cultivators secretly cultivated by those below, who concealed the truth? If there's one, there's no guarantee there won't be others. There are probably countless more in places they can't see. Their expressions immediately changed. Although everyone has their own plans, the people of the Wujiang dynasty are still very united in some respects. Take cultivation, for example. The people of the Four Kingdoms did not understand why the people of their Wuzhang dynasty could cultivate, while they could not. The people of the Wuzhang dynasty were well aware of this. That's because all the spiritual energy of the entire continent has been balanced and distributed to this region. No cultivators are allowed among the people of the Four Kingdoms. Several people of some standing exchanged glances, all seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Seeing that they were all silent, Pei Rushui asked in confusion, "What's wrong, father?" The man shook his head. "It's nothing." Pei Rushui felt relieved. She thought they would keep asking and was worried about how to come up with a better explanation. After all, she was indeed completely overwhelmed by Asakura last time in the Southern Kingdom. It was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. That's so embarrassing. If word gets out that a person from the Wuzhang dynasty was defeated by a lowly bastard from the Southern Kingdom, how will she face the strange looks from others? So when she came back this time, she only briefly mentioned the situation there and did not explain in detail what happened last time. Pei Rushui continued to plead, "Father, I've been diligently training these past 2 months to regain my dignity. Please grant me your request and let me go and take revenge myself. This time, I'll make sure she knows how powerful our Wuzhang dynasty is." Pei Rushui is only 17 years old, and she is already a green spirit. Such talent is indeed very rare. The man automatically ignored how many precious treasures he had spent over the past 2 months to build up this green spirit strength. In any case, Pei Rushui's strength was indeed among the best of her generation. Thinking that this was indeed a great opportunity to shine, he nodded in agreement. "All right, if you're really angry, then go and do it yourself. Your father will register you and get you a token. But this time, you must not fall for that person's dirty tricks again." Yes, what Pei Rushui told them before was that Chaowu used dirty tricks on her, and only by sneaking up on her could she seriously injure Pei Rushui. Pei Rushui smiled and nodded. "I know. Thank you, father." Morning Mist? Even if she's a genius, so what? Places like Shikoku have absolutely no cultivation resources, not even spiritual energy. It must take her several years to advance one level. She's just a lowly Huangling fortune changes every 10 years. Next, she'll repay Chaowu 100-fold for the insults she received from him recently. Pei Rushui's name spread rapidly throughout the entire Wuzhang dynasty within a single day. 17-year-old Lu Ling could easily be called a little genius. After seeing all the guests off, the smile on the man's face faded. He glanced at Pei Rushui. Although he felt a pang of heartache at the large amount of precious treasures he had spent during this period, he was still satisfied with the results. He nodded and said, "It wasn't for nothing that I used so many precious magic crystals on you. I even used quite a few magic crystals from 4th-tier magical beasts. You must cultivate diligently in the future and strive for greater glory for the family." Pei Rushui nodded obediently. "Yes. And the person who hurt you," the man said. "When you find her this time, remember not to kill her immediately." "Why?" Pei Rushui asked. The man glanced at her. "The emergence of a cultivator below is no small matter. We will report this to the emperor, who will surely send people down to investigate. You will go down with them, then to see if the Four Kingdoms are cultivating any other cultivators. If so, kill them all." Pei Rushui nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Just as I was about to say something, I heard the voice of a servant coming from outside. "My lord, the emperor summons you to the palace." Upon opening the door, the man saw several eunuchs outside and stepped forward, asking, "Has something happened?" The eunuch lowered his head and whispered a reminder. "Lord Pei, the Holy Sun has returned and is currently resting in the palace. The emperor has summoned many officials to the palace." He didn't elaborate, but it did serve as a reminder. Holy Sun. Upon hearing these 2 words, Pei Rushui paused for a moment. The Holy Sun holds a high position in the Wuzhang dynasty. He has always been a loner, is not very old, and is said to be immune to all poisons. They've been missing for quite a while now, and some people speculated that they died from poisoning. How come they've suddenly come back? She had never met the Holy Sun, only knowing that he was not very old, probably not much older than her. "I've heard that he coughs every 3 steps and gasps for breath every 5. That kind of man has no masculinity at all." Pei Rushui instinctively disliked the legendary Holy Sun. After receiving the news, the man turned and gave Pei Rushui a few instructions before entering the palace. The Holy Sun has returned. This is a momentous occasion. It seems that the Wuzhang dynasty, which has been peaceful for more than a year, is about to stir up trouble again. After all, they had all witnessed that person's methods. I heard that he had already reached the purple spirit level at such a young age, and there were few people in the entire Wuzhang dynasty whose strength was higher than his. He secretly wondered what his sudden return was for. Chapter 131, There is a Seventh Prince. He arrived at the palace shortly afterward, accompanied by several high-ranking officials. Pei Yin paused for a moment, then found someone he was close to and asked in a low voice, "Where is His Majesty?" Upon hearing this, the man lowered his voice as well. "They're guarding inside. I heard that person came back, covered in injuries. Now the place is full of pharmacists." Pei Yin asked in surprise, "Who could have hurt him?" "I don't know. I don't know where he's been all year." The man shook his head. "In any case, it's probably not a good thing. His Majesty is probably worried about it right now." No sooner had the words been spoken than a bright yellow figure emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing this, everyone knelt down and paid their respects. The man's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd before finally withdrawing. With a wave of his hand, a barrier instantly enveloped the group, cutting off their voices. "Your Majesty, how is the Holy Sun now?" An elderly man at the head of the group suddenly broke the deadlock and spoke first. The middle-aged emperor gave him a deep look before saying, "Your strength has improved considerably." Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Upon seeing this, the emperor let out a cold laugh. "My beloved ministers are all my right-hand men. I didn't call you here to see you standing there in a daze. The return of the Holy Sun has calmed the hearts of the people and those people, but my heart has not had a single day of peace." After hearing his words, Pei Yin and the people next to him exchanged bewildered glances. "Pei Yin," the emperor suddenly spoke, calling on him by name. "You tell me, what should be done about this matter?" Pei Yin was so frightened that his beard trembled. He steadied himself and said, "Your Majesty, the Holy Sun's strength is indeed unfathomable, but he has always been a loner and has no interest in court affairs. Perhaps—" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from above. Pei Yin was startled and instinctively knelt down with a thud. Looking up again, he saw the emperor's gloomy face, as if a storm was brewing. "Maybe? What? You're so sure he has no intention of usurping the throne? Do you know how popular he is among the people? Do you know that even my sons are eyeing my position? At this point in my life, I can't even trust my own blood relatives anymore. You want me to gamble that he might not be interested in this position?" Pei Yin's head was almost buried in his crotch, and he didn't dare to utter a single word. Seeing this, his friend could only cautiously step forward and advise, "Your Majesty, please calm down. The Holy Sun is indeed powerful, but you control the entire dynasty. He shouldn't act rashly. Besides, even if things get really bad, you still have the key to the blood tomb. No matter how powerful he is, he should still have to consider the ancestors inside the blood tomb." At this moment, another elder spoke up. "Yes, with the ancestors in charge, even if the Holy Sun has any ulterior motives, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Over 100 years ago, several ancestors already possessed the strength of Ziling. This world is definitely not going to fall into the hands of someone surnamed Mu. However, we should not use the ancestors as a trump card unless absolutely necessary. The most urgent task is to cultivate talent and widely train children with good talent among the new generation of young people. In my opinion, we should select some people to send to the Heavenly Mystery Sect for cultivation." Upon hearing them mention the blood tomb, the emperor's anger subsided slightly. The blood tomb must not be opened, and we must not disturb the ancestors. They have important matters to attend to inside. Several founding ancestors live in the blood tomb. It is said that they are all hundreds of years old. The Wuzhang dynasty owes its current status entirely to those ancestors. If it weren't for our ancestors, the spiritual energy across the entire continent would still be scattered, and they would still have to cultivate alongside those lowly beings. The ancestor was a nuisance, and his sons were no better. Some were utterly incompetent, while others, though talented, were eyeing his position covetously. He was furious, caught between a rock and a hard place. If all else fails, he'll have to have more children. Thinking about having a son, he said to the old man, "The Prime Minister's idea is good. We should cultivate some new talents and young geniuses. This time, we should find more talented people. I don't believe that in such a great dynasty, there is no one whose talent can surpass Mu Qi." They all chimed in. Then another issue came up. "Your Majesty, which prince should be sent along? Since the goal is to cultivate new talent, it's essential to find a leader. However, as things stand, the princes with real ability have all gone solo, some even secretly building their own factions. The remaining few are utterly useless, their talent negligible." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face immediately darkened. After careful consideration, I realized there was no one I could use. Eldest brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother, those three are utterly useless, and they are the only three who don't dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts. In your opinion, which of them would be the best choice? The second, third, and sixth sons are too ambitious. They are fighting fiercely even before he is dead. He should cultivate a legitimate successor to suppress them. The difficulty lies in the fact that cultivation talent is innate and has nothing to do with effort. None of the remaining few offspring have any good talent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're hopeless. That's why he had the idea of having another son. Actually, it's not necessary to have these princes. Suddenly, a tall, thin man spoke up from behind. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on his face. The emperor also saw it, and his brow relaxed. Minister Yi, what are your thoughts? Yi Shengfeng is usually taciturn and rarely speaks, but every time he does open his mouth, it always surprises him. To be honest, compared to the other people, Yi Shengfeng is probably more pleasing to him because Yi Shengfeng does not hold any official position. He is simply his advisor behind the scenes. Yi Shengfeng stepped forward calmly, ignoring the gazes of the others. Your Majesty, while the talents of these princes are indeed not outstanding, the talent of the other prince is not necessarily so. Another prince? Pei Yin couldn't help but speak up. What do you mean another prince? There are only 6 princes in total. Are you confused? The emperor's dark eyes were also looking at him, clearly showing some displeasure. Yi Shengfeng was not in a hurry. No, you are all mistaken. There are 7 princes. The others all said he was crazy. Even the emperor was somewhat disappointed in him. Once the noise subsided, Yi Shengfeng spoke slowly and deliberately. Does your Majesty still remember the Lung family from 20 years ago? The Lung family? Upon hearing those 2 words, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. These 2 words have been unheard of for so long that they have all forgotten the ancient martial arts Lung family that vanished overnight 20 years ago. Chapter 132, each with their own ulterior motives. The Lung family existed before the Wuzhang dynasty monopolized the spiritual energy of the entire continent. At that time, the Tianji sect had not yet appeared on this continent, and there were very few cultivators. At that time, the ancient martial arts Lung family could be considered the most prestigious family on the entire continent. Because they possess unique family skills, the Lung family members have all mastered formidable martial arts, making those famous assassins seem like child's play to them. Then, the heavenly mystery sect suddenly appeared on this continent. The ancestors, who didn't know where they got the method, gathered all the spiritual power in this place. From then on, the Wujiang kingdom became the Wujiang dynasty. Cultivators began to rise, and the Lung family was no longer unique. However, in the decades that followed, the Lung family did not experience the dramatic decline one might expect. Perhaps due to their bloodline, the Lung family members all possessed exceptional talent for cultivation. Later, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and with the increase in cultivators, it was inevitable that some people would dislike them. The Lung family began to be suspected by the imperial court and targeted by their peers. Finally, 20 years ago, the Lung family was wiped out overnight. Everyone knows that in this era of rising cultivators, imperial power is no longer the sole authority. From now on, whoever has the strength will have the final say. No one, whether it's the royal family or any other family, wants to see the entire Wujiang dynasty become the domain of the Lung family. That night, the royal family made their move, and other major families secretly added fuel to the fire. It turns out that 20 years have passed without us even realizing it. They've lived peacefully for the past 20 years, and they've long forgotten those 2 words. They have forgotten the shock and fear those 2 words once instilled in them. The Lung family's bloodline power is indeed too strong. Even the son of a servant is exceptionally talented, completely surpassing the talent of an emperor. Seeing their dazed expressions, I knew they had remembered. Yi Shengfeng's face was expressionless as he said, if I remember correctly, Miss Lung, who disappeared 20 years ago, was already pregnant before she left. Miss Lung, isn't that the deceased consort Lung? Everyone stared at the emperor in shock. 20 years ago, just a few years after the emperor ascended the throne. If that's the case, then the child in consort Lung's belly really is the 7th prince. In fact, the emperor had several sons over the years. However, they all died young for unknown reasons, which is why there are still only 6 princes to this day. If it's true, then the 7th prince's talent is beyond question. Those with the Lung family bloodline must possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps this holy son is simply unbearable to look at. Are you telling the truth? Was she really pregnant when she left? The emperor asked in a deep voice. He knew nothing about this. It's absolutely true. Yi Xingfeng's voice was steady. I only found out about this later through my own investigation. But since so much time has passed, there's no point in bringing it up again, so I haven't told you. But that cold concubine disappeared 20 years ago. We don't even know if she's alive or dead, let alone that child. Someone hesitated. Upon hearing this, the light that had just shone in the emperor's eyes immediately went out. Yes, so many years have passed. Who knows if that child survived? He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. If he had known earlier that Consort Lung was pregnant with his child, he would never have gone so far as to kill her. At the time, I only thought that she was a member of the Lung family. The Lung family had already been wiped out, and I was afraid that she would seek revenge if I left her alone, so I wanted to kill her. But then Consort Lung escaped, and he failed to get his hands on her. He couldn't find her anywhere. In the end, he could only announce to the public that Consort Lung had died of illness. That's the bloodline of the Lung family. She's carrying the Lung family's bloodline. That kind of talent is enviable just to think about. He had no doubt that the child's talent was far superior to his current rebellious son's, even without testing. Yi Xingfeng said matter-of-factly, not entirely. You mean they're still alive? The emperor asked. Yi Xingfeng shook his head. I don't know that, but I have some information. Consort Lung escaped to the underworld, and that's how she escaped everyone's sight. Besides, she is the eldest daughter of the Lung family. There must be a group of people protecting her behind her so that nothing will happen to her. So I guess that the seventh prince must still be alive. Before anything was even started, he immediately called him the seventh prince. Looking at the emperor, he also seemed somewhat agitated. Find him. We must find him. If he finds it, his current predicament will be resolved. This Wujiang dynasty may seem like an impregnable fortress, but in reality it is internally divided. The Tianji sect completely overrides the imperial power, extracting countless top-tier resources from the royal family every year, and the emperor still has to fawn over them. And then there's this holy son who appeared out of nowhere. He seems to have some connection with the heavenly mystery sect. He's incredibly powerful and has already reached the purple spirit realm at a young age, which makes the holy son wary of him. And then there are these troublesome, rebellious sons who, relying on their superior talent compared to the emperor, are secretly cultivating their own power to try and bring him down. He is now besieged on all sides. Therefore, he was eager to cultivate a legitimate successor. Seeing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their minds already racing with their own schemes. With the sudden appearance of a seventh prince, things are likely to get turbulent from now on. Where did you go last night? Shen Xingzhou asked after a moment of silence during dinner the next day. Seeing that Asajiri glanced at him indifferently, he explained, Last night, the people down below suddenly made a fuss. I guess they came to investigate on purpose, and it just so happens that neither of you were here. Fortunately, Chao Wu gave him that pill, which completely concealed his strength, so the people of the Wujiang dynasty had no idea that he was also a cultivator. That's how they escaped disaster. I just wandered around, Asajiri said. There are some dangers here. If you want to do anything, let me know in advance, Shen Xingzhou said. After all, this was Yin Kingdom's territory, and he didn't want anything to happen to Chao Wu and the others. Although I have confidence in their abilities, this underground shopping mall is no pushover either. For at least all these years, he has never been able to figure out the real power behind this underground street. After the meal, Shen Xingzhou bid them farewell. I've decided to go back to the palace to see if he really is an imposter. If he is, then I must find my brother. Don't worry, I won't break ties with him for now. I'll come out and find you again. I thought about it for a long time last night, and still felt it was inappropriate. Anyway, staying here wouldn't be of any help to Asajiri and the others, and would likely only be a hindrance. Why not go back and see if Asajiri's guess is true? Asajiri nodded. Okay. She also wanted to see if the person in the palace was an imposter. If he was, then this imposter and the one she had met in the Southern Kingdom before should be from the same faction. In that case, that force is playing a very big game. The forces that the Wujiang dynasty came to eliminate were very likely this one. And the real Flame Emperor. Asajiri glanced at Shen Xingzhou. If that's the case, the real Flame Emperor should have already been hypnotized, had all his memories extracted, and been killed. Chapter 133 Bottom of the Pool. After the meal, Chao Wu and Dian returned to the pool where they had been collecting stones. The people who were shoveling stones there have changed. However, just as the morning mist passed, a figure walked towards her. Sister, it's Injia. After hearing what Asajiri said, he realized that he was poisoned. Even with a huge amount of wealth on his hands, he was not at peace. He went to see a doctor and was diagnosed with poisoning, and there was no antidote. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the underground street and wait for Asagiri. Perhaps Asagiri will ask him for help with something, and in his excitement, he might even cure the poison in his body. Asagiri glanced at him. You've been waiting here the whole time? Injia scratched his head. Well, I've got nothing to do anyway, so I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me. He glanced at Di-Han next to Chao Wu and exclaimed in surprise. This big brother seems to have grown taller? Upon hearing this, Asagiri also glanced at Diane. It turns out she wasn't the only one with this misconception. Overnight, he seemed to have grown a little taller. Looking at Di-Han again, his expression remained unchanged. He stood with his hands behind his back, not saying a word, yet his presence was extremely strong. Seeing Asagiri looking over, he met her gaze, his slender fingers holding a crystal-clear little fish, and calmly handed it to her. What is this? Asagiri asked, taking it. Asagiri looked like a fake fish carved from glass, and didn't seem special at all. But after she got her hands on it, she discovered that the fish was actually alive. The next moment, a bone-chilling coldness came from her fingertips and spread throughout her body. Even her eyebrows instantly frosted over. Almost instantly, a pair of large hands snatched the amethyst fish from her hand. A hint of annoyance flashed in Di-Han's eyes. He forgot that although this kind of thing is very beneficial to cultivating demonic spirits, she has not yet truly cultivated demonic spirits and is completely unable to block the ice brought by the amethyst fish. As Asagiri's body gradually warmed up, she came to her senses and looked at his hand. What's that? I found it last night, he replied, then touched Asagiri's face and felt that the temperature was normal before he breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that there was anything wrong with his actions. Asagiri felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it, so she didn't say anything more. After hearing him say that he had finished, Asagiri didn't ask any more questions. After all, the matter of trespassing on that mansion cannot be easily revealed now. After all, there was an outsider present. Asagiri suddenly noticed that although there were many people shoveling stones by the pool, they were almost out of stock. She asked, didn't the people from yesterday have plenty of stones? Why are they all out of stock? Injia asked, are you looking to buy stones again? Asagiri nodded, Injia. Then you probably won't be able to buy them. Suddenly a lot of people came in the middle of the night yesterday and bought up all the stones here. They also placed many orders. Everyone is still desperately trying to find them. And it was because of this action that the price of stones went up. He watched as those people, who were clearly wary and afraid of the densely packed giant spiders in the deep water, were forced to take the risk for money, and he felt deeply moved. If he hadn't made that big deal, and if he hadn't known the spider was poisonous, perhaps he would have been tempted too. Luckily, I found out beforehand. Hearing his words, Asagiri lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. No new guests checked into the 18th floor inn in the middle of the night. At least no new people from the Wujiang dynasty came. As for why there were suddenly so many people buying stones, she suspected that the owner behind the underground street bought them. Because she emptied all the stones they had stockpiled last night. She thought about it all night, but still couldn't figure out what the purpose of these stones was. I stared at the people who were busy scooping up stones for a long time. Chao Wu suddenly asked Injia, do you want to get rid of the poison? Injia's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. I want to. As long as you can cure me, I'll do anything you ask, even go through fire and water. I don't need you to go through fire and water, Asagiri said calmly, pointing to the pool of water. You go into. Injia's expression changed. Will you be given stones to retrieve? But wouldn't that mean I'd get bitten by even more spiders? He had been bitten several times before when he was in the shallow water near the shore, and the results were very slow. Not to mention going into the deep water area. Asagiri shook her head. It's not a stone. Calmly watching the person repeatedly dive into and out of the water, she said, go down and dive to the bottom to show me what's in there. She suspected there might be another passage below. As for its purpose or where it led, she had no idea. Injia hesitated. It's full of spiders, spiders the size of a fist, all of them. The pile of spiders is several meters deep. Asagiri looked at him. I mean, the spiders underside. Judging from the number of red spider eggs, she knew there must be quite a few spiders inside. Those spiders may have blocked the original passage. She checked. The water here is flowing water. And there wasn't a single dead spider inside. This is unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Injia's face paled. Putting everything else aside, he simply couldn't accept the idea of navigating through a dense swarm of spiders. Not to mention that those spiders are highly venomous and even eat people. The image of Luo Sheng having his genitals eaten flashed before his eyes, and he suddenly had second thoughts. Seeing what he was thinking, Asajiri said, I will give you medicine. After you apply it all over your body, the spider will not bite you. Then it will depend on his swimming skills and courage. After it's done, I'll give you the antidote. Injia was very tempted. He was a good swimmer, and in fact, he had previously estimated how deep the deepest part of the pool was. He could have easily gone all the way down and come back safely. I'm just a little afraid of those spiders. But she said she would give him medicine so the spider wouldn't bite him, and she would also give him an antidote after it was all done. For him, it seemed like a tremendous opportunity. A chance to survive. He was thinking, and Asajiri was in no hurry, waiting quietly. Dihan, standing to one side, had a strong presence, appearing as relaxed as if he were on vacation. Asajiri couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. After a moment, he finally couldn't help but ask, You got promoted again? Dihan smiled and said, A clever girl. They didn't deny it. However, he said, It's been suppressed. There's no promotion yet. Now that he could open the space and obtain the tears of death, his first priority was naturally to cleanse his marrow. Having completed the marrow cleansing, he is now ready to break through to the purple spirit realm at any time. Asajiri felt a mouthful of blood choke in his throat. What kind of luck is this? He hadn't done anything, yet he advanced at lightning speed, as if he were on a rocket, while she had been busy cultivating, and everything she did was related to cultivation, but she was still just a small Qingling. I agree. Injia suddenly made up his mind. As he looked up at Xiaowu, he puffed out his chest and said, I promise you, I'll go down and show you. If I come back up safely, you have to give me the antidote. Asajiri agreed. No problem. Chapter 134 Glazed Amethyst Fish. Injia went back to prepare. He couldn't tell anyone about this, so he needed to sneak down when there were few people around. Who knows how many informants are in the underground shopping malls around here. Once back at the inn, Xiaowu looked at Dian and asked, What was that thing you gave me just now? She was caught off guard, and as soon as she held it in her hand, she felt a chilling, bone-piercing force sweep over her entire body. That thing looks completely ordinary. This? He held the amethyst fish in his hand. This is from the demon realm. I found it in that house last night. Asajiri had never seen this thing before and was a little curious, but remembering the bone-chilling cold she had felt earlier, she dared not touch it. What is it used for? She knew very little about the demon realm. Fish fed with my blood. What do you say? Dihan retorted, a smile playing on his lips, yet tinged with coldness. Asajiri paused for a moment. His blood? Isn't that the demon lord's blood? Asajiri only knew that the demon lord's blood was extremely precious, a rare treasure for cultivation. Fish fed with his blood must be something precious that only he can use. How did you end up in this place? Looking up at the man in front of her, he still had a smile on his lips, but Asajiri keenly sensed the danger within that smile. You want to cultivate a demon spirit? This thing was raised on my blood. Eating it will be good for you. Asajiri's eyes widened slightly. No need for marrow cleansing? The conditions for a demon spirit's cultivation are extremely difficult. In theory, she should need to undergo marrow cleansing. Dihan chuckled lightly. What? Are my words so unreliable? Marrow cleansing is only the first step you need to take to cultivate demonic spirit, but since you have never cultivated demonic spirit before, your spiritual platform is rejecting it. This is the threshold for you to cultivate demonic spirit. Finally, he added, marrow cleansing, the tears of death are enough. If it's not enough, come to me for more. The morning mist fell silent for a moment. For marrow cleansing, a single drop of death's tear is enough, or even more. He gave her a whole porcelain vase. How could that not be enough? When do you plan to start cultivating your demonic spirit? Dihan steered the conversation back on track. Asajiri snapped out of her daze and glanced at the amethyst fish in his hand. Admittedly, she didn't want to have much to do with this man before. But things are different now. She now knows his true identity. He is the demon lord, the leader of the demon realm. With him, the demon lord, around, her cultivation of demonic spirits was no longer such a distant dream. She doesn't need to fight against strength. Only by cultivating both demonic and spiritual powers can she recover to her previous life's level more quickly. He withdrew his gaze and said, Let's resolve things here first. Find an opportunity to get the token, go to Wujiang, and break through to the purple spirit realm. This is also the goal of this trip, and we can't delay it for too long. She needs to break through the purple spirit realm to cleanse her marrow, something Emperor Fuyao has repeatedly emphasized to her. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized something. You've undergone marrow cleansing? Asagami suddenly felt that some people are born to be looked up to by others. He hadn't even broken through to the purple spirit level yet, but he was able to undergo marrow cleansing without making a sound. It looks like nothing's wrong. Meanwhile, Shun Xingzhou returned to the palace. Because he had been missing for so long, he was summoned for questioning by both the Empress Dowager and the Empress. His story remained unchanged, the same as what he had told the Emperor. He had been traveling for the past 6 months. After leaving the Empress's quarters, his smile suddenly vanished. Neither the Empress nor the Empress Dowager, who were the closest people to her brother, noticed the changes in Emperor Yin. It was as if that person really was his brother. However, after hearing what Asagiri said, he became even more suspicious of that person. But how exactly did he do it? He could even fool those closest to him. Having confirmed that Emperor Yin was currently discussing state affairs with his ministers, Shun Xingzhou quietly sneaked into the Golden Dragon Hall, where Emperor Yin was resting, and silently rummaged through Emperor Yan's belongings. He refused to believe there wasn't a single flaw in the evidence. His brother likes to hide a dagger under his pillow when he sleeps. However, upon turning over the pillow, a gleaming dagger was found placed underneath. His brother is used to looking at topographical maps of the 4 countries. Upon closer inspection, the newly drawn map of Shikoku was already worn out from frequent use. His brother has a habit of recording what happens every day. Opening the book, I found it indeed recorded what happened each day. Shun Xingzhou was searching for evidence, while simultaneously fearing being discovered, his palms sweating profusely. But after seeing these things, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Could it be that he was really wrong? These details told him that this was actually his brother. Is it because he hasn't been back for so long? People change, it's normal to suddenly feel like a stranger. Shun Xingzhou paused for a while. Indeed, there was absolutely no flaw to be found. He's ready to give up. That might just be his brother. He needs to go back and tell Asagiri. With that in mind, he began to restore the small details inside the Golden Dragon Palace, to avoid his brother finding out. However, he happened to look up and suddenly saw a dignified and majestic bright yellow dragon robe hanging there. He paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He rushed forward and rolled up his sleeve to check. It is smooth and glossy, like brand new. Shun Xingzhou's brain nerves suddenly began to throb. This isn't his brother. His brother has a strange quirk that only he and his brother know about. Because they are twins and look alike, to distinguish their clothes from a young age, his brother would always pull 2 threads from the cuffs of his new clothes. On the surface, it may not look like anything, but if you look closely, you will find traces of damage to the embroidery. His brother has continued this habit to this day. Shun Xingzhou suddenly opened the booklet that his brother used to record the events of each day. As expected. He hadn't noticed it before, but if you look closely, there are a few characters here whose brushstrokes are completely different from his brother's. The current Yin Emperor is not his brother. Upon receiving a definite answer, Shun Xingzhou jumped to his feet. He wanted to go find Asagiri right now. However, when he turned around, he saw the man who looked exactly like him standing behind him, smiling at him. Chapter 135 Assassination 1. My dear brother, what are you doing? He still had a smile on his lips, but that smile sent chills down Shun Xingzhou's spine. The person in front of me felt increasingly unfamiliar. Besides his face, there's one thing about him that resembles his brother. He held the booklet in his hand behind his back, unconsciously tightening his grip, and nothing. His unusual attitude, coupled with the way he frantically searched the place earlier, makes everything he says unbelievable now. With just a light sweep, Yin Huang could see what was missing from the messy desktop. Shun Xingzhou's heart was in his throat. After a moment, Yin Huang suddenly chuckled. It seems we've been discovered after all. Shun Xingzhou's smile froze for a moment. Seeing that he could no longer keep up the pretense, he decided to be blunt with him. You're not my brother at all. Who are you? When Yin Huang's identity was exposed, he remained calm. He walked to the dragon robe that Shun Xingzhou had rummaged through, glanced down at the sleeve, and his smile froze for a moment. Then, he whispered, so that's where the flaw was. Seeing his expression, Shun Xingzhou became enraged and raised his voice. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Where's my brother? What did you do to him? Yin Huang's expression remained calm as he quietly watched. Don't worry, you'll be able to meet him soon. Upon hearing this, Shun Xingzhou immediately had a bad feeling. Just as he was about to make a move, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the next moment he was bound by a spiritual force. He only realized in the moments before he lost consciousness that the imposter in front of him was also a cultivator. Moreover, he is stronger than him. But he couldn't tell Asajiri any of this. Let's take action tonight. Back at the inn, Chao Wu discussed with Dian beside her. Emperor Fuyao urged her to leave as soon as possible, and after thinking about it, she decided to listen to him. Steal if you can, rob if you can't steal, and kill if all else fails. The point is to get the token as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. Dihan had no objections. You make the arrangements. It's just a few tokens. If she wants them, she can just snatch them. Injia also came over. He had just spent a lot of money to book a room, which was connected to Chao Wu's room. He couldn't understand what they were saying, and he didn't ask. Asajiri was about to get him his medicine, but as soon as she opened the door, she suddenly smelled a strange odor. The odor wasn't pungent, but it gave her a burning sensation in her respiratory tract. Wait. Asajiri stopped. Injia asked, "What's wrong?" Dihan met her gaze, knowing exactly what she was thinking with just a glance. He casually glanced around Chao Wu's room, then said, "Go away." Me? Injia pointed to his own nose. Was this a way of telling him to leave? Dihan did not answer him, but looked at Chao Wu with his usual smile. Just two ignorant fools. Go to my room and wait for me. Asajiri had no objection and nodded. The two uninvited guests in the room were stronger than her, making them a bit troublesome to deal with. It's not that we can't fight, but there's no need. And so, Asajiri led a bewildered Injia to the next room. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the side. The fight wasn't very intense, but only Asajiri knew that every movement carried a deadly attack. However, in order not to disturb the people below, Dihan still moved quietly. Injia asked with some concern, "Who are they?" He was terrified that the fight would break out, and he would be caught in the crossfire. After all, violent incidents like fighting are not allowed to happen in the underground shopping mall, because no one knows who owns the underground mall or the owner of this 18-story inn. Asajiri casually remarked, "Two dead men." Injia. He had previously thought that these two stunningly beautiful men and women didn't seem like people who frequented underground streets, but now he realized that they were just harmless looking, and actually more gangster-like than people in underground streets. After a while, the noise from next door subsided. With a loud clang, a crisp cracking sound rang out in the room, and suddenly a large hole appeared in the previously intact wall, revealing the scene inside another room. Injia's jaw slammed to the ground. Is this even possible for a human to do? Beside the enormous hole, an exceptionally handsome man strode across with unhurried ease. His robes were spotless, but the room resembled a murder scene, with gushing blood everywhere on the walls, a gruesome sight. And this hole was made by his light, effortless punch. He frowned, probably feeling it wasn't quite perfect yet, since he still had to bend over to get there, and then lightly punched the wall. The already cracked wooden wall suddenly shattered into pieces all over the floor. He really didn't seem to be using any strength at all. Is this wall made of paper? Injia was greatly shocked. Dihan walked over. It's done. Asajiri walked over and looked at the two corpses lying on the floor of her room, her face expressionless. He died. Dihan belatedly realized. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself. I didn't expect these two to die so easily. Asajiri. What could she say? He walked through the cave, stood beside the two corpses, and examined them carefully. She had never seen either of these two people before. Surprisingly, they were both cultivators, but their scents were very familiar to her. These are two middle-aged men, who look somewhat overweight. Lifting their collars reveals a distinctive mark on the same spot on their necks. She glanced at her disheveled bed, a cold glint flashing in Chao Wu's eyes. The scent she smelled as soon as she opened the door was from these two people. They were carrying poison, a poison specifically designed to counter cultivators. If she weren't a pharmacist, she wouldn't have noticed at all that the poison was evaporating in the air and entering her body. As long as she used her spiritual power, the poison would spread and burn within her body. She casually kicked the man and calmly said to Chao Wu, "Another ungrateful wretch." Dihan said calmly, "The only person I can trust in the world is myself. It's just like losing a dog that bites. There's no need to worry about it." Asajiri glanced at him. "Do you know who I'm talking about?" He parted his thin lips slightly and uttered 6 words, "Gui sect, Tai Xiaotong." Upon hearing this, Asajiri fell silent. Yes, she never expected to run into an acquaintance here again. It was an acquaintance I'd lost contact with some time ago. Small iron bucket. She saved his life, yet he turned around and hired someone else to kill her. Tai Xiaodong disappeared after his trip to Yinqing. Unexpectedly, after a period of time, he has already found a powerful backer. Gui sect. I have never met Asajiri, but but I have seen the name when I was learning about this continent. The distinctive patterns on the necks of these two people are those of the Guiwa sect. She smelled the scent of her spiritual medicine space on these two people, which confirmed that they were related to Tai Xiaotong. Chapter 136 Assassination 2. She had given Tai Xiaotong medicine before, and fearing he wasn't fully recovered, she specially made him wear a sachet. The sachet contained ordinary herbs from her space, meant to help him regulate his body. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. These two people must have spent a lot of time with Tai Xiaotong. Yinjie had never seen such a scene before. Seeing the room full of blood, he turned pale with fright. Even the way Chao Wu and Dian looked at each other was tinged with fear. They killed people as easily and casually as killing chickens. Two vibrant lives were suddenly lost. However, the two of them seemed to have no psychological burden at all, and were extremely calm, chatting casually. The tone was as if he were saying, "The weather is really nice today." It seems these two people must be members of the Guiwa sect. "What do you know about the Guiwa sect?" Chao Wu asked Dian. Dihan thought for a moment. "I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it." Asajiri didn't say anything. Dihan asked, "What?" "Nothing. I was just wondering whether this was Tai Xiaotong's doing or Guyue's doing. They sent two men to her room to kill her, and although they failed, it doesn't mean she won't pursue the matter." "What's the difference?" "Just kill them all," Dihan said calmly. Thump. Yinjie plopped down on the ground. Seeing that both big shots were looking at him, his voice trembled slightly. I didn't hear anything." "Really?" Asajiri looked away. "It's nothing that I heard it." He then unabashedly took out the corresponding elixirs from his spatial storage, prepared them, and handed them to Yinjie. "Pound them into juice and apply it all over your body, and you won't be bitten by spiders anymore." Getting down to business, Yinjie immediately forgot his earlier fear. He took the elixir and asked in surprise, "This thing works?" Despite his doubts, he carefully held the medicinal herbs in his hands. Putting everything else aside, these few plants smell really good. Upon closer inspection, it even emitted tiny specks of fluorescence. Could this be some kind of magical herb? Asajiri said coldly, "You don't have to." No, I was just kidding," Yinjie quickly said. "No need. Would he dare not use any measures? If he really didn't take any precautions, he might be devoured by the spiders that had just awakened from their hibernation as soon as he went down." Yinjie, holding the elixir, said, "I won't bother you any longer. You're busy, I'll go back to my room first." He truly dared not stay here any longer. He was terrified that he might accidentally overhear some earth-shattering secret, in which case these two would kill him to silence him. Before he left, Asajiri said, "After you come up from down here, don't come to the underground street. Wait for me outside." Upon hearing this, Yinjie nodded. "Then where shall we meet?" "At the city gate." After Yinjie left, Dihan watched as Chao Wu gracefully took out 2 bottles of corpse-dissolving water from her spatial storage and poured them onto the 2 corpses on the ground. Instantly, the 2 corpses were corroded at a visible speed, eventually turning into a pool of blood and disappearing without a trace. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "Of course, it's about cleaning house." Asajiri's cool eyes narrowed slightly. When Lady Yun passed away, she entrusted the iron bucket to her. She genuinely wanted to do something for the original owner of this body, to take care of her nominal younger brother, even though he was a burden to her. But now, not only did Tai Xiaotong betray his companions in Yinqing, he has now turned around and tried to harm her. Tai Xiaotong must have exposed her identity. Otherwise, the Guiwa sect wouldn't have sent 2 cultivators to deal with her. Yes, both of them are cultivators, and their talents are quite high. This is also what Asajiri finds somewhat puzzling. What exactly is this rumored Guiwa sect? How could they so easily send out 2 cultivators? One of these 2 is Qingling, and the other is Livling. Qingling was slightly stronger than her, which is why she didn't make a move earlier and instead left it to Dihan. Chao didn't know what kind of deal Tai Xiaotong had made with the Guiwa sect, but it certainly wasn't anything good. He revealed her identity, and now others probably know that she has a spatial ability. She deeply understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This assassination attempt failed, and there was no doubt that more people would come next. Dihan said, "Then you go and deal with them. I'll handle the people from the Wujiang dynasty." Asajiri had no objections. Anyway, those people from the Wujiang dynasty shouldn't be a problem for Dihan. After all, he has already reached the threshold for promotion. Asajiri suspected that his current strength should be more than enough to deal with Ziling. Among the people from the Wujiang dynasty, at most Lan Ling was present. In the following time, Asajiri began to make arrangements. Tai Xiaodong was in the dark while she was in the light. She didn't know where he was hiding, so she needed to lure him out. Let's get him out first. Everything is proceeding smoothly and in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the Wujiang dynasty was also organizing a massive army. When Pei Yin returned to the mansion, he saw servants delivering things to Pei Rushui. He paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that the imperial dynasty organization had almost finished its mission, and the next step was to go down to the lower levels again. The purpose of this trip to the lower realms was naturally related to the previous tribute mission. Although they received the tribute during the last tributary visit, their Wujiang dynasty suffered casualties and lost several magical beasts, causing a huge uproar within the dynasty. Even his precious daughter was bedridden for a full half-month, receiving all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs without stopping. The emperor was furious. In an attempt to regain his honor, he sent down a large number of people, along with magical beasts. Coming to his senses, he slowly walked into Pei Rushui's courtyard. The cheerful singing coming from inside the house indicated that the person singing was in a good mood. He paused for a moment, then stepped forward. The emperor has instructed them not to publicize the matter concerning the seventh prince. But if they really found him, then it would be obvious that the seventh prince would be the crown prince. How could he not tell Pei Rushui about such a good opportunity? What's making you so happy? Father. Upon seeing Pei Yin, Pei Rushui stopped what she was doing, holding a sword in her hand. Father, why are you here? I was practicing my sword skills, and I'm about to go downstairs. I'm finally going to kill that bitch with my own hands. I'm a little excited. Hearing her words, Pei Yin frowned. You're a young lady. You should watch what you say. Don't let those adults hear you. Okay, Pei Rushui said coquettishly, but there's no one around. Pei Yin lowered his head and pondered for a while before speaking. Daughter, nothing else matters this time. Not even the woman who hurt you. There is only one important thing. Find someone and treat him well, understand? Who is it? Pei Rushui was taken aback upon hearing this. A man whose appearance is unknown, but if he is found, his identity must be the most noble person in this dynasty besides the emperor. Chapter 137, Nangong Chenpei. Upon hearing Pei Yin's words, Pei Rushui stood there, stunned. The most distinguished person, isn't that the second prince? There are many promising young talents in the entire dynasty, but only a handful are truly distinguished. The second prince is exceptionally handsome, a refined gentleman, and wields great power. He is the dream lover of many young women. The third prince is ruthless, but his talent for cultivation is among the best of the young. Many ministers in the court are on his side, and he has a high chance of seizing power. Then there's the sixth prince, a rare and talented cultivator. He is the only beast tamer of the new generation in the entire dynasty, and his status is self-evident. Aside from these three princes, the only other person of high status is probably that aloof and cold-hearted Holy Sun. However, Pei Rushui did not like the Holy Sun. It looks like it could be blown over by a gust of wind. I really don't know if those women are blind, screaming excitedly whenever they see the Holy Sun. That's really tasteless. Pei Rushui only knew a few of them. She had always admired the second prince. After all, who wouldn't like a handsome, gentle, and talented man? Upon hearing Pei Yin's words, she was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refute them. No matter how noble they are, can they be as noble as the second prince? Does father mean she should go and curry favor with that person? Of course not. Pei Yin's voice was deep and slow. You are unaware of the changing situation in the court. Until the very last moment, no one knows which prince will ultimately win. So before that, you should mind your own business and not rush to take sides. He could certainly tell that Pei Rushui was on the side of the second prince. It is undeniable that the second prince is very outstanding, but Pei Yin is not a young girl. She doesn't judge people by their appearance alone. If you ask her, she thinks that this gentle and kind second prince is actually more terrifying than the ruthless and cruel third prince. What's more, now a seventh prince has suddenly appeared. This time, His Majesty is looking for the long-lost seventh prince. It is said that he is of the Lung family bloodline. If such a person really exists, then his talent is beyond question. He must be a genius. If he is found, you must establish a good relationship with him beforehand. Understand? Pei Yin instructed. Seventh prince. Pei Rushui lowered her eyes and pondered. She had heard of the Lung family. They were a very prosperous and large family a long time ago. I've never heard of any seventh prince. Could there be a mistake? She frowned. The thought of a strange man trying to seize the throne from her, the second prince, made her instinctively dislike the seventh prince she had never met. It should be true. Pei Yin hoped it was false. When the Lung family was destroyed, the Pei family also contributed to the chaos. If the seventh prince really succeeds to the throne, their good days will be over. Thinking of this, Pei couldn't help but complain. Is the emperor out of his mind? The destruction of the Lung family was his own doing. Now he wants to find the Lung family bloodline again. Isn't that just hanging a knife over his own head? Don't let this slip out. You can't tell anyone before we find the seventh prince, understand? Pei said. He risked being beheaded to tell her this. He could see that the emperor was now placing all his hopes on the seventh prince. Once the seventh prince was found, he would be the emperor's chosen heir apparent. Therefore, he instructed Pei Ruxue to cultivate a good relationship with the seventh prince beforehand. If he could win the seventh prince's favor towards Pei Ruxue, that would be even better. Pei Ruxue pouted upon hearing this. But so what if he is of the Lung family bloodline? According to what you said, that seventh prince has fallen into the lower realms. You know what it's like down there. No matter how talented he is, without spiritual power, how can he cultivate? He's over 20 years old and still hasn't opened his spiritual platform. What's the difference between him and a piece of trash? I can't bring myself to fawn over a country bumpkin who has lived down there for decades. The Pei family was a renowned and prestigious family in the Wuzhong dynasty, and Pei Ruxue was the goddess admired by many young men. In her heart, she had long regarded herself as the second prince's imperial concubine. Now, her father actually asked her to please a country bumpkin she had never met before. Pei Ruxue felt insulted. Upon hearing this, Pei was momentarily speechless. He knew that Pei Ruxue was proud and arrogant, and given that she had already become a green spirit at such a young age, a recognized genius of the Wuzhong dynasty, it was normal for her to look down on the seventh prince. But he just wanted to take precautions. After thinking for a moment, he said, no matter what, it's always good to make friends widely. Just do as I say with the seventh prince. I know you like the second prince. As for the second prince, we'll see how things go. Anyway, no matter who ends up in that position, you must be the one sitting on the phoenix throne. Pei Ruxue was somewhat tempted by these words. Yes, it's always good to make many good connections. Anyway, she used to treat those rich young men the same way, neither taking the initiative nor rejecting them, and they were all still head over heels for her. That's all. Although that seventh prince was a country bumpkin, she would reluctantly put up with it for his sake. Seeing that Pei Ruxue's expression had softened, he knew that he had succeeded in persuading her, and Pei immediately felt relieved. Then pack your things properly, and let me know if you need anything. After Pei left, Pei Ruxue stood there in silence for a long time. Seventh prince. Even after so many years, these powerful families who had participated in the extermination of the Lung family still turn pale when they talk about the Lung family. She can imagine how big a sensation it would be if the seventh prince were really found. With the Lung family bloodline, there's definitely no need to worry about their cultivation talent. Moreover, judging from her father's words, the emperor must value this seventh prince highly, otherwise he wouldn't have kept the matter a secret. He feared that someone might be secretly sabotaging the seventh prince's return. Pei Ruxue gently bit her lip. If the seventh prince really returns, it will surely have a significant impact on the second prince. After a long internal struggle, Pei Ruxue finally slipped out quietly. You mean I have a younger brother? Looking at the refined man before her, gazing at his incomparably handsome face, Pei Ruxue's heart fluttered. She nodded. Yes, this matter was told to me by my father. I went down here to find this seventh prince. I thought this was, after all, your family matter, so I came to tell you. Nangong Chenpei looked at him gently. Shuai, you did a great job. Thank you for coming to tell me about this. Water? Pei Ruxue's heart was pounding. The nickname that only her mother would call her was now being uttered by him, and Pei Ruxue immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if she were about to fly away. Does he also have feelings for me? Really? Otherwise, why would he call her that? Chapter 138 Behind the Scenes Identity. Your Highness, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Pei Ruxue said softly. Staring at the woman in front of him with her face flushed, Nangong Chenpei's gentle eyes seemed to be filled with deep eddies, but his words were still gentle. I still want to thank you. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that I have a younger brother. Pei Ruxue wasn't entirely stupid. She sensed something amiss and looked up. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Nangong Chenpei smiled gently. What are you thinking about? What can I do? The other brothers are all making their own plans, and I don't get along very well with them. I'm just regretting that I don't have anyone to talk to. Perhaps because he usually appeared too virtuous and upright, Pei Ruxue didn't want to think of him in a darker direction and nodded. Pei Rushue strolled around the garden with her for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, she left. As soon as he turned around, Nangong Chenpei's eyes changed. You heard everything? A moment later, a shadowy figure that appeared and disappeared without a trace suddenly appeared beside him. I heard you. Kill him before they find that bastard. Nangong Chenpei ordered coldly, his dark pupils like a deep pool, sinister and terrifying. The person on the ground replied expressionlessly, yes. Nangong Chenpei's pale fingers toyed with a jade pendant. The Lung family? It seems father has really gone to his wit's end. How sharp is the Lung family? He dares to use it. Isn't he afraid of hurting himself? And then there's that idiot Yi Xingfeng. I've tried to befriend him openly and secretly so many times, but he just won't take my side. Who else is more suitable for this throne than him? They'd rather go find a good-for-nothing who's been kept down there for decades than even look at him. So, the Lung family's bastard? He will not allow him to return to the Wuzhong dynasty alive. General Nalen, the situation has been basically clarified. The mastermind behind the underground street is the Gui sect. That mansion has already explained everything. How long has it been? You are still unwilling to take action. What are you worried about? In the dimly lit room, several men dressed in black sat around a long table, holding a meeting. The scarred man sitting in the main seat glanced at him indifferently upon hearing this. You figured it out? Is this what you call figuring it out? Do you know how many people they have? Do you know where their hideout is? Do you know their strength? If you know nothing, how can you make a move? Upon hearing this, the man choked for a moment, then retorted. So what if we don't know? The Gui sect is a mere sect. We can easily find out their information. Don't forget, we are from the Wuzhong dynasty. Do we need to be so timid when dealing with a small sect? We'll just kill them. This statement was met with unanimous approval from everyone. Yes, I looked into the Gui sect these past few days. It's just an evil cult that specializes in kidnapping and swindling rich people. They like to keep vicious dogs, which is why people make it sound so terrifying. I'm telling you, I could kill all those dogs with just one move. That's obvious. Ordinary dogs aren't magical beasts. We could easily get hundreds more. That's right. I don't know why they have to go to such lengths to deal with just an ordinary Gui sect. General Nalen is still so hesitant and unwilling to take action. They've been here for so long and haven't killed a single person. They're hiding here like rats, unable to see the light of day. I'm fucking suffocating. Have no idea. Have you said enough? General Nalen's calm gaze swept over them, and the invisible pressure of a blue spirit expert immediately enveloped everyone's hearts. The group was immediately startled, feeling as if they were being pressed down and couldn't breathe. General Nalen is the top expert in the dynasty. He is currently at the peak of the blue spirit level and could break through to the purple spirit level at any time. The Wuzhong dynasty also values strength. With strength comes power. General Nalen, with his formidable strength, has a lot of influence in the court and is highly regarded by the emperor. Sure enough, as soon as General Nalen exerted his pressure, the few of them immediately stopped uttering a sound. Strength is the best form of authority. Seeing that they had all quieted down, General Nalen slowly began to speak. If it were as simple as you all say, would the emperor have sent me personally? Wouldn't it have been enough to send a bunch of useless people like you? Everyone. Damn it, I want to hit someone. Suddenly, that invisible pressure vanished without a trace. General Nalen spoke without changing his expression. I took action personally because my informant discovered a very strange force operating down below. As you can see, this force is the Gui cult. Anyone can find out the information you've found on the surface. Human trafficking is indeed the work of the Gui sect. Do you know what kind of people they're trafficking? Who is it? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. They are all prominent figures from the four kingdoms below, mostly members of the imperial family and nobility. Are they really that arrogant? Someone couldn't help but ask. Although they look down on the so-called royal relatives and nobles of these four countries, if we look at it from another perspective, there must be a reason why the imperial power can always stand firm under any circumstances. They specialize in trafficking royal relatives and nobles. Aren't they afraid of being attacked by all four countries? Upon hearing this, General Nalen glanced at him dismissively. They certainly have the right to be arrogant. As far as I know, those who were trafficked by them have basically been sold to brothels in various places, and many people of status in the four countries have unknowingly become members of the Gui sect. How do we change this? To change someone's face and replace them. Those few simple words immediately silenced everyone. As soon as those words were uttered, everyone immediately understood that this was definitely not an ordinary cult. Their influence has already infiltrated the four countries without anyone noticing. What are they going to do? gradually sidelining the four kingdoms? And then what? You ask me why we don't act? General Nayland sneered. You bunch of idiots. With your strength, you'd be nothing more than free food for others, you know? The Guewa sect has more than just those dogs. Those dogs are specially trained. They have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and they're ferocious man-eating dogs. Moreover, as far as I know, the lowest level of a regular instructor in the Guewa sect is Huangling. His cold gaze slowly swept over the crowd. So, what do you have to fight them with? At the very least, it's Huangling. Everyone held their breath. They are the core figures among this group of people, and their strength is relatively high, but they are only green spirits. There are only 2 green spirits, and only 1 blue spirit, General Nayland. Needless to say, the other soldiers are mostly just orange-level spirits. Now General Nayland is telling them that the weakest members of the Guewa sect, whom they look down upon, are at least at the level of Huangling. What about the highest? What do they use to cultivate? There's absolutely no spiritual energy down here. How could they possibly have so many cultivators? Chapter 139 destroyed. This is still under investigation, and we don't know yet. But what is certain is that the Guewa sect is targeting our Wujiang dynasty. General Nayland's expression was gloomy. This force has existed for a long time, but it has never shown itself, so much so that they only discovered its secrets now. But it was already a bit late. General Nayland had to admit that, after this period of investigation, he found that the other party was indeed very capable. At least in every respect, they are far more powerful than the most valiant army of their Wujiang dynasty. There is absolutely no comparison. A small underground street is not their stronghold at all, and the people he brought down could not even break through the underground street. How can they fight? So what do we do now? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Someone asked, a hint of disbelief still lingering in their voice. He didn't really believe General Nayland's words, thinking that General Nayland was too indecisive. What does it mean to be powerful? Just fight it out and you'll know. Why are you being so hesitant? Their Wujiang dynasty has plenty of talented people and powerful figures. However, due to General Nayland's influence in the court, he dared not utter a rebuttal. Sit and wait to die? General Nayland glanced at him indifferently, then scoffed mercilessly. Fool, all your actions and thoughts are within the enemy's expectations. Whether you attack or stay put, you're doomed. The idiot man in black. I feel so frustrated, I want to swear. Seeing this, another person asked, so, according to you, neither attacking nor defending works. Then should we go back to the imperial court to get reinforcements? You're acting stupid right now, aren't you? Calling for reinforcements? Who do you want to bring down? Do you want the entire dynasty to think I'm just as useless as you all? Idiot number 2. Seeing this, the others all remained silent, keeping their eyes down and not uttering a sound. Everyone fell silent for a moment before General Nayland finally spoke. Since their plan is so meticulous and we have no chance of winning, we might as well join them. He stared slowly at the territory of Yin on the map. If this country can become theirs, why can't it become ours? There's no need for it to be just a vassal state anymore. He wants this country to become an integral part of their Wujiang dynasty. In the Guewa sect's plan, each of these 4 countries is an indispensable link. So why not just destroy the Yin kingdom link directly? The mere Yin kingdom is gone. It's no big deal, but it must never become a weapon in the hands of the Guewa sect. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. Everyone clapped and praised. General Nayland has a brilliant plan. It has completely ruined their scheme. Yes, since Yin Kingdom is ultimately ruled by those imposters, why don't we take it over now? However, at this point, someone else questioned, taking over Yin Kingdom wouldn't benefit us at all. On the contrary, it might even raise suspicions of cultivating a private power. This would be a serious crime for them. The Emperor dislikes anyone who cultivates their own power base, which is why the Emperor has been reluctant to appoint an heir despite the fact that those princes are all outstanding individuals. Because their ambitions are too obvious. It was so obvious that they wanted the Emperor to abdicate. General Nayland is a powerful general. If others find out that he secretly subdued the Yin Kingdom, regardless of whether he intends to manage the Yin Kingdom, he will be criticized by those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, General Nayland fell silent for a moment. That statement does indeed make sense. At this moment, someone in the corner spoke up and said, actually, there are ways to avoid being gossiped about. Everyone turned to look at him. He calmly said, who said that Yin Kingdom must be subdued? The Guewa sect wants to subdue it because their power is too small, and they are not enough to fight against the huge Wujiang dynasty. But our Wujiang dynasty does not need this small country. Subduing this country would not actually contribute to the development of the Wujiang dynasty. These 4 countries were already subjugated by the Wujiang dynasty, so they didn't need to be subjugated, did they? Now a force has suddenly become a threat to the Wujiang dynasty, and this force has some connection with the Yin kingdom. If that's the case, then what's wrong with destroying this country? The group exchanged glances. Indeed, they didn't need to subdue Yin kingdom before the Guiwa cult made its move. Why don't they just destroy the Yin kingdom before taking any action, thus solving the problem at its root? Great idea. General Nayland slammed his hand on the table, the force of which caused the table to rattle loudly. He stood up and said, "This Yin kingdom might become a weapon for the Guiwa sect to use against the Wujiang dynasty. So I will cut this weapon. From now on, everyone will split up and take action. Within 10 days, I want to see this country disappear. It's just a mere Yin kingdom. He doesn't even need to greet the emperor." One of the people below chuckled lightly. There's no need for 10 days. For a mere small country, 5 days will suffice. 5 days? Are you kidding me? 3 days is enough. General Liu, you can't do it. Go to hell. You're the one who's no good. I just don't want these people to die too quickly. After all, there's no pleasure in dying so fast, is there? A few people, arguing and bickering, could decide the fate of a nation in just a few words. The common people, whose fates had been decided, were unaware of all this, and the imperial city on the ground remained prosperous and bustling. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Is there really another woman next to Brother Zhou? A willful and capricious voice rang out. The girl was dressed in a cute and playful short skirt, her hairpins sparkling in the sunlight, and she wore a pair of adorable deerskin boots. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. The alluring and sexy woman, standing before the young girl, had no choice but to lower herself, kneeling on the ground with a servile posture. I saw His Highness the Winged King in the underground street. Because I was curious about what His Highness the Winged King was secretly doing there, I followed him. I didn't expect to see His Highness the Winged King with a woman. They? Them what? The girl asked fiercely, her eyes wide. They all stayed at the 18th floor inn, and I saw them enter the same room. You slut. Before she could finish speaking, the girl smashed the teacup in front of her in a fit of rage. Who dares to seduce my brother Zhou? A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, but she concealed it well, kneeling on the ground and humbly agreeing. Yes, everyone knows that His Highness Prince Yi and Miss Yun are a match made in heaven. That's why I told you about it after I saw that slut seducing His Highness Prince Yi. Chapter 140 Finding Fault. Upon hearing the woman's words, the girl, who was still angry, immediately glanced at her. A moment later, she spoke in a condescending tone. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Luoying. You must be overjoyed to see Brother Zhou go to the underground street, and you even try to seduce him. But you didn't expect that there would be someone else by his side. Let me tell you, neither you nor that woman are qualified to stay by Brother Zhou's side. The only person by his side can be me. She looked the woman up and down, her gaze settling on her semi-transparent clothes. She gave a mocking laugh. Someone as promiscuous as you doesn't even deserve to fantasize about Brother Zhou. What gives you the nerve? Luo Ying's face turned pale and then red after hearing Yun Kuer's words, but given the vast difference in their status, she dared not refute them. She simply lowered her head and said, "This servant dares not. Only someone like Miss Yun is worthy of His Highness Prince Yi's extraordinary beauty." Good to know. Yun Kuer sneered. Where's that woman? Where is she now? And Brother Zhou? I haven't seen him for many days either. How dare she seduce my Brother Zhou? I'll skin her alive and feed her to the dogs. Her brother Zhou must have been bewitched by that woman for the past 6 months. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying quickly replied, His Highness Prince Yi has already left, and that woman also left the underground street today. She is currently staying at an inn in the south of the city. She went to great lengths and was extremely careful to obtain this information. After that confrontation in the underground mall that day, she knew that the woman was not someone to be trifled with, so she didn't even dare to follow her. She spent a lot of money bribing many beggars along the way before she finally found out where the woman was now living. Oh, Yun Kuer, and that bitch, let them fight it out like dogs. Luo Ying was in a great mood and didn't even take Yun Kuer's insults to heart. Once they kill each other, Princey will be hers. Upon receiving the news, Yun Kuer immediately stormed towards the inn she had mentioned. As she left, Luo Ying smiled and added, By the way, Miss Yun, don't get the wrong person. That woman is very beautiful. Her name is Asajiri. Before long, Yun Kuer arrived at the inn in the south of the city, and as soon as she entered, she overturned a table in the lobby. You shameless woman, How dare you seduce my brother Zhou? Oh my, isn't this our Miss Yun? Who has offended you this time? Let's talk this out. Please don't resort to violence. The shopkeeper's legs went weak the moment he saw Yun Kuer. This woman is a genuine member of the royal family, related to both the Empress and the Empress Dowager. No one dares to offend her. In particular, this young lady does things entirely based on her mood, which gives many shopkeepers in the capital a headache. Yun Kuer kicked the innkeeper in the knee. Bring that bitch out here, or I'll tear this down. The shopkeeper winced in pain, clutching his knees and groaning. You slut? What slut? What's your name, Chow? Do you have this customer here? Go and get her out of here right now, or you know what will happen, Yun Kuer said. Morning mist? The innkeeper had no recollection of the incident, and slapped the waiter who was watching the commotion on the head. Hurry up, and check if anyone named Chow is checked in. If so, bring her out for our Miss Yun. The waiter was a little confused, but he was still very perceptive and knew that the person in front of him must be a very important person. He vaguely remembered the name Asajiri, and quickly nodded. Yes, there was such a person who came to stay at the hotel. He stayed in the top floor, rightmost room, number 1. He remembered it vividly because the other party was extremely generous at the time. The top-tier rooms are not something everyone can afford. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Yun Kuer immediately went upstairs in her deerskin boots. She wanted to kill this shameless slut herself. Let's see what kind of person dares to seduce her brother Zhou. She quickly found room number 1, looked at the tightly closed door in front of her, sneered, and then kicked it open without thinking. To cater to Shun Xingzhou's preferences, Yun Kuer practiced some martial arts from a young age, so she had a high opinion of herself and felt that she was not an ordinary woman. She could easily kick through that mere wooden door with a single kick. To her surprise, when she kicked the door, it didn't break, but she was sent flying. She landed heavily on her bottom, and for a moment Yun Kuer felt like her buttocks were about to break into pieces, making her grimace in pain. She angrily got up from the ground, glanced at the door in front of her again, channeled her grief and anger into strength, and kicked it again with all her might. Bang! With a loud bang, she was thrown back again, landing hard on her bottom. The pain was so intense that she felt like dying. This kind of pain could probably cure hemorrhoids instantly. The innkeeper, who had rushed over, saw this and immediately helped Yun Kuer up. Miss Yun, are you alright? Why don't you give it a try? Yun Kuer glared at him fiercely. What kind of lousy door is this? How come the quality is so good? Even with all my strength, I couldn't break it with one kick. Now, not only does her butt hurt, but her feet also hurt, and her legs hurt too. They also lost all face. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The shopkeeper was also in a dilemma. He knew how strong Miss Yun was, but he hadn't really put anything special into the door. It was just an ordinary door. For Miss Yun's feet, wouldn't it be as brittle as a piece of paper? Who knows what happened today? You, go and smash this door down. Smash it now. Drag out the slut inside. Yun Kuer ordered, clutching her backside. This is indeed very unethical for business people. However, given Lin Kuer's status, the shopkeeper did as she instructed without a second thought. Several waiters came straight to the door, wielding sledgehammers. Smash it. At a command, several men swung the sledgehammer with all their might. However, just as the hammers were about to strike the door, they were suddenly blasted away by a tremendous force. Get out. A calm voice came from inside the house. The next moment, the door to the room opened. Asajiri looked calmly at the large group of people in front of her, and finally her gaze fell on Yun Kuer in the crowd. She already knew about Yun Kuer the moment she arrived. Asajiri had never seen her before and didn't know where she came from, but judging from her aggressive manner, she was someone looking for trouble. After glancing at Yun Kuer, Chow turned her gaze to the shopkeeper. Is this how you do business? The shopkeeper choked and subconsciously glanced at Yun Kuer. Chapter 141 Group Discussion. Yun Kuer scrutinized Chow Wu with a very critical eye, finally stopping on her face. She is somewhat pretty, but she looks like a two-faced, wanton slut. With such a face, she looks like she's destined to be a concubine. But my brother Zhou can only have me in this life. He's just playing around with you. A sage eye focused her attention on the words, brother Zhou, and immediately understood that it was Shun Xingzhou, who had attracted unwanted romantic attention. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Yun Kuer couldn't help but call out when she saw that Chow Wu was just looking at her with a calm gaze, but not saying a word. Being looked at like that by her, for some reason, made her feel like a clown in front of her. Have you said enough? Asajiri raised her wrist and straightened her slightly disheveled sleeves. Seeing her so nonchalant, Yun Kuer was instantly enraged. What kind of attitude is this? Don't pretend to be so high and mighty. Everyone knows that Brother Zhou will marry me as his queen sooner or later. We are a match made in heaven. But you are interfering in our relationship. Don't you have any shame? I haven't said enough. Not only have I not said anything, but I'm going to tell everyone about this. As soon as she finished speaking, she defiantly raised her chin and looked at Asajiri, trying to see panic and shame on her face. Asajiri calmly looked at the noblewoman in front of her, who was acting like a shrew cursing in the street. Yun Kuer's arrival, which was already quite a spectacle, attracted a large audience when she spoke those words aloud, drawing even more people to watch. Asajiri, who was at the center of the incident, suddenly became the target of everyone's criticism. Whispers and murmurs arose from the crowd. Really? She's quite pretty. How could she do something like this? Everyone knows Prince Yi. He's the husband Miss Yun has chosen. Everyone knows they're a couple. How could someone dare to steal him away? Sigh, some people are just like that. They seem aloof and noble on the surface, but who knows how dissolute they are in private. Haha. You're telling the truth like that. Are you out of your mind? I only have one thing on my mind. Who is this girl? Her face is absolutely gorgeous. The news spread, and gradually, the people around stopped talking about Yun Kuer's troubles and started discussing the men's lewd looks and malicious judgments. Before they knew it, the inn was packed with people. Seeing this, many women immediately stepped forward, becoming champions of justice and standing against the crowd. She doesn't look like a girl from a good family. Turns out she's a vixen who likes to steal other women's men. Exactly. Look at how straight her back is and how high her chest is. She's definitely not a well-behaved person. I'm speechless. Why don't they just drown this kind of person in a pig cage? People actually praise this? Are they blind? What's so pretty about this woman? She's putting on airs and acting all high and mighty. Surprisingly, despite being pointed at and whispered about by almost everyone, the girl remained standing quietly in the crowd, her expression unchanged, as if she weren't the one being pointed at. Yun Kuer was quite satisfied with the current situation. She slightly raised her chin, waiting for Chao Wu to be drowned in the spittle of the crowd. That promiscuous slut should die. Suddenly, some middle-aged woman, who seemed to be too engrossed in her role, shouted this out. Immediately afterward, a gleaming kitchen knife flew straight towards the morning mist. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on the kitchen knife. Even Yun Kuer, who was standing relatively close to Chao Wu, had a pale face. She simply enjoyed the thrill of asserting her dominance and using her power to oppress others, but she dared not cause any deaths. Moreover, with such a large kitchen knife flying at her, she could almost imagine the bloody scene. That force might even be enough to cut her head off, and blood would splatter all over her. This woman is either dead or seriously injured. However, in that critical moment, Asajiri casually raised her hand and caught the kitchen knife steadily without even a slight sway, instantly putting everyone's hearts at ease. Then, under everyone's gaze, she gently pinched it. Click. The heavy kitchen knife broke into several pieces. I'll only warn you once. I have a bad temper, and killing someone is no different from killing a chicken to me. Her voice wasn't sweet. It had a slightly cool, husky quality that was both aloof and pleasant to listen to. It was an ordinary sentence, but at this moment, no one doubted the truthfulness of her words. She seems to be the kind of person who really goes crazy when she wants to. He doesn't seem like someone you can mess with. Everyone bullies the weak and fears the strong. The crowd that was just making a fuss has stopped for the time being, and those who were cursing the most have also quietly hidden in the crowd, not daring to show their faces. Yun Kuer snapped out of her daze, staring incredulously at the shattered pieces of the kitchen knife scattered on the floor, then at Chao Wu's face. You stammered for ages, unable to utter a single complete sentence. I'm not interested in your relationship with Shen Xingzhou. If you're interested in my relationship with him, you can ask him directly instead of bothering me. Didn't he tell you that I have a bad temper and like to kill people? The morning mist's voice was faint. She truly hadn't expected that her trip, originally intended to lure Tai Xiaotong and the others out, would instead result in her encountering the peach blossoms brought by Shen Xingzhou instead of Tai Xiaotong. Upon hearing this, Yun Kuer took a while to find her voice. Why should I ask him? People have already seen the two of you together. You seduced him. My brother Zhou has never been interested in women. You're so handsome, you must have seduced him. Although she didn't want to admit it, standing next to Asajiri made her feel inexplicably ashamed. That aloof demeanor was something she couldn't learn. The more I think about it, the more wronged I feel. She had waited for brother Zhou for so many years, vowing since childhood to become his queen. Now that they had finally reached marriageable age, she guarded against everything. only to be suddenly told that Brother Zhou had another woman by his side. She was someone whose temperament and appearance completely overshadowed hers. Upon hearing her last words, Asajiri remained silent for a moment. It seems he's still just a child whose mind isn't very mature. Asajiri silently counted in her mind. 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, as soon as Sen finished counting, Yun Kutter started to sound aggrieved, tears streaming down her face like pearls. She sobbed uncontrollably. Why are you being so fierce? Murder? Anyone can kill, but the people who insulted you were them. If you want to kill someone, then kill them. Why are you threatening me? I'm the Emperor's cousin. Wah? If you kill me, you'll pay with your life. Sure enough, it was the same old lady who had thrown the kitchen knife and had it caught by Asajiri with her bare hands. Her cold words had completely frightened her. Chapter 142 The Fall. Yun Kuer was spoiled since childhood. The royal family of Yin Kingdom was in decline, and now only the Emperor and Shun Xingzhou remained in this generation. The rest were all gone, and there were no princesses in the court. Therefore, her status was special. In her circle, almost no one had a more noble status than her. She has been arrogant and domineering since childhood, and she would use her status to suppress people whenever she encountered something that displeased her, but in reality, she is still just a naive young girl. So she was easily frightened by Asajiri. However, Asajiri didn't have the skill of comforting people. After glancing at Yun Kuer, who was wiping away tears, she directly said to the shopkeeper, "Fix the door and get everyone out of here." As for Yun Kuer, no matter what her purpose was in coming today, Chao Wu had no interest in her and did not want to get to know her better. After saying that, Asajiri turned around and prepared to go back to her room. However, in the instant she turned around, "Liar." Yun Kuer suddenly stopped crying and said, "You're just trying to scare me, aren't you? You think you have Brother Zhou backing you up, so you can do whatever you want." She grabbed a jade pendant from her clothes and threw it at Chao Wu. The small jade pendant hitting me didn't hurt, but it felt like a mysterious switch had been flipped, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The morning mist stopped in its tracks. 2 seconds later, the onlookers began to rummage through their clothes, pulling out eggs, vegetable scraps, belts, and other odds and ends. That's right. What kind of thing is this, daring to threaten Miss Yin? Does she even know whose territory we're on? This is Yin Kingdom, not your southern kingdom. Asajiri's clothing was subtly different from the clothing worn by the people here. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that it was clothing from the southern country. The mistress deserves to die. Beat that bitch to death. As they spoke, everyone picked up whatever they were holding and started throwing it at Wang Wu. Owner. The baby ginseng woke up at some point, and its voice was worried. Asajiri ignored her, her straight spine not bending in the slightest, her eyes slightly drooping, her long eyelashes concealing the coldness in them. With a flick of her finger, a barrier instantly appeared around her, isolating her from the things that were hurtling towards her. Except for Yun Kuer's jade pendant, which she hadn't anticipated, all other people's belongings were kept outside the barrier. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. The Wujiang dynasty. She's from the Wujiang dynasty. Someone cried out in surprise. There are no cultivators in the 4 kingdoms. All cultivators are from the Wujiang dynasty. This is a subconscious belief held by everyone. So when they saw that Asajiri was a cultivator, everyone immediately assumed that. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took a few steps back. The Wujiang dynasty is a nightmare for everyone in the 4 kingdoms. It is an existence that cannot be provoked. Because their strength is so great, they can kill them with a wave of their hand. Yun Kuer looked at Chao Wu in disbelief. She was actually a cultivator from the Wujiang dynasty. If that's the case, then what she just said was no different from what a clown would say. Can her status be compared to that of the people of the Wujiang dynasty? Obviously not. In terms of strength, they are worlds apart. Even now, her gaze fell on Asajiri's fair and jade-like fingertips. With just the slightest movement of that finger, she would die a horrible death. Yun Kuer had just been crying, and now she was frightened again. The color drained from her face, and she looked like a female ghost. Not only Yun Kuer, but also the onlookers around her squeezed out one by one. The Wujiang dynasty. What brings the lords of the Wujiang dynasty here? They had heard about the near annihilation of the Tianlu kingdom not long ago, but for the people of the Wujiang dynasty, such a tragedy was nothing more than a minor punishment. They were afraid of being punished themselves. After all, they had not only verbally abused the girl, but also tried to throw those vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at her. Will she summon a giant unicorn to trample them all to death? Everyone's face showed expressions of fear and regret. If they had known she was a cultivator, they would never have mocked or targeted her. They wouldn't even bother to watch the spectacle. We must stay far away from this place. My lord, it's not my fault. It's all they're doing. I didn't lay a hand on them. I didn't lay a hand on them at all. Please forgive me, my lord. The shopkeeper knelt down with a thud and began kowtowing repeatedly to Chaowu. If he had just watched Asajiri threaten them with a detached, even dismissive attitude, thinking she was just bragging. Now that they've seen she's a cultivator, there's no need for Chaowu to prove her strength. The shopkeeper is already terrified. To them, cultivators were practically gods. Even the lowest level cultivator could be killed as easily as crushing an ant. So when she said that killing someone was the same as killing a chicken, she really wasn't lying to them. The shopkeeper regretted his actions. He should have been more assertive and not brought Yunkur up here. The worst consequence of doing that would have been getting a beating from Yunkur, not something like what's happened now. As soon as the shopkeeper knelt down, several waiters beside him immediately followed suit, kowtowing to Chaowu and begging for forgiveness. Yunkur was dumbfounded. Her lips trembled as she stood there all alone. I didn't mean to target you. I didn't know you were a cultivator. Just because someone isn't a cultivator doesn't mean they deserve to be targeted by you. Sure enough, some people's thought processes are a bit abnormal. Asajiri had just thought she was just a child. But now, she doesn't want to just let it go. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. She lifted her foot and slowly walked to Yunkur. For Yunkur, every step Chaowu took felt like a heavy blow to her heart, and she even trembled with fear. You. Asajiri began to speak, but only managed to utter one word. The next moment, her gaze suddenly turned cold as she stared straight outside. At that very moment, the earth shook violently, and the enormous sound resonated directly in everyone's hearts. Suddenly the earth cracked open, and the inn seemed to be torn in two. The house, which looked incredibly sturdy to everyone, instantly turned into fragments and began to fall down. Before anyone could even react to what was happening, they began to fall, screams echoing throughout the room. Yunkur is the same. In the instant the house collapsed, Asajiri lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped away. Debris from the house flew past her as Asajiri darted through the ruins like a cat, deftly dodging every piece of debris. Finally finding a safe place, she stood in the air and looked down, only to see the entire imperial city gradually falling. Chapter 143 Taming. Not far away, several enormous magical beasts were wreaking havoc on the imperial city. The people screamed and scattered, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't outrun the giant monsters. Some people were trampled to death by the monsters after only 2 steps. The fear of death loomed deep in everyone's heart. Those monsters looked bigger than a building, like giant monsters. When they stepped on something, it was like an earthquake, and people couldn't even stand up straight. In other places, just like where she was, the ground was shattered, leaving a deep crack, and all the houses collapsed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, without any warning. Asajiri frowned. At a glance, there were actually 8 or 9 magical beasts in the entire imperial city. Moreover, these are not ordinary magical beasts. They are all of relatively high level, including 4th tier and 5th tier magical beasts, with the most powerful one being a 6th tier magical beast. To Asajiri's surprise, she actually saw 4 ferocious beasts among them. Ferocious beasts are different from ordinary magical beasts. They are more brutal and ruthless, and much harder to tame. Help! As Asajiri was watching, a startled cry suddenly came from above. She looked up at the sound and saw a figure descending from the sky, heading straight for her. A scream rang out as the girl's skirt flashed past her. Asajiri leaped up, grabbed the girl's waist, and left the dangerous place. After Yunkur fell into the ruins of the house, she was suddenly grabbed by a magical beast and casually tossed into the air. She flew over 100 meters high and plummeted like a waterfall. At that height, she could already foresee herself being smashed into a pile of minced meat. However, suddenly her waist tightened, and a refreshing fragrance entered her nose. It smells unfamiliar, yet wonderful. As I regained consciousness, I saw a cool yet handsome profile. It looks familiar. She looked down at the scenery rushing past her feet and suddenly realized that she had been rescued. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling is wonderful. She had never experienced anything like it before, that a person could fly, soar above all things, and possess such high speeds. Thank you. She looked up and had only uttered one word when she saw the person's entire face. Isn't this the woman she was targeting earlier? Yunkur froze instantly. Asajiri glanced at her with downcast eyes. Don't move if you don't want to die. As she spoke, She nimbly spun around, dodging a house thrown at her by a monster. Ah! Yun Cooker screamed, and unconsciously hugged Chow Wu's waist tightly. I won't move. I won't move, please don't leave me. At this moment, all that nonsense about Brother Zhou, face, and status is irrelevant. Life is the most important thing. Along the way, Asajiri saw many monsters destroying the Imperial City. They were huge and destroyed things very quickly. In no time, the entire Imperial City was reduced to ruins. Not only monsters, she even saw some cultivators slaughtering the people of the Imperial City. Asajiri narrowed her eyes slightly. People of the Wujiang dynasty. Weren't they supposed to come down and deal with the force that was threatening them? Why did they suddenly choose to attack Yin Kingdom? However, the situation left her no time to think. She had to find a place to stay as soon as possible, since having such a big burden on her waist was hindering her from taking action. However, the enemy came with great force, and it was clear that they were determined to destroy the Yin Kingdom. Therefore, they showed no mercy and deliberately targeted large buildings for destruction and trampled on crowded places. There is now almost no safe place in the entire Imperial City. After looking around, Asajiri's gaze settled on a giant magical beast in the corner. It was a one-horned golden bull, enormous in size, brutally slaughtering the people beneath its feet. Compared to other magical beasts, its strength is slightly inferior, only at the 4th tier. Moreover, there were no people from the Wujiang dynasty around it. After locking onto the magical beast, Asajiri flew directly onto the back of the one-horned golden bull with Yun Kur in tow. He landed steadily on the back of the one-legged golden bull and said to the mist, "Let go." "No. Wah. I won't let go. Don't leave me. I don't want to die." Yun Kur's nose and tears instantly turned into a mess, and she hugged Chow Wu without any regard for her image. "Wah, save me. I don't want to be trampled to death. I don't want to die. Please save me. I'll give you any amount of money you want." Chow Wu didn't speak, but raised her hand and pointed. Yun Kur instantly felt as if she had been under a spell. Her hand went numb, and she unconsciously let go of Chow Wu. At this moment, the Taurus realized that the two of them were on its back, and it immediately began to twist its body angrily, trying to throw them off. Yun Kur was startled and quickly lay down, hugging the horns on the back of the one-horned golden bull. Asajiri then jumped onto the head of the one-horned golden bull, and without thinking, grabbed its horn to stabilize her body. The Taurus was enraged, its eyes bloodshot as it charged around, trying to kill Asajiri and the other girl. Yun Kur was also screaming, which made Chow Wu's ears hurt. She said, "Shut up." Yun Kur, wah. Without Yun Kur nagging beside her, Chow Wu was finally able to calm down and tame the magical beast. However, to Asajiri's dismay, upon inspection, she discovered that this one-horned golden bull actually had a contract mark. In other words, it has been contracted by someone, and no one else can tame it. No wonder she has such a bad temper. Asajiri then abandoned the idea of taming it. However, a mere 4th-tier magical beast was no big problem for her, so Asajiri easily rode the unicorn bull in a safer direction. After running for a while, the unicorn bull suddenly stopped. Perhaps its master realized that its behavior had been controlled by outsiders. It roared angrily, its eyes turned blood red, and suddenly increased its speed, crashing straight into a mountain outside the Imperial City. At the speed of the wind, if they really crashed into that mountain, Asajiri and the others would definitely die a terrible death. But the Taurus with a single horn is different. It's a magical beast with thick, tough skin. At most, it will be seriously injured, but it won't die. Sensing its intention, Chow Wu acted first, plunging a gleaming dagger mercilessly into one of its eyes. Roar! The one-horned golden bull let out a miserable cry, blood spurted out, and it immediately lost its bearings. Asajiri formed a hand seal, and a dense spiritual energy gripped the lifeline of the one-horned golden bull. Her voice was slightly cold. "Don't move if you don't want to die." Yun Kur, so fierce, yet so reassuring. Because it had a master, the Taurus didn't believe in superstitions. It didn't listen to a word Asajiri said. The pain in its eyes made it lose its mind and start charging around. It wanted to kill the two people on its back, so that their bodies wouldn't even be intact. Chapter 144 Massacre of the City. However, Asajiri was not the kind of person who only knew how to threaten people. Since Taurus didn't take her words seriously, Asajiri didn't waste any more words and drew her dagger without thinking. Without any mercy, it stabbed into the other eye of the Taurus unicorn. Blood splattered everywhere. However, this one-horned golden bull was also a stubborn creature. The intense pain only intensified its desire to kill Asajiri and the others. Since it could no longer see with either eye, it disregarded everything else and charged around recklessly. They were determined to kill Asajiri and the others, even if it meant certain death. Because it was extremely fast, Yunkur felt like she was on a roller coaster on its back. If it weren't for her survival instinct making her hold on tightly, she would have been thrown off long ago. Fool. With a slight parting of his thin lips, Chao Wu uttered 2 words expressionlessly, then clenched his pale fist and killed the Taurus with a single punch. That punch sent the unicorn's brains splattering far and wide. Yunkur was completely stunned. She opened her lips, but couldn't utter a single word. She was also puzzled. Wasn't Chao Wu a member of the Wujiang dynasty? Weren't these magical beasts also from the Wujiang dynasty? Why were the people of the Wujiang dynasty treating them like this? And why did Chao Wu save her? Also, is it true that this punch killed a cow? And this wasn't just any ordinary cow. It was a gigantic magical beast. Yun Kuter suddenly realized with relief that she hadn't been killed by Chao Wu despite her disrespect. The brains of the one-horned golden bull splattered onto another magical beast that had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. It was a corpse vulture, which had come to see what had happened to the one-horned golden bull that had driven it so mad. But what it saw when it arrived completely stunned it. The carrion vulture blinked its 2 green eyes, staring blankly at Asajiri, forgetting even to flap its wings, and fell heavily to the ground. Asajiri glanced at the corpse vulture, then flew up and stomped on its head. You, submit or die. Corpse vulture. It's just a baby that's barely a month old and has already started working. Why put it through so much? It was going to tell its mother that it had encountered a devil. It couldn't discern the woman's strength, but if she could kill the one-horned golden bull with a single punch, then she could kill 10 of them with 1 punch. Without a second thought, the carrion vulture laid down on the ground in a devout posture. Seeing this, Asajiri put away her dagger. Come here, she said calmly to Yunkur. Yunkur hesitantly released the back of the unicorn bull, looked around, and then resignedly followed Chao Wu onto the back of the corpse vulture. There's nothing around here. Just now, the golden bull led them to this cliff with broken arms. If she left Asakura and went on her own, she might die a terrible death. Although Asajiri looks terrifying, Yunkur is now determined to stay by Asajiri's side at all times. Having learned from the example of the one-horned Taurus, the corpse vulture knew better than to oppose Asajiri. It flew east when Asajiri said to go east, and west when Asajiri said to go west. The morning mist rode it back to the imperial city. Because she was flying so high, she could even see other cities thousands of miles away being destroyed. It seems that the people of the Wujiang dynasty are truly determined to destroy the Yin kingdom. Unlike the Tianlu kingdom, who, after committing evil deeds, left the Tianlu kingdom to its fate. The Yin kingdom has already taken action themselves, and judging from their posture, they are determined to completely annihilate the Yin kingdom, leaving them no way out. What exactly happened? Why did they suddenly change their minds? Asajiri frowned deeply. Before long, a huge magical beast crashed to the ground, as if a mountain had collapsed, causing a tremendous commotion that made the surrounding area feel like an earthquake. Amidst the ruins, a figure stood aloof from the world, his powerful aura impossible to ignore. Asajiri glanced at it, and then ordered the corpse vulture to fly in that direction. Corpse vulture. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That man is Ziling. It's Ziling. Although the powerful aura passed by in a flash, it still keenly sensed that it was clearly Ziling's aura. That young-looking man was actually Ziling. It's all right in the past, Asajiri said. Carrion vulture. Chirp chi. What do you mean it's nothing? Didn't you see that man kill that white-headed griffin with 1 punch? The white-headed griffin is the highest-ranking griffin in its species, and it is very powerful. Moreover, that magical beast was a 5th-tier monster. He was killed by that man with a single, light punch, without even a chance to fight back. If it were that small, it would probably be smashed into mincemeat before it even got close. Wow, what kind of job is this? Wasn't it supposed to be about bullying ordinary people with no power? Why did they run into 2 monsters? As they spoke, 3 more magical beasts fell to the ground. The situation quickly attracted the attention of other magical beasts, as well as the people of the Wujiang dynasty. They soon realized that there were only 2 or 3 magical beasts left among all of them, and they quickly gathered together and rushed over. Seeing this, Asajiri stopped asking the carrion vulture to fly in that direction and instead stayed in the sky to observe the situation. After all the magical beasts and people from the Wujiang dynasty had gathered, Chao Wu glanced at them and frowned slightly. Among these people from the Wujiang dynasty, The highest level they reached was only Azure Spirit, with no Blue Spirit among them. Most of them were low-level Orange and Yellow Spirit cultivators. It doesn't match at all. Not all the people of the Wuzhang dynasty appeared. Where did they go? Dozens of well-trained people quickly surrounded Fu Yin, each radiating rich spiritual energy. The two leaders, both Qingling, were relatively powerful. They looked at Di Han with sinister eyes. Did you kill our magical beast? Although they spoke in a questioning tone, spiritual energy waves had already gathered in their palms. They were just waiting for Di Han to speak so that they could give the order to kill this person immediately. They never expected such a big mistake to happen. General Naylan, along with several other officials, had already gone to massacre other cities, while they led the majority of the main force, confidently guaranteeing that they could slaughter the imperial city. Who knew such a huge blunder would occur? In the blink of an eye, several of these magical beasts died. The group was greatly alarmed. These are no ordinary magical beasts. The magical beasts of the Wuzhang dynasty are very limited, let alone these 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, which are very rare and precious. Who exactly is this man? Could he be a member of the Guiwa sect? Otherwise, why would he have such strength, easily slaughtering 4th and 5th tier magical beasts? A look of apprehension flashed in their eyes. However, since Di Han did not make a move at this time, they could not discern his strength. Chapter 145 Battle. Di Han slightly raised his eyes, his voice indifferent. So what if it's me? The group exchanged glances, and a sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the man in the lead. Are you a member of the Guiwa sect? General Naylan previously stated that the members of the Guiwa sect are all cultivators, and their strength is considerable. Given the incompetence of these 4 nations, they were certain that they could not cultivate even one cultivator, so they guessed that the man before them must be a member of the Guiwa sect. The Guiwa sect? The man's voice was deep and noble, like a cello, as he glanced at them indifferently. What is that? You? Upon hearing his tone, the man from the Wuzhang dynasty choked, too angry to speak. So arrogant? They were not members of the Guiwa sect, but they had never seen this person in the Wuzhang dynasty either. After all cultivators in the Wuzhang dynasty had to be tested for talent and registered. This person was not from the Wuzhang dynasty at all. So who is he? They didn't even respect the Guiwa sect, and easily wiped out the precious magical beasts of the Wuzhang dynasty. No matter who you are today, you slaughtered the demonic beasts of my Wuzhang dynasty, and I will make you pay with your life. The leader spoke in a gloomy tone, looking at Di Han as if he were a lamb to the slaughter, pondering in his heart where to start. Although they couldn't discern the man's true strength, they weren't just for show. They had no shortage of experts, and if all else failed, they still had General Naylan. General Naylan is a peerless master who is about to break through to the purple spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Di Han's lips curled into a smile as he sized up the group. A bunch of ants. Do you think you're worthy of taking my life? Asajiri, watching from the sky, fell silent. Back then, several months ago, when she had just been reborn, he must have been reborn into this world around the same time. So when the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom wanted to punish him, he spoke to the Emperor with the same domineering aura he now possessed. But unexpectedly, his strength was completely suppressed after his rebirth, which is why he was later named a crippled king. However, to put it another way, the Demon Lord is not the Demon Lord. Even in the face of this situation, he turned the tide in a very short time. In a short period of time, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and his current strength is almost at the pinnacle of this continent. Although Asajiri knew that their current strength was only 1/10,000th of what it was in their previous life, the cultivation ceiling on this continent was probably only the peak of the purple spirit realm. The spiritual energy here is not yet sufficient to support their continued cultivation to a deeper level. You brat. Hearing Di Han's contemptuous attitude towards them, the stronger individuals were enraged. Streams of spiritual energy surged around them, and in an instant, their figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing straight towards Di Han. Di Han didn't even glance at it, and simply waved his hand dismissively. He didn't even use 5/10ths of his spiritual power. A powerful burst of spiritual energy swept across, and the dozens of cultivators were sent flying before they could even get close to him. Like extremely fast meteorites, they flew in different directions with unstoppable, world-destroying power, smashing many holes in the ground of the imperial city. From the sky, Chaowu and the others could see that the pit was at least several meters deep. Those cultivators had already been beaten into a pile of minced meat. This level of force is merely the upper limit of their physical endurance, not the upper limit of Di Han's strength. Most of them died in the blink of an eye, without ever getting close to Di-han. Only a few leaders remained, clinging to life. However, Asajiri knew that Di-han had deliberately held back some of his strength against those few people. For cultivators, a single level difference is like heaven and earth. The highest strength these people possessed was only at the Azure Spirit stage. For Di-han to defeat them was as easy as stepping on ants. Wow, that's amazing. Yunkur appeared behind Chaowu at some point. She stopped covering her eyes and timidly tugged at Chaowu's skirt, which was swaying in the wind. She then climbed onto the back of the corpse vulture and poked her head out to look down. Asajiri glanced at her casually, her gaze lingering on her blood-stained hands. She pursed her lips. He initially intended to ignore it, but after holding back for 2 seconds, he couldn't help but say, "Let go." She dislikes contact with people, and her germophobia kicked in. She couldn't help it. Yunkur looked up at Chaowu with teary eyes. I'm scared." As soon as she opened her mouth, crystal-clear tears rolled down her cheeks, as if they were free. Asajiri's forehead veins bulged. She pursed her lips, and then said nothing more, turning her gaze back down. Yunkur happily watched along. Acting coquettishly was her usual trick, but heaven knows, she used to only do that kind of expression for men, either to gain sympathy from her father or to act pitiful and affected to Shin Xingzhou. This was the first time she had ever acted coquettishly towards a woman. But it seems to work really well. The two continued to be spectators from the sky. The situation below was also quite remarkable. Di-han single-handedly fought against a group of heroes, crushing them without any suspense and leaving them powerless to fight back. He scrambled out of the pit, rubbing his bloodied head. He winced and hissed in pain. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. "Go kill him! Kill him!" Upon hearing his command, several enormous magical beasts that had been watching from the sidelines also sprang into action, attacking Di-han at an extremely fast speed with earth-shattering power. The earth seemed to tremble whenever those magical beasts moved. Yunkur, watching from above, paled and asked worriedly, "Will he be all right?" Even if she were stupid, she could see that the stunningly handsome man fighting below was in cahoots with Asajiri. If this man loses, they will probably be in danger. Yunkur was traumatized by these enormous magical beasts. The events of that day completely overturned her understanding. She dared not imagine that if she hadn't met Chaowu, she might already be queuing up for a boxed lunch at the gates of the underworld. Therefore, she didn't want Di-han to lose from the bottom of her heart. Upon hearing her words, Asajiri paused, but remained silent. Of course she wasn't worried, because she could tell that these magical beasts were no match for Di-han at all. Even if it were her, a Qingling player, although she couldn't beat them as easily as Di-han, she could still defeat them. Di-han is the demon lord of Tianyuan continent, and his strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people. As expected, Di-han's expression didn't even change when faced with several magical beasts attacking him at the same time. His movements were effortless, as leisurely as if he were eating or strolling around. He held a wooden sword in his hand and did not even use his spiritual power. His movements were so fast that only a few afterimages remained as he weaved among several magical beasts. A moment later, several magical beasts crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ruins. Chapter 146 Ugly in all varieties. Upon witnessing this scene, the men, who were on the verge of death, were instantly stunned and speechless. How many moves did they use? And how much force did they exert? He killed these monsters with his sword without lifting a finger. The leading man's gaze swept over the several lifeless magical beasts, his eyes bloodshot with rage. These magical beasts all have owners. The monsters were killed, and he could hardly imagine the agony his owners must have endured at that moment, and the identities of those officials. As he thought about it, sweat unconsciously dripped down his cheeks. The Wujiang dynasty has many cultivators, but very few magical beasts. Those who can contract with magical beasts are either highly powerful individuals or prominent figures. The owners of these magical beasts were all people with a certain reputation and status in the court. This time, I heard that they were following General Nayland to quell the forces below that were opposing the Wujiang dynasty, so I lent them the magical beasts, hoping to gain some credit. And now, these magical beasts are being killed right under his nose. The leader's face turned pale instantly. He never imagined that this man's strength would be so terrifying. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so clever as to try to deal with the Yin Kingdom's capital. Whether he can return alive is one thing, but even if he does, how will he explain the deaths of these magical beasts? As his thoughts raced, Di-han hovered in midair, looking down at him. "You think you can take my life with these worthless things?" Something that can't be presented in public? The man vomited a mouthful of blood. Are these things that shouldn't be presented in public? These are all top-tier treasures of their Wujiang dynasty. Why was their Wujiang dynasty able to dominate the Four Kingdoms for a century? It's because they are cultivators that they have magical beasts. In the Wujiang dynasty, beast tamers were extremely rare, and finding and taming magical beasts was incredibly difficult. Therefore, magical beasts enjoyed very high status in the Wujiang dynasty. They were treated to the best of food and drink, and were treated like royalty. In this man's mouth, it turned out to be something that couldn't be presented in public. Who exactly is he? Even the people of the Wujiang dynasty would never say such a thing. Now he's in a bind, facing imminent failure, and has no choice but to take a gamble. The group exchanged glances, then tacitly formed hand seals, roared, and summoned their contracted beasts. Three-headed black water snake, kill him, he commanded, his eyes bloodshot. He summoned a gigantic three-headed serpent, its body estimated to be as thick as 5 people could encircle, excessively long, with its 3 heads and 6 eyes gleaming with a cold, eerie light, its forked tongue hissing. It's a very poisonous monster. Upon seeing the magical beast, Asajiri raised an eyebrow. The three-headed black water snake is a good raw material for venom production. Asajiri thought for a moment, then plucked a handful of feathers from the wing of the carrion vulture. Caught off guard, the carrion vulture let out a piercing scream. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of those below. Asajiri stood on the back of the carrion vulture, lazily waving at Dihan as if to negotiate. Don't kill that ugly snake. I just need some of its venom. Dihan frowned. It stinks. He meant that the venom of the three-headed black water snake smelled terrible. It really stinks. Because the three-headed black water snake is a low-level magical beast, its living conditions are not very dark. Its venom is very poisonous, but it also smells terrible. Asajiri once smelled it, and the smell was just like a rat that had been dead for several days and then thrown into the sewer. Asajiri's voice was indifferent. It's all right. We can just cover it up with another scent later. Upon hearing this, Dihan nodded. All right then. The two of them talked back and forth, completely disregarding the opinions of outsiders. Enraged that they were discussing the life and death of his contracted beast so openly, the man frantically ordered, "Quickly, go and kill it." Upon hearing its master's command, the three-headed black water snake immediately began to spit out its snake-like energy and approached Dihan. The three-headed black water serpent was not originally a magical beast of this continent. It was captured and brought here from another continent. After arriving, it discovered that this continent was extremely primitive, with very few cultivators, and they were treated as treasures and worshipped. They have almost everything they need, and all cultivation resources are prioritized for the magical beasts. In the original continent, this kind of low-level magical beast was never looked down upon. It was the kind of creature that everyone would shout and beat, even if it walked down the street. It had never experienced such treatment before, so it stayed in this place. Having been here for several years, I've done some things for this so-called master, but I've only dealt with trash with excessively low cultivation levels, which are not worth mentioning at all. So much so that when it saw Dihan, it subconsciously thought that this man was like the other cultivators it had encountered before, someone of a very low level. It didn't take it seriously. After all, Dihan did not demonstrate his strength. After the man made this move, the others also summoned their own contracted beasts. Asajiri was utterly stunned when she saw this from above. This scene completely changed her understanding of this continent. It turns out this continent is so tolerant of warcraft. What are these? Cockroaches, rats, snakes. They were ugly in all sorts of ways, each one of them a repulsive type. All sorts of creatures that are looked down upon by others are actually treated with great respect and devotion by these people on this continent. These magical beasts were only at the 3rd, 4th, or 5th tier. None were higher. To be honest, no one in the Tianyuan continent is willing to form a contract for these things. They wouldn't even bother to glance at it. Even if these things aren't magical beasts, but just ordinary animals, they are all extremely annoying. Not to mention these insects after they've grown larger. Especially cockroaches and a giant centipede. Looking at this ugly thing is an insult to her eyes. Yun Kuer, on the other hand, screamed in fright. When she turned around and looked at Chao Wu, she saw that Yun Kuer had goosebumps all over her body. It was hard to tell whether she was scared or disgusted. Wah! Monsters are so scary and ugly. Upon receiving a look from Chao Wu, Yun Kuer made a dismayed remark with a long face. She was engrossed in watching from up there, and when she saw the earth-shattering power that Di-Han and the others unleashed during their fight, she was filled with envy and even forgot her fear from before. She fantasized about how wonderful it would be if she were a cultivator herself. She also insisted on contracting a very powerful and beautiful magical beast. If that's the case, then Brother Zhou doesn't matter at all. She'd rather have no man than be good to her contracted beast. But now, after seeing these magical beasts, she resolutely abandoned her idea. Yin Kuer thought all monsters were like that, so ugly they gave her nightmares. Chapter 147 Deadly Strike. Asajiri fell silent. She focused all her attention on the battlefield below. Those men naively believed that as long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to shake Di-Han's power. However, to their surprise, they underestimated Di-Han's strength from the very beginning. He is far more terrifying than they imagined. Amidst the glint of swords, it was clearly just a wooden sword, yet for some reason, its cold gleam was no less impressive than any precious sword they had ever seen. With a snap, the demonic beasts were all cut in half at the waist, broken into several pieces. The stench of monster blood immediately filled the air. My contracted beast. No. Some of them had their eyes popping out. If a cultivator has a contracted beast, and the beast dies prematurely, the master will suffer in human torment. If the master dies prematurely, the contractual relationship will generally end early according to the usual contractual relationship. Unless it's a contract of life and death. A life or death pact. If the master dies, the beast must also die. Di-Han killed all their magical beasts with a single, decisive move. At this moment, each of them was suffering immense torment, both physically and mentally. Di-Han sighed softly, then flew down. He walked with the leisurely gait of a supreme ruler, as if strolling through his own backyard. Who are you? A man coughed up blood, staring at Di-Han in disbelief. So powerful, who exactly is he? He dared to say that this person's strength was definitely above that of General Nalen. Anyway, he has never seen him use spiritual power. He defeated so many of them without even using his spiritual power, which shows how unfathomable his strength is. Di-Han glanced at him dismissively. A mere ant dares to know my identity? As he spoke, he walked to the man's side and casually used his wooden sword to open his collar. The man closed his eyes tightly in fright, but the pain of being pierced through the chest and abdomen did not come as he had expected. He opened his eyes with unease, and just in time to see the wooden sword take away his token. My token, he exclaimed in surprise. Di-Han smiled and said, we're all going to die anyway. Why would we care about tokens? As soon as he finished speaking, the man's pupils widened sharply. The next moment, Di-Han ruthlessly slit his throat. The others were horrified when they saw this. Don't tell him that this man's goal in attacking them was to get the token. If they had told us earlier, they would have offered it up with both hands, instead of risking their lives. Di-Han then mercilessly killed the other people as well. Only one man remained, who was also the owner of the three-headed black water snake from that day. He had already cut off 2 of the 3 black water snakes' heads, and now it lay on the ground, half dead, without even the strength to struggle. But in the end, he was spared. Asajiri told him not to kill, and he really didn't. However, they wouldn't survive either. Seeing all his companions die one by one before his eyes in the blink of an eye, the man looked at Di-Han with the same dread he felt towards the king of hell. His lips trembled, and the fear of death filled his mind, leaving him unable to say anything. He knew that this devilish man would not spare him and would definitely kill him. He didn't kill the 3-headed black water snake only because the woman above said she would spare its life. However, this feeling of being slowly sliced to death did not make him feel much better. He knew he was going to die. It was just a matter of how fast or slow it would take. Especially now, I have to keep bearing this fear in my heart. It feels like being sliced by a knife. They were wrong, really wrong. He shouldn't have gotten involved with this man at all. They should have left the moment they spotted the man. That way, the entire army wouldn't have been wiped out. They were no match for this man, not even General Nalen. General Nalen. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, General Nalen. And General Nalen. They are not without available personnel. This man's strength is definitely higher than his, and he is Qing Ling, while this man is very likely Lan Ling, so he can't see through his strength. This man is most likely Lan Ling, not Ziling. If he were Ziling, he would have been running rampant across the continent long ago, instead of being confined to this small Yin kingdom. In the blue spirit realm, who can defeat General Nalen? A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. While Di-Han went to get the tokens from the others, he suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and quickly pulled it. With a whoosh, a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky. exploding like fireworks with tremendous force. Upon hearing the voice, Dihan turned around and glanced at him indifferently. The man, seemingly insane, roared, "Ha, you're dead. It's no big deal to tell you. I've informed General Nalen. He's invincible in the blue spirit domain. So what if you killed our brothers? You'll still have to go down there with us. You'll die too, ha ha ha." He casually hung all the collected tokens on the wooden sword, and without his command, the Earth rank artifact automatically flew to Chaowu with the tokens. Seeing that the battle below was completely over, Asajiri ordered the corpse vulture to fly down. The carrion vulture assured that this was the worst flight it had ever taken in its life. In just a short distance, it flew like a turd, wobbling all over the place, almost throwing Yunkur off. It's no wonder it looks so terrifying. It doesn't dare to get close at all. However, it seems that Dihan listens to Chaowu quite a bit. If it doesn't do as Chaowu says, it's afraid that Chaowu will have Dihan beat it to death. After descending, Asajiri immediately took out several medicine bottles from her spatial storage and began to collect the venom from the three-headed black water snake. The three-headed black water snake was already half dead and couldn't fight back at all. However, those eerie green eyes still stared at Asajiri with ill intent. It never imagined that the car would overturn so big. Its good days have come to an end just like that. It was unwilling to accept this. The three-headed black water snake lay on the ground with its large head on the ground. Chaowu was prying open its fangs to extract venom, so he didn't see the three-headed black water snake's eyes move. As Asajiri was changing the porcelain bottle, suddenly, a green light flashed in the eyes of the three-headed black water snake, and its sharp fangs lunged at Asajiri's shoulder. By the time Yunkur saw this, it was too late. She couldn't even offer a warning. However, the next moment, Asajiri didn't even glance at her before turning around and throwing a punch. Splat! With a single punch, he smashed the only remaining giant head to pieces. Yunkur stood frozen in place. The man in black watching the show was also shocked. Even the three-headed black water snake itself didn't realize until its death that such a seemingly defenseless girl, who needed a man's protection, was actually not simple at all. Chapter 148 Isolation. It really does smell bad, Asajiri commented casually. Dihan pulled out a clean handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to Chaowu quite naturally. Asajiri wiped her hands before putting the collected venom into her spatial storage. The three-headed black water snake was instantly killed by her punch. Its owner, pale-faced, was enduring inhuman torture, writhing on the ground in pain. Asajiri glanced at him, then said, "Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." These people are all from the Wujiang dynasty, and their actions, both in the past and present, are openly opposing the Wujiang dynasty. This feud has been formed, so this person must die. Besides, the people of the Wujiang dynasty were already wicked and didn't care about the lives of others, so they deserve to die. Dihan nodded, raised his hand, and black mist swirled in his palm. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Black spiritual energy, black spiritual energy. He had never seen spiritual energy of this color before. What was it? Wait. Just before Dihan was about to make a move, a small voice suddenly rang out from the side. The two looked over and saw Yunkur weakly raising her hand, her voice soft. Can I kill him? Asajiri raised an eyebrow. Under the man's hateful gaze, Yunkur swallowed fearfully. He killed the people of my Yin kingdom. He is an unforgivable villain. Even if we kill him 100 times or 1,000 times, he will not deserve to die. Asajiri just stared at her. She didn't believe that Yunkur was such a patriotic person. Under Chaowu's gaze, Yunkur became increasingly guilty as she spoke, and finally her voice gradually lowered completely. Okay, it's because he just destroyed Kishwangfang. I ordered a set of rainbow feather robes from Kishwangfang, and I've been waiting for almost half a year. I was about to pick it up. Upon hearing this, the man felt a mouthful of blood choke in his throat, unable to go up or down. Just for a tattered dress? Brain dead. Even men don't know how to complain. Dihan looked at Chaowu, waiting for her to make a decision. Asajiri didn't want anything to do with Yunkur, and said calmly, "Whatever." As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound was heard, and the black mist instantly struck the man, killing him on the spot and causing him to burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, it was completely burned down to a skeleton. Yunkur dared not speak her anger. She wanted to kill this man with her own hands. But in reality, it wasn't because of any country, nor because many people died at his hands, nor because of that rainbow feather robe. She wanted to show off her skills in front of Asajiri and let her know that she wasn't just a pretty face. It would be best if Asajiri could appreciate her extraordinary courage, and then, in a moment of joy, perhaps he could take her on as his apprentice? That's how it's written in storybooks. Those great people just love to be unconventional. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a person like Dihan who took an unconventional approach. He didn't care what Yun Kuer's purpose was in wanting to kill this man. It was something he could resolve with a wave of his hand, and he didn't want to drag it out. He understood better than anyone that delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Although he could guarantee that the man wouldn't escape, he didn't want him to keep hopping around under his nose like a cockroach. It's an eyesore. Asajiri glanced around casually. The surviving people have begun to crawl out of the ruins one after another. They are all injured to varying degrees, some with only minor scratches, while many have lost limbs. Just moments before, this imperial city was a peaceful and tranquil place. In just a short while, it turned into this. The culprits were the people of the Wujiang dynasty. The people crawled out in a daze, stunned to see their familiar home now reduced to ruins. Some people have also begun to organize self-rescue efforts. However, there was not a single person in a large area centered around Asajiri and his group. Even among the injured in her area, no one dared to come and help. These people, even underground, had more or less spied on what was happening here. They knew that it was Chao Wu and Dian who had dealt with these slaughterers and monsters. However, in their eyes, Chao Wu and Dian were not heroes, but terrifying cultivators, powerful figures with the strength to destroy their country. They were just as terrifying as those men in black. Moreover, who knows if they are also people of the Wujiang dynasty? Well, a faint whimper came from below. Looking down at the mist, she discovered that there was a child hiding in the crack of the warped floorboards. The ground was cracked, and countless people had fallen into those cracks. Fortunately, the crack beneath her feet wasn't deep, and the child was stuck in the middle and hadn't completely fallen in. The child looked only 3 or 4 years old, and a sharp piece of wood was deeply embedded in his leg. Asajiri glanced at it, and easily broke the 100-pound stone, then carried the child out. The child's eyes were teary and very bright. They were surrounded by people, forming a complete circle that enveloped them, yet no one dared to approach them. Asajiri, expressionless, held up the child in her arms. Whose child is this? Silence. No one answered. Asajiri asked again. The child's piercing cries echoed through the crowd. A moment later, suddenly, a woman rushed out from the crowd, snatched the child away with lightning speed, and then ran back into the crowd as if Asakura were some kind of virus, and everyone wanted to stay far away from her. Dihan's gaze turned cold. Without even turning his head, Chao Wu said indifferently, "It's nothing, let's go." She wasn't someone who wanted to do good deeds, nor did she care what others thought of her. Dihan followed Chao Wu away, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for a wide road. Yun Kuer glanced at them, then at the heavily injured civilians, and finally stamped her foot before following them. That man just said he called out something about General Nalen, so he must be quite powerful, Chao Wu said as they walked. Dihan spoke calmly. She's just a mere Lanling. He had already sensed the so-called General Nalen back when he was at the 18th floor inn. At that time, their strengths were indeed about the same, because he had been holding back his promotion. But things are different now. He has successfully advanced to the purple spirit level. The peak levels of Zi Ling and Lan Ling are only a step apart, but in reality, their strengths are worlds apart. Even if General Nalen really came, he could handle it. Asajiri, blue spirit, the best joke of the year. No one knows how she cultivated, but after advancing once in Tianlu Kingdom, she never advanced again. Cultivating together, Dihan's speed is like a rocket. He's already at the purple spirit level. Chapter 149 Exposing Luoying. The three of them left together. Because they were cultivators, their path was clear and unobstructed, and no one dared to approach them. Everyone who saw the two figures consciously kept their distance. Although Chao Wu and Dian showed no change in expression, for some reason, Yun Kuer, who was following behind them, felt uneasy after seeing this scene. For the first time in her life, she had a different idea. She thought that if she hadn't been rescued by Asajiri, even if she had survived by sheer luck, she would have been just like these people, superficially believing everything she saw. She might be just like these people, fearing them, avoiding them, and even cursing them behind their backs. These people appeared to be obsequious on the surface, but in reality, she heard many people whispering and cursing Asajiri and the man next to her all the way. Because they are cultivators, these people automatically assume that they are also people of the Wujiang dynasty and one of the instigators of this disaster. If even she heard it, Then Asajiri and that man must have heard every single word, given their high level of strength. But the two of them? Yun Kurer secretly glanced at them. Okay, these two are both incredibly cold. However, to be fair, the two are indeed a good match, whether in terms of appearance, temperament, or ability. One look from him gave her the feeling of two heroes standing side by side in the world. How could such a person be confined to one place? How could he be so obsessed with a mere prince? So that bitch Luo Ying deliberately came here to sow discord, trying to use her to deal with Chao Wu. She must have already experienced firsthand how formidable Asajiri is. Thinking of this, Yun Kurer felt a burning hatred. That damn thing. If this hadn't happened, given her attitude just now, she would have been crushed to death by Asajiri long ago. Just as she was thinking this intensely, suddenly, she caught sight of a woman cowering in the crowd like a rat crossing the street. Yun Kurer's eyes lit up, and she shouted loudly, Luo Ying. The figure shuddered, wrapped its entire head in silk, and fled in panic. However, most of those who survived, except for the extremely lucky ones, were seriously injured. Yun Kurer and Chao Wu walked together, with almost no injuries. She ran faster than a rabbit, and caught up with Luo Ying in no time. She dragged Luo Ying to Chao Wu's side. You bastard, I knew you were full of bad intentions. Why did you suddenly come to stand up for me when we've never met before? Turns out you wanted to use me to deal with others. After saying that, she kicked Luo Ying in the kneecap. Luo Ying cried out in pain and unconsciously knelt down in front of Chao Wu. Yun Kurer betrayed Luo Ying without hesitation, arrogantly telling Chao Wu, it was her. She was the one who gossiped to me, telling me that you were clinging to Xin Xingzhou, which is why I came to find you. She's the one who told me where you were. Luo Ying had already witnessed everything that had just happened from below. Knowing that Chao Wu was also a cultivator, she turned pale upon hearing Yun Kurer's words and frantically shook her head, saying, no, it wasn't me, I didn't. It's you. Yun Kurer rolled her eyes. You're a woman who changes your mind faster than flipping through a book. Didn't you swear before that you saw them together with your own eyes? Luo Ying's eyes were filled with tears, half of her delicate shoulder exposed, as she looked pitifully at Di Han. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just chatting with you, and the topic came up casually. I did see this young lady walking with His Highness Prince Yi, but I didn't say they were having an affair. Miss Yun, you misunderstood. Although she was explaining to Lin Kuer, her pitiful gaze remained fixed on Di Han. Seeing this, Asajiri glanced at Dian with great interest. The woman was full of confidence. All men are visual creatures, and seeing her so pitiful would definitely arouse their protective instincts. She didn't know what the relationship was between Di Han and Chao Wu, but since they could fight side by side, their relationship must be very close. She inadvertently revealed that Chao Wu and Xin Xingzhou had indeed been together. If the two were a couple, this man would definitely be wary of what she said. She had already seen it when she was down there. This man was incredibly powerful, killing those huge magical beasts with a wave of his hand. This is the kind of man she most wants to control. What princey? He's not even worth a toe in front of him. Seeing Di Han's cold gaze fall on her face, she felt a surge of joy, and her pitiful appearance became even more striking. Hey, no, you really do show your face to everyone you see? Have you no shame? Yun Kurer originally wanted to pull her out to explain to Chao Wu that she didn't mean to target her, but seeing this scene, she suddenly realized that things were getting a little strange. This Luo Ying is really used to being in brothels. She tries to seduce everyone she sees. Is this man someone she could seduce? Putting everything else aside, a man like Di Han, powerful and with a celestial appearance, would probably attract the attention of many women. Even she felt her heart pounding when she saw him, and she suddenly couldn't even look at her beloved brother Zhou anymore. But no matter how much of a fangirl she is, she still has some self-awareness. A man like that deserves a woman like Asajiri. Is that something they can get their hands on? It wasn't that she was belittling herself, but she felt like she couldn't breathe even when she was standing next to him. No, where did Luo Ying get the confidence to set her sights on this man? Luo Ying wasn't angry when she heard Yun Kuer's complaints. Yun Kuer, that fool, probably hasn't seen as many men in her entire life as she has in one night. So naturally, she wouldn't know that men prefer women like her who are delicate and charming. She has slept with countless men. She was full of confidence in herself. However, Di Han only glanced at it before turning his gaze away indifferently, his voice cold. Where did this ugly thing come from? One sentence instantly petrified Luo Ying, who was feigning composure. She looked up at Di Han in disbelief. Di Han wasn't looking at her. He simply turned to look at Chao Wu. You deal with your people. Since she offended Asajiri, she should naturally resolve the matter herself. Asajiri was not surprised. Luoying actually thought she could seduce Dihan. Only she knew the true identity of the man beside her. A demon lord, the ruler of a region. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? She would be truly shocked if he could actually take a liking to her. Looking at Luoying's beautiful face, Chao Wu said in a calm voice, "Those who do evil will not live." She had no intention of going against her, but the woman dared to show off her limited skills and set her sights on her. Those who scheme against her will surely pay the price. That's just who she is. She always seeks revenge. Chapter 150, The Final Battle. Upon hearing this, Luoying unconsciously bit her lower lip and whispered in protest, I didn't. Asajiri glanced into the space and sighed. It's a pity there's no suitable weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, a small wooden sword flew proudly to Chao Wu's front. You? Chao Wu paused, looking at the uninvited Earth rank artifact. Looking at Dihan again, his expression was indifferent, clearly indicating that he did not control this Earth rank artifact. He said calmly, "He seems to prefer you to me, his master." Indeed, the Earth rank artifact deeply agreed with Dihan's words, even jumping up and down twice, as if nodding. It does indeed prefer the morning mist, because the morning mist has a sacred spring. The substance dripped onto its sword, and it felt so good. I hate Earth rank artifacts so much. It appeared in the world at the same time as the spirit plant, but this man beat it severely and forced it into a contract. That stupid and clumsy spirit plant, who only knew how to cry all day, was actually so lucky to have a contract with morning mist. All I do all day is eat, sleep, or cry. Now I bathe in the spiritual spring water in that spiritual medicine space every day. Its eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. Upon hearing Asajiri say that it didn't have a suitable weapon, it took the initiative to show off its skills. Unfortunately, it was so badly damaged that most of the time it could only appear as a toy-like little wooden sword. Asajiri didn't seem to care and reached out to take the small wooden sword in her hand. I tossed it around, and it actually felt quite comfortable in my hand. Whether a magical artifact is suitable or not depends mainly on whether it is compatible with the cultivator. Clearly, the Earth rank artifact was not very compatible with its master, but rather with Chao Wu. Asajiri curled her lips, placed the small wooden sword against Luoying's neck, and asked in a slightly cool voice, "Where's Tai Xiaodong?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Luoying's eyes flickered. "Is that so?" Asajiri's voice was a little cold. "I don't like nonsense. I'm giving you one last chance. Talk or die." Luoying's information wasn't just sold to Yunkur alone. There's also Tai Xiaodong. She carries the aura from her spiritual medicine space. This kind of aura is unique in this world. Because of Xin Xingzhou, Luoying spent a lot of effort investigating her. Since Xin Xingzhou had no background in Yin Kingdom, she couldn't find anything out, so she spent a lot of effort tracking her. Finally, she gave the information she had gathered to Yunkur, and at the same time, Tai Xiaodong's men came knocking on her door. It has to be said that she is indeed quite good at doing business. Not only did they gain benefits, but they also wanted to kill two birds with one stone by eliminating her and Yunkur, their two formidable rivals. Unfortunately, despite all her calculations, she never considered the gap and barrier between ordinary people and cultivators. Even the slightest trace of the aura of spiritual herbs on her was readily apparent to the cultivators. I don't know. Luoying persisted. Asajiri stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. Okay. He then retrieved the small wooden sword. Yunkur looked shocked. Why didn't you kill her? Asajiri said calmly. She's been poisoned. If I don't take action, she won't live much longer. Upon hearing this, Luoying's face turned deathly pale. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. She jumped up, her expression agitated. Asajiri remained calm and did not argue with her. However, it was that look in her eyes that caused Luoying's thoughts to surge in the blink of an eye. Poisoning. Poisoning. No one knew better than her about the abnormality in her body. It certainly seemed like a sign of poisoning. The woman wasn't lying to her. She had long suspected she was poisoned. They're in Sunset City. They're in Sunset City. They told me to go to Sunset City to find them if I had any news. Wah. Please save me. Help me cure the poison. In the blink of an eye, Luoying was crying her eyes out. Sunset City. Asakura lowered her eyes. I know. Yunkur jumped in front of Chao Wu. Sunset City is a small city on the border of our Yin Kingdom. It is very close to the Shichi Kingdom. The Kingdom of Shichi? Isn't that Suyu's hometown? At the same time, a vast spiritual force suddenly descended from the sky, sweeping towards Chao Wu and the others like lightning. Chao Wu and Dian dodged immediately and landed steadily a moment later. Before Yunkur knew what was happening, she was grabbed by Chao Wu and flown up. After landing, she turned around and saw that Luo Ying was gone, and there was only a pool of unknown flesh and blood left in the place. A living person was instantly reduced to minced meat and exploded like a watermelon. Ugh! Yunkur couldn't hold it in any longer and hid to the side to vomit. I never imagined that this small Yin kingdom would harbor such hidden talents. Are you from the Guiwa sect? A hoarse male voice was amplified many times through spiritual power. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure descended from the sky. Asajiri glanced at the man, her eyes narrowing slightly. She couldn't tell how strong this person was, so this person must be the reinforcements that the other man had brought, the General Nalan he mentioned. Dihan remained indifferent. The last person to ask this question is already dead. General Nalan smiled sinisterly. When he arrived, he had already seen the corpses of those demonic beasts and his companions scattered all over the ground. He felt no sadness whatsoever for the deaths of his colleagues. He had examined the corpses of those magical beasts on his way here. All the magic crystals of all the monsters are gone. In other words, these two people not only killed the magical beasts and the people of the Wujiang dynasty, but also took away the magic crystals. I'm not one of those useless people. Whether you're from the Guiwa cult or not, both of you will be leaving here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power around him surged instantly, and in an instant, the blue spiritual power formed a huge pillar of spiritual power that shot straight into the sky. Its density caused the morning mist to furrow its brow slightly. This person's strength is only a thin membrane away from Ziling's, and he could break through at any moment. Asajiri glanced at Dihan. Go fight somewhere else. This imperial city couldn't withstand even a casual strike from the powerful blue spirit and purple spirit experts. Previously, when killing those magical beasts, it was all Dihan's doing, and he could control the force and direction. But if he were to face General Nalan, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Troublesome, Dihan replied lazily. However, despite saying that, he did indeed instantly create a distance of tens of thousands of miles between himself and the imperial city. Upon seeing this, General Nalan sneered and immediately followed. Hey, will they be all right? That big guy looks really fierce. Yun Kuer clutched the hem of Chao Wu's clothes, very worried. She realized that the man was in cahoots with the people who had killed them before. They were all from the Wujiang dynasty, while Chao Wu and Dian were not. And that man looked very fierce. Asajiri silently pulled her own corner back from her hand, as if she didn't know her well, and finally flew off to chase after Dihan. Simply absorbing spiritual energy in a rigid manner does not lead to significant improvement and makes it difficult to break through. Cultivation means teetering between life and death. Only through battle can one truly grow. Chapter 151 Battle 1. Oh, what am I going to do? Yunkur jumped up and down on the spot. However, Asajiri didn't look at her and left without turning back. The place where Dihan and General Nalan fought was a hilltop outside the imperial city. Even before the morning mist got close, two enormous spiritual energies collided in the air, creating a powerful and overwhelming spectacle that seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. From the very beginning, General Nalan had already pushed his power to its limit, reaching the peak of blue spirit. With a wave of his sleeve, he leveled the entire mountain. However, Dihan seemed much more relaxed. He probably hadn't gone all out yet, and his every move was effortless, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Asajiri sensed it, and General Nalan sensed it too. He immediately felt insulted. However, he also harbored deep fear in his heart. This man looks young, but his strength seems to far surpass his. No wonder he had the power to kill all the people and high-level magical beasts he brought with him. A glint of malice flashed in General Nalan's eyes. If he cannot defeat this man today, then even if he manages to escape and return to the Wujiang dynasty, he will have no way to explain himself. So many people died, and so many magical beasts were lost just by coming to the mere Yin kingdom. No one could believe him. Therefore, he had to kill this man. Royal level Crimson Soul Lion, he suddenly roared. The next moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and a majestic and enormous lion materialized out of thin air in front of him. When Asajiri saw the lion, she immediately frowned. High-level magical beasts. Unexpectedly, she was able to see high-level magical beasts on this main road. Having been reborn for so long, this was the first time she had ever seen a high-level magical beast. This royal-level Crimson Soul Lion is a high-level magical beast. Lions are naturally of high bloodline, and this one is even more so. It's clear that it's still young, but it's already an 8th-tier magical beast. Warcraft is divided into low-level and high-level monsters, and then there are holy beasts, divine beasts, ancient divine beasts, and ancient ferocious beasts. The lion before them was clearly a high-level magical beast. If it broke through to the 9th rank, with its bloodline, it might even have a chance to be upgraded to a sacred beast. Putting everything else aside, she and Di-Han are currently unable to summon their contracted beasts, and she has not yet broken through to the blue spirit level, while Di-Han is only a purple spirit. The 8th-tier magical beast is a whole tier higher than Zi-Ling. Moreover, the strength of monsters is inherently different from that of humans, so how can they possibly fight against them? Chao Wu never expected that the little Lan Ling would have such a big trump card. No wonder he's so arrogant. General Nayland did not see any panic on Di-Han's face. Upon seeing this, he paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's not too late to admit defeat now." These two were probably not surprised because they had never seen a monster of such a level before. To be honest, even he was seeing it for the first time. His ability to contract such a high-level magical beast was entirely by chance, a stroke of pure luck. Previously, most of them held the preconceived notion that magical beasts and humans were equal, and that human cultivation was divided into 7 ranks, from red to purple spirit. Therefore, magical beasts should also be divided into 7 ranks. But it wasn't until he met his contracted beast that he realized that 7th-tier magical beasts were not the upper limit of magical beasts. Above the 7th-tier magical beasts, there are even more powerful ones. For example, this one of his has the potential to be upgraded to a sacred beast. Sacred beasts. That sounds really impressive. Those 5th or 6th-tier magical beasts that everyone was so proud of and cherished could only grovel before his 8th-tier magical beast, not daring to utter a single word. This is the suppression of power by bloodline and strength. Upon hearing this, Di-Han remained silent, but slowly released the vast spiritual power within his body. He did not reveal any demonic aura, so General Nayland only saw his Zi-Ling strength. However, even just Zi-Ling was enough to surprise him. It really was Zi-Ling. He hadn't guessed wrong. This young man was even stronger than him, having already broken through to the purple spirit realm. However, he was probably still stuck in the Qingling card at that age. Jealousy drove him mad. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he coldly commanded, "Royal-level Crimson Soul Lion, kill this man." Roar. Upon hearing General Nayland's command, the royal-level Crimson Soul Lion roared, and a gust of wind shattered the stone and wood in front of it. Even the distant morning mist felt a tremendous force and was forced back several meters. Seeing this, General Nayland sneered, "Nothing special." Chao Wu, using a nearby rock for support, got up from the ground, suppressed the metallic taste in her throat, and forcefully threw the Earth-rank artifact towards Di-Han. Catch. Then, in a flash, he arrived beside Di-Han. Di-Han frowned slightly. "Go back." Asajiri simply looked at General Nayland, who was laughing wildly in front of her, and said with a cold expression, "This is not just your business." Di-Han said calmly, "You can't beat him." Both General Nayland and his 8th-tier magical beast could easily defeat Chao Wu. Upon hearing this, Asajiri raised an eyebrow and casually pointed her pale finger at General Nayland. "What if I beat him?" Before Di-Han could say anything, General Nayland spoke up coolly. "You think you can?" He could tell Asajiri's strength at a glance. A peak-level Azure Spirit wants to fight against a peak-level Blue Spirit? Where does this confidence come from? In the path of cultivation, a difference of just 1 level can be as vast as heaven and earth. Asajiri raised her spiritual power to its limit and slowly opened her eyes. "Just me." He then said to Di-Han beside him, "Let's divide the work. You go and deal with that monster." Now that she's already on the battlefield, there's no way for her to leave, and this is the only way. Di-Han was silent for 2 seconds, then said in a low, slow voice, "Be careful." After saying this, he drew his sword and charged forward. At the crucial moment, this time the Earth-rank artifact did not hold back and immediately reverted to its original form. A long, slender wooden sword that exudes a menacing aura. The wooden sword was carved with strange runes and a sinister, dangerous eye. General Nayland had no objections and charged towards Chao Wu first. It couldn't be better that Di-Han could choose his magical beast. After their brief exchange, he realized he was no match for the man. But this woman is another story. Since they're in cahoots, neither of them should leave today, both should stay. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deliver on his promise. The 8th tier royal level Crimson Soul Lion licked its paws and instantly transformed into a ferocious behemoth, opening its blood-red maw to reveal sharp fangs, and charged straight at Di-Han with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the battle between Asajiri and General Nalan was also raging. General Nalan truly lived up to his reputation as a powerful blue spirit expert. Every move he made was ruthless and fierce. Each strike aimed directly at Chao Wu's vital points. A slight lapse in concentration could have resulted in his death. However, Asajiri was no pushover either. She had far more combat experience than General Nalan, and she reacted swiftly to deflect his fierce attacks one by one. Chapter 152 Battle 2. As time went on, General Nalan discovered it. Although the girl was weaker than him, she was as cunning as an eel, impossible to catch. Even when the immense spiritual power was about to split her in two, she always managed to escape. It was always the same. He has already used up a lot of his spiritual power, but Chao Wu has been hiding and has hardly expended any energy. If this continues, he will eventually exhaust all his spiritual power, become distracted, and then be killed. After seeing through Chao Wu's tricks, General Nalan narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy voice, "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" As he spoke, he suddenly began to gather spiritual energy on the spot. A tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky like a giant pillar piercing the clouds, instantly changing the color of the heavens and earth. Asajiri saw the sky filled with dark clouds and lightning flashing overhead, and her expression immediately changed. He is a lightning-type cultivator. There are 6 professions and 6 attributes, among which the strongest in combat is the lightning-type cultivator, because the profession corresponding to the lightning-type cultivator is the combat master. Just like its name suggests, the combatant possesses supreme combat abilities, capable of both fighting and enduring, making it very difficult to die. She is now almost certain that the spiritual roots of her current body are not good. At most, she is only a wood-type and water-type cultivator, meaning she can only awaken the talents of apothecary and spirit array master. However, neither of these 2 talents provides any bonus or benefit in combat. They are at a disadvantage when fighting. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky above Asajiri, and within those oppressive clouds, several streaks of lightning flashed wildly like dragons, as if they could strike down at any moment. Not good. Asajiri's eyelids twitched. She never expected that General Nalan was actually a combatant. If it were anything else, she could have challenged him even though they were a whole level apart. But now, he's a combatant. She definitely can't beat him. Sure enough, the next moment, with General Nalan letting out a low shout, a bolt of lightning struck down towards Chao Wu's head as if it had eyes. Lightning was incredibly fast. Chao Wu cursed under his breath, then channeled all his spiritual energy into his feet, pushing his speed to the limit. Bang! She narrowly avoided the first bolt of lightning, but a huge sinkhole had appeared where she had just been standing, and the area struck by the lightning was charred black. If she hadn't dodged just now, she would probably be torn to pieces like Luoying by now. Before Chao Wu could even wipe the sweat from his brow, General Nalan smiled slyly. "Don't rush. It's not over yet." No sooner had he finished speaking than several bolts of lightning hidden in the dark clouds struck down towards Chao Wu. Asajiri. Damn it. She really didn't want to swear. However, there was no time to think about anything else at this point. She could only run again. But this time, the lightning bolts didn't strike down. Instead, they kept following her. Wherever the morning mist goes, they follow. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. Closer and closer. Asajiri gritted her teeth and ran with all her might. However, she had already poured all the spiritual energy in her mind into her feet, and her speed had reached the limit of what she could do, and she could not increase it by even a fraction. But despite all this, the distance between her and the lightning kept getting closer and closer. Seeing that they were about to strike her head, Asajiri quickly searched through the space. Shippuden. The space contained hundreds of bottles and jars, all of which contained various pills and poisons she had refined. Finding what she wanted among them was not easy, but she was probably lucky because she found it in no time. Asajiri's eyes lit up. She ran as fast as she could, opened the small porcelain bottle, and ate one. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, leaving a bittersweet taste. The taste has changed. Before Asajiri could think of anything, the next moment, she suddenly felt as if she had the wind on her feet, and her body became much lighter. The speed has increased. Asajiri was somewhat surprised that the Gale pill was still effective. However, As soon as she thought that, she immediately slowed down. Asajiri. Okay, you're overthinking it. Expired is expired, and it only temporarily increased her speed by 2 seconds. But 2 seconds is 2 seconds, so what? She has plenty of pills. Without a second thought, Asajiri poured the entire bottle of Gale pills into her mouth, like she was eating candy. It doesn't taste good to eat so many expired pills at once. It's even more bitter than Coptis chinensis. Asajiri cursed General Nalan in his heart. The day she has a sword in her hand, she will surely kill Nalan Go. Fortunately, the hardship was worthwhile, as the Gale pills did have some effect, and Asajiri's speed increased instantly. General Nalan was controlling the lightning from a short distance away. He was secretly pleased to see that the girl was about to be caught up with. She's just a mere Qingling. If he wants her dead, she will surely die. However, before the smile on her face could fully unfold, she saw that the lightning, which had been almost touching the tip of Asajiri's hair, suddenly began to distance itself from her. Looking at the morning mist again, damn it, it's like a mudfish, leaving afterimages. Little morning mist. Suddenly, Emperor Fuyao's voice rang in his heart. Chao Wu's eyes lit up. Fuyao. Emperor Fuyao hummed in agreement. His lightning magic is not very advanced. Find a way to get close to him and make him get burned. Upon hearing this, Asajiri's eyes lit up. Yes, how come she didn't think of that? Even though she is not a combat master now and cannot cultivate lightning magic, she was a very powerful combat master in her previous life. Her understanding of lightning magic is no less than that of General Nalan. She was fully capable of making General Nalan suffer the consequences of his actions. What could be easier for General Nalan to defeat himself? I understand. Asajiri nodded. Looking back, the lightning bolt caught up again. It turned out that the medicine she was taking, Jifeng Wan, had stopped working. Asajiri was not stingy and immediately took out 2 more bottles of expired Gale pills from her spatial storage. Without thinking, I opened it and ate it all in one go. This time, Asajiri didn't just leave an afterimage, it also left a trail. After all, this pill was refined during her peak years, and it is quite different from ordinary Gale pills. Even if General Nalan poured all his spiritual power into his feet, he might not be able to catch up with her at this speed. The morning mist quickly approached General Nalan. When she approached, General Nalan thought she was trying to interrupt his lightning spell. He sneered, "Today I'll show you what a combat master is all about." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual power surged to another level. The surging spiritual power controlled the dragon-like lightning, and he quickly threw a punch at Chao Wu. Having consumed 2 bottles of Gale pills, Asajiri is now incredibly fast. Compared to her, General Nalan's moves seem to be played in slow motion, allowing Asajiri to easily dodge them. Chapter 153 Battle 3. Bang! With a loud bang, General Nalan punched the ground, creating a deep crater. Asajiri glanced at it. As expected of a combat master, if that punch had landed on her, she might already be a pile of minced meat. As a combat master, General Nalan's combat power was terrifying. His movements were fast and ruthless, and in the blink of an eye, several mountain peaks were reduced to dust under his attacks. Streaks of blue light flashed, emitting a dazzling and radiant divine light. The morning mist gradually slowed down. With a puff, she was slightly hit by General Nalan's attack, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. General Nalan gave a cold laugh. Isn't she good at running? Isn't she amazing? So what if she's young and capable? He wanted to prove to Asajiri that he had the absolute ability to defeat her instantly. Compared to the powerful blue spirit expert, she, a peak azure spirit, was utterly insignificant. Moreover, if this couple were allowed to continue growing, who knows how powerful they would become. At such a young age, one is at the peak of the purple spirit realm and the other at the peak of the azure spirit realm. There is probably only one monstrous holy son in the world who can compare with them. Since there is already a holy son, there can't be a second pervert. He's going to strangle them right here, at any cost. With this in mind, his moves became even more flamboyant, and the power he unleashed became even more ferocious. On one side was General Nalan's extreme annihilation, and on the other side were several lightning bolts relentlessly pursuing her. Chao Wu's legs were about to break from running. He pulled out a bottle of Gale pills from his spatial storage and stuffed them all into his mouth, which increased his speed once again. Seeing Chao Wu's actions, General Nalan's eyes deepened. Do you think I'll give you a second chance? As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the morning mist. He hadn't expected that this girl would have a spatial bag. He saw it. The bottle of pills she had consumed suddenly appeared in her hand. Aside from the space bag, there's no other possibility. Space bags are such precious things that even he doesn't have one. He has only ever seen a few adults and holy sons of the heavenly mystery sect possess space bags. The rest were only the emperor and a few princes. However, the emperor and the prince's spatial bags were very small, probably only able to hold a few small items, and the space inside was not even enough to fit a table. Nevertheless, such a small space bag is extremely precious, and no one else can have it. Take him for example. Realizing this, an even more crazed look flashed in General Naelin's eyes. He wanted to steal the woman's spatial bag. The thought flashed through his mind, and instantly he didn't want to drag it out any longer. He was determined to get his hands on that spatial bag. As General Naelin gathered all her spiritual power, a massive bolt of lightning once again formed above her head. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and suddenly a massive bolt of lightning gathered in the sky above the misty peak. She knew that General Naelin was about to unleash his ultimate attack. Asajiri took a deep breath and focused her attention to the extreme. Little Asajiri, be careful. I know, Asajiri nodded. General Naelin stood suspended between heaven and earth, coldly watching the morning mist before him. Go. He uttered a single word coldly, and the next moment, as if receiving a command, the lightning above Chao Wu's head struck down with a deafening roar. Asajiri's eyes flashed with coldness as she formed a hand seal, creating a massive energy shield that enveloped her. At the same time, the massive bolt of lightning and the several bolts of lightning that had been chasing her caught up with her and struck the morning mist's energy shield heavily. The energy shield did not completely block the lightning attack. Several bolts of lightning, like dragons, hovered outside the energy shield, waiting for the morning mist to emerge so they could strike her head immediately. General Naelin immediately recognized that this was an energy shield created by Chao Wu condensing most of her spiritual power. He sneered, "You think you can get away with this? The lightning will continue as long as he doesn't withdraw, while her energy will eventually run out. This level of energy shield consumes a lot of spiritual energy." His eyes, like those of a venomous snake, flew towards Chao Wu. "Let me lend you a hand." After saying that, he took a deep breath and used all his strength to punch the energy shield of the morning mist. From Asajiri's perspective, the fist looked like a phantom formed by gathering spiritual energy, a gigantic fist containing immense power. This is a fatal blow for a combatant, capable of shattering her energy shield instantly. Asajiri smiled slightly. This was the fatal blow they had been waiting for. Just as General Naelin was about to encounter the energy shield of the morning mist, suddenly, a small opening appeared on the energy shield. General Naelin had a bad feeling and was about to withdraw his hand. However, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Asajiri had already pulled him into the energy shield. There were only the two of them inside the small energy shield, while several bolts of lightning lurked menacingly outside. General Naelin instantly understood what Chao Wu wanted to do. She wanted him to take back the lightning. Otherwise, we should just share the burden with her. General Naelin threw a punch at Chao Wu. He won't fall for it. He intends to kill her inside this energy shield. You offered this to me yourself, he said coldly to Asajiri. I was just worried about not being able to catch her, but I didn't expect that she would lock them up together herself. He suddenly made his move. One palm strike after another flew towards Chao Wu. Asajiri quickly went to meet her. However, her body was still too weak, and the difference in strength between the two was too great. She was no match for this combat master who was a level higher than her. Streaks of blood mist burst forth, staining the entire energy shield crimson. Asajiri's body was covered in wounds, and at a glance, she looked like a blood-soaked person, with not a single unscathed spot. But no matter what, she didn't fall down. Like an unkillable cockroach, she always retained a bit of strength to fight. General Naelin wavered for a moment. It has to be said that this woman was the one with the most talent for cultivation among all the people he had ever met. It's not just because of her strength, but also because of her extraordinary mental fortitude. If such a person were on his side, he would do everything he could to cultivate her into a talent, and she might even surpass the Holy Sun to become the #1 expert in the Wuzhong dynasty. Unfortunately, they are now on the opposite side. They killed so many demonic beasts of the Wuzhong dynasty, so they are destined not to stand on the same side as him. Thud! Just as he was distracted, a dagger suddenly pierced his lower back. General Naelin, in pain, quickly attacked backward. This time, however, Asajiri smiled and said, "It's done. Now you can play by yourself." After saying that, she flashed away, and in the blink of an eye, she had created a great distance between herself and General Naelin. Chapter 154 Battle 4. Looking at Chao Wu's smiling face, General Nalan suddenly had a bad feeling. His brow twitched, and he was about to give chase when he suddenly realized he was still trapped inside her energy shield. He reached down to his lower back and found a hard object inserted deep into his spine. Even the slightest movement would pull on the flesh inside, causing excruciating pain. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze. As if seeking proof, he turned his head to look behind him again. This time, he saw it clearly. What was that thing stuck in his spine? Lightning rod, he said, his face dark, each word dripping with barely suppressed rage. Asajiri wiped the blood from her face. She does have some knowledge. Indeed, what she inserted into General Nalan's body was a lightning rod. General Nalan marked her aura and summoned lightning to strike her. She was currently almost unable to resist this kind of lightning magic, nor was she resilient enough. Therefore, the only way to resolve this was for General Nalan to bear the power of the heavenly lightning himself. So she used most of her spiritual power to create this energy shield, attracting these lightning bolts to hover outside, and then she thought of a lightning rod. Lightning rods are quite valuable, so it would be disrespectful to let him only be struck by 2 or 3 lightning bolts. She devised a plan to lure General Nalan into delivering a fatal blow. With this lightning rod, the power of lightning can be amplified several times. Let him suffer the consequences himself. As Chao Wu finished speaking, General Nalan finally realized what she had been doing. Damn it. He actually fell for her trap and wasted so much time with her inside that energy shield. If he had known this would happen, he should have killed her with a single blow. He is fully capable of it. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He knew how powerful the lightning he had attracted was. If he got hit, he would be crippled or killed. Immediately, General Nalan swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to redirect the lightning bolts elsewhere. Seeing his action, Chao Wu smiled and then waved her hand. The hard energy shield rapidly faded and became lighter. General Nalan's eyes widened like saucers. You dare? What wouldn't I dare to do? Asajiri said calmly. The energy shield was then completely removed. At the same time, the lightning rod inserted into his body emitted a dazzling light, deeply attracting the lightning bolts that struck General Nalan. At the critical moment, General Nalan didn't hesitate and quickly took out a black bead from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Bang! Like a nuclear explosion, a massive energy wave swept outwards, quickly leveling several half-collapsed mountains. Dust billowed up, thick clouds rising dozens of meters high, obscuring everything. Asajiri leaped aside, dodging the jumbled rocks in the raging torrent. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to kill General Nalan with my own sword. In order to kill her, he had already unleashed his killing move. One can imagine how terrifying a full-force attack from a combat master would be. In addition, she also used a lightning rod. The lightning rod amplified those forces several times over. Even if he was a peak blue spirit, he would probably be dead by now, leaving not even a trace. However, because the explosion was so widespread, the air was now filled with flying rocks and dust, and she couldn't see or hear anything. Turning around, Dihan and the 8th tier magical beast had completely disappeared. We don't know how the battle is going on his side yet. However, since she killed General Nalan, that 8th tier magical beast will inevitably be severely injured, which should help him a little. As the ruins and dust gradually subsided, Chao Wu found a place to stop and then drank a few mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. As the spring water entered her stomach, a cool and comfortable feeling instantly swept over her entire body. The burning wounds inflicted by General Nalan earlier were instantly soothed. Chao Wu didn't linger and prepared to go find Dian. However, as soon as he stood up, the dust settled, and from the ruins, a ragged figure, looking like a beggar, slowly rose to his feet. The aura emanating from that person was actually much stronger and more intense than before. Beginner Purple Spirit. Asajiri. Run. She never expected that after the battle, not only would she not kill General Nalan, but she would also inadvertently bring him to the brink of promotion. She was already struggling to deal with a peak blue spirit, but now that he's become a purple spirit, how is she supposed to fight him? All they could do was lie there and wait to die. Asajiri felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, neither rising nor falling. Seeing Chao Wu's movement, General Nalan raised his hand and waved. The next moment, Asajiri suddenly stopped running and instead got closer and closer to him. Looking down, I realized that I had been sucked back into him. I'm going to die. As soon as Chao Wu had this thought, her throat tightened instantly as General Nalan's bloodied hand gripped her throat. Looking up, I saw that the action just now had turned General Nalan into a bloody mess. There wasn't a single patch of undamaged skin on his body. His entire body was covered in bright red flesh, and blood was still dripping out. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Little thing, I should thank you for helping me break through. Despite saying that, his hands moved more and more intensely. It's true that he broke through, but if he hadn't used that life-saving item at the last moment, he might have already been blown to bits and would have been dead for who knows how long. And all of this was caused by the little Qing Ling in front of him. She was just a spirit, yet she possessed such great abilities, able to manipulate him with ease. He glanced down at his own body. General Nalan took a deep breath. I'll send you on your way now. He was born ugly, and later suffered a serious injury, leaving a noticeable scar on his eyebrow, which already bothered him a lot. He has indeed successfully broken through to the purple spirit realm, but once the new skin grows out, his body will probably be covered in countless scars. By then, I will have truly become an ugly monster. Asajiri was lifted up by his hand, unable to breathe at all. She took a deep breath and quickly forced herself to calm down. Don't panic, there must be a solution. Little Chaowu, Emperor Fuyao said with concern. Asajiri knew what he was planning to do. Fuyao, don't interfere. I can handle it. Fuyao definitely wanted to help her. However, he is currently only a soul and has very little power. If Fuyao were to make a move, it's unknown how long he would have to remain asleep to recover. She must have a way. She definitely will. General Nalan increased the pressure on his hands. Asajiri quickly formed hand seals, and a spirit array was completed in the blink of an eye. Due to extreme lack of oxygen, Asajiri felt dizzy and only managed to draw the spirit array with a sliver of willpower. General Nalan didn't take it seriously at all, casually glancing at it. What do you think a mere level 3 spirit array can do to me? Chapter 155 Battle 5. A level 3 spirit array certainly can't shake a hair on your head, but what if I have more than just level 3 spirit arrays? Chaowu smiled slightly, her face pale, but her eyes had lost all their luster. The chatterbox suddenly took out a porcelain bottle from her spatial storage and poured its contents onto General Nalan's arm. With a sizzle sound, General Nalan's bloodied arm immediately looked as if it had been scorched by a raging fire, emitting a pungent, acrid smell and emitting blue smoke. General Nalan gasped and forcefully struck Chaowu away with his palm. Asajiri was like a tattered rag, without any support, and flew far, far away, her back slamming hard against a boulder with a loud thud. Asajiri let out a muffled groan. In an instant, she felt as if her internal organs had been ruptured. General Nalan screamed in pain. In his horrified gaze, he saw that the mangled arm was becoming increasingly ugly and unsightly, as if it had been corroded by some special substance. Damn it, what did you give me? General Nalan roared, his eyes wide with rage. Asajiri curled her lips, but even such a slight movement caused a sharp pain in her chest, and she coughed incessantly, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Whether just now or now, she only won by using some underhanded means. In reality, if she were to face General Nalan openly and fairly, she would have no chance of winning. Of course, it's the three-headed black water snake, she said, slowly uttering a few words. Three-headed black water snake. General Nalan's eyes were dark and brooding. Of course he knew whose contracted beast the three-headed black water snake was. Unexpectedly, they not only killed those contracted beasts, but also managed to collect the venom of the three-headed black water snake. They really don't want to miss out on any benefits. He was struck by lightning from the lightning rod, and now his entire body is covered in broken skin. Even the slightest movement causes him excruciating pain. Not to mention pouring the venom of the three-headed black water snake directly onto the flesh. If the venom isn't forced out quickly, he will definitely die. Thinking of this, General Nalan roared with anger. He was just a lowly Qingling, whom he could have killed with a single palm strike. But this person was too cunning, manipulating him at will and now poisoning him. I'll make you pay with your life. General Nalan's forehead veins bulged. At this moment, General Nalan released all the spiritual power in his body, which shot straight into the sky. In an instant, darkness suddenly enveloped the world, and yellow sand filled the sky. The dust, stones, and leaves that were swirled up stung Chaowu's cheeks. The sky was filled with gloom, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The cold wind was biting, and the gale was howling. At this moment, General Nalan was completely determined to kill. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever wanted to kill someone so much. Asajiri got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. His entire body was devoid of skin, covered only in bloody flesh. And the three-headed black water snake was highly venomous. It was truly a miracle he hadn't died. The powerful purple spirit shattered the level 3 spirit array that Chao Wu had just formed. With a flash of light, the full force of the attack struck Chao Wu. Puff! She stumbled back several meters, barely managing to brace herself with her hands, her entire clothes stained crimson with blood. In that instant, she felt as if she had returned to her past life, when Lu Yaoji forcibly dug out her top-grade heavenly spiritual root from her heart. That excruciating pain is still vivid in my memory. Asajiri gritted her teeth, cold sweat soaking the stray hairs on her forehead and clinging tightly to her face. She couldn't just die like this. She hadn't taken her revenge, hadn't killed Lu Yaoji, and hadn't returned to the Tianyuan continent. She was just a mere Ziling. She couldn't just die like that. Little Chao Wu, let me do it. Emperor Fuyao hurriedly said. Give me control of your body. Let me do it. Cannot. Asajiri shook her head vigorously. She cannot allow Emperor Fuyao to use his body. In that case, Emperor Fuyao would be devoured by her soul power. In that case, there would be no more Emperor Fuyao in this world. She once said that she would take him back to fight his way out, and that she would definitely lead him to the continent he once ruled and find his blind master. She couldn't let Emperor Fuyao sacrifice himself. Wah, master. Perhaps because the injury was too severe, the space was also greatly disturbed. Ginseng Baby also noticed the situation outside. Seeing Chao Wu covered in blood, it was heartbroken and tears kept falling like beans. Asajiri was so exhausted that she didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone comfort it. Emperor Fuyao persisted, saying, Little Chao Wu, you can't beat him. Your strength is far too inferior to his. Let me handle this. Don't insist anymore, or you'll die too. I will not die, Chao Wu said softly. Fuyao, believe me. As she spoke, she reached her hand into the space. She had one last option. Pull General Nayland into the power of his soul to fight. That was the last resort, and also the most dangerous one. Emperor Fuyao shook his head. But the soul power of your body is not as strong as his. Don't insist. In the blink of an eye, General Nayland was already walking towards the morning mist, step by step leaving deep pits in his path. Looking at her kneeling on the ground, General Nayland smiled sinisterly. She's really lucky to be alive. She didn't die even after all that. This was a fatal blow from a powerful purple spirit, yet she, a mere azure spirit, hadn't died. But so what? He could tell that Asajiri was already at her last gasp. Now, with just a light tap, he could kill her. Upon hearing General Nayland's words, Chao Wu struggled to lift her eyelids. Just as she was about to unleash her soul power, suddenly, a soft, white little thing jumped out of her space. The baby ginseng clung to Chao Wu's wrist, sobbing uncontrollably. Master! Wah! Master, don't die, Master doesn't hurt. Baby will warm you up. As it spoke, it gently blew on the wound of the morning mist. However, this did not help, because Asajiri was too badly injured. As General Nayland drew closer, the ginseng baby could feel the increasing amount of blood being lost from the morning mist. Her vitality was fading away. My wrist felt cool, and the pain seemed to ease considerably in an instant. Asajiri looked down and saw the ginseng baby, like pearls, with large tears falling onto the wound on her hand. As expected of a spiritual plant, even its tears are so useful. Unfortunately, if she loses this battle, the contract with this spiritual plant will be for nothing. She hasn't lit up her apothecary badge yet, nor has she summoned her medicine cauldron. She hasn't officially become an apothecary in this life, so she hasn't yet brought out the full potential of this spiritual plant. Asajiri prepared to send the ginseng baby back into her space. However, the baby ginseng hugged her tightly and shook its head vigorously. Raising its soft, marshmallow-like face, it looked at Asajiri, as if it had made up its mind, and raised its arm, which was not even as big as Asajiri's hand. Master, eat me, and your injury will heal, and you will be able to fight bad guys. Chapter 156 Promotion 1. Asajiri looked down at the baby ginseng, her clear eyes expressionless, and she was about to refuse. However, at this moment, the ginseng baby flew to Di Chao Wu's front and said seriously, Master, eat me. Your injury is really serious. I can heal you. As Asagami's contracted spirit pet, how could it not sense how seriously Asagami was injured? Almost all of his internal organs had shifted, and there wasn't a single healthy spot on his body. Her injuries were too severe. Without a supreme-grade elixir, there was no way to save her. It likes the morning mist, and it likes its owner, whom it has only known for a short time. Although it was very afraid of pain, this was indeed the first time in its life that it had willingly allowed someone to eat it. It wanted to help its master, not be a useless thing, sleeping and slacking off all day in her elixir space. Then what would you do? Asajiri asked. She had never eaten it before and didn't know if it would cause serious harm if she did. If it were as life-threatening as Emperor Fuyao's situation, Asajiri would rather not eat it. If she takes a gamble, she might have a chance. She doesn't necessarily have to eat ginseng babies. The baby ginseng wiped away its tears and placed its soft arm near Asakura's mouth. Master, don't worry, I will still grow. Just plant me in the soil, and it will be fine in a while. It will just hurt a little, but that's nothing compared to Master. Emperor Fuyao urged Chaowu. Little Chaowu, don't hesitate any longer, he's coming soon. General Nalan was getting closer and closer to the morning mist, and it was clear that she was only about 10 meters away from her. Asajiri looked down at the ginseng baby's little arm. Like a baby, it was chubby and fair-skinned, with baby fat all over its body. Most of the time, Chaowu didn't treat it as a spirit pet, but really thought it was like a little child. Because they looked too similar. I was stumped for a moment, not knowing where to begin. Master, if you have other spirit pets in the future, you must love me the most. The ginseng baby cried and hiccuped, then made up its mind, cut off one of its arms, and plucked a few whiskers from the top of its head, and handed them to Chaowu. Even if the ginseng baby looks like a human on the surface, it is actually a spiritual plant. So even if it cuts off an arm, it will not bleed at all, and there is no bloody scene. When its arm was on its body, it looked like a human arm, with a small hand, but once it was removed, the small hand disappeared, and it looked like an ordinary ginseng root. Just by looking at her, she could feel the immense spiritual energy drawing her in. Little Asajiri, he's here. Asagiri's expression turned serious, and with a thought, she put the baby ginseng into her spatial storage. The next moment, she ate the ginseng baby's whiskers and arms, without hesitation. A cool sensation spread from her mind to her limbs and bones, and in an instant, Asajiri felt her excruciating internal pain relieved. Asajiri's eyes narrowed instantly. She immediately sat down to meditate, focusing all her attention on herself. With each step General Nalan took, he created a deep pit. A strong spiritual energy emanated from his palm as he prepared to walk over and personally snap her neck. However, before he could walk over, he suddenly saw Asajiri, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly spring up and sit cross-legged on the spot. The already scarce spiritual energy in the air suddenly seemed to be summoned, rapidly gathering and swirling towards this place. General Nalan's eyes widened slightly as he gazed at the swirling, dense spiritual energy above the sky. How could he not understand what was going on? No one knew better than him that this meant a promotion. General Nalan never expected that, at the moment of his death, Chaowu would also be able to touch the threshold of promotion. What kind of pervert is she? Why should I be on equal footing with him? His advancement was the result of his years of hard work. He had been stuck at the peak of the blue spirit realm for several years, and after this brush with death, his sudden advancement was perfectly normal. But what about this woman? What makes her so special? How did she manage to get promoted so easily at such a young age? General Nalan was so angry that his chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With the convergence of spiritual energy from all directions, Chaowu completed its ascension in an instant. General Nalan watched as the spiritual energy around Chaowu gradually changed from cyan to blue, and even deepened a little. Mid-tier blue spirit. Not only that, her previously empty and depleted spiritual realm suddenly became full, and the injuries on her body disappeared completely in an instant. If it weren't for the bloodstains all over her body, he probably would have thought she wasn't injured at all. General Nalan's face turned very ugly. He was so thoroughly humiliated and seriously injured, yet this woman not only survived but also received a promotion. You're really hard to kill. General Nalan's eyes were bloodshot with rage. But even if the Heavenly King himself came today, you would still die. Even if she advances, she will still only be a blue spirit. Compared to him, a beginner purple spirit, a mid-level blue spirit, is still far inferior. General Nalan gave a cold laugh and reached out to grab Chaowu's neck. Just before his hand was about to touch the morning mist, suddenly, those clear, cold eyes snapped open, revealing a glint of cold light. With a smirk, she coldly said, "Are you done? It's my turn." As soon as she finished speaking, Asajiri's figure vanished from the spot. General Nalan's pupils contracted slightly. However, before he could make any move, a cold wind suddenly rose from behind him. His immediate instinct was to retaliate. However, before he could turn around, he saw a flash of white light. Boom! Dust billowed up. The scene was no less intense than the explosion just now. Asajiri also used all her strength in her attack. At this moment, she had just advanced in her cultivation and her spiritual power was abundant, while General Nalan was relatively weak. Therefore, Chao did not hesitate at all. Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. He was sent flying with a single blow. Taking this opportunity, Chao Wu flew forward and quickly formed hand seals. A massive spirit array was completed in the blink of an eye. Spirit of the profound abyss, she cried out. Master, I am here. The spirit of Xian Yuan immediately appeared. It understood what Asajiri meant without her saying a word. The spirit of Xian Yuan immediately blessed the spirit array. Asajiri has already advanced in rank, and this time she created the spirit array while in full condition. So this spirit array is a level 7 spirit array. The destructive power of the level 7 spirit array was far greater than that of the level 3 spirit array that had been casually sketched earlier. In addition, with the presence of the Xian Yuan spirit, General Nalan was instantly trapped inside the spirit array. General Nalan realized something was wrong and immediately launched a counterattack, the immense power striking the spirit array with resounding booms. Go, Asajiri said coldly. The spirit array suddenly began to shrink, and the killing moves within seemed to have eyes, quickly pursuing General Nalan. Bang! A huge noise. After a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Inside the massive pit, a mangled, bloodied, and ragged person lay in agony, clinging to life. Chapter 157 Promotion 2. As Chao Wu walked over, he saw that in the huge, smoke-filled pit, the fingertips of the bloodied man, whose body was charred, were still twitching slightly. It was only his eyes that could still move. General Nalan stared intently at Chao Wu with bloodshot eyes, blood still gushing from his mouth and nose. Asajiri looked down at him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The situation has now completely reversed. Just now, her life was completely in his hands, but now, she only needs to make a slight movement to end everything for him. Asajiri moved her foot and casually kicked the stone at her feet. The stone wasn't big, not even as big as his fist, but when it hit General Nalan, it felt like a knife stabbing him. His skin was already completely destroyed by the explosion. General Nalan is now like a piece of tofu that cannot be touched. It will crumble at the slightest touch. He groaned and frowned in pain. Chao Wu slowly stepped forward, looking down at General Nalan at the bottom of the pit. Don't speak too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. How do you know if I might turn the tables? What sets Asajiri apart from ordinary people is that she is willing to gamble everything. Those who know her well know that she's a madwoman when it comes to cultivation. She'll endure any hardship as long as she can cultivate. The experience of navigating between life and death was not unfamiliar to her. Turning defeat into victory is also a common occurrence. You can either become a top expert or die with dignity. You can only have one. General Nalan stared intently at Chao Wu, but blood kept spilling from his mouth, and he couldn't utter a single word. He never imagined that in his lifetime he would be defeated by someone so much weaker than himself. In particular, after longing for it for so long, he finally advanced to become a Purple Spirit. Purple Spirit Realm Expert. What immense power. Here, Purple Spirit Realm Expert has already conquered this continent. He had originally been determined to break through to the Purple Spirit Realm so that he would have few rivals here. But now, having finally become Zi-Ling, reality has slapped him hard in the face. He did not become a peerless master revered by everyone. On the very day he broke through to the Purple Spirit Realm, he was toyed with by a mere peak azure spirit, and now he has been defeated by her. He struggled desperately, but he was like a boneless lump of mud, unable to exert any strength and unable to move at all. Am I going to die here today? He closed his eyes unwillingly, concealing the overwhelming hatred within them. At this moment, the spirit of Xian Yuan suddenly leaped out and flew joyfully to Chao Wu's side, flapping its wings. Master, let me burn him. It knew all too well how much its master had been wronged by this person. This person showed absolutely no mercy to the master just now. It's going to burn him into a zombie. Chao Wu glanced at General Nalan in the pit. In fact, she had no intention of deliberately opposing them. Even when she killed those people from the Wujiang dynasty, it was because those people were massacring the people of Yan Kingdom. They had no grudges against General Nalan, so things shouldn't have come to this. However, this General Nalan was arrogant and showed her murderous intent as soon as he arrived. Asajiri nodded. Okay. She's not like General Nalan, who knows what it means to cut through the Gordian knot, to avoid any unexpected incidents. The spirit of Xianyuan took a deep breath, about to breathe fire and burn General Nalan to ashes. However, at this moment, General Nalan in the pit suddenly seemed to be suffering from great torment. He couldn't even care about the pain and twisted and thrashed wildly in the pit like a maggot. He clutched his head and screamed. Upon seeing this, Asajiri frowned. What's wrong with him? Why such a sudden strong reaction? The spirit of Xianyuan hasn't even had a chance to make a move yet. Chaowu was puzzled, but Emperor Fuyao spoke up at this moment. Little Chaowu, his contract should have been broken. It should be on Dihan's side. Upon hearing Fuyao's words, Chaowu's expression turned serious, and she then peered at him. As expected, there were no more contract marks in General Nalan's soul power. Unless the master takes the initiative to terminate the contract, there is only one way to terminate the contract. That is, one of them dies. That 8th tier magical beast is dead. Asajiri was startled. How long has it been? Her battle with General Nalan didn't take long, and she was more eager to resolve the past favors she had done for Dihan. Unexpectedly, he took care of that 8th tier magical beast first. He's just a purple spirit now, and he has no chance of winning against an 8th tier magical beast. Asajiri was curious about how he did it. Looking at General Nalan, he was in excruciating pain, thrashing about in the deep pit. The scabs that had just begun to form on his body were torn open again, and blood was everywhere. The spirit of Xianyuan was also unaware of the situation. Since Chaowu hadn't spoken, it didn't make a move. Not only the morning mist, but even General Nalan himself could not believe it. He lost. He lost. Not only was he defeated by a girl so much weaker than him, but his 8th tier magical beast was also defeated by a mere Ziling. With this outcome, his last shred of hope was gone. There's absolutely no way to expect an 8th tier magical beast to come back and save his life. General Nalan desperately endured the intense pain of his soul being torn apart, raised his head, and met Chaowu's calm eyes. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. He spoke angrily, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, like a monster's. Asajiri watched her silently, her eyes showing no emotion whatsoever, as cold and indifferent as a calm lake. She swiftly pulled a dagger from her spatial storage. He leaped down and plunged a knife into his heart. Uff! The knife tip pierced his heart, and General Nalan stared wide-eyed. Not wanting any unforeseen complications, Asajiri simply didn't let the spirit of the profound abyss take action, but instead ended his life himself. General Nalan did not die immediately. Looking down at the pale fingertips of the morning mist stained with blood, his dark eyes filled with endless hatred. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten my hands on this spatial bag yet. Asajiri looked at him coldly. You'll never get it in your lifetime. Is that so? General Nalan suddenly looked up and spoke meaningfully. Asajiri had a bad feeling. In the next lesson, suddenly, General Nalan threw a blue object at her. It was a glass ball about the size of a fist. Asajiri didn't know what it was, but her intuition told her something was wrong, so she quickly retreated the moment it was thrown at her. However, it was too late. The thing exploded in midair before it even touched her, and the spiritual power it contained was in no way inferior to hers. This is actually the spirit core of a blue spirit expert. If a cultivator's spiritual core were extracted, it could not only be consumed, but also be made into an explosive sphere like this. The power unleashed by the explosion was naturally equivalent to the cultivator's peak strength in life. This tiny ball is equivalent to the self-destruction of a blue spirit expert. Its power should not be underestimated. Chapter 158, Give and Take. Asajiri noticed this and quickly withdrew, using all her spiritual power for defense. Even so, because they were too close, they still couldn't completely defend against the self-destruction power of this blue spirit expert. At the critical moment, it was Emperor Fuyao who helped her, saving her from being hurt by General Nalan's attack. Nevertheless, Asajiri was blasted dozens of meters away. Having finally regained his balance, Emperor Fuyao asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Asajiri looked up at the vast expanse of ruins, her eyes slightly cold. "It's nothing." As soon as she finished speaking, she flew off to check. Sure enough, when they returned to the deep pit, General Nalan was no longer there. She didn't believe that General Nalan had been blown to pieces. Based on what he just said, she thought that must be General Nalan's last trump card. He ran away. Such a formidable opponent has suddenly run away. This will surely become a boundless scourge in the future. Asajiri frowned deeply. Putting everything else aside, General Nayland is now a purple spirit, and not only can he contract 8th order magical beasts, but he also possesses the spiritual core of a blue spirit powerhouse. Nobody knows if he has any other trump cards up his sleeve. If we don't kill him today, he'll definitely come back stronger. That will make things difficult to deal with. Seeing what Chao Wu was thinking, Emperor Fuyao comforted him. Don't overthink it. He might not survive either. With the injuries he just suffered, it will definitely take him 3 to 5 years to recover. In 3 to 5 years, Chao Wu will surely be Xiling by then. Adding to that the swift and precise stab that Asajiri had just delivered to his heart, it's questionable whether he can even survive. Asajiri struck with perfect precision. The dagger had undoubtedly pierced his heart. Asajiri shook her head. We must not underestimate our opponent. She had a premonition that General Nayland wouldn't die so easily. Judging from the battle just now, General Nayland is like an unkillable cockroach, very difficult to deal with. This was the first time since her rebirth that Asajiri had encountered such a formidable opponent. We must take this seriously. As they were speaking, the air suddenly stirred slightly. Asajiri's nerves tensed instantly, and she immediately channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into her palm. However, before she could make a move, she saw a familiar figure descend from the sky. It is Emperor Han. In the blink of an eye, Han appeared in front of Chao Wu, looked her up and down, and frowned when he saw that she was covered in blood. Where is she? That ant actually injured her so badly. He was asking about Emperor Fuyao. Asajiri's voice was somewhat cold. They ran away. Han frowned, but naturally raised his hand and channeled a rich spiritual energy into Chao Wu's body. In that instant, Asajiri felt that all the spiritual energy she had just expended had been completely replenished, and there was even some left over. My mind is completely full, which is very comfortable. Han tossed something to Chao Wu. It's all right. If he dares to show up again, I'll make sure he never comes back. He didn't think it was shameful that Asajiri hadn't killed General Nayland. After all, Asajiri's strength is what it is. Beating opponents of a higher level might not be difficult for Asajiri, but the difference in strength is too great, making it quite difficult. He could also see her injuries and her sudden increase in strength. He must have been promoted suddenly, just as he was facing life and death. She has done her best. Asajiri instinctively took the object, and upon closer inspection, realized it was actually a magic crystal from an 8th-tier magical beast. She paused for a moment before remembering that Han had killed that 8th-tier magical beast. For me? She raised an eyebrow and asked. Han nodded. It's to make it up to you. Asajiri didn't react. What? This is to compensate you for healing my injuries and the spiritual power you gave me a few months ago. When I was first reborn, this body was in a terrible state. It can't even heal itself. It was Asajiri who healed his leg back then. Furthermore, if Asajiri hadn't bought several naturally born spirit bodies and placed them at home, he wouldn't have been able to start cultivating again at all. Therefore, his current achievements are inseparable from Asajiri. It is only right to give her benefits. Hearing him say that, Asajiri suddenly remembered what happened a few months ago. Suddenly, I felt a little dazed. Come to think of it, time has passed quite quickly. Those things happened several months ago. In the past, she would have been very bothered by the fact that Han had taken away her spiritual power. If it weren't for Han, her current strength would likely be far beyond that of a mid-level blue spirit. During that period, all the spiritual energy absorbed by Sang Zhili and the others was absorbed by Han alone, so she made no progress during that time. I was indeed quite bothered by it at the time. But now, for some reason, she has no reaction at all when she thinks about the past. Perhaps it's because they've spent so much time together, or perhaps it's because they're allies, but she now trusts him quite a bit. Asajiri said, that little bit of spiritual power isn't worth exchanging for the magic crystal of an 8th-tier magical beast. That little bit of spiritual power is probably only worth the magic crystal of a 3rd-tier magical beast at most. The difference is like she gave him an egg, and he gave her an elephant in return. You are worth it, Han said calmly. Asajiri, baffling. Nonsense. Han used his spiritual power to examine Chao Wu and learned that her injuries had healed, which relieved him. However, he himself was not clear about why he gave a precious 8th-tier magical beast magic crystal to Asajiri. I just suddenly had that thought, and then I did it. The magic crystals of 8th-tier magical beasts are indeed rare and precious items that are hard to find on this continent. Asajiri didn't hesitate and put them into her spatial storage. After all, she had given up her last supreme-grade pill to save Han. This is called give and take, and it's perfectly normal. After storing the magic crystal in her spatial storage, Asajiri also put the spirit of the profound abyss back into her storage space. Suddenly, it seemed as if only the two of them remained in this world. The nearby hills had all been destroyed in the battle just now, leaving only ruins, which looked rather desolate. Asajiri looked around. This place is quite far away, so there shouldn't be any signs of human activity here. Let's go back. He shouldn't show up again anytime soon. Now that they have the token and the people from the Wujiang dynasty are dead, they should find Shen Xingzhou, leave this place, and head to the Wujiang dynasty. Thinking of Shen Xingzhou, Chao Wu's expression hardened, and she suddenly looked up. Has Shen Xingzhou come to see you? She had come out of the underground shopping mall and stayed at an inn outside these past few days, so she hadn't seen Shen Xingzhou. Since that day when we parted ways in the underground mall, he said he was going back to the palace to find the truth, and he has never appeared again. Dihan shook his head. No. Asajiri frowned. With such a major incident occurring in Yin Kingdom, there's no reason why he wouldn't make a move. Logically, he should have come out to fight against those demonic beasts and the people of the Wujiang dynasty, protecting his country and its people, but he didn't. Something must have happened to him. Chapter 159 The Forces Behind It. The worst part is that several days have passed, and she only just realized it now. Don't worry, let's go back and check first, Dihan said. He didn't really care whether Shen Xingzhou lived or died, but since Shen Xingzhou was someone Chao Wu cared about, he couldn't be too indifferent. Asajiri shook her head. We still don't know what that force is. If Shen Xingzhou really falls into their hands, he will definitely be in danger. As she spoke, she briefly recounted her experiences with Consort Lu a few months prior. Consort Lu. Dihan narrowed his eyes, finding this person in the memories of this body. Asajiri nodded, then said, Consort Lu should have been replaced as well. The original Consort Lu must have been quite powerful. Dihan's voice was indifferent. It doesn't matter. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him. What? He asked. Asajiri shook her head. For a moment just now, I wanted to ask him why he was so cold. Then I thought about it, and realized that's just his nature. This is no longer the Nan Fuyin of the past. This is the demon lord of the demon realm, above all others, cold and ruthless. To him, Consort Lu is just an ordinary person, so it is perfectly normal for him to have such an attitude. Dihan said calmly. The Consort Lu in this body's memories wasn't exactly a good person either. She would beat and scold the former Nan Fuyin at the drop of a hat. She was just good at putting on a good show. Therefore, whether the original Consort Lu is still alive or not has nothing to do with him, and he will not fulfill his obligation to support her for this body. Upon hearing this, Asajiri nodded. I wonder what Consort Lu and the others are plotting. The two walked side by side toward the imperial city. They hadn't gone far when Dihan suddenly spoke. That force. Asajiri stopped and looked at him. His expression remained calm. It should be the Gui sect. The Gui sect? Chao Wu frowned. Wasn't that the force that Tai Xiaotong had found behind the scenes? What exactly are they trying to do? Are they going to oppose the Wujiang dynasty? As for Tai Xiaotong's purpose, she didn't know. However, if Lu Fei and her group are backed by the Gui sect, then the situation is different. Their influence has gradually infiltrated the four kingdoms, and in this case, there is only one purpose: to confront the powerful Wujiang dynasty and to rule this continent. Dihan nodded. That should be the case. What he had overheard in the Wujiang dynasty was that there was a huge force below that was opposing the Wujiang dynasty. However, over this long period of time, he has also gained a general understanding of the power structure of this world. Apart from the four kingdoms, there is roughly only the Gui cult. But, Chao Wu paused. Isn't the spiritual energy of this continent already monopolized by the Wujiang dynasty? How do the Gui sect cultivate? The two Gui instructors who assassinated her at the 18th floor and were not weak. The person who could be so easily sent to assassinate her must not be an important figure. If that's the case, then the Gui sect's strength must be much greater than they imagined. Upon hearing this, Dihan remained silent for a moment before speaking casually. Because of the demon realm. Demon realm. Asajiri was genuinely stunned for a moment before reacting, somewhat bewildered. Isn't the demon realm your territory? Shouldn't it be on the Tianyuan continent? The demon realm is indeed powerful, and Chao Wu had indeed seen its power on other continents in his previous life. However, Dihan's vision for expanding his territory was not low. He chose some mid to high level or high level continents. He would also look at such a small continent with thin spiritual energy. Moreover, if the Gui sect is a force of the demon realm, wouldn't it be like a godsend for him to regain his own power? Returning to Tianyuan continent is not a difficult task. He hasn't made any moves yet. Dihan didn't answer, his gaze fixed on her without wavering. Asajiri paused for a moment. What's wrong? He looked away. For some reason, it suddenly occurred to me that if he hadn't gone into seclusion at his peak in his previous life, perhaps the two of them would have met then. But fate was so unpredictable that they both ended up on this continent at the same time and became husband and wife in name only. The leaders of the two irreconcilable forces never dreamed things would turn out this way. He lowered his gaze, thinking of the demon realm, his voice turning cold. Those are naturally not my people. Dihan didn't explain much, and Xiaowu didn't press the matter. After all, every family has its own problems, and this is probably what they mean by that. Perhaps the demon realm, like her boss, is not as united and harmonious as it appears on the surface. She has Lu Yaoji, a femme fatale, by her side. Dihan may very well have someone similar by his side. He took out the glassy purple-gold fish that he had prepared to give to Xiaowu from his spatial storage. This is the one I found that night, which is why I know that the Guiwe sect is backed by traitors from the demon realm. If he hadn't suddenly arrived here, he wouldn't have known that those people's reach had extended so far. As they spoke, they had already entered the imperial city. With the Wujiang dynasty no longer in power, the people began to organize rescue efforts on their own, but the situation still looked dire. Because the entire imperial city had been completely destroyed, almost no houses were intact. From a distance, it looks like a giant garbage dump, all ruins. Upon seeing the morning mist and the imperial chill, some people immediately hid. They didn't care whether Xiaowu and his group killed the demonic beasts or whether they saved them. All they knew was that cultivators were terrifying. Asajiri didn't care what these people thought of them. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Then, why would a traitor from your demon realm choose this place? This continent is far too primitive. The upper limit of cultivation is probably only the peak purple spirit level, and there's no way to go any higher. What kind of power can be cultivated on such a continent?" Dihan's voice was a little low. "I've thought about this question too. Those people won't do anything useless, so this continent is probably more than what we see on the surface. They may be after what's recorded on the parchment scroll. You should keep that parchment scroll safe. If it were just an ordinary continent, how could such an ancient parchment scroll containing information about the Nine Heavens realm and the Creator God appear?" So he guessed that those people might have come for this thing. Asajiri nodded. She knew without him saying it that anything related to the Nine Heavens spirit realm was priceless, and she certainly wouldn't take it out unless absolutely necessary. "You're back." Just then, a surprised exclamation came from not far away, the girl's voice filled with joy. Asajiri looked up and saw Yunkura running towards her excitedly. Just as she was about to give Asajiri a bear hug, Asajiri dodged away. Yunkura stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She steadied herself and looked at Asajiri with resentment. "You." She had barely uttered a word when she saw Asajiri covered in blood, and her expression immediately changed. "You're injured." Chapter 160, Slaying the Imposter. Asajiri's voice was calm. "It's all right." Yunkura reacted strongly. "What do you mean, unharmed? Look how much blood you've lost. Did that scarred man bully you? Tell me. I'll fight back for you. Here's what we'll do. Let me become a cultivator first. Don't teach me too much, just teach me everything you know. Once I'm strong enough, I'll help you get revenge and beat him to a pulp." "Asajiri, you've already made all the plans. What am I supposed to do?" Seeing that Xiaowu and Dian ignored her, Yunkura pouted and then quickly followed, asking, "Where are you going?" Asajiri didn't want to pay attention to her, but suddenly remembered that she was of noble status, so she stopped and said, "Go find Shin Xingzhou. You lead the way." Looking for Brother Zhou, His Highness Prince Yi, Yunkura paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said, "No need to look for him. He was just with me." "Is he all right?" Asajiri asked. Yunkura couldn't understand what she was saying at all. "Of course he's fine. When the incident happened, His Highness Prince Yi was in the palace, and the palace was not damaged, so of course he's fine." Upon hearing this, Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're all right. However, we still need to find Shin Xingzhou. Now that things here have been basically resolved, they have nothing to do here. They can either go to Sunset City to find Tai Xiaodong, or go directly back to the Southern Kingdom and take Su Yu and the others with them to the Wujiang dynasty." Then Yunkura led the way to find Shin Xingzhou. From afar, the morning mist could be seen Shin Xingzhou standing in the crowd, dressed in a flamboyant red outfit, busy as a spinning top. Not long ago it was Sang Zhili, but now that Yin is in trouble, Shin Xingzhou is the one who's busy. Ultimately, it was all the evil deeds committed by the people of the Wujiang dynasty. Only when they got closer to the morning mist did they see Shin Xingzhou's appearance. In fact, Shun Xingzhou's appearance is rather wicked and arrogant, but when he is with Chao Wu, he is always not good at speaking and has a low presence, which makes Chao Wu feel a strong sense of unfamiliarity when she sees him dressed up. The man before him, Zhou Shun, exuded a captivating and wicked charm. He wore a red robe with black trim on the collar and cuffs, embroidered with exquisite auspicious cloud patterns in gold thread. He possessed a noble air and a beautiful face that surpassed even that of a woman, yet he had none of the effeminate or feminine qualities that made him stand out from the crowd. A faint smile played on his pale lips, and his long, narrow phoenix eyes were slightly raised, causing the wounded women to forget their pain and become completely absorbed in his beauty. They didn't look like they were there to treat the wounded. They looked more like they were there to solicit prostitutes. The morning mist stopped in its tracks. She recognized him at a glance. This was not Shun Xingzhou. What's wrong? Yun Kuer asked, turning around when she saw her stop. Then she saw that Chao Wu's expression turned cold in an instant. Yun Kuer's voice startled Shun Xingzhou, who turned around and immediately saw Chao Wu and Di Han. He showed no unusual expression and walked over calmly, saying, "You've come." Asajiri looked at the imposter in front of her. He looked almost exactly like Shun Xingzhou, except for his attitude just now. But she could also guess that that must have been Shun Xingzhou's usual behavior before he was abducted. That was probably how he presented himself back then. No matter how well this imposter tried to act, Asajiri could tell at a glance that he was not Shun Xingzhou at all. Shun Xingzhou was merely a crimson spirit, but the man before him was already at the yellow spirit level. Although he had already taken pills to suppress the effects, she knew who Chao Wu was, a top-tier pharmacist. She knew exactly what kind of medicine he was taking, what the formula was, how effective it was, and whether it was of inferior quality, just by smelling it. "Brother Zhou, are you saving someone?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Yun Kuer took the initiative to speak up and break the ice. Shun Xingzhou glanced at her and nodded. "Given what has happened, there are very few people in the city who are still capable. I will save as many as I can." Asajiri glanced at him, then calmly asked, "Where is Shun Xingzhou? Where did you take him?" A crack flashed across the man's usually calm face, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. He smiled at Asajiri and said, "Isn't that right in front of you?" Yun Kuer was also puzzled. "Isn't Brother Zhou standing right in front of you? Did he become invisible, and you can't see him?" Asajiri looked calmly at Shun Xingzhou in front of her, her voice turning deep. "We're all sensible people, so there's no need to pretend in front of me. Where's the real Shun Xingzhou?" As she spoke, she slightly raised her hand, and a rich blue spiritual energy swirled in her palm. The overwhelming pressure from the powerful blue spirit cultivator surged forth. Upon seeing that spiritual energy, the onlookers immediately scattered and found places to hide. In an instant, there was no one else around except for them. When Shun Xingzhou saw the spiritual power in Chao Wu's palm that indicated a powerful blue spirit, his smile faltered. Yes, no matter how much systematic training he received, he never expected to face someone so much stronger than him this time. That's Lan Ling. How many Lan Ling are there in the whole world? He was nothing more than a mere yellow spirit. If Chao Wu wanted to, he could easily release a little bit of his pressure and cause Chao Wu's spleen to rupture and his body to explode and die on the spot. His lips were a little pale, but as if he had thought of something, he still didn't budge. "I am Shun Xingzhou." The words were spoken. Uft. With a wave of his hand, Chao Wu unleashed a torrent of blood mist. Some of the people who were secretly watching from the shadows couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene. We were too far away to hear what they were saying. All that could be seen was that Prince Yi said 2 words before being killed by this woman. With a casual wave of the hand, a vibrant life was lost. "Your Highness Prince Yi." Some women couldn't help but tear up at the sight. The Prince Yi, who had just been making them blush and their hearts race, is now lying lifeless on the ground. This world is so unpredictable. If someone like His Highness Prince Yi, a dragon among men and of imperial blood, can be harmed without any scruples, then he certainly wouldn't care about the lives of ordinary people like them. Are they going to destroy the Yin Kingdom today? Fear gripped everyone's heart. Even Yun Kuer screamed, collapsing to the ground in disbelief, looking up at the morning mist. "You! Why did you kill Brother Zhou? What?" She was clearly not one of those people from the Wuzhong dynasty. She clearly saved her. She clearly did a good deed. So why did she kill Brother Zhou? Aren't they good friends? Just then, a little beggar-like person suddenly ran towards Chao Wu and the others. I've finally found you." He stopped, panting, his dirty face showing a hint of fear from surviving a disaster. It's Injia. Chapter 161 Sudden Changes in the South, 1. If Jie hadn't suddenly appeared on his own, Asajiri wouldn't have remembered him at all. He never expected that such a big thing would happen in the capital of Yin Kingdom, yet he managed to escape unscathed. Perhaps sensing the doubt in her eyes, Jie explained, "It's all thanks to the task you asked me to do that I escaped this calamity. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be alive or dead now." He was stunned to see the entire imperial city reduced to ruins as soon as he came out. Not only the imperial city, but the underground streets also suffered considerable damage, as many places on the ground cracked and many people fell into the underground streets. Asajiri nodded, her expression unchanged. "How is it?" "You guessed right," Jie said. Perhaps because there were too many people around, he didn't directly explain what Asajiri had asked him to do. They only need to understand it in their own hearts. Hearing this, Asajiri was satisfied. Jie is indeed a smart man. Yunkur, who was standing to the side, was extremely anxious. "What are you talking about? And why did you kill Brother Zhou just now? And why did you ask him about Xinxingzhou? Isn't he Brother Zhou?" She didn't want to question Asajiri, because that was the reality. But the half day they spent together made her hesitate. Asajiri doesn't seem like the kind of person who would go on a killing spree for no reason. She has principles. She is a good person. Moreover, she had no reason to kill Xinxingzhou. Based on what she just said, could this person not be Brother Zhou? Thinking this, she squatted down to examine the corpse more closely. However, this person clearly looks exactly like Brother Zhou. The figure, the appearance, and even the voice are exactly the same. His attitude when talking to her is also unchanged. On one side is the man she has loved since childhood, and on the other side is her savior. She has absolutely no idea what to do. She looked up at the morning mist, hoping it would give her an explanation. Asajiri ignored Yunkur. She was thinking about what Jie had just said. "Where does it lead?" she asked. Jie shook his head. "It's too deep. Once you go down, there's no chance to breathe. But it's strange down there. It's like there's a barrier that I can't get in." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the corpse lying on the ground. He immediately asked in confusion, "Huh? What's he doing here?" Asajiri glanced at him. "You know him?" Although Xinxingzhou was both handsome and of high status, not everyone in the Yin Kingdom had ever seen him. Jie shook his head. "I don't know him, but I've seen him several times. The most recent time was down there. He was taken down there and into that barrier. I can't get in, so I don't know where they went." After thinking for a moment, he continued. "Also, about half a year ago, I saw him once, but at that time he was being transported out of the city with a large group of corpses, who were said to be thrown into a mass grave. So when I saw him again recently, I was a little surprised that he was still alive. Because Xinxingzhou was excessively handsome and always wore a flamboyant red outfit, he remembered him for a long time." Barrier. The morning mist murmured softly. If Jie is right, then the barrier he mentioned should be a protective barrier. They didn't know where the path below led, and she hadn't originally planned to investigate. But now Xinxingzhou has been taken away. It seems this trip is unavoidable. Thinking of this, Chaowu withdrew her gaze and looked at Yunkur beside her. "You. Take us into the palace." "Enter the palace?" Yunkur was startled. "What do you want to do in the palace? You're from the Southern Kingdom, aren't you? Without my cousin the Emperor's permission, outsiders can't just enter the palace." The Emperor's cousin was naturally suspicious, and he was especially hostile to the people of the Wujiang dynasty. Regardless of whether Chaowu is a member of the Wujiang dynasty or not, given her extraordinary cultivation level, her imperial cousin would definitely consider her to be one of the Wujiang dynasty's people. Asajiri's eyes were cold and clear. "If you want the Yin Kingdom to perish, you don't have to take us with you. If I'm not mistaken, the one sitting in the palace should have already taken the Empress and the Empress Dowager hostage." The country was destroyed, and the hostages were taken hostage? Yunkur was completely confused and couldn't understand what she was saying at all. However, when she looked up, she met Asajiri's cool and aloof eyes. At that moment, she seemed to forget everything else and couldn't bring herself to refuse. She subconsciously nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." Only after he finished speaking did he realize what he had said. A wave of annoyance washed over me. Why did she agree? If her cousin, the Emperor, finds out, he will surely punish her. Fine, let her be punished. At worst, she'll lick harder and try to be a little tail following Asajiri. She desperately wants to become a cultivator now. After setting her goal, Yunkur became somewhat inexplicably proud. She has a lot of experience with this. If we're talking about the most persistent and devoted simp in Yin Kingdom, then Yunkur is second to none. Back then, she had been pestering Brother Zhou for so many years. Even if I keep pestering Asajiri for years, One day she'll give in. The thought that she would one day become a cultivator made her so excited that she wanted to jump 3 feet high. Asajiri wanted to enter the palace to find out what the fake emperor's next move would be. Now the Yin kingdom is in ruins, and everything needs to be rebuilt. It can only be said that it has been targeted by the Wuzhang dynasty. The Guiwei sect will not sit idly by and wait for its demise. Instead of killing Xinxingzhou, they took him to another place. So what do they want to do next? Soon, the group entered the palace. Because of the monster massacre that happened today, everyone in the Yin kingdom is now on edge. The guards at the palace have relaxed their guard considerably, and they easily made their way to the Golden Dragon Palace, where the Yin Emperor resides. However, the Flame Emperor was not seen inside the Golden Dragon Palace. The eunuchs guarding outside bowed respectfully when they saw Yun Kuer. Yun Kuer asked arrogantly, "Where is my imperial cousin?" "His Majesty just went to visit the Empress Dowager," the eunuch replied respectfully. Asajiri frowned. Yun Kuer asked, "What's wrong?" "My cousin the Emperor is always very filial and visits the Empress Dowager every day. This is normal. Why don't we wait here a little longer?" Asajiri glanced at her lightly, then turned and left. Yun Kuer. Even before reaching the Empress Dowager's palace, the silence was unusually profound. Not a single one survived. Dihan said calmly, his tone relaxed, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Asajiri could smell the strong stench of blood in the air, but none of them were as perceptive as him, who could sense everything. As expected, strength makes all the difference. Yun Kuer ran up from behind, lifting her skirt. "Strange, there's not a single gatekeeper here. They have no manners at all," she complained, before personally opening the palace gates for Chao Wu and Dian. Chapter 162 Sudden Changes in the South, 2. A gentle breeze caused the flowers on the century-old flowering tree in the center of the courtyard to fall one by one, and the bright red petals landed lightly on Yun Kuer's face. She was stunned for a moment. This flowering tree was planted by a former emperor for his beloved wife, and over the generations, it has become a unique sight in the sky. The Empress Dowager was particularly fond of that flowering tree, and every time the flowering season arrived, she would send people to collect many petals. She always said that the pastries made from pure white flower petals were the sweetest. But now, the flowers in the yard are no longer pure white, but a dazzling red. At first glance, the whole world seemed to have turned red, and dozens of corpses lay scattered haphazardly in the courtyard. There were guards at the gate, palace maids, eunuchs, and many of the emperor's concubines. The palace doors were wide open, and 2 figures lay stiffly on the ground inside, their blood almost staining the ground red. "Aunt!" Yun Kuer's eyes welled up with tears, and she cried out as she rushed forward. However, before she could get close, a sudden gust of wind shot towards her brow. Yun Kuer was startled, and the next second, the attack was easily neutralized by Chao Wu. Once Yun Kuer regained her footing, she realized that there was actually another living person in the courtyard. Not only was the person alive, but the bright yellow dragon robe was also very eye-catching, but the expression on the owner's face felt completely unfamiliar to her. Yun Kuer naturally knew the secret that the emperor and Shen Xingzhou were twins, and she also knew that the two of them looked exactly alike. In fact, the late emperor originally intended to pass the throne to Shen Xingzhou, but because Shen Xingzhou had no interest in the throne, he gave it to his older brother, who was more shrewd and strategic. Since the two look exactly alike, no one else would know. At that time, both of them were still young. It was from the time Yin Huang ascended the throne that he claimed to be disfigured and wore a mask. He never showed his true face again after that. She looked at the face that looked exactly like Shen Xingzhou's, but she knew that this was not Shen Xingzhou, but Yin Huang. No, he may not necessarily be the Flame Emperor, because this person is terrifyingly unfamiliar. Furthermore, he was actually a cultivator. Emperor Yin glanced at Yun Kuer, sighed softly, seemingly with some regret, before turning to look at Chao Wu. "So what if I killed this person? Just one more, and all those connected to the Shen family would have been wiped out by me. What a pity." He seemed to be aware of the gap in strength between himself and Asajiri, which is why he felt so regretful. Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, she had suspected earlier that the corpses in the courtyard were related to him. Now, hearing the Emperor Yin admit that he had killed them, Yun Kuer was utterly shocked, large tears streaming down her cheeks. "Cousin Emperor, why did you kill these people? They were all your family." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin glanced at her, seemingly marveling at the existence of such a foolish person in the world. "It's a pity you have powerful backers, otherwise I would definitely send you down to reunite with them." "Emperor," Yin said lightly. "Where is Shen Xingzhou?" Chao Wu asked coldly, unwilling to waste any more words with him. Yes, Emperor Yin said with a smirk, without answering. Dihan said in a deep voice, just kill him, why waste words with him? The Emperor Yin would certainly not explain it to them. Anyway, they already knew where Shun Xingzhou was taken from, so they could find out for themselves. Morning Mist nodded. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Flame Emperor burst into laughter and only stopped after he had finished laughing. He looked at Asajiri and said, sorry, I'm afraid you can't kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and quickly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Teleportation array. Asajiri quickly stepped forward, but couldn't stop him, and her face turned somewhat grim. The teleportation array was incredibly fast. She hadn't expected the other party to actually bring out a teleportation array. Otherwise, she would have been prepared in advance. Teleportation arrays are relatively rare items and are generally used when traveling to other continents. She never expected that the Flame Emperor would have a teleportation array and use it to escape. Dihan glanced at it lightly, then said, it's a failed imitation. It can't go far, and it can't go to other continents. The Flame Emperor's strength was so low that it was simply insufficient for him to open a normal teleportation array. If he could open the teleportation array, he wouldn't have run away as soon as he saw Asajiri and the others. Asajiri glanced at the corpses scattered all over the courtyard and said in silence, it must have alerted him when I killed that imposter earlier. When Lan Ling made her move, Yin Huang knew he was no match for them, so he simply decided to run away. But before he fled, he wanted to destroy the Yin kingdom. The real Yin Emperor has been killed by him, and Shun Xingzhou's fate is now unknown. The Yin Emperor's concubines, relatives, and young descendants have all become his victims. The royal family of Yin Kingdom was already dwindling, with no royal relatives left. Now that all the royal family members are dead, Yin Kingdom can basically be declared extinct. Yun Kuer was still sitting on the ground, holding the Empress Dowager's body, her face full of disbelief. Even if she were stupid, she would realize that the emperor was fake. The fake emperor had taken the throne without anyone noticing. Now, he has killed everyone in the palace who has even a little bit of power. She was all left. She was all left. But what good is it if she's all alone? She can't do anything and knows nothing. Yun Kuer had never felt so helpless before, not even when she saw the people of the Wujiang dynasty destroy the entire imperial city. As long as she remembers that her loved ones are still alive, her home is still there, and Yin Kingdom will eventually be revived. But what about now? In a single day, she lost all her relatives and her home. The huge blow was too much for Yun Kuer to accept. Her tears flowed like a flood, and she burst into loud sobs. Asajiri had a headache from her crying. I wanted to say something, but I was at a loss for words and couldn't utter a single word of comfort. This is truly hard to accept for a young girl like her. Overnight, the country underwent a dramatic change, and his entire family was sacrificed. What's done is done. Now the task at hand is to prevent it from getting worse. Now you are the only one left in Yin Kingdom. You must organize people to start saving the country and its people, otherwise Yin Kingdom will truly perish. Upon hearing this, Yun Kuer looked up with teary eyes. From her perspective, Asajiri stands against the light, her slender figure always appearing straight, as if nothing could break her. She sobbed, but they're all dead, all dead. I'm all alone now. She was the only daughter of a high-ranking official left in the entire Yin Kingdom. What does that mean? It's impossible to let a young girl become an emperor and rule the country, is it? Why are you crying? Shun Xingzhou isn't dead yet, Chao Wu said calmly. I'll go and bring him back. Chapter 163 Sudden Changes in the South, 3. Not dead. Yun Kuer stopped crying and asked blankly. Asajiri said calmly, if this drags on any longer, things might change. She was also a little puzzled as to why the other party hadn't killed Shun Xingzhou immediately. However, one thing is certain, he is in great danger right now. Yun Kuer clenched her fingers. Asajiri simply watched quietly, without saying anything more. After a moment, Yun Kuer wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, all right, I will pull myself together. There is no one in the palace who can take charge of the situation. I will insist that you bring Princey back. It would be a lie to say that she wouldn't collapse. But now, what does it matter if she collapses? If she doesn't stand up now, the Yin Kingdom will truly be doomed. Soon, Chao Wu and Dian left the palace. They went straight back to the underground street. They walked down the same long staircase, but this time they could feel that the many eyes that had been secretly watching them were no longer there on either side of the staircase. It seems that the Gui West sect members have all retreated. Upon reaching the stone door, Asajiri discovered that the crystal that had been embedded in the door was also gone. Dihan also saw it. They should have something even bigger in their hands. After all, it's a branch of his demon realm, so it's impossible for him to have nothing at all. Thinking of this, he said calmly, "Once we find them, we'll just take them." Asajiri remained silent for a moment, without saying a word. Soon they arrived at the pool. Jie did not come along, and at this moment, there was no one else here. The owner behind the underground street was the Guiwa sect. At this time, the Guiwa sect had already fled, and with the incident that happened on the surface, no one came here to pick up stones anymore. Dihan raised his hand and casually set up a barrier. Instantly, the water in the pool receded to create a path, even pushing aside the red-lined spiders that were several meters deep inside. The corpses of countless red-lined spiders were piled up like a mountain. When Asajiri looked around, he discovered that all the female spiders that had been hibernating and laying eggs there were dead. The returning moon teaches people to move? Why would they do that? Chao Wu and Dian walked down. Sure enough, once we reached the bottom, we saw a hole leading to another place. However, the entrance to the cave was protected by a barrier, so even if ordinary people discovered the entrance, they could not go anywhere else through it. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy on this barrier wasn't strong, and Asajiri should have been able to break it easily, but she found that she couldn't. At that moment, a large, well-defined hand was stretched out in front of her. Asajiri snapped out of her daze. "What are you doing? This is not a barrier." Dihan's voice was calm. "This is similar to the teleportation array used by that fake emperor just now, but only people from my demon realm can activate it. So that's how it is. No wonder. That's why she couldn't break the barrier." Asajiri took his hand. Dihan led her calmly through the teleportation array. A dazzling light flashed by, followed by a strong feeling of weightlessness. Before Asajiri could even regain her balance, a hand landed on her waist. As they looked down, Chao Wu saw that beneath their feet lay a sheer cliff. Dihan remained expressionless, his black robes fluttering in the wind as he carried her to a steady landing. After the two of them stood still, Asajiri looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dihan sensed it and asked, "What is it?" "It's nothing." Asajiri shook her head. "I just felt that his movements were too natural. When did they become so close?" Looking around, Asajiri frowned. "Where is this place?" Dihan glanced at it casually, then uttered 3 words, "Sunset City." "Sunset City?" Upon hearing this, Asajiri paused for a moment. Dihan gestured with his chin toward the other side. Chao Wu looked over and saw a small town sitting on the plain not far away. The most conspicuous building in the town was a huge statue in the center. It was a statue of a burly man with a huge sun on his head. Unexpectedly, that passage led to Sunset City. They then prepared to enter the city. At this moment, Dihan suddenly stopped, his eagle-like eyes coldly looking to the side. Asajiri also sensed something was wrong, and after seeing clearly, she quickly stopped them. "Don't touch it. It's mine." He plunged headfirst into the arms of the rapidly approaching spiritual energy. She picked it up and saw that the little paper crane still had a flame on its bottom. Upon hearing her words, Dihan completely concealed his aura and lowered his eyes to look at the tower. "What is this?" Asajiri frowned slightly. "Something has happened in the southern kingdom." Dihan asked, "Is it Sang Jili and the others?" Asajiri shook her head. "No." With Busiai present, she wasn't worried about the safety of Sang Jili and the others. He is very thorough in his work. Dihan then understood that something unusual must have happened in the southern kingdom. His face was cold and indifferent. "That has nothing to do with us. Neither he nor Chao Wu have any connection with the southern kingdom anymore. The only connection they have is this body, but the original owner's parents were not kind to him. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved in matters concerning the southern kingdom." Asajiri then casually explained to him what had happened during the time he was away. "This paper crane was a gift I gave to the 13th prince, telling him that it should only be lit when there is danger. Now it seems that the people of the Wujiang dynasty have found the southern kingdom again. After all, the people of the Wujiang dynasty hadn't gotten away with anything good from her before." Dihan nodded. He didn't have much of an impression of this 13th prince, nor did he pay any attention to him. "So what do we do now?" "Find Shin Xingzhou quickly, then return to the southern kingdom," Chao Wu said. At the city gate, Asajiri and his group were stopped before they could even enter. "Do you two have passes?" The soldier guarding the city gate stared at Asajiri with a fierce look. Asajiri shook her head. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately became impatient. "If you don't have a pass, get out of the way and don't block the road." After saying that, he quickly called out, "Next, next." Dihan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move when Xiao Wu suddenly saw the person behind her take out a pass from his pocket. And that pass was none other than the black and white pebbles they saw in the underground street. That is, the eggs of the red-line spider. Only one is needed to enter the city gate. Asajiri, what kind of pass is this? Just as Dihan was about to make a move, Xiao Wu raised her hand to stop him, and then grabbed a few of these red-line spider eggs from her spatial storage. She may not have anything else, but she has plenty of these eggs. She moved the entire mountain into her space. She placed 2 pills in Dihan's hand and said, "There are many cultivators here. Let's assess the situation first and not act rashly. If she's right, this Sunset City might be a branch settlement of the returning moon cult." She sensed it as soon as she arrived here. There were many cultivators here. Even the soldier guarding the city gate was a mere crimson spirit. Chapter 164, A Spiritual Vein, 1. With this so-called pass, Asajiri and his group quickly entered Sunset City. The atmosphere in the city wasn't strange at all, but after walking around, she was surprised to find that the most common and popular trade in the entire city was actually these red-threaded spider eggs. Isn't this just a pass to Sunset City? Why is there such a high demand for it? Or does it serve another purpose? So Xiao Wu pulled Dian to an old woman and bought 2 bowls of noodles, and asked her about the doubts in his heart. Upon hearing this, the old woman looked Xiao Wu up and down. "You're not a local, are you?" she asked, her tone quite certain. Asajiri had nothing to hide and nodded. The old woman said, "This is a secret unique to our Sunset City. No one is willing to tell others, so if you want to know, you have to buy it. Just give me 30 black and white stones." Black and white spider eggs is the local short name for these red-line spider eggs. 30 pills were nothing to Asajiri. She nodded, took a handful out of her purse, and prepared to hand them to him. The old woman's face lit up with obvious joy upon seeing this. However, before it could be handed to her, a hand suddenly intercepted it. "Don't buy it." Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Wu looked up. It was Xinxingzhou. He looked rather disheveled after not seeing him for several days, wearing tattered and rough clothes, and his face was thin and tired. Asajiri glanced at him. "What are you doing here?" "They just swaggered out like that. She hasn't even started looking yet." Xinxingzhou pursed his lips. "This is a long story. I'll explain it to you later." He returned the 30 black and white stones he had snatched from Asajiri to him. "Keep these safe. You don't need to buy this information. I'm telling you." "Hey, young man, how could you do this?" The old woman's face immediately darkened, and she stared at Xinxingzhou with a hostile expression. Xinxingzhou didn't look at her, but only at Xiao Wu. "Have you eaten? I have a place to stay over there." Asajiri understood that he wanted to explain things to her, so she nodded. Dihan's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't touch the contents of the bowl at all. They followed Xinxingzhou to where he was currently living, which was probably the most chaotic and poorest place in the entire Sunset City, even poorer than a slum. As far as the eye can see, there are countless tents, densely packed together, and all sorts of people are here. After several twists and turns, Xinxingzhou led them into a tent. The tent was very small, especially for someone as tall as Dihan, who immediately felt there was nowhere to stand once inside. Xinxingzhou poured a cup of tea for each of them before speaking. "I was kidnapped by that imposter in the palace. When I woke up, I was here. But probably because of the medicine you gave me, the medicine they used on me didn't work. When I got here, I realized that they didn't kill me because they wanted to extract the spiritual root from my body for someone else. I escaped in the chaos." Asajiri had already guessed that he had been taken away by that fake emperor. Hearing this, she frowned. "Since you've already run away, why don't you leave this place?" Judging from Xinxingzhou's calm and unhurried demeanor, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Moreover, she had just seen that Sunset City was a place where one could enter and exit at will. "Because I was digging for stones," Xinxingzhou said, his head down, his voice muffled. "I'm sorry, I know you were worried about me when I went missing, but after I escaped from them, I unexpectedly discovered that this city is not as barren as it looks on the surface. There is actually a mineral vein hidden beneath it, with many magical stones inside. As far as I know, the reason those people were able to cultivate was by extracting crystals from these stones, which enabled them to cultivate. I have been investigating this matter by blending into the crowd these past few days." Upon hearing this, 2 words immediately popped into Asajiri's mind. Raw stone. If what he said is true, then Sunset City really does have raw stones, and not just a few, but an entire spiritual vein. Asajiri glanced at Dihan. Dihan knew what she wanted to ask, and shook his head. "I can't sense it, but there is the aura of demonic spirits in this city. If what he said is true, Then this spiritual vein must have been hidden so that other cultivators cannot sense it. They were probably guarding against the people of the Wujiang dynasty. If the people of the Wujiang dynasty knew that there was a spiritual vein in Sunset City, they would certainly not let it go. I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing Dihan's words, Shen Xingzhou quickly replied, I've already gone down there myself to check, and it's true that you can dig out that kind of stone. After a pause, he lowered his head again, but I didn't find it. This kind of stone is very difficult to dig, and very few people can find it. Chao Wu listened for a moment before speaking. Such a precious thing. Do the people of Sunset City allow others to dig it up? Shen Xingzhou nodded. That entrance is open to everyone in Sunset City. Anyone can go in and dig, but it depends on your own ability. Basically, only 1 in 1,000 can dig out, because no one has many black and white pieces. At this point, he explained to Asajiri. This is the question you asked that old woman earlier. The reason these black and white stones can serve as a pass to Sunset City is because everyone in the city is frantically searching for them. There's scorching hot lava under the rocks, and these black and white stones are the only thing that allows people to stand on that lava. After his explanation, Asajiri gradually understood. Only a small portion of the people in Sunset City were originally from the city. The majority of the rest were members of the Guiwek cult or people who came from other places after hearing about it, or they were slaves captured by the Guiwek cult. Here, the city lord had no say. The Guiwek cult was the one who truly ruled Sunset City. Everyone who enters this place is there for this spiritual vein. They are willing to go bankrupt to acquire these black and white stones in order to dig out the raw stones and extract the crystals. However, this type of red-line spider is not commonly seen outside, so the production of black and white spiders is also not high. The spiritual vein lies beneath this Sunset City, beneath which flows a red river. The river's water is a vibrant, blood-red color and extremely hot. Some people might think it's lava, but it isn't. These black and white stones can float on the red river, and even an elephant standing on them won't sink. So, people who collect raw stones below would collect these black and white stones to pave roads. However, the use of these black and white stones is limited. It requires one's own spiritual power or blood to pave the way. Others cannot use them. Only one can walk on the path one has paved. The long, narrow tunnel-like red river actually runs through the entire spiritual vein. To extract the raw stones from it, one must pave the way with black and white stones. The more black and white pieces you have, the farther the road you pave. The fewer black and white pieces you have, the shorter the road you pave. However, these black and white pieces are very small, so most people can only cover a distance of less than 1 meter even if they collect 1 or 200 pieces, and it takes them a long time to collect 1 or 200 pieces. Shen Xingzhou was like that. He didn't find any raw stones because he was too poor. In the few days he had been there, he had only managed to collect a little over 20 black and white stones. He had only laid out a patch of ground less than the size of his palm, but he still stood on tiptoe and dug there for half an hour in a one-legged stance. Finally, they gloriously unearthed a raw stone the size of a fist. However, when it was opened, there were no crystals inside. He was devastated. Chapter 165, A Spiritual Vein 2. In just a few days here, he has already witnessed the unique cultivation methods here. So what if there's no spiritual energy in the air? All they need to do is dig up this raw stone, cut it, and extract the crystals from it. If they're lucky, they might even extract high-quality crystals. The feeling is far more exciting than instantly becoming a millionaire. He once saw a little beggar in the slum who was lucky enough to find a rough stone. Inside that ordinary rough stone, he actually mined out a blue crystal. What does blue crystal mean? It's equivalent to the crystal core of a powerful Qingling expert. The spiritual energy contained within is something they wouldn't even dare to imagine now. With just that one rough stone, the little beggar instantly broke the deadlock and became the object of everyone's admiration. That blue crystal was so expensive that it was practically priceless. Whether he chooses to sell the crystal or keep it for himself, the little beggar will have made a profit. There are countless examples like this. Therefore, he did not inform Asajiri and the others immediately, but chose to stay here and continue to investigate. However, not everyone has that kind of luck. The raw stones at the entrance of the spiritual vein have been almost completely mined out. Now, the only way to mine better raw stones is to go deeper. However, it is very difficult to earn black and white stones. The 100 or 200 stones they earn are not even enough to advance a meter or two. How can they possibly mine raw stones deep within the spiritual vein? Upon hearing this, Asajiri remained silent for a long time before finally asking, "Have you seen Tai Xiaodong here?" Shen Xingzhou nodded unexpectedly. but his expression was somewhat strange. Asajiri calmly said, "Please speak freely." Shin Xingzhou paused for a moment, his expression somewhat grim. Tai Xiaodong holds a very high position in Sunset City. Having followed Chaowu for so long, he naturally knew who Tai Xiaodong was. After their parting in Yinqing, Tai Xiaodong disappeared without a trace. Now that they had met again, he never expected that Tai Xiaodong was one of the people who wanted him dead. Tai Xiaodong has now joined the Guiwei cult, and his position within it is not low. Asajiri had expected this, and was not too surprised by his answer. Iron Bucket was indeed in Sunset City. "Where is he?" she asked in a flat voice. Shin Xingzhou had no idea what Tai Xiaodong had done, and only assumed that Chaowu was angry about what happened in Yinqing. After all, Tai Xiaodong really went too far back in Yinqing, and hundreds of lives were lost at his hands. He's just a 12 or 13-year-old child, yet he's so vicious. To have such a vicious heart at such a young age, no one can sympathize with it. "At the City Lord's mansion," he replied. "The City Lord of Sunset City has been completely sidelined. The Guiwei sect is coming on strong, and each of them is quite powerful. It was precisely because of his status as the Wing King that the City Lord secretly helped him by informing him of the current situation in the city. Otherwise, he alone would not have been able to escape from those people. In truth, the Lord of Sunset City still wanted this small border town to return to peace. Even if it returns to its previous barren and neglected state, it's still better than being used as a stronghold by the Guiwei cult. The Guiwei sect discovered a spiritual vein here, and the vast majority of the people of Sunset City were slaughtered to fill the Red River below. Now, most of the people in the city are people who came from outside, as well as members of the Guiwei sect. The spiritual veins were originally located beneath Sunset City. It was these outsiders who invaded them, rather than benefited them. Moreover, in the past few months, there haven't been many native inhabitants of Sunset City who have actually managed to dig up raw stones. All those who have truly profited have been members of the Guiwei cult. If this continues, the entire Sunset City will inevitably fall. So the City Lord told them all of this. He was quite shocked to see Tai Xiaodong at the City Lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Asajiri remained silent. "What's wrong?" Shin Xingzhou asked after waiting for a moment without hearing her speak. "It's nothing." Asajiri shook her head, then looked at him and told him what had happened in Yin Kingdom. The people of the Wuzhang dynasty destroyed the imperial city. That fake emperor killed everyone in the palace and has now escaped. Now, no one in the entire Yin Kingdom is in charge of the overall situation. "What?" Shin Xingzhou looked up at Chaowu in shock. He had only been gone for a few days, and such a big thing had happened in Yin Kingdom? Was the imperial city destroyed? He did not doubt the authenticity of this matter. Firstly, because it was Chaowu who told him, and she would not joke. Secondly, because the people of the Wuzhang dynasty did indeed have this power. He had already witnessed this when he was in Tianlu Kingdom. The entire country almost perished just because the people of Wuzhang dynasty were somewhat dissatisfied. Then my brother. His voice was hoarse and incredulous. "He must have been murdered," Asajiri replied. In fact, she wasn't sure either. They didn't know when the imposter emperor had replaced the Yin emperor. It might have been a long time ago, and they wouldn't leave such a hidden danger behind. Therefore, it is highly likely that Yin Huang is now in grave danger. Shin Xingzhou remained silent, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides, making a cracking sound. Chaowu didn't give him much time either. Right now, the entire Yin Kingdom is in dire need of rebuilding. If you don't step in, I doubt anyone can bring it back to life. She could also tell that Shin Xingzhou wasn't interested in imperial power. He was more interested in cultivation. However, Yin is his hometown after all, and these are his responsibilities. He cannot simply ignore them. Upon hearing Chaowu's words, Shin Xingzhou didn't think too much about it. "I'll go back." Indeed, he couldn't just leave this matter unresolved. His brother was murdered, and now all his relatives are gone too. It feels like a dream. But he had no time to mourn, because if he didn't step forward to take charge at this moment, perhaps, as Chaowu said, Yin Kingdom would be left without anyone to take charge, or it might not be far from its demise. Asajiri nodded. Shin Xingzhou glanced at her. "Are you going to stay here?" He certainly knew what the spiritual vein beneath the city meant. This is an irresistible temptation for all cultivators, including him and Asajiri. Asajiri nodded. There are still some things that haven't been resolved. She planned to check out this spiritual vein, but more importantly, she wanted a clean house. We can't let that ungrateful bastard Tai Xiaodong get away with this so easily. What enabled Tai Xiaodong, who came from a humble background as a beggar, to rise to an important position in the Guiwei sect in an instant? She knew without even thinking that it must have been Tai Xiaotong who betrayed some of her information. For example, she might be a cultivator. For example, she has space. For example, the things they encountered underground in Smoke City. Outsiders might not think anything of it, but for cultivators, the more dangerous a place is, the more treasures it contains. At this moment, the Guayue sect must already believe that she has obtained some treasure beneath Yinqing, otherwise they would not have sent people to assassinate her. Chapter 166, A Spiritual Vein 3. By the way, Shen Xingzhou's expression suddenly became hesitant. He looked up at Chao Wu's face before speaking. I heard that people from the Wujiang dynasty went to the Southern Kingdom. He was not from the Southern Kingdom, but he understood the significance of the Wujiang dynasty's trip to the Southern Kingdom. Last time, Chao Wu offended the people of the Wujiang dynasty for the sake of the three of them. Knowing their nature, they would definitely not let it go. At the time, they guessed that the people of the Wujiang dynasty would definitely return for revenge in a short period of time. Therefore, the purpose of the Wujiang dynasty's visit to the Southern Kingdom this time is quite obvious. Chao Wu is formidable, but if she were to face a powerful dynasty like the Wujiang Empire, then... I know. Asajiri's expression was calm, and her tone revealed nothing unusual. I will handle this matter. I'll only give you 3 days to deal with Yin Kingdom, she said. 3 days is a very short time for anyone. However, Shen Xingzhou's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded. I will do my best. 3 days is not enough time for him to revive the Yin Kingdom. However, within this limited time, he can choose the next monarch to rule the country. The Yin Kingdom's royal family is in decline, and now with this major event, there's no one to inherit the throne, which is giving him a headache. After discussing it, Shen Xingzhou left Sunset City without stopping. Meanwhile, Asajiri received the next paper crane. It's likely that the previous paper crane had disappeared after burning, so the 13th prince didn't know if it had worked. After waiting a while, he burned the last paper crane. Asajiri said, why don't you stay here and investigate the spiritual veins, and I'll go back. Now, not only Yin Kingdom, but even Nan Kingdom is in a precarious situation. Several things have come together, and she only regrets that she cannot be in 2 places at once. Dihan shook his head, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a small wooden sword appeared in front of her. You stay here and investigate the spiritual veins. I'll go back and deal with those bastards, he said calmly. They were just a bunch of people from the Wujiang dynasty. He could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. He knew, of course, that Chao didn't care about the people from the Southern Kingdom. What she feared was that the people of the Wujiang dynasty would destroy the entire country, thereby implicating Sang Zhili and the others. Although it's unclear what use Asajiri has for having these burdens given her current promotion speed, she must have her reasons. Actually, compared to Sunset City at this time, the situation in Yin Kingdom is definitely more dangerous. After all, the foundation of the Wujiang dynasty was there, and no one knew how powerful the experts they had sent this time. If it were someone of General Nalan's caliber, Asajiri wouldn't be so lucky. Sunset City is different. He knows that there are tens of thousands of black and white stones in the morning mist space, so it would be easy for her to collect the raw stones. Asajiri had obviously considered these points as well, and after thinking for a moment, nodded. But this Earth-rank divine artifact, she hesitated. This Earth-rank artifact doesn't suit me, it prefers you. You can use it for self-defense. Dihan said calmly, his tone revealing no emotion. He contracted a top-tier divine artifact simply because he wanted to improve his cultivation, break through the stagnation as soon as possible, and restore the strength of his previous life. In reality, given his status, he wouldn't even deign to look down on this insignificant Earth-rank artifact. Therefore, he was not angry at all about the Earth-rank artifact betraying its master. The Earth-rank artifact likes the morning mist, and it can also protect her. Asajiri wanted to shake her head and refuse, but Dihan said firmly, it's safer with it by your side. There are many cultivators here. Hearing this, Asajiri stopped insisting. After giving a few more instructions, Dihan waved his hand and disappeared from the spot. Southland. Asajiri gazed into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. His return to the south at this time must be extraordinary. However, before he left, Asajiri had already given instructions to those who needed his protection. That is, Sang Zhili and his group, plus the 13th prince, and Wenxi. She didn't care whether the others lived or died. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, several young people sat high on the throne, while the emperor, who should have been sitting there, stood below with his ministers, trembling with fear. Pei Ruxue looked down at him with an arrogant expression. Southern Emperor, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over Chao Wu and those few bastards, and I won't make trouble for you. Upon hearing this, the emperor was startled. He wiped the sweat from his cheeks and said with a bitter expression, Miss Pei, Chao Wu has indeed been gone from the southern kingdom for a long time, and I do not know where she has gone. Pei Rushui was not buying it. If you're leaving, then go find it for me, until you find it. Below, a figure trembled, keeping his head down as much as possible so that no one would notice him. However, despite his silence, the fire still reached him. Why doesn't General Chao speak? Chao Wu is your daughter. She should tell you where she's going. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinghe was greatly alarmed and immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, it has nothing to do with me. That rebellious daughter has long been expelled from the family register by me. I have no idea where she went, and we have had no contact for a long time. That sounds nice, but no matter what, Chao Wu is still related to you by blood. She has done such a rebellious thing, ruining our entire southern kingdom. Does this have nothing to do with you? Chao Wu is not here, but you, as her father, must give an explanation. Another official stepped forward and said. Upon hearing this, Pei Rushui nodded in agreement. Pei Rushui glanced at the young man on the emperor's throne. Lord Bai, last time I was in this southern kingdom, I was injured by a woman. That woman not only injured me, but also Lord Shangwan and killed several demonic beasts. That woman is this old man's daughter. She pointed to the morning glory below. Upon hearing this, the so-called Lord Bai glanced lightly at Chao Jinghe, who was kneeling on the ground. An overwhelming, intense pressure pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Chao Jinghe was terrified and quickly lowered his head to his crotch. Your Majesty, please see the truth. Your Majesty, please see the truth. I severed all ties with that rebellious woman long ago and expelled her from the family register. This was before that incident happened. What she did has absolutely nothing to do with me. The white-robed official narrowed his eyes, his expression arrogant, and looked at Pei Rushui beside him. What is that woman's strength? How could she beat you all so badly that you couldn't fight back? Pei Rushui lowered her head. It's Huangling. A Huangling. Lord Bai turned to look at her in disbelief. Is Lord Shangwan not Qingling? And those magical beasts, each one of them is a 4th or 5th tier beast. Any one of them could easily defeat Huangling. But why did they all perish at the hands of that little Huangling? Chapter 167, a skill that amazed the audience. 1. Yes, Pei Rushui's voice was a little low, as if she also found it difficult to speak. But Lord Bai, that woman is very cunning. Lord Shangwan and I were both ambushed by her, which is why. I understand. Lord Bai waved his hand, then turned to look at the emperor. I don't care where that person is now or whether she has left or not. That's your business. It's true that she is from your southern kingdom, and it's also true that our magical beast was killed in your southern kingdom. I just need to see the results. If you can't hand her over within 3 days, then you will have to bear the consequences yourselves. 3 days. Everyone was taken aback. The emperor still wanted to salvage the situation, but Lord Bai had no interest in hearing another word from him and turned to leave. Pei Rushui leisurely walked down from the high platform and walked to the emperor's side. She spoke condescendingly. Emperor Nan, you know that we suffered heavy losses last time. It's one thing for Lord Shangwan and me, but our magical beasts are extremely precious. Some of them have contracted masters whose status is not low in the Wuzhong dynasty. So His Majesty is very angry about this matter and must give an explanation. Seeing that even a young woman like Pei Rushui could speak to him in such a tone, the emperor's forehead veins bulged slightly. However, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile as he spoke. I know all of this. But as you know, Miss Pei, Chao Wu has long been expelled from the family register. After that incident, she quickly left the southern kingdom, and no one knows where she went at this moment. This, 3 days is indeed a bit of a problem. Pei Rushui raised her chin slightly, still wearing a polite smile. That will require your own efforts. Lord Bai is not as easy to talk to as Lord Shangwan. Even I cannot influence him in the slightest. If he says 3 days, then it's 3 days. Miss Rushui, suddenly, a clear male voice came from behind the crowd. Pei Rushui turned her head to look. Everyone bowed and greeted him. 5th Prince. The 5th Prince waved his hand. No need for formalities. He quickly walked over, glanced at Pei Rushui first, and then bowed to the emperor. Father. Upon seeing the 5th Prince, the emperor's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Even Pei Rushui was no longer as arrogant as before. If there was anyone in the entire southern kingdom that she found agreeable, it would probably be the 5th Prince. The 5th Prince was indeed different from the others. He gave her the feeling of being the second prince of the Wuzhang dynasty. Clean, elegant, a gentleman of modesty, like a banished immortal. Therefore, she maintained correspondence with the fifth prince, and their relationship was quite good. At this moment, the fifth prince also felt relieved of his worries after Pei Rushue's arrival. During this period, the entire country was in a state of fear, and everyone was afraid that the people of the Wuzhang dynasty would retaliate. However, he was the only one who thought differently from them. He no longer cares about the throne, or even the rise and fall of the southern kingdom. He just wanted to see Pei Rushue as soon as possible so that he could get close to her and, ideally, use her to enter the Wuzhang dynasty. That was the highest realm of power and strength he yearned for. However, since things were still far from settled, he couldn't be too obvious about it and knew what he should do now. He then cupped his hands in greeting and said to Pei Rushue, "Miss Rushue, father is right. Chao Wu did indeed leave when you were injured. 3 days might be a bit too much for us. We hope you can help us persuade Lord Bai. We will send more people to search for her. Don't worry. We are even more eager to find her than you are to do so. Chao Wu is truly despicable. My 9th brother was killed by her." Pei Rushue was unaware of Nan Fuin's situation, but only knew that Chao Wu and Nan Fuin were husband and wife. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. She killed her husband? The fifth prince nodded. That's right. My 9th prince was unlucky enough to marry her. She has been missing for a long time now, and I guess she is probably in grave danger. As he said this, a look of grief appeared on his face, as if he were truly saddened by Nan Fuin's disappearance. Only he himself knew that not a single emotion on his face was genuine. It was all a lie. When the fifth prince spoke, Pei Rushue was willing to listen. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "For your sake, I'll trust you this once. But we can't wait too long. I want to kill Chao Wu myself." The fifth prince nodded quickly. He then suggested taking Pei Rushue for a walk. Pei Rushue did not refuse. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, standing together, looked like a perfect couple. After the two left, the officials in the hall began to whisper among themselves. The fifth prince really knows how to handle things. Yes, we still need the fifth prince to keep things stable. Otherwise, how can we find Chao Wu in these 3 days? I don't think Miss Pei is entirely indifferent to the fifth prince. What do you think? Could she like him? Real? It seems so. If that's the case, wouldn't it be very likely that our southern kingdom will have to form a marriage alliance with the Wuzhang dynasty? This is unprecedented. The people of the Wuzhang dynasty, regardless of gender or age, looked down on the 4 kingdoms, so no woman from the Wuzhang dynasty had ever married into one of the 4 kingdoms before. The emperor returned to his seat, and, hearing the whispers of those below, felt a throbbing pain in his temple. A marriage alliance? Arranged marriage. The emperor suddenly opened his eyes, his black pupils seeming to contain an unknown storm vortex. Yes, if they could force them to have sex and make Pei Rushue marry the fifth prince, wouldn't their southern kingdom have one foot in the Wuzhang dynasty? As long as Pei Rushue marries the fifth prince, he has plenty of ways to get the fifth prince to go to the Wuzhang dynasty to study cultivation. When one is created, a second can be created, and a group can be created. His heart suddenly stirred with excitement. Pei Rushue is their stepping stone to the cultivation world. If they also had cultivators, they wouldn't have to rely on the whims of the Wuzhang dynasty for everything. As it is now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just come here and sit in his seat. The emperor's expression was gloomy as he slowly swept his gaze across the people below. Seeing that he looked unwell, the ministers all shut their mouths. Chao Jinghe. Suddenly, the emperor spoke, his voice calm and unreadable. Upon hearing the emperor's voice, Chao Jinghe, who had been keeping a low profile and trying to make himself inconspicuous, suddenly trembled and quickly knelt down in the middle. "Your Majesty." The emperor stared at him with his deep eyes for a moment. A daughter's debts are repaid by her father. No matter what, Chao Wu is your daughter. Do you know what to do? Sweat streamed down Chao Jinghe's cheeks as he prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, will mobilize all available resources to find this rebellious daughter, and once found, she will show no mercy. What you do is your business, but Chao Wu's life is to be left to Pei Rushue, the emperor said. Yes, Chao Jinghe replied softly, concealing the gloom in her eyes. Chapter 168, a skill that amazed the audience, too. He was filled with rage even without him saying it. If he really finds Asajiri, he will at least break that rebellious woman's limbs. He is now filled with regret. If he had known that rebellious daughter would only bring them endless disasters, he should have killed her when she was born. Yunner is so much better. Even if Yun'er isn't their biological daughter, she's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Chaowu, their biological daughter. He only regretted that he had given birth to that heartless little beast, Asajiri. Even though she had already been expelled from the family register, the truth came out, and the anger still reached him. Despite the ridicule and sarcasm from her colleagues, Chao Jinghe returned to her residence filled with anger. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoshui stepped forward and asked with concern. What's wrong? It's that rebellious daughter again. Why didn't she just die sooner? She's caused us so much trouble. Now the people from the Wuzhang dynasty are coming. If we don't hand over Chaowu, they'll retaliate against us. Chao Jinghe said angrily. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshui was dumbfounded and said worriedly, how could this be? Haven't we already expelled her from the family register? Doesn't the emperor know about this? Chao Jinghe sneered. Expelled from the family tree? Even if I put the family tree in front of them, it won't work. Right now, they just want to find a scapegoat and a punching bag. If we don't hand over Chaowu, our entire family will be finished sooner or later. Lin Xiaoshui was a little unsteady on her feet, but she has nothing to do with us anymore. Those were all things she did. She hadn't realized the situation was so serious, because all she had to do was distance herself from Asajiri. But Chao Jinghe's words completely brought her back to reality. Lin Xiaoshui burst into tears immediately. General, you must think of a way, General. Find her quickly and hand her over. Our Chao family doesn't have that kind of person. We can't let her ruin our entire Chao family. We've been looking for suitable men for Yun'er these past few days. We can't let her ruin all of us. Upon hearing Yun'er's name, Chao Jinghe regained some composure. Composing himself, he nodded. I know, I'll do my best. You still need to put in extra effort for Yun'er. We only have this one daughter. We must ensure she marries well, especially after what happened before. When the previous incident was mentioned, there was a hint of resentment in Lin Xiaoshui's eyes. Yun'er always said that Chaowu was the one who did that. I didn't believe it before, but now I think it's most likely her. She's a born bad person. The story of Chao Yun being thrown, this has led to her being unable to find a suitable person for Chao Yun. A well-educated and sensible young lady like Yun'er is more than a match for a prince. Chao Jinghe nodded. Whether she did it or not, I won't let her off easily this time once I've found her. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, Does Madam still remember the time when Yun'er cut off her own flesh to heal her father? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshui paused for a moment. I remember. Why are you bringing this up? The idea of cutting flesh to heal a relative seems absurd, but after cutting off Chaowu's flesh, Chao Yun did recover quickly. There might indeed be some element of metaphysics involved here. Chao Jinghe spoke in a sinister tone. Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents, and I cannot take her life. However, she has brought such a devastating disaster to our family. Now that I have found her, I will make her cut off her own flesh and sever all ties with her family in order to quell the hatred in my heart. Lin Xiaoshui opened her mouth, as if she was somewhat shocked. However, he didn't say a word to stop it for a long time, which can be considered as tacit agreement. Indeed, not only Chao Jinghe, but even she harbored hatred in her heart. She hated that she had given birth to Chaowu instead of Chao Yun, because Chaowu was the only thing that would bring them shame and trouble. Now, with the immense power of the Wuzhang dynasty looming over her, even the last vestige of kinship she held in her heart has vanished. Over the next 2 days, after obtaining the emperor's approval, Chao Jinghe directly used his military power, sending tens of thousands of troops from the border to search for Chaowu. After all, Pei Rushui and the others are now staying in the palace, making it clear that this trip was specifically for Chaowu, and they won't rest until they kill her. The emperor also knows that they can't delay. After receiving their orders, the soldiers at the border began searching with Asajiri's portrait, and many of their searches led them to other countries. When the portrait entered Tianlu Kingdom, Sang Yin was still busy rebuilding Tianlu. He knew that the southern kingdom was not peaceful recently, as if they were chasing a wanted criminal, and many soldiers had infiltrated Tianlu Kingdom. After all, those were not ordinary people, but soldiers, so even in his busy schedule, Sang Yin took a look at the portrait. However, he stopped in his tracks after just one glance. Morning mist. He stood up abruptly. Your Majesty? The guard beside him was puzzled, then glanced at the portrait. He only glanced at it, but immediately his expression was the same as Sang Yan's. Benefactor? He paused for a moment. Isn't this wanted person the fairy who saved their entire Tianlu kingdom some time ago? Although some time has passed, Asajiri's appearance is still deeply etched in his mind. Not just him, but everyone who has ever seen the morning mist. Now, The Tianlu kingdom no longer has that kind of magical beast. The crops are growing again, and green leaves can be seen in the imperial city. Everything is developing in a good direction, but the discussion about Chaowu is still quite high. Many people even carved statues of the morning mist and prayed to them every day. They really treated her like a living bodhisattva. Sang Yan's expression was serious. Go and check how things are progressing, and whether anyone has leaked her information. The wanted poster contains basic information about Asajiri, and anyone who provides information will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for ordinary people. He didn't know much about the people in other cities of Tianlu Kingdom, but most people in the Imperial City and Yinqing must have seen the morning mist. Smoke City has now been destroyed, so let's leave that aside for now. On the day Asajiri left, he organized the people of the Imperial City to see him off outside the city gate. The vast majority of people in the entire Imperial City went that day. Therefore, it was easy for the spies from the south to find information when they came to the capital of Tianlu Kingdom. Because almost everyone here has seen her. He was worried that someone might leak the news for the reward of 100 taels of silver. Even the cold-faced guard knew the seriousness of the matter, and upon hearing this, he immediately went to investigate. Half a day later, he returned with a message. Your Majesty, the spies from the south have all left. They did not obtain any useful information, and the people in the city do not mention a word about our benefactor. From elderly people to 3-year-old children, not a single person revealed a word about their benefactor in order to receive the reward. Without any organization or prior precautions, everyone tacitly kept that person in their hearts and protected them. Chapter 169, A Skill That Amazed the Audience. 3. Sang Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. After all, the Southern Kingdom had made a big investment this time, and anyone who provided information would receive a reward. He was really afraid that someone might not be able to resist the urge. The cold-faced guard thought so too. In Tianlu Kingdom now, even the emperor does not have the same high standing in the hearts of the people as his benefactor. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Sang Yin. All right. But the emperor seemed quite pleased, showing no sign of mind. No. Sang Yin suddenly frowned. What exactly happened in the Southern Kingdom this time that they would issue such a high-profile warrant for her arrest? The cold-faced guard replied, I just looked into this matter. It is said that our benefactor injured the envoy of the Wujiang dynasty and killed their magical beast when he was in the Southern Kingdom. Recently, the Wujiang dynasty has returned and is demanding that the Southern Kingdom hand over our benefactor. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin remained silent for a long time. Yes. Someone as powerful as her could easily deal with a powerful magical beast like the Crimson Demon Dragon, so killing a few magical beasts from the Wujiang dynasty wouldn't be surprising. However, it was still too dangerous for her to face the Wujiang dynasty. Is your Majesty worried about the safety of your benefactor? The guard immediately saw through Sang Yin's thoughts. Actually, your Majesty need not worry. Our benefactor is powerful and will certainly not fall into their hands. Besides, they have been gone for so long that they may have already gone far away. They may not be able to find them. Sang Yin shook his head. That's true, but the Southern Emperor has even released the border troops guarding the city and the country. He definitely won't give up until he finds her. As he spoke, the look in his eyes gradually hardened. I'm going to find her. The cold-faced guard was stunned for a moment, looking incredulous. Looking for her? Sang Yin kept his word and immediately turned around to pack his things in the bedroom. The cold-faced guard snapped out of his daze and hurriedly followed. But your Majesty, where should we look for our benefactor? She's been gone for so long. As Sang Yin packed her things, she said without turning her head, Go to the Southern Kingdom. And it's me, not us. Guard, you don't plan to take your subordinates with you? Sang Yin acted quickly packed some clothes, and nodded. You stay here, you know what to do. The cold-faced guard nodded stiffly. Sometimes, when the emperor was unwell or unable to appear in public, he would wear a human skin mask to impersonate his Majesty. He had mastered this skill to such an extent that no one could detect it. The Wujiang dynasty has come with great force this time, and I don't know how confident she is in dealing with those people, so I'm going directly to the Southern Kingdom to wait for her. If anything happens then, I can still help, Sang Yin said. Even though he wasn't particularly powerful, after reading the book that Asajiri gave him, he awakened his spiritual root and is now a formal cultivator. I'll help in any way I can. What if they don't find their benefactor? The guard asked. Sang Yin glanced at him before saying, That would be best. There's one more thing he didn't mention. He believed that those people might not be able to find Asajiri, but Asajiri would definitely return. Because he corresponded with Sangjili, he knew that Sangjili was currently in the south. If the southern kingdom fails to deliver the Chaowu, it will surely retaliate against the entire southern kingdom, and if the southern kingdom suffers, Sangjili and his group will also be implicated. So even if it's just for Sangjili, Asajiri will return to the south. After entrusting the affairs of the court to his trusted shadow guard, Sang Yin left Tianlu Kingdom alone on horseback. After resting here for a night, Chaowu opened his tent and was met by an old man with a face full of wrinkles. Seemingly surprised that it was Asajiri who came out, the old man paused for a moment before stepping forward and asking, "Young lady, may I ask where the young master who used to live here is?" Asajiri had never met him before, but she knew he was asking about Shin Xingzhou, who had already left. She didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, "What do you need him for?" Upon hearing Chaowu's voice, the old man's hard-won courage seemed to collapse in an instant. He quickly shook his head. "No, it's nothing. You know that young master, right? This is his jade pendant. It's too precious. Please help me return it to him." He carefully took out a fine jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Chaowu. Asajiri recognized it. It was Shun Xingzhou's jade pendant. The old man turned and left, his hunched back trembling as if he could barely walk. Asajiri looked at the jade pendant for 2 seconds before taking a step and following. Something happened to his family, and he's already left. "What do you need him for?" Chaowu asked as she caught up with the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, it's nothing, young lady. Thank you for your trouble." Asajiri remained silent for a moment, then did not press the matter further. The old man left with a look of disappointment on his face. During the day, Sunset City doesn't look like much. The city is bustling with activity, seemingly a gathering place for people from all over the world. However, the vast majority of passers-by are martial arts practitioners. In addition, members of the Guiwa sect have occupied almost all the positions in the city. Here, 7 out of 10 people are members of the Guiwa sect. This place is a melting pot of all sorts of people, and Chaowu doesn't want to reveal anything yet. The old man meandered around and stopped at a refugee camp that was even more dilapidated than Shun Xingzhou's 10 area. All the people here were slaves bought from Sunset City, mostly men, and Chaowu also noticed that many of them were disabled. There are people specifically assigned to guard this place. Those who aren't working are chained up like animals. The old man said something to the guards, who then impatiently grabbed him by the collar, dragged him to a corner, and chained him around the neck. Asajiri watched this scene quietly from a short distance away. "Fuyao," she cried out in her heart. "Exist." Emperor Fuyao did not disappear this time, and he sounded quite well. Asajiri asked, "Can you sense anyone here who is stronger than me?" She knew that Tai Xiaotong was in this city, and her main purpose in staying was to deal with him. But she couldn't sense whether there were any other experts here. Fuyao was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "Yes." Asajiri frowned. She's already a mid-level blue spirit. How could there be someone stronger than her in this tiny Sunset City? However, Emperor Fuyao's next words were even more devastating. "And there's more than one." "Asajiri." Emperor Fuyao's voice was somewhat solemn. "Little Chaowu, I heard your conversation with Dihan. This Guiwa sect is not so simple. Their target should not be the Wujiang dynasty. In fact, just looking at the military strength of Sunset City is enough to tell that the Wujiang dynasty is no match for them. The Guiwa sect is powerful and doesn't seem to be targeting a small Wujiang dynasty at all." He suspected that the Guiwa sect had other motives. Chapter 170, a skill that amazed the audience. 4. Asajiri was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Don't worry, I won't easily confront them. She won't act impulsively until she understands the other party's intentions." Emperor Fuyao hummed in agreement, then said, "You can also use Earth rank artifacts if needed." Putting aside everything else, this Earth rank artifact is indeed incredibly powerful. Although Chaowu's current strength is insufficient to fully unleash the power of an Earth rank artifact, it is more than enough to deal with those below the purple spirit level. Asajiri nodded. Knowing that many people along the way were more capable than her, she decided not to act ostentatiously. I glanced into the refugee camp and saw that the old man was now chained up there like an animal, his face full of desolation. Looking down at the jade pendant in her hand, Chaowu remained silent for a moment before stepping inside. The refugee camp mainly guards slaves, and there are no restrictions on free people like Asajiri. She just saw many people going in and out of the refugee camp. They can come and go freely, and they can choose their own slaves, either to rent or to buy. If they rent, they must return the slaves when the time comes. So when Chaowu went in, those people did not stop him. The refugee camp was bustling with people. They had no fixed place to live. They were taken wherever they were assigned. Others picked them up like items. There are quite a few elderly people like this who are old and walk with difficulty. The old man was lying on the ground crying. Perhaps finding his crying too annoying, the person guarding him became impatient and angrily scolded him. "You old geezer, all you do is cry all day long. What do you have to cry about? Wait until you die before you cry properly. There are so many people here, don't disturb our business." The old man clung to his leg, pleading, Sir, please let me tie my grandson to the same spot. I promise I won't cause any trouble, please. He'll really die without me. Once you're in this place, whether he lives or dies is none of your business." The soldier forcefully pulled his foot out of the old man's arms and kicked him in the chest without thinking. The old man fell backward, the heavy iron chains making a crisp sound. However, he was not discouraged and quickly crawled back. "Sir, I beg you to let me take care of him. Once he recovers, I'll do anything for you." "Who told you to be a slave? You old geezer, you're disgusting to look at. Get out." Seeing that he was difficult to deal with, the soldier immediately raised his long whip. The whip cracked through the air with a terrifying whooshing sound, and the slaves nearby, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, scrambled to the side. The old man's face was pale, and he covered his head in fear. However, 2 seconds passed, and the intense pain I had imagined did not come. The old woman opened her eyes, and the next second she saw a clean, pure white dress in front of her. He hesitated for a moment before raising his head and saw the girl he had just met holding the soldier's whip with her bare hands. Upon seeing Chow Wu, the soldier's expression softened. He lowered his grip and asked obsequiously, "Is there something you need, young lady?" His lecherous eyes secretly scanned Chow Wu from head to toe, and his eyes lit up. "It's disgusting," Asajiri said calmly. "I'll rent this person." Okay. Sure. The officer was stunned for a moment, seemingly not quite understanding why someone would rent such an old man who couldn't lift a finger. "What's the point of renting it?" "Sure, 1 black and 1 white piece a day," he said. Asajiri tossed him 2 black and white pieces, her voice cold. "And his grandson." Now he understood. This girl didn't actually want to rent from them. She was just trying to help someone in need. However, none of this mattered to him. The old and the young were not strong enough to work, and keeping them here was a waste of their food. He had long disliked them, and now that he could earn some money, he couldn't be happier. So he quickly nodded. Okay, I'll take you to him right away." Asajiri glanced at him lightly, then coldly threw the whip in her hand to the ground. The officers and soldiers weren't angry at all. They smiled and untied the iron chain from the old man's neck, then led them to find his grandson. Upon gaining his freedom, the old man immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Chow Wu, refusing to be stopped. "Young lady, I have no way to repay your great kindness." Asajiri helped him up. "No need. Let's go take a look first." She wasn't trying to meddle, but this person must have some connection with Xinxingzhou. Besides, she genuinely wanted to learn more about Sunset City and had a few questions for him. Soon, the officers and soldiers led them to the old man's grandson and then left. The old man's grandson was only 12 or 13 years old and looked about the same age as Injia. He was currently suffering from a persistent high fever and had probably been abandoned. He was tied up in the innermost corner, where there were many seriously ill people. The environment was filthy, and there were several dead dogs with rotting corpses nearby. It smelled terrible. The old man left with his grandson and Asajiri, who then led them to a random clinic. When her grandson was actually receiving treatment, the old woman knelt down before her again, tears welling in her eyes. Asajiri had no choice but to help him up again. "You don't need to be so polite. I'm friends with the young master you're looking for. You're here today for this very reason, right?" The old man wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, then nodded. "Yes, when that young master first arrived in Sunset City, he seemed to be being chased by someone. My grandson and I happened to help him escape that day. Later, he gave me that jade pendant, saying that I could come to him if I needed anything. A couple of days ago, my grandson was injured while working, and because he didn't receive timely treatment, his condition worsened. Now he has a persistent high fever, so I thought of going to find that young master." Asajiri could roughly guess what had happened, and she nodded. Then he asked the old man about Sunset City. According to Xinxingzhou, the most sought-after thing in Sunset City is the spiritual vein below, but she didn't find many people discussing it along the way. Although everyone was openly trying to earn black and white stones, she didn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy leakage, and she couldn't sense the entrance to the spiritual vein at all. There was no one else in the clinic at the moment. The old man looked around before whispering, "Young lady, you don't know this, but Sunset City doesn't look the same during the day. It only really gets lively after the sun sets." "Why?" "I'm sure you've learned along the way what's most important in Sunset City right now. It's those stones below. But the city lord has ordered that this passage can only be opened after sunset, so the real excitement only begins after the sun goes down. You'll be able to see it at night." Chapter 171, A Skill That Amazed the Audience. 5. "At night," Asajiri murmured. The old man nodded, then cautiously glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Sunset City is usually very active at night. If you want to go down to the Red River, young lady, you'd better be careful." Asajiri asked, "What do you mean?" "Actually, there are a lot of people who go to the Red River to dig for stones every night, but most of them are in groups. Whenever someone digs up a big stone, their people will take it away and buy it from them at a low price. If they don't comply, they will get into trouble," the old man said. "Another thing to note is that many of the ordinary people you see are actually people in disguise. Sunset City is no longer under the control of Yin Kingdom, and no matter what happens in Sunset City, it will not escape the eyes of those people." Asajiri knew that the group the old man was talking about was the Guiwa sect. Tai Xiaodong was probably among that group of people. That suited her perfectly. Asajiri nodded, her expression cool and aloof. "I understand. Thank you, sir." "No need, no need." The old man waved his hand in a panic. "The young lady and that young man are both good people. I will never forget your kindness to me. That young master helped him a lot during the few days he was there, but unfortunately he left without even saying goodbye." Upon hearing this, Asajiri said nothing. The old man said, "Young lady, are you going to the Red River tonight?" Upon hearing this, Asajiri nodded. "I should go." Upon hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. "Young lady, you've rented us for a day. Why don't you take my grandson with you tonight? If there's anything you don't understand, he can tell you." Asajiri glanced in the direction of his grandson and shook his head. "No need. He's still sick. He should rest well." The old man insisted. "He's already receiving treatment. He's not that delicate. If you don't let us do something, we won't feel at ease. Why don't you take me with you?" Asajiri declined, her voice indifferent. "No need. She doesn't plan to stay here for long, and she already has a plan in mind. She definitely wanted to see the spiritual vein below and try her luck. It was inevitable that it would attract the attention of the Guiwa sect. If we include them in the list, it will inevitably cause them trouble. She also dislikes people randomly grabbing people and using them as her weaknesses to threaten her." Perhaps because Asajiri's tone left no room for refusal, the old man had no choice but to give up. "All right. Then, young lady, you must be careful. The place is a mixed bag and very dangerous." Asajiri nodded. As evening approached, Sunset City was indeed as lively as the old man had described. Everywhere you look, there are lanterns and decorations, and everyone seems to be exceptionally excited. "Are you serious? The city lord will really come in person?" A surprised exclamation was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly energizing everyone in the city lord's mansion. A middle-aged man at the head of the table slowly glanced at the speaker and said, "What do you think?" That extremely intimidating gaze made everyone present feel breathless. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the man continued, "The sect leader's birthday is in a few days. He will come to Sunset City in person, so we need to close the city for the next few days and not let anyone in. You all need to clean up the mess you have to clean up." "Yes," everyone answered. "And another thing," the man's gaze slowly swept over the short figure below. "And you too. What are you planning to do about those two?" The little iron bucket, which he had just swept over, shuddered. A shadow of gloom flashed in its blue pupils, but it quickly disappeared. It replied, "Don't worry, Lord Left Protector. I have already set my sights on a wealthy merchant. He has bought quite a few black and white stones, enough to pave a distance of about 10 meters. From what I've observed, there is an entrance leading forward. About 10 meters ahead, you can step on a large, high-quality raw stone. I will then snatch it from him and present it to the city lord." Upon hearing this, the Left Protector scoffed lightly. "Do you think the leader is like you bumpkins who have never seen the world? So what if the raw stone is of good quality? It's not certain whether it can yield a high-grade crystal. Besides, the leader doesn't lack high-grade crystals. This time, 2 instructors were injured because of your mistake. If you can't give a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for not protecting you." The people around them began to gloat. Despite his young age, Tai Xiaodong easily gained the Left Protector's favor by joining the Guiwa sect thanks to his ruthlessness and talent. In a short period of time, He earned the left protector's high regard. Therefore, all of them disliked Tai Xiaotong. I wish he would crash and burn soon. Tai Xiaotong lowered his head. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, the left protector spoke calmly. If what you say is true, if you can really get that woman's personal space, the sect leader will surely be very happy and will not blame you for your previous mistakes. After all, it was a rare personal space, and losing only 2 instructors was not a big deal. This matter concerns whether you can stay in the Guihua sect in the future. You should consider it carefully, he said. Tai Xiaotong knelt on the ground. Yes, I will definitely capture that woman. It's just that the Wujiang dynasty acted suddenly this time, and I don't know where she went. It may take some time to find her. It's all right. The left protector was not in a hurry. As long as you can guarantee that you are not lying. Even if we don't find her, the leader will not let her go. Tai Xiaotong stood up. Then, left protector, I'll send someone to keep an eye on that wealthy merchant. The left protector waved his hand. Meanwhile, Asajiri also found the entrance to the spiritual vein and went down with the crowd. The entrance was extremely well hidden, located beneath a huge gambling den, which was not an ordinary gambling den, but rather a place for gambling on stones. That building was very unique. It was a huge, circular ancient building filled with all sorts of jade gambling merchants. Asajiri also went in and glanced around casually. They were all low-quality raw stones, very small in size, and at most could only yield red and orange crystals, which could only be provided to those who were just starting out in cultivation. Just as the old man had said, the better quality raw stones were all taken by the Guihua sect. These rough stones are mined from below. Some people sell them, while others cut them on the spot, peeling off the outer layer of the rough stone to see if there are any crystals inside. If you have it, you'll become rich overnight. If you don't, you'll suffer a huge loss. The place was packed with people and bustling with activity. Chao Wu followed the crowd into the passage and went underground. There was indeed a huge spirit array on the ground, probably used to seal the aura of the spiritual veins below. As soon as I entered, a wave of heat hit me and lifted the hem of my clothes. Chapter 172, A Skill That Amazed the Audience, 6. After walking through a long road, the view gradually became filled with red light. After turning the corner, what comes into view is a river flowing with blood-red water. Asajiri looked at the thing and felt it looked somewhat familiar. Ginseng Baby muttered, it's pretty much the same as the one in Yinqing. Asajiri snapped out of her daze upon hearing this. Indeed, the red river flowing in front of us does resemble lava, but it's not quite the same. It's not as thick and looks more like diluted river water. Asajiri squatted by the river and reached out her hand to probe above. There must have been a strange fire here once. Hey, are you out of your mind? A young boy next to her saw Asajiri's actions and thought she was going to touch the scalding river water, so he immediately stopped her. Asajiri calmly withdrew her hand and glanced at him. Seeing the cold look in Asajiri's eyes, the young boy paused for a moment before explaining, you can't touch this river water. It can scald you to death instantly. Asajiri's voice was calm. I know. After all, it's a different kind of fire. For an ordinary person, encountering this would be tantamount to suicide. Cultivators are slightly better off. This was a huge, semicircular platform, with a wide red river lying in front of them. The river water, like boiling lava, was constantly churning. On the opposite cliff face, dozens of meters away, one could see densely packed raw rocks. Even from a distance, it's clear that the quality of those rough stones is far superior to that in this corner. Right opposite them, where the rough stones were of the highest quality, there was a quiet path leading directly into an even deeper area. However, it was pitch black there. With the help of the faint light reflected from the red water, you could see that the raw stones inside were all bigger than watermelons, with full texture and rich spiritual energy. The real, high-quality goods are all in there, but you can only see them, not touch them. However, skills like light-footedness and rope hanging are completely useless on this eerie red river. At this moment, the huge platform was almost full of people. Some people were watching, while many people on the edge were using their accumulated black and white pieces to pave the way. In order to make the road longer, some people choose to lay only one vertical row, with no width at all. They can only walk on it on tiptoe, trembling, and walking on it with their thumbs. This requires someone with exceptional balance who is completely indifferent to life and death, because any mistake would result in being completely swallowed up by the red river. Those with fewer black and white pieces usually gather on both sides of the platform, where the distance to the opposite side is shorter. However, relatively speaking, the quality of the rough stones on both sides is not that good, and most of the rough stones dug out from there don't yield anything worthwhile. In just a short while, Asajiri had seen many people fall into the Red River. Before they even had a chance to struggle, they turned into wisps of black smoke and were completely swallowed up. Seeing that Asajiri's gaze was fixed on those people, the young boy suddenly spoke up for some reason. These people are like that. They will do anything for cultivation resources. After all, this is the only way we can obtain spiritual power. Everyone wants to become the supreme powerhouse, but the vast majority of cultivators make no progress after awakening their spiritual roots. Because there is no spiritual energy here, they don't know how the people of the Wuzheng dynasty cultivate, and they certainly don't have any cultivation resources here. They suddenly heard from others that Sunset City had this kind of raw stone, which could be mined into crystals that could help them cultivate. This attracted a large number of people. Upon hearing this, Asajiri withdrew her gaze. She didn't want to judge these people either. Everyone has their own choices. Some people are willing to give up anything for cultivation, including their lives. But her gaze swept over the rough stones opposite her. Asajiri's expression was calm, but in reality, the small wooden sword she had placed in her spatial storage was trembling as if it had Parkinson's disease. Perhaps sensing the call of the crystals within the raw stone opposite, the current Earth rank artifact is very excited. Asajiri silently pressed it down. The Earth rank artifact rubbed its blade against Chao Wu's hand, as if it were somewhat aggrieved. Asajiri could sense that it longed for those crystals. The losses were probably too severe. The Earth rank artifact was originally refining itself, and even wanted to break through to the heaven rank by fusing with the ginseng baby, but it was suddenly interrupted by them, and then it was forcibly contracted by Dihan. After being forcibly contracted by Dihan, its spiritual power was greatly depleted, and it could only appear as a small wooden sword most of the time. Now it urgently needs a large amount of spiritual power. So when it sensed the spiritual energy within the raw stone opposite, it couldn't resist. Not only Earth-rank divine artifacts, but even the morning mist is one. No cultivator could remain unmoved upon seeing so many raw stones. Moreover, although she couldn't see what was inside those raw stones, she knew from the unusual behavior of the Earth-rank artifact that there must be something good inside those raw stones. After thinking for a moment, Asajiri turned to the young boy and asked, "Excuse me, how do you use these black and white pieces? Do you just lay them out directly?" Upon hearing this, a woman on the other side of Chao Wu covered her mouth and laughed. The woman clung to the arm of the man next to her in a coquettish tone. "Young Master Yi, anyone can come down here. They don't even know how to use the black and white chess pieces, yet they want to come down and join in the fun." Yi Xiao's eyes swept over Chao Wu, and when he saw her cool and aloof face, his eyes lit up for a moment. However, when he found her slightly slender figure, he was immediately disappointed. He put his arm around the waist of the woman next to him and said, "That's right. But that's how the rules are in Sunset City. There are no restrictions. Anyone can come here to broaden their horizons." The young boy was also somewhat surprised. "Is this your first time here?" Asajiri looked at him calmly. The young boy. Well, judging from her appearance, she really does seem to be clueless about everything. Asajiri ignored the sarcastic remarks of the two people next to her. She simply couldn't understand how these people were using it. She only saw that these people threw black and white pieces into the Red River and automatically paved a path, the length of which was determined by the number of pieces. But the one she just dropped and sank right away. The young boy immediately explained, "If you are a cultivator, then you should inject your spiritual power into the first black and white piece. After that, you should be quick in placing the pieces. How you place them is up to you, but I suggest you place them neatly, otherwise they will burn your feet. If you are not a cultivator, just cut your finger and drip a drop of blood onto the first black and white piece." At this moment, the woman next to her spoke up again. What's the use of talking to her so much? She doesn't even know how to use black and white pieces. How many pieces do you expect her to have? She probably can't even lay down a palm's length of pieces. Just come down and see how others do it when you have the chance. There's no need for you to embarrass yourself. Chapter 173, A Skill That Amazed the Audience, 7. After finishing her sarcasm, she raised her chin, turned her head, and said coquettishly, "Young Master Yi, I've never been to this place before. Can you show me around and broaden my horizons this time?" Young Master Yi seemed pleased by her attitude, and his brows relaxed. "It's normal that you haven't been here before. This middle position isn't for just anyone. You need to have some ability to stand in the middle. Because laying the stones from the middle is extremely demanding on one's resources. Without a large number of black and white stones, it's simply impossible to lay them out. If they fail to land the pieces, then all the black and white pieces they used will be wasted. Thinking of this, he casually glanced at Asajiri with disdain in his eyes, then easily took a full bag from his waist. Take this and play with it. The woman's eyes showed surprise and disbelief, which then turned into excitement. Young Master Yi is so generous. Thank you, young Master Yi. Many people nearby saw this and looked on with envy. This bag is full of them. There must be at least several hundred pieces. If this woman were to use it sparingly and not cover it completely, but spread it sparsely, she might be able to spread it all the way to the other side. That way, there's a chance to dig up a rough stone from the other side. Hundreds of black and white pieces. This would undoubtedly be a huge sum of money for any one of them. However, this man simply gave it to a woman so casually? Just who exactly is this young Master Yi? In an instant, many people came over and started chatting. Some people with ulterior motives also brought their female companions, secretly hoping to introduce the women to this young Master Yi. This place is extraordinary. Both the ancient circular building above and the spiritual vein below are the liveliest places in the entire Sunset City. Every night, many people come to join in the fun. Some high-ranking officials and dignitaries also enjoy coming here to gamble on stones, and they also like to bring some female companions with them. At this point, these female companions came into play. A variety of beauties, each with their own unique charm, surrounded young Master Yi, instantly infuriating the woman beside him. She stood guard beside young Master Yi with the air of a mistress, and her expression immediately turned ugly when she saw those women approaching. She would glare at each one who came. At this moment, Wu was speaking to Emperor Fuyao in his mind. Emperor Fuyao could roughly sense the strength of the spiritual energy on the other side. From him, Wu learned that there were a large number of high-grade crystals in the crevice on the other side. It can be said that the essence of this entire spiritual vein lies within that crevice. It seems she needs to find a way to go there. Now that she already knows where the treasure is, she doesn't necessarily need the crystals outside. After all, so many eyes are watching. She needs to find a way to get into that crevice, dig out all those high-grade raw stones, and hide them in her spatial storage. Thinking this way, Asajiri didn't pay much attention to the situation around her. However, at this moment, she did not notice that a large crowd had gathered around her, and the aloof and cold morning mist naturally attracted the attention of some individuals. Miss, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? A man stood calmly beside Wu, fanning himself with a smile as he asked. Asajiri didn't realize he was talking to her, so she ignored him. A few seconds later, the man's smile froze for a moment after not receiving a response, but he didn't react. Instead, like a peacock, he asked again with a smile on his face. The woman who had previously made things difficult for Wu smiled disdainfully upon seeing this. It is indeed her first time here. She doesn't even know how to use the black and white chess pieces, just like you, young Master He. Upon hearing this, everyone around who knew the man burst into laughter. Everyone knows He Zhongqi. He's a notorious playboy, quite famous in Sunset City. At the beginning, He Zhongqi was indeed very wealthy and had a lot of black and white stones. He loved beautiful women and also enjoyed gambling on stones. For a long time, he liked to bring his female companions here to dig for rough stones. But to be honest, he had absolutely no talent for gambling on stones and had never found a crystal inside a rough stone. Over time, he squandered his entire fortune, and the women who were once devoted to him left him one after another when they saw that he no longer had mountains of black and white chess pieces. He Zhongqi was devastated by the sudden change and remained depressed for a long time. But later, perhaps disbelieving in fate, He Zhongqi started coming here every day again. Whenever he encountered a pretty woman, he would flirt with her and then continue gambling on stones, continuing to lose money. In any case, He Zhongqi is now seen as a huge joke by everyone. Many people lose a lot of money gambling on stones, and it is not uncommon for those who lose a lot to commit suicide. Surprisingly, quite a few people, after comparing He Zhongqi's miserable situation, comforted themselves and didn't feel that their own situation was so bad. The laughter of the person next to her was so loud that Asajiri snapped out of her daze and glanced at the person next to her indifferently. Did you call me? He Zhongqi paused for a moment, then fanned himself with a smile. Yes, is this your first time here, young lady? Asajiri's expression remained indifferent. What's it to you? Then she looked at the young boy who had spoken to her earlier, picked up a black and white stone, and asked, if I want to move to the other side, how many black and white stones would I need? She had never done this before and didn't know roughly how many pieces would be needed to cover the other side. It was impossible to take out all the black and white pieces at once. That wouldn't be realistic and would invite envy. Spread it to the other side? The young boy was surprised, then thought for a moment. That depends on how wide you want to spread it. If you want to walk more safely on it, you can spread it wider. Otherwise, it is easy to fall off if you are not steady. In that case, you will need more black and white pieces. But as it stands, even if you spread the narrowest path, which is just one vertical row, you will need at least 30,000 pieces. The black and white pieces are too small. Standing on this edge and looking over there, the distance doesn't seem very far, but it's actually quite far. There are at least 30,000 pieces. Therefore, very few people have ever paved this very middle spot. The people who were sent over earlier were probably members of the Gwewa sect. Perhaps having heard about Asajiri's question, the woman seemed to find it a joke. Young Master Yi, did you hear that? She actually wants to pave the way through the middle. Is she crazy? Young Master Yi chuckled softly, without saying a word. Asajiri glanced casually at the woman, then spoke to her for the first time, her voice indifferent. Is it that difficult to pave it across to the other side? Chapter 174, A skill that amazed the audience. 8. Upon hearing this, the woman found it hard to believe and paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. As if mocking Asajiri's ignorance, she sneered, What else do you think? Do you think you can pave the way to the other side? There are very few people in the entire Sunset City who can do that. Do you think you can? At this point, she looked Asajiri up and down, said nothing more, but her expression said it all. Indeed, Asajiri looks like she can't possibly produce 100 black and white stones. She had neither a purse nor a pocket, nothing at all, and with only a few things hidden in her sleeve and belt, she still managed to ask such a naive question. That's hilarious. Some onlookers echoed the woman's words. Ignorance is not a fault or a sin, but here, when everyone is equally poor, some people's ignorance becomes a laughingstock. They pointed and whispered, saying they had never heard such a stupid question. The black and white pieces are only so big. Just by looking at them, you can tell that it's almost impossible to lay them across the middle. If she were to deliberately ask again, wouldn't that be humiliating herself? What does it highlight? Does it highlight her naivete? Surprisingly, amidst the overwhelming consensus, Hizhongqi, fanning himself, said to the woman, Not at all, not at all. How do you know this young lady can't do it? You can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe this young lady is the illegitimate daughter of Lady Luck and has that ability. Even if she doesn't have it now, how do you know she won't have it a year, 2 years, or many years from now? After saying that, he turned to comfort Asajiri. Don't be discouraged, girl. I can tell from your face that you are just like me. You just lack an opportunity. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. We are prepared, and the opportunity will be ours in the future. Despite the numerous setbacks he has suffered over the years, he still believes that he is destined to be a gem gambler. The young boy also looked at Xiaowu and said, Miss, please don't mind. No one meant any harm. They were just talking casually. It's true that very few people can land on the opposite side. There aren't many black and white pieces circulating in the market. The young boy was right. No one meant any harm to Asajiri. Most of the people on this shore were there to watch the excitement, not to dig for raw stones. Wherever there was excitement, that's where they were. Suddenly, people's attention was drawn to another place. You're back. How was it? How much did you find? A group of people rushed to the side, and even Hizhongqi, who had just comforted Xiaowu, immediately ran over, fanning himself. Asajiri glanced at it. The young boy explained from the side. Someone brought back the raw stones. That person is quite amazing. The road he paved was very narrow, with no width, yet he still managed to come back. His tone was full of undisguised admiration. Many people can find raw stones here, but those who completely disregard life and death are truly admirable. To make the road longer, they only laid the length and not the width, sparsely paving the black and white pieces in a vertical line so that one could walk on it on tiptoe with their thumb. It's difficult. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at him a few more times. The man who was digging for the raw stones had many burns on his feet, and in some places the bones were exposed, which looked horrifying. His tattered clothes were also used to store the rough stones. The rough stones were not big, about the size of small watermelons. He brought back 7 or 8 of them, of various sizes. This quality of raw stone is almost extinct in the outlying areas, so as soon as it returned, many people clamored to buy it, including Hizhongqi, who waved his fan and said, Brother, are you selling these? If you are, I'll buy them all. The man sat there shirtless, and you could see that his foot injury was quite serious. His face was a little pale. He nodded, sell. Zhongqi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Great. I'll buy them all. Name your price. These words immediately drew dissatisfaction from many people nearby. If you buy it, what are we supposed to buy? How can you do this? We want to buy it too. This is the best batch of goods that came out tonight. How can you keep it all for yourself? Yes. Who doesn't know that you, Zhongqi, are a notorious mastermind? You've never managed to extract a single crystal. Forget it. You'd be wasting these rough stones. You won't be able to extract anything from them. Just let us have them. Zhongqi's face flushed red upon hearing this. What are you saying? I was just unlucky. I wasn't the one who did it. However, there were too many people opposing him, and the man was somewhat at a loss. To avoid offending others, the man remained silent for a moment before speaking. Young master, why don't you choose one and leave some for the others? If I dig them up again next time, I'll definitely give you priority. The man's tone was very kind, and given that his foot injury was indeed serious and couldn't be delayed any longer, otherwise it would probably affect his ability to walk in the future, Zhongqi's expression softened, and he nodded. All right, for your sake, I'll choose first. Surprisingly, no one objected to this suggestion. In their view, Zhongqi was the mastermind behind everything. He would only choose pure stones and could never select raw stones with crystals. Letting Zhongqi choose first actually reduced their margin for error. Zhongqi then happily began selecting from the 7 or 8 rough stones. Actually, these raw stones don't look any different. They're all pretty much the same. For a moment, Zhongqi was also in a dilemma. He also knew that it would be very difficult to find one with a crystal by relying on his own luck. The first and second ones are relatively round. The third and fourth ones have slight cracks and look a bit defective. The fifth one. Zhongqi's eyes lingered between the first and second. Choose the last one. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out beside him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. A petite and slender figure appeared beside Zhongqi at some point, looking down at the raw stones and speaking softly. Huh, that girl? Zhongqi was also taken aback for a moment. The last one. He looked over there. The last one looks the biggest, but it has the most cracks, with the largest crack even showing the center of the original stone. There was no luster inside. It's obviously just a broken rock. She actually made him choose this broken stone? Ha ha ha. Before Zhongqi could say anything, the woman suddenly burst into laughter, hands on her hips. Young Master Yi. Look what she chose. Does she even know what gambling on stones is about? She actually picked a worthless rock. Turning to Zhongqi, she said, Didn't you say that women are your lucky stars? Your lucky star is right here today, why don't you listen? Zhongqi once said that he believed women could bring him good luck. Upon hearing this, Zhongqi tightened his grip on the fan and fanned himself slightly faster. As if in a fit of pique, he remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly snapped his folding fan shut. Fine, I'll listen. You think I wouldn't dare? All right, I'll listen to this young lady and buy this one. After saying that, he smirked. Anyway, I've bought more than 1 or 2 worthless stones, so I don't care. At worst, I'll just consider it doing a good deed and buying the bad stones for the rest of you. Chapter 175, A Skill That Amazed the Audience, 9. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, offering no comment. Everyone knows that Zhongqi is not someone who likes to do good deeds, nor is he someone who has too much money to burn. He was simply unlucky. He didn't have the talent for gambling on stones. That's all. Zhongqi quickly bought the largest cracked rough stone and paid for it on the spot. Seeing that he had successfully completed the transaction, the others rushed forward and began scrambling to buy the remaining rough stones. Since Zhongqi has bought all the stones, the chances of finding raw stones among the remaining ones are higher. If you don't buy now, when will you? This batch is the best quality among all the rough stones that people dug up today. In no time, all the rough stones were bought up. Those who failed to buy the rough stones pinned their hopes on those who had not yet come ashore, hoping to see if they could bring back some larger rough stones. Zhongqi did the same, casually placing the rough stone at his feet. His attention then focused on a person digging for rough stones on the other side. He wanted to keep a low profile, but someone wouldn't allow it, deliberately stirring up trouble. Young master, aren't you usually quite enthusiastic about gambling on stones? Why aren't you in a hurry to open it today when you get such a good piece? Are you afraid of finding something high-end and attracting envy? Upon hearing this, the people around also gathered around as if they were watching a good show. Yes. Why isn't young master opening it? This rough stone is so big, and the color looks good too. There might be a lot of good stuff inside. That's right. This is where your lucky star pointed you out tonight. Maybe it will break your bad luck, and you'll suddenly find something good. A chorus of mockery erupted. Hizongchi waved his fan, a smile playing on his lips. He knew that none of these people were on his side. They all wanted to see him make a fool of himself, which was why they said those things on purpose. He had never actually obtained a crystal before, not even the lowest grade red crystal. However, he's not the kind of person who can't take a joke. After all, everyone knows he's incredibly unlucky. He then laughed and said, "No, it doesn't matter whether there are good stones or not. It's just that this isn't a place to cut stones. There aren't any professional craftsmen here, and we don't even have the tools. Let's wait until we go upstairs to cut them." Hizongchi was just saying that on purpose to ease the awkwardness, but things didn't go as planned. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Young master don't worry, I just brought my master down with me." People spontaneously made way for each other. A man, accompanied by an old man, walked up to Hizongchi under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The man smiled and said, "I have no other skills, but I like to help others. Young master if you want to cut the stone, it's not a difficult task. I've brought a master with me." Someone in the crowd recognized the old man and exclaimed in surprise, "Old Master Fan." "Old Master Fan," someone exclaimed in surprise. "Is he the master craftsman who once cut out a blue crystal? I heard he's a top figure in this industry, having cut countless stones with a very steady hand and never made a mistake." "Didn't they say that old Master Fan had already retired from the criminal world?" someone asked. The man smiled and said, "That's right, Master Fan has already retired from the business. However, this time I've spent a lot of money to invite Master Fan to come and cut stones for me." The old man nodded, neither arrogant nor impatient, displaying a unique composure. "Not bad. This is acknowledging his identity." A slight slump swept through the crowd. In the jade gambling industry, Master Fan has a very good reputation. He has never made a mistake and has cut out many high-grade crystals. Usually, when someone digs up a rough stone of good quality, they will send it to Master Fan for help to cut. However, he has already retired from the entertainment industry, which makes many people feel very regretful. The man smiled and said to the old man, "Mr. Fan, would you mind cutting this rough stone for this young master Old Master Fan nodded slightly. "Since it is your request, young master, then I will respectfully comply." Hizongchi's fingers curled slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Now that things have come to this, it seems there's nothing he can do to stop it. Fine, whatever. If he can't cut it, he can't cut it. It's not like this is the first time he's embarrassed himself. With a "what's the worst that can happen" attitude, Hizongchi waved his hand and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Fan." Old Fan nodded, then waved his hand, signaling his servants to bring up his tools. The raw stone is extremely hard and usually requires special tools to cut it, like peeling an egg by peeling off the outer skin bit by bit. Everyone around was just watching the show, but Old Fan was taking his craft very seriously. He didn't treat the rough stone with any disdain because of its huge cracks. Then, the trouble began to focus on cutting the stone. For his first cut, Master Fan followed the crack downwards, making the deepest cut. With a single cut, the entire rough stone was almost split in two, becoming two semicircles. As expected, the two semicircles were completely dark and empty. There wasn't a single crystal in it. Someone chuckled, and then everyone shook their heads. This is not surprising when it comes to Hizongchi. They had anticipated this outcome. The man smiled at Hizongchi and pretended to comfort him. "Young master don't be discouraged. Not everyone has the talent for gambling on stones. Perhaps your opportunity is yet to come." Ha ha ha. Seeing him use Hizongchi's words as a sarcastic remark, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hizongchi didn't seem to care and continued to slowly wave his folding fan. "It's nothing, just a raw stone." "Young master he has cut more than just one rough stone, hasn't he?" someone interrupted. "Young master he has cut hundreds, if not thousands, of rough stones, but so far he hasn't cut out a single one. He has truly contributed a lot to Sunset City." "Wait." Suddenly, a solemn voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Old Fan was holding the raw stone that had been cut in half, his expression somewhat solemn. The man who hired him asked, "What's wrong?" Old Fan did not reply, but carefully continued to cut the two halves of the raw stone. Could there be some kind of plot twist? With doubts in their hearts, everyone held back and continued watching. With the first cut, a piece of stone fell down. With the second cut, another slice was taken off. It can be seen that Mr. Fan's movements are much more refined than before. Could it be that he'll actually stumble upon a gem by sheer luck and manage to cut out a raw stone? The man's suspicious gaze shifted back and forth between Old Fan and Hizongchi. He came to see He Zhongqi make a fool of himself, not to see him show off. If He Zhongqi were to cut out a raw stone today, breaking his previous curse of bad luck, even if it were just a small red crystal, it would be enough to cause a stir here. He thought to himself, I hope I don't cut out any crystals. Chapter 176, A Skill That Amazed the Audience. 10. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Old Master Fan made one cut after another. Finally, with his last cut, a semicircle was sliced into pieces, cut very meticulously. However, there was nothing inside, not even a tiny crystal the size of a sesame seed. Upon seeing this, the man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then burst into laughter. Old Fan is indeed meticulous in his work, but brother, his luck is truly extraordinary. Even Old Fan couldn't break your curse. Upon hearing this, He Zhongqi pursed his lips and remained silent. For a moment just now, he was also hoping. He thought some miracle might happen. He never felt ashamed of not being able to open a crystal, because he was used to it. But it was precisely because of this expectation that it was dashed that the disappointment suddenly reached its peak. Old Fan remained silent and picked up another semicircle, beginning to cut it. The onlookers' gazes lingered on him, and He Zhongqi suddenly felt bored. For a moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps gambling on stones was really not suitable for him, and all he wanted to do was leave. He lowered his eyelids and said, Old Fan, don't cut it anymore, don't waste time. Those people are right. He was never destined to be a jade gambler. For gambling on jade, he endured treatment that most people could hardly bear, was ridiculed by thousands, and lost all his wealth. Perhaps he should have given up long ago. No. Old Master Fan refused without even raising his head. His usually indifferent eyes held a hint of fanaticism as he quickened his pace. Young master, let me cut. Let me cut, please. Even if I don't find anything, you won't lose anything, right? Let me cut. Maybe I can find something. For some reason, he had a premonition that the rough stone in his hand was extraordinary. Perhaps it can be cut out, and it would be high-quality material. To others, it might just look like an ordinary stone, because the original stone, which was the size of a watermelon, has been cut down to only a quarter of its original size, and there is no light to be seen. It looks like a rock on the surface. But only he, the one actually cutting, knows the extraordinary tactile sensation he experiences while cutting. If all goes well, it should be able to be cut out. He Zhongqi pursed his lips, remained silent for a moment, and said nothing to refuse. All right, then please hurry up. Old Fan nodded, licked his lips, and then focused intently on continuing to cut. This time, he was even more serious than before. With each stroke of his knife, the thin, cicada wing-like stone slab was gradually sliced off, and the raw stone in his hand grew smaller and smaller. After an unknown amount of time, a faint green light suddenly appeared in his hand, and a surprised voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Green light, someone exclaimed in surprise. It can actually be cut out? Are there really crystals? Most crystals grow in the center of the rough stone, but this one is growing in such an off-center position, which is quite rare. If it were someone with a short temper, and they didn't see a crystal after cutting it in half, they probably wouldn't continue cutting and would definitely throw it away as waste. Green crystal? Everyone's surprised gaze immediately fell on He Zhongqi. Can he really get a crystal? Has his bad luck ended? And you got a green crystal on your very first try? Not only were the onlookers surprised, but He Zhongqi himself was also stunned, standing there motionless. He watched closely as Old Fan made his hand movements. As he continued to cut the stone shards, the light from the crystals inside became increasingly apparent. Judging by its size, the crystal must be at least the size of an egg. A green crystal the size of an egg. If this were outside, it would be a priceless treasure, something that countless cultivators would fight tooth and nail for. He actually bought it. He bought it. As joy surged into his mind, followed by an overwhelming ecstasy that defied words, He Zhongqi looked left and right, but the women around him had long since left him, and he couldn't even find anyone to hug. He immediately spotted Asajiri, standing next to him. He Zhongqi was stunned for a moment, then walked up to Chaowu. Standing in front of Chaowu, his height of over 1.8 meters made him look like a big, helpless dog. Girl, thank you. It was because of your advice that I was able to open this green crystal and get rid of my previous cursed bad luck. Thank you so much. He even excitedly lifted his long robe, almost kneeling before Chaowu. Before his knees even touched the ground, Asajiri lifted him up slightly, her expression indifferent. You're too happy too soon. He Zhongqi felt a force pulling his knees down, preventing him from kneeling. He then stood up straight, his attention focused on Chao Wu's words. What do you mean? Asajiri did not respond. Because that crystal wasn't green at all. It is a blue crystal. The spiritual power contained within the cyan crystal is equivalent to the spiritual core of a powerful cyan spirit, making it an invaluable treasure for cultivators. In a continent of this caliber, being able to cultivate using cyan crystals is already considered a top-tier cultivation resource. Once it's opened, many people will definitely be envious. Of course, this group does not include Asajiri, because her target was in the gap on the other side. Asajiri looked down and knew that with her strength, she could definitely sense the rich spiritual power emanating from the crystal. After the play ended, she didn't stay there, but turned around and went back to where she had been standing. The young boy was still standing there. There were too many people at the raw stone cutting area, so he hadn't managed to squeeze through. When he saw Asajiri return, he took the initiative to greet her. Asajiri asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Tang Yin," the boy replied. Asajiri asked, "Are you here to dig for raw stones too?" Tang Yin shook his head. "Mining raw stones requires a lot of black and white stones, which I don't have. I'm here to set up a stall." As he spoke, he lifted his tattered clothes and pulled out some colorful little trinkets. Upon seeing this, Asajiri fell silent. Well, this place is not only a holy land for mining raw stones, but also a holy land for dating. Men and women alike like to come here, and setting up a stall here should do pretty good business. Here's one for you. Tang Yin picked out a pretty candy and placed it in Chao Wu's palm. Asajiri glanced down at him. "Why are you giving this to me?" Tang Yin said, "Because I feel that you are different from them, and I want to make friends with you." Asajiri's eyes were indifferent. "How is it different? I'm the same as them, here to dig for raw stones." Tang Yin shook his head. "It's different. These people seem to be blinded by greed." He had been around here for so long that he could almost see through the hearts of everyone here. But Asajiri's eyes were different. They were clear. She came to dig for raw stones, but there was no ugly desire in her eyes. That's why he likes it. Asajiri was about to say something, but at that moment, it seemed that the cutting was completely finished, and a sudden burst of intense sound erupted. Azure crystal. Azure crystal. Am I seeing things? It really is a cyan crystal. Chapter 177, Not a Single Armor Left, 1. Azure crystal. Tang Yin was also taken aback and looked over there on his own. However, because the incident caused such a huge sensation, the place was already packed with people. Not even a dog could squeeze in, let alone a person. Seeing that Asajiri glanced at him, he scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Blue crystals are very rare. It is precisely because they are so rare that these people are so excited. That's a blue crystal, priceless." It could be said that He Zhongqi's rise to prominence can be described as meteoric. No matter how many useless stones he has opened before, or even if he has never opened any crystals, so what? Does anyone still care now? Will anyone still laugh at him? Won't. The fact that the first crystal was a blue one is enough to make more than 95% of people who gamble on stones lose out. Moreover, he now holds the cyan crystal, so all the big shots will have to fawn over him. Rounding it off, He Zhongqi is now a big shot himself. No one expected that he, who was just being ridiculed by everyone, would suddenly turn around and become someone that no one could reach. Even He Zhongqi himself did not expect that he would kneel on the ground holding the blue crystal in both hands, crying and laughing hysterically. Those who bought the same batch of rough stones immediately asked Mr. Fan to cut them for them as well. Because he had just cut out a high-quality cyan crystal, old Master Fan was in a very good mood and agreed to their request. To everyone's disappointment, the person brought back 7 or 8 rough stones, each of which was of decent quality. The worst one was the one He Zhongqi bought, but things turned out quite differently. He Zhongqi cut out such a large blue crystal from the cracked rough stone, while the other people did not cut anything out at all. Not even a single red crystal was cut out. Asajiri withdrew her gaze. "Let's go." The 2 words were spoken casually, as if everything happening here had nothing to do with her. Even Tang Yin couldn't help but turn his head and take a look. She was the one who chose that rough stone for He Zhongqi. If it weren't for her, He Zhongqi would never have chosen it. In other words, Chao Wu deserves half the credit for He Zhongqi's ability to acquire this cyan crystal. That was a blue crystal, yet her expression didn't change at all. How strong must one's mental fortitude be? "Where to?" He caught up with me in a few steps, a little puzzled. The spot where she had been standing was now crowded with people, making it difficult for Asajiri to move around, so she left. She stopped when she reached a less crowded area. "Dig for raw stones." "You mean, you're going over there?" Tang Yin asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Asajiri looked up. It's not me, it's us. As she spoke, she took out a gold coin from her sleeve and handed it to him. I'm renting you to help me. This is the deposit. Most people in Sunset City make their living by trading black and white cards, but a small number of people, like Tang Yin, still make a living at the bottom of society. They were still earning money in the same old currency, so their eyes lit up when they saw the gold coin from Asajiri. However, he did not lose his mind and restrained his desires, saying with composure, but if you want to go to the other side, you need a lot of black and white pieces, and the black and white pieces you lay out can only be used by yourself. I can't stand on them. I know. Asajiri nodded. You don't need to worry about these things. I will provide the black and white pieces. You just need to tell me if you are willing. If you are not willing, I will not force you. Yes. Since she said that, how could he not agree? He would agree first. These are gold coins, not copper coins. If he had this gold coin, he would no longer have to work so hard to set up a stall here. After he agreed, he saw the iceberg-like girl pull out a black and white chess piece from somewhere and hand it to him, and she also took one for herself. Seeing a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy flow from her fingertip into the black and white chess piece, Tang Yin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Blue spirit. She's actually a blue spirit. How old is she? He looks about the same age as him. Having spent so much time in Sunset City, he had seen many cultivators, some powerful and some beginners. I've also seen many Huangling and Shengling who boasted of their superior strength and bullied ordinary people. If those guys are considered highly skilled, then what is this girl? He was just thinking that the woman had been so aggressive and sarcastic towards her, yet she hadn't retaliated. She must have an excellent temper. But now it seems that this may not be entirely true, because they are not even on the same level. In her eyes, that woman and everyone else present were probably as insignificant as ants, and she couldn't be bothered to care. Coming to her senses, Tang Yin quickly followed her actions, cutting her fingertip and dripping a drop of blood into her black and white chess piece. After he finished, he instructed Asajiri. Put it in the water gently with this side facing up. Sure enough, after the black and white pieces were placed in, they did not sink. Instead, they floated steadily on the water as if on flat ground, without moving at all. Those people were still surrounding Hizhongqi, and no one noticed her. With a thought, countless black and white pieces flew out automatically to pave the way. She not only laid out one for herself, but also laid out an identical one for Tang Yin. Both of them had a path that was a full meter wide, so there was no need to worry about losing their balance while standing on it. Tang Yin watched this scene with wide eyes, his expression changing from surprise to a look that could fit an egg in his mouth. This. Are these black and white pieces filling the sky for real? He had never seen so many black and white pieces in his entire life. All the exclamations could only be swallowed back, turning into a single sentence. You are so rich. Asajiri casually said. Once we get there, I'll point out which one you can dig up. Do you have a bag? Upon hearing this, Tang Yin paused for a moment, then frantically began searching for the tape. I'll go find it. Asajiri nodded slightly. What's that? Suddenly someone noticed the commotion and shouted in surprise. These words immediately attracted the attention of others. Those two wide and long roads, like floating bridges, spanned the scalding Red River. They were the complete opposite of the roads built by ordinary people, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Like Tang Yin, they had never seen such a large number of black and white pieces before. Moreover, she didn't lay the pieces in a straight line from the middle. To avoid the crowd, she moved to a relatively far place to start laying them, which would consume more black and white pieces. This path must have at least tens of thousands of black and white pieces, and there are actually two of them. Who is it? Who is so generous? Just as everyone was wondering, a slender figure suddenly stepped forward, probably to check if the black and white pieces were secure, and even stomped on them a couple of times to test them. That young lady. Someone suddenly realized she looked familiar. Isn't that the young lady who helped young master he choose the rough stone just now? Chapter 178, Not a single armor left, too. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. His gaze swept over Hizhongqi and Chaowu. Yes, Hizhongqi didn't intend to buy the rough stone just now. He bought it after listening to what this young lady said. So, can this girl really bring him good luck? Or did this young lady know that there was a crystal inside the rough stone? Regardless, this girl is truly a hidden talent. She scattered hundreds of thousands of black and white pieces without even blinking. But then again, does this road really need to be this wide? Even just a little bit would be good for them. Tears streamed down everyone's faces. The cyan crystal that Hizhongqi pointed to was the one she indicated. and the fact that she could casually produce so many black and white stones made it clear to anyone with eyes that this girl was no ordinary person. Maybe she's a genius at gambling on stones? Even if that's not the case, she has already paved the way, and it's obvious that she can get to the middle on the other side. The probability of getting high-grade crystals from the raw stones there is very high, and she will definitely be able to get a lot of high-grade crystals. So if you don't curry favor now, when will you? No one cared about He Zhongxi anymore, and they all rushed towards Chaowu. However, they could only watch. The black and white pieces actually had one advantage. Others couldn't steal them. Otherwise, the 1-meter-wide continent of Asajiri would surely be trampled to pieces. He Zhongxi also squeezed through the crowd. He had already put away his cyan crystal, put away his nonchalant expression, and bowed respectfully to Chaowu, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Asajiri glanced at him, but ignored him. "Make way, make way." At this moment, Tang Nian squeezed through the crowd, carrying 2 huge bags. The crowd was dissatisfied. Does a small-time vendor even deserve to squeeze into this place? Just as I was about to say something, I saw Tang Nian standing on another road with the 2 huge bags in his arms. Everyone was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. Is this road for this brat? Does he also have hundreds of thousands of black and white pieces? Someone asked in confusion. "Kid, how do you have so many black and white pieces?" After visiting many times, some people had seen Tang Nian many times and knew that he was just a small-time merchant. They had never seen him make such a big deal. Tang Nian quickly waved his hand. "No, it wasn't me, it was this young lady. I was just a helper he hired. She paved this road for me." Everyone gasped, their gazes turning back to Asajiri. Her? She actually gave over 100,000 yuan in black and white lottery tickets to a hired helper? Does she know how rare black and white stones are? Does she know that it takes ordinary people like them 10 days to half a month to collect 1 or 200 pills? Over 10,000. That's not just a dozen or so. It's a full 10,000. She actually used it on a brat who had absolutely no talent for cultivation. Before Asajiri could say anything, everyone's hearts were bleeding. This is what it feels like to feel heartache for someone else. "Let's go." Chaowu ignored those people, glanced at Tang Nian, and spoke calmly. Tang Nian quickly followed. Needless to say, there were at least several hundred people on the large platform behind them, all staring at the 2 of them. It has a feeling of walking the red carpet. Tang Nian was extremely nervous. The people on the platform fell into an eerie silence. They didn't know who this girl was. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air, because no one had ever seen her before, nor had they ever seen anyone with such a large sum of money, able to squander hundreds of thousands of black and white pieces so easily. At this moment, someone spoke up. With so many black and white pieces, could a normal person save up for 10 years without eating or drinking? They just don't care. Do you really think there's some kind of country bumpkin? Upon hearing this, anyone who had witnessed the earlier commotion immediately knew that the words were a sarcastic jab at the woman who had caused the earlier disturbance. The woman naturally heard it too, and her face immediately turned ugly, her hands unconsciously clenching her sleeves. "Young Master Yi." She hesitantly raised her tear-streaked face, hoping to receive comfort from young Master Yi, but to no avail. Yi Xiao's expression was also very unpleasant at this moment. His meager wealth was nothing compared to Asajiri's casual wave of the wrist. If it weren't for this woman, he might have done the same as those others and gone to curry favor with her. It's all that stupid thing's fault. It's all good for nothing and good for making things worse. This road is a bit long, probably 100 or 200 meters long. The closer you get to the other side, the more you can feel the strong aura. This is indeed a spiritual vein. However, compared to the spiritual vein she had seen before, it was still too small. That's all they can see with their naked eyes. There probably isn't any deeper inside. Asajiri was incredibly grateful for the sudden decision she made in the underground city. If she hadn't casually stored those red spider eggs in her spatial storage, she probably would have missed out on this spiritual vein. With this spiritual vein, she should have no major problems breaking through to the purple spirit realm. Once they arrive at the Wujiang dynasty and undergo marrow cleansing, they will successfully awaken their heavenly spiritual root, requiring even more cultivation resources. Only by restoring her top-grade heavenly spiritual root can she fight her way back. Therefore, this spiritual vein is a very important step that must be taken, and it must be done perfectly. Asajiri knew that Sunset City was now completely under the control of the Guiwa sect. Once she reaches the other side, regardless of whether she has obtained any raw stones, she will be targeted by the Guiwa sect. But she still chose to do it. She was determined to take this spiritual vein. However, she was certainly confident that she could get out unscathed. The reason for making such a big show of going there was to let these people see it. She knew that what was happening here would soon reach Tai Xiaodong's ears. Tai Xiaodong will definitely be unable to resist coming to find her. So she rented Tang Yin and asked him to help her. Tang Yin was digging for the raw stones she had designated outside, while she went into the dark crack. The really good stuff is all in there. The Tang dynasty was nothing but a smokescreen. What she wanted was for Tai Xiaodong to come to her door. The two quickly reached the other side, and when they looked back, the people on the shore were still watching them without moving. However, they were too far away to see Asajiri's movements. A casual glance revealed that the strongest person here was only a low-level green spirit. There is nothing to fear. They talked briefly amidst the morning mist, used a trick to deceive everyone, and then entered the crevice with peace of mind. From the perspective of the person opposite, Chao Wu and Tang Yin were diligently squatting on the ground digging for raw stones. Although they were moving a little slowly, everyone gathered around to watch carefully, afraid of missing out on what treasure they might have unearthed. With the illusion in place, Chao Wu wasn't worried about being discovered. She marked some of the rough stones on the outside for Tang Yin and said to him, "Dig these out. You can take anything else you like. This is a one-time opportunity." Tang Yin was still somewhat incredulous upon hearing Chao Wu's words. He never expected to have the chance to dig for raw stones, especially since he had dug them himself. He nodded excitedly. "Thank you, young lady." Chapter 179, Not a Single Armor Left 3. The rough stones here are of top-notch quality, and the chances of finding crystals inside are relatively high. He never imagined that he would have the opportunity to dig for raw stones here in his lifetime. And just like that, this opportunity fell right into his lap. All of this was given to him by this girl. Tang Yin looked at Zhao Wu with increasing awe. A sage eye stepped into the crack, while Tang Yin remained outside. He had memorized all the rough stones marked by Asajiri and was digging diligently, without letting up at all. The light was very dim inside the crack. Asajiri raised her hand and summoned the hot pot. Before Dihan left, he not only left behind a divine artifact of the earth rank, but also left the hot pot with her. I was quite surprised when the hot pot came out. How can there be so many raw stones in a place like this? You must have gotten incredibly lucky. Having lived on this continent for so many years, it had never sensed the existence of the primordial stone before. This was the first time. Raw stones are not like cultivators. Cultivators range from the lowest level, crimson spirit, to the highest level, with no limit to their potential. Raw stones are different. The highest grade of raw stone is purple crystal. It had never seen a continent without even spiritual energy possess spiritual veins. That's really surprising. Upon hearing this, Asajiri glanced at it, but said nothing. Inside the space, both the earth rank artifact and the ginseng baby reacted strongly. After all, the spiritual energy of this spiritual vein is strong enough, so it's normal for them to react violently. Fortunately, with the guidance of Emperor Fuyao, Chao Wu was able to clearly identify which raw stone was a waste stone. She carefully examined each raw stone and put all the raw stones that could be mined into high-grade crystals into her space. After a series of actions, a pile of raw stones, as large as a small mountain, had been accumulated in the space. The hot pot was lit up in front of me. Looking at Chao Wu, she saw that all the valuable raw stones inside the crack had been stored in her spatial storage. The rest were all useless stones that couldn't be extracted into crystals. The ginseng babies couldn't wait to gather around. When Chao Wu looked over, the ginseng baby and the earth rank artifact, who had been fighting tooth and nail for a spot, were now surprisingly in perfect harmony. The earth rank divine artifact was responsible for opening the raw stone, while the ginseng baby was responsible for taking out the crystals inside. The division of labor was clear and the teamwork was excellent. Upon seeing this, Asajiri fell silent. Well, it's a bit weird, but it's better than these two things always clashing in her space. Before long, the earth rank artifact had already cut out quite a few cyan and blue crystals. In this continent, crystals of cyan or higher are considered high-level cultivation resources. At a glance, she noticed that among the piles of crystals that resembled small mountains, there were even several purple crystals. Asajiri paused for a moment. Would you consider this an unexpected surprise? Purple crystals, how rare are they? Even though she initially only wanted some cyan crystals, she never imagined that she would get purple crystals. She already has at least 4 or 5 of them at a glance. As the ginseng baby skillfully took out the crystals and placed them on the grass in the space, it casually picked up 2 and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing them with a crunchy sound. Chao Wu felt a pang of heartache watching this. However, the ginseng baby was still careful. It only picked up some cyan crystals, and didn't touch any of the blue or purple crystals. It also knew that these things were meant for Asajiri. After collecting all the high-grade raw stones from the crevice into her spatial storage, Xiaowu finally went out. Upon seeing her appear, Tang Yin stood up awkwardly. I've already dug out all the raw stones you marked. They're in here. He pointed to the 2 large bags of raw stones next to him and said to Asajiri. Asajiri glanced at it casually. Almost all the raw stones she had marked for him had been mined, and now Tang Yin was digging raw stones for himself. He was probably being so careful because he was afraid of making her angry. I glanced at the rough stones Tang Yin had dug up and discovered that he actually had some talent for gambling on stones. He's at least a bit taller than He Zhongxi. More than half of the rough stones selected by Tang Yin could be mined into crystals, and there were also a few green crystals. For someone who is just starting out in jade gambling, this is already quite good. Asajiri nodded. It's all right, is it done? Half an hour had passed since they arrived to mine the raw stones, and the black and white pattern was about to last. Tang Yin nodded. All right. He only got this benefit because of Asakura. How could he ask for more? Being able to collect these raw stones is already quite good. On the way back, Tang Yin looked up at the opposite bank and found that even after so long, the hundreds of people on the other side were still staring at them without moving. Looking up at the person beside her, she found that her expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't seen their gazes at all. For a fleeting moment, Tang Yin suddenly felt a deep admiration for her. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't be able to remain so calm and composed. He thought he probably hadn't seen enough of the world. With 2 large bags of raw stones on his back, Tang Yin followed behind Xiao Wu and returned to the shore without saying a word. A large group of people had already gathered over there. When everyone saw them return, they immediately became very nervous, as if they were the ones who had found the high-grade raw stone. They simply forgot that before the morning mist passed, some of them, like that woman, looked down on the morning mist. Some of them, like that woman, judge people based on their social standing, believing that newcomers are completely worthless. They never imagined that such a young girl could produce hundreds of thousands of black and white stones. Many people gathered around to talk to Asajiri. However, Xiaowu ignored them all and led Tang Yin through the crowd, leaving the place. There were also 1 or 2 fools who tried to forcibly snatch these raw stones from Asajiri's hands. After all, these rough stones are high-quality products mined from the middle. But before they could make any move, they were completely suppressed, and they themselves didn't know why. Of course, they had no idea that in front of Xiaowu, these people, whose highest level was only orange spirit and yellow spirit, were simply no match for him. You want to take something from her? Dream. Xiaowu swaggered away with Tang Yin and left. Tang Yin followed Xiaowu to that civilian area. Tang Yin was taken aback when he saw the tents of various sizes arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. He never imagined that such a generous young woman would live in a place like this. This is where people who have just arrived in the city don't have much money and have nowhere to stay choose to live. She casually held out a gold coin. She didn't seem like someone who was that poor. As if she hadn't seen his gaze, Asajiri took out another gold coin from her pocket and handed it to him. This is the final payment. From now on, you should leave this place, the farther the better. Chapter 180. Not a single armor left. 4. Tang Yin only needed to think for a moment to understand what she meant. Indeed, he accompanied her to the very center of the opposite bank today, and so many people saw it. It must have spread throughout the entire Sunset City by now. Rumor has it that those who mine high-grade crystals are usually summoned for a talk by the Guiwa sect, and this young lady is probably no exception. But this young woman, a powerful blue spirit expert, might not be afraid of her. But he was different. He was just an ordinary person. If those people can't find him, they'll inevitably come here. He will get into trouble then. Tang Yin was startled. However, he did not blame Asajiri. These were all his own choices. For the sake of making money, none of this matters. Having thought it through, Tang Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you, young lady. He glanced down casually at the rough stones he had chosen, then hesitated for a moment. These raw stones. Take your raw gem and leave now. It's not too late. Asajiri's eyes were indifferent. Aren't you going to take some? Tang Yin asked, looking up in surprise. He dug up quite a few rough stones. He only brought 2 large bags, both of which were filled with the rough stones that Xiaowu had chosen. In addition, he took off his clothes and filled another bag with rough stones. That was the choice he made for himself. There were 3 bags of raw stones in total, which were very heavy, and he had great difficulty walking on them. However, his extraordinary perseverance compelled him to persist. He thought that after returning, Asajiri would at least pick through the rough stones he had chosen for himself again. But her eyes were clear, and she didn't seem to have any other intentions, so she actually let him leave directly? So she doesn't want any of these rocks. Asajiri glanced at him indifferently. If you keep asking these irrelevant questions, you'll never be able to leave this sunset city. She wasn't exaggerating, it's the truth. The Guiwe cult maintains constant control over Sunset City, and no one who mines high-grade crystals can escape their notice. They'll find out what happened tonight soon. If they knew what had just happened, they would go to Tang Nian first. Thinking of this, Chaowu withdrew her gaze, took out a bottle of pills from her spatial storage, and handed it to Tang Nian. What is this? Tang Nian paused for a moment. Something that conceals your presence, Asajiri replied calmly. If he wasn't given this bottle of pills, the Guiwe sect would easily find his hiding place. Regardless of whether Tang Nian found the original stone for himself or not, the Guiwe sect would not give up. Tai Xiaodong will definitely drag Tang Nian away to find out what happened tonight, in order to target her. Just in case, Asajiri gave him a bottle of pills. Tang Nian hesitated for a moment. In reality, he had only met Asajiri that evening and didn't know what kind of person she was, nor did he know whether the pill was for his own good or to kill him and silence him. It wouldn't be surprising if the purpose was to kill him to silence him. He did not answer. Asajiri didn't say anything either. A moment later, Tang Nian raised his head. Thank you. I will stay away. This is the path I chose myself. I don't blame you. After saying that, he grabbed the bottle of pills from Chaowu. Yes, he chose this path himself, so what if he's targeted by the Guiwe cult? There's no way around it. In order to survive. After taking the bottle of pills, Tang Nian also took his own raw stones, and his small figure disappeared into the night. Asajiri watched for a moment, then quietly withdrew her gaze. Little Chaowu, with these crystals, you can break through to the purple spirit realm after a period of seclusion, said Emperor Fuyao. Asajiri took a moment to check on the situation inside the space. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. She hadn't looked closely inside the crack because of the dim light. So at the time, they didn't know exactly how many raw stones they had stored. Only upon closer inspection did I realize the truth. The raw stone waste extracted from the Earth rank artifacts and ginseng babies alone has already piled up as high as a small mountain. The crystals they extracted were piled up into a small mountain. It comes in all colors. The baby ginseng lay on the grass with its little belly bulging and a satisfied look on its face. The Earth rank artifact was also lying on the ground like a discarded little wooden sword, unconscious. At first glance, these two things look like toys. It's clear how many crystals they just consumed, and now they've fallen into a deep sleep. Asajiri paused for a moment. What's wrong with them? It asked. Emperor Fuyao glanced at it and replied, it's nothing. It hasn't absorbed spiritual energy for too long, and it inhaled too much at once, so it fell into a deep sleep. It will be fine after a short rest. Asajiri was finally relieved. Recalling what Emperor Fuyao had just said, she replied, no rush. Let's deal with things here first, and then go to the Wujiang dynasty. Her spiritual roots are not so easy to restore. First, she needs to find a few people who are willing to risk their lives for her. But now she has no one by her side. The people around her were indeed born with spiritual bodies, but only Shin Xingzhou had awakened his spiritual root. Now, she doesn't know if Shin Xingzhou is willing to risk everything for her. Let's take it one step at a time. This matter cannot be rushed. It's difficult to gather all 6 professions, especially the space masters among them. She wasn't worried about other professions. She figured she could find one eventually if she kept looking. But space masters have become extinct in this world. If she can't use it herself, then the only other option is Dihan. But that person, she couldn't be sure. That's the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord of the Demon Realm is above all others. Would the ruler of a region help her? In their past lives, they were on opposite sides and had a conflict of resources. She wasn't sure. This left Asajiri puzzled. Emperor Fuyao also fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, I have also seen his performance during this period. He is not like the stereotypical image you have of him. Perhaps he is different from what we imagined. You can test him when the time comes. If it doesn't work, we will think of another way. This is all the performance can do now. Space masters are indeed a very rare existence. Aside from Asajiri, they have indeed only seen this one space master so far. So rare. Asajiri nodded, Sure enough, Tai Xiaotong received the news that very evening. Upon hearing those people's descriptions of Asajiri, without even knowing her name, Tai Xiaotong exclaimed with certainty, it's her. It's her. It must be Asajiri. It must be her. Upon hearing this, the left protector frowned. No one here knows that woman's name. How do you know it's her? Besides, we only received news 2 days ago that the woman was still in the Yin Kingdom's capital. How did she get here now? Tai Xiaodong's blue pupils flashed. Left protector, that woman isn't as stupid as the others you know. We know about that passage, but she might still find it. Besides, no one else can do that. Unless you have a spatial ability, who else can carry hundreds of thousands of black and white pieces without being detected? Chapter 181 The Decisive Strike 1. The left protector glanced at him indifferently, his eyes filled with malice. Are you sure? He couldn't stay calm when the topic of space came up. That's a legendary space, not a space bag, but a separate, independent space. Since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the left protector couldn't be sure whether what Tai Xiaodong said was true or not. Tai Xiaodong nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm sure, there's no one else but her. Left protector, please let me go and capture her. The left protector pondered for a moment. Tai Xiaodong's talent in cultivation is indeed quite good, but he has only been cultivating for a short time. Even after using all sorts of treasures, he has only managed to reach the strength of a mid-level yellow spirit. According to him, that woman was very powerful and had already reached the azure spirit realm at a young age. The assassin that Tai Xiaodong sent to kill her some time ago never returned. I'll go with you, he suddenly said, pulling himself out of his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. He knew, of course, that the left protector wasn't doing this for him, but rather wanted to steal the credit for obtaining the space. But he doesn't care about these things much now. He had already offended Asajiri, and he knew that since they were all based on the same continent, they would inevitably clash one day, and then they would fight to the death. So he struck first, intending to kill her. I didn't expect her to be so strong now, and she even managed to chase me here. The only course of action now is to eliminate her immediately to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, he will be the one to die next. He couldn't defeat Asajiri, so he had to resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, when the left protector offered to help him, he was naturally willing. News of what happened that night spread quickly. Many people saw Tang Nian following Chao Wu, dragging 2 huge bags of raw stones back. Someone spent hundreds of thousands of black and white stones to dig for raw stones in the middle of the opposite side, and even dug up a lot of raw stones of relatively good quality. The cultivators of the entire Sunset City were in an uproar. Upon further inquiry, they learned that the other party was just a teenage girl, and their hearts immediately began to stir with desire. How high can a young girl's skills go, no matter how good they are? This is something that everyone subconsciously accepts. Early the next morning, the tent where Asajiri had stayed was already surrounded by people. Some came with menacing looks and ill intentions, while others brought gifts and wanted to befriend her. In a distant restaurant, Asajiri calmly watched this scene. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Tang Nian walked in dressed in inconspicuous beggar's clothes. Miss, I'm ready. Asajiri withdrew her gaze, glanced at him, and then nodded. Buy a horse as soon as you leave the city, and feed it the grass I gave you. Don't delay, she said. Tang Nian was still holding a spiritual herb in his hand. Upon hearing this, he pursed his lips and nodded. His gaze skipped through the morning mist and looked outside, where he saw the densely packed crowd surrounding the tent. Tang Nian's face turned pale. He always knew what getting on this ship meant, but he never imagined that so many people would covet her raw gemstone. If others found out she was here, let alone her, even his little follower might be tied up and taken away. No wonder she told him to leave immediately. Tang Nian looked up and said, It's too dangerous here. Why don't you come with me, young lady? Asajiri, with a light and airy demeanor, raised her teacup and took a sip. Do you know what to do when you get to the capital? Tang Nian, with his head down, he whispered, I know, go find His Highness Prince E. Just give him what I gave you. He knows what to do, Asajiri said. Tang Nian nodded. Asajiri then waved her hand. Let's go. Tang Nian then took advantage of the chaos to leave. At that moment, all the city's attention was on her, making it relatively easy for him to slip away. The spirit herb that Chao Wu gave him was used to increase the speed of magical beasts. It had the same effect on ordinary animals, but not as noticeably. After leaving the city gate, Tang Nian bought a horse as instructed by Chao Wu, and then fed the horse the spirit herbs. When the next horse started running, it almost threw Tang Nian off, but he managed to grab the horse's neck to prevent him from falling. Looking at the scenery rushing past beneath his feet, Tang Nian felt dizzy and lightheaded. All I can say is that this is the fastest speed he has ever seen in his life. What carriages, what Akaltech horses, none of them matter. He had no doubt that the horse was already moving so fast it was leaving a blur. If it went any faster, it would probably fly. If he falls, he'll be smashed into a pulp. Tang Yin could only try his best to control the direction to avoid veering too far off course. Inside Sunset City, a group of people waited outside for a while. Some threatened her, while others tried to negotiate with her. However, after they had talked themselves hoarse, there was still no movement from inside the tent. Under the blazing sun, everyone was drenched in sweat. After waiting for a while, and finding that there was still no movement, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Finally, one person stepped forward and tore open the tent. Sure enough, it was empty inside. The leader's face was extremely grim. Damn it, could she have run away? Another person shook his head. The rough stones she dug up must have weighed at least several hundred pounds. If she hadn't had someone cut them, she wouldn't have been able to leave. No one saw Asajiri take out the black and white pieces from the space that night. Although they were surprised as to where the hundreds of thousands of black and white pieces were stored and how they were brought in, they did not think about the space. Find it, someone said sternly, their expression unfriendly. I've never heard of anyone hoarding all the treasures. Everyone knows that the rough stones on the other side of the Red River are of the highest quality, but ordinary people can't get there. Only she went there and picked out so many rough stones. She's definitely already picked out all the good stuff, leaving them with only junk. That spiritual vein is a treasure of the entire Sunset City. How can it just benefit her alone? You can leave, but you have to leave your things behind. Anyway, she's not from Sunset City, so what right does she have to take her away? This person's statement was unanimously agreed upon. Then a large group of people began a thorough search. Some people went to the city lord's mansion to seek help. Putting everything else aside, they knew that in the past, people who mined high-grade crystals would be summoned by the city lord's mansion. The Guiwa sect would not allow an outsider like her to take away these treasures. Asajiri watched this scene quietly from a restaurant not far away. Can't leave? They are too naive. She can leave any time she wants. Those people thought she only took the 2 bags of raw stones outside, but little did they know that the raw stones in her space were piled up like a mountain. That's the real treasure. That's the core of that spiritual vein. In their eyes, the raw stones that tripped her up were nothing to fear. She effortlessly put them all into her space with a wave of her hand. Moreover, even those 2 bags of raw stones that had been examined were not a big deal for her. There was no need to find a stone-cutting master. The 2 guys in her space could handle it all by themselves. In less than an hour, the Earth-rank artifact and the ginseng baby had worked together seamlessly to extract all the raw stones. Peeling a banana is as easy as it is for them. Those hard stone slabs that require professional tools to cut are like cotton in their hands. As for the crystals extracted from inside, she had already picked out a few and given them to Tang Yin to take away. She had just realized that she and Di Han had only dealt with the Wuzhong people and magical beasts in the Imperial City, but they hadn't dealt with the magical beasts in other areas. With Shun Xingzhou's abilities, he has no chance of defeating those magical beasts. He's probably swamped with work right now. So Asajiri asked Tang Yin to bring him back a few crystals. Chapter 182 Deadly Strike 2. Asajiri put aside her thoughts and began to cultivate earnestly with her eyes closed. However, instead of Tai Xiaotong, the first person to arrive was He Zhongqi, whom they had met once before. Mississippi. He Zhongqi was somewhat excited when he saw Chao Wu open the door and see that she was unharmed. Asajiri glanced at him indifferently. What is it? He Zhongqi's chest tightened. Actually, he didn't know why he had gone to so much trouble to find her, especially since she didn't seem like someone easy to get along with. He glanced at Asajiri with a complicated expression. Seeing that he didn't speak, Asajiri prepared to close the door. He Zhongqi took a deep breath and put away his jumbled thoughts. The folding fan was wedged in the doorway, leaving a crack. He looked intently at Chao Wu and said, "Miss, hurry up. Those people are already plotting to steal your raw stone." Asajiri hadn't expected that he had come to remind her. However, she already knew about these things, and she happened to be waiting for someone. She nodded and replied, "I understand. Thank you." Then he closed the door. He Zhongqi stood blankly outside the door for a while. After a long while, he shook his head and chuckled. They had only met once, but the girl helped him find the cyan crystal, and he had come over to remind her, so they were even. However, Asajiri was indeed different from any of the women he had met before. Since that night, the girls who had left him have gradually come back to him. His life seemed to have returned to what it was long ago, surrounded by a group of beautiful women who fawned over and pampered him. But for some reason, his temperament has suddenly changed, and he can no longer muster any interest in those girls. Those were not his lucky stars, nor would they bring him good fortune. As darkness fell, two ghostly figures moved silently through the night. The two stopped on a rooftop, and Tai Xiaodong pointed down. Upon seeing this, the left protector immediately understood his meaning. He made a hand gesture to Tai Xiaodong, who immediately understood. He took out a small object from his pocket, lit it, and then lifted a tile and threw the object inside. In just a moment, a thick fog filled the room. Tai Xiaodong and Zhuhufa then gently began to lift the tiles, preparing to jump down from them. When they had finally opened the passageway almost completely, a calm and cold voice suddenly came from behind them. You don't even know to use the main entrance when you come to find me. Have you forgotten all the etiquette that Lady Yin taught you? Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain stream flowing gently by. Upon hearing this sound, Tai Xiaodong's back immediately stiffened. The left protector was the first to regain his senses. His gaze turned cold, and with a flick of his wrist, a weapon gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand. In a flash, he aimed straight at Chao Wu's vitals. Asajiri smiled, and just as his dagger was about to touch her neck, she moved her mind and directly put him into her spatial storage. Of course, the morning fog was controlled. For any cultivator or magical beast, her spiritual herb space is a sacred place for cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that some people who are stuck at a bottleneck and cannot break through may break through simply by smelling the aura inside her spiritual herb space. Of course, she wouldn't let the left protector get this benefit. Because of a single thought, she directly threw the left protector into Dihan's space. If her space is a celestial paradise, then Dihan's space can only be described as a hell on earth. It was pitch black, filled with fog, and you couldn't see anything at all. Asajiri also went to take a look several times out of curiosity. The ground was littered with wreckage, resembling a mass grave. It's hard to imagine how many people he killed in the space before. After taking the left protector into Dihan's space, Chao Wu didn't sit idle either, sending over a rank 1 artifact to spar with him. The left protector is slightly stronger than her, and Asajiri doesn't want to confront him head-on right now. It's not that she can't fight with all her might, but there's no need. She just had a good fight with General Nailin not long ago, so she doesn't need to risk her life for the time being. The Earth rank artifact had been completely subdued by Chao Wu during this period, and it didn't need her to say anything. It deliberately tried to please Chao Wu. It was very happy because Asajiri put it into the elixir space. Since the morning mist needs it, it naturally has to perform well. The Earth rank artifact was fighting the left protector very seriously. Although its strength has not fully recovered to the Earth rank, it can still hold off the left protector for a while. Seeing a living person simply vanish right before his eyes, and that person was none other than the left protector he had relied on for so long, Tai Xiaodong's face turned pale instantly. Ew, where did you take him? Asajiri's pale pink lips curled into a cold sneer. You don't even know how to call me sister anymore. After running around wild for a while, it seems you really have forgotten your own family. Tai Xiaodong pursed his lips, his eyes sinister, not wanting to play games with her. Let's not beat around the bush. What do you want? What do I want? What do you think? You haven't forgotten what you did in such a short time, have you? Asajiri had a calm smile on her face. The implication is that they want to settle old scores. Upon hearing her words, Tai Xiaodong's eyes immediately turned extremely fierce. Settle accounts? It was clearly you. It was clearly you who treated me badly. It was clearly you who failed to protect me. If you hadn't taken me to that place, would I have been in such danger? I was only trying to protect myself. What did I do wrong? Those people were just lowly slaves you bought. They died, so what? Are they more important than me? I'm your brother. You're punishing me for their sake. Do you have a heart? How can you face Lady Yin? Tai Xiaodong roared, his face filled with hatred and extreme resentment. Asajiri narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice turning cold. Don't mention Lady Yin to me. You're not worthy. It was because of what Lady Yin said before she died that she was willing to take this burden with her. Moreover, when she went to Tianlu Kingdom, she sought Tai Xiaodong's opinion. He insisted on coming along on his own. When danger struck, he was willing to risk his own life to protect him, and it was then that he revealed his extremely selfish nature. Later, they even set fire to the city, burning all the residents who had barely escaped death. She must give an explanation for this matter. Tai Xiaodong's aura deepened slightly as he began to regulate the spiritual energy within his spiritual platform. Asajiri glanced at it and gave a light scoff. Huangling, do you think you can beat me? Whether we can win or not, we'll find out once we try. Tai Xiaodong snorted coldly. Then his figure transformed into a streak of light, and shot straight into the morning mist. Asajiri exuded an aura of power. Suddenly, Tai Xiaotong felt the air around him so oppressive that he almost suffocated. A powerful force forced him to freeze in midair, unable to move forward. A moment later, Chao Wu gently raised her hand and swept it, sending him flying heavily to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite the defeat, Tai Xiaotong clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. "You're laughing at this?" Asajiri suddenly appeared in front of him and raised a hand. Suddenly, tiny purple spots appeared on her fair, jade-like palm. Seeing this, Tai Xiaotong looked at her, a little smug. "Not bad. You lost." "Is that so?" Asajiri asked indifferently. "You're making a fool of yourself by showing off your childish tricks." Chapter 183 Deadly Strike 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Xiaotong's smile froze. His blue pupils were fixed on the subtle expressions on Asajiri's face, trying to find a trace of panic. But no. Throughout, the morning mist remained calm and unhurried. Moreover, after a few seconds, her complexion remained unchanged, and she seemed to have no symptoms at all. How could that be? How could that be? This poison was specially concocted by a senior apothecary of their Guiwes sect, and no one except that apothecary has the antidote. Those people were specially crafted to deal with the Wujiang dynasty. Even the Wujiang dynasty couldn't do anything about them. So how could they be useless against her? Tai Xiaotong stared at Chao Wu in shock. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood and sweat, making him look extremely disheveled. He had made ample preparations, but when he actually saw Asajiri again, he was still no match for her. They were killed before they even made a move. He was unwilling to accept it. Tai Xiaotong's hands, which were braced against the ground, gripped a handful of soil tightly. Asajiri took in all his subtle movements. "I advise you not to waste your energy. You might as well die more easily." Asajiri's voice was very calm. At this moment, Tai Xiaotong revealed his shamelessness. "Sister, you can't kill me. Spare my life. Please, for Yin Yangzi's sake, spare my life. I was just bewitched. I just want to live. Please don't kill me." Dignity and face were worthless to him. He could do without them. Realizing that Asajiri was determined to take his life, Tai Xiaotong immediately abandoned his armor and prepared to surrender. But Asajiri has always been aloof and indifferent. She doesn't like to listen to people's excuses. Everyone has to pay the price for what they do. Cause and effect are inevitable, and no one is an exception. She couldn't forgive Tai Xiaotong on behalf of those who were killed because of Yin Yangzi's request. He doesn't deserve to be forgiven, because he wasn't truly repenting. She knew Tai Xiaotong's tricks very well. He was only giving in temporarily to save his life. Asajiri crouched down to look him in the eye. "Sister." Tai Xiaotong's voice softened, thinking that she was moved. However, the next moment, he suddenly let out a muffled groan. His pupils contracted slightly, and he lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the dagger that had sunk into his abdomen. "You." Asajiri coldly drew her dagger. "This strike won't kill you, but from now on you can forget about continuing your cultivation, and you can forget about everything you have now." After she finished speaking, she flicked her finger, and a wisp of spiritual energy entered his body. Realizing what she was about to do, Tai Xiaotong screamed in despair, "No." However, it was too late. He had no help around him, and he couldn't stop Asajiri by himself. A heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of his soul, as if someone had shattered his brain. The overwhelming pain at that moment even made him lose his five senses. Tai Xiaotong lay on the ground like a dead dog, blood flowing more and more from his abdomen. It took him a long time to gradually come to his senses. The first thing he did was check his mental center. However, let alone spiritual power, he couldn't even sense the existence of his spiritual platform. Where's his spirit? No. Tai Xiaotong shook his head, seemingly insane. "I don't want to go back to being an ordinary person. I don't want to. Give me back my spiritual platform. Give me back my spiritual platform." Asajiri looked down at him, her gaze sharp and cold, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "You think you cultivate using your spiritual platform?" Tai Xiaotong gritted his teeth and cut the paper, the veins on his neck bulging violently. He lay on the ground, pulling at Chao Wu's skirt, and said painfully, "Give me back my Lingtai. I never touched your spirit." She said these few words very simply, then pulled her skirt back. Then, with a flick of his finger, a pill instantly shot into Tai Xiaotong's throat. Tai Xiaotong clutched his throat tightly, but the pill melted instantly in his mouth, and he couldn't pry anything out. "What did you feed me?" Asajiri did not answer. However, Tai Xiaotong soon found out what kind of pill it was. The scene gradually quieted down, and apart from the sound of Chao Wu's footsteps, there were no other sounds. Tai Xiaotong roared and cursed wildly, but despite his best efforts, he couldn't make a sound. She gave him a drug to make him mute. Asajiri left Sunset City with the iron bucket. Sunset City was already sealed off, but that couldn't stop her. She could leave whenever she wanted. I thought you would kill him, Emperor Fuyao said softly. Asajiri raised her eyes and looked into the distance. The sky was still dark, and the entire desert seemed to be gazing at her in the long night. For him, living is more painful than dying, Asajiri said calmly. She has destroyed his spiritual root, and from now on he will have no chance to cultivate. Having already experienced such immense power and the thrill of being a superior being, the thought of returning Tai Xiaodong to his starting point was simply unbearable for him. She wanted to kill him to end it all. After all, Tai Xiaodong had tried to kill her before, and he had a lot of lives on his hands. But to die like that would be too easy for him. Asajiri took the iron bucket to a city in the middle of the four countries. This city is located on the border and is not under the jurisdiction of any country. The people inside are a mixed bag, including all sorts of people. Ignoring Tai Xiaodong's terrified eyes, Chao Wu threw him into a beggar's den and then left indifferently. The matter was finally resolved, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Then Asajiri took another look at the situation inside the space. To her surprise, the left protector she had thrown into the Emperor's cold space had disappeared. Asajiri was stunned for a moment. Then the Earth rank artifact told her that the man had already been taken away by Dihan. Hearing this, Asajiri finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he's fallen into Dihan's hands, he probably can't escape. Emperor Fuyao glanced at the situation inside the space and said with satisfaction, "Now you have plenty of crystals in your space, so you don't lack cultivation resources for the time being. Go into seclusion for a while and try to break through to the purple spirit realm. You are determined to succeed." Chao Wu shook her head. "Fuyao, you're not feeling well, so don't waste your energy checking my body. Cultivation requires a steady and methodical approach. Now that I have the chance to start over, I will make good use of it. This time, I won't rely on rare treasures and shortcuts like in my last life. My cultivation level, built up with spiritual power, was always superficial. I will take it one step at a time." If she only wanted to advance, she could absorb all the mountain of crystals in the space and break through to a very high realm. However, such strength would not be real, and she would easily be defeated if she encountered someone of the same level. If the physical body's strength doesn't keep up with the power, it will eventually explode and die, so we can't be too hasty. Chapter 184 The Mystery of My Origins 1. Upon hearing this, Fuyao remained silent for a moment. Good. Under the moonlight, Chao Wu once again visited the capital of Yin Kingdom. Are you serious? You didn't see wrong. Pei Rushue gripped the arm of the person in front of her, looking slightly excited. Chao Yun felt a little pain from being pinched, but she didn't show it. She nodded and looked at the fifth prince next to her. Yes, Miss Rushue, I saw it with my own eyes. The male concubines who follow my sister are now in the capital. I have sent people to keep an eye on them, but they have not found any trace of my sister. Pei Rushue smiled, a slight curve to her lips. Since those male concubines are still together, it means they must still be under the control of that bitch Asajiri. Perfect. With them around, I'm not afraid she won't come out. Chao Yun nodded, then looked at the fifth prince, her voice softening slightly. By the way, Your Highness, I not only saw those male concubines, but also the ninth prince. Oh no, the crippled prince. My ninth brother? The fifth prince frowned. He's not dead. Chao Yun nodded. Yes, and His Highness the ninth. The crippled prince seems quite normal now, full of energy, and his legs seem to have been completely healed. In fact, she didn't receive this information. After the incident of sleeping in the pigsty, the entire capital was abuzz with gossip about her, and since then, Chao Yun has almost never left her home. It was discovered by her maid when she went out to buy something. This time, Chao Yun learned her lesson. She went out to check and made sure for herself before reporting back. Persistence pays off. She couldn't get rid of the morning mist, but someone else could. I'm afraid Pei Rushue already hates Chao Wu to the bone, so she won't even need to lift a finger. Pei Rushue will naturally take care of Chao Wu for her. She was left with her hands completely clean. Great. Pei Rushue was delighted. I'll go and capture those lowly slaves right now, and kill one a day until she shows up. I'll go too. The fifth prince walked up from behind and looked at her with a smile. Since the ninth prince is there, I must also make a trip. The ninth prince is harboring criminals and needs to be brought back for a proper interrogation. Pei Rushue nodded. Okay. The two, accompanied by a group of people, hurried to the address given by Chao Yun. Watching the two figures leave, Chao Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Asajiri, you brought this on yourself. She had a feeling that the man in black who dug something out of her body a few months ago and threw her into the pigsty must have been sent by Asajiri. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it must be very important. Those are her things. Why should Asajiri take them? She wants her to pay back 100-fold. Chao Yun skipped and hopped back to the general's mansion, humming a little tune. Seeing her beloved daughter so happy, Lin Xiaoshui's gloomy mood of the past few days was relieved. Yuner, what made you so happy? Upon hearing this, Chao Yun smiled brightly and innocently. Mother, I have some good news to share with you. I just heard that there might be news about my sister. Lin Xiaoshui's face fell instantly. What sister? You don't have a sister. You're our only daughter. She paused for a moment, then asked, You just said you had news of Asajiri? Chao Yun was very satisfied with her reaction and nodded. I heard that my sister, her male lovers are still in the capital. Miss Ru Shui and the others have already taken people there to look for them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshui fell silent for a moment. After a moment, she finally spoke. Yuner, we have nothing to do with her anymore. You should know that loose lips sink ships. She was a troublemaker to begin with, and now she's caused such a huge mess. If others hear you still calling her sister, it might implicate us. Your father has already expelled her from the family register. She's no longer a member of our family. From now on, her downfall or glory will have nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Chao Yun was secretly delighted, but on the surface she still pretended to be sad. Then, won't my sister have no family left? How pitiful. She's pitiful? What's so pitiful about her? Suddenly, a stern voice came from outside, followed by a figure walking into the room towards Jing He. Chao Jinghe looked at Chao Yun with a stern expression. Yuner, she's pitiful? Then what are we? We're the truly pitiful ones. When she caused trouble outside, she never thought about whether it would affect us. You have to think about yourself in everything you do. Don't worry too much about her. If Ru Shui really finds her, remember not to call her sister again. We can't let her suffer the same revenge as us. Yes. Chao Yun lowered her head as if to cry, and then left dejectedly. As soon as she turned around, she changed her expression to one of joy, just like a Sichuan opera face-changing master. Let's go see a play. She also wanted to see how the filthy creatures were dealt with by the girl named Ru Shui. It's going to be amazing. Bang! The exquisite mansion gate was violently flung open by a brute force, startling the people inside. Bring the person in charge out here. Pei Ru Shui ordered calmly. Then a group of people rushed into the house. Who's causing trouble here? A cold voice rang in my ears, and then a young man in black arrived on the wind. Upon seeing the person's face clearly, Princess Via, who had come to join the fun, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, It's you? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her face turned extremely ugly, as if she had swallowed a fly. So you've now turned to that bitch? Hearing that shrill voice, and with his gaze falling on the face of his former master, Buxi's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the fifth prince and Pei Ru Shui, who were at the head of the group, and asked, May I ask what brings you gentlemen here? Princess Via was furious that he was ignoring her completely. I'm talking to you. Did you betray me and go with that bitch? Pei Ru Shui turned around and glanced indifferently at the shrewish Princess Weiya, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, before asking, Princess, who is this? Princess Via sneered. This was originally a dog under my command, long ago lost. Now, upon seeing it again, it has become that slut's bedmate. How shameless. Pei Ru Shui then remembered that there was indeed a boy in black in the arena that day. However, she didn't pay much attention at the time, because in her eyes they were just a bunch of ants. It seems to be this person now. Buxi frowned. Princess, please be careful with your words. My relationship with Miss is not as bad as you say. Princess Via scoffed. Miss? Huh. Do you even know who your master is? You call her Miss? Chapter 185 The Mystery of My Origins, 2. Buxi listened without expression before speaking. I no longer belonged to anyone when the princess abandoned me. It was Miss who gave me a second life. From then on, I will only be loyal to her for the rest of my life. You. Princess Via was furious. Urki, do you think you can get rid of me as you please? Let me tell you, as a royal guard, you will only ever be my dog. What if I lose you? Even if you die, you will still be my dog. Buxi's expression remained calm. Now there is no Urki, only Buxi who is willing to risk his life for Miss Chaowu. Since he's just a disobedient dog, why bother arguing with him? It's already filthy enough. Pei Rushue said calmly. Just catch him together. Princess Via was interrupted, but she wasn't angry. She nodded and said, they should be arrested. They're disgusting to look at. Princess Via waved her hand, and the people behind her immediately swarmed over. Bussi's eyes turned cold, and he drew the soft knife from his waist and flew to meet the attack. Red Spirit. Pei Rushue was slightly surprised when she sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Bussi. What? Princess Via was still in a daze. The fifth prince, however, understood. He frowned, looking at the agile figure with a gloomy expression. Does Miss Rushue mean that this guard is also a cultivator? Pei Rushue was also a little surprised. After taking a closer look, she nodded in confirmation. That's right. He is also a cultivator. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell in surprise upon Bussi. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that the gap between Bussi and the others was like a huge chasm. They brought along ordinary soldiers as well as royal guards of the same rank as Bussi. Logically speaking, Bussi, fighting against many, shouldn't be any more powerful than these people. But after the fight, they saw that these dozens of people couldn't defeat Bussi alone. Is this what a cultivator is like? He's already this powerful, even though he's just a low-level beginner cultivator. A hint of longing appeared in everyone's eyes. The fifth prince, in particular, clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, his knuckles turning white. If even a lowly servant can become a cultivator, why can't he? The scenes from before flashed before his eyes like a fleeting glimpse, and he was startled. Could it be morning mist? He remembered that Chaowu was a cultivator, and that even Pei Rushue and Lord Shangwan had been defeated by her, which showed that she was very powerful. And now, this bodyguard, after following her, has also become a cultivator. What a coincidence. They are not from the Wujiang dynasty, so they cannot cultivate at all. It must be that Asajiri used some method to turn him into a cultivator as well. The fifth prince was consumed by jealousy. If that's the case, then becoming a cultivator doesn't seem like such a difficult thing. He fawned over Pei Rushue every day, but after all this time, Pei Rushue never once mentioned helping him become a cultivator. They never even expressed that intention. If he had known this would happen, he should have cultivated a good relationship with Asajiri months ago. Perhaps he would already be a cultivator by now. Pei Rushue had no idea what the fifth prince was thinking. She glanced at the cold-blooded Bussi with disdain and sneered. He's just a little Chi Ling, yet he dares to show off his skills in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a stream of spiritual energy shot straight towards Bussi. Bussi was startled and reacted quickly to dodge. However, Pei Rushue is now a green spirit, while he is just a small red spirit. No matter how fast he reacts, his movements are like those of an old woman in Pei Rushue's eyes, full of flaws. Bussi was swept away by her spiritual energy trail, and immediately a cloud of blood mist exploded from his chest. He let out a muffled groan. Pei Rushue curled her lips into a cold smile. Princess, I'll help you deal with this traitor who betrays his own people. Princess Vi couldn't have been happier. Ever since the last incident, she had grown to hate Chaowu and would hurl darts at her in the palace every day. Today, she came to watch the spectacle and discovered that her own bodyguards had also been recruited by Chaowu. How could she possibly tolerate this? But Bussi is no longer the same person he used to be. Her bodyguards can no longer do anything to him. Now that Pei Rushue is helping her teach him a lesson, it's not bad. After receiving consent, Pei Rushue formed hand seals, and a surge of spiritual energy rapidly erupted from her body. The guards they brought with them immediately scrambled away, fearing they would be implicated. Just as Pei Rushue was about to make her move, Princess Vi spoke up. Urki, I'm giving you one last chance. If you turn back, I can spare your life. However, Bussi stood there stubbornly, his back straight, as if he hadn't heard her voice at all. His indifferent demeanor was exactly like that of Asajiri. Despite knowing that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, he still put in his best effort to deal with Pei Rushue, without relaxing or giving up at all. Pei Rushue's voice was arrogant. If you insist on resisting to the bitter end, then don't blame me. Her father had told her long ago that the appearance of cultivators below was not a good thing for their Wujiang dynasty. In that case, she's doing a good deed now. Since he's no longer a threat, let's kill him. How can the four small kingdoms compare to them in terms of mutual assistance? Inferior countries should correct their attitudes. Not even a single cultivator should be allowed to possess such a thing. Not only him, but also Chaowu. After she appears, she will also destroy her cultivation and eliminate the only cultivator in their four kingdoms, so that they will never have a chance to rise again. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Rushui's spiritual power, like a vast river, surged towards Buci like a tidal wave. At this moment, Pei Rushui completely mistook Buci for the morning mist. He deserves to die for making her look so bad before. Pei Rushui's move was a desperate, all-out killing move. Buci, a mere Qi Ling, had absolutely no chance of winning. Not only will he not win, but this move will cause him to explode like fireworks. Pei Rushui could already foresee the scene of him exploding like fireworks. A few months ago in the palace's arena, Asajiri had blasted them all with that second-tier magical beast, leaving her with deep psychological trauma. Now, she was returning the favor completely. Boom! The two streams of spiritual energy collided, producing a dull, loud bang. Wherever the airflow reached, everyone was thrown out, including Pei Rushui herself. Pei Rushui was so angry she almost burst into smoke. Before Pei Rushui could finish her question, a noble and aloof figure descended from the sky, like an immortal. The man possessed an extraordinary bearing and a slender figure. His dark robe exuded nobility, making him appear as dignified and aloof as the mid-autumn moon. His hair was like the most intense strokes in a traditional Chinese ink painting. He descended from the sky alone, yet seemed to rule the world, leading a vast army that rushed in. The overwhelming pressure of a powerful being swept over her, pressing down on her knees. Pei Rushui had just stood up when her knees buckled, and she knelt heavily back down. Chapter 186 The Mystery of My Origins 3. Pei Rushui looked tense, her face covered in sweat as if she had been washed by rain, and her bangs clung to her face, making her look disheveled. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but the pressure emanating from this man was too strong. She felt as if her internal organs were about to be crushed, and her body weighed more than 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for her to utter a sound. Seeing Pei Rushui's distressed state, the fifth prince, though unaware of what had happened, knew it must be related to Nanfuyin. The fifth prince immediately stepped forward and rebuked. Ninth prince, what are you doing? Miss Rushui is an honored guest of our southern kingdom. He prided himself on being righteous, but little did he know that in Dihan's eyes, his actions made him look like a clown. At this moment, Su Yu and Sang Jili, who had heard the commotion, also came out. Upon seeing this scene, they immediately ran over and helped Buci up. How are you? Su Yu asked worriedly, looking at the bloodstains on Buci's chest. Buci's expression wasn't very good, but he still shook his head. It's nothing, just internal injuries. Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the fifth prince and his entourage. Upon seeing Pei Rushui, Princess Weiya, and the others again, he would still instinctively shrink back. The experience of the Colosseum a few months ago is still vivid in my mind. The fear of being attacked and torn apart by monsters on the stage seems to have not yet disappeared. However, upon seeing Pei Rushui's current disheveled state, he was first stunned, then ran gleefully to Dihan's side, hands on his hips, emboldened by his master's power. Serves you right. So what if you're green spirit? Do you think you're the only cultivator? In front of our big brother, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes. Dihan glanced at him indifferently. Su Yu, completely oblivious, continued to cheerfully spout off. Wait, wasn't this young lady so arrogant just now? Why is she kneeling down before me now? Sigh, I know I'm exceptionally talented, but you really don't need to be so enamored with me. You really don't need to kneel down like this. I won't even glance at you. Pei Rushui was furious. She stared intently at Su Yu, looking as if she wanted to devour him alive. Sang Jili also glanced at Su Yu, then subtly distanced herself from him. He doesn't recognize this idiot. What a shame. Seeing that Su Yu's mouth was like a machine gun that never stopped, and that Pei Rushui was probably already angry to death before she was even crushed, the fifth prince realized what was happening and quickly stood up, frowning as he looked at Dihan. Nanfuyin, these people are from your household. Are you just going to let them bully Miss Rushui like this? She is a distinguished guest of our southern kingdom. It was clear he was genuinely angry, as he called Dihan by his full name. Upon hearing this, Dihan's icy gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced straight at the fifth prince. How dare you speak to me like that? The fifth prince felt as if an invisible weight had suddenly pressed down on him. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground along with Pei Rushui. Not only him, but also Princess Via beside him, the guards who retreated behind him, and Xiao Yun who had secretly come to watch the commotion. None of them escaped. Like primary school students being punished, they all knelt down and rose. What's this? What's going on? Princess Via exclaimed in horror. Perhaps because she had been pampered since childhood, She had never experienced such great gravity. Unlike others who could hold on for a while, Princess Via and Chao Yun couldn't even last 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground. The relentless weight of gravity continued to press down on them, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. "Shut up." Pei Ruxue managed to utter a sound with all her might, scolding him angrily. "This person is stronger than me. Are you trying to get yourselves killed by offending him?" She couldn't tell how strong this person was, but from the pressure he exuded, she could tell that he was much stronger than her. She was completely powerless against him. Moreover, she noticed that with each word these people spoke, the man's expression grew colder. As a result, the weight on their bodies continued to increase. If this continues, they will definitely be crushed into a thin meat pie. She had no doubt that the man intended to kill them. As soon as Pei Ruxue finished speaking, everyone fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Princess Via's low sobs could be heard. "Ninth brother? Ninth brother is also a cultivator? Why are you treating us like this, ninth brother? I am your own sister." "My own sister?" Dihan's expression was cold. Princess Via nodded vigorously. Yes, ninth brother, I'm your own sister. You used to love me the most, didn't you?" "She is lying." Dihan remained expressionless. Although he didn't care about the original condition of this body, he inherited most of the original owner's memories. The original owner was a gloomy and eccentric boy with a strange personality. No one wanted to be his friend, and even his brothers and sisters disliked and ignored him. Of his dozen or so brothers and sisters, the only one with whom he had a slightly better relationship was probably the chubby-faced 13th prince. It's not that they have a good relationship. Only the 13th prince occasionally speaks to him, and he neither looks down on him nor is he afraid of him. And now Princess Via actually says that he feels the most sorry for her? That's utterly delusional. It hurts so much. Princess Via's tears soaked the ground. "Ninth brother, please let me go. I didn't do anything. Please let me go." At this moment, Busi stepped forward and said, "Young master, these people are here to cause trouble for young lady." Dihan had heard a little about what had happened here before, but he didn't know the details. He only came out today after hearing some noise outside, and as soon as he came out, he saw Pei Ruxue about to attack Busi. Although he didn't care, these were the people Asajiri wanted to keep by his side, and he came back first to protect them and prevent them from dying, which is why he took action. He glanced at it indifferently. Go looking for trouble with Asajiri? Upon hearing this, Princess Via immediately shouted again. Yes, ninth brother. You have no idea how Chao bullied us while you were gone. She took advantage of being a cultivator and hurt us terribly. Now that you're back, you must stand up for us. You have to admit she's brainless. She really does put on a show in public. The 5th prince was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Anyone with eyes can see that the 9th prince and that Chao are clearly in cahoots. However, the 5th prince was still very unhappy because even Nan Fuyin had become a cultivator, while he was not. But Chao Yun, who was in the corner, had a different idea from what they were thinking. She lay on the ground, gazing intently at Dihan, who possessed an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. Is the crippled king really that handsome? Why didn't she notice it before? Moreover, he was so strong that he completely overwhelmed Pei Ruxue without anyone even seeing him make a move. Chapter 187 The Mystery of My Origins 4. Even Chao Yun herself didn't notice that at this moment. Her eyes were filled with naked adoration as she looked at Dihan. Others didn't notice, but Sang Jili, who was usually taciturn, didn't miss it. Seeing this, he gave a calm, unchanging smile. She even dares to have wild ideas about someone like the crippled king. I really don't know whether to laugh at her for being naive or ignorant. He did not offer any words of advice. After spending some time with him, he realized that although the crippled king was not very noticeable, his strength was unfathomable, and no one knew just how powerful he was. For this woman to get close to him would be tantamount to courting death. Over there, Princess Via was still wailing and howling, but Pei Ruxue couldn't hold on any longer. She struggled to take out a pill from her sleeve and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, the overwhelming gravity lessened slightly, allowing her to breathe for a moment. Pei Ruxue dared not continue to gamble on how powerful this man was, and immediately seized the opportunity to speak. Crippled king, please show mercy. I am not trying to oppose you. Today's events are entirely a misunderstanding. She never expected that there would be such a powerful person here. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come like this. She would have at least brought Lord Bai over. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at her indifferently. A misunderstanding? Seeing that he acknowledged her, Pei Rushui looked up and was immediately struck by God's handsome and unparalleled face, and her breath caught in her throat. Yes. The oppressive aura around her brought her back to her senses, and she quickly nodded. It was just a misunderstanding. It was all my men's fault for offending you. It's a misunderstanding. Dihan stepped forward and walked up to Pei Rushui in a few steps, looking down at her. So you don't have to take responsibility? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his finger, and instantly, a bright light surged towards Pei Rushui, eventually coalescing into a ball and entering her body. Ah! Pei Rushui exclaimed in surprise, and then she flew out like a broken doll. Miss Rushui, the fifth prince was startled and tried to help her up, but found that the weight on her body made it impossible for him to move. He immediately looked up. Ninth prince, what exactly are you trying to do? Dihan glanced lazily at Busiai beside him. Do whatever you want with him. Hamling dealing with? Busiai was stunned for a moment. Even Princess Via couldn't help but widen her eyes. Ninth prince, have you gone mad? You want to hand us over to this lowly slave? So the ninth prince injured Pei Rushui just to avenge this bodyguard? He was just a lowly bodyguard. He died, so what? He was injured. How could he lay a hand on his own brother and kin for such a lowly person? Princess Via's gaze towards Dihan suddenly became completely unfamiliar. Busiai spoke first, pursing his lips. The culprit has already been punished, so let's not pursue the others. Although he wanted to beat up all these arrogant people, he thought it was better not to cause trouble for the young lady. Although Miss is strong enough now, the Wujiang dynasty is simply too vast. Otherwise, the young lady wouldn't have been forced to leave the southern kingdom in the first place. Upon hearing what Busiai said, Dihan had no objections and didn't even move. The oppressive aura pressing down on everyone immediately disappeared. Princess Via and the others immediately began to breathe heavily. The first thing the fifth prince did after getting up was to rush to Pei Rushui and help her up with concern. Miss Rushui, are you all right? How could nothing be wrong? Pei Rushui's face was contorted with pain, and she couldn't utter a single word. She was certain that her internal organs were severely injured. The man simply waved his hand lightly. With such strength, even Lord Bai might not be able to defeat him. Fortunately, her current strength has reached that of a green spirit, and she is no longer a mere underling. Otherwise, she might not have been able to withstand his attack. Help me, go back, she said with difficulty. The fifth prince immediately understood, nodded, then picked her up and strode away from the courtyard. With the commander gone, who else would dare to stay here? They were only able to come here because of Pei Rushui's status and power. And now even Pei Rushui has been defeated. There are 2 more cultivators here. Aren't they just throwing their lives away if they stay here? Princess Via also ran away as if she had seen a ghost. Soon, only Chao Yun, who was completely absorbed in watching Dihan, remained on the field. She stared at Dihan, twisting her hair in a coquettish manner. Who was that? Sang Jili had never met Chao Yun before. His eyes were still not healed when he was in the southern kingdom last time, so he did not know who this person was. Suyu pursed his lips. Just pretend she doesn't exist. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Yun seemed to have heard Sang Jili's words and immediately walked over, softly introducing herself. Hello, my name is Chao Yun, and I am Chao Wu's younger sister. As she said this, she kept secretly glancing at Dihan. She forgot all about severing ties with them and expelling a Seijai from the family register after seeing the crippled king's face. For some reason, the crippled king she saw this time seemed to have changed a lot compared to before. The mysterious imperial aura he exuded, which even the emperor himself lacked, deeply fascinated her. And he is truly handsome. His face is like that of a god descended to earth, so perfect that it is beyond reproach. She had met the crippled king before, but she didn't have a good impression of him. She always felt that he was gloomy, young, and like a pretty boy, without any manliness. This time was different. When she saw him again, she felt that he was the most outstanding and most beautiful man she had ever seen in her life. Of course, it is also the strongest. The crippled king was actually a cultivator. If the crippled king makes a move, even Pei Rushui is no match for him. In that case, the crippled king may not necessarily lose power, so she doesn't necessarily need to keep her distance from him. Perhaps he has another opportunity? Seeing Chao Yun's flushed face as she glanced at Dihan, looking like she was experiencing the stirrings of first love, even Suyu, a man known for his thick skin, could tell that this woman was interested in him. Putting everything else aside, Suyu's face immediately turned very sour. Asajiri's younger sister? What kind of trash is this, coming forward to seduce the crippled king? That's really overestimating themselves. I don't know her. I've never heard of her. Suyu retorted without any politeness, then turned to look at Sang Jili. It's fine for you to be curious, but don't be curious about everyone. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to get involved with Chaowu. She's all alone now, without even parents. Where would she get a sister from? You? Seeing Suyu showing him no respect, Chao Yun's face turned red with anger. Chapter 188 The Mystery of My Origins, 5. Get out. Dihan suddenly spoke, uttering a single word in a cold tone. Chao Yun looked at Suyu triumphantly. Fine. It's one thing if you don't know me, but my brother-in-law does. He's even met me, right? She raised her pretty little face to look at Emperor Han. Dihan's eyes were devoid of any warmth. I mean, get out of here. Upon hearing his words, Chao Yun froze, her mouth slightly agape. Sister, brother-in-law. If you don't want this mouth anymore, I can grant your wish. Dihan's expression didn't change much, and his lazy voice said, You know better than anyone what your family has done to her. I haven't gone to cause you any trouble, just out of respect for her. I know she wants to take matters into her own hands. If I did, your Chao clan wouldn't even survive a small anthill, understand? He rarely spoke such a long passage at once, and the sudden outpouring of such a speech, coupled with his chilling tone, sent shivers down one's spine. Chao Yun's face turned deathly pale. She had no doubt about the truthfulness of his words. Damn it. It must be that bitch Asajai who spoke ill of them to the ninth prince. That's why he hates her now. It's all Asajiri's fault. It's all that bitch's fault. Despite her inner resentment, Chao Yun dared not show it, immediately bowed and left. Life is more important than men. Seeing that all the troublemakers had left, Sang Jili called the servants to tidy up the courtyard, and then said to Busi, Go in and rest. They shouldn't be coming back for the time being. Without hesitation, a gust of wind stirred. Busi's eyes turned cold. Dihan suddenly turned his head, but no spiritual power appeared on his body. He took 2 steps forward, his expression calm. A blurry figure appeared in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. After seeing the figure clearly, Suyu blinked and then excitedly opened his arms like a child and rushed towards Chao Wu. But before he could get close, he was blocked by an invisible force. Suyu immediately looked at Dihan beside him. His expression remained calm, and there was no indication that he had done anything wrong. Unable to approach the morning mist, Suyu was still very excited. He lay on the transparent barrier with both hands like a pitiful puppy. Why did you take so long to come back? How long has it been? Didn't you say you were only going to be gone for a few days? They parted ways after leaving Tianlu Kingdom, and so much time has passed since then. He counted down the days on his fingers, hoping that he would see the morning mist as soon as he opened his eyes the next day. But no. He waited every day, but nothing came. He felt like he was turning into a stone statue waiting for his sister. Sang Jili and Busi weren't as excited as Suyu, but they also looked at Chao Wu expectantly, hoping for an explanation. Because they also felt they had waited a long time and longed for the morning mist. Chao Wu remained calm, raising an eyebrow at Dihan beside her. Didn't you explain to them? With such a major event occurring in Yin Kingdom, they certainly couldn't react so quickly. I had only planned to go to Yin Kingdom to get the token. I never expected what would happen. Dihan's handsome face remained expressionless. He didn't speak. It was clear that explaining such things to others wouldn't happen to him. He was entrusted by Asajiri to return only to ensure the safety of these people. He had no obligation to say much to them. All right. Asajiri could tell just by looking at him. The man hadn't said a single word. Has something happened in Yin Kingdom? Sang Jili was quite thoughtful, and guessed it as soon as he heard them say that. Chao Wu nodded. The people of the Wujiang dynasty are attacking the Yin Kingdom for some unknown reason. All the major cities of the Yin Kingdom have been destroyed, and the emperor has been killed by them. Asajiri spoke calmly, but after experiencing such a thing in Tianlu Kingdom, Sang Jili could also imagine that thrilling feeling. He pursed his lips. Then, Brother Shun. He's fine. He's currently busy with the restoration of Yin Kingdom, so he'll be here a little later. Sang Jili nodded. As for the other morning mists, I won't say much more. She turned to look at Busi, who had been silent, and said with a hint of satisfaction, Not bad. Keep up the good work. Busi was the last to follow her, but he was not late in awakening his talent. She could also see his current strength. He has good talent. Hearing Asajiri's praise, Busi blushed and lowered his head. Yes, I will not let Miss down. Suyu was furious, her face contorted with anger. What about me? What about me? Are you disgusted with me because I'm not a cultivator? You didn't even try to comfort me. I'm so heartbroken. Even this expressionless kid has become a cultivator, while Sang Jili and I are still just ordinary people who need protection. Where is the justice? God knows how shocked he and Sang Jili were when Bu Ci awakened his talent. The expression on his face was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. He became increasingly anxious after that. He would visit Sang Jili every day, fearing that even Sang Jili might have become a cultivator. Then he shouldn't live. Despite his antics, Su Yu's personality was indeed quite good. With him making a ruckus around, Chao Wu's mood actually improved a bit. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been cleaned up, Asajiri frowned. What happened? Sang Jili explained what had just happened in just a few words. After listening, Asajiri frowned. It seems they came prepared this time. Su Yu said, the crippled king has already driven them away. The crippled king is really powerful. Don't worry, just get some rest now that you're back. Asajiri shook her head. She wasn't worried that Pei Rushue would come back specifically to take revenge on her. How long have they been here? Asajiri asked. During this time, Bu Ci had been keeping an eye on the situation in the palace. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, it's been more than half a month. Asajiri frowned. Where's the 13th prince? Dihan replied, he's not dead, but he offended that woman and was imprisoned. Asajiri asked him to come back because the 13th prince had lit the paper crane, so he went to see the 13th prince as soon as he returned. They only came here to find him after confirming that he was not dead. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly. Pei Rushue. If Dihan hadn't been here today, things would probably have repeated what happened a few months ago. While she's away, should we take Sang Jili and the others away and then torture them? But she is no longer the same person she used to be, so let her see what true strength is. Oh right, there's one more person. Asajiri suddenly remembered the person she had seen in the Imperial City earlier and said, who is it? Su Yu asked. Asajiri didn't speak, keeping everyone in suspense. Su Yu, as if struck by a sudden thought, looked horrified. You didn't bring another male concubine from somewhere, did you? Chapter 189 The Mystery of My Origins 6. Asajiri, you know how to talk. Su Yu was about to say something when Dihan's gaze fell on Chao Wu's face, his voice still nonchalant. Since you're back, go and rest first. Asajiri glanced at him with her light-colored eyes, then nodded. Okay. Seeing this, Su Yu had no choice but to suppress his doubts. The feeling of having the answer right in front of you, but being unable to reach it, is just awful. Asajiri returned to the room they had prepared for her, followed by a tail. Asajiri saw him and raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Dihan sat down opposite her and poured her a cup of tea. Have you finished resolving things over there? Asajiri's voice was flat. Judging from her expression, things seemed to be progressing smoothly, so Dihan didn't ask any further questions. By the way, how is that person? She thought of the one she had thrown into the Emperor's cold space and asked. Killed them, Dihan replied casually. Asajiri paused for a moment as she picked up her teacup. Dihan glanced at her. Is there trouble? Asajiri shook her head. No. After saying that, she casually set up a barrier to envelop the room, and then took out a handful of crystals from her spatial storage and gave them to him. Upon seeing so many crystals, Dihan was momentarily stunned before realizing. Did you get all of these from that spiritual vein? Of course, she received more than just these. Her space contained high-grade crystals, the lowest grade of which were green crystals, with cyan and blue crystals being the most abundant. There should be over 1,000 in total. Of course, there probably aren't that many left now. The ginseng baby and the earth rank artifact in the space would eat whenever they were hungry, and in just a few days they had eaten hundreds of them. If she hadn't explicitly forbidden it, they would probably have eaten it all by now. However, even several hundred crystals were a huge sum of money for her. After thinking for a moment, she said to Dihan, tell me if you need more. Dihan's slender fingers pinched a purple crystal the size of an egg. The crystal was crystal clear and without any impurities. At a glance, it shimmered with fluorescence, and one could feel its rich spiritual power just by holding it in their hand. For cultivators, the most irresistible thing is probably this kind of natural cultivation resource. He didn't absorb it, but simply looked at Asajiri with a leisurely air. So nice to me? Asajiri's expression was serious. We are allies, it's only right. Moreover, after the marrow cleansing, she still wants to cultivate the demonic spirit. We'll have to ask him for help when the time comes. It's normal to try to build good relationships now. Upon hearing the word ally, Dihan lazily half-jokingly said, it's so valuable, I can't afford to return any treasures right now. Asajiri knew that although he could now open his space, he couldn't take out the treasures inside. Of course, she wasn't after his treasures. She shook her head and said, "It's all right. I'm giving them away voluntarily." Dihan smiled faintly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and said, "Indeed, there's plenty of time in the future." Asajiri couldn't understand what he was saying either, so she simply stopped worrying about it and nodded. After the meal, and some time later, everyone finally learned who the person Asajiri had mentioned was. Sang Jili stood there stunned for a moment, until Suyu next to him nudged him, and he came back to his senses. Finally, he excitedly ran towards the man. "Royal brother." Sang Yin hugged him, and then said, "This is the Southern Kingdom. Watch your words, or someone with ulterior motives might overhear you." Upon hearing this, Sang Jili remembered these things and nodded. "I understand, brother. People from other countries, especially members of royal families, are not allowed to appear in the capitals of other countries at will. If others find out, it will inevitably arouse unnecessary suspicion." "Brother, why did you come here? Did Asajiri come to find you?" he asked. Sang Yin shook his head. "No, I heard that things were not peaceful in the Southern Kingdom a while ago, and I saw their wanted posters. I was a little worried, so I came here. I ran into her as soon as I entered the Southern Kingdom's capital. It was fate. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't have found Sang Jili and the others so quickly. Although he had been in contact with Sang Jili, he did not know where he lived." "Then what you're doing is too risky," Sang Jili said softly. "It's more than just risky. If the people of the South were to discover this, they could easily kill him as a spy. It's all right. I've already made arrangements with Tianlu. No one will notice for the time being. Besides, I'm not the kind of person who can be manipulated by others anymore. You don't need to worry." Upon hearing his words, Sang Jili suddenly remembered that his brother was also a cultivator. "While I'm happy for him, I also feel a little lost." Of their group, only he and Suyu were ordinary people. The others were capable of protecting themselves. Although Chaowu didn't say anything else, he roughly knew that they were about to go to the Wujiang dynasty. Then he and Suyu would really be a burden. It's worrying just to think about it. At this moment, Chaowu came out of the house and glanced at Sang Yin indifferently. "Go and rest." Sang Jili immediately went to arrange a room for Sang Yin. Fortunately, they had considered things carefully when renting the house and chose a relatively large one, so it's more than enough for so many people to live in now. Even the proper married couple, Chaowu and Dian, were each assigned a single room. Chaowu then went to Busai's room and gave him 2 pills. Of course, she made it on the spot. Since breaking through to the blue spirit realm, she has clearly felt that refining pills has become much easier. The only downside is that she still doesn't have a good medicine cauldron. Many people witnessed Pei Rushue being carried back to her palace, which sparked another round of heated discussion. The first time was like this, who would have thought it would be like this the second time too? Moreover, she came prepared for the second time, and I heard that her skills have improved a lot. For a moment, those who received the news were secretly pondering the matter. It said that the crippled king returned and injured her, and the crippled king also became a cultivator. Everyone had their own ulterior motives and different ideas, but Chao Jinghe was so angry after hearing about this that he jumped up and down in anger once again. It's them again, it's them again. They're always causing him trouble. Although he had long ago expelled Asajiri from the family register, he has been constantly implicated by Asajiri in the past few months, and each time, he has to humbly apologize. This time, they actually offended Pei Rushue again. What if the emperor gets angry again and executes his entire family? As he expected, not long after he received the news, someone from the palace came to deliver an imperial decree, summoning him to the palace to meet the emperor. Chao Jinghe entered the palace with trepidation. However, to everyone's surprise, the emperor's first words were not to scold him, but to inquire about the morning mist. Chapter 190 The Mystery of My Origins 7. Upon hearing the emperor's question, Chao Jinghe was completely baffled. Cultivation? Yes. The emperor said in a deep voice. Do you know when Chaowu acquired her talent for cultivation? Did she have it from a young age, or? It would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. He only found out what had happened when Princess Via ran over to him crying and complaining. Old Nine actually came back, alive and well. He didn't die. Not only that, he also became a cultivator. What does that mean? Can those 4 countries also have cultivators? He was quite certain that Lao Jui had never been a cultivator. He was just an ordinary person. Now, after disappearing for a period of time, he is actually able to cultivate again. He wondered if Asajiri had done it. After he bestowed the title of king upon the 9th prince, he heard that Chaowu was in charge of all affairs, big and small, in the mansion. Then, news came that the 9th prince had disappeared. At the time, they thought that Asajiri had killed Lao Jiu. Anyway, he was just a disabled and useless person, so his death was no big deal, and he didn't think about pursuing the matter. But things are different now. He didn't die. Instead, he became a cultivator. If he could mend their relationship, perhaps he could have Asajiri train more cultivators, or even become a cultivator himself. The emperor became increasingly excited as he thought about it, so he quickly summoned Chao Jinghe. But to his disappointment, Chao Jinghe knew nothing about the matter and was even more confused than him. On his way to Chao Jinghe, he had already prepared for the emperor's anger over this matter and had made up countless excuses to distance himself from Chao Wu. But when he suddenly heard the emperor ask this question, his eyes darted around, and he immediately suppressed those words. Something's not right. The emperor did not show any anger on his face. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat pleased. Chao Jinghe thought for a moment and gave an ambiguous answer. This child was switched at birth and is not very close to us. She has a withdrawn personality, which wasn't apparent before. As for how she was able to cultivate, I don't know. At this moment, a servant came to report that Pei Rushui's injuries were too severe and his life was in danger. Chao Jinghe was so frightened that his beard trembled. Is his life hanging by a thread? If he really died, wouldn't that have completely offended the people of the Wujiang dynasty? Will I take my anger out on him again? He looked up at the emperor, but saw that the emperor was not as angry as before, and simply waved his hand. I know. Your Majesty, Chao Jinghe asked, somewhat puzzled. Is the emperor not afraid that Pei Rushui will die like this? The emperor used to be afraid, but that may not be the case now. He felt pleased as he recalled the words Princess Via had brought back. Pei Rushui was actually no match for Lao Jiao. Moreover, according to them, Lao Jiao completely overwhelmed her. Their southern kingdom is about to rise. Thinking this, the emperor felt a surge of joy. Ha! Chao Jinghe, you've given birth to a fine daughter. Chao Jinghe looked completely bewildered, but the emperor offered no explanation and strode away. Although he saw a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't blatantly let Pei Rushui die there. He still went to Pei Rushui's palace as a formality and summoned all the imperial physicians. Of course, these ordinary imperial physicians were helpless in treating Pei Rushui's injuries. As Pei Rushui's breath grew weaker and weaker, a beam of light finally descended from the sky. Upon seeing that person, the emperor completely suppressed the joy on his face and went over to greet him. Lord Bai. Bai Shulin glanced at him lightly. Southern Emperor, you had better give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today. He already knew the whole story, which is why he rushed back immediately. Before the emperor could explain anything, Bai Shulin waved his sleeve and entered Pei Rushui's bedroom. Inside the room, a large group of imperial physicians were sweating profusely with anxiety. Bai Shulin's eyes were dark as he coldly said, "Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, all the imperial physicians scrambled out of the room. Useless thing. Looking down at Pei Rushui, who was almost lifeless on the bed, Bai Shulin muttered under his breath, then took out a porcelain bottle and put the pills inside into Pei Rushui's mouth. The medicine took effect quickly, and Pei Rushui soon woke up. Upon seeing Bai Shulin, Pei Rushui was quite excited. Lord Bai, you're finally back. Bai Shulin said, Miss Pei, we can talk about it when you're better. You're too weak right now, so don't get agitated. If Pei Rushui weren't of a relatively noble status, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself if she died here, he wouldn't have used such precious pills on her. They're more trouble than they're worth. So many days have passed, and they haven't accomplished anything. They just get injured as soon as they go out. She's so useless that she could get so badly injured in a place like this. Bai Shulin concealed the disdain and impatience in his eyes well, and Pei Rushui didn't see it either. Hearing Bai Shulin's words, she nodded and lay down on the bed to rest. However, there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Lord Bai, you must help me get revenge. It's that woman again. I got news about that bitch today and rushed over, but who knew there was a cultivator waiting for me there? Hearing her words, Bai Shulin frowned. A cultivator? Pei Rushui nodded. Yes, this person is the 9th prince of the Southern Kingdom, who is also that woman's husband. Bai Shulin nodded after hearing this, not taking it to heart. I will go to the emperor and ask him for an explanation. Pei Rushui then calmed down. By the way, Miss Pei, I brought someone back with me this time, Bai Shulin suddenly said. Who is it? Bai Shulin waved his hand, and instantly, a mangled, unrecognizable figure appeared beside him. Ah! Pei Rushui cried out in surprise, almost tearing open the wound in her chest again. Lord Bai, who is he? Pei Rushui clutched the blanket, still terrified. This person looks disgusting, like a bloody mess, with not a single unscathed spot on their body. Not even their face is recognizable. The clothes were tattered and could barely cover the vital parts. General Nalan. Lord Bai calmly uttered 4 words. What? General Nalan? Pei Rushue stood up in surprise. The blood-covered man called out in an extremely hoarse voice. Miss Pei, it's been a long time. His voice was so hoarse that she couldn't tell if it was General Nalan anymore. But since Lord Bai had brought him back, he probably wouldn't lie to her. Pei Rushue frowned and looked at him for a while before forcing back the disgust in her eyes and asking, how did General Nalan become like this? Lord Bai said, I'll tell you about these things later. General Nalan was ambushed. I happened to hear someone asking for help using a special method today, so I rushed over and saw that the person asking for help was General Nalan. Pei Rushue nodded. No wonder. If Lord Bai hadn't rescued General Nalan today, she might not have been beaten so badly by Nanfuyin. Chapter 191 The Mystery of My Origins 8. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, she had to restrain her temper in front of General Nalan and Lord Bai because of their special status. Pei Rushue then asked, General Nalan, who injured you? And how did you get so badly hurt? Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in General Nalan's eyes. He felt chest pain from anger when he recalled the great battle in Yin Kingdom. If Bai Shulin hadn't happened to see the signal he sent, he might be dead by now. He almost died at the hands of a woman who hadn't even grown her first hair. They are still people from these 4 lowly countries. If others find out, he'll be utterly humiliated. A brat who doesn't know her place, he said with a gloomy face. Of course, there was another man. That man was even stronger than that woman. He had even killed her contracted beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so badly. How could someone here have injured you so badly? Pei Rushue was shocked. Leaving aside special individuals like the Holy Sun, General Nalan's strength is among the top in their Wujiang dynasty. A top expert came here to do a mission and almost got killed. Where did these 4 countries get so many experts? General Nalan's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He clenched his fists tightly at his sides and remained silent. All right. Bai Shulin spoke up at the right moment. He said, this matter is of great importance. General Nalan is so badly injured, and the task assigned by His Majesty has not been completed. We need to carefully consider this matter. You 2 should go and recover from your injuries first. As for the 9th prince, I will deal with him. Hearing him speak, Pei Rushue was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Bai. Bai Shulin put pressure on the emperor, who, wanting to see if Di Han could handle these people, readily sent someone to summon him. When the news reached the courtyard, Asajiri came out and said, let's go together. Di Han was naturally unwilling to go. That emperor had nothing to do with him, and with his power, he certainly wouldn't listen to him. However, since Asajiri had already said so, he had no objections. Asajiri wanted to go to the palace to see how the 13th prince was doing. While I'm at it, I'll also take care of Pei Rushue, that troublesome person, to prevent her from jumping around in front of her like a flea. The 2 walked side by side in the palace, and passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at them. The crippled king seemed to have changed a lot. In the few months since we last saw him, he seemed to have grown taller and his face had become more handsome. In particular, his aura made everyone feel awe. And then there's the disabled princess, walking alongside the disabled king. Her presence is in no way diminished. The 2 are simply a match made in heaven. But then again, these 2 have already run away, yet they still dare to come back. Don't they know that the Wujiang dynasty came specifically for them this time? I heard that the crippled king is also a cultivator, and even more powerful than Pei Rushue, someone whispered. Really? In that case, it's no wonder the crippled princess dared to come back. She offended the Wujiang dynasty quite a bit before. Yes, now that the crippled king is in power, even the emperor won't do anything to him. With him protecting the princess, she can probably do whatever she wants in the southern kingdom. I really envy the princess. She married such a perfect man, with someone protecting her, who would dare to bully her. Upon hearing this, the older, more experienced nanny walking ahead of them narrowed her eyes. What's there to envy? Times have changed. A few months ago, His Majesty was choosing a consort for the disabled prince, who in the entire capital was willing to marry him. Back then, everyone thought he was a pawn to be discarded. I heard that when he was punished by the emperor, it was the princess who took care of him day and night and healed his leg. It's only right that she has the prince's protection. If you don't want to die, shut up. Everyone fell silent instantly. As soon as the 2 entered the Golden Dragon Hall, they saw a lot of people sitting there, looking like a 3-way trial. To Chao Wu's surprise, even Chao Jinghe came over. Upon seeing Chao Wu, Kaijing was unsure what expression to make. probably wanting to see how things would develop. He's a fence-sitter, always swaying whichever way the wind blows. Asajiri didn't even glance at him. Ninth Prince, you've returned, but don't even bother to come back to the palace to pay your respects. Where have you learned your manners? The emperor said in a deep voice, his imposing manner like a bell. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at him dismissively. Greetings? You dare to presume? This kind of momentum is almost identical to the rebellious words he uttered when the emperor punished him a few months ago. The momentum hasn't changed at all, but the emperor knows that he now has the ability to make such a fuss. He was so angry he almost choked. You. He wanted to yell at him, but faced with that cold, indifferent face, the words he had prepared got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them no matter what. I heard that you injured Miss Pei from the Wujiang dynasty. Is that true? Dihan raised an eyelid and asked indifferently. So what if it's me? Don't you have anything to say? The emperor was furious at his nonchalant attitude. At that moment, a man in black next to Bai Shulin suddenly leaned down and whispered something in Bai Shulin's ear. Bai Shulin was shocked. Are you sure? The man in black said in a low voice. To be verified. Bai Shulin's expression was serious. Go quickly. The man in black immediately and silently slipped away. Asajiri observed all of this and then said, I'll go check on the 13th prince. Anyway, she doesn't know anyone here. Dihan frowned, glanced at the people present, and then said calmly, I'll go with you. The two chatted as if no one else was around, which infuriated the emperor. He slammed his hand on the dragon table and said, Nan Fuyin, do you even have any respect for me as your father? Upon hearing this, Dihan finally took pity on him and looked at him properly. He casually tidied Chao Wu's slightly disheveled hair, his eyes light, and said nonchalantly, Why humiliate yourself? After saying that, he took Chao Wu's hand and led her away from the Golden Dragon Palace. Emperor. Bai Shulin narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. Upon seeing this, the emperor was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, fearing that the emperor might destroy the southern kingdom if he became displeased. The lessons learned from the past experiences of Tianlu and Yin Kingdom are still there. Lord Bai, he wanted to say something. However, to everyone's surprise, Lord Bai was not angry. He raised his hand and said, Let's go and take a look. Take a look. The emperor was taken aback, clearly not intending to follow his lead. Lord Bai lifted his foot to follow Chao Wu and the others. Didn't they say they were going to see some 13th prince? Let's go together. If they hadn't mentioned this person, the emperor would have almost forgotten about the 13th prince. Like Nan Fuyin, this son had a very low profile among his many offspring. No one knows how he offended Pei Rushui. Last time, Pei Rushui locked him up, and this time he was locked up again and even tortured. Chapter 192 The Mystery of My Origins, 9. The emperor had no idea what Lord Bai was up to. Wasn't he supposed to be here to get revenge for Pei Rushui? How come these two people are right in front of him, yet they're still so arrogant and don't even get angry? How could Bai Shulin not be angry? But then he remembered what that person had just whispered in his ear. In addition, he had already secretly investigated and found that this small southern country was able to cultivate someone with even greater strength than him. Nan Fuyin is clearly stronger than him, and the woman next to him is about the same level. If a real fight breaks out, he has no chance of winning at all. Forget about avenging Pei Rushui, he might even lose his own life. Thinking of this, he beckoned with his finger. Seeing this, another man in black who was with him stepped forward. Bai Shulin whispered, Go and invite General Nalen over. If he confirms later that the person's identity is not the 7th prince, he will take action. He can't win alone, but with General Nalen by his side, they might not be unable to defeat him. General Nalen has already broken through to the Purple Spirit Realm. He had just given all the precious items he had brought with him to General Nalen for healing, so his injuries should have recovered by more than half by now. With one blue spirit and one purple spirit, dealing with these two shouldn't be a problem. Believing he had done everything perfectly, Bai Shulin's expression improved considerably. He then followed the emperor and caught up with Chao Wu and Dian. However, to their surprise, Chao Wu grabbed a eunuch, asked him for directions to Pei Rushui's palace, and then swaggered over to Pei Rushui's palace. Lord Bai followed with a gloomy face. The emperor, along with the 5th prince, Princess Via, Chao Jinghe, and some unrelated people, all followed in a large group after hearing the news. Having probably received advance notice, Pei Rushui also hid cautiously in a corner. When she saw Chao Wu, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, but when she saw Dihan, she quickly ran along the wall to Bai Shulin's back, crying, Lord Bai, save me. Asajiri's voice was cold and clear. She didn't waste any words with her. Where is the 13th prince? Feeling emboldened, Pei Rushue became arrogant and said, You mean that good for nothing? Kill him. Asajiri's eyes turned cold, and she raised her hand to inhale. In an instant, Pei Rushue was drawn to him as lightly as a piece of paper. Asajiri's fair hands gripped her neck, and Pei Rushue's feet were lifted off the ground. With just a little force, she could snap Pei Rushue's neck. Asajiri smiled faintly. I'm not in the mood to waste words with you here. Where's everyone? Pei Rushue struggled, but she couldn't break free no matter what she did. Her face flushed red as she cried out, Lord Bai, save me. Bai Shulin's face darkened, and then he unleashed a palm strike towards Chao Wu. The moment he made his move, everyone around him, including the emperor, unconsciously took a few steps back to avoid being implicated. However, the imagined tragic scene did not occur. The palm strike seemed to have vanished into thin air. It didn't even touch the morning mist. Not even a single hair of it was lifted. Bai Shulin's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Undeterred, he struck again, this time with even more force. But it was no use. Just like last time, the spiritual energy dissipated without a trace while it was still in midair, and it didn't even have a chance to touch the morning mist. This time, however, he saw it clearly. The spiritual energy he unleashed was clearly neutralized by an even stronger spiritual energy. Bai Shulin's gaze fell on the aloof and noble Dihan. This man is indeed too mysterious and powerful. He has no idea how strong he is. The fact that she could so easily dissolve his spiritual power suggests that she has likely reached the purple spirit level. Lord Bai, save me. Pei Rushue was still shouting. Bai Shulin's eyes turned slightly cold as he looked at Dihan and said to Pei Rushue, Miss Pei, hand the person over. Are you crazy, Bai Shulin? Pei Rushue exclaimed in disbelief. These two people are right here. Why didn't he kill them? Why? They also demanded that she hand the person over. Asajiri didn't want to listen to their nonsense, so she tightened her grip slightly. Cough. Pei Rushue's face turned a deep purplish red, and her head began to spin. Realizing that Chao Wu was serious, Pei Rushue no longer dared to gamble with her life. She hurriedly cried out, I'll let you go. Don't kill me. Asajiri loosened her grip. Pei Rushue lost her support and immediately fell to the ground. Pei Rushue instructed her maid to release the 13th prince. The group waited there. Pei Rushue clutched her throat and ran behind Lord Bai, her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty like a fawn's. Lord Bai, why didn't you do anything just now? Bai Sherlin frowned. Of course, he couldn't admit in front of so many people that he was not as strong as Nan Fuyin, so he simply kept quiet. At that moment, the man in black who had left earlier returned. He handed a letter to Bai Shulin. Bai Shulin opened it, glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed. His unusual behavior quickly attracted everyone's attention. Morning mist too. Chao Wu asked Dian. Guess what that letter said? Dihan glanced at it, then looked away uninterestedly. Just some unimportant things. Upon hearing this, Asajiri looked up and met Dihan's gaze. Do you know what that is? Dihan looked at the girl in front of him and did not deny it. Before Asajiri could ask him what was written inside, she saw Bai Shulin walking towards them excitedly. Before Asajiri could react, a sharp sword fell from the sky and struck Asajiri in the heart. Bang! Before the sword even got close, it was knocked away by Dihan and shattered into several pieces on the ground. A figure flashed over, pulling Bai Shulin back several meters. His voice was hoarse. These are the two people. Stay away from them. General Nalen? Pei Rushue was startled, then realized. You mean, these two people injured you like this? The sudden appearance of a blood-soaked figure startled everyone present, with some even screaming in fright. There was no other reason than that General Nalen looked absolutely terrifying. Asajiri recognized his defeated opponent at a glance. Dihan only just saw how badly Chao Wu had beaten him. The fact that Ziling could be beaten into a grotesque state by Chao Wu shows that her explosive power should not be underestimated. He glanced at Asajiri sideways. Very impressive. Asajiri raised her chin. You don't need to tell me how amazing you are. Seeing her proud expression, Dihan smiled and affectionately patted her head. Asajiri felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Bai Shulin also realized what was going on. He looked at General Nalen and asked, You mean them? Not bad. General Nalen held his weapon, staring menacingly at Chao Wu, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. No, are you mistaken? Chapter 193 The Mystery of My Origins, 10. Bai Shulin was stunned. Are these two the two enemies of General Nalen? Did they almost kill General Nalan? General Nalan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Chao Wu. I'll never forget that face, even in death. If it weren't for this woman, he would have already completed his mission, and he wouldn't be in this state. Of all the people he brought down this time, none escaped death except for himself. And those magical beasts, they all died at their hands. If he goes back alive this time, he doesn't know how many people he will face questioning and insulting him, and the culprits behind all of this are these two people. He never expected that these two people were the ones Pei Ruxue had been talking about all along. General Nalan's words immediately turned the calm atmosphere into one of tension. The emperor sensed something unusual and quickly stepped forward. No, Lord Bai, what are you talking about? What is the relationship between this general and him? General Nalan coldly looked at the emperor. What does it matter? They injured me, killed my contracted beast, and have an irreconcilable feud with me. Upon hearing this, the emperor stood there stunned for 2 seconds before he could process the reality. He glared angrily at Dihan. What trouble have you gotten yourself into lately? Can't you just stay put? Enough, General Nalan interrupted him. I have no interest in watching you two argue. Let's settle this score right here today. By Shulin, let's join forces and kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and surging spiritual energy immediately appeared in his hand. No, Bai Shulin realized what was happening and quickly stopped him. General Nalan stopped what he was doing and looked at him coldly. Why? Even Pei Ruxue found it unbelievable. What exactly does Bai Shulin mean? He didn't help her earlier, and now he's not helping General Nalan either. Could it be that he wants to help Asajiri and the other two? Before she could voice her doubts, the man in black who had just gone to investigate for Bai Shulin suddenly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, because he is the 7th prince we have been looking for. His words caused a great stir, and the surroundings fell silent immediately after he said them. After a moment, Pei Ruxue's incredulous voice rang out. He's the 7th prince? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? General Nalan was unaware of this matter, so he didn't understand and looked at Bai Shulin in confusion. What 7th prince? Aren't there only 6 princes? Upon seeing this, Bai Shulin stepped forward and cleared his throat. That's right. After investigation, this 9th prince of the Southern Kingdom is very likely His Majesty's long-lost 7th prince. We have come here to find the 7th prince. Hearing this, Asajiri raised an eyebrow. She glanced at Dihan beside her, only to see him acting as if nothing had happened. Clearly, he wasn't too surprised by what happened. Perhaps he already knew. Asajiri asked in a low voice, when did you find out? Dihan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, a few days ago. Several cultivators had arrived in the southern region, acting rather suspiciously, so of course he had to investigate them thoroughly. He was not surprised when he found out about this incident while he was investigating. After all, he already knew that the original owner's birth mother had left him a group of shadow guards. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Asajiri didn't ask any further questions. Judging from his attitude, it's pretty much true that this matter is close to being confirmed. The original owner of this body was actually a person from the Wujiang dynasty. Over there, General Nalan was so shocked that he could not accept the fact. The emperor, the 5th prince, and others were also stunned. Lord Bai, could you be mistaken? 9th prince. 9th prince has been my son since he was a child. I watched him grow up. The emperor couldn't help but say. They had finally found a cultivator, but now they were told that this cultivator was actually from the Wujiang dynasty. Just when he thought he was about to rise up and sing praises, and about to have a slight chance of resisting the Wujiang dynasty, this happened. How could he accept it? Bai Shulin glanced at him casually, his gaze extremely intimidating. The emperor felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze. 2 seconds later, Bai Shulin looked away. He spoke calmly. I've heard that the 9th prince's mother's origins are unknown. The emperor paused for a moment, then cautiously asked, where did you get this idea? Consort Lu's ancestors were also. I'm not talking about Consort Lu. I'm talking about the 9th prince's birth mother. Bai Shulin interrupted him. His cold gaze fell on the emperor's face. The 9th prince's birth mother, Consort Long, the woman who suddenly became your concubine more than 20 years ago. You haven't forgotten her, have you? Sweat streamed down the emperor's face. Cold consort. Cold consort. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that although Consort Lung died after giving birth to Nan Fuyin and had only spent a very short time in the palace, she was the one who left the deepest impression on him. Because she is so beautiful. From the first moment he saw her, he was captivated by her beauty and took her by force. But not long after, good news came that she was pregnant. He then bestowed upon her the title of Cold Consort. Although he had some doubts, he had never imagined all these years that Nan Fuyin was not his son. He's a bastard. He actually raised someone else's son for over 20 years. The emperor's face turned pale and then red, but he dared not speak out in anger. Because at this moment, among all these big shots, he didn't even have the right to say a word. Southern Emperor. Bai Shulin's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone threatening. Our seventh prince has been missing for many years. His Majesty attaches great importance to this matter and hopes that you will cooperate with our investigation. Lord Bai, could there be some misunderstanding? At this moment, the fifth prince suddenly stepped forward and asked. The fifth prince wasn't trying to help his father out of a predicament. He simply couldn't accept Nan Fuyin becoming the seventh prince of the Wuzhang dynasty. The seventh prince of the Wuzhang dynasty. What an honorable position. He didn't even dare to think about it. His biggest thought was to enter the Wuzhang dynasty through Pei Rushui and become a formal cultivator. But now, his crippled younger brother, whom he had always looked down upon, has actually transformed into the seventh prince of the Wuzhang dynasty. He absolutely could not accept this sense of loss. The fifth prince and Pei Rushui were on good terms, and Lord Bai also knew him. Upon hearing this, he glanced at him but did not blame him. We have already investigated. The Lung consort, who left while pregnant, did indeed come to the southern kingdom. The last trace of her appearance was in this palace. That's why they investigated secretly. Later, by a twist of fate, it was discovered that there was also a cold concubine in the palace. After seeing the portrait of this cold consort, and with someone having just made a special trip to the palace where she lived, it was finally confirmed that this cold consort was indeed the eldest daughter of the Lung family of the Wuzhang dynasty. If that's the case, then this ninth prince must be the seventh prince they've been searching for. Chapter 194 The Mystery of My Origins, 11. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince pursed his lips and lowered his eyelids to conceal the ruthlessness and resentment in his eyes. Why is Nan Fuyin, such a good-for-nothing, so lucky? Why wasn't he born to consort Lung? Why Nan Fuyin of all people? He has already become a cultivator, isn't that enough? Why? Seeing that the emperor remained silent, merely standing there wiping away cold sweat, Bai Shulin spoke with a grim expression. Is the southern emperor sure he doesn't want to cooperate? The threat was so strong that it immediately terrified the emperor. He quickly shook his head. No, I was just reminiscing. After all, many years have passed, and consort Lung has long since passed away. He sighed twice, feigning seriousness, before saying, in fact, consort Lung's origins are indeed unknown. She has never told me about her origins, and I know that she is a cultivator, probably from the Wuzhang dynasty. Upon hearing this, Bai Shulin immediately became certain. Then it must be that cold consort, so? He turned to look at Di Han, his expression changing, now filled with respect, and knelt on the ground. Seventh prince, I have finally found you. Di Han glanced at them with his deep eyes, his gaze unusually indifferent and unfathomable. General Nalan's expression changed repeatedly, and finally Bai Shulin pulled him down to kneel. He gritted his teeth and shouted with resentment, Greetings, seventh prince. The two generals had already acknowledged his identity, and upon seeing this, the others immediately knelt down in unison, saying, Greetings, seventh prince. It was magnificent and impressive. This made the people around them extremely embarrassed. The emperor stood to the side, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. His son has now transformed into a figure he can no longer reach. And then there's the fifth prince. He's the one with the most inner thoughts. Jealousy twisted his face, and his usually gentle features suddenly became rather ugly. However, everyone's attention was focused on Di Han at this moment, and no one paid any attention to him. Princess Via, on the other hand, was rather oblivious and didn't think much of it. She only knew that her ninth prince had risen to great heights, and her face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Ninth prince is the seventh prince of the Wuzhang dynasty? Does that mean I'm related to the Wuzhang dynasty now? Ninth prince, you love you're the most. If you go back, you can't forget me. Pei Rushui, who had been standing there stunned, immediately snapped out of her daze upon hearing Princess Wei Ya's words and rolled her eyes in disdain. She stepped forward, looked at Di Han, and said softly, I was unaware of your highness's identity before, and I offended you. Please forgive me, your highness. But now that it has been found out, your highness will soon return to the Wuzhang dynasty. At that time, you can leave this poor and remote place without spiritual power. Of course, you should also sever ties with the people who are not related to you here. Her voice was gentle, and the lingering sound was unforgettable. The contrast is so stark, it's as if they were never the same person. Dihan didn't even glance at her. He simply glanced at Bai Shulin and General Nalan kneeling on the ground. His gaze fell on General Nalan, who had his head bowed, and he suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Who did you just say you wanted to kill? General Nalan was startled and quickly lowered his head even further. He said through gritted teeth, "It was my fault for being blind and unaware of your identity." Dihan chuckled softly, then his long, slender fingers with distinct knuckles gently covered Chao Wu's hand. "Indeed, you are blind." Bai Shulin, who had been watching this scene from the side, rolled his eyes and suddenly bowed his head, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." Imperial concubine? General Nalan suddenly looked up and immediately saw the two men's hands clasped together. He seemed to suddenly understand where that targeted implication came from. Even if he was unwilling, he knew at this moment that he had no choice but to give in. Not only his strength, but his very identity had already completely crushed him. With this identity holding him back, he probably won't be able to get revenge. He was, after all, obeying the emperor, and the emperor seemed to value this seventh prince highly, so he could only swallow his pride and bear it. General Nalan clenched his fists tightly, struggled internally for a moment, then steeled himself and followed by Shulin's example, bowing and saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The others also moved in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Only one person remained still. Pei Rushue stood there, looking at the perfect couple, and frowned. The seventh prince is exceptionally handsome, with a noble and refined demeanor like the bright, cold moon in the sky. His strength is also unfathomable. Even if such a person were to return to the Wuzhang dynasty, the other princes would probably not be as outstanding as him. Even the second prince, whom she had long admired, paled in comparison. Why should such an outstanding man be given to that bitch Asajiri? The seventh prince is from the Wuzhang dynasty, but Chao Wu is not. She is just a lowly person from one of the four kingdoms. What makes her so special that she got such an outstanding man? And on what basis do they have the approval of these people? She stepped forward, frowning. "Seventh prince, you're about to return to the Wuzhang dynasty. I'm afraid the princess you married in the mortal realm won't do. You're from the Wuzhang dynasty, but she isn't. Moreover, as the seventh prince, your marriage is of utmost importance and must be decided by the emperor. Marriages forced upon you by these people are invalid." She had long disliked Chao Wu, so how could she allow her to become the seventh prince's imperial concubine? Besides, if Chao Wu and the seventh prince really returned to the Wuzhang dynasty, wouldn't their status be higher than hers? When they meet, she will have to bow to Asajiri. She couldn't allow that to happen. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at her indifferently. "What business is it of yours to interfere in my affairs?" "Seventh prince, but what is your identity?" "Shut up." At this moment, Bai Shulin suddenly interrupted her. Pei Rushue frowned. "His Majesty only sent us to find the seventh prince. He didn't say how to handle anything else." "We'll discuss everything when we get back," Bai Shulin said calmly. Pei Rushue is truly an idiot. Does she really think that no one else can see what she's thinking? It's simply because they can't stand the woman beside the seventh prince. Besides, the seventh prince is an exceptional man. Who wouldn't be attracted to him? She probably has already wavered in her resolve. They want to take their place. That's why I stopped this woman from going back with the seventh prince. But she didn't even consider that with the seventh prince's strength, did they even have the right to speak here? It would be better to go along with the seventh prince. Whether this woman is worthy or not, once we get back, it'll all be up to the emperor to decide. Pei Rushue was choked with anger. That old bastard Bai Shulin is always going against her. She'll have to have a good talk with her father when she gets back. Dihan seemed oblivious to the farce unfolding here, and scoffed. "Even if I go back, I won't allow anyone else to interfere in my affairs." Asajiri didn't say a word. After all, what happened here had nothing to do with her. She was just waiting for the 13th prince. Suddenly, Asajiri felt a burning pain on her face. She frowned. Chapter 195 Missing Soul 1. "What's wrong?" Dihan was right beside her, so he quickly noticed her unusual behavior and asked, looking down at her. Asajiri's breathing was a little rapid. She pursed her lips, trying to suppress the intense pain on her face. "I'm fine." At the same time, she cried out in her heart, "Fuyao? Fuyao." However, Emperor Fuyao remained silent and, just like before, mysteriously disappeared. Her face hurt as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. But she was certain that she had not been poisoned at all. There was nothing unusual about his body. Asajiri originally intended to wait for the 13th prince here. Now, her breathing rhythm changed, and Dihan could certainly notice it. He lowered his gaze slightly, and his deep, mellow voice came. Find a place to rest first. With me here, nothing will happen to him. The pain on her face intensified, and Asajiri couldn't ignore it, so she nodded. Seventh Prince. Bai Shulin looked up, puzzled. Get lost. Dihan didn't even glance at him, then skillfully bent down, picked up Chao Wu, and disappeared in a flash. The remaining group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the man in black who came down with Bai Shulin spoke first. Since your highness has something to attend to, we'll wait. Bai Shulin had no objections. General Nayland suddenly stood up. You wait here, my injuries are too severe, I have to go back first. The man in black replied coldly, no. Why? General Nayland's face darkened. The seventh prince has been found. From now on, we must consult the seventh prince before doing anything. His Majesty values the seventh prince highly and has specifically instructed that if the seventh prince is found, we must obey his orders and not act on our own. Upon hearing this, General Nayland unconsciously clenched his hands at his sides. Now that his enemy has become his master, it's one thing for him not to be able to take revenge, but can't he at least be kept in the dark? General Nayland remained silent, his eyes filled with gloom. He finally gave a cold snort and turned away. Bai Shulin turned to look at the emperor. I would also like to trouble the southern emperor to deliver the 13th prince to the imperial consort unharmed. The emperor nodded hurriedly. Of course, definitely. Bai Shulin then went back. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Pei Ruxue was still in a daze. She never imagined that Asajiri's husband would be the very same seventh prince they were searching for. Her father had instructed her to cultivate a good relationship with the seventh prince after she came down to the capital, but she had been dismissive of it. She thought that no matter how much the emperor liked the seventh prince, he had been living in the four lower kingdoms since childhood, was short-sighted, and had not even awakened his spiritual root. He was definitely a country bumpkin. But what happened today completely overturned her understanding. The seventh prince is so powerful. His strength is probably the strongest among the princes. Even a top-tier expert like General Nayland was defeated by him. With such strength, among the younger generation, probably only the elusive Holy Sun could rival him. She suddenly remembered that her father had told her before that the emperor seemed to care a lot about this seventh prince. That was before the emperor knew the seventh prince's identity. If he were to return, and the emperor were to see that his talent was comparable to that of the Holy Sun, what would become of him? He might get the crown prince position as soon as he goes back. If it were before, if someone had tried to compete with the second prince for the position of crown prince, Pei Ruxue would have been the first to dislike that person. But now, for some reason, she suddenly felt a faint sense of anticipation. She knew that the second prince's mother actually had someone she preferred, and the position of the second prince's imperial consort would not fall to her. But the seventh prince is different. Her father told her to cultivate a good relationship with the seventh prince while she was away, so that when she returned, she would have a good chance of gaining the upper hand and becoming the seventh prince's imperial consort. When the seventh prince ascends the throne, she will be the most precious woman in the Wujiang dynasty. Pei Ruxue became more and more excited as she thought about it, as if she was determined to get that position. On the other side, because Chao Wu's condition was not right, Dihan could only take her back to the ninth prince's palace in the imperial palace, which was nearby. Because they had been gone for so long, the ninth prince's palace had long been abandoned, and there wasn't even a servant left. Dihan placed her on the soft couch and placed his fingertips on her pulse. Asajiri frowned. I'm neither poisoned nor injured. She is a pharmacist herself, so she knows her own situation better than anyone else. As expected, Dihan found no problems after taking the pulse. But she just couldn't bear the pain. He looked down and saw that Asajiri's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't utter a sound. Just by looking at her, you can tell that this must be a pain that most people would find unbearable. Because he didn't know her exact condition, Dihan didn't dare to act rashly. He simply poured his abundant spiritual energy into her body continuously. These spiritual energies were ordinary spiritual energies that he hadn't had time to transform yet, not the demonic spiritual energies he was used to cultivating. His powerful spiritual energy flowed continuously into her spiritual platform, and the burning pain on her face immediately subsided considerably. Only Emperor Fuyao probably knows the truth about her current situation. But for some reason, she could no longer contact Emperor Fuyao. What exactly is he doing? I wasn't injured or poisoned. My face just suddenly started hurting, Asajiri said. Dihan looked down at her, his deep black eyes filled with a thick, impenetrable black mist, like a vortex concealing deadly danger. Asajiri glanced at him twice, then suddenly sensed something and asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Her face was still in excruciating pain, as if her skin had been peeled off, and she dared not touch it. "Nothing much. Things have just changed." Dehan flicked his finger, and a bloodstain appeared on his fingertip. He elegantly raised his hand and smeared the blood from his fingertip onto Chao Wu's face. A slight, tingling itch spread from the sore spot on my cheek, almost unbearable. "It must have been his blood that caused it, but I don't know why he did it." Asajiri frowned. "What do you mean? Things have changed? What has changed?" Looking at her unfamiliar face, Dehan replied, "You should be reverting to your appearance from your previous life." He had never seen her in his previous life and did not know what she looked like. Asajiri paused for a moment upon hearing this. In fact, she had been thinking about her past life for a long time and had almost forgotten what she looked like before. She looked around, her gaze settling on a mirror on the dressing table in the room. Just as I was about to go over and take a look, the mirror suddenly vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Asajiri raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I've just changed my appearance. I think I've been disfigured," she asked calmly. Dehan glanced at her. "No. Why did you put the mirror away if you didn't have it?" Asajiri asked. There's definitely something wrong with her face, but whether it's disfigurement or not, Asajiri doesn't really care. Even if she's disfigured, so what? She's not so fragile that she can't accept it. She opened her fair palm. "Mirror, I want to see." Dehan stared at her for a few seconds, but ultimately gave in first. With a wave of his hand, a small mirror appeared in Chao Wu's hand. Morning Mist looked down. Her face was clearly reflected in the mirror. Chapter 196 Missing Soul, 2. In the slightly hazy bronze mirror, her eyebrows and eyes seemed shrouded in mist, not very clear, but the changes were clearly visible to the naked eye. The body's appearance was somewhat similar to Lin Xiushui's, but now, those similarities had suddenly vanished without a trace. Between her eyebrows and eyes, both her temperament and appearance have completely changed. Her eyes are upturned at the corners, like ice sculptures and snow sculptures, and her light-colored eyes have become more aggressive. These eyes are almost identical to those in her previous life, but there were no changes on other parts of her face. If we were to meet an old friend again, I might recognize her just by looking at her eyebrows and eyes. However, if you look at the whole face, it looks very different from the previous life. Only, Asajiri's gaze fell on a large red mark on her right cheek. It wasn't just Dehan's blood, but also red marks that seeped from the inside out of his skin. It's like a birthmark. It looks like a flower, but it's so big that it's hard to ignore. It almost covers her entire right side of her face. The red marks start right from where you are now. Upon seeing this, Asajiri understood. No wonder he put the mirror away. This is indeed almost like disfigurement. When the morning mist reflected in the mirror, Dehan kept his eyes downcast, staring at her. Seeing this, Asajiri suddenly looked up at him. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. "What? Are you afraid I can't accept it?" Dehan didn't say anything. Asajiri smiled faintly. "It seems you don't know me very well yet." It was just a face. She didn't value it as much as the spiritual herbs and medicines in her space. She won't be in a situation that she can't accept. Upon hearing this, Dehan raised his hand and confiscated the mirror from her hand, his voice slightly deep. No. After spending so much time together, how could he not know what kind of person she was? However, the inexplicable marks on his face, which looked like he had been poisoned, were indeed unpleasant. He lowered his eyes, pondering why this situation had suddenly arisen. He looked at Asajiri. "I will find a way to remove this mark from you." Asajiri's eyes were indifferent. "It doesn't matter, there's no harm in keeping it. It's not from poisoning or injury. If it appeared out of nowhere without any reason, and this mark is like a birthmark, then it's not easy to remove. Unless she becomes a high-level apothecary and concocts a potion to change her appearance. Or they would use disguise to cover it up. Whether it was a birthmark or not, Asajiri wasn't too concerned. By the way, why did you smear blood on my face just now?" She suddenly remembered and asked. Dehan replied, "My blood can mask your aura and leave a mark on you." Asajiri knew that when her face hurt just now, it felt like her skin had been peeled off, and a lot of her spiritual energy had flowed out. If there are other cultivators or ferocious beasts nearby, they will definitely be able to sense it. Cultivators aren't afraid, but they are afraid of ferocious beasts that follow crooked paths and make a move on her. So he used his blood to shut her off from breathing? But what exactly is this printed mark? "What kind of mark?" she asked after a pause. Dehan said calmly, "Your face keeps changing, so I'll give you a mark so you won't change your face again in the future." With his blood, even if she becomes a faceless monster in the future, he will be able to recognize her immediately. Asajiri, does your face still hurt? Dihan asked. Asajiri shook her head. Strangely enough, I don't know if the face-changing process was over or if it was the effect of his blood, but now I don't feel any pain at all. Upon hearing this, Dihan's gaze fell on her face. Looking at her somewhat aloof eyes and brows, he asked, Is this what you looked like in your past life? Asajiri shook her head. Only 3/10 similar. If the change is only to this extent, it would be a good thing for her. In her past life, she was extremely talented and famous in the Tianyuan continent. She had also traveled to many other continents, and many people had seen her. If I were to still have that face from my previous life, I'd probably be recognized before I even returned to the Tianyuan continent. Now that Liu Yaoji has risen to power by stepping on her corpse, it's unknown what level of cultivation he has reached. She doesn't yet have the ability to fight her to the death, so she can't let her discover that she's not dead for the time being. Upon hearing this, Dihan seemed to be deep in thought. Asajiri casually asked, And you? What did you look like in your past life? The demon lord of the demon realm was far more famous than her, and many people had seen him, but coincidentally, she was the one who had never seen him. Although she fought fiercely against the demon realm in her previous life, she never actually clashed with him. It seems that he spends most of his time in seclusion cultivating, while she travels to various continents to gain experience. Dihan said calmly, I never look in the mirror. In fact, his appearance and physique would change during the first few breakthroughs after he started cultivating. Like Asajiri, he now bears some resemblance to his appearance in his previous life, but since he is in this body, he has not completely abandoned the original owner's appearance. Asajiri nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After a while, someone came from outside to announce, Ninth Prince, the 13th Prince has arrived. The true identity of the crippled king has now been confirmed and spread throughout the palace. He is not their crippled king, but the lost 7th Prince of the Wujiang dynasty. The emperor has now issued an edict abolishing the title of crippled king and forbidding anyone from mentioning him again. After all, if the emperor of the Wujiang dynasty found out that he had given their 7th prince such an insulting title, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause them. That's why the palace maids continued to call him the 9th prince. The two snapped out of their daze upon hearing this. Xiaowu took out a silk scarf from her spatial storage to cover her face, covering the area below her eyes, so that the 13th prince or Suyu wouldn't see her and ask her all sorts of questions. She couldn't be bothered to explain, since even she herself didn't know what was going on. As soon as the door opened, before Xiaowu and Dian even went out, they saw a figure excitedly rushing inside. Wah, sister-in-law, you've finally come to save me. The 13th prince, like a giant husky, rushed straight towards Xiaowu, snot and tears flying through the air. Asajiri dodged, and the 13th prince pounced onto the soft couch where she had been lying. The 13th prince grunted, then got up looking aggrieved, accusing Xiaowu. Sister-in-law, you don't love me anymore. Asajiri glanced at him. Did they punish you? He looked clean, but you could tell from his still damp hair that he must have taken a quick shower and tidied himself up before bringing him to see her. Speaking of this, the 13th prince was more agitated than anyone else. He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said angrily, That woman, Pei Rushue, she is so cruel. All I did was not fawn over her like others did, and she took a dislike to me and locked me in the dungeon. She even found some magical beasts to torment me in there. Although those magical beasts looked incredibly stupid, he was just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly defeat them. He was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable after so many days. The area under the clothes was covered in scars. It won't happen again, Asajiri replied. The 13th prince let out a loud, I knew my sister-in-law was the best to me. Chapter 197 The Spirit Absorption Technique 1. By the way, sister-in-law, why are you wearing a face mask? The 13th prince snapped out of his reverie and curiously leaned closer to look at Xiaowu. It's nothing, Asajiri said. Unexpectedly, the 13th prince was not so easily fooled this time. He exclaimed in surprise, Sister-in-law, you didn't disfigure yourself while saving me, did you? Asajiri, don't overthink it. Nothing like that happened, she said. Once she confirmed that the 13th prince was safe, she felt relieved. After seeing off the 13th prince, Xiaowu continued to contact Emperor Fuyao. Not caring about her appearance is one thing, but she worries about whether other problems might arise. 7th prince. A voice suddenly came from outside. It's by Shulin. Asajiri opened her slightly cold eyes and looked at Dihan's face. How is your cultivation going? He asked. Asajiri said, Nothing seems out of the ordinary. The mark that suddenly appeared on his face seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Dihan's eyes darkened slightly. Someone's looking for you outside, Asajiri reminded him. Upon hearing this, Dihan glanced at them, and the doors of the main hall were flung open by a gust of wind. He looked coldly at the people outside and said coldly, "Speak." This time, Bai Shulin truly felt the pressure of the powerful figure, which confirmed to him that the seventh prince he had just found was indeed Ziling. He had never seen Ziling so young before. Even the experts of the Heavenly Mystery Sect are far inferior to him. Fortunately, he found out in advance that he was the seventh prince, otherwise he might be lying on the ground by now. A gust of cold wind swept by, bringing Bai Shulin back to his senses. He looked at Dihan and quickly pulled the person next to him to kneel down as well. "Your Majesty, we have come here to apologize on behalf of General Nalan. General Nalan was unaware of your identity before and offended you and the Imperial concubine. He has now received his due punishment, and his contracted beast is gone. Please forgive his petty offense, Your Highness." General Nalan lay prostrate on the ground with him, but he didn't say a word. His messy hair couldn't hide the reluctance on his face. Of course he was unwilling. He suffered heavy losses in his battle with Asajiri. Not only did his contracted beast die, but his appearance was also ruined. In the past, what he cared about most was nothing more than cultivation and appearance. And Asajiri destroyed the thing he cared about most with his own hands. Just as he was preparing for his revenge with great ambition, they suddenly became someone he couldn't afford to offend. Not only could he not take revenge, but he would also have to grovel when he saw them in the future. He got angrier the more he thought about it, and he even vomited blood several times when he got back. But Bai Shulin made a good point. All of them cultivators rely on the Wujiang dynasty for survival. If they offend the Wujiang dynasty and are driven out, they will have no more cultivation resources. The emperor is currently concerned about this seventh prince, so he cannot afford to offend him. A moment of patience brings calm. General Nalan numbed himself in his heart. To prevent the seventh prince from causing him trouble after returning, he and General Nalan came to apologize first. Having figured this out, General Nalan lowered his head. "Yes, Your Highness, I was blind and offended you. I have come here specifically to apologize." His response was a dismissive sneer. General Nalan immediately raised his head. Then they saw the man lazily turn his head and glance at it. "Looking for you." 2 seconds later, a girl wearing a face mask came out from inside. "It's her." General Nalan's eyes narrowed, and his hands, hanging at his sides, clenched involuntarily. Even if she turned to ashes, he would still recognize her. Not to mention that he was only wearing a face mask. It was her, a mere blue spirit, who actually defeated him, a purple spirit, without any chance to fight back. "Your Highness." Dihan coldly glared at him. "Aren't you supposed to apologize? You offended her, so I won't hold it against you once you get her forgiveness. Isn't that just asking them to grovel and apologize to a woman?" General Nalan and Bai Shulin's expressions immediately turned ugly. Seeing this, Asajiri blinked. It seems General Nalan is not very willing. "No, Miss Asajiri is joking." General Nalan gritted his teeth. "I offended you in Yin Kingdom before. Please forgive me, Miss Asajiri." "No problem," Asajiri said. Before General Nalan could show any joy, she spoke again. "It's just that in that battle before, I fought with all my might and barely won against you. General Nalan has a large family and many treasures. Even though you were seriously injured, you were able to walk normally in the blink of an eye, unlike me." At this point, she twisted her wrist as if in pain. "My hand still hurts." Upon hearing this, General Nalan's brow twitched, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment she continued, "If General Nalan is sincere in wanting to apologize, he should give me 50 cyan crystals as compensation for his emotional distress." Compensation for emotional distress? 50 blue crystals? She really dares to say that. Bai Shulin, who was listening in from the side, almost popped his eyes out. Do you say she's asking for an exorbitant price? Or do you say she's ignorant? Did she even know how precious the blue crystal was? A single cyan crystal is equivalent to the spiritual core of a powerful cyan spirit. She just asked for 50? Apart from the Tianji sect, probably only the emperor of the entire Wujiang dynasty could produce such a thing. What makes her think that a mere general like him could produce such a thing? General Nalan's face was so dark, it was almost black. He thought this woman was simply a fantasy. Compensation for emotional distress? Why didn't she just go and rob it? He wanted Di Han to say something fair, but when he looked up, he saw the seventh prince standing there smiling at him. Without a doubt, he probably didn't even think the request was that outrageous. There's definitely a reason why we ended up together. General Nayland nearly died suddenly from a shortness of breath. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Miss, why don't you change your request? I don't have 50 cyan crystals. Not to mention me, cyan crystals are too precious. I'm afraid you can't find many people in the entire Wujiang dynasty who have that many." It would be one thing if he could swallow his pride and apologize to this naive woman, but he should also compensate her with 50 cyan crystals? Dream. Even if he could afford to pay, he wouldn't. Asajiri's voice was neither warm nor cold, and she only gave 3 words, "Chi Ling Ju." Upon hearing this, General Nayland was taken aback. He immediately lowered his head and said, "I don't know what Miss Asajiri means by that. I really don't have 50 blue crystals. That's too much to ask. Miss Asajiri, please change your request." Chao Wu remained calm and said indifferently, "I don't have any other special characteristics, except that I like to hold grudges. If you don't have 50 cyan crystals, you can exchange them for the chilling technique. If you can't even give me those, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved." General Nayland was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with terror. Chilling Ju. How did she know about that thing? He had never told anyone about it. Chapter 198 The Spirit Absorption Technique 2. Bai Shulin, standing to the side, was completely confused. He understood each word individually, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand what they were saying. What is this chilling technique? He had never heard of it before. No. After a moment, as if he had mentally prepared himself, General Nayland suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "Miss Chao Wu, I don't know what you're talking about. What chilling technique? I've never heard of it, and I don't know what it is." Dihan had been listening casually, but when he heard General Nayland's words, his eyelids drooped lazily, and his eyes, like a dark, deep sea, pierced towards him with boundless coldness. Just one glance was enough to send a chill down their spines. Bai Shulin secretly nudged General Nayland and whispered, "Are you hiding something from me?" He risked offending the 7th prince to come and apologize to him. If the 7th prince were to hide something from him, he would be at a huge loss. General Nayland remained silent, seemingly determined to deny it to the end. Asajiri smiled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. It seems that General Nayland's apology was not sincere. If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't notice it, nor would they know what the chilling technique is. But did he want to keep it from her and Dihan? Absolutely impossible. From the moment she first saw him, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. That's because he cultivated the chilling technique. Otherwise, do they really think they can heal his injuries in a short time with those low-grade pills they brought from the Wujiang dynasty? Absolutely impossible. Although a Seijai has never been to the Wujiang dynasty, she is confident that the Wujiang dynasty is in dire need of pharmacists. They don't have any high-level pharmacists. Even though she hasn't lit up her pharmacist badge yet, in the Wujiang dynasty, her pharmacist level is probably considered top-notch. General Nayland's injuries were thanks to her. She knew very well the extent of his wounds. Those elixirs couldn't cure him at all. Therefore, he cultivated the chilling technique. The chilling technique is a superior cultivation manual, and the entire chilling technique is divided into 3 steps: upper, middle, and lower. Those who cultivate the chilling technique can increase their speed. If one cultivates a complete set of chilling technique, that person's speed can reach an incredible level, which is of great use in both actual combat and escape. She had never cultivated the chilling technique in her previous life because she couldn't find it, but she had heard of it. In her previous life, her speed came entirely from the pills she refined. I never expected that such a useful item would end up on a continent of this level. And it was even picked up by General Nayland. If he hadn't been so impatient and eager to cultivate this technique to heal his injuries, she probably wouldn't have discovered that he possessed the chilling technique. Moreover, she could tell that General Nayland had no intention of comprehending the chilling technique at all, and his cultivation direction was completely wrong. To this day, not even the first step is damaged. He only left a trace of his aura on his body. Asajiri was also tempted. She knew, of course, that 50 cyan crystals were too much for these people. They couldn't afford them. The reason she brought it up again was because she was after this chilling technique. Upon hearing this, General Nayland lowered his head, concealing the sinister glint in his eyes. "No, Miss Asajiri is joking. It's just that it's not true. Please don't force me, Miss Asajiri." Unexpectedly, Asajiri had no intention of speaking to him properly. Upon hearing his refusal, she turned to Dihan with a helpless expression and complained matter-of-factly, "See, he doesn't want to apologize to me at all." "You." General Nayland was furious. If 2 people are getting along, Would you ask for outside help? How could someone be like that? He didn't believe she couldn't see through him. He didn't like her at all, and didn't want to apologize to her in any way. She's actually using the seventh prince to pressure him now? Damn it, beautiful women are a source of trouble. Dehan smiled, his eyes devoid of warmth, and said casually, in that case, there's no need to keep useless people around. No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible force tightened around General Nalan's neck. The force came on fiercely, and General Nalan was instantly choked. He couldn't say a word, his face turned red, and his eyes almost popped out. Bai Shulin was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud. He didn't even see the seventh prince make a move. Is this Zealing's strength? But the powerful figures from the Heavenly Mystery Sect didn't seem this strange before. What exactly is his strength? This seventh prince is more powerful and mysterious than he imagined. Seeing that General Nalan's eyes were about to pop out and his head was all red, Bai Shulin was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. Even a powerful purple spirit like General Nalan was powerless against him, let alone a mere blue spirit like him. Therefore, he plans to keep a low profile from now on. At least until he returns to the Wuzhong dynasty, he dares not have any conflict with this so-called seventh prince. Furthermore, he noticed that the seventh prince seemed to care exceptionally much about this woman. This was an unexpected discovery. Dehan's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were unusually cold, not at all like he was testing him. General Nalan teetered on the brink of death, and even fainted and experienced auditory hallucinations at one point. He's going to die. Reason told him that if he didn't give in, he might very well say goodbye to this world forever. If you really die, what good is even the most powerful cultivation manual? If you don't have the life to cultivate, even the most powerful secret manual is just a piece of waste paper. Moreover, just in case, he had copied an extra copy of the Cheeling technique and hidden it away. What good would it do to give this to her? Thinking of this, General Nalan quickly waved his hand and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But he was strangled too tightly and couldn't make a sound. Everyone could see that he was begging for mercy, but Dehan did not let go. Bai Shulin, fearing things would escalate, quickly stepped forward and said, Seventh Prince, General Nalan has something to say. Please give him a chance. General Nalan nodded vigorously. However, the pressure on her neck did not loosen. Instead, it tightened further. General Nalan was completely unable to breathe. Gradually, he lost his focus, his eyes bulged out, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked terrifying. A few seconds later, on the verge of life and death, suddenly, Dehan raised his eyes, and that power disappeared without a trace. General Nalan collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. This time, Dehan went all out to kill him, as a warning that if he stayed even a second longer, he would die immediately. Bai Shulin channeled his spiritual energy to heal him. It took several minutes for General Nalan to regain some of his senses. He looked at Dehan in front of him with lingering fear. Seventh Prince, spare my life. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. After saying this, he shakily pulled a cruel, ancient scroll from his bosom and presented it to the Emperor. Chapter 199 Awakening of the Ferocious Beast 1. This parchment scroll looks similar to the one they obtained before, except that you can see the writing on it. Asajiri took it and glanced at it. It is indeed the Cheeling technique. She hadn't intended to let this person go, because she could sense that General Nalan harbored deep hatred for her. It's just that, given Dehan's current status, he has no choice but to compromise. However, now that he had switched to the Cheeling technique, Chao Wu had no intention of attacking him. It wouldn't hurt to spare his life. Thinking this, Asajiri waved his hand. All right, I accept your apology, General Nalan. Let's call it even. Let's call it even. It's all wiped clean, God the hell. The way she said it made it sound like she was giving him charity. Whether it was the previous fight or this current contest, he was the one who suffered more losses, right? Although they both benefited from the fight and were promoted, doesn't this woman have any idea how badly she ruined him? General Nalan was so angry that his body trembled. Fortunately, Bai Shulin grabbed him and pinned him down. Brother, stay calm. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan, he whispered. Not only General Nalan, but even he himself was displeased. This woman is just an ordinary young lady from the Southern Kingdom, not even as good as an ordinary person's toe in the Wuzhong dynasty. What gives her the right to act so arrogantly here? Their arrogant attitude makes me furious. But considering that the seventh prince, whom she had just found, was next to her, she tolerated it. Who could have made the seventh prince so infatuated with her? Seeing that the matter was settled, Bai Shulin immediately pressed his advantage. Seventh Prince, His Majesty instructed us beforehand that if we find you, we need to return as soon as possible. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Dihan's light and indifferent gaze sweep over him. That gaze was like a cold glint, sending a chill down by Shulin's spine, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Indeed, the difference of one level is like an insurmountable chasm. The gap between Lan Ling and Zi Ling is still too great. He can't stand just one look from him. He had some doubts. Perhaps this seventh prince is even stronger than that mysterious and unpredictable Holy Sun. Get out, Dihan said casually, his tone icy cold. These words were like a switch being flipped, instantly relieving by Shulin and General Nailan, who were stiff and struggling to breathe. They immediately stood up and ran out as if there were ghosts inside. After they left, Asajiri glanced at the contents of the ancient scroll, then looked up at Dihan. Want to practice together? She treats her allies very well. She naturally shares good things with them. In the past, Asajiri would never have given this to him, but she could tell that he now considered her one of his own. Besides, he had also contributed to her obtaining this item. They both shared the same goal, a cultivation manual, which Asajiri was willing to share. Dihan's gaze fell on Chao Wu's face. He remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. This thing is useless to me. You can use it. Why? Asajiri raised her eyes and looked at Dian. The chilling technique is no ordinary cultivation manual. It is a top-tier cultivation manual. Even if she had cultivated it to the level she reached in her previous life, it would still be a treasure to her. I just didn't expect this life to come so easily. Have you ever heard of any man who has been able to fully cultivate the chilling technique? Dihan's voice was calm and indifferent, sounding as if he were narrating a very ordinary matter. He is actually very similar to Asajiri. Both of them have a cool and aloof personality and rarely experience significant emotional fluctuations. However, the way he looked when he spoke to Asajiri was quite different from how he looked when he spoke to others. When he spoke to others, his gaze was as if he were looking at a dead person, filled with the majesty and power of a superior, excessively cold. Hearing him say that, Asajiri paused for a moment. No, there isn't. She had never heard of any man who could cultivate the complete chilling technique. Could it be that only women can cultivate this chilling technique? She asked in surprise. Is this a women's martial arts technique? But she had never heard of it before. Moreover, as far as she knew, many experts were searching for the chilling technique, and there had never been any rumors that men could not cultivate it. Dihan stepped forward, casually extending his slender fingers to pick up the ancient scroll, his voice low and cold. This ancient scroll is made of the skin of the heavenly silk soul-capturing snake. The heavenly silk soul-stealing serpent. No one has ever seen such a thing before. Because in the whole world, only one person can raise this kind of snake. Asajiri showed no emotion. Her extremely cold eyes remained unusually calm. Creator God. Dihan nodded. It's her. I heard that more than half of the cultivation manuals created by the Creator God were specifically designed for women. Even if those men tried to cultivate, they wouldn't succeed. This is why no man has ever successfully cultivated the chilling technique. He didn't know at first, but after seeing the material of the ancient scroll, he realized it. Asajiri had never heard of such a saying before, and was quite curious when she suddenly heard it. She looked at the ancient scroll for a few seconds, and after a moment, she said, I really want to see what this legendary creator god looks like. What was meant to be a sentimental remark was immediately followed by a slightly tense voice from Emperor Fuyao, Little Chao. Fuyao. Chao was taken aback for a moment, then looked pleasantly surprised. You're awake. Emperor Fuyao hummed in agreement, then asked, What are you talking about? I heard you mention the creator god. Chao did not deny it, and told the whole story about the chilling technique. After hearing her words, Emperor Fuyao remained silent for a long time, a rare occurrence. Knowing he was all right, Asajiri didn't urge him. Dihan noticed that she was lost in thought and knew that she had her own secret. However, he didn't ask any questions, but simply said, I have something to take care of first, you should rest. Asajiri nodded. Okay. Then Dihan slipped away. Fuyao, what happened to you just now? Why can't I contact you again? This feeling was really not good. It wasn't because she couldn't contact him when she needed his help the most, but because after so many years of companionship, she had long regarded Emperor Fuyao as her closest friend. She was very worried because he would disappear so easily. If you think about it carefully, Emperor Fuyao knows everything about her, but she knows nothing about him. She knew nothing about what he had been busy with lately, and was afraid that he was doing something important behind her back, or that there was some danger involved. She also wanted to help, instead of always relying on Emperor Fuyao for assistance. Chapter 200 Awakening of the Ferocious Beast, 2. I'm sorry. Emperor Fuyao's voice was slightly deep, but he didn't explain to her. He said, Little Chaowu, there are some things I can't tell you now, but I will tell you later. Is it difficult? Asajiri frowned. If there's anything you need my help with, you can tell me. If you don't take the initiative to talk to me, I won't pry into your past. Over the years, she also knew that Emperor Fuyao's past was a tragedy that even he himself found difficult to face. Although she also wanted to know what had happened, she didn't want to reopen old wounds. Emperor Fuyao chuckled lightly. It's not troublesome, I can handle it. That's good. Asajiri breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Fuyao snapped out of his daze. By the way, you said you were looking for me just now? What was it about? I was indeed busy with other things. Asajiri quickly explained the strange sensations she had experienced, including the changes in her appearance. She frowned slightly. Fuyao, have you ever seen anything like this before? It wasn't poisoning, injury, or being afflicted by a curse, but that pain just now. Actually, she hadn't explained to Dihan that the pain wasn't just on her face, but also connected to her soul power. That's why she was so nervous and found it so unbearable. Soul power is the most important thing for every cultivator besides spiritual root. If soul power is damaged, it directly affects the cultivator's strength. What? So fast? Emperor Fuyao was slightly shocked. Then he used his divine sense to probe, and indeed saw Chaowu's damaged appearance, and her eyebrows and eyes that were extremely similar to those in his previous life. Asajiri seized on the key word, paused, and then asked, Fast? What do you mean? Do you know what's going on? Judging from his tone, it seemed as if he had long anticipated this day would come. Why had he never told her this before? Hearing her ask this, Emperor Fuyao sighed. I was originally planning to tell you about this after you recovered your spiritual roots. It turned out that not long after she was reborn, Emperor Fuyao had already sensed that her soul power was incomplete and had not been fully reborn into this body. A wisp of her soul power drifted away to a completely different continent, where it was reborn into another person's body. It was inevitable that she would regain her appearance from her previous life. However, her other self had not been doing well recently. Because she had not awakened her consciousness, she was bullied terribly and was a cultivation failure. Finally, under the combined trickery of her family and outsiders, she was disfigured. That's why she has such a large mark on her face. That was relatively mild. Her face on the other continent was truly horrific, almost unbearable to look at. The reason why Emperor Fuyao has been so busy lately is because he has spent a lot of energy going to that continent to help another her. Asajiri. Because it's just a tiny wisp of soul power, she won't awaken your consciousness or restore your memories. If I don't help her, she might not last until you go to find her, said Emperor Fuyao. If that wisp of soul power were to perish, it would mean that Asajiri's soul power had suffered irreversible damage. Even if she regains her top-grade heavenly spiritual root, she still won't be able to become an unparalleled genius like she did in her previous life. Asajiri never expected that all the busyness he had been doing lately was actually because he was still worried about her. Moreover, many times when he reappeared, he was visibly exhausted, clearly due to overexertion. Yes, her strength is too low right now. She can't even open the teleportation array. Even if she knows that there is a wisp of her soul power drifting outside, she has no way to retrieve it. Therefore, the first thing to do is to restore her celestial spiritual root. Emperor Fuyao didn't tell her about this because he was afraid of distracting her. You should have told me sooner. Asajiri's gaze fell, her voice slow. Don't worry about me. I'm not as fragile as you think. Before meeting Fuyao, she had always been used to being alone. She won't let these things throw her off balance. She has her own scales in her heart and knows what to do first. Fuyao chuckled softly. It's nothing. I just didn't want to distract you. Now that you know, we need to speed things up even more. She's not having a good time on that continent. She refers to another Asajiri. After thinking for a moment, Asajiri still asked, How is she? Emperor Fuyao shook his head. It's even worse than when you were first reborn here. That was more than just a tragedy. In the other world, Asajiri's rebirth was also quite good. She was also a young lady from a prominent family. She was born of the legitimate wife. However, her father had many descendants, some of whom were quite talented, and several of his concubine daughters were also very talented and good-looking, making Chaowu, the legitimate daughter, pale in comparison. As the legitimate daughter, Chaowu not only lacks any talent in cultivation, but also excels in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and her personal conduct, which often leads to criticism. However, since she was the legitimate daughter, her father did not give up and still invited many people to teach her cultivation. However, a good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. No matter how many rare and precious materials she used, she couldn't awaken her spiritual root. Later, during a training exercise, she was framed by her own sister and thrown into a monster's den. Having no talent for cultivation, she was naturally no match for those magical beasts. Her sister took everyone back, leaving her there alone. However, she was quite lucky. Despite being severely injured, she was not eaten by the monster. Even though she survived by sheer luck, she ended up wandering the streets and became a beggar. That continent also has a strong emphasis on cultivation and strength. Even ordinary people can cultivate, much like the previous Tianyuan continent, except that the cultivation resources are not as good as those on Tianyuan continent. On that main road, there were cultivators among ordinary people and beggars. As a result, Asajiri was considered to be doing relatively poorly in the begging industry. Every day, I am bullied and beaten by different beggars. He was the poorest of the poor. It was precisely because of this that he sensed the peculiar nature of the morning mist over there. If he doesn't intervene soon, she might die. If we don't go and save her soon, Asajiri's soul power will be damaged. This explains why he left so often during this period. Emperor Fuyao's words left Chaowu silent for a long time. She never imagined that she would be doing so poorly on another continent. It was a terrible sight. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then I'll go to the Wujiang dynasty first, and after I recover my spiritual root, I'll immediately go find myself." Once she recovers her spiritual root, she should be able to reach Ziling, and then she should be able to open the teleportation array.